You big weirdo. I'm your sister. What are you talking about? Alright, since that's the case, I agree to have a baby with you. My half-sister has treated me as her future husband since we were little. To prevent other girls from liking me, she tirelessly wrote me love letters every day, confessed to me in front of the whole school, and even insisted on sleeping with me at night, wearing white stockings to disturb my peace of mind. Seeing this, our parents had no choice but to separate us, fearing that we would have to go to Germany for orthopedic treatment the next day. However, my sister, who was already used to sleeping with me, suddenly burst into tears, but ultimately compromised. However, that day, she suddenly smelled another girl's perfume on me, and it was the kind of mature big sister scent. Remembering that I didn't come home last night, she immediately got furious and repeatedly questioned whether I had changed my heart and was secretly dating other mature big sisters outside. No matter how I explained, she just wouldn't listen. Little did she know that I only went to work at a flower shop last night, wanting to give her a surprise on her birthday on May 20th. But I can't tell her this secret for now, so I plan to find some random excuse to get by. However, in my sister's eyes, this is me lying. She pretended to be angry and hid in the room, but in reality, she didn't want me to see her sad and crying because she didn't know if I had little thoughts beyond siblings like she did. If this is just my one-sided wish, then I won't be able to stick to her every day and enjoy her appreciation for me like I do now. But after just one day of not talking to me, my sister felt like she was about to fall apart, always feeling like there were ants crawling in her heart. So she planned to quietly find me in the classroom after school the next day. At that moment, the large classroom had only the two of us. Due to working part-time all night, I was lying on the desk catching up on sleep. My sister was looking at me with a smile, thinking how nice it would be to always be with her brother in the future, where we could not only eat and live together but also do other things together. Every time she thought of this, Yuro's tender little face would inevitably turn crimson. As the sky outside gradually darkened, Yurua slightly bent down, her little face close to my ear, and gently said, "Yefeng, it's time to get up." Seeing that I didn't respond, she immediately puffed up her cheeks and crossed her arms. This guy didn't come home all night, he must have done a lot of bad things. Then she picked up a book and lightly tapped my head. "Hey, who hit me?" Turning my head, I saw it was my sister, and I asked in surprise, "Yurua, when did you come to my class?" Yurua pretended to be angry and looked at me. "Do you know how long you have been sleeping?" I touched my head that had been tapped and glanced out the window. "Is it really this late?" The clouds in the sky had turned into little black clouds, so I trembled and asked her how long I had been sleeping. Upon hearing this, Yurua immediately put on a proud expression. "You slept for a full 2.5 hours. Seeing her show this expression, I guess she must have come to question me about not coming home last night. So I immediately grabbed my backpack and ran towards the classroom door. But I had only taken one step when I stopped, because I heard my sister's aggrieved voice behind me. "Yefeng, are you going to leave me again?" As a girl, it's very dangerous to go home alone at this time. Yurua pouted, and her little hand gripping my collar unconsciously tightened a bit, afraid that I would leave the next second. Seeing that hard tactics weren't working, I immediately chose to beg for mercy. "Yurua, I know I was wrong. How about this? When we get home, I'll make you delicious braised pork, and this time just let me off, okay?" Okay, but that's not enough. You left me at home all night last night, so you have to compensate me well. Otherwise, I'll tell mom and dad that you were out messing around last night. I was shocked. This little girl actually wanted to exaggerate the situation, trying to make me face a double whammy from mom and dad. After she finished speaking, she suddenly tightened my collar and stared at me intently. "Can you hold my hand?" I felt like I was electrocuted. It was fine to mess around with her at home, but now we were at school. Seeing me silent, Yuru pouted her lips, looking very aggrieved. Okay, I'll hold it. Worried that Yuru might cry in the next second, I hurriedly agreed. So we walked hand in hand on campus, but as soon as we stepped out the door, I saw the gray sky, and soon it started to rain. The problem was that we only had one umbrella between us, and it wasn't enough to fully cover both of us. Thinking about how my sister has been weak since childhood, I knew she would definitely catch a cold if she got wet. Just as I was feeling conflicted, my sister suddenly spoke up. "Brother, didn't you say you would compensate me? Why don't you just carry me home?" Before I could respond, she jumped directly onto my back. Perhaps afraid of losing me, my sister seemed particularly proactive today. It was her happiest day, and all the unhappy things from before no longer mattered. As she thought about it, she instinctively hugged me tightly from behind. At that moment, I felt the sensation coming from behind. Although it was fragrant, it was unremarkable and lacked any pressure points. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile. However, this small gesture was quickly noticed by my sister. After returning home, the two of us still got caught in some rain. To prevent catching a cold, we both hurried to take a shower. After washing up, I went to cook a pot of braised pork and simmered some soup. thinking that since Yuru was delicate and often fell ill, drinking some soup would warm her up. But after waiting downstairs for a long time, I still didn't see my sister come down. Thinking of this, I rushed into my sister's room and immediately saw Yuru curled up on the bed, weak like a cat, with only her slightly flushed little face exposed. Upon seeing this, I instantly fell into a panic, and when Yuru saw me, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, I don't feel well," her voice weak and feeble. I walked to the bedside table with ease, skillfully taking out a box of fever-reducing medicine from the drawer. Obviously, Yuru was not experiencing her first cold, and I was not taking care of her for the first time either. "Brother, I feel so uncomfortable." Yuru's delicate little mouth slightly opened, and her hazy eyes blinked at me gently. She didn't want to be taken care of by me all the time because she was worried that I would find her annoying, but she also hoped that I could take care of her continuously. The girl's thoughts are very contradictory. Under my careful care, my sister quickly recovered a bit, and I also felt sleepy, falling asleep beside her. Not long after, she just opened her hazy eyes and stared blankly at my delicate profile for a full 2.5 hours. This was her first close contact with me since she turned 18. Although I look a bit handsome, I don't have that stunning presence in a crowd, but in her eyes, I was so dazzling. Yuru couldn't help but bite her soft pink lips, and in the end, she couldn't resist, gently poking me with her little finger. "I shouldn't wake you up, right?" At that moment, Yuru nervously swallowed, her heart racing, and the warm touch of her fingertip made her originally rosy cheeks instantly turn into a red apple. Then Yuru's eyes widened, and her two fingers slightly came together, making a small pinch on my fair face. In my dream, I felt a bit of itchiness on my face. Instinctively, I turned my head forward and soon realized I seemed to have grabbed something soft and warm. It was my sister's hand. At that moment, Yuru was still lost in her thoughts, and suddenly her little hand couldn't be pulled back. "Oh no, this is bad." I raised my head and looked at what I was holding, and I was instantly dumbfounded. Could it be that this little girl is teasing me while I'm asleep? Just as I was about to scold her, I was interrupted by a soft, sweet voice. "Brother, you hurt me. How long do you plan to lie there?" This sudden reversal caught me off guard, but I still apologized while letting go of her hand. But as soon as I let go of Yuru's hand, she pouted a little, looking somewhat unhappy. "You idiot, when I tell you to let go, just let go. Can't you be a bit more assertive?" But she could never say it out loud. After all, in her brother's eyes, she would always be the pure little angel. How could a little angel say such things? She could only feel sorry for her brother. At that moment, Yuru's cute and aggrieved expression made it seem as if I had really bullied her. "Alright then, I was overthinking it. I'm sorry. Humph. Be more careful next time. Don't be so forceful, or it really hurts." After saying that, Yuru slightly furrowed her brows, her head leaning forward a bit, revealing her slightly reddened delicate little hand, which she waved in front of me. "Got it." I couldn't help but smile and was about to go downstairs to prepare breakfast. But my sister, seeing that I was about to leave again, hurriedly asked, "Bro, where are you going?" She seemed a bit worried, wondering if I was angry. Just as Yuru was lost in thought, I suddenly turned around and walked towards her with a smile. Seeing this, Yuru instinctively protected her chest with her hands, watching me warily. "What do you want to do? I'm a patient right now, the kind that's weak and easy to push over. You understand what I mean, right?" Yuru pretended to be reserved, tightly clutching her little blanket, looking at me with eager eyes. I suddenly felt a bit speechless. That little action of clutching the blanket was completely unnecessary. Okay, if I really had any thoughts, I would have done something last night. I've taken care of you for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Moreover, I don't have any feelings for you. Without waiting for Lin to finish, his words were interrupted. "Lin, what do you mean?" Lin suddenly shouted. The young girl's voice was slightly raspy because of her cold. "Ha? What do you mean what? What were you going to say? Was it to say that you're not interested in airports?" Carrot, I knew it. You're prejudiced against me." Lin clasped his hands to his chest in an attempt to prove something, and pivoted slightly. This bad guy just knows how to connote me. Ha? A misunderstanding. Misunderstand what? You were staring at our. There. What's this with that? He just thought that Lin's hand gripping the quilt was fleshy and felt a bit cute, so what's wrong with looking at it for a few moments? Although that location does somewhat bad is all. Misunderstanding your ass. Lin casually took a stuffed animal aside and threw it at Linen. The soft touch didn't hurt at all when it hit Linen, but Lin's reddened eyes were killing. Asshole. Lin is an asshole. Hey, don't be angry. I'm wrong, okay? Linen couldn't see this girl crying the most. When Lin cried for an hour when she was little, every time he coaxed he had to coax for a long time. Oh, Lin responded faintly, her eyes staring straight at him and blinking a few times. Those soulful little eyes seemed to be saying, Come and coax me. Otherwise, I'll get really angry. I'll go make you breakfast. You must be hungry after not eating all night. Good, Lin sweetly answered, her small hand rubbing her small stomach. Well, it's true that I'm hungry, and my stomach is getting a little squishy. Oh yeah, how are you feeling right now? Lin was about to walk out the door when he suddenly turned his head and asked. Well, I feel much better after taking the medicine. Lin nodded in response. Well, it's fine when it's done. Just lie down for a bit longer and get some rest. I'm going to go make breakfast first. Lin smiled and secretly. Well, thanks. Lin pursed her small lips and squeezed out a few words as she spoke. What did you say? Lin twisted his head and asked. Lin's voice was too small, causing Lin to not hear it. Thank you, Lin. Well, you're welcome, and next time call me brother. Lin nodded lightly in response. As soon as these words came out, Lin became instantly dissatisfied and shouted. Don't! Still trying to take advantage of me. I don't want it. Go make dinner. I'm hungry. As the words fell, another stuffed animal was thrown at Lin. Lin laughed and shook his head, leaving without responding to Lin. He and Lin were born in the same year, same month, same day, and there is no precise answer to the question of who was older. But Lin thought he had been taking care of the delicate girl ever since he had lived in the Lin family. But it's just like a brother. Having a cute sister was actually something he kinda enjoyed. It's just that this sister isn't very clingy and is a prude. After Lin left, Lin retreated into the covers, her little face flushed and buried into the pillow. A slight quirk of the lips bubbled up. Thank you, brother. Chapter 4, please tell me, brotherin. After breakfast, Lin hugged her stuffed animal, her petite body wrapped in a quilt, and sat on the couch, suddenly exhaling. Lin, what's wrong? Lin asked suspiciously as he stopped his hand movements. The day before yesterday. Why did you come back so late? Lin stared straight into Lin's eyes, eager to know the answer. She had wanted to ask for a long time, but after Lin came home in the middle of the night that day, he went straight to sleep with his head tilted, and got up late the next day, and if she hadn't gone to wake up Lin, they would definitely have been late. And since they weren't in the same class and Lin was sleeping on his desk in every class that day, she was too embarrassed to disturb him. I was going to ask him about it when I got home, but it rained again halfway through the day. This has caused the issue to drag on. Now that would be a good opportunity. She must ask Lin where the hell she went to fool around that day. Thinking of this, Lin's eyes grew more determined as he stared tightly at the teenager in front of him. For that matter, I'm going to work part-time. Of course, part-time job? Didn't you stop doing it a long time ago? And it's almost the final exams. What part-time job? Lin's eyes lowered slightly and became a bit cold. Scam. Definitely not a part-time job. That day, she clearly smelled a girl. So this asshole, he's definitely lying to me. Asshole. Obviously. It's all with me. Lin's face darkened, her pink fingers tugging tightly on the lazy goat doll in her arms. What's this about Shaolin? What? Lin couldn't help but ask in confusion after seeing Lin's inexplicable movements. Why? It's coming to relatives? You're the one who came to relatives. Asshole Lin. Now he's even starting to not tell me the truth. If time goes by, it's going to be warped to the sky. Lin beamed and glared at him after saying something bad about Lin. Is this the truth? It didn't lie to me? Of course it's true. I'd never lie to you. You're lying to me right now. Oh, doing a part-time job, right? Then can you tell me what kind of part-time job you're doing and why your body is tainted with a girl's scent? Please answer my questions properly, brotherin. When she was angry to a certain extent, Lin smiled. Her small hands ripped away the covers, her small white feet landed on the ground, and she walked towards Lin with a smile. His brotherin? When did Lin become a softie? But, what do you mean I smell like a girl? It doesn't seem like he's been in contact with that girl. Hey, wait, it seems to be there, but why can Lin's nose even smell that? Is she a dog? Isn't it good for you to be good and rest? And now you're walking on the floor without shoes. What if your cold comes back? Don't change the subject. Lin's 155 body stood in front of 178 Lin but looked a little short, but Lin's aura was sufficient. Her soft little face tilted up, her beautiful eyes looking straight into Lin's eyes. Well, I'm just helping others with their homework. It's not an unseemly part-time job. Looking at Lin's sorrowful expression, Lin froze, then softly answered. Lin was so good-looking that he awkwardly inclined his head after he finished speaking. Uncle Lin and Auntie Bai had never wanted him to do any part-time work. After all, Uncle Lin had always given him living expenses and lots of them, but he wasn't their real son. It was good enough for him to be able to live in the Lin family, and if he kept asking for money to live on, then he would wonder if he was worth what they were paying for him. and maybe he should pay for something to be worthy of them. So taking care of Lin Lin was something he took the initiative to do. And likewise with his part-time job. The part-time job was something he had only told Lin Lin, but not exactly what he was doing. Helping someone with their homework? Lin Lin's round eyes couldn't help but widen as she looked at him incredulously. Right. Your grades aren't even as good as mine. Why are you tutoring others? Do you think I'm so gullible for being so small? Lin Lin didn't believe Lin An's words. Crossing his arms, he shouted, it's not like everyone is a schoolteacher like you, and first in your grade. Really didn't lie. Lin An said helplessly. Humph, then tell me where you got that odor from that day? That smell isn't even from a student. It's that mature smell. As the words fell, Lin Lin's face became even more ugly, itching to reach out her small hand to grab Lin An's hand and then whack him hard on the chest, letting him know how bad the behavior of leaving a cute beauty queen at home while running off to date another woman was. Ahem, let's change the subject. By the way, your sheets. Don't get off the subject with me. Who's that guy? Lin Lin's small hand tugged at Lin An's collar, and suddenly the two of them became a little closer, each other's unique scent constantly lapping at the other. For a moment, Lin An's eyes were occupied by Lin Lin, and even the faint fuzz was clearly visible. The scent that the tip of his nose kept inhaling made Lin An gulp, and now all he could think of was to hurry up and pull away from each other. But Lin Lin was just too close, and Lin Lin's body was too delicate to touch, so now he had nowhere to put his hands up. All you can do is step back and retreat. Lin Lin, will you let go first? Lin An raised his hand and spoke helplessly. With every breath, the opposite person's scent surged into his body, annoying him. No, you answer my question first. Who left the scent on you and what did you do to make someone else smell you? After saying that, Lin Lin's fingers exerted force, and the distance between the two became a little closer once more. It's just a very ordinary counseling session. I didn't do anything. Lin Lin, trust me, okay? Lin continued to retreat, but there was no way back. The wall was right behind him. The hard touch behind him made him feel a twinge of panic. He had no way out, but the men in front of him were still closing in. It was really too close. Those pink lips right in front of my eyes. Gulp, another gulp. Seeing that Lin An didn't respond to her, Lin Lin's small hand loosened, and her small face faded into gloom. Liar. Lying. Lin Lin was sad that Lin An wasn't even telling her the truth anymore and was deliberately burying something. Lin Lin's small hand loosened and he lowered his head, turning away from Lin An. Well, I trust you. Lin Lin fell into tears, her emotions fragmented. I want to cry so badly, but I can't cry, at least not in front of Lin An. Hey. Lin An straightened his scratched and wrinkled collar and sighed helplessly as he looked at Lin Lin's forlorn back. Chapter 5. Consider that girl a rebel. Lin Lin was a little sad, so she stepped on her little white feet and went back to her bed. Why did Lin An lie to me? Why? Liar. Big liar. Don't pay any attention to him. Lin Lin's little face was beaming, her white arms hugging her white and tender thighs as she sat on the bed, unhappiness written all over her face. She wanted to find someone to vent to, so she pulled out her cell phone and was about to tap on her best friend's avatar when her eyes moved to Lin An's avatar, and suddenly her mood got a little better again. Humph, asshole Lin An, don't think I can forgive you for taking my childhood photo as your avatar. Lin Lin skimmed her small mouth and hummed lightly. Although Lin Lin was thinking this way, her little pink mouth unconsciously hooked up and a faint smile lifted up on her little face. Then, the small hand unconsciously clicked on Lin An's avatar. A line of black letters floated into her eyes. Day before yesterday at 16:43. Getting showered. Lin Lin, I have something to do today, so don't wait for me when you get out of school. Go home on your own. And by the way, remember to go back in a group with quiet, or else it'll be dangerous. Jingle bells, WW. You asshole. I'm just waiting for you for a few minutes. Be conscious and accompany me home. Day before yesterday at 17:26. Jingle bells, Kobayashi. Damn you for actually leaving me behind. Humph. You'd better not go home, or there'll be no good consequences for you. I won't even give you a bed. The day before yesterday at 18:20. Tinkerbell, brother and please, come home and stir fry for me. Lovely knee. I'm really starving. Seeing this Lin Lin's face instantly reddened. So shy already completely brought into that day but again, so angry Lin An, this asshole, I have sent messages begging him, but actually has been ignored her. If she hadn't ordered takeout, she really wouldn't have anything to eat. Humph, asshole, liar. Lin Lin's pink fists unconsciously clenched and her white teeth clenched. Lin is an asshole. After taking a deep breath, she skimmed her small mouth and her white fingers continued to gently slide the screen, looking at her and Lin An's messages. Day before yesterday at 19:45. Getting showered. Lin Lin, sorry, I was just running errands and didn't look at my cell phone. By the way, have you eaten yet? If not, just order takeout. Jingle bells, oomph. You asshole. you finally remembered me. I thought you'd been abducted by the bad guys. I'm ordering takeout. When are you coming home? Mom, Dad, and you aren't here. I'm scared. Getting showered, sorry Lin. I'm very busy right now and I may not be back until very late. Jingle bells, be back soon. The lights in the house will always be on for you. I'll be waiting for you. After seeing this message, Lin put down his phone and didn't want to read it anymore because Linen didn't come back that day, but didn't come home until the next day's time. The messages that followed were all about her hyping up Lin and what she said about how she was scared. Lin's eyes were a bit forlorn. She slightly lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't know why she felt a bit sad. She was so afraid that Linen didn't want her anymore, and wouldn't take care of her anymore. If that kind of thing really happened, then she would really go crazy. After being taken care of by Linen attentively for 14 years, she can't seem to stay away from Linen. Lin's arms wrapped around her white thighs and she buried her wet face into them. Asshole, big asshole. Why did you take so long to come back that day? Don't you know I'm afraid of living alone? Lin lightly bit her pink lips, her pink nails hooked tightly, carving a row of shallow marks on her arms. Tears slid down her tender cheeks and then down her pale thighs, seeping into the covers. That day Lin stood guard on the sofa for the whole night, but when she stood guard until 1 in the morning, Linen still hadn't come back and hadn't sent a message. Then, she would continue to wait until Linen came back, but while waiting she fell asleep without realizing it. By the time dawn broke, she was awake and had a quilt over herself, while Lin was asleep on the other couch beside her. She was happy to see Linen come back. At least Linen was not in danger. Originally she had thought about calling the police if Linen didn't even come back by the time morning came, but none of that was needed anymore because Linen had returned. Lin had a light smile on his face as he tiptoed closer to Linen, intending to gently wake up the sleeping teenager. But as soon as he got close, the scent of maturity hit his face, and Lin became enraged. Lin definitely went out on a date. She then woke up the teenager in a rough manner, raising her hand slightly before slapping it underneath Lin. After crying for a while, Lin lifted her little head from her lap and looked in the direction of the doorway. He didn't come to comfort me, he changed his mind. The tip of the girl's nose started to get sore again when her face had turned into a little flowery cat, burying his head slightly. Outside the door, Linen had just washed Lin's other clothes and was about to wash the personal items when she saw her fat, with traces of a relative's visit. AI. That little fool who doesn't know how to take care of himself should be having a hard time with his stomach right now. After all, Lin only drank cold drinks last night. Just get her a cup of hot brown sugar water. After thinking about it, Linen put this somewhat smelly intimate apparel in his hand into the special washing machine. Then he walked up the stairs with a cup of brown sugar water. Lin had always liked to let Linen take care of her when she was a child, asking Linen to help with everything, and Lin responded to her every time. Linen didn't see anything in it. Just think of it as serving a little sister who couldn't do anything. Taking care of Lin wasn't tiresome. Rather, he enjoyed it because Lin was really cute, especially when he was being cute and begging for his help. That fleshy look was the most adorable, and he felt that only when he was taking care of Lin. He felt that he was a part of this family, and Lin seemed to be inseparable from him. But why did Lin lose her temper? Perhaps his words just now were perceived by Lin to be problematic, or maybe she's reached rebellion. Linen carried the brown sugar water and looked at Lin's room door secretly thinking, he'd only been away from her for one night, and just because of that he was having a little tantrum? No, it's because I smell like something she doesn't like. Just being touched on the head leaves a taste. But why didn't I smell anything at the time? Sure enough, Lin's nose is a dog's. Linen had known for a long time that Lin didn't like to play with others on his own, and in the past he had just dismissed it as the inexplicable possessiveness of a child. But now, does he think Lin is a bit too much in charge? Does he have to ask that girl for a daughter-in-law from now on? Hey, Lin sighed, shook his head, and stopped thinking. Forget it, just think of Lin as having reached her rebellious stage. Chapter 6, Friends? Or Family? Lin raised her hand on the door of the room and knocked. Dum. The knock on the door had just fallen, and Lin's soft, fluffy voice had already come from inside the room. The door is unlocked. Come in. Click. Hearing this, Lin didn't hesitate, flipped his wrist and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a petite figure was reflected in Lin's eyes. Only Lin's entire body was curled up in the small quilt, merely revealing a small head with somewhat reddened eyes. Lin had already wiped away the tear tracks on her face, but the reddening of her eyes was so clear. Linen frowned and approached Lin's bedside and spoke softly. Why are you crying? Is your stomach upset? It's all because you're pissed off. Lin beamed her little mouth, her grudging eyes lifting to glare at Linen. Before she could say anything, Lin's warm fingers had already touched her white face, and gently glide through. Tears can't even be wiped clean. I really don't know how you'll live alone in the future. Lin An looked at Lin Lin's small eyes and spoke softly. No, I'm not going to be alone. After saying that, Lin Lin stared into Lin An's eyes, locking eyes with him. Hearing these words and looking at Lin Lin's eyes blinking, Lin An also knew what Lin Lin meant and reached out to touch Lin Lin's little head and said, I can't take care of you all the time. We'll be graduating from college in a few years, and we'll pretty much be separated by then, so you'll have to learn to take care of yourself. Lin An's voice was gentle and his palm was warm, but the words he uttered pierced into Lin Lin's heart like an ice pick. For a moment the heartbeat dropped, and the white, tender nose actually soured again. He doesn't want me anymore. Lin Lin's eyes lowered, pursed her small lips, and blinked back her tears. Struggling to show a smile, she lifted her head, her pink lips moving slightly as she said, then why don't you just go to work at the same company as me so we can't keep living together? You're stupid. After saying that, Lin An's palm left Lin Lin's head and brought the brown sugar water closer to Lin Lin's mouth. Without waiting for Lin Lin to ask him, Lin An spoke up. Drink first. Looking at Lin Lin's puzzled eyes, Lin An continued. Gar. A mouthful of hot brown sugar water went down, and the warmth went into her little stomach, and it felt comfortable, just as comfortable as when Lin An touched her head. I'm not an idiot for miles. I'm number 1 in my grade. After drinking the brown sugar water, Lin Lin slightly licked the remnants of her lips, her palms propped up on the bed, her head coming closer to show a disgruntled little expression in front of Lin An. The thing is, I don't care. I just want to be with anyway, whether it's for school or work, and if you're the one who can't get the grades, then I'll just get a poorer test, so that way it's not. Agoo. Lin An's fingers lifted then fell, knocking Lin Lin's head. Why are you hitting me? Lin Lin covered her little head for a moment, then her face came close to Lin An and shouted, if you break it, you'll be responsible for me. Smelling the faint scent of the young girl's hair, Lin An tilted his body and pulled back. Oomph, asshole Lin An. I'm not that scary. You avoid me every time. Sit still and don't move. Oof. Although he was upset, Lin Lin still listened to Lin An and retracted his leaning body. Do you think Uncle Lin and the others would agree to let you go to work with me? Just with your grades you can go to a very good company. You can even go to graduate school. And I can't. Lin An spread his hands helplessly and shook his head. I don't care. I've been under your care for so many years. You want to leave me alone? I don't care if they agree or not. Lin Lin hugged his chest and said with a sense of entitlement. Anyway, she's the little princess of the family, so mom and dad should approve of her. What's more, if she didn't have Lin An by her side in the future, she'd really cry. Lin Lin cupped his chest and stared straight at Lin An, waiting for his answer. Lin Lin, you've grown up. You can't be so capricious anymore. Lin An was silent for a moment and opened his mouth, and when the words weren't even finished, Lin Lin took Lin An's palm in his hand. You want to leave me behind? I'm telling you, no way. After saying that, Lin Lin's delicate palms unconsciously exerted themselves and tightly gripped Lin An's palms. Besides, I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for me. I'd absolutely starve to death without you around, so you can't leave me behind. Lin Lin's little face became flushed as the words were spoken. Feeling the warmth on his palms, Lin An glanced at the two palms underneath him, secretly thinking, this little nymph is still so capricious. The tighter Lin Lin's hand gripped, the redder her face became. Lin An, you asshole. Why don't you say something? Just leave me alone to be embarrassed. Then I'll try my best. Lin An hesitated and casually responded. Lin An also didn't really believe that this simple silly ninny could really take care of herself. What if she was abducted in his absence? Really? Lin Lin's face flushed as a smile filled her little face. Lin nodded. Well, really? Yeah. Lin cried out happily, her petite body slouching slightly as she hugged Lin An. At that moment, Lin An's entire body was confused. Hey, why is this girl hugging me all of a sudden? After sniffing the tip of his nose at the unique body odor of a young girl, Lin An returned to his senses and pushed Lin Lin's shoulder. Ahem. That. Lin. What? Hold on too tight and let go. Hearing this, Lin reacted to the fact that he had been hugging Lin An, and then the little girl awkwardly let go of her little hand. It's over. He definitely thinks I'm a frivolous girl. Lin lowered his head, rambling, worried about changing Lin An's opinion of himself just because of this incident, because this was the first time since he grew up that he had ever hugged Lin so close. Girls have to pay attention to their image. How old are you and still hugging? What if someone sees you? Lin An didn't want to hear anyone talking about this silly ninny in front of her. She was too innocent and too sensitive. He had to protect her to do that. If you see it, you see it, and who doesn't know you live with me anyway? Lin pouted and muttered in a small voice full of concern. That's just living together. We're just close friends. Friends? Yeah, they're just friends, but are they really just friends? Is it really just a friend? Lin's mood was a little down for a moment, his eyes staring straight into Lin An's eyes. It's better to be family. Lin said after thinking about it. Hearing these words, Lin's lost look dissipated, revealing a smile. We're family, so, what's the big deal about being closer, right? Hey, right. Lin shook his head helplessly, but casually responded. I really don't know if she really doesn't get it anymore or if she's just that simple. Hey, you're perfunctory, wordy asshole. As soon as the words fell, Lin opened her little mouth and lunged towards Lin's arm. Holy, you really are a dog. Lin tried to escape, but his arm had already been grabbed by Lin, so he could only watch the shell teeth fall. Bite you to death, asshole. You tried to leave me behind just now, and now you're talking so perfunctorily. Do you know that she can't leave him anymore? Chapter 7, Linen. Help me. Linen. I'm sorry, do you hurt? Lin's head lay on Lin's thigh, tilting his childish face up and staring at Lin's furrowed brow. Couldn't help but be a little distressed and pout. Lin seems to be in a lot of pain. Did you do something wrong? Lin wouldn't be mad at her just because of that, right? But it was that asshole Lin who made her mad first. Clothes have someone else's odor, which is unforgivable by any stretch of the imagination. Thinking of this, Lin's original heartbroken expression dissipated, and her small face became a bit sultry. Lin is an asshole. Don't even bother to feel sorry for him. Just hurt him to death. After hearing that fluffy voice, Lin responded with a faint smile as he stroked Lin's little brain underneath him. It doesn't hurt. It just feels a little itchy. I didn't expect this silly girl can't even bite people. Actually will still be heartbroken him? TSK, thought she would only play a little temper as well as pouting. Lin's eyes blinked and asked, it doesn't hurt? It doesn't hurt. Ugh, why are you doing it again? Are you really a dog? Before Lin could finish his words, Lin's small hand raced to grab Lin's hand and opened his mouth. At once, Lin hastily tried to pull his hand back, but Lin's mouth didn't fall, tilting his little head with a bright smile. She was just scaring Lin, who told him not to come home in the middle of the night, to actually leave her alone at home. Not really making a move on Lin was her being adult and generous. Hey, if you want to bite, just bite. You don't scare people like that. Looking at Lin's scheming smile, Lin said helplessly, this little ninny has actually learned the hard way, knowing how to scare him now. Then there's no telling what this ninny will he do later. Slightly Lin spat out her tongue and snorted coldly, her head lifting slightly as she stared straight at Lin. That little look seemed to say, how? I'll scare you. What can you do to me? Never seen you this childish. Lin directly rubbed Lin's little face, then slapped her on the head. Time to get up. Don't rely on me. Lin's big round eyes glared at Lin afterward. With that, she got up, and just as she was about to get out of bed, she suddenly realized something. Her face suddenly flushed, holding her breasts and beeping her little mouth as she stared straight at Lin. What's wrong with you again? Lin? Lin looked unhappy, causing Lin to freeze a bit and ask. Lin pursed her lips, her small hands tugging tightly at the quilt underneath her to cover her thighs, and said shyly, I've got that. Again. Aha! No way. When Lin heard this, he was about to lower his head to look at it. What are you looking at? Bring me a little wing over here. Just when Lin's line of sight only saw Lin's small white feet before he could see the wrapped thighs, Lin's small hand directly disliked Lin's face. Look at you, Hammer. Is this the time to be able to watch it? Seeing this girl in such a hurry, Lin awkwardly covered his face and got up straight away. Walked over to the closet beside Lin. Do you have to go to the shower and wash before you change? Lin helped Lin find a piece of clothing that he could change into, and then faced Lin and asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of white came into view and suddenly he froze. What are you looking at? You've never seen a beautiful girl's thighs. Lin pulled down the outer pants that made her feel uncomfortable to her knees. Then she noticed the gaze Lin had cast and hurriedly covered her thigh area with her jacket, her eyes staring fiercely at Lin. Asshole Lin. Excuse me. Ahem. That. I found what you asked for. Saying that, Lin lowered his head in embarrassment and walked towards Lin. Lin. Without taking a few steps, Lin's soft voice slowly entered Lin's ears. I'm in. What's up? Lin responded. I can't get it off sitting down. Lin raised his head in confusion to see that Lin was shyly lowering her head, her small hand reaching down to her calf, her small hand squeezing her outer pants but unable to tug them down. Miss Lin, use your strength. You wouldn't need my help with something like this, would you? Seeing Lin's little hand move lightly, Lin was speechless. This girl can't be doing this on purpose, right? How else could she not even do such a small thing? I really can't do it. It would. She has a bit too many relatives coming. What if she moves a lot and sees red straight away? She won't. If she's in front of Lin. If that's the case it would be better to just kill her. Lin pinched the corner of his shirt to cover his body and stopped talking. Lin An understood at once. Hey, this silly girl. She even wants him to do this kind of thing. Can't she really live without him? What if he just stopped being around Lin one day? There's really nothing she can do? Lin, help me. Lin's little feet hooked the corner of Lin An's coat and her face blushed as she said, okay, so don't move, but don't kick me like you did last time. Lin An sat down on the edge of the bed and warily glanced at Lin's small white feet and warned, I'm not going to kick you. I wouldn't have moved at all last time if you hadn't tickled my feet while you were putting my socks on. Is that right? I thought it was your feet that were moving around and I had to grab them. So where was the scratching? And aim before you kick. Lin An inwardly spat and gently nodded. Okay, just don't move this time. With that, Lin An's hand took hold of Lin's ankle. Don't move too much. My stomach will. Ouch. Lin pursed her pink lips, her white and tender fingers tightly hooked onto the quilt. Her eyes lowered as she stared at Lin An's palm. Got it. Lin An responded softly before starting. Everything went well because of the experience. Lin changed out of her soiled clothes after Lin An took care of things, and right now that girl was taking a bath, and Lin An was helping Lin wash the soiled sheets. After all, Lin came as a relative while sitting on the bed. Hey, when is that girl going to grow up? After putting the sheets in the washing machine, Lin leaned his back against the wall and thought darkly. That guy Lin is really an idiot when it comes to taking care of himself, except for being a good student. Still a white, stupid little piggy. Beep beep beep. Just as Lin was fuming, a loud car honk came from outside the house. It's Uncle Lin and Auntie Bai. They're back. Lin looked out the window at the black sedan and thought darkly. Pa! With a crisp sound, a slender woman with a ponytail on the back of her head and dressed in a black leisure suit stepped out of the car. I can't believe it's not Auntie White. Chapter 8 Buying Flowers for Your Girlfriend? 13:32 p.m. Wow. Warm droplets of water gently dripped down onto Lin's tender face. It slid down the delicate skin and landed on the floor. With the sound of water dripping, Lin soon finished his bath, turned off the shower and planned to get dressed. Where are the clothes? Lin reached out his hand to pick up the clothes, but realized that there were no clothes on the hanger on the side. When? It's over. I forgot. Lin's small face directly read. Oh, already by their own stupid cries. She was in such a hurry to take a shower that she actually forgot her clothes for a moment. Lin beamed, looking down slightly at her wiped clean, not a trace of water on her body. It's so mediocre. Even if he goes out like this, the guy won't say anything, he'll just give him a disgusted look. So it's better to call that asshole Lin An. She wouldn't dare just tie a towel and go out, not only because she didn't want to see Lin An's disgusted eyes, but also because she was scared. What if that asshole Lin An is interested? Shooey. A sneeze interrupted Lin's rambling thoughts. Phew, it's a bit cold, yeah. So summon Lin An now. 13:28 p.m. In the living room, Lin straightened his back and sat honestly on the sofa. He couldn't even breathe at this point. Well, why isn't sitting up so straight? Relax. It's easier to sit too straight with an anterior pelvic tilt. Lin Sher's white palm landed on Lin An's shoulder and gently pressed downward. I understand. Shio-san. Feeling Lin Sher's proximity, Lin An gulped and took a deep breath in response. Wouldn't be here to raise hell, would she? Lin An thought somewhat nervously. The day before yesterday when he was working part-time at the flower store owned by Lin Sher, but I accidentally broke a couple of pots of flowers. If Sister Sher told Lin about his part-time job at the flower store, woohoo, then he's screwed. After all, he had lied to that little ninny earlier that he was tutoring someone else's homework, but Lin Sher, who seldom returned to the Lin family residence nowadays, actually came back today. If it wasn't a gin and tonic, then it was something else important. Well, that's good to know. After patting Lin Sher's shoulder, he sat down next to Lin An, holding his face and smiling. Oh, little Ann is kinda funny when she's scared of her. Little Ann, Lin Sher asked out loud. What's wrong, Shio-san? Lin An's body shook, stiffening his back and twisted his head to respond to her. Who are you working at my flower store to buy flowers for? Is it for your girlfriend? Lin Sher continued to chuckle. Well, Sister Shio is joking. I don't have a girlfriend. Oh, also right, I have forgotten. Shaolin will control you so strictly, since childhood do not allow you to play with other girls. And how do you have a girlfriend? Lin Sher held a smile as she looked at Lin An's embarrassed and overwhelmed face. Hey, if Shio-san said that, she should have guessed who it's for. Lin An scratched his face somewhat helplessly and looked at Lin Sher, was about to open his mouth to respond. Suddenly a loud, girlish voice came from the direction of the shower. Lin An, help me. I forgot my clothes. I'm dying of cold. Hearing this, Lin An subconsciously got up and was about to open his mouth in response. Okay, Lou, you wait. Ann, sit down. I'll go. Lin Sher interrupted Lin An's words. her white palm slightly resting on Lin An's shoulders, and with a slight force she pressed him to sit steadily on the sofa. Then I'll trouble Shio-san. Lin An raised his eyes to look at the faintly smiling Lin Shi and spoke. When he finished, he lowered his head in dark thought. It's good to let Shio go. They're both girls after all. It's okay, Xiaolin is still my niece. Lin Shi laughed softly, then got up and was about to touch Lin An's head. Hey, Shio-san, how old am I? Why do you keep touching my head? Looking at the incoming small white hand, Lin An's head then tilted and dodged it, helplessly. Hey, the day before yesterday it was because of the flavor that Lin Lin's girl got angry after being touched on the head by Shi's sister. That's why you have to keep an eye on Shio's unfaithful hands. Hey, little Lin has grown up and won't even let sister touch her head anymore. Sister, I'm so sad. Lin Shi pretended to be uncomfortable as she covered her chest, her pretty face scrunched down. Sister Shio, you'd better go and bring Xiaolin some clothes. She still has a cold from last night. She can't catch a cold. Lin An glanced in the direction of the shower room and then at Lin Shi, who was pretending to be a garlic, and spoke in a hurry. At those words, Lin Shi stopped teasing Lin An and waved her hand at him. Alright, I won't tease you. I'd better give Xiaolin her clothes first, or someone will have to worry about that girl. What do you mean someone? Just say his first name. And it's weird that he's worried about Lin. No surprise. The corners of Lin An's mouth twitched as he looked at Lin Shi's departing back with a speechless expression. Then, his eyes narrowed and he muttered to himself, since Sister Shio isn't here to raise hell, what is she doing here? It's strange that someone who rarely comes home, suddenly comes home when there are no adults in the house. This whole thing doesn't add up any way you think about it, does it? Perhaps it was to find Lin. After all, the only person in this house who was truly a member of the Lin family right now was Lin. Inside the bathroom, Lin's petite body was wrapped in a bath towel, and now her expression was a bit off. She, very angry, that asshole, Lin An, hasn't come over for so long. What the hell? Forgot about her as a cute, beautiful girl. Lin An really forgot about her. Then she'll won't let Lin An go to bed. Chewy. As Lin muttered inwardly, he suddenly sneezed again. Hiss, it's getting a little chilly. The sudden coldness couldn't help but make Lin hug the bath towel wrapped around her petite body tighter. Why hasn't Lin An come over yet? Hasn't he found the right clothes? No way. He chooses all my clothes. At this point, bam bam, a burst of crisp footsteps reached Lin's ears inside the door. Hey, that asshole Lin An is here. The little girl's face instantly broke into a bright smile, no longer somber. Lin An, this asshole, took so long to come. When he opens the door, I will scare him. Then, Lin's soft little white hand gripped the door handle. Lean your ear against the door. Bam bam. Hearing the crisp footsteps, Lin's tender little face gradually raised a conspiratorial bad smile. Lin An's voice is getting closer and closer. As soon as Lin An was near the door, I suddenly opened it and rushed out. Heck, scared him straight. Chapter 9. The footsteps outside the door stopped, and Lin felt it was time. A wicked grin appeared on his boyish face, and with a twist of his little hand, the door swung open and his little body, tied in a towel, rushed out. Hey! Lin was instantly dumbfounded. His eyes dumbfounded as he looked at Lin Shi, who had a light smile on his face. Lin froze. Her eyes glanced behind Lin Shi, not seeing Lin An's figure. Beaming her little mouth, she asked suspiciously, Little aunt, how come it's you? Lin An, is that how you think about other people, Xiaoan? Why are you so disappointed to see me? Lin Shi interrupted Lin's words. Her soft little hand reached out to embrace Lin's fragrant petite body into her arms and rubbed her little head. Found out. Looking at Lin Shi's faint smile, Lin's face reddened and he hastily defended himself. I wasn't thinking about Lin An. I'm very happy to see little auntie. I just didn't expect little auntie you to come back. Lin's reddened face couldn't help but make Lin Shi smile. This girl is really mouthy, but if she doesn't come back today, she really intends to just wandering around in front of Lin An? Thinking of this, Lin Shi couldn't help but lower her eyes and glance. Lin Shi then saw Lin's white and tender feet. Xiaolin, what's wrong, auntie? Well, it's time to make up for it, or the baby won't have any milk to drink in the future. As soon as Lin Shi's words fell, Lin's face instantly turned into a vapor girl. Hey, I know. Stop it, Lin's pink fists clenched and her small hands kept pounding into Lin Shi's arms, but Lin's hand was bounced straight up. Duong. Hey. After realizing what was going on, Lin slightly lowered her head, her small mouth pouting as she muttered in a small voice. Why? It's so cute-tastic, and looked at her own white tender feet. Jealousy and sadness turned into sourness drilled into the tip of her nose. Oh, my child will really have no drink in the future. If that happens, that asshole Lin An will not be happy, right? Little Lin is still so cute. seeing Lin Lin's aggrieved little face. Lin sure couldn't help but smile, and then pinched Lin Lin's bulging little face. Auntie, do you think boys like big, chewy? Before Lin Lin shyly uttered his words, Lin Shure's hair swayed to the tip of Lin Lin's nose, and a sneeze directly cleared Lin Lin's head. The smell of Auntie's body is so familiar. Seems like I've smelled it somewhere. Hey, you, better hurry up and put on some clothes, otherwise if you catch a cold, someone will have to worry. Lin Shure pinched Lin Lin's somewhat reddened little nose and smiled lightly. Lin Shure felt that teasing both Lin Lin and Linen, the two little ones, was quite fun, especially seeing their little red faces. Ahahaha, that was so much fun. Oh, I know, Lin Lin answered softly, and then took the bag containing the clothes in Lin Shure's hand, and then walked into the shower room and went to get dressed. The smell on my sister-in-law's body. Why does it smell so much like Lin An's that day? Lin Lin thought, his lowered eyes lifting slightly as he glanced at the faintly smiling Lin Shure. What? Do you want to change in front of me? Or do you want me to put it on for you? Lin Shure's white, slender jade hands unfolded towards Lin Lin with a slight movement, and a bad smile appeared on her face. Ha. No way, Pa. You're not him. Throwing down a sentence, the petite figure with rosy cheeks dissipated in front of Lin Shure. Oh, this girl is probably thinking about Shaoan in her mind. After all, Linen and Lin Lin were very close, and when they were kids they either slept in the same bed or bathed together or whatever. Hey, it feels like this girl's life has been completely filled up by that little and kid. Lin Shure smiled helplessly and shook his head. Never mind, older brother and sister didn't say anything, so what's the point of her saying anything? Not to mention the fact that the two of them guys never did anything excessive. It's very peaceful. Lin Shure came back today because she wanted to have a surprise inspection, since Linen was working part-time at her place and was paid with flowers. Lin Shure then wondered if the relationship between the two guys in his family was starting to change. It turned out to be nothing interesting. Rather, it felt like Lin Lin really, very dependent on Linen. With that thought in mind, Lin Shure walked towards the living room. At this time, Linen was holding his cell phone with a depressed face, looking at the blinking girl's anime avatar on his cell phone. Linen didn't know whether to tap it or not. Should we pretend we didn't see it or not? But it was really his fault the day before yesterday. It sucks to break a vase and hit someone's girl's foot or something, but Linen wasn't afraid of being questioned by that girl. But he was puzzled. He had sent that guy to the hospital, and he had lost money. How? Send him a message. If that girl Lin Lin saw this, it wouldn't be a disaster. Just as Linen hesitated to directly delete that person's account, a slender, innocent-looking woman quietly stood behind Linen. Woohoo, what am I seeing here? Shaoan actually has other girls' WeChat. Unbelievable. Lin Shure had originally thought of scaring Linen, but she didn't expect her little heart to be shocked. Shaoan, who was so strictly controlled by Lin Lin, was actually sneaking around behind Xiao Lin's back and chatting with someone else. A second of silence for Lin. Lin Shure, who was inwardly shocked, secretly shook his head behind Linen. Sigh. While Linen was still hesitating, he suddenly smelled the scent of maturity. This familiar shampoo smell. Xiao won't be standing behind me, will she? Thinking that, Linen glanced at the TV screen in front of him, and sure enough, a familiar figure was reflected back, and Lin Shure was standing behind Linen, inexplicably shaking his head. Seeing this, Linen sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh no, Xiao-san. With this action, could it be that she found out? With that, Linen turned off his cell phone with a point of his finger and buried it in his arms, suddenly tilting his head to look at Lin Shure. Sister Xiao, you don't have any sound when you walk. Phew, you almost scared me to death. Linen pretended to speak calmly, wanting to see what Lin Shure's reaction was first. If the reaction had been strange, then he could now wait for that bathroom to fix puppies and bare his teeth at him. If there's no reaction, well, then he got away with it. But, what do you mean? Sure, Ori, with a bad smile on your face? Oh, scared to death of me? Could it be that just now, Little N was doing something unseemly? Lin Shure put his palm on Lin N's shoulder and stared straight into Lin N's somewhat evasive eyes. Finished, it's over. Xiao's words. Definitely saw it. The corner of Lin N's mouth twitched. Then he said, that, Sister Xiao, when I say that I was just chatting with an ordinary friend, do you believe me? It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. Guess if Xiao Lin believes it? Chapter 10. Linen is not to be snatched away from her old sister. Inside the shower, a young girl with black hair, still a little wet, was standing in front of the mirror, her small round head bowed. Hey, why don't the bunnies grow up even after I eat so much? Lin Lin's small pink hand gently weighed it, but it didn't feel any weight, as if it didn't exist. With a slight movement, only the empty dress shifted slightly. Why is that? Lin Lin beamed, very dissatisfied. Looking at herself in the mirror flat, the beautiful mood of the freshly showered instantly became not so good. Obviously mom and sister-in-law's rabbits are big guys. How is it that you are a small bear? Ah, oh, did I just pick it up? Lin Lin's little face was full of depression. Not Kason. When he thought of Lin Shure's amazing bosom, Lin Lin couldn't help but begin to recall the flavor of Lin Shure's hair just now. That bastard Linen actually smelled like a little ant on him. Well, does that mean that guy Linen lied to her? That day, is Linen actually with her sister-in-law? My sister-in-law also came home today while mom and dad were away. Hiss, it can't be that auntie has a thing for Reinen. After the little girl figured everything out, Lin Lin's heart shook violently, and his white teeth clenched together at the top and bottom. Pink fingers tugged tightly as well. No way. How do you get a young nun to eat an old cow? This is an absolute no-no. Pa. Lin Lin then opened the door and aggressively walked towards the living room. Lin Lin intended to find Linen and Lin Shure to ask for clarification. Lin Lin actually didn't quite believe that his little aunt was the kind of person who liked to bully innocent young boys. But Lin Shure and Linen smelled exactly the same that day. It was hard not to let her think the wrong thing. And Linen had actually lied to her. This alone made Lin Lin feel angry and upset. No matter what, Linen could never be abducted by her own sister-in-law. At this point, Lin Lin didn't even realize that he was already becoming more and more emotionally unavailable to Linen. Lin Lin's small white tenderfeet kept stepping out and soon met the two figures in the living room. Lin Shure leaned her elbows on the sofa, her white palms propping up her face. A light smile on her face as she locked eyes with Linen. The smile on Lin's face, on the other hand, looked a little awkward. The image in Lin Lin's eyes was that the younger sister, the older sister, was teasing Linen, the younger boy. Abominable. Lin Lin was inwardly displeased and gritted his teeth, quickly walking over to Lin Shure and pulling Lin Shure's arm to the side. Hey, little Lin? Lin Shure asked suspiciously. She was still waiting for Lin An's answer, but she didn't expect to be dragged away by this little girl. Little aunt, come over here. I have something to say to you. Lin Shure glanced at Linen, who was looking this way. His head moved closer to Lin Shure's ear and said quietly. Lin Lin's soulful little eyes seemed to not want Linen to know what she was about to say. Watching Lin Shure being taken away, Linen instantly breathed a sigh of relief, but soon became a bit nervous again. Shio won't just sell him later. Linen was worried that Lin Shure would directly tell Lin Lin about his cell phone having other girls' accounts. He immediately looked nervously at Lin Shure. If that matter was known by that silly girl Lin Lin, hey, she might cry again. In the past, as long as he was a little closer to other girls, Lin Lin would always look at him with tears in the corners of her eyes, and say, don't want me anymore. Just thinking about Lin Lin's crying face made Linen helpless. Hey, now I can only pray that Shio will be a human being. And a certain girl didn't know what Linen was thinking. All she saw was that asshole Linen looking at her little aunt. Damn it, you asshole. Just like looking at big bunnies. Ha, HM. Lin Lin glanced grudgingly at Linen, who was looking at Lin Shure, pouted her little mouth, and spoke softly to Lin Shure, who was full of doubts. Auntie, what are you doing here today? Lin Lin nervously waited for Lin Shure's answer. If her little aunt really came for Linen, then she shouldn't blame her for being righteous. Humph. Linen was not to be snatched away by the old man. It should be left to an innocent little girl like her. Lin's somewhat hostile eyes made Lin Shure feel amused. So after thinking about it, he directly cupped Lin Lin's little head and came close to his ear, lightly exhaling his breath. Of course I came back to see if you guys did anything bad. Bad. Is that what she's thinking? Damn it, Auntie is so bad. Lin Lin's face swished red. Shyly she lowered her head and instantly didn't dare to look at Lin Shure. Her eyes slightly glanced at Linen, who was looking over here dumbfounded. But Lin An's gaze was on Lin Shure, so she silently clenched her fists. Little Auntie is bad, and Linen is even worse. Ha, why isn't Shaolin talking? Is she shy? Lin Shure continued to tease Lin Lin and cupped Lin Lin's red face to make her look at Linen. Lin Lin's gaze directly met Lin An's for a moment before he hastily inclined his head and said to Lin Shure in a disgruntled manner. No, there's no shyness, don't joke around. Auntie, answer my words properly. Why did you come back? Because I'm worried that Rinnen, he's not honest enough to make a move on you. The little white rabbit. Ha, he wouldn't do that. Lin froze slightly, lowered his head, and spoke softly. Linen, he's just an asshole who'll take care of her. Will he still bully her? Seems to be a real bully to bully her sometimes. For example, lately, he's been lying to her, which is just bullying her. How do you know it won't? You and Lin are almost 19, right? And you're sophomores now. College is a free-for-all. Lin Shure was both hinting and reminding Lin, but Lin did not fall for it. I don't know anything, I just know he won't. I believe him. Hey, this silly girl. Lin's clear and determined eyes made Lin Shure not know what to say. Linen is good to you, but don't forget that Linen is not a member of our family. He's only staying here temporarily, even though Linen had lived there for a bit too long. So long that Lin had gotten used to Lin An's presence. Maybe Lin An's family would come to pick him up one day. Lin sure didn't know whether or not to tell Lin Lin these words. Perhaps Lin Lin himself was well aware of these things and just ignored them. Auntie, were you with Lin An the day before yesterday? Lin Lin was torn for a moment, then asked softly. Lin Lin now only wanted to find out if his little aunt had bad intentions towards Lin An. After all, his little aunt was already a person who was running for 3, yet she never had a boyfriend. Maybe it's just to wait for Lin to grow up so she can do it. Lin sure was a little crying and laughing. This girl's brain in addition to Lin An's things. There is no other things well, what kind of nonsense is your little brain thinking about? Instead of asking me, why don't you ask Lin An yourself? As for me, today's inspection is over, so I'll leave first, little auntie. Lin sure laughed and patted Lin Lin's head fearfully as he directly left. Let the youngsters work things out on their own. After all, those 2 little guys are grown-ups and have their hearts in the right place. Lin Lin wanted to continue to pursue Lin sure, but Lin An walked up to Lin Lin, and the words he was about to say stopped straight away. I'm sorry, Lin Lin, I shouldn't have lied to you. Lin An's sudden operation of bowing his head and admitting his mistake left Lin Lin dumbfounded. What's going on here? Lin Lin's good-looking eyes looked at Lin An and secretly thought, whatever, Lin An apologized to me anyway. Lin Lin was in an instantly joyful mood, but she still gave a fake angry grunt and directly hugged her chest. Yeah, you shouldn't have lied to me. I shouldn't have stayed out at night and left a Manu at home. Yeah, you shouldn't have left me alone. I shouldn't go behind your back and secretly talk to other girls. Yeah, you shouldn't secretly talk to other girls. Before the words were finished, Lin Lin's expression became odd, and his originally relaxed little hand clenched up again. Sure enough, Rainan is an asshole. Lin An, who had his head lowered, didn't notice Lin Lin's change. It just felt like Lin Lin spoke in a calm tone, as if he had already known about those things. After saying those words, Lin An Xin relaxed a lot in her heart, and the corner of her mouth hooked in a dark smile. Oh, as long as I apologize quickly, Lin Lin won't get mad. I'm a ing genius. Chapter 11. The main thing to look at is that this man is taking on that girl. Pay attention. The man in front of you holding a girl's small white feet in his hand is called Lin An. He was doing his best to massage the white feet of the girl sitting on the couch holding her breasts and beaming. Lin An was selling out, and Lin Lin was enjoying Lin An's massage. Asshole Lin An. Don't think I'll forgive you for massaging my feet so well. Lin Lin skimmed her small mouth and arrogantly inclined her rosy little head, her beautiful eyes no longer staring at Lin An's movements, but the itch coming from her little feet made Lin Lin not help but blush, and couldn't help but cover her little mouth. Still, a petulant sound accidentally escaped through his fingers. What's wrong? Lin An asked curiously as he stopped moving and lifted his head to look at Lin Lin's rosy cheeks. Did you hit her too hard? This silly girl can't take it? After all, Lin Lin's body was weak, weaker than battle scum. As Lin An thought darkly in her mind, the small foot Lin An was holding became a little shaky. Lin Lin breathed out a fluffy sound with it. It's fine. It just feels a little itchy. Oh, okay. Massaging the palms of your feet is like that. Some people are just sensitive like that. Lin An didn't think much about it and continued to massage Lin Lin. Right now he just wanted to put Lin Lin in a happy mood. As long as this girl was in a good mood, that girl doesn't cry and play little tantrums. Time passed by. Lin Lin's face was still flushed, and her little feet held in Lin An's hands shook every now and then, and Lin served the tiny guy with a serious face. Well, you're in a better mood after that long massage, aren't you? Lin asked out loud, letting go of one hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. There was so much sweat on his hands that they were already almost wetting Lin Lin's little feet, so it was better not to continue. Lin An thought darkly, smiling lightly as she met Lin Lin's eyes. It's over. Lin Lin froze and said subconsciously, suddenly meeting Lin An's lightly smiling face. With that, a small pout and a grunt escaped the reddened face. I'll forgive you for trying so hard. Afterward, she reluctantly put away her little feet that still had remnants of Lin An's body heat. I want to do it again. Damn it. Why is Lin An's technique so good? It's almost like I'm falling. Did that asshole Lin An actually massage other girls too? Thinking of this, Lin Lin's tender little face revealed a hint of skepticism as he slightly glanced at Lin An, and Lin was relaxed now. Lin Lin is finally not angry anymore. If he hadn't offered to massage Lin Lin's foot muscles, Lin Lin's sensitive girl would have cried. But, Lin An lowered his head to look at the fingers he had just massaged for Lin Lin. Lin Lin's feet are kinda soft as cotton candy. Thinking about it, the corners of Lin An's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Lin the pervert. After seeing Lin An's every move, Lin Lin's face reddened and she pouted her little mouth as she secretly said something directly in her heart. Then, standing up, he walked over to Lin the pervert's side. Lin An. What's going on? Lin An asked suspiciously. He was a little flustered in his heart. Was this ninny still not relieved of her anger? Cell phone. Give it to me. Lin Lin stretched out her white, soft little hand, her eyes staring straight at the bulging cell phone in Lin An's pants pocket. Even though she forgave Lin, she still wanted to know what kind of stuff Lin had talked to that girl about. I hope it's not something that's not easy for lesser children. As soon as Lin Lin asked, Lin An knew what Lin Lin was thinking, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly handed his cell phone to Lin Lin. Here, what's the password? Lin Lin looked up at Lin An after receiving the cell phone and asked, your birthday. As soon as the magnetic words fell, Lin Lin's little face swished red. The deer in the headlights inside is banging against the wall of the heart. Lin Lin's face suddenly overflowed with a faint smile, but she pursed her small lips again, not wanting Lin An to find out, but that rosy little face couldn't be hidden. Looking at the smile at the corner of Lin Lin's mouth, Lin An also involuntarily smiled. This silly girl, she's showing her heart on her face, and she's still pursing her lips. Obviously it's just a lot of fun. After successfully unlocking the phone and seeing Lin An's cell phone wallpaper, Lin Lin was even happier. Fasshole Lin An, that picture of her as wallpaper, he really still has her in his heart. Lin Lin deliberately inclined her head because she was so happy, not wanting Lin An to see her shy scene. Once her head was turned, her eyes were glued to a girl's avatar on her cell phone. Upon seeing that little red dot, Lin Lin turned back and looked at Lin An and asked, Lin, did you read the message she sent you? No. After receiving Lin An's affirmative reply, Lin Lin realized that this was not a new message from the girl, but the result of Lin An not checking it all along. If Lin An hasn't seen it, I'll check it out. Isn't that a bad idea? Lin Lin gave Lin An a tangled look, so her small pink mouth opened slightly. Lin An, come over here and let's watch it together. Okay. Lin An answered softly, then got up and sat beside Lin Lin. As soon as they sat down, the shoulders of Lin An and Lin Lin leaned against each other. At once, a unique sweet-smelling scent from the girl's body went straight to the tip of Lin An's nose. Gulp! Lin An subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes staring at Lin Lin's angelic face, secretly thinking, Lin Lin, it smells so good, just like cotton candy, nice and soft. I want to hug this marshmallow and savor it. Lin Lin's attention was on top of her cell phone, and the stupid little girl didn't know that Lin An, who was sitting on the side, had other little thoughts about her at the moment. When she felt the warmth of the body beside her, Lin Lin's small white hand reached for the cell phone screen. I'll click on it now. Lin An, who was still staring at Lin Lin's face, was shocked in his heart by the sudden fluffy sound. Thought he'd been spotted, but it turned out, the stupid girl didn't even notice his gaze. Lin Lin pointed his finger and a line of black words emerged. Yesterday at 8:20. Xin Ning, thank you so much. Thank you for taking me to the hospital the day before yesterday and taking care of me so considerately all night. Thank you, asterisk smiley face asterisk. Lin An was taking care of the little kid and couldn't reply in time sorry. Automatic reply. Seeing this, Lin Lin frowned slightly. Took care of him for a whole night. That means Lin An shared a room with someone else's girl. Alone. For a whole night that day. Damn it. Bastard Rinan. He really left her behind and went to find someone else. Although she knows that she is taking care of a patient, she is just so angry. It was clear that Lin An was exclusive to her alone. And now it's, Lin Lin was upset and Lin An was worried. Seeing Lin Lin's tightly clenched little pink hand, he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch as he secretly thought, this girl, she's going to crush my cell phone. Just as the thought came out, Lin Lin's small pink hand loosened. She took a deep breath and exhaled. Calm down. Lin An is trying to take care of the patient. We can't be petty. She then proceeded to scratch down the chat log at Lin An's ghostly look. Lin An blinked and looked at Lin Lin. I'm surprised his family's little jealousy pot didn't tip over. But he didn't think much of it, and followed Lin Lin's line of sight to his cell phone. He too wanted to know what the guy had said. Yesterday at 12:10. Ning Xin. Wow. I realized I can get my feet off the ground. Thank you Lin An. I couldn't have gotten better so fast without your one-night massage. Thank you, asterisk smiley face asterisk. Lin An was taking care of the little kid and couldn't reply in time sorry. Auto reply. Gee, angry. She's really angry. I said why is that asshole Lin An's technique so good? But it turned out to be for someone else's massage all night. Asshole. After Lin Lin read the message, his face instantly became gloomy and he turned his head, giving Lin An a super fierce expression. What do you have to explain? I'm wearing gloves. Even with gloves you touched someone's feet and legs. I'll bite you to death today. You philanderer. Lin Lin then transformed into a puppy and pounced on Lin An with his teeth showing. Chapter 12, Don't bring my Lin Lin down. Lin An, I'm scared. I don't want to. Let's go back. Lin Lin wrapped her arms around Lin An's arm, her reddish little head coming close to Lin An's face, her voice slightly trembling as she said in a soft voice. Lin Lin had been afraid of life since she was a little girl, and if there was no one around her, she would feel scared and then cry into tears. Even though Lin Lin was now wrinkling her little face in an extremely aggravated and on the verge of tears look, but Linen didn't agree with Lin Lin's idea at all. Linen reached out and stroked Lin Lin's little brain and laughed. Just now was not quite powerful, but also bit me. Now how to go to buy a dish and goat. Hearing this, Lin Lin's face instantly turned scarlet, her small mouth pouting. After her eyes glanced at the red marks on Lin An's arm, her rosy cheeks slightly buried into Lin An's arm, muttering in a low voice, Who told you to touch someone else? I got angry and did that. Lin An, I'm a bit scared. Shall we go back? Lin Lin's white fingers gently tugged at the corner of Lin An's coat, begging Lin An to take her away from this crowded place. Lin An shook his head helplessly. Hey, if Lin Lin had been so afraid of the baby, if she lived alone in the future, she would really starve to death, right? No, Lin Lin, I can't be around you all the time. You have to learn to live alone. Are you going to leave me again? Lin Lin lifted her face, which had some reddened eyes, and stared straight into Lin An's eyes. I won't leave you, but I'll always be too busy to take care of you, and if you get hungry or sick when I'm not around, what will you do? If something happens to you? What would I do if something happened to you? Are you going to leave me? Lin An raised his palms and brought his hands close to Lin Lin's ears, gently cupping Lin Lin's small face up, his head slightly closer to Lin Lin, looking at Lin Lin with extremely gentle eyes. After meeting Lin An's eyes, Lin Lin's small face involuntarily reddened. Nodded. I'm not leaving you behind. Then I'll try, but you have to stay with me. You can't leave me alone. Lin An pinched Lin Lin's cheeks and laughed. Yeah. Lin Lin's willingness to nod his head in agreement was something he didn't expect. After all, in Lin An's opinion Lin Lin was just a brat who liked to rely on people. The mind is very childish and stubborn, as well as gullible. Lin An actually wanted Lin Lin to stay this naive, but what about once he was gone? Who will guard Lin Lin? Sooner or later she would have to face life alone. Let's go. Lin Lin's boyish face was no longer melancholy. Instead it was covered with a sunny smile, and now Lin Lin walked in front of Lin An and extended a hand towards him. Yeah, let's go. The two warm palms then folded together and walked together to the food market. Inside the food market, the cluttered market was filled with older men and women, but in front of one stall stood a fresh-faced girl. Quiet, the neighbor's sister-in-law not far from Lin Lin's house, is Lin Lin's classmate, and of course, Lin Lin's best friend. She was dressed in a casual blue dress and stood in front of a stall selling cucumbers, bargaining with the stall owner's aunt. $3 a pound. Don't bother, I have plenty of cucumbers at home anyway. Oh, then save these cucumbers for your own good eating, auntie. With that said, Quiet shook out her short hair that just reached her shoulders, carried her bag, and walked away without looking back. Seeing that Quiet was gone, Aunt Cucumber could not sit still, and instantly rose, calling out, "Little auntie, don't go. $2.50 is $2.50. At these words, Quiet, who had just taken a step out of the room, immediately turned back and pulled out his cell phone and scanned the code. $25 for a 10-pounder. Okay, just be quiet and wait for the old aunt to fill her cucumber. Two familiar figures reflected in her eyes. Lin-un, there are so many people here. Can I can't, now that I'm here. I'm not leaving, but there are so many people. I'm afraid. Lin-Lin's fingers tightly hooked onto Lin-An's clothes, and her delicate body kept moving closer and closer to Lin-An, as if she was afraid that Lin-An would suddenly disappear. I have to hold on to Lin in order to not let Lin leave me behind. Lin was nervous, scared, and her heart kept pounding. I'm here with you, so if you're scared, hold on tight. Aha! Lin patted Lin-Lin's back in fear, attempting to calm Lin-Lin's troubled mind. Ha! Watching Lin clinging to Lin like a sloth, Quiet on the side looked on in awe. When did Xiao-Lin become so bold? How dare she come to a crowded place like the food market? Is this a case of taking the wrong medication or being forced by Lin? Her best friend has always been a cowering little girl who gets good grades but socially has only one friend of her own. Could it be that little Lin was being forced by Lin? Well, other than that, she really couldn't figure out why the Lin who had to drag herself to even go to the restroom before she dared to go had become so bold. Yo, little girl, your cucumber, the old aunt said as she handed the bag toward Quiet. Quiet's attention was on Lin and Lin at the moment, and the food market was so crowded and noisy that she didn't hear the old aunt's words. Seeing this, the old aunt spoke up again. Little girl, your cucumber. Oh, okay. Quiet reacted instantly, reaching for the bag. Suddenly, a soft voice came. Ha, Quiet, you're here too. Are you here to buy groceries too? Lin was also attracted by the booming voice and just looked over. At that moment, the girl who was still pouting became less afraid, and directly pulled Lin-An's arm towards the Quiet. Well, Lin, you guys this. Girl, you mild cucumber. Oh, hearing Auntie's reminder, Quiet then took the cucumber as Lin and Lin watched. Oh, so you're here to buy cucumbers, Shaoan. Simply Lin Lin smiled and spoke to Quiet. Right. What kind of dish is it intended to be? Teach me. It's not for eating, it's for using. Used? Cucumbers are for eating. How can you use them? How do I use it? Lin Lin's little head tilted slightly, not trying to understand what Quiet meant by that. Then he asked, used for what? With that, Lin Lin blurted out with curiosity. Ahem. Well, don't ask, and Quiet, you don't teach my Lin Lin. After hearing Lin Lin's words, Linen frowned and reached out his palm to pull Lin Lin's small hand into his arms. Aha! Linen's sudden movement caused Lin Lin's little head to be directly close to his shoulder. Feeling Lin Lin's breath, Lin Lin's face slightly reddened and blinked her eyes as she looked at Linen. His family Lin Lin. Don't get me wrong. This is my mom getting ready to use these as a face mask. Realizing that his words were ever so slightly ambiguous, Quiet hurriedly explained. Well, good. I don't think your mom can wait to use that, so I'll just take Lin Lin and go. Bye. Linen said perfunctorily afterward, directly holding Lin Lin's soft little hand towards the other side of the food market, leaving only a dumbfounded silence. Linen knows it's probably just a misunderstanding, but for the sake of Lin Lin's physical and mental health, he can only first take Lin Lin, who is full of curiosity, to go away. Cannot Lin Lin quasi to ask for an understanding? How can such a simple Lin Lin be contaminated by yellow waste? He would never allow it. Hey, Rinnen, what did you mean by what you just said? What did I just say? Linen froze, looked at the shy Lin Lin, and asked in confusion. What did he say? Nothing. Seeing Lin An's frozen look, Lin Lin beamed. Playing dumb? Lin Lin stepped on Lin An's foot, and then he tightly hugged Lin An's arm. Even if you play dumb, don't try to leave me behind. Lin An was a little confused, somehow being questioned, and somehow being stepped on. And now, strange, I didn't do anything, did I? What kind of little tantrum is this silly girl throwing? Looking at the way Lin Lin tightly hugged his arm, Linen became even more puzzled. This silly girl, is she really stupid? Linen thought about it but still couldn't figure out what the purpose of Lin Lin's confusing behavior was. If you can't think about it, you just don't think about it. Forget it, this is his little girl anyway, even if it's stupid. Chapter 13 You bully me. I'll just tell my mom. It was the first time Lin Lin had come to a place with so many people. She felt panicked by her heart, and her small white hands tightly hooked Lin An's clothes together, and hugged Lin An's arm tightly and forcefully, as if he was afraid that Lin An would leave. The reddened little face was glued to Lin An's shoulder, and only when she felt Lin An's body heat did she feel at ease. Lin An won't leave me behind, he said. I'm his Lin Lin. Every time she thought of this, Lin Lin's fingers became harder and harder, and her rosy little face rubbed against Lin An's arm. Lin An was puzzled and confused. What is this girl Lin Lin up to? Just now, she was inexplicably angry and stepped on him, but now she was clinging to him. Oops, sure is a little kid. Hard to understand. The other side of the food market is no longer an open-air market, but an internal supermarket. While the outside food market smells cumbersome and unpleasant, the inside is much cleaner and the odor is relatively much lighter. Lin, where are we going? Is it going back? Seeing that Lin An was leading her away from the food market, Lin Lin couldn't help but ask with a joy in her heart. This is too dirty. Let's go somewhere else. I don't want your clothes to get dirty. Your clothes are hard to wash. Lin An replied with a faint smile and lowered his head to stroke Lin Lin's head. Lin Lin gently nodded his head and stopped speaking. Even though Lin wasn't taking her back, Lin was caring about me. Well, after all, we are his Lin Lin. Glancing at Lin Lin's buried soft face, Lin An rubbed his fingers through the silky hair of the silly nymph underneath him and laughed. Let's get going then. It's getting dark already. Good. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Lin's small white and tender hands were carrying 2 large bags, while Lin An was empty-handed. There wasn't a single gap in the little girl's hand. It was stuffed to the brim with the big bag, and her childish face was full of aggravation. Ooh, asshole Lin An bullies. All the while, the tall teenager standing behind her had a smirk on his face. Lin Lin has finally learned to go grocery shopping on her own, and although she accompanies herself, when she goes to ask the merchants, it's her. Silly girl's making progress. Lin An, you big badass. Lin Lin tilted her soft little face up and shouted furiously at Lin An. Lin Lin had just wanted to turn to Lin An for help, but just as he inclined his head, he saw the smile on Lin An's face. At once Lin Lin was offended. Bastard Lin An, actually letting the lovely one carry so many things by herself. Damn it, my hands are getting soft. Oh, asshole Lin An, when I get back I'll tell mom how you bullied me. I'll make you suffer. Lin Lin beamed her cute little face. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she stared straight at Lin An, her inner thoughts rambling. Yes, I'm the big bad guy. So Lin Lin just carry these vegetables home honestly. I'll be behind you to supervise you. Oomph. Hearing Lin An's cheeky admission, Lin didn't know what to say for a moment. Gritting her teeth, she skimmed her pink mouth and grunted. I can't let Lin An underestimate me. It's just 2 bags. What's the big deal? Lin huffed and puffed her little mouth as she walked aggressively in the direction of her home. Bullying me? Ha! I'll bully you when the night is over. Lin had a note in his mind. And suddenly a faint bad smile appeared faintly on Lin An's tender little face behind his back. Hey! Lin An walked behind the petite Lin. Looking at Lin's small body trembling slightly, Lin An immediately became a little worried. Did he overestimate Lin's delicate body? I'm sick all the time, but I'm not so sick that I can't even lift 2 bags of groceries. Lin was a medicine pot and a battle scum. Lin hesitated for a moment and walked up to pat Lin's delicate shoulders in fear. Lin, hey, you, what are you doing? Lin turned toward a frightened bunny. Her little feet hopped and jumped to the side, looking at Lin warily. Cood, bastard Lin could listen to her heart. That little heart was discovered? Why else would Lin suddenly come over and pinch? Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Lin An's face and let loose a dark curse on Lin in his heart. Lambda pervert. Lambda pervert. Lambda pervert. Lambda pervert. What? No response. I made a mistake. Miss Lin, what's wrong with you again? Lin froze and approached Lin, holding his chest and looking at Lin helplessly before asking, why are you suddenly so afraid of him? Can't be thinking of anything bad. It occurred to Lin Xin that Lin was a childish simpleton whose mind always surfaced. Glancing at Lin's flustered little face, Lin felt more and more that Lin was premeditating something. Humph. I'm afraid of you. Isn't it obvious? You've said you're a badass. What if you suddenly do what bad guys do? Lin said softly, her voice getting smaller and smaller, and her face getting redder and redder. What if Lin really did it? Do I half-heartedly refuse? Or do I give up resisting? Lin turned into a steamed G. Also do not know what to think of. Pursed lips, fingers tightly hooked in the hands of the bag. Even the heart under his chest was beating frantically without argument. Ha! Lin was dumbfounded. Was he that kind of person? Lin should be joking, but why is her face so red? Like she's already being bullied. She pursed her lips. This ninny is really faking it, isn't she? Thinking of this, Lin slowly walked over to the shy Lin. Reaching out, he landed on Lin's chin. Slowly, he lifted her head up, his eyes meeting his. Since I'm the bad guy, I'm going to have to do what a bad guy would do. Lin's eyes were wide and her heart was pounding with nervousness. It's coming. If you dare to bully me, I'll tell my mom. Lin's small pink hand clenched, pouting and shouting fiercely. Seeing Lin's stupid and foolish appearance, Lin secretly laughed, directly reaching out his palm to rub Lin's face. He said, why are you so cute? Almost really didn't hold back. Lin is so fragrant and soft, I want to hold her tight and sleep. You're bullying me again. I'll bite you to death. Ouch. Goo. After her red, smiling cheeks were viciously pinched by Lin huffed and puffed and skimmed her mouth. Then her tiger's mouth opened to bite Lin An's finger, but it was a direct pat on the little head by Lin. Okay, not messing with you. Let's go home. Lin smiled and received the bag in Lin's hand into his own. The other palm then reached out, grasping Lin's soft little hand that was reddened by the bag's strangulation and holding it tightly in the palm of her hand. Lin froze, her red face lifting up to look at Lin An's lightly smiling face, didn't know what to say, except that her heart was beating fast and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but want to rise. Seeing Lin not moving, Lin urged, come on, Miss Lin, we should go home. Yeah. Chapter 14, Lin is a big bad guy. Back to the Lin family. Lin had originally planned to teach Lin how to wash and cook vegetables, but after remembering that Lin once almost blew up the kitchen because of an operational error, Lin wasn't going to bring it up again either. To let Lin grow, this can't be rushed. After all, if the kitchen is gone, they won't starve to death. 8:32 p.m. Pa, Lin, I'm done showering. Let's go to the room now. Lin opened the door to the shower room and rubbed his wet hair with a dry towel while looking at Lin, who was sitting on the sofa, with a bad smile. Ha, it's finally nighttime, isn't it? I'm going to bully you so hard when I get into my room later. Big bad Lin. Lin's boyish face revealed a hint of impishness and took slow steps towards Lin. Oh, yeah. After Lin's soft voice came from behind him, Lin then answered and hurriedly put the cell phone in his hand into his pocket. Just now, Lin replied to Ning Xinshin's message while Lin was taking a shower, and Lin claimed that he was doing a part-time job so he didn't reply to her in time, and let Ning Xinshin peace of mind to recuperate. Do not keep sending messages to say thank you and so on. After all, it is he accidentally knocked down the flower pots before smashing Ning Xinshin, and Ning Xinshin didn't reply. This made Lin a little difficult. He wanted to make things clear with Ning Xinshin. He didn't want Ning Xinshin to still be sending messages to him. Lin Lin would definitely be very unhappy when she saw those messages. Hey, his family's silly girl will definitely be furious and say, Linen, you've changed. If you don't want me, I'll bite you to death. Just thinking about it made Linen feel bad. Hey, what's wrong with you? Panicking? Couldn't be secretly messaging someone else. Lin Lin beamed her little mouth and inserted her little waist in dissatisfaction. But she could see clearly that Lin An's cell phone was closing very quickly. And Lin An's expression just now how to look very wrong. It's just a simple reply to Ning Xinshin. Lin An waved his hand and replied helplessly. Hey, nervous girl. If I had taken care of Lin Lin when I was a child, she wouldn't have been so sensitive, right? Lin Lin's eyes narrowed slightly and his little face tilted up to stare straight at Lin An. Really? Really? Oh well. Lin Lin's little head nodded gently. With that, the small white and tender hand slightly reached out to hold Lin An's palm. After touching that warm touch, she then couldn't wait to pull Lin An towards her room. Although Lin An's face looked sincere just now, she was aware that Lin An had actually lied. Lin An, this asshole, definitely had a ghost in his movements just now. But Lin Lin didn't want to expose Lin An. She planned to wait until she went back to her room. Then she would ruthlessly poke at Lin An's lies. Then bully Lin An. Ha. After coming to the door of Lin Lin's room, Lin An looked at Lin Lin, who was giggling beside him and standing frozen in the doorway, and couldn't help but feel a little amused as the corners of his mouth ticked. Oh, what kind of happy things is this girl thinking about again? It would be nice if Lin Lin is always this happy. After thinking darkly for a while, Lin An slightly lowered his head and gently exhaled a breath near Lin Lin's pink earlobe. What's on your mind? Lin Lin. You badass. Faint breath blew into Lin Lin's earlobe, instantly causing Lin Lin to jolt and her petite body to tremble. Her little face instantly flushed red, fiercely glaring back at Lin An, her little hand reaching out to pound Lin An's chest. But how could the petite battle scum Lin Lin be a match for the big asshole Lin? So the delicate girl was now gripped by the wrist of a hand that had fallen from the sky. Asshole Lin An, bullying me again. Just now it was someone's little ear. Now it's her wrist. Bad Lin An. Hey, you've made a move. Can't I fight back? Lin An responded with a smile. You obviously scared me first. Lin Lin's little face tilted up and shouted. With that, the little mouth opened and the cute little tiger teeth were directly revealed. Bad Lin An, just know how to bully me. I'll bite you. TSK, if you can't beat me, you'll just move your mouth, right? Before Lin Lin's tiger's mouth could fall, he was again pinched by Lin An with one hand on his tender cheek. Being pinched on her face, Lin Lin's directly unable to speak. She could only showing a fierce face towards Lin An. Asshole Lin An, just know how to bully her. Damn it. I'm going to go in the room later and I'm going to get my revenge back. Seeing Lin Lin's pouty little mouth and that sultry little look in her eyes, Lin An didn't hold back and laughed outright. TSK, the ability is not big. The temper are not small. Cannot beat actually want to bite me. Lin An slightly lowered his waist and came close to Lin Lin's face and laughed. Badass. Lin Lin was unconvinced and continued to tilt his head back. I'm the bad guy, right? Then I'll rush what the bad guys do. After saying that, the soles of Lin Lin's shoes directly moved away from the floor, and she was picked up by Lin An. What are you doing? Lin Lin flustered, wrapped his arms around Lin An's neck and said faintly, Hey, of course I'm taking you inside. Otherwise I'd be standing here with you. Click. After the magnetic voice fell, before Lin Lin could say anything, the door to the room was already opened by Lin An. Croon. Lin Lin skimmed her little mouth and buried her little head into Lin An's arms, ignoring Lin An. Lin An is an asshole, a badass, a big pervert who likes to bully people. After inwardly cursing, Lin Lin's little head rubbed against Lin An. Why does Lin An's body smell so good? Weird. Lin Lin, what's wrong with you? Angry? No. Lin Lin lifted her head away from Lin An and skimmed her small mouth, speaking softly. This guy is definitely pissed off again. Could it be that he's grown up and doesn't like to be hugged anymore? TSK, that does seem to be the case. Lin Lin is already 19 years old. I shouldn't be like this. Thinking about his current actions, he also glanced at Lin Lin's little head that was skimming over at that moment. Lin An thought even more that it was because of this that the little girl in his arms was angry. Lin Lin, let me put you down. Hey, I'm actually. Before Lin Lin could finish his sentence, Lin An had already approached the pink bed in front of him. With that, he dropped his hands and Lin Lin landed on the bed. Said no hug. Lin Lin patted his clothes, sat up with his hands on the bed, and glared. Why do you feel more angry? It didn't hurt to fall, did it? Looking at Lin Lin's beaming face, not in a very good mood by any stretch of the imagination, Lin An then took the initiative to break the deadlock. Ahem. let's get started on the paper. Hey, yeah, grown. It's finally that time, isn't it? Lin will wait to be tortured by Mr. Lin tonight. What are you giggling about? Get the test papers over here. Lin? From now on, you have to call me MS. Lin student. Hey, well, Mr. Lin, quickly bring the test papers over for me to test. Chapter 15. If you keep messing around, I'm going to be rude to you. Are you stupid? You can't even do such a simple question. Hey, it seems that little San needs to continue to work hard before he can do it. Lin's head lay on Lin's lap, looking at Lin's after an hour's time to make the test paper, constantly critiquing Lin's papers in a flirtatious tone. Lin, can't you just sit down and read the test paper? You're moving around in this position. Really, it's a real dilemma. Hey, do you have a problem with that? Little Un, I'm your teacher now, so you have to be good and listen to your teacher. If you don't answer the questions, I'll punish you. After saying that, Lin, who used Lin's thigh as a pillow, slightly extended her small pink hand. The fingertips gently poked Lin's face, and instantly there was a warm, soft touch between the fingertips, which directly raised a smile on the little girl's face. Hey, this is what it feels like to poke someone in the face. It feels really good. No wonder Lin has always liked to bully her. Lin underneath was making trouble, but Lin couldn't stop her and was helpless in his heart. He still had to do some serious work, but he didn't have time to spend with this childish girl, seeing that his words didn't get a good reply. Just reaping the rewards of Lin's playful little gestures. Lin sighed helplessly, no longer paying any attention to Lin who was lying underneath him and constantly messing around. Solely continued to answer the questions. Hey, what are you doing again? Lin was just about to continue moving his pen when he suddenly felt Lin in his arms fidgeting and hurriedly lowered his head in question. Gee, he won't be able to control this girl if she keeps this up. I'm punishing you. You got a lot of questions wrong, yeah. Of course you have to be punished for doing something wrong. Lin responded lightly, not paying much attention to Lin's words. What kind of punishment is that when you put your hand in my shirt? Anyway, I'm your teacher now. I can do whatever I want. Lin's lowered gaze met Lin, and then the little girl underneath him skimmed her little mouth and let out a soft, strong hum. Actually, she doesn't know what to do except to secretly draw some little animals on Lin's skin with a pen. Lin was trying to bully Lin properly, but her brain didn't know what to do and would only do some childish behavior. Should I ask for quiet? Just as Lin was thinking this, he was planning to pull out his cell phone. A large hand above his head fell down and cupped Lin's soft face. Get your ass down here. I asked you to tutor me in my homework, not to around on me. I don't want it. Lin protested, adamantly not wanting to get up. Want her to get up? No way. This little ninny is really getting rebellious. If we don't treat her properly now, hell knows what she'll do later. After hearing Lin's words, the corners of Lin's mouth twitched, and his face pretended to be ferocious as he let out harsh words. Get up on your own, but don't force me to use force. I don't want it. Slightly. Lin's small mouth opened and she cried out in a single word and spat out her tongue towards Lin. Then her small hands reached out and hugged Lin's waist tightly. Resting her head against Lin's arms, she beamed her little mouth and complained as she continued. How dare you threaten me when it's obvious that I'm kindly helping you with your homework? Lin, say, aren't you bad? Lin said while poking Lin's chest with his finger. Are you stupid? In the face of Lin's small movements, Lin held her small hand in one hand, while the other hand pinched Lin's soft little face. I'll be impolite if Mr. Lin attacks me personally again. Even though she was a weak and easily pushed body, she had a temper. How is it that Lin can bully and she can't? Croon. Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but feel amused. Obviously a girl who is a battle scum, but she is actually speaking out of her mouth. What is this? Lin laughed as he looked at Lin, who was tilting his little head underneath him with a haughty look on his face. Softly, how rude do you want to be? Look at this. Lin directly pulled out his secret weapon, Lin's cell phone. What are you doing? Lin asked with a start. Aha. Of course I threatened you. She had heard Quiet say that the inside of boys' cell phones could be a hidden secret, and by checking their browsing history, she could more or less find something unseen. Grown. Although Lin didn't really know what that unseemly thing that Quiet was talking about was. Anyway, as long as she casually threatened Lin. If you do, I'll open your cell phone. Look at your. Lin. I was wrong. Give me back my cell phone. Before Lin's words were finished, Lin's words of acknowledging his mistake had already been uttered. TSK, it would be bad if this ninny Lin saw the message I sent to Shio-san. Then won't he be exposed for buying flowers? How can he still surprise Lin? Wrong? Of course you're wrong. You should call me MS. Lin slightly pivoted her body and said softly with her pink lips close to Lin's ear. Yes, Yes, Mr. Lin. Still Teacher Lin. This childish girl. Lin spat in his heart, but still helplessly responded to Lin, and had his eyes dead set on the cell phone shaking in Lin's palm. Then does Kobayashi-san know that it's wrong to bully a teacher? Lin's small hand pinched Lin's cheeks and laughed. She had just threatened Lin when her little brain suddenly figured it out. Since she was going to bully Lin, how Lin had bullied her in the past, then how she would bully her back. Let's start with the face. Ha. After touching the soft flesh of Lin's face, Lin's heart was shocked. Does it actually feel this good? No wonder Lin likes to pinch me. Ah yes. That Lin. Teacher Lin can I have my cell phone back now? Glancing at Lin's excited eyes, the corner of Lin's mouth twitched as he answered softly. Since you're so sincere, I'll promise you. Nah, here you go. Good. Ha, what's this? Lin was about to make a move to take the phone when suddenly his lips were poked by something. It's a lollipop. A reward for you. You're making progress even though you're getting a lot of questions wrong. So here's a reward for you. Lin's eyes glanced up as Lin hid his cell phone in his arms while his other hand held up a lollipop to dislike his mouth. For a while Lin felt speechless. Is this girl treating him like a child? What kind of reward can this lollipop be? At least have some adult rewards. At least give him back his cell phone. Eat. Seeing Lin fuming, Lin then poked again. Hey, Lin, call the teacher. TSK, call you a big head, young or not, now immediately. Get up off of me or I'll get angry. Don't. TSK, is he spoiling this ninny? Doesn't even know who's in charge now does he? Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Her mouth opened and she bit into the lollipop. Then, the arm went straight down and wrapped around Lin's waist, lifting him up with a direct lift. Then he threw Lin on the bed. Lin, you asshole, bullying again. After his body levitated and landed on the bed, Lin directly showed his teeth and cursed. Lin, if you keep messing around, I'm really going to be rude. Lin lowered his waist and held both of Lin's white and tender wrists against the bed with both hands. In a gentle tone, he said to Lin, who had a small beak and a resentful face, if we don't treat this girl properly, Lin will definitely be a scourge in the future. Wooly, Chapter 16, in one sentence. 3 people broke their defenses. Lin was pressed against the bed, her delicate hands unable to exert any strength at all. Now she was completely subdued by Lin. Lin was looking at her and she was looking at Lin. Brotherin, I was wrong, let go of me, okay? Lin's light eyebrows turned into 8s, as if he was a puppy that had done something wrong, drooping his ears, begging for forgiveness. Lin had a look that made Lin shudder in her heart. A mouthful of spittle then gulped from his mouth. Why does Lin smell so good? Is it the shampoo, or does she smell good? Lin grabbed Lin's wrist, his body kept going downward, and his lips came close to that white ear. The faint, ethereal scent became intense. Lin, my hand hurts, can you get up? I'm really wrong. Lin's lips trembled slightly and her delicate voice trembled. She was already getting scared. Lin seems to be really angry. His wrist is scratched so painful. It was starting to get hot inside my clothes too. Lin, he's gotten so close, too. Are you going to do it? The rosy pretty face didn't dare to look at Lin, and didn't even dare to move around. She was afraid that Lin would really just get angry and leave her behind and walk away. If Lin doesn't get angry tonight, then she'll just let Lin bully her from now on. Lin expected Lin to reply to her, and after a moment of silence, no sound rang in her ears. Instead, a blast of hot air blew in. Good. So itchy, ears have. It's a little uncomfortable. The sudden heat caused Lin's originally bound petite body to move, trying to struggle to stand up, but as soon as her back was hardened, the dark figure on top of her gave up the idea again. No, can't make Lin angry again. Just, bear with it. Lin pursed her tender lips and tried her best not to make a sound, but there was a limit to her patience. Her ears were red, her face was flushed, her body was still trembling slightly, and her heart was pounding. But, damn it, what was Lin doing in her ear? It feels so weird. The reason why Lin didn't get up and respond to Lin's words, it's because he froze. The cell phone Lin was holding lit up, and a striking word appeared before his eyes. Auntie White is initiating a video chat with you. Just as Lin tried to get up, Lin's little finger accidentally pressed connect. At this moment, Lin and Bai Yi in the video were facing each other with 4 eyes. Screwed. Bai Yi didn't open her mouth to speak. She just stared at him, but Lin had already sentenced himself. He's a dead man. The other side of the video. Bai Yi and Lin Su were lying down and resting inside their villa after working all day, having left Lin for almost half a month. As a mother, Bai Yi missed her daughter in her heart, but then it occurred to her that it was late, and her little girl would have gone to bed early by now. Lin, on the other hand, was diligent and reviewed his work until late every day. Thinking that Linen was still awake, he simply made a video call to Linen, thinking to ask Lin how she was doing. But, as soon as the video connects, what was reflected in her eyes was Lin's thighs and Lin's head. What's going on here? Bai Yi was confused and couldn't believe what she saw in front of her, and kept staring at the object that appeared in the video. Hiss, this pink quilt, is it Lin's bed? These delicate thighs are Lin's, aren't they? This, long black hair, no doubt it's her girl's too. Lin's father, Lin Su, hugged Bai Yi's waist and leaned his head on her shoulder, laughing. What are you looking at? So mesmerized? Well, see for yourself. Bai Yi handed her cell phone to Lin Su, who was also confused when he took a look at it. Holy, this white, black thing, what the hell is that? Lin Su, some presbyopia, did not see clearly for a moment, directly pick up the glasses, and then look. Aha, Anne, what the hell are you guys doing in your room? Lin Su was skeptical and directly twisted his head to look at his daughter-in-law, seeing it was also confusing. At that moment, Lin Su and Bai Yi fell into deep thought. Watch the video for a change. Linen also knew that he and Lin were exposed, so he didn't intend to hide it. He was dead anyway, and directly laughed at the video. Hee that. Uncle Lin evening. Lin and I was wrong. I won't make a scene anymore. Will you let me up? Before Linen could finish speaking, Lin interrupted her and continued to beg for mercy. Fearing that Linen would ignore her, she even stretched out her little foot and kicked Linen. As soon as the soft voice came out, Linen was jolted and hurriedly whispered in Lin's ear. Hush, don't you say anything for a minute? I'll be up in a minute. Oh, I see. So, can you hurry up? I'm feeling a little sore now. Damn, Linen just knew how to bully her. Now her wrists were being held so hard, but she was a bit abashed again, not daring to continue being mean. If Linen really got angry, it would be bad. Lin did not know that her casual remark had caused 3 people to break their defenses. Lin's face turned iron blue. His heart trembled madly as he glared fiercely at Lin underneath him, and now he couldn't wait to directly plug Lin's pouting little mouth. It's over. Uncle Lin and Auntie Bai have definitely misunderstood. He's really going to die. Lin's words, and the small white feet that suddenly appeared, caused Lin's mother and father within the video to widen their eyes, their hearts greatly shocked. Chapter 17, Self-Production and Internalization. Brats, what are you doing? A subdued, questioning voice came from the phone. Looking at the man in front of her, Lin's entire body didn't look too good, and her breathing became slower. It's over. Linen didn't know what to do now, trying to get up, but Lin Su's eyes were staring straight at him. It made him afraid to move, so he could only laugh awkwardly and think of how to respond to the man in the video. While Linen was in a difficult situation, Lin was also confused at this time. Hey, why do I hear Dad's voice? Lin's dark eyes blinked, and her white googly-eyed face revealed a puzzled expression. Can't believe my ears. Lin's head tilted and her pink lips trembled as she wanted to ask Linen what had happened, but the teenager on top of him made the first sound. Uncle Lin, we were just doing our homework. Linen was straightforward and honest, not daring to hide anything. Lin Su looked at Linen with a grave expression. Homework? You do your homework in bed? What kind of homework can you do in bed? That. Linen was dumbfounded and didn't know how to argue. What to say about homework? We're actually exploring biological knowledge. Knowledge? I think it's posture that's correct. Lin Su thought darkly. He didn't believe Lin An's words at all. What kind of person learns knowledge that way? Oh yeah, I don't believe it. You don't scare Shawan. Have you forgotten that Lin likes Shawan? Seeing that her man had always had a very dignified appearance, Bai Yi hurriedly reminded Lin Su in his ear. If it scares little Anne definitely hides from Lin from now on. That girl Lin will be very sad. Anyone who is a mom wants their sons and daughters to have a good, happy life. Bai Yi knew very well that Lin liked to stick to Linen since she was a child and would reject any boy other than Linen from 1,000 miles away. Since Lin had always liked Linen, she wouldn't have objected. It was just that the process was a bit too fast now, wasn't it? She hasn't even bought formula or diapers yet, and she's about to become a grandmother? Bai Yi heart is very shocked. Secretly thought, now so roll. Should we buy a house now to the future grandson it? Shoo, keep it down. I get it. Don't worry. I have my own plans. Just don't worry. Okay. Within Lin's perspective, her own uncle was being pulled away by Auntie White to whisper. Seeing this, he had to pray. I hope we're not talking about how to break his kneecaps. He's young and doesn't want to go to orthopedics. There was no sound within the video, and Linen didn't say anything, but the little girl underneath her was whispering. This is not doing homework. It's obviously bullying me. Damn Linen. Don't get up yet. I'm dying of pain. Damn it. Lin's face was flushed and moist, and her chest continued to rise and fall slightly with the sound. At those words, Linen looked down. He froze. It turns out that Lin Lin is not an airfield. Lin Lin's clothes sagged, tickling the rounded contours noticeably, revealing a light pink color. Hey, perceive something. Lin Lin's eyes lifted, and Lin reacted by directly avoiding it and continuing to stare at the video. Big asshole Lin is peeking at me. The little girl skimmed her little mouth, thinking darkly, but Lin Lin didn't poke at Lin An's little mind. Just look. Lin An can only look at her alone anyway. What if he doesn't let Lin look at it? What if he looks at someone else? That kind of thing is never allowed. Little An, come over here. Don't get busy yet. Uncle wants to talk to you about something important. Well, Uncle, you tell me. Chapter 18. Lin An was confused. Lin Lin cried, and Lin hugged together. Xiaoan, I don't care what you're doing, but you have to take the minimum safety measures, okay? Okay, Uncle, I understand. Lin An was about to apologize when he suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. For a moment, wide-eyed and confused. What's that? Did you get the balloons? Do you have your pills ready? Do you have all the safety precautions? Look at you, this dull expression. No, you are not ready for anything. Hey, do this ought to prepare in advance. No, not. At least tell your uncle and us, so that we have a psychological preparation. And how old are you guys? You're only 19. It's really too early for this. We're not even ready to be grandparents yet. And you have to be a little more gentle, you know. I can hear Lin Lin screaming in pain. Inside the video, the middle-aged handsome uncle, dancing with his hands, looked extremely serious and kept saying something that made Lin An's expression become strange. Lin An, who was already confused, was even more confused. He was all set to be yelled at and kicked out of the Lin family. Results. What's this all about? Lin An was dumbfounded. The man in the video was not at all the same person as the Uncle Lin he remembered. Lin An hasn't slowed down yet. The man in the video was also still blah blah blah, when suddenly there was a beep. The phone went black and the video was hung up. Hey, what are you hanging up for? Lin Su looked at Bai Yi and asked in puzzlement. Bai Yi's face was ugly and glared at him. Didn't you see that Xiaoan was scared by you? All the time talking about useless words. This is not delaying their time. There is that talking time they have already finished. They're already laying together. So what's the point of talking about it? Why don't you just go ahead and get the diapers ready or something? Hey, I'm not telling them not to mess around. Young people, is easy to be impulsive. You do not know. Lin Su's ears were gripped by the beauty beside him in raw pain, and he helplessly patted Bai Yi's hand and explained. He's also looking out for those two guys at home. What's the point if they're still in college and they have little babies? So, he had to remind that brat Lin An that he had to prepare safety measures. I'll be damned. I don't need you to remind me of this. They must all know about it. And what you said won't make Lin Lin and Xiaoan very embarrassed. What if they have a straight-up frosty relationship? Bai Yi's words caused Lin Su to come to a realization and said after a pause. You're right. So what should we do? Bai Yi's head tilted and she lay into Lin Su's arms and said softly, those two guys are lying together. Xiaoan must have found out Lin Lin's little heart, so she did it. And our Lin Lin grew up liking Xiaoan, since they are two people who like each other. What else can we say? Saying more will also hinder their relationship. So I want to just let them develop on their own. Looking at what the woman in his arms said, Lin Su didn't respond, just lowered his head. Dark thought. Oh brother Lin, I didn't expect that my family's cabbage would end up being chewed by your family's great white rabbit. When he thought of Lin An's father, Lin Su's heart was a burst of sadness, but then he thought that Lin An and Lin Lin were together, and that faint sadness dissipated a lot. So, should we get some baby stuff first? Buy it? How can you not? I've already picked out dozens of little outfits. Oh, well then, put off tomorrow's meeting and let's go buy clothes for our grandson. Inside the Lin family residence, Lin Lin's room, Lin An's entire body was dumbfounded, looking out at the hung-up video call. What about hanging up? This is to let him and Lin Lin continue to have sex, but they are not at all. Lin An, can you get up now? My hand hurts a little. Lin Lin saw that Lin An was still fuming, and the pain in her hand made her open her mouth directly without holding back. Sorry Lin Lin, I'll get up. Lin An's palms loosened, and his arms were just about to raise, when suddenly a tingling came from between his arms. One hand went limp, while the other couldn't hold up Lin's body. Lin An fell straight down towards Lin Lin. Thump, the bed shook outright. I can't believe Lin Lin doesn't have a bump on her. Lin An braced himself and slowly got up, muttering under his breath. It seemed that Lin Lin's grassland was still quite soft. At least it landed without injury. Just as Lin An lamented, a sound of anger tinged with flakiness emanated from underneath. Asshole Lin An, get your doggy paws off me. Dog paws. Does that mean hands? Lin looked down suspiciously, and her fingers moved. Just as his head lowered, he saw Lin Lin's red eyes. Oops. The dong just now won't be. Asshole Lin An. Lin Lin's nose turned sour and he directly shouted. pink fists pounded up and down on Lin's chest. Lin, you asshole, why are you bullying me? Oh wow, I'm going to tell mom. Stop, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong, stop crying okay. Lin's red and swollen eyes made Lin and Xin feel stuffy in her heart, and she hurriedly hugged Lin's body and stroked her brain, comforting her. After he finished speaking, Lin slightly stretched out his fingers to slightly slide over Lin's moist cheeks, a trace of tears directly staining his fingers. Oh, you asshole, why are you always bullying me? Actually, Lin didn't finish her words, and her somewhat moist and pretty face turned red. Seeing Lin pursing her lips, her eyes averted and shy, Lin also knew what things Lin was talking about. I really didn't mean it. I'll make it up to you. Don't cry yet, okay? Lin wiped the underside of Lin's eyes, then cupped Lin's face and gently stared at him. I'm not crying, so how are you going to make it up to me? Lin's little eyes stared straight at Lin, her little mouth pouting. That look seemed to be looking forward to Lin's answer in general. If Lin is perfunctory, I'll bite him to death. Lin thought darkly in her heart, and her heart kept pounding. Her small hands clenched into fists as she stared at Lin. Seeing Lin's small movements as well as his small puffy face, Lin couldn't help but hook a smile at the corner of his mouth. Why is this ninny just so cute? Lin didn't answer, but reached out and pinched Lin's soft little face, laughing. Tell me what you want in compensation. Whatever it is, I promise you. Really? After her face was pinched, Lin's white face turned slightly red and she directly bared her shell teeth as her little temper was about to flare up. But after hearing Lin's words, he couldn't help but ask, really? Then you are not to walk out of this room tonight. Good. Chapter 19. I like you because you're my sister. It's late at night. The house wasn't gone, and the bed was warm under the covers. It was warm under the pink quilt and overflowed with a faint, ethereal scent. Two small white feet were slightly exposed outside the quilt. The white, rounded feet interlocked and rubbed against each other. What to do? Why did I have a brain fart and ask Lin to accompany? Stay with me. Thinking about this, the half of her face covered by the blanket swished into a red apple. Lin, why aren't you in bed? Feeling Lin beside him fidgeting, Lin directly twisted his head and asked, I'm a little too hot to sleep. Hot? Hearing this, Lin revealed a puzzled look. If it's hot, why do you have your whole head under the covers? Lin shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Fool, with your head buried in it, you can't be hot. As Lin said that, he reached out his hand and gently lifted the quilt on Lin's head. As soon as the quilt was lifted, a warm and sweet scent blew directly onto Lin's face. Then a small face with wide eyes and red cheeks was revealed in the air. The smell lingering on the tip of his nose and the delicate girl with a slightly red face in front of him made Lin freeze for a moment. I'm not stupid. Lin beamed, her face tilted to one side as she spoke softly. Listening to Lin's words of explanation, Lin returned to his senses, his eyes narrowing slightly as a smile appeared on his face. And you say you're not stupid? Your face is smothered in red. Lin poked Lin's red cheeks and laughed. This isn't boring red. This is. What is it? Lin moved his body to Lin's side, his lips close to Lin's earlobe, smiling after him. What is it? This silly ninny should be shy. I'm sharing a bed with him, so I can't be shy. And if I wasn't, I wouldn't be so stupid as to bury my face in it. It's you that's pissed off. Lin's dark eyes rolled up and down. His brain thought quickly, and he seemed to have thought of something, then twisted his head and shouted at Lin. Oh, pissed off at me? Tell me, how am I angry with you, Miss Lin? Looking at Lin's soft face, Lin only felt amused. Then he stroked Lin's head, winked and laughed. Lin did not answer immediately, but instead puffed out her soft face and glared at Lin with her beautiful eyes. Abominable. This asshole. Get away from. Why are you so close to her? The air from your mouth is blowing into her face. Lin's puffed up face was very close to Lin, and those delicate pink lips were also close at hand. A warm breath filled the air between the two. For a while, the sound of flutter, resounded in the silent room. Aha, is that my heartbeat? Are you nervous? Lin was shocked, looking at Lin whose face was tenderly red in front of her, and froze slightly, thinking darkly. No, it's not me, it's Lin. Looking at Lin who was silent, tugging at the quilt, covering her head and only revealing a pair of beautiful eyes, Lin understood. It was Lin, this sensitive girl who was shy. After this marvelous atmosphere was maintained for a few seconds, Lin, who had suddenly buried her head in the quilt, blinked her eyes, and a soft voice came from under the quilt. I heard it all just now. My dad just said, you can't bully me. You have to be gentle, but you didn't listen to dad at all, bullying me all the time, making my hand hurt so much it's still red. After saying this, Lin's little heart beat even faster. She was nervous, afraid that what she said would make Linen angry, but then again she didn't think Linen would be angry because she had just asked him to stay. He agreed. After all, when his own dad taught Linen, the big asshole, a lesson, he also listened honestly and didn't really mess around. But why did he mess up later? Thinking of Lin and slightly moving fingers from earlier, and the words that were uttered without any care, this little nymph felt a little angry. Oomph, damn big asshole Lin, you're just a bad guy, not honest at all. My dad has told you to be gentle, but you hang up the phone after he does that, bullying me like that. Lin's lips were so close to Lin's that every word exhaled from the little nymph's pink lips floated solidly onto Lin's face. It tickled him, his cheeks and his heart. Frozen in thought, not taking in what Lin had said at all, he was just wondering why. He was getting a little weird. The way he looked at Lin wasn't like he was looking at a little kid. But, could it be that he really had something else in mind for Lin like Uncle Lin said? Lin's mindset began to change at this point. Hey, Lin, why don't you say something? Say something. Why do you like to bully me? Can't you be a little more gentle? Lin raised his eyes to look straight into Lin's frozen eyes, and when he saw that Lin didn't move, his finger poked Lin's chest again. Silly, I've always been gentle with you, haven't I? Lin, who had reacted after her chest was nudged by soft fingers, looked at Lin's cheeks covered in redness and narrowed her eyes, laughing. That's because I like you. Hey, like, what the hell is asshole Lin saying? Oomph, you think I'll forgive you if you say something nice? You're kidding. Sleep. After saying that, Lin's face, which was made red by Lin's words, directly inclined her head. Fingers even tugged at the covers to hide her burning face. Like, is that what I think it is? Lin fawns and doesn't know how to reply to Linen, so she chooses to pretend to be asleep. I don't care. I want to sleep. I don't care about this asshole Linen. Lin's mouth beeped and he grunted, directly burying his head in sleep. Watching Lin's actions, Linen rose slightly with her palms propped on her face, lowering his head. He looked at Lin underneath him. Are you angry? Or are you shy? Though the words Uncle Lin said earlier clearly agreed with them being together. But at the moment it didn't seem like this ninny had any intentions in that area. Maybe he really was thinking wrong? Linen was a little unsure if Lin was shy or angry. Eyes lowered. He shook his head slightly. The palm of his hand reached out and pulled the quilt on Lin, revealing Lin's small head. Don't cover your head in bed. It's stuffy. Also, what I just said. That's because I treat you like a sister That's why I said I like you Sister your ass. Who's your sister? Sleep. Linen had just finished his words when he was confused by Lin's sudden scolding. What are you looking at? Turn off the light and go to bed. Seeing that Linen didn't make a move, Lin directly got up, bared his teeth and glared at Linen with red eyes and shouted, good. Renee froze, blinked her eyes, and responded softly. With a tick, the lights were turned off. Darkness enveloped the room. Linen sighed softly and lay down under the covers, and Lin was extremely upset in her heart. Her pink fists clenched tightly. Sister. Who's your sister? Linen this asshole I'll bite you to death. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and then Lin's head shot up and a mouthful of white teeth fell in Lin's direction. Hey, holy, what the hell is Lin doing? Why did she bite me again? Lin didn't pay any attention to Lin's words. Who made him talk so excessively? Sister? Oomph. If it's really a sister, then will she have a sister-in-law in the future? Damn Linen. Definitely thought so. I'll get you killed tonight. Let go. I don't want it. Lin opened his mouth to cry out, and suddenly his cheek was pinched by Linen. Phew, why are you biting all of a sudden? Are you angry again? No. After Lin gently answered, his arm directly wrapped around Lin's neck. Her head leaned against Lin's shoulder. Her lips moved slightly, and the corners of her eyes held teardrops as she spoke softly. I'm not your sister. No. Okay. No. Let's go to bed. Good. Chapter 20 Getting Up Brotherin. The next morning, a warm light shone through the window on half of Lin's face as well as half of his body. The warmth on her face made Lin's small mouth open and her sleepiness dissipate. Soon, Lin slowly opened her somewhat heavy eyes, and a familiar face was directly reflected in her eyes. For a moment, she couldn't care less about the red, swollen acidity beside her eyes. Eyes widened directly and her face flushed up slightly. Lin, I slept on top of him. No, you cried all night? Phew, slightly smiling face. Just as Lin's face was rolling and a deer in the headlights, a purring sound came from Lin's mouth. This asshole, he's sleeping quite well. Lin's face leaned against Lin's chest, slightly raising her eyes and looking at Lin's face as she murmured, "Put." Suddenly this soft and cuddly girl laughed, only because she caught a glimpse of a faint watermark next to the corner of Lin's mouth. I didn't realize he was still drooling at his age. He, should we film this for Lin? Lin has always called her a brat and childish. Ha, the one drooling right now is Rhinany. That's why he is the childish one. Thinking of this, Lin's slightly reddened little face unconsciously revealed a light smile. The small hand moved slightly, was about to get up from Lin An's embrace, and took a cell phone to take pictures of Lin An's childishness, but just as her head tilted up slightly, a cool trail of water slid down from beside the corner of her mouth onto Lin An's clothes on his chest. Seeing the crystalline water droplets on the clothes, the little ninny froze, good-looking eyes blinked, and the little head directly became empty. So, she's still a childish ghost. Damn it, this must never be discovered by Linen. The evidence must be destroyed. After Lin swallowed a mouthful of water, his soft fingertips came close to the crystalline droplets and tried to flick them away. Saliva, which is a bit thicker than pure water, so now the crystalline saliva liquid was still pooling on the clothes on Lin An's chest and forming a flat round water balloon. Oomph, this finger of hers will surely destroy the pearl. Afterwards, Lin's face was pressed against Lin An's warm chest, and her small, pink fingernails slightly extended, followed by a bio sound. Silent recitation in his mind. The water droplets dissipated and disappeared. Oomph, evidence destruction successful. Seeing this, Lin's little mouth directly hooked, her soft little face revealing a smug smile, but she didn't wait long to be complacent. A faint watermark appeared on Lin An's chest clothes. How can this be? Lin directly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his round eyes turning up and down as he looked at Lin An's face, realizing that Lin An was still looking like a dead pig, with no sign of waking up. Phew, luckily, Lin was sleeping like a pig and she still had time to destroy the evidence. Afterwards, Lin's head, which was close to Lin An's chest, moved slightly, coming close to the faint watermark, and her pink lips opened. Phew ha, subset of. A warm breath exhaled from his small mouth and drifted toward the watermark on his shirt. Lin attempted to use his own heat to make that watermark dissipate. However, after Lin puffed out her small mouth and exhaled, she realized that its effect was small. No, forget it? Lin squinted her eyes and thought, then her delicate little body moved slightly on top of Linen. Soon she was out of Lin's arms. A small hand reached out and cupped the quilt to carefully cover the wet spot on Lin An's chest. Wouldn't it be better for her to just flee the scene before Linen woke up? You bullied me yesterday, so it's not too much of a stretch for me to leave some watermarks on you, is it? Lin cupped his somewhat smiling face and quietly looked at Lin An's sleeping face as he muttered to himself in a thin voice. Lin An's sleeping appearance made the corners of the mouth of the little girl beside the bed hook up slightly. It would be nice if they all slept together from now on. Rinan had said she liked her herself last night, even though Rinan had explained that it was a sister-like fondness. But, why couldn't she turn that liking into something else? Oomph, bastard Linen. You bullied me like that and you're still thinking of leaving me, aren't you? I don't want it. Lin beamed her cupped little cheeks and stared at Lin An's face, huffing and puffing as she thought darkly. Now go get cleaned up, then we'll get Lin some breakfast. He'll be absolutely touched and moved, and say Lin, you're so nice. Lin is now ready to transform Lin An's liking for her. Sister? Hey, don't want to be Lin big asshole's sister. Whose sister lies with her brother? After some dark thoughts in his mind, Lin tiptoed out of the room. The cozy sunlight outside the window had already shone on Lin An's face, and Lin had already left for more than 10 minutes while Lin An was still asleep. This teenager who was lying in bed and sleeping would never have imagined that the petite and extremely fearful girl would actually run to the street 100 meters away to buy breakfast for him. He knew even less that this cute little girl actually liked him as much as he liked her. Lin An is sleeping and Lin is buying breakfast. The couple, Lin Su and Bai Yi, were also traveling in a car in the direction of their home. Click. The door to the room opened with a turn of Lin's small white hand. She poked her little head out slightly from beside the doorframe, revealing a pair of watery eyes. Eyes blinked and looked toward the house. Seeing the person lying on the pink bed, the corners of Lin's mouth rose and he smiled. Hey, I didn't realize that Lin Big Bad Egg actually slept so well in her bed. He seems to like sleeping in her bed, so I'll let him come over to sleep next time. Thinking about it, Lin's fleshy face reddened and became slightly hot. Subsequently, with her toes in her mind, she approached Lin An step by step. Looking at Lin An's face, Lin's head tilted in thought. What a big lazy pig. And you say you take care of me. Carrot. You're the one who's asleep right now. Lamb bad. Lin, who was squatting beside the bed, beamed and shook her head to stare at Lin An. After thinking for a while, she decided to wake up the lazy pig Lin An. Then pink fingers poked at Lin's smooth cheek, but he didn't wake up. Seeing this, Lin propped one side of her face with her palm and was a bit embarrassed. Hey, if Lin An doesn't wake up, the buns will get cold. Gee, we can't put this off. We'll have to wake him up soon. Otherwise you, Lin Ank, wouldn't be able to eat her messing with the buns. The large round eyes narrowed slightly, and the delicate soft lips quietly approached Lin An's earlobe, a faint exhale of provocative breath. Get up, brotherin. Chapter 21, An early riser eats buns. Lin An, who was sleeping after being pressed by Lin for the whole night, suddenly he felt a hot, fragrant scent beside him permeating his surroundings. That scent couldn't help but make Lin An's eyelashes flutter, his open lips closing, his dark eyes slowly revealing themselves. Well, what's this white stuff in front of me? What is it? Lin blinked, puzzled by the faintly scented, white and sleek object. He was pretty sure the round, white thing wasn't his Lin, but it's not that big. Lin An's eyes hadn't fully opened yet, and now he was only half squinting, unable to see the objects in front of him at all. Just as Lin was puzzled, the white object in front of him suddenly came close to his mouth. Ah! At once his mouth was gagged. This stuff is so soft, so flavorful, so, eat. Lin An's mouth was slightly downward, directly taking a bite off the bun that Lin had stuffed into Lin An's mouth. Is it good? Yummy. Lin An subconsciously replied, his mouth still slightly wriggling. The crispness and light sweetness of the bun filled his mouth. It's a bean paste bun. This girl actually got up early to buy him breakfast. Lin An inexplicably warmed up in her heart and raised her head to look at Lin who was lying on the side of the bed, holding her little head with a smile, said softly, better not buy it next time. Why? Lin cried out in disbelief, and what Lin An said made her, who was originally in a beautiful mood, instantly become disgruntled. With her small mouth pouting, she looked at Lin with extreme displeasure. Stinky Lin. She's buying breakfast for this asshole and she's still being so mean to her. It's true that Lin is an asshole. I was afraid something would happen to you. Silly. Lin pinched Lin's puckered cheeks and laughed. He was relieved that Lin dared to go out alone to buy breakfast, but he was more worried that if something really happened to this silly girl Lin, what should he do? After hearing what Lin said, Lin slowly lowered his head and thought darkly, if you care about me, then just care about me. Why were you so fierce just now? Really bad Lin. But since the asshole was concerned about her, she'd just forgive Lin for that. Looking at Lin's head that went down without a word, Lin secretly shook his head inside, slightly lifting his other hand, which landed on the dark hair, wanting to rub Lin's head, but he held back, stretching out 2 fingers towards the rounded head. He knocked it down. Are you stupid? You're a frail guy. If you get bumped and fall down outside, who's going to take care of you? Next time, don't go out without me. If something happens to you, what am I going to tell my aunt and uncle? Lin pinched Lin's face with both hands, her expression pretending to be fierce as she reminded Lin. Lin was trying to cultivate Lin's sense of independence, but that was when he was accompanied by himself. At least he was at the side to protect this physically weak girl. Lin was weak and sickly, so if she encountered any emergencies outside, she wouldn't just lie down on the road and cry. When he thought of Lin's delicate body that was as fragile as glass, Lin couldn't help but show a look of worry. But you wanted me to be independent yesterday, so how come you're backtracked on it? Lin covered his head, his good-looking eyes glancing slightly at Lin's serious face as he spoke weakly. Does Lin not want to leave me anymore? Does he wants to protect me for the rest of his life? Because you're a fool, and I'm just not comfortable with a fool wandering around. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched, and after some quick thinking, he came up with an explanation and hurriedly replied, lying? Rinan, you've lied to me once again. Does your heart really not hurt from lying to me? Seeing that Lin spoke in a somewhat flustered manner, Lin's heart was delighted. She knew that Lin was just concerned about her. Despite being happy, Lin's little face didn't show it, just staring at Lin. Her small hand nudged Lin's chest and exhaled softly. Gee, this little ninny actually recognized him. Lin, let's just eat the buns first or they'll get cold later. After saying that, Lin reached out and approached towards the buns by the table. Just as he touched the white blossomed bun, there was a paw sound, and Lin's hand was hit on the back. Don't touch it, it's my bun. Yours is over there. Lin stared at Lin's eyes and pointed his finger to a bun with a bean paste mark on it. Isn't this ninny's body weak? Why does it hurt so much to hit someone? Looking at the reddened arm, Lin's eyes twitched as he responded. Good. Wait, you haven't brushed your teeth. Get out of my bed and get your ass to the wash. Knowing that he did not brush his teeth and still stuffed buns into his mouth. Hey, this girl is really. Hurry up. Otherwise you won't have a bun to eat when it gets cold. Lin lifted Lin's covers and put his palm on Lin's chest, pushing and urging. Okay, don't get all handsy with me. How old are you to know better? Are you going? Go, I'll go. Looking at the pink fist under his chin, Lin helplessly shook his head in response. Can this fist hit anyone? No, it will only hurt her. Chapter 22, Only Fools Need Care. Hey Sister Shio, I want to ask if that flower is still delivered? Oh, well, I'll wait then. I really didn't give it to my girlfriend, I just. When Linen wanted to explain, the sound of a cell phone hanging up rang out with a drip. Hey, Linen sighed, then put his cell phone away, getting ready to walk out of the restroom. Suddenly he saw a pair of white hands and paws on the doorframe. Aha! This girl. She didn't hear everything, did she? Linen was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air, just as Linen was secretly thinking in his mind. A small, round head and a pair of dark eyes peeked slightly out of the doorframe. She was staring at Lin. What flowers? Nothing, you heard wrong. The corner of Lin's eye twitched and his head turned to avoid Lin's direct gaze. Then his feet moved up in the direction of the living room. Oomph, asshole Lin is running away from her. I can't believe they're all afraid to respond to her questions with a straight face. There's a problem. Lin did not stop Linen, but followed him. Bam bam. The sound of footsteps behind him was constant, like a beating drum disturbing Lin Yin's mind. What does Lin want? Linen was afraid that Lin would ask him about what he had just talked about. If Lin pouted and asked questions, Linen thought that he would not be able to handle it, and surrendered. But now he wasn't sure what Lin really wanted, and why hadn't she asked? After sitting on the sofa, Linen pretended to be calm and picked up the bun that was still a little warm and ate it. Lin cupped his arms and stared silently at Lin's movements. Dark thought. Flowers? Girlfriends? Well, she was pretty sure that it was impossible for Linen to have a girlfriend, because she remembered exactly which people had confessed their love to Linen, and Linen had cruelly rejected those who had confessed their love every single time under her intimidating pressure. And even the love letters that the other girls had sent to Linen were still sitting in her drawer. Those bad women want to abduct her Linen? Without asking her if she agrees or not. But why would Lin give someone flowers? She couldn't figure it out. Obviously there wasn't even much contact with Linen. Lin's delicate face revealed some incomprehension, and her heart beat a little faster unconsciously. The girl panicked. Linen was most likely looking for a woman behind her back. Linen is not clear about what Lin this silly niece is rambling about. He only knows that right now. He is very panicked. What's this girl standing around sneaking around for? Saying nothing, just standing. That feeling. It's like the homeroom teacher is quietly standing behind you, and you can't breathe, and you're carefully writing your homework, and it's a feeling that's just, it's hard to describe. Linen was panicking, while Lin, the little ninny, was panicking even more. Lin is ignoring me. Lin tried to wait for Linen to open her mouth first to explain, but the asshole on the couch eating her bun didn't even look back. The little girl is not open. Lin, who is that flower for? It can't be the girl named Ning Xinshin in Lin's Weibo. Lin thought as he moved his feet and approached Linen, elbows gently leaning against the sofa. Lin's childish face was lowered, staring at Lin's head, slightly lost in thought. Obviously, she had slept with someone last night, forced by Lin, but now she was ignoring her. What a bad guy. Lin didn't look too good. Her heart was stuffy. Linen seemed to really just treat her as a sister who needed to be taken care of. It felt so sad. Linen touched the sudden wetness on his head and tilted his head up to look. A guy with a flowery face reflected in his eyes. Linen didn't say anything. His brow furrowed as he looked at the two tear tracks that crossed Lin's face. Suddenly, he got up and came close to Lin's face. Why are you crying? I'm just afraid you'll leave me after graduation. You can't leave me alone. Lin sniffled, ignoring the hand that was lowering her eyelids to help her wipe away her tear tracks, and stared straight into Lin's eyes. At those words, Linen reached out and hugged the little girl in front of him, touching her brain. Softly, he said, what a fool, a crybaby fool, a little fool who needed his care. Chapter 23, do you like him? Well, your buns taste pretty good. This milk tastes pretty good to you too. Well, if you feel good, then drink more. I prepared this just for you. Linen, I actually don't like it. Can I not drink it? No drink? You have to drink even if you don't. Ugh, Linen, you asshole. Don't dislike me with that thing. Listening to the conversation coming from inside the house, a couple stood outside the house, their faces covered in black lines. Mud, that brat Linen bullied his daughter in broad daylight, didn't he? The corners of Lin Su's mouth twitched as his expression became hideous, and the veins in his palms directly rippled. Pop, a violent thud startled the two in the room. Linen and Lin stopped their hands and their heads turned to the source of the sound, only to see that a tall man was staring straight at them with fierce eyes. Lin, Uncle Lin, Dad. Seeing the person who had broken through the door, Linen and Lin both froze. Get up, you're crushing me. Looking at the man at the door who was silent but only revealed a look of displeasure, Lin's small hand hurriedly pushed Lin's shoulder. Oh, good. After sensing Lin's movements, Linen mentally understood, braced himself on the armrest of the sofa, quickly left Lin's petite body, and quickly placed the eerie milk that had come close to Lin's pink lips firmly on the table. Get out of the way. Bai Yi kicked Lin Su's ass, then approached the duo on the sofa straight from Lin Su's side. Seeing this, Lin An, who was sitting upright, hurriedly greeted the elegant, mature woman who approached. Auntie White, Mom. Lin, on the other hand, had shyly lowered her head, her small mouth moving slightly. Hey, Bai Yi revealed a smile and nodded her head to answer softly. After answering, her beautiful eyes quickly swept over Lin and Lin An's bodies. Seeing that the two of them were neatly dressed and their faces did not look different, she couldn't help but sigh in her mind. Hey, I thought I was almost ready for a grandchild. But this? Ahem. Brat, come with me. Lin Su, who was standing behind Bai Yi, then walked up and said with a fierce expression to Lin An, who was sitting upright. Okay uncle. Lin An froze slightly, his head turned, and he spoke softly to Lin. I'll go over there. Aha. After the conversation, Lin An glanced at Lin who had his head down, took a deep breath, and then walked in Lin Su's direction. With every step, Lin An saw his uncle's face turn somber. Uncle, is this because he didn't sleep well? Or, he's regretting what happened last night? Lin An Xin was a bit flustered. She could have shared the bed with the daughter of this tall man in front of her last night. What father would let his baby girl under the same blanket as another boy? Lin had some concerns in his mind, thinking that his uncle already regretted those words last night. So now he's going to get his bones broken? Right after Lin An followed Lin Su to the door, sitting side by side on the couch, the mother-daughter duo had started a conversation. Lin, do you really like Lin An? After Lin uttered a single word, there was no following. Lin lowered her head and pursed her small lips, not daring to raise her head to look at her old mom, much less answer her. Chapter 24, have you coughed yet? Mom should be in favor of her being with Lin An. But, what if Lin An doesn't like her? What if she told her mom and she forced him to be with her? Seems pretty good, but Lin would not be happy. Seeing the red-faced Lin, Bai Yi already had an answer in her heart. No, it was as early as 16 years ago that she already had an answer in her heart. Her little girl, but when she was a little girl, but every day she said to her that she wanted to be Lin An bride. Too shy to talk about it? No, not shy at all. If you like it, don't keep it in your heart. Say it boldly, okay? Bai Yi stroked Lin's head and hugged it into her chest. Old Mom, I'm afraid he won't like me. After his white face felt the warm body heat from Bai Yi's body, Lin thought about it and gently opened his small mouth. It's like he just thinks of me as a sister. If I did say that, what if that asshole Lin and never ignores me again? Bai Yi blinked her beautiful eyes as her slender jade hand reached out and pinched Lin's tender and slippery face. Mom, why are you like Lin An? You like to pinch me. Lin's small mouth pouted as her eyes stared at her old mother with a grudge. Because I gave birth to you, I can squeeze you as much as I want. They're all bad people who like to bully people just like Lin An. Lin pouted and rubbed her reddened cheeks as she continued to respond in dissatisfaction. Well, no kidding. Let's just say Lin An. Have you forgotten who has clung to you the most since you were a child? It's not me and your dad. It's your Lin An. What do you mean my Rinnen? It's not even really mine yet. I wonder if that guy is stealing. Lin was shy in her heart, and her face directly flushed red. Instead, Lin An had grown up protecting her, taking care of her, and relying on her the most. He was also the one who stayed with her the longest. So, Lin An had feelings for her, right? Otherwise he wouldn't have stayed with her all this time. Lin bowed her head and said nothing, her cheeks only slightly red. Seeing this, Bai Yi smiled. She knew that Lin already had his own answer in his heart. Think clearly, take the initiative, even if he now treats you as a little sister. But in the future it may not be, so I cannot wait for that wood was picked up by someone else, only to be alone and the quilt secretly cry. Gee, Mom, I know, I'll take the initiative. I will. Lin patted the back of Bai Yi's hand that was pinching her soft flesh, then clenched her white tender fist and spoke with determination. There was also a look of determination on his tender little face. Hearing Lin's words, Bai Yi smiled, stared at Lin's eyes, and continued. So, you guys last night, cough it up yet? What? That. Bai Yi's lips moved up and down close to Lin's ear, exhaling a hot, wet breath. Nor did he know what Bai Yi had said to Lin's puzzled little face. Swish turned red. No. Outside the house. All of a sudden Lin felt so much panic at the tall man in front of him who kept his arms cupped and stared at him with a serious face. It's over. Lin has been sanctioned by Auntie Bai. Is it his turn now? Chapter 25, I'm counting on you tonight. Lin Su and Bai Yi left. Only the two men with reddened cheeks looking at each other were left behind. Lin sat upright and silent. And Lin, unable to resist his loneliness, spoke first. Lin, Dad didn't beat you up when he went out with you earlier, did he? Linen didn't answer and was silent, as if he hadn't heard Lin Lin's voice. Seeing this, Lin Lin moved her butt, her white tender fragrant shoulder close to Lin An's arm, and for a moment, a unique smell drilled into the tip of Lin An's nose. A warmth was tangibly felt on his bare arm and the tip of his nose tickled. Lin An snapped back from his thoughts, lowered his eyes and looked at the delectable girl. What did you just say? Lin Lin's lips moved slightly as she exhaled. Dad, he didn't bully you because of what happened last night, right? I saw that when Dad he left just now. He was looking at you with a fierce look in his eyes. I'm afraid you got hurt. Well, there's no such thing, but Uncle Lin has always been good to me. It's not like you don't know, Lin An said gently. Hey, it was so good that it almost made him think that he was actually Lin Lin's dad's real son. You keep your head down. Lin Lin blinked his eyes towards Lin An and waved his palm in a smooth manner. What are you going to do? Lin An was a bit suspicious, but lowered his head. Seeing that it was done as she said, Lin Lin's eyes narrowed. The soft little hand gently landed on Lin An's head and stroked it. Well, no bags were found, so it looks like you weren't lying. Dad really didn't do anything to you. Of course not. Uncle Lin is closer to me than you are. How could he do anything to me? Lin An said helplessly. I'm worried about you, yeah. Why are you being mean? Lin Lin beamed her little mouth, crossed her thin waist, and said in dissatisfaction. Stinky Lin is always mean to me. Seeing the slightly raised eyebrow on Lin Lin's face, the pouting little mouth, and the sultry little eyes, the corner of Lin An's mouth hooked up, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Uncle Lin wasn't wrong. This girl was indeed still a brat, always playing with her little temper and being stubborn. But this was Lin Lin, the very innocent and cute Lin Lin. Looking at Lin Lin's rosy cheeks, Lin An thought of what his uncle had said when he was outside the house. Lin Lin has been so well taken care of by you that until now she still likes to rely on you as much as she did when she was a child. Of course I'm not saying that's bad. I am hoping that you can always take care of her like this. Take care of this Lin Lin who has relied on you since she was a child. It's a shame to say that your Aunt Bai and I don't even take care of Lin Lin as much as you do. Tell me, if Lin Lin can't see you anymore in the future, how sad that girl will be. How sad it would be. Probably that girl would spend the whole day cowering under the covers, crying in pain. It was like when he was sick as a child and Lin Lin was lying by his bedside crying and swelling her eyes. Finally, when Lin Su left, he said one more thing to Lin An. Lin An, if you like Lin Lin, please take good care of her for me. That girl can't be separated from you. If, however, you only see Lin Lin as a younger sister, please don't break her heart. Lin An just nodded without speaking in response. After thinking for a while in his mind, Lin An's head lowered and his lips moved down, approaching the round, smooth and white earlobes. Huey rode. Lin Lin, should I still come to your room tonight? Lin Lin's breathing accelerated. Her brain instantly became empty. Meeting the smiling eyes in front of her, and not knowing what came to her mind, Lin Lin's face instantly turned as red as an apple, and after a moment's pause, Lin Lin trembled and said, Go, when? Of course I'll go. If you don't go to my room to study, you'll definitely fall behind in your grades, and you'll even definitely fail your classes. Fair enough, then. I'm counting on you for the night, MS. Lin Lin, then you'll have to listen to me honestly at night before you do. I will. Lin An smiled in response, and after exchanging words with Lin Lin, his mood felt much lighter. In order to be able to take better care of this girl, it seems that I really need to study it seriously before I can do so. After all, if she were to leave Lin Lin in the future because of something as trivial as her grades, she would absolutely cry her eyes out. Chapter 26 Eat more so that the little rabbit will become a big rabbit. Sunday night fell quickly. On Sunday night, Lin An and Lin Lin were just like usual, eating dinner together, washing dishes together, taking a bath together. Oh, not taking a bath together. Lin An helped Lin Lin wash her feet. Lin Lin was called a medicine pot not only because she was weak, but also because she had to soak her feet in medicine or drink tonic to replenish her body every once in a while at the behest of Lin Dad and Lin Mom. Lin Lin rarely got sick now compared to when she was a child. But was her body really replenished? Lin Lin lowered his eyes to slide over the flat, unattractive breasts and fell into a deep thought. Silky splashes of water splashed up from the water basin, and Lin An's face got a bit wet directly. Lin An, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She really didn't mean it. Lin An, she's not going to get mad and ignore her, is she? Lin Lin was very worried and nervously looked at Lin An, who had gotten a head full of water stains, and hurriedly pulled out a towel from beside the table and handed it to Lin An. Lin An looked at the little girl, took the towel, and helplessly wiped the water droplets on his face. Hey, how many times has this happened? How come you have to move around as soon as I massage your feet? Because it tickles. Hearing this, Lin An didn't know what to say. Linlin's body had always been very sensitive, let alone a place like that. Linlin was silent, her head lowered as she silently wiped her cheeks with the towel Linlin handed her. Wiping it off, a faint scent entered his nose. Linlin asked curiously, is this the towel you used? The smell. It's also oddly fragrant. It seems to be. Without waiting for Linlin to reply, Linlin's eyes had already lifted and glanced at Princess Typing's typing. Where are you looking? No looking. After noticing Linan's direct gaze, Linlin's small mouth pouted and her thin white arms hugged her breasts to cover her shortcomings. Bunny hasn't even grown up yet. How can he let Linan look at it? He would absolutely laugh at me. Didn't look anywhere? That's actually kind of cute. Unnecessarily covered up. I said. No more, look up. Pow. Linlin was mortified, gritted her teeth, and stomped her little feet violently. The water on the water basin splashed once more, but, this time, the water splashed like a wave, directly wetting a piece of Linan's blouse. Holy, I just took a shower. I'm sorry, people are wrong. I'm sorry Lin, I'm really wrong. I'll be responsible for you. Why don't you take off your clothes and I'll wash them for you? Linlin apologized quickly, directly extinguishing the fire that had just bubbled up in Linan. Okay, well, don't you dare spoil it by washing it. After Linan finished speaking, his fingers went down, grabbed the corner of his shirt, and with a smooth and direct jerk, the well-defined muscles of Linan's upper body were directly revealed. At that moment, the girl sitting on the sofa, her heart directly beat a drum, and unconsciously licked her lips. Her face was shy and angry. Damn it, why is Lin's body so good? Why is hers so bad? That's not fair. Soon, Linan used the towel with Linlin's body fragrance to wipe away the water droplets from her hair and chest. Nah, take this and wash it too. Linan reached out and handed out the towel to the girl who for some reason had been keeping her head down since he started undressing, and said, Chapter 27, Are you confessing? Oh. Linlin took it and looked at the towel and skimmed his mouth. Her fragrant towel was stained with so much of Lin de Bastard's scent. That had to be washed properly. Linlin thought darkly with resentment. By this time she had already forgotten that her clothes, big and small, had all been washed by Linan's hands, and had long been stained with no less than Linan's scent. It's just that she has a deep obsession with the fact that Lin is in better shape than she is. Going to drink milk every day and raise her rabbit soon. I don't want to be compared to Linan. Lin, I'm going to go blow dry my hair and then I'll wait for you in your room. Oh, got it. After saying that, Linan lightly glanced at Linlin who was slowly walking to the laundry room holding a towel and blouse. Although it was Linlin, this girl, who played a little temper, causing his clothes to get wet, but Linan felt that it was quite worth it. After all, Linlin's delicate girl was actually going to wash his clothes for him. This is the first time, or this girl took the initiative. Then this is even more remarkable. Linlin began to change, became to learn to give. Although that arrogant girl still loves to play a little temper, not moving to get angry, but she tangibly in the change. Looking at Linlin who dissipated around the corner, Linan smiled and turned towards his room to get ready to change his clothes. If Linlin really became independent, would she still need him? Linan didn't know and didn't want to know. He just needed to know that the current Linlin was still a girl who couldn't stay away from him, and that was enough. With a slamming of the door, Linan entered the room, and Linlin also entered the room, but it was the laundry room. Linlin, who had stepped inside the laundry room, now encountered a dilemma. That is how much laundry detergent to pour? Linlin was not aware of the dosage. After all, she had scrubbed all her clothes by Linan's own hands and had never washed her own clothes by hand, and the instructions are only laid out for the amount in the washer, not for hand washing. Linan had hand washed it for her, so why couldn't she? Under by Yi's previous psychological attack, Linlin was already thinking about how to be a good wife and mother. So with this mentality in mind, Linlin gently opened the laundry detergent, and a battle within the laundry room was imminent. By the time came to 20:35 p.m., Linan had already changed his clothes and had written his test papers early in Linlin's room. But before the sound of the door opening came from the direction of the door, the cell phone in his pocket was already ringing. Gentle enough to make me, lovely woman. Hearing his cell phone ringing, Linan hurriedly took it out and looked down. It's Lin Sher's phone. Hey sister Shio, are you calling me at night for something? Hey, it's not anything important. Just wanted to make sure you were coming over to pick up the flowers next Saturday, right? Yes. Although Linan was puzzled, he answered honestly. A call from sister Shio at night can't be a raid too, can it? What could it be? Just as Linan was skeptical about this, Lin Sher's next words made Linan's little heart shake. Are you trying to confess to Linlin? No, I'm not. You're thinking wrong. Then why did your boy send Linlin flowers on 520? Because Linlin, that girl, saw someone 520 with flowers last year and she didn't have any, so she asked him for them. Chapter 28. I am intentional. And he didn't promise Lin at that time. Because of this, Lin was sad for a long time. And he said, if you don't send it to me, are you going to send it to someone else? You asshole. And he's just trying to make it up to Lin now. Lin was thinking this in his mind, but when the words came out it was not the same thing. Originally I wanted to deliver it this week, but isn't Lin sick? So I have to take care of her so I didn't have time to pick it up from the florist. Hearing Lin's reply, Lin Sure on the other side of the phone was silent for a moment, and soon rang out again. Oh brat learns to lie. There is something big and bold to say on the line. I'm your sister sure hide what? I. Questioned by Lin Sure. Lin was dumbfounded. Just as Lin was planning to continue his sophistry, a delicate voice came from outside the door. Lin, help! Lin's attention was directly caught by Lin's voice, and he stopped thinking about something and hurriedly replied to Lin Sure. Sister Shio, Lin has something to call me. I'll hang up first you brat. Before Lin Sure finished cursing, the cell phone was hung up with a drop sound. Then, Lin didn't dare to delay at all and threw down his cell phone and rushed out of the room. Inside the laundry room, Lin muttered as he looked at the foam covered and slippery clothes in front of him. Hey, why is this happening? How can it be so slippery? Lin's little mouth was beeping. Her face was helpless, and looking at her slippery little hands, she even showed an expression of being bullied and wanting to cry. What's wrong? Just when Lin was in an extremely bad mood, Linen had been summoned to Lin. He took a few breaths and asked. Upon seeing Lin let out a sigh of relief and pointed his finger at the 2 tubs of water covered in foam in front of him and asked, Lin, take a quick look. What's going on here? At those words, Lin approached where Lin's finger was pointing and lowered his head to look, and soon he frowned as he reached down and pulled out his slippery top. Lin asked, Lin, how much laundry detergent did you put in? Let go. A little bit. Lin hesitated and returned. How much is a little bit? Just a little bit. Lin's white fingers nodded to each other, his eyes dodging. Seeing Lin's vain appearance, Lin helplessly shook his head. Straight away, he lifted the bottle of laundry detergent on the floor and patted it. After feeling that light weight, Lin's expression became unnatural as she looked at Lin. How did this stupid girl get to be first in her grade? He now seriously doubted the water in it. Which one uses half a bottle of laundry detergent for 1 load of laundry? A little bit is half a bottle in your mouth? I'm wrong. Don't be mean to me. Lin lowered her head, not daring to look directly at the teenager in front of her, and continued her explanation with a small beak. I don't know why it stays slippery. How I wash it. Lin looked at the tub full of foam, slapped his forehead, looked at her helplessly and asked, could it be that it's slippery because of the laundry detergent you put in it? I know. So I switched to another pot. Lin pointed to another water basin full of foam. Seeing this, Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. This girl is really stupid. Next time get clean water, okay? I changed it, but it's still slippery. Because you put too much in. Don't you just keep washing the suds off your clothes with clean water? Hey, so that's how it's done? I thought I didn't wash it well, so I put one in it. Lin's tender face revealed an expression of dawning realization, which really made Lin look blank. Is it true that some people can't even do laundry? After thinking for a while, Lin took Lin's small hand and pulled it to his side. Come over here. I'll teach you hand to hand. Look carefully. Oh, I know. Looking at Lin holding her small hand, Lin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth hooked, revealing a conspiratorial smile. Stinky Lin really thinks she's stupid? She did it on purpose. Mom was right. Just act like a dumb person and Lin will think she's someone who needs to be taken care of. Wouldn't Lin leave her if she acted like she couldn't do anything? Chapter 29. When the quilt is covered, no one is loved. Lin held a pair of soft, boneless, white and slippery jade hands, lowered his head in hand, personally teaching Lin how to do laundry. But this girl, who was only a centimeter from his shoulder, didn't know what she was thinking, and as soon as Lin told her what to do with this step, she nodded her head frantically. What about? But when asked if she understood, Lin shook her head. Still don't quite understand. Lin, keep teaching me again. About half an hour passed before Lin and Lin walked out of the room. Hey, so tired of heart. Lin this ninny was definitely torturing him. What kind of person would even learn how to do laundry for half an hour? The long soaking time caused his clothes to be bleached, and even the white skin on his palms was wrinkled. Hey, it was hard to imagine how Lin would have gotten by without him around. Hey, sure enough, this girl is a brat, with a childish mindset. However, Lin's figure was that flat and unimpressive, not a bit related to maturity, but it's also kind of cute. After thinking about it, Lin looked at Lin's back in front of him and smiled. What a silly ninny. You called me? Her delicate palm was pinched by a sudden force, and Lin Lin turned back to look up at the teenager whose face was somewhat pale. Lin An's eyes looked at the slightly reddened face of the girl underneath him and smiled. Nothing, just, suddenly I wanted to call out to you. Oh, responding. The shy girl continued to keep her head lowered, pulling Lin An's hand to continue forward towards her room. Soon, soft little hands, bleached white by the water, landed on the doorknob. Get ready to open the door. The wrist did not turn, and a sudden itchy, hot breath was felt in his ear. Well, what are you doing? Lin Lin turned around and questioned, her round eyes glaring at Lin An in shame. Bastard Lin An, he's actually blowing in her ear again and again and again. So it's really itchy, okay? I'm reminding you that it's time to let go. Lin An nudged Lin Lin's slippery palm a few times with her fingers, signaling her to let go of her hand. Ha, why? Didn't we agree to tutor together? Lin Lin's light brows furrowed down, uneasiness surging to the tip of his nose, acidity making the corners of his eyes moist. Are you backtracking? You want to get out of here after graduation and don't want to live with me at all? Lin Lin lowered her head and said that she, not daring to look Lin An in the eyes at all, she pursed her lips and blinked, waiting for Lin's answer. But, she waited for a while and the expected sound did not come. Just the face was pressed against one palm, followed by the white pointed chin being lifted by also the other. At once, Lin An looked at Lin Lin, wide-eyed. The tall one laughed and the short one cried. Are you made of water? Always crying. Yeah, I'm an Aquarius. At those words, Lin An smiled, his fingers gently sliding over Lin Lin's face that was so white and tender that it looked like a small child's. Hooking a strand of hair, he rested it behind a slightly red earlobe. It's not that I don't want to study in your room. It's just that it's late and we have to go to school tomorrow. What if we oversleep and are late? Then set an alarm clock. Lin Lin muttered a disgruntled retort. In this girl's opinion, Lin An was just being sophomoric and making excuses. It's about not being in the same room as her. She had heard clearly before that this asshole Lin An was going to buy flowers for someone else's girl. Another excuse not to stay with her tonight. Maybe to talk to some girl. Lin Lin's heart was sorrowful, and the soft little hand hanging down unconsciously clenched up. I'm not setting it. It sucks to be woken up by an alarm clock. Oomph, you big liar. I can see right through you. You're revealing in every word that you don't want to stay with me. I can't believe you keep making excuses. Asshole. Lin An's rejection once again made Lin Lin's little temper that he had suppressed in his heart explode. Then without giving Lin An time to react, she opened the door to her room, her slender, rounded fingers tugging at Lin An's collar and aggressively dragging Lin An into her room. I don't want to. You have to stay with me tonight. You can't leave. Lin Lin, what's gotten into you? Let go of me? No release. Lin Lin tilted his head with moist eyes and shouted at Lin An. Looking at the reddened eyes of the girl underneath him, Lin An's eyes slightly lowered in warning. Are you putting it on? No release. Lin Lin cried out with wide eyes, and as soon as the words left her mouth, the back of her hand was gripped by a warm palm, and then wrenched stiffly away from Lin An's collar. Asshole. Lin Lin's white teeth rubbed up and down as tear tracks crossed her face. The eyes stared straight at Lin An. Her eyes had just lifted when Lin An's face appeared at the tip of her nose, breathing hot air. Lin Lin was startled. His body tilted and he looked flustered. Suddenly, her delicate waist was directly embraced. Are you a pig? You can even fall down. I don't. What are you doing? Lin Lin just refused, but suddenly his feet left the ground and he was carried on Lin An's shoulders. Do what? Carry you back to your room. You don't sleep at night. Do you want me to stand in the doorway with you? Do we have to go to school tomorrow? Then, Lin An opened the door to the room, carried the writhing Lin Lin, and walked into the room. So why is it going to your room? Because I need to sleep, can't I? But why take her in? Did the asshole finally get the hang of it and want to treat her? Without waiting for Lin Lin to have a chance to continue speaking, a loud voice came directly from the soft place beneath Lin Lin. Lin Lin's petite body shook, her cheeks flushed, and she clenched her teeth and shouted, Asshole Lin An, you actually hit me there, big pervert. Saying that, the pink fists frantically pounded Lin An's back, but Lin Lin's fists didn't kill at all, so Lin An simply ignored them. Cut the crap, I'm going to bed. After saying that, Lin An's arms relaxed and dropped down, placing the petite Lin Lin on the bed. Then, getting under the covers, gently tucking them in and starting to sleep, leaving Lin Lin, whose face was so red that she could pinch blood out of it, lying foolishly on the side. Oomph, big asshole. Mentally cursing Lin An, her small hands directly cupped the quilt and covered her body as well. After lying down, Lin Lin's soft body even rubbed in Lin An's direction. Lin An, how did you hit this girl? She didn't get angry much, and she was still close to him. Could it be that this girl awakened something extraordinary? Chapter 30. Shia went up. Morning. Lin opened her dry eyes. He felt the softness on his body and couldn't help but blink. Helplessly, He looked at the delicate girl in his arms. Hey, why is this girl sleeping so dishonestly? Originally, he was sleeping on his side, but Lin suddenly stretched out a small, white, tender, fragrant hand and directly and accurately hooked onto Lin's neck. As he prepared to move Lin's unsteady hand away, a white thigh rested on Lin's stomach. If it wasn't for seeing Lin's crystalline saliva that kept slipping out from the corners of his mouth, he had thought that this girl Lin was doing it on purpose. If Lin just hugged him to sleep, Lin wouldn't be wearing a pair of panda eyes right now. Mainly, his Lin likes to sleep and move around. And, how could Lin, as a virile teenager, withstand such a test? Immediately, the heart under his chest beat indisputably, and his spirit was extremely tight, enduring the ethereal scent that spread around the tip of his nose. Warm breath exhaled from Lin's mouth and lapped at Lin's neck. Gulp. Looking at Lin's smooth and rounded cheeks, Lin subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Damn it. Lin was actually fidgeting again. Lin, who had his eyes closed, moved his body slightly as he pressed against Lin. Feeling Lin's movements on her body, Lin instantly reddened above her neck and gently held her palm on Lin's wrist. No, I have to get up quickly or I'm going to bump into her. Having a frail, delicate young girl around in the morning is not a treat. It's torture. Lin licked his dry lips, stared at Lin's pretty face, and slowly lifted Lin's small hand that was hugging his own, quickly removing it from himself. Lin. Lin's awake? Lin looked nervous and stared at Lin with wide eyes. Only Lin's delicate lips were trembling slightly, but her eyes were not open. Exhale. It was fortunate that he hadn't woken up, or else in terms of this strange posture, he might have to be treated as a pervert by Lin. Even though they were now lying on the same bed, what if Lin thought that this position was him purposely carrying her into his arms? What's the difference between that and social death? No, don't. As Lin lifted Lin's delicate arm, another sentence popped out of Lin's mouth. After having a precedent, Lin didn't panic and just glanced at Lin. The pale, flawless face was tender. It makes you want to touch. Glancing under the covers, Lin didn't need to look. He already knew how much weight Lin had just by perception. The eyes were about to lift. A trace of coolness came from his chest, and when he looked with his eyebrows lowered, he saw that the corners of his mouth, which were stained with crystal clear water droplets, were slowly dripping with water filaments. Hey, what a silly girl. A secret sigh. So he stopped paying attention to the Lin, who was sleeping like Paige. Then, Lin continued his little maneuver. Hey. With a push from Lin's delicate body was slightly tilted up. As soon as Lin withdrew his force, Lin's soft little butt landed firmly on the bed. Finally moved this girl down. Luckily, he held back. The little tent isn't stretched out. It's just bulging. It's okay. Well, what are you doing to me? Lin's small mouth moved, and as Lin lowered his head in secret celebration, he opened his eyes and saw Lin laughing in an uncertain manner. Lin's eyes directly widened as he issued a question. Lin froze and opened his mouth to explain. Having just uttered a single word, Lin's eyes were already moist at the corners of her eyes, and her cheeks were flushed as she spoke softly. Were you secretly bullying me just now? No, I'm innocent. Actually, bullying is okay, but don't sneak around. Lin's face flushed up slightly and she skimmed her lips, her eyes glancing at Lin's suspected parts. Lin really is a man of his word. Big liar. Noticing Lin's gaze, Lin hurriedly explained. This is a normal reaction. Don't misunderstand. You lie. Lin pursed her pink lips and blinked her crystal clear eyes as a drop of eyeballs fell. Bullying. Then why do I feel like my body hurts? That's because you've been holding me around all night. Of course, his body is hard, but not a soft bed. It is not a long time will be sore. Lin had 100 mouths to feed, and looking at Lin's moist cheeks, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Explain it to her? Do you think this stubborn fool will believe it? Lin was ready to stop explaining, but when he saw Lin's straight eyes, Lin, who had already long since turned into a small flower cat, he hesitated, thoughtfully, and said, maybe it's because you don't have any meat on your body. So, I have meat. It's just that it hasn't grown yet. Lin's words had just come out, and the girl who was still lying on the bed instantly exploded, her little feet stomping. Stand up, rushing towards Lin while he was still in a daze. You're making my body hurt. You're responsible for me. Responsible. In charge? Negative your ass. He really didn't do anything. Lin swallowed and paused, holding Lin's palm. He was ready to refuse. Just kidding. If you agree directly, it will not be confirmed that he really did something? Lin looked at the silent Lin and blinked, a tear being squeezed out again. Oh asshole Lin, if you dare not to be responsible for me, If you dare to abandon me, I'll just never ignore you again. Hearing this, what Linen was just about to say was directly swallowed back, even frowned slightly. Sure is a childish girl, likes to say childish things. This girl doesn't think about it. She is now eating who cooks and wearing who washes her clothes. Who do you go to school with and who do you lie in the same bed with? Even if she ignored him? Is it hard to believe that she would really ignore Lin Lin? What a little cutie. Really ignoring me? Lin Lin's face was buried in Lin An's arms and he should not. How can you ignore it? This girl was thinking like this, and Lin Lin's little hand was honestly holding onto Lin An's palm tightly. And keep pushing. No responses too. If you don't talk, I'm going to leave. Seeing Lin Lin's silence, Lin An pretended to turn around. Suddenly, a delicate voice exhaled from beneath her. Don't you dare. Lin Lin violently tugged on Lin An's hand, pulling it tightly and pulling it back. Lin An had just turned around when this silly girl actually stood on her tiptoes, her head close to Lin An's face. Lin An instantly mentalized and asked, "You, what do you want again?" Sigma, degree winky face. So close, why does it feel like she's going to up? I don't want you to leave me. If you have to, then I don't care about anything. Shout out. Lin Lin's small mouth pouted and went up. She doesn't care. Mom said it. Once the rice is cooked, everything will fall into place. Who told Lin An to bully her last night? She now does not care about anything. Lin An, holy, this dead girl, playing sneak attack. Chapter 31. I was dogged this morning. 7 a.m. Lin An and Lin Lin walked in the direction of the university. They were just about to reach the school when a short-haired girl appeared in front of the duo. The young girl was dressed in a loose blue and white dress, holding half a cucumber in her hand, her mouth constantly moving, chewing on a cucumber. She had just come out of the corner when she saw the familiar duo. Yo, good morning. Upon seeing the duo, Quiet spoke first in greeting. Hearing the crisp voice, Lin An looked up and responded. Well, good morning. Lin An smiled towards her and was about to ask Lin Lin, who had his head down behind him, to greet her as well, but pain came first from the corner of his somewhat cracked mouth. Hiss. Ha, what's wrong with your mouth? It's okay. I was bitten by an unruly puppy this morning. Puppy? When did Lin Lin's family get a dog? As Lin Lin's best friend, how come she didn't know anything about it? And, what did you do to get the puppy to bite your mouth? Just as Quiet was wondering, a fluffy voice came from behind Lin An. No more talking. Fine, don't say no. Lin An smiled and answered. This stupid girl. She doesn't know anything. She doesn't even know. She doesn't even know how to do that. You won't need him to teach you that stuff from now on, will you? Lin Lin's sudden roar made the short-haired girl chewing on a cucumber increasingly curious. His head tilted to look at the wide-eyed teenage boy and narrowed his eyes. Hiss, what kind of dog is it anyway? You're not allowed to laugh. Lin Lin's small hands were clenched. Her cheeks were scarlet. Her lips were pursed slightly, and her beautiful eyes were staring straight at Lin An. Asshole Lin An, what are you laughing at? It's just that when she disliked him, she wasn't tall enough and her foot slipped, and her teeth scratched him. Don't. That's funny. Okay, no more laughing. Lin An took a deep breath, walked over to Lin Lin and touched her head. Seeing as how you're usually a picky eater, little one, see, when it really comes down to it, you can't do anything. No more talking. You're being obnoxious, and I told you it would grow. After saying that, Lin Lin's small mouth opened and bit up towards Lin An's arm. Bite you bullying bastard. The delicate lips were not yet close to Lin An. Her paws then left the ground. Stop it. We're going to be late. Anymore and I'm going to carry you to school like this. Lin An's arms stopped and picked up the petite Lin Lin in a princess carry. Lin Lin snorted coldly, her small hands resting on Lin An's arms. Carry me to school like that if you can, and see if it tires you out, then I'll carry you. No. As Lin An and Lin Lin were playing around, they seemed to forget that there was someone else beside them. Quiet. Now keep quiet. Silently nibbling on a cucumber. He watched them. Interesting. It was amazing how active these two had become without her knowing. Is that rumor true? Because Lin An had been boarding at Lin Lin's house since she was a child. Some students saw Lin An and Lin Lin going to and from school hand in hand, so it was rumored that Lin An was actually Lin Lin's child husband. When she learned of this rumor, as Lin Lin's best friend, how could she believe that this delicate girl in front of her would be in that kind of relationship with that gentle Lin An? But now it seems, looking at Lin Lin who was being held in Lin An's arms, her limbs slightly shrunken, her face flushed and close to Lin An's chest. Quietly it felt as if there was no truth to that rumor. All hugged like this, a ghost could tell that these two have problems. Cough cough. Have you guys hugged enough? Excuse me. Lin An smiled awkwardly and loosened his palm from Lin Lin's soft white flesh. The sudden loss of temperature in her hand upset Lin Lin, glancing at her BFF who appeared out of place. They say that a best friend is a godsend. How come hers isn't? How it's not so? I can't believe I'm bothering her. Damn it. Why don't you be a good boy and sneak out? Humph. Noticing Lin's sultry little eyes, he quietly swallowed the last of the cucumber, murmuring, we'll be at school in a few minutes. There's quite a few students out getting breakfast, so if he sees you guys cuddling, guess what's going to happen? Aha! Yeah, oh, there would definitely be a lot of gossip if they were seen. Although she didn't really care anymore. It was very gossipy within the circle of girls. It wasn't like she was really very much with Linen right now, so she'd be over the moon if she had an effect on Linen because of gossip. The little girl suddenly realized, quiet, actually really thinking about her, worthy of being a good best friend. But hasn't my relationship with Lin been known by others for a long time? It's just living together. Before the words were finished, Lin's mind already recalled not only Lin's touch last night. At once, late in the morning, the rooster crowed, and it came. Suddenly, Lin saw that Lin beside him was not right. At this moment, Lin was staring at Linen with dissatisfaction. Just living together? Their relationship is a lot more than just living together. Okay, she'd been an adult for a long time, and their relationship should have changed. Humph, this asshole Linen didn't even treat her like a normal girl. Don't always treat her like a little kid who needs to be taken care of. She's can already do things that older kids can do. I'll stop. Watching Lin redden above his neck for some reason, Linen simply gave in. If he really pissed Lin off, then would he even want to sleep when he got home? Okay, let's go. Saying that, Quiet held Lin's delicate jade hand and walked towards the school gate, which was only 100 meters away from here, without looking back. Asshole Reinen, next time if you talk nonsense, I'm gonna eat you. After walking a few steps, Lin that girl twisted her head and opened her mouth toward Linen. Like a nippy puppy. Silly girl. Linen looked at Lin's distant back and muttered. Then a finger couldn't help but touch his lips. It's broken and still hurts a little. Licked it. Well, not salty, sweet. It's the smell of Lin. Lin. Just as Linen was giggling down, a little girl ran over. Lin frowned and asked, what about you? I want to go with you. Silly. Still walking together, worried about something happening to me? What could possibly go wrong in just a few seconds? Thinking, Linen reached out and rubbed Lin's brain, taking her meaty hand. You're not a kid anymore. Why do you always have to walk together? But we really should go, or we'll be late later. The soft voice answered softly. Then, two large and one small. The soles of his shoes clattered as he ran toward the school gates and directly ignored the silence. Seeing the duo brush past her, Quiet took a deep breath and exhaled. Arms unconsciously cupped her breasts and glanced at Lin's tablet. Hey, I'm so envious. Lin really didn't have any wobbling troubles at all yet. It was hard on her breasts to move just the slightest bit, like she was hanging from a jackhammer. It's annoying. But, after some internal growling, Quiet eyes looked at Lin and Linen once more. These two guys, they definitely have some kind of ulterior motive. Since Lin and Linen lived together, the students in their class who liked Linen asked Lin to send love letters to Linen, but the last sound those love letters received was rejection. However, now it seems that those love letters were destroyed by Lin's girl, and not handed over to Linen at all. After all, according to Lin's temperament, she's got to keep the best for herself, right? Ring ring ring. Thinking, the bell rang. Hearing the voice, Quiet hurriedly collected his thoughts and walked quickly towards the classroom. Suddenly, a young girl with a single ponytail walks through the school gates. The young girl had a pretty face with a high nose and white skin. Those long exposed legs just looked silky and bouncy. Such a look is so mature and doesn't look like a student here by any stretch of the imagination. Quiet saw this single ponytailed girl with a tearful mole in the corner of her eye, wearing a blue and white dress. Froze slightly. That's a good-looking guy. But, why does it feel so familiar? Chapter 32, Linen help. I'm going to die. Because it's almost time for final exams. Plus I missed a lot of classes in the first half of the semester because my teacher was sick all the time. The remedial classes are now more compact. And even the 10 minutes between classes are half taken up by the teacher. The remaining half is reserved for your bathroom breaks. The female teacher on the stage was lecturing passionately, but Linen under the stage was secretly lost in thought as he lowered his head and faced the Mayuan textbook full of black ink handwriting. The corners of Rupture's mouth rose slightly to symbolize the good-looking teenager who was gawking at his toughest teacher's class. As for why Linen covered his mouth and smiled darkly, it was unknown. But how could the teacher on the podium not see Lin and small movements? The speaking stopped and a lingering gaze glanced at the stage. At once, the boy next to Linen, Zhou Yang, poking Lin with his elbow, he said quietly, "Hey, Linen, Mr. Xia is looking at you." At those words, Linen woke up as if from a dream and just looked up. Then he met the teacher's extremely kind smile directly. Linen, remember to stay after class. I have something to say to you. Okay teacher. Linen responded helplessly. Linen lowered his head and sighed helplessly. It's not that he's afraid the teacher will say something critical to him. It's just that, hey, if he was left behind, that Lin girl would have to stand stupidly waiting for him downstairs again, right? Waiting could be noon. It was about to be time for lunch, and Lin would be waiting for Linen downstairs every time he went to the cafeteria. But now, don't worry, Ms. Xia is strict, but she won't scold anyone. Seeing Linen lowering his face in melancholy, Zhou Yang slightly approached Linen and kindly reminded him from the side. After all, Linen was a good student, and this was the first time he had ever been called out in class. So as someone who was often called out in class, he naturally had to be reminded. Aha! After Linen answered, he didn't care about studying. At this moment, his mind was full of that clingy girl. Downstairs, in Lin's class, Lin's head hung low, her delicate face turned towards an envelope with a slight dusting of powder. The short fingers held a water-based pen and wrote something on the envelope with a single stroke. Sasha. Hey, if you give this envelope to that asshole Reinen in a few days, he'll agree to it, right? Aha. Poof. What if Linen agrees? Then, wouldn't she be Lin's future wife? Ha. Just thinking about the fact that she would be doing something shy with Linen in the future. Lin's delicate lips couldn't control the sticky drool that flowed out of them. Hissy. Not good. Lin reached out and wiped the corner of his mouth. Feeling the slightly cool touch coming from his palm, Lin felt bad. Looked down. Fong's eyes, confused, widened instantly. Crap. The paper is actually wet. It's over. Sigma, degree winky face. Lin's little face was close to the desktop, and when she saw the drop of saliva on the envelope, her heart directly jerked and she skimmed her little mouth. Incredibly sad. Damn. It was almost finished. Quiet, who was sitting beside Lin, couldn't help but be a little worried when he saw Lin with his head lowered and his face not looking too good. With that, the question was asked. Lin, I brought tampons. Do you want to use them? No, Anne. I didn't come to relatives. The voice coming from her ears made Lin's heart deer in the headlights, reaching out her arms to cover the envelope underneath her and responding lightly. After saying that, Lin's head was buried in his arm, skimming his lips in thought. Is this something Quiet can read? It's not. After all, what if an accidentally blabbed? Then her plan wouldn't just be a simple failure. There was the prospect of facing Lin's. If that was the case, then she was going to die of shame. Lin who didn't know what to think of. Her white face transformed into a steamy kitty in the quiet blink of an eye. Red above the neck. If Lin isn't here as a relative, then what's wrong with her? Quiet thought for a moment and thought of Lin. Lin wasn't quite right lately. The other day Lin was walking shoulder to shoulder and hand in hand with Linen. If it was before today, she could still take these behaviors as a sign that it was because Lin was afraid of being born independent on Linen. But, Lin, today's interaction with Linen was noticeably different from usual. He's holding it all up, and also cracked the skin of the mouth. His grandmother really thinks she cannot see it. Right, these two guys, definitely too in love. Since Lin wasn't here as a relative, then is her now lying limply on the table, because the body has suffered a heavy blow? When she thought that Lin had actually betrayed the organization and secretly got together with Linen, she had to feel as if she had eaten a reply. Extremely upset. Darn it Lin, even though you're 19, you haven't confirmed your relationship yet. How can you give it away for nothing? Really? At that thought, Quiet glared indignantly at the little girl, who was slumped on the table to the side, took a deep breath, and muttered, Lin, last night, did you stay in the same room with Linen? Aha! How did she know that I was exposed? At these words, Lin reacted, her soft body moving. The little brain buried under his arm thought quickly, then lifted his head slightly to the Quiet, responded softly, no. Oh really? Quiet broke into a smile, grinning as she looked at Lin's reddening face and spoke. Really? Lin pursed her small lips, held back her shyness, and trembled. Why are you pushing her? She won't be able to help it. Damn bad Quiet. Hearing Lin's slightly trembling voice, an answer came to Quiet's mind. Lin has always been naive, blushing and nervous again when I lie. Hey, she was just asking after her, and this girl revealed the cracks on her own. Humph, I can't believe you don't believe me. Lin's brows furrowed and she pouted, looking at Quiet aggressively. It seemed Quiet really misjudged her. Quiet stared at Lin's face and didn't answer, just narrowed her eyes and smiled. The little girl couldn't help herself when she was stared at by Quiet. The white, rounded, pretty face bristled, red as a monkey's ass. She, actually smiling. The deer under Lin's flatbed was beating frantically. Flop, flop, flop. Oh, Oh, she seemed to be seeing through Lu. It really doesn't. Lin Lin took a deep breath, his eyes firm against the quiet. Well, if you say no, then no. At those words, Lin Lin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. And suddenly, the quiet head came slightly closer to Lin Lin, lips close to her earlobe. Hey, you small age do not learn bad in the room or the little baby later but will have no grandmother to drink. Hey, what's that? She understood the latter part, but the first part, what's the quiet talking about? Lin Lin narrowed her eyes, her small mouth opened, and she was about to inquire when quiet was already squaring back up, away from her. Quietly, she put her fingers on her lips and puckered them slightly in a SHHH gesture. Gesture Lin Lin to keep quiet. What? What the hell? Just as Lin Lin looked at the quiet in confusion, a palm was reflected in front of her eyes. Land on the envelope. Suffered. Lin, help. I'm dying. I'm going to die. Looking at the palm in front of him, Lin Lin's head was buried directly into his textbook as he cried out in his heart. Lin, don't leave after class yet. Well, okay, sensei. Chapter 33, meeting a familiar face around the corner. 12:15 p.m. Inside the teacher's office, Lin stood in front of her desk, listening to the admonition of her strictest teacher. But his attention wasn't even on the female teacher in front of him. Listening to the shouts of people coming from outside the window in his ears, Lin was in a bad mood and frowned slightly. Lin, that silly girl, is definitely waiting for him downstairs right now. After all, it was Lin who waited for him every day, and then they went to the cafeteria together. But, now he may have to miss his appointment. Well, it's getting late, so go eat your lunch, Xie Shudai said as she glanced at the time, her fingers holding her glasses slightly as she looked at the teenager in front of her. Okay teacher. Hearing that he could leave, Lin hurriedly nodded his head in response, and then he wanted to turn around and leave. Seeing Lin leaving in such a hurry, Xie Shudai looked at Lin's back and secretly nodded. It seems that Lin, this kid, has listened to her words. Just because they got into college doesn't mean stop racing against the clock. At least don't fail your classes. After Lin walked out the door, her cell phone rang. Jingle bells. She looked down at the screen of her cell phone, the avatar of a manga girl flickering faintly. Xie Shudai smiled and picked up the cell phone and brought it close to her ear. Hey, XIN. Oh, I'm in my office. I'll pack up and walk you home. Up here? Are you on your feet? After Lin exited the office, he hoofed it toward the stairs. Soon enough, he arrived at Lin's classroom. Lin stood in the doorway and looked in. No sign of his silly girl. Strange, Lin wasn't waiting for him today. That girl. Where is everyone? Did you go to lunch with Quiet? Lin thought about it and thought it was a possibility. After all, Lin had gone to buy breakfast alone before, so it was fine to go to lunch without him now. Thinking of this, Lin intended to leave and head to the cafeteria. Just as Lin walked in the direction of the stairs, a familiar figure appeared from around the corner. Why is she here? Seeing Ning Xinxin's face and the clothing that was out of place in this school, Lin lowered his eyebrows, feeling a bit of doubt in his heart. Could she be coming for herself? But soon, Lin dismissed this narcissistic thought, shook his head, and walked up. Hey, Lin, you turned out to be a college student here. Without waiting for Lin to open his mouth to ask, Ning Xinxin's sweet words had already entered Lin's ears. Yes. Lin froze slightly, blinked his eyes, looked at Ning Xinxin's bright smile, and gently answered. Is your foot better that one? Lin continued to ask. Just now, he watched Ning Xinxin's footsteps as she walked towards him with some awkwardness. Although the guy had said on his cell phone earlier that she could foot much better, but now it seemed that her earlier comment was just a way of not wanting him to accuse her. Well, look at that. In order to prove that her feet seemed to be really well, Ning Xinxin was ready to jump up at Lin. Ning Xinxin's body crouched downwards, her feet just slightly leaving the ground. Suddenly, her smile stopped. It went askew in Lin's direction. You're not hurt, are you? Seeing this, Lin hurriedly went up to hold Ning Xinxin and asked with a lowered head. No. Ning Xinxin took a few breaths, then looked up. After seeing Lin's face up close, she froze slightly, eyes widened momentarily, lips parted. Why does Lin look so much like her sister-in-law? Why does Lin look so much like her little aunt? P.S. Things are getting busy, probably. Starting to get back to updating. Chapter 34, this lorry is very unpleasant. 12:24 p.m. Now is the time when the final exams descend. You as the representative of our grade must not make any mistakes. Not to let you fall in love. But now talk about nothing useful. At least wait until the end of the exams. Now messing around will only affect your studies. I know, teacher. Lin nodded in response and walked out of the office with the pink envelope pinched in his fingers. After walking out of the doorway, Lin leaned against the wall and covered his chest with the envelope, exhaling with relief. Phew, luckily it doesn't say Lin An's name yet. Or else. Or what? As Lin was lamenting, a short-haired girl popped up next to her face and asked her with a smile. Seeing the quiet, curious eyes, Lin's little heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly put away the envelope. Nothing, that. I have to go find Reinen. He should be waiting for me for quite a while now. Ha, so what did you just panic and put away? Lin tried to be perfunctory and just bolt, but Quiet unfolded his arms and pinned Lin against the wall. Quiet is tall, with a height of 1.69 m. Lin, who was just 1.6 m, looked weaker in front of the Quiet, like a helpless lamb being pressed against the wall by the big bad wolf. Lin pursed her lips, put the envelope away, and responded, really, there's really nothing, none, let me go, okay? Looking down at Lin, who tilted her red face up underneath her toward the constantly blinking and begging Lin, the corner of Quiet's mouth hooked and she let go of the palm of her hand that was leaning against the wall. Then go, don't keep the other Lin waiting too long. Yeah, I'm off then, bye. Lin excitedly hugged Quiet, and after waving his hand towards Quiet, his little feet moved quickly to run downstairs. Hey Lin An, I'm coming. Lin's little face was bright as she bounced along, quietly standing behind Lin. She couldn't help but sigh as she watched Lin look like she was going to find her lover boy. Hey, this silly girl. I've made myself so obvious. Do you really think she can't see it? After Lin walked to the next floor, his smile instantly dissipated and his expression became a bit melancholy. She pressed her back against the wall and puffed out her face, muttering darkly, what should we do? It's been so long. Renan is already angry, right? And if she went over there now, how was she going to explain it to Lin? Lin tucked her small hands into her pockets and took a deep breath when her fingertips touched the texture of the paper. Phew, never mind, just go straight through. Anyway, it's been so long, that Renan guy might have gotten angry a long time ago. Since she's all pissed off, what's the point of explaining? She'll just end up getting yelled at anyway. Thinking of this, Lin snapped twice and patted her reddened cheeks with her small hands. With his head held high, he gathered his courage and walked down the stairway with a smile on his face. The tender face was just facing the building, when suddenly Lin's nose soured. Hey, why isn't Lin in here? The hallway was empty, and there was no sign of the Lin she had been pining for. Lin is missing. Lin walked towards his class while whispering delicately, does he not want me? Lin walked to the class entrance in a low mood. Could it be in there? With this thought Lin wiped away the tear tracks on his face. Eyes clipped with crystalline tears lifted slightly to look in. Liar, right? No, not at all. Lin wasn't even in there. Lin? A male voice came from behind her, and Lin's heart shook as she jerked back. Not him. The boy in front of her was just a classmate. Not her Lin at all. Lin breathed hard and lowered his head in response. I'm fine. Didn't wait for the boys to continue saying something. Lin then lowered her head and slowly brushed past the boys. She's going to go find Lin and question that asshole about why he left her behind. Obviously used to wait for her no matter how long it took. But why is Lin missing this time? Lin. Within a few steps, a familiar voice came from behind her. At that moment, Lin gritted her teeth. Her small pink hand directly clenched her fist, and she directly turned around and swung out a punch. What are you doing? Lin uncovered his chest, glanced at the unkillable fist, cupped it, and looked at the small white face in front of him and asked, I'll beat you to death, asshole. Lin, who was already in a rage, directly ignored Lin's words and reached out his other soft hand, continuously pounding it into his chest. Damn Lin, I can't believe he made her so sad. I can't believe I won't let him have a good time when I get home. Almost okay. Any more nonsense and the cafeteria will run out of food. Lin grabbed the two small soft hands on his chest and remonstrated at Lin, who was glaring at him angrily through clenched teeth. Where were you just now? Lin skimmed her small mouth and struggled a bit, then glared at him when she realized that her hand was in Lin's death grip. I just met an acquaintance, but she hurt her foot and couldn't get upstairs, so I was just going to. So you were just helping her up the stairs? Yeah. In the face of Lin's interrupting words, Lin responded blandly without a single change in his expression, but Lin was looking at him suspiciously. Acquaintance? Hurt your foot? Help her up the stairs? Hiss. When did Lin have this kind of acquaintance? She doesn't know? Since childhood Lin had appeared around men and women were all memorized in this girl's head. After Lin's words were finished, the little girl immediately searched her brain warehouse, and the result was, no such person was found. That asshole Lin lied. Ahem. That person you haven't seen before. Noticing that Lin's eyes were out of place, Lin scratched his cheeks and explained. The little girl blinked her pretty eyes in deep thought. An acquaintance of Lin's that he hadn't seen before? I'm afraid it's only people from my mother's family when Lin was a child. But, how can those people be here? So, Lin is still lying. Liar. Big liar. Lin opened his mouth and nibbled at Lin An's shoulder, and suddenly the tip of her nose was once again sore. She smelled that smell on Lin's shoulder. That weird femininity. Damn Rinan. Definitely secretly having contact with a girl other than her again. Is it that xin Ning? Thinking about what Lin An said earlier about him meeting an acquaintance with inconvenient feet, aside from Lin An's relatives on his mother's side, it seemed like the only other one was the one in Lin An's cell phone. Hey, what's gotten into you again? Why are you always biting? Lin An let go of Lin little girl's soft as cotton white palm and shifted direction towards Lin's puffed up slightly red cheeks. A choke hold. Lin was too controlled to speak, but the eyes that glared at him and the protests that kept coming out of her pink lips, it's not hard to see that she, well, is upset. Chapter 35, Is she jealous? Asshole. Big, bullying asshole. Lin was controlled by her mouth, so all she could do was keep swinging her soft hand hammer and knocking it on the chest of the bad guy in front of her. Lin, stop it, will you? Lin sighed and said helplessly, hey, this girl is afraid to use force. A little physical damage. What's the point of hitting him? You're still staring at him. So cute. Are you trying to make him surrender by mental attack? After Lin finished speaking, he cupped Lin's face and approached Lin's round eyes in front of her, locking eyes with her. Humph. The bad guy. Lin blushed at the look and subconsciously tried to incline her head, but being cupped with her head she could only stare straight at Lin. She couldn't bear it when she saw Lin's eyes with a faint smile at the crooked corners. It exploded at once. Humph. What are you looking at? Let go of me, asshole. Or else. I'll get angry. Hearing Lin's non-threatening words, Lin chose to ignore them and cocked his head, smiling. No release. TSK. Asshole. Lin's white face instantly turned scarlet, her white teeth pressed against her pink lips as she tried to hold it in. Okay, enough messing with you, let's go to the commissary. Lin looked at the time and realized that the cafeteria was already closed at the current time period, so he suggested to Lin. As the voice fell, Lin's arm slid down low and landed at Lin's fingers, exerting a little pressure and holding Lin's soft, almost palms. Before Lin could say anything, Lin directly dragged her in the direction of the stairway. Hey, wait! Lin suddenly called out to stop Lin and shouted. What's wrong? Lin looked at her suspiciously. Do you have any money with you? Lin asked. Hearing this, Lin froze. No, there was before, but I don't know what suddenly happened to Lin yesterday, but he directly took his money. Something about men being bad when they have money. So now he only had some grocery money and had left it at home, not carrying it on him at all. Humph. Now you'll have to listen to me properly. Lin's small mouth hooked, holding a few red bills and waving them triumphantly under Lin's eyes. The idiot, sure enough, had forgotten that the financial power of the house was now in her hands. Well, okay then, let's listen to whatever you want to buy. Lin answered cheerfully. It was rare that this silly girl wanted to be the master for once, and Lin didn't want to spoil this girl's fun. Then tell me first, is that person Ning Xinshin? Lin asked after thinking about it. Yeah, Lin responded. Hey, why does this girl always grab onto this kind of thing? Can it be that Lin is jealous? Lin suddenly thought of Lin's reckless behavior this morning and instantly, he subconsciously swallowed and licked his cracked lips. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt the figure underneath him move slightly. He looked down, only to see that the coolly dressed soft girl in front of him was leaning her rosy cheeks under his collarbone. Onion-white fingers twisted up the collar of his leaning coat, and the tip of his nose came close. Sniffing. The collar doesn't smell funny. It's just there in the shoulder area. So it seems like Lin really just helped the guy up the stairs. Groan. The most crucial part of Lin still belongs to her. Well. Lin smiled inwardly in triumph. It seemed so exciting that the corners of her mouth couldn't help but hook up. Can Lin stop acting like a demented? Obsessed with what? Nothing. Chapter 36, Want to Eat You. Lin and Lin came downstairs. Just as the soles of the shoes touched the concrete floor, Lin felt the warm touch on his hands disappear. Why are you letting go? Lin puckered her mouth and questioned Lin with dissatisfaction. Bastard Lin. If he dares to dislike her, then she'll bite the bastard to death. Stop it. There's someone. Lin ignored Lin's unhappy expression and responded indifferently. Hearing this, Lin's small eyes looked east to look around. All that was visible was a student who had finished his lunch and was walking in their direction. Wait until a few students have walked past them and are completely gone. Lin's expression was no longer calm and became somewhat pained. Hiss. Why are you biting me again? Humph. This is your punishment. Lin tilted his head up, came in front of Lin, and poked Lin's bare face with a white, rounded finger that disliked Lin's straight, poking. Punishment? Where did I offend you again? Lin asked as the corner of his eye twitched. This little guy is really getting rebellious and can't move without biting. When she gets a little older, it won't be as simple as biting, will it? Maybe she'll have to domestically abuse him. You shook my hand off. Lin Lin took a step closer and stared at Linen. That doesn't seem like much. You're biting me over that little thing? I haven't even talked about the fact that you stood me up. Hey, Lin Lin. I told you can you not be so childish? Linen moved away from Lin Lin's fingers and bent down to stare into Lin Lin's straight eyes, locking eyes with him. After being stared at for a moment, Lin Lin's black pupils clenched, and he sheepishly inclined his head, his fingers intertwining with each other, pouting and skimming, muttered in a low voice, just bite you. As soon as the light-hearted words were finished, he turned back to Linen. It's not like you don't know me. My body is weak, so I went back to the dormitory to change my underwear at noon because I came to that. Well, that's why I'm late. I really didn't mean to do it, Lin. Forgive me, will you? After saying that, Lin Lin pulled Lin An's arm and begged. Lin Lin's small face unconsciously reddened, and the deer under the little rabbit couldn't help but start jumping. She lied, but she didn't dare to be honest with Lin An and say that she was dragged to the office to talk because she wrote love letters in class. Just thinking about it, Lin Lin felt incredibly humiliated, so she had to rely on pouting and to muddle through. Seeing Lin Lin's big crystal clear eyes was blinking towards him non-stop, Lin laughed. With that, he nodded in response. Well then, well, I'm a big man, so I'll forgive you. Hearing these words, Lin Lin's tender face instantly smiled as brightly as a flower. Big bastard Lin was really mesmerized by the lovely her. Hey, let's get to the cafeteria then. I'm starving. Lin Lin heatedly smiled, then pulled Lin An's palm and ran in the direction of the cafeteria. Just as his palm touched Lin Lin's hand, Lin An suddenly had a jolt. He wanted to remind Lin Lin to be careful. After all, there were still people coming and going on campus, so it wouldn't be good if some unsuspecting people gossiped about them. However, when he saw the cheerful smile on Lin Lin's soft face, the corners of Lin An's mouth rose slightly, dispelling the thought. Let them say what they want. Where is the importance of those gossips as much as Lin Lin's smile? After walking for a while, Lin Lin tugged Lin An to reach the interior of the cafeteria, twisted his head to face Lin An, and was about to open his mouth, noticing that Lin was inexplicably laughing. What are you laughing at, Lin An? Lin Lin asked curiously. I was wondering why you couldn't grow taller. Lin An finished with a smile and reached out to touch Lin Lin's little brain. That asshole. Mocking her again. Without waiting for Lin An to rub a few times, Lin Lin's eyebrows drooped in dissatisfaction and her small hand slapped Lin An's hand. Get it away from me, don't just touch my head. Lin Lin white-rooted arms hugged his chest, puffed his mouth and glared at Lin An. Lin An is a bad guy. How dare he be so wanton as to rub her brain without her permission? I don't know if I'll grow out of it. Shoo, don't scream so loud. Lin An slightly lowered his waist, and his hitching hand landed on Lin Lin's delicate, slightly pink lips. Feeling Lin An's breath, the little girl pursed her pink lips and slightly buried her chin into the bear. Then, looking to the cafeteria ant not far from his side, watching them with a smile on her face. That auntie, we're not actually. I get it. Don't explain or anything. It's a buffet here. Hit yourself up with whatever you want. The cafeteria ant smiled with a gentle smile and laughed. The old ant is very knowledgeable and has worked in this school for so many years. How could she not be aware of what relationship these two little guys in front of her have? After seeing Lin An touch Lin Lin's head while Lin Lin made the reaction of bowing his head in silence, she had already gotten a mental picture of what was going on. Lin An froze, suddenly not knowing how to respond to the person in front of him, and would only laugh awkwardly before dragging Lin Lin, who was standing dumbfounded, into the house. Lin, what do you want to eat? Lin An swept a glance, loaded with large and small dishes, and asked Lin with a smile. Hey, shouldn't I be asking you that question? I have the meal card that controls the finances. Lin Lin's eyes crookedly smiled as she gently tapped her meal card on Lin An's chest. Then, Lin blinked her crystalline eyes and bent down close to Lin An's chest, tilting her head and smiling at him. So, what do you want to eat, Kobayashi-san? It's my treat today. A few swipes of her small hand and a hint of sweet milk flavor drilled into the tip of Lin's nose. It was probably the body odor of the little one in front of me. Lin An didn't answer Lin immediately, just looked at her quietly, thinking about something. Lin, 19 this year, but still always childish, and the face is not only smooth and bouncy, but also soft and fluffy, like a person made of cotton candy. She was childish on the outside and certainly that childish on the inside. Lin was teasing him, and he was somewhat moved, coupled with what his own uncle had said not long ago and what Lin had done in the morning. He looked at Lin somewhat differently than usual, seeing Lin and looking at her without saying anything. Lin's good-looking eyebrows lowered and she puckered her small mouth, not feeling good in her heart. Actually ignored her. That's so bad. Just as Lin frowned and ruminated, Lin spoke. Lin, Want to eat you. Ahahaha, just kidding. Humph, that's a joke I don't like at all. Chapter 37, doing something bad, right? After they had eaten their fill, they bought a few more loaves of bread from the kiosk inside the cafeteria, as well as 2 bottles of Ely milk before Lin walked out of the cafeteria with Lin. The duo, who had just stepped out of the doorway, saw a short-haired girl. Lin, why are you pursing your lips? Quiet glanced at the duo with odd expressions and approached Lin's side, looking curiously at her pink lips. While still waiting for Lin's reply, the crystalline luster on the pink lips had already shone into the quiet eyes. The water stains are in an odd place, not like Lin's own saliva, but, holy, Lin and Lin couldn't have been doing something bad just now. Looking at Lin's slightly reddened face, Silence became more and more suspicious that the duo in front of her was secretly making small moves just now. I just ate candy, so my mouth is a little sweet. If it's okay, I'll go to the classroom with Lin to study first. Bye. Lin licked his lips, smiled faintly and pulled Lin's arm, hoofing it in the direction of the classroom. Only Quiet was left staring at the backs of the distant duo with wide eyes. Quiet narrowed his eyes and shook his head involuntarily. These two guys are running so fast. Who would believe them if they say there's no ghost? Lin's expression was still calm, but Lin's entire face was red. Hey, that silly girl. After a helpless huff, Quiet stopped looking at them and walked into the cafeteria. In the classroom at noon, there were almost no people, but of course there were a few people who liked to study quietly. They were all quietly studying while most of them went back to their dormitories to take a nap. In order to avoid some annoying sounds, Lin took Lin's hand and went to the class he was in. A soft, fluffy, delicate voice rang out in the empty classroom. Looking at Lin who was sitting on the chair holding her chest and drumming her mouth, Lin also knew why this girl was angry. So, he gently lowered his body and approached Lin's ear. At that moment, Lin's fine eyelashes fluttered slightly closing her eyes and tilting her head, as if she knew what Lin was going to do. But, instead, Lin reached out and touched the bread on the tabletop. Aha, why haven't you come yet? Lin's eyes slightly revealed a slit, only to see a brown bread come close under her eyes. Eat, it's almost 1 o'clock, and if you don't, you won't have much time to eat in the afternoon. Feed me. Hearing Lin's commanding words, Lin smiled without anger and the corners of his mouth lifted. Carrying a chair, he approached Lin's side and slowly sat down. How old are you? This is to have me feed you. I'm not always around to take care of you, Lin said while tearing off a piece of bread with her hand and brought it close to Lin's mouth. Without waiting for Lin to ask her to open her mouth, the little girl obediently opened her pink lips. I don't care. Anyway, you just have to accompany me and take care of me, Lin emphasized in a hurry after swallowing what was in his mouth. Heck, better stay with her for the rest of her life, Lin shouted in his heart, his eyes staring straight at Lin. She enjoyed the times when she was being taken care of by Lin, because it was the only way she felt that Lin hadn't left her, that he still belonged to her. Hearing Lin's bold statement, Lin did not show the expression Lin had hoped for. He was seen standing up, looking out the classroom door and walking straight ahead. Hey, where are you going? Go close the door. Do you want everyone to know what you're saying that loud? With a snap, Lin closed the door behind her and headed back. I'm the one who didn't. Who told you to mess around like that in the cafeteria and talk about jokes? There's nothing funny about jokes like that. Before he could finish his words, Lin pursed his lips, then picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth and ate it, then looked straight at Lin, wanted to see his reaction, only to see that Lin reached out and rubbed her head, saying, well, it's true that I'm wrong, then I promise I won't be like this in the future, okay? Hearing Lin say something like this, Lin's heart didn't feel good. She wasn't even trying to get Lin to apologize. She was trying to find out why Lin did that and if it was to her. Lin couldn't help pursing her lips and licking them slightly as she thought about it. Stinky Lin doesn't even know what she wants. Damn it. Obviously all dislike but why he still say so? Lin didn't understand. His heart was stuffy, and it was like something was blocked underneath the bunny. It's hard. Could it be that Lin really didn't like her? It's not right. It's all kissed up. It should have feelings for her. After contemplating for a while, Lin shook his head and looked at Lin and said, not good. Regardless of what Lin thought, she definitely didn't want to keep Lin away from her anyway, not even wanting to leave so much as a drop. Then continue? Lin tilted his head, picked Lin's white and tender chin, and laughed. It's not that either. Lin's petite body trembled slightly and her breathing became rapid. The tear-laden eyes widened involuntarily for a moment, and the eyeballs rotated to deviate their gaze away from Lin. His body was also gradually moving away from Lin, fearing that Lin would directly dislike him. What should I do? What should I do? She's not prepared at all. Although Lin's words made Lin happy, She was now very nervous, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond to Linen, just shyly bowing her head, biting her tender lips, her eyes constantly averted. Damn bad Linen, why do you have to force her? She really can't stand it. Seeing that Lin didn't answer, Linen thought for a moment, and his hand gripping the table suddenly became harder. Asterisk smiley face asterisk. Chapter 38, We're Learning. Click. Suddenly, a crisp opening sound came through the door. The door, soon closed, revealed a crack. Bright light traveled along the mouth of the slit, slowly growing larger through a crack. What are you guys doing here? Xia Shudai, who was wearing glasses, looked at the duo sitting upright in front of him suspiciously. She knows Linen and Lin, a pair of hard-working siblings, same last name and still live together, don't they? And now that they're not sleeping at noon, there's a good chance they're studying. But these two guys were alone in this classroom, and sitting side by side, very close to each other. Mr. Shay, we're studying. It was a little hard to be stared at by the teacher's hot eyes. Linen stabilized the panic in his heart and responded lightly. Oh, is that so? Xia Shudai's eyes slanted slightly as she looked at Lin. After noticing the teacher's line of sight, the little girl hurriedly lied. Yes, Mr. Shay, Lin and I are studying. Well, why don't you see any books on the table? Xia Shudai said, staring straight at Lin's tender face. If these two guys were really having a private meeting here or something, then she would have to exercise her teacher's authority and persuade them bitterly. After all, forbidden things can't be touched. We've only just gotten to the classroom, too, so we haven't had a chance to take out our books yet, Lin explained. Well, that's good. Just study hard, but don't do anything else like the others in the classroom. I know, teacher. I promise I won't. After all, you know my relationship with Lin very well. It's impossible for me to do anything out of the ordinary. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched, and he responded sheepishly. He was almost ready to taste Lin's flavor just now. Hearing Lin's words, Lin was not happy. Her little face puffed up slightly and she looked grudgingly at the stinky Lin. It was obvious that he was about to mess up just now, but now he was lying in a serious manner, and lying without a blush. It's not even noticeable. Damn it, what if Lin goes out and fools around in the future and doesn't admit it like that either? If she can't see it, she'll have to let that Rinon guy get away with it. Damn it! Lin didn't know what the girl beside him was thinking. He just wanted the danger that was now appearing to leave in a hurry. Xia Shudai said after glancing at Lin. That's right too. Your brother and sister, so I'm sure you won't mess anything up. In that case, you guys study hard. I'll just grab the books I left behind and leave you guys alone. Okay, Mr. Xia, take your time. Hearing the teacher say something about misunderstanding, Lin didn't say anything, but just stood up in a hurry and watched the teacher leave. After Xia Shudai disappeared into the corridor, Lin let out a sigh of relief and then closed the door behind him. Ahem, nothing else. It's just that Lin thinks it's a little easier to do things this way. Well, it's just easier to learn. As soon as the door closed, Lin turned around. Before his eyes could lift, a black shadow appeared beneath him. Lin, what are you doing? Lin asked. Lin looked at him. Why don't you tell the teacher that we're not in that kind of relationship? We're not really related in any way, and it feels bad to be misunderstood. Lin beamed, her arm resting on Lin's abdomen position, like a tiny snail, using her hand to climb up Lin's collar step by step, fingers closed, pulling at the collar of Lin's shirt, giving it a tug downward, closer to her. She, has figured it out. Nothing will happen if we stay reserved, and to be misunderstood. What's more, Fangin had started to take the initiative, and although she didn't know if that was a misunderstanding or not, it was all the more important for her to take the initiative now. Although Lin wanted to be bold for a moment, she was shy when it came to actually making a move. The scarlet pretty face arched slightly under Lin's eyes, and the soft lips moved slightly closer to Lin, stopping at a distance of only a few inches. For a moment a faint manly scent brushed against Lin's face, and all of a sudden she pursed her lips and tried to incline her head. It looked like a mimosa that had been touched. Her courage instantly dissipated under Lin's direct gaze and she became shy. Seeing this, Lin asked, "What did you want to do just now?" When these words came out, Lin's face turned even redder. Her fingers softened, and she hastily found an excuse. What do you care what I want? Hearing this, Lin realized that Lin was even closer to himself. Faint scents kept drifting in and out. He froze. This girl is quite capable of pretending. The party's actions were clearly intended to be messy, but how does she know so much? It's not like you've been secretly studying at home. Gee, it looks like there's a need to take a good look at Lin's computer. None other. Just so Lin's eyes aren't tainted by anything strange. Just as Lin and Lin stalemated, Xia Shudai folded back. Even though Lin was her student, That was precisely why she felt even more obligated to supervise him in his mistakes. If Linen and Lin really didn't do anything, then Lin wouldn't have blushed when she asked. In order to verify his thoughts, Xie Shudai planned to kill a horseback. With a light step she returned once more to the front of her class, finding the door closed once more. Then, she felt more and more that the two guys inside had something in mind. As she was making her way to the window, she was stunned. Linen and Lin were very close to each other. From her position, definitely just stealing the nettle, right? These two guys are actually really getting into that. Xie Shudai's tightly furrowed brow looked at it for a moment, and quickly pulled out her cell phone to take a picture of this evidence, so that she wouldn't have to weasel her way out of it again later on with Linen and Lin. After Xie Shudai took the picture, she then tried to use her hand to slap the window to remind the duo inside, but her hand stopped again. There is not much time left before the end of the semester, and this is not the time to criticize students. Criticizing now will only damage their minds, but this is a serious matter. After much thought, she decided to tell their parents about it. After all, Linen and Lin lived together, and both of them were not young. Just have their parents hint and remind them. It might have backfired if she, the teacher, had taken matters into her own hands. Thinking of this, Xie Shudai lowered her palm from the window, walked to the door, intending to knock. She wasn't poking at their little maneuver, but she wasn't going to let them go any further now. Dum. Holy, here we go again. The voice coming from the doorway startled Linen, and he hurriedly lowered Lin's hand, which had already gone limp beyond recognition. Quickly taking Lin's hand, he sat down with her. Click. The door opened. Seeing the familiar figure, Linen preemptively asked, What's the matter with you, sensei? Oh, there's nothing much going on. I just remembered that Lin's face seemed to be very red earlier. Is this a sickness? Hearing his name, Lin snapped out of his daze and looked at Xie Shudai. Ha, Mr. Xie, I'm not sick. It's too hot. That's why my face is red. Oh, it's too hot because you're sitting too close together, I guess. Let's put some distance between you then. Okay thanks teacher. Linen and Lin answered in unison. After hearing this reply, Xie Shudai intended to leave. After all, her words had gotten this far, so I'm sure they heard the meaning of her own words. It's fine to study, but don't do anything else under the guise of studying. Chapter 39, The sound in your ear makes you blush. Thank you to the teacher for leaving. Once again, only two people were left in the room. One is Linen and the other is Lin. Lin sat quietly, without its small movements. Lin was different. She was restless. Hey, Linen, what's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring me? Lin's beautiful eyes narrowed as she approached the person in front of her and poked Lin's face with her fingertips. Her heart was full of doubts. She didn't understand why Linen treated her differently after Mr. Xie left. Obviously, he had been very active just a moment ago, but now he was just looking down at his textbook, not even looking at her. After a while, Linen turned his head and smiled. Lin, let's just study. There's not much time left for lunch. Okay. Seeing Lin smile, Lin also stopped fooling around, so he directly promised Linen. But she just couldn't figure out why Linen was suddenly out of sorts. She was planning to continue what she had just done, but Lin's eyes weren't as hot as they were just now. She was afraid her initiative would be rejected. Lin beamed and obediently sat beside Linen and accompanied him as he started brushing up on the questions. A little time passed. Lin couldn't help but yawn, because she knew all of these questions and reading them would only bore her. Hey, read the questions. Might as well read her Lin. Thinking of this, Lin glanced at Linen, who was working on a question. Hesitation. The body moved slightly closer to Linen, and his head slowly landed on his shoulder as well. Arms reached out and hugged Lin. The soft touch that suddenly appeared next to his arm made Linen stop the pen in his hand. Looking at her, he asked, Lin, are you up to something? I'm a little sleepy. Take a break if you're sleepy. Linen nodded in response, and went back to reading his textbook. Time passes by. Lin is still looking down at his book, and Lin, who had closed her eyes and was quietly leaning against Lin's side, involuntarily shivered. Suddenly, the eyes opened. The hand that hugged Lin gradually became harder. Lin sensed someone soft on her shoulder that wasn't quite right. He craned his head to see, only to see, Lin's face was flushed, her arched brows furrowed down, and her delicate lips were pressed. She seemed to be holding something back. What's wrong? Lin, I want to shush. Lin uttered his words word by word. Instantly, Lin's concerned expression changed, became somewhat speechless. Seeing that Lin didn't say anything, Lin spoke again. Stay with me. Lin looked at Lin's reddened face and directly put down his pen. Pinch Lin's fleshy cheeks. Go by yourself. I haven't figured this place out yet. I don't want to. You have to stay with me. Is the book important or me? Lin Lin fiercely pinched the soft flesh of Lin An's waist and glared at him with unrefusable words. Well, okay. Lin An wanted to open his mouth to refuse, but he saw Lin Lin's clenched thighs. Knowing that she was probably close to holding it in, she simply obliged. Come on, Lin An, hurry up and go. After receiving Lin An's reply, Lin Lin hurriedly pulled Lin An's arm. Hurriedly, he yanked it toward the restroom. She just couldn't hold it in any longer. Let go. If you keep tugging, I'm going to go into the women's restroom, Lin An shouted. Lin's resisting voice exhaled with little effect. Lin Lin didn't care so much. There was no one on this floor anyway, so just enter. Soon, Lin An was dragged hard into the toilet by Lin Lin. You're not going anywhere until I get out. After saying this to Lin An, Lin Lin closed the door with a snap, only leaving behind a lifeless Lin An. He was now afraid that one of the girls would suddenly walk into the restroom. If someone comes in, then he's socially dead. Mud. This kind of behavior will definitely be taken as perverted, right? After thinking about it for a while, he looked at the closed door and considered whether he should walk out and wait for Lin Lin while he was at it. Just as he had made up his mind, and had just taken the step of, a young girl's voice came from inside the door. Lin An, don't go. If you dare to leave me behind, you're dead. I'm not leaving, I'll just wait outside the door. Lin An replied in vain, but was opposed by Lin Lin. Don't go. I don't want you to go. With these words, Lin An had no choice but to continue to respond. Hey, well, get well soon then. Since we can't leave now, let's wait honestly. It's just for a little while anyway. Aha. After receiving Lin An's reply, Lin Lin inside the door answered softly, gently took off her fat suit and squatted down. After crouching down she could clearly see Lin An's shoes through the gap under the door. If the shoes are there, so are Lin's people. As long as Lin An was still there, she wasn't afraid of the small, enclosed space. At a very young age, she was put into a sack by her trafficker for running around. And no matter how much she struggled she couldn't stretch her arms and legs because of the small space. Plus he couldn't speak at all with his mouth gagged. By then she had long since soiled her face with tears and cried herself into a confused sleep. Open your eyes again. The only person beside you is Lin An, whose face, hands and feet are all scarred. Soon, the sound of ticking slowly drifted into Lin An's ears. Lin Lin didn't mind. After all, as long as Lin An was there, she would be happy. But Lin An yet his fingers had been uncontrollably hooked to cover his face. Calm down. Emptying his brain, here's nothing. Lin An insinuated himself frantically in his mind. But under this empty space, any subtle sound becomes extremely clear. Abominable. Why does time pass so slowly? At this moment, Lin An's shame had gone to the bottom. The desire to get out became very strong. No, he wanted to get out now. Otherwise his mind would keep wandering. In order to avoid becoming strange, Lin An took a big step in the direction of the light from the doorway. After walking to the door, Lin Lin didn't pass out a voice to stop him. Phew, saved. Lin An turned towards the sky and let out a breath of relief. He didn't wait for him to take a few breaths of fresh air when a petulant voice resounded from inside. Lin An. Lin An's heart shook as he cantered in. I'm here. What's wrong? I forgot my tissues. Did you bring any? Paper towels? Aha. Do girls have to use tissues to pee? It's the first time he's known about it. When he was a child at home, although Lin An also accompanied Lin Lin to go to the toilet, he never said such a request. Well, that's probably because there's paper towels in the bathroom at home. Without waiting for Lin An to answer, Lin Lin unwillingly continued to ask. Lin? Well, there is. After reacting, Lin An pulled out white tissue paper from his pocket and half-squatted. Slowly, he reached toward the crack under the toilet door. Here. Thanks. Lin An stood up after handing out the tissue in his hand. Looking at the rusty iron door in front of him, he fell into a reverie. Paper towels. It's supposed to be used to wipe wherever. Gee, looks like there's one more job to take care of Lin Lin. When he thought of his family Lin Lin being a waste of space living on his own, Lin An couldn't help but shake his head. I don't know when Lin Lin will be able to live independently, but according to the current situation, it seems that this girl will need him to take care of her for the rest of her life. A lifetime. Then it's a lifetime. Anyway, he already had bad thoughts about Lin Lin. Chapter 40, Angry? Lin Lin's legs went numb after he finished going to the restroom. So, there are several voices within the staircase at this moment. Can't you really walk by yourself? Can't. Legs. It's still numb. Okay then. Hearing that Lin Lin's legs were still numb, then he had no choice but to continue carrying her downstairs. Anyway, this girl isn't heavy. She's light. After the words were said, Lin Lin's head continued to snuggle on Lin An's shoulder. Her arms crossed around Lin An's neck and hugged tightly. The soft face was so close to Lin An's that she was able to clearly see Lin An's pale skin. As she watched, Lin Lin's face became slightly flushed. Even the way she looked at Lin An was hot. Hey, Hey, Lin's body is so hot. Cheeks are red too. Is it because you're carrying her? Lin was wondering if Linen would have other thoughts about her in his mind when he carried her. Especially shortly after feeling the body heat from Lin body. Lin couldn't help what was going through his mind. The small hand kept going down and covered Lin chest. Just for a moment, she felt the throbbing under Lin chest. At that moment, the corner of Lin's mouth hooked, and his lips leaned over Lin's ear, breathing out hot, wet breath. You're jumping fast, hero. Lin. Well, it's hot. Hearing these tongue-in-cheek words, Lin rolled her eyes unhappily. Asshole Linen knows how to lie to her. It's obviously tense. It's still loaded. Croon. Liar. You don't smell like sweat at all, and there's no puddles of water on your face. Lin was on Lin's shoulder, tilting his head and ruffling his hair with a smile. Lin hold still for a moment. I'm on my way downstairs. It's not good if you fall. Oh. Hearing Lin's reminder, Lin responded softly and quickly let go of Lin's hair. She then silently buried her head and leaned against Lin's back, no longer speaking. Hey, Lin, how his attitude has changed. Obviously I wanted to do that to her before, but now. Lin pursed her lips, a little depressed in her heart. Lin's attitude towards her had changed a lot, and she didn't like it at all. Don't like. Lin silently leaned on Lin's back, and soon, the two arrived in front of Lin's class. Just as Lin was planning to carry Lin to her seat, a voice came. What are you guys doing? Is Lin hurt? Lin looked up and saw a tall, long-haired girl with white, smooth skin and a very, chest looking at them. After looking at the young girl for a few moments, Lin was then about to explain. Oh, Lin just now. Before the words were finished, Lin paused. His can't say that Lin squatted his feet numb from squatting in the toilet. If he really said that, he would be taken as a pervert, right? Lin then instantly shifted his words. Lin she fell just now and her feet are not convenient. So this is my plan to carry her back to the classroom. I see. So now you let me. We have almost everyone in the class. If you go in there like that you might get gossiped about, the girl suggested. Then approached Lin, and then wanted Lin to put Lin down and let her come. That's good. Hiss. Lin was about to agree when a hint of pain came directly from the soft flesh of his shoulder. What's going on? It's fine. It's just that Lin, as you know, doesn't like strangers touching her, so it's better if I do it. A smile appeared on Lin's face as he laughed in response. That's right. You're Lin's older brother after all, so I'm sure people won't say anything if you just memorize it. After saying this, the girl said no more and walked directly in the direction of the door. I'll get the door for you then. Okay, thanks, Lin responded with a smile. After saying this, Lin didn't walk around, but twisted his head to look at Lin behind him. Why did you just bite me again? You said you wouldn't leave me behind, but you just tried to leave me with someone else. Lin fiercely hugged Lin tightly, his head sticking out, staring straight at Lin's face. Hearing this, Lin also knew that he was at a disadvantage. Shaking his head helplessly, he walked with his head down. Seeing that Lin didn't say anything, Lin's mouth hooked in a dark smile. Actually, that person is someone who once wrote a love letter to Lin. She didn't want the other woman to have any contact with Lin. She was already sore from just the conversation, not to mention the other moves. As he walked, Lin carried Lin to the class entrance. Looking at the people filling up inside the doorway, Lin instantly hesitated. So he turned his head to Lin and said, your feet shouldn't be numb after all this time. Come down and walk in yourself. Numb? Very, very numb. Lin's slippery face rubbed against Lin and spoke softly. That soft, fluffy voice made Lin unable to distinguish whether Lin was telling a lie or the truth for a moment. It's been so long, it can't still be numb. The girl lied. Lin was skeptical of Lin's words, so he hesitated and chose to let Lin come down and walk in by himself. Lin obey. Come down now. I don't want to. Just carry me on your back, okay? Lin attempts to get Lin to move on by pouting, but how could Lin, who had long suspected the authenticity of Lin's words, believe Lin? Most importantly, Lin was worried that other people's gossip would have a bad effect on Lin. What if this fearful guy gets scared by some gossip and just cries? Thinking of this, his attitude became even more resolute, insisting that Lin come down. If you don't come down, I'm going to get angry. Saying that, Lin took a few steps backward and retreated behind the wall to avoid being seen by the serious students inside to see their actions. Just come down. What's so mean? Lin is stupid. Big time. She didn't want to come down at all. Wouldn't it be nice to go straight in and let those girls who were thinking about Lin see him carrying her? This will not be able to dispel the unrealistic thoughts of those guys about her family Lin. But Lin doesn't know. As Lin's hands relaxed, Lin quickly landed on the ground. But Lin was so furious that her chest was constantly rising and falling. This little girl was pouting with her little mouth, her little hands clasping her chest, and she was looking straight at Lin with an expression that begged for comfort. Attempting to gain Lin's comfort by doing so, the result was that Lin managed to be fooled by her cute little tricks. Lin walked to Lin's side, then looked left and right, seeing that there was no one around yet. Bending down directly, he came close to the front of Lin's face and gently ruffled the hair next to Lin's slightly reddened ears. Eyes rolling, he looked at Lin's face, which had long been red beyond recognition, and laughed. Angry? Angry? Really angry? Really pissed off? Chapter 41, Crying and Teasing. Ring ring ring, the bell rang for the end of the nap. Lin and Lin have long since gone their separate ways. Lin returned to his class, and Lin returned to his class. Lin's white chin rested on the desk, her green cheeks tinged with scarlet, and it's getting redder. Aha, who are you thinking about? Little face so red, can't be thinking about Lin, right? Quiet laughed. Wasn't thinking about Lin. Don't be ridiculous, keep talking nonsense and I'll ignore you. Seeing Lin's anxious retort, Quiet only wanted to laugh, but soon she felt a twinge of helplessness. Hey, this kind of big life event, this niece actually didn't tell her, her best friend. It really is so sad. That's why Quiet decided to flirt with Lin properly, so that she would know that the world was dangerous. Oh, it's good that there aren't any, but I've heard that the president of Lin's and their class has been in love with Lin for 2 full years. I heard that class president wants to confess his love to someone else. Lin, after the end of the semester. Once the words were out of his mouth, Lin's heart was beating in his throat, his chest was hard, his light eyebrows had tightened with the quiet voice, the little face turned from flushed to iron blue, and the delicate body trembled slightly, the black pupil narrowed like a pinhole. No, don't, it's not okay, Lin, it can't be taken away by someone else. Ha, Lin, what's wrong with you? Quiet pushed Lin's constantly shivering delicate shoulders. Lin slowly raised his head and showed a sad expression. Cream, what should we do? You say, what if Lin agrees to her? Lin's tender face was streaked with tears, and she took Quiet's hand and cried and complained. Seeing Lin's wetly cheeks, Quiet knew that she had played a big game and hurriedly took Lin into her arms. Lin, don't panic yet. People are just confessing now. It's still another story if Lin answers or not. Besides, Rin might not like her type. I've never seen Lin look the other way at those with big bears. Quiet stroked Lin's head like she was stroking her own daughter, comforting her while still wiping the tear tracks on Lin's face in passing. After hearing Quiet's words, Lin didn't seem to agree with Quiet's opinion and said with a twitch of her nose, but, what if Lin just said yes, and that class president of Lin's? It's very bearish. People are hilly and she is plain. There is no comparison. Hearing such discouraging words from Lin, Quiet was speechless for a while, looking at Lin in a slight freeze. Again, Lin's strength is not in her size, but in her years of companionship with Lin. What do you mean by childhood sweethearts? It's called a ing childhood friend. Does Skyfall have to be able to win over Aomame? That's not true. In order to restart Lin's confidence and to make up for her earlier mistake, Quiet spoke again. Ahem, Lin. Lin wiped her eyes and looked in a quiet direction. All she saw was that Quiet was staring at her with a smirk, and that look was a little weird to look at. Well, ask you something. Do you like him? No it's not. No nonsense. How could Lin have known that Quiet would say such a thing? So he quickly opened his mouth to retort. It was the kind of thing she didn't want anyone else to know about, not even a good friend. At least not now. Comparing it to Lin's attitude shift was huge, and it wasn't clear to her that Lin saw her as a sister. Or do you really have feelings for her? As soon as Lin retorted, Quiet opened her mouth to question. No? Then why were you in such a hurry just now? Because Lin lives with me. I'm used to him being with me, and if he did leave, I would be very sad. Just after the words were said, Lin lowered his head forlornly, just as Quiet was about to continue saying something. Ring ring ring, it was time for lunchtime reading, and the sound of reading was instantly heard around the room. Seeing this, Quiet wasn't going to talk nonsense. Directly approaching Lin's ear, he said, if you like it, don't drag it out. Just charge it. Don't wait to regret it and then secretly listen to the clock in the opposite direction alone. I really didn't. I won't listen. Lin was still thinking of fighting for a rebuttal, but Quiet covered her ears and kept shaking her head. Seeing this, Lin stopped talking. Just keep your head down and stare blankly at your textbook. Lin won't like anyone else? I don't think so. He all but bullied her at the commissary. But at noon, Lin didn't continue. Thinking about it, Lin took out the unwritten pink envelope from his pocket. Whatever. She's going to punch it. At this moment Lin didn't know that a silly girl was plotting a small, bad plan. Lin, he. Linen held the book and looked at the review material carefully, and soon the magnetic voice sounded, but not long after joining the reading brigade, Zhou Yang, beside Linen, touched him on the elbow. Why are you looking at me if you're not reading? As soon as Linen turned his head, he saw Zhou Yan looking at him with a smile on his face, and then he frowned slightly. Daisy shrank. It's disgusting. Ahem. Ange, do you lack a girlfriend? What makes you say that? Seeing Zhou Yang with a fawning bad smile, Linen even suspected that his table mate had changed. Zhou Yan looked up at the door of the classroom and didn't see the shadow of the old class, then attached his ear and said, it's my sister, who you know, she, wants your WeChat, no give. Hey, I knew you'd say that, so, I immediately criticized her harshly when she had this strange thought. Hey, how could I, as your brother, even think of calling you brother-in-law? So, I've decided to call you brother. Brother-in, have mercy on me, okay, that's my own sister. I really don't dare not to fulfill her request. Listening to Zhou Yang's words, Linen put down the textbook in his hand and looked at him quietly. That indifferent look, like an outsider who was watching Zhou Yang act. Well, are you finished? I'll start studying when I'm done. Brother-in, although this isn't a big deal, but after all, that's my sister, and I'm also your brother, right? You really won't think about it anymore? Gee, I say, did you already tweet me to her? How is this possible? The look on Zhou Yang's face instantly switched, revealing an extremely upright expression. What do you mean I gave it to you? Is that how you see your brother me? It's too much to look down on me. You know, it breaks my heart. Zhou Yan covered his face, as if he was very sad under the slap. Then a soft voice came through the fingers. She's the one who added it on the sly. Lin An, you're a big man. Chapter 42. No one can hurt her. The time came in the afternoon. It was already time for the last class to end. Lin gathered her things, stuffed her books into her book bag, and walked downstairs. Just walked to the stairway. A petite little guy appeared in front of him. Lin had been waiting for a long time, and upon seeing Linen appear, a smile instantly appeared on the somewhat depressed white face, waving and shouting at him. Lin An. Lin, what's wrong with you? Linen asked. Lin's agitated behavior that was different from usual made Linen feel a bit curious and puzzled. Before Lin could open his mouth, Lin was the first to answer with his behavior. Lin took Lin An's arm into his arms and tugged him outside. Come on, let's go home. As soon as we get home, Lin will be safe. Let all those guys can't see Linen. Let's see how they can still confess. Being dragged by Lin for a few steps, Lin An's eyes blinked as she stared curiously at Lin's pretty face. For a moment, he was a bit unsure of Lin's behavior, but he didn't stop Lin's actions and just followed her movements towards the school entrance. After walking out of the school entrance, Linen couldn't help himself and asked, Lin, why are you in such a hurry to go home? Because I want to get home quickly. Lin's eyes floated and he said somewhat sheepishly. Despite Lin's best efforts to control himself, his heartfelt expression did not escape Lin An's eyes. What's this girl up to now? Going home? There's nothing important to go home for, is there? Lin An looked at Lin's reddened cheeks and thought about it. Said, there's no need to be in such a hurry. My wrists are red from your scratches. Aha! Lin was startled. His small hand loosened and his head lowered to get closer to Lin An's wrist. Seeing the originally white wrists turn slightly red, Lin hurriedly raised his head toward Lin An and begged for mercy. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. I was just in a hurry. I'm sorry. Lin was worried that Lin An would get angry and ignore her, and her apologizing tone got a little agitated. A few teardrops squeezed out of the corners of his eyes. What's all the crying about again? It's not like I'm mad. Lin gently wiped the crystallized teardrops from Lin's white face and stroked Lin's head comfortingly. It was better if Lin didn't touch it. It directly opened Lin's hidden floodgates of tears, and her delicate face was instantly covered in tears. Oh Rinan, don't leave me behind. Don't me. Stay with me all the time, okay? Lin's hands wrapped into Lin An's waist and his wet face buried into Lin An's school uniform. Lin's cry made Lin An a little difficult. This is still in front of the school. There were so many people. It would be bad if someone said something. After all, Lin's emotions were so sensitive. Lin who was already a bit autistic, if she was affected by other people's words, that sensitive emotion became even worse. What should she do? After all, as a child, Lin was terrified of unfamiliar things after that incident, whether it's a person or an object. If it's unfamiliar, she gets scared and wants to cry. Lin was worried that Lin couldn't withstand the comments of others, but he didn't know that the girl in front of her actually wasn't afraid of people talking about her relationship with Lin at all. She'd like to hear what people said about her and Lin. Don't cry, Lin. Let's go home first, okay? Linen comforted the girl underneath him while observing the surroundings to see if anyone noticed this side. But Linlin's cries were that little bit louder, so much so that there were now quite a few eyes looking right at the two of them. Gee, no, gotta get out of here. It's okay to say what he's not. He doesn't care. But you can't let people talk about Lin. That won't work. That's his bottom line. Seeing Lin ignoring Linen, she just buried her head and cried to herself. Oh, this girl's was filled with images of Linen leaving her behind to be with someone else. Just the thought of her Linen hugging someone else, even crushing someone else like he did to her today. Her heart ached terribly. The acidity at the tip of his nose just couldn't be controlled to well up. At once, she gripped Linen's fingers and unconsciously began to exert herself, deadly hugging Linen, as if he was afraid that Linen would disappear in the next second. Noticing the increasing number of sights around him, Linen also stopped waiting for Lin's reply. The wrist went down, suddenly crooked. Then, with a fierce force, he picked up Lin. Stop crying and let's go home. Linen gently leaned Lin's head against his chest and lowered his head in a soothing manner. Feeling the warmth coming from Lin's palm, as well as the heartbeat that sounded like a drum beating in Lin's chest, Lin's small face flushed as she slightly twisted her head and glanced at the surroundings. See, there are some people staring at them, whispering. Lin's face reddened even more, and even his hand that was gripping Lin's clothes became more forceful. Lin, so brave. After thinking for a moment, she nodded in response. Well, at those words, Linen smiled bashfully. Holding the girl in his arms, he headed for home. Without taking a few steps, the murmurs of others reached Lin's ears, but Linen didn't care. He was now only thinking of hurrying back home with, in his arms, the girl who was all soft. Linen lowered his head and whispered to Lin. Lin, cover your ears and don't listen to anything. Why? Lin issued a question. She wanted to hear it. Why can't she hear it? What's wrong with listening to them say that Lin is hers? Because, you're a crybaby. What if you hear something bad and your face turns into a kitten again? Linen thought about it and returned. Then won't I have to coax you again? Humph, what's the big deal? Am I that weak? And, you coax it, it's not like it's going to happen this time anyway. Lin pouted and whispered. She kinda wanted Renee to keep coaxing her, because it was so tangible to perceive. He's hers. Lin had always believed in this. After successfully diverting Lin's attention, Linen smiled and didn't answer. Just talking to myself. Hey, why is my girl so stupid? Every day she has to cry. Every day she has to be coaxed. I can't believe I have to cuddle after every coaxing. Hey, that's childish. You're the one being childish. I'm not. Ha! As soon as Lin's words were finished, they were met with Lin's strong opposition. Calling her stupid is fine, but also calling her a little childish. Humph. Excessive. Lin punched Lin's chest as a way to vent his frustration. Well, no. Linen responded with a smile. When he finished speaking, he walked straight in the direction of his home. Linen had already walked around the corner, and now some of the remarks that might have affected Lin's psyche were directly less than half. I don't know if it was because his words just now were a bit perfunctory, but the girl in his arms sent a soul-torture question to him. Lin, would you like someone else? I don't know. Maybe. There's no standard answer for this kind of thing. He just replied subconsciously. Linen Xin thought like this in his heart, so he said it without the slightest hesitation. But Lin thought otherwise. Her entire body was petrified when she heard that. She ignored the word possible, keeping it firmly in her mind. After freezing for a second, pink lips parted, once again revealing unkilling white teeth. I'll bite you to death. Scumbag. Chapter 43, Drunkenness. Back home. The sky outside the window at this point had long since turned gray. Linen and Lin had already had their fill of dinner and had showered. Lin was now wearing little pink shorts underneath and a thin pink short sleeve. The petite body leaned back on the couch, hugging the doll and exposing a pair of long white legs to the world. Her delicate lips pouted slightly, and her pink face was filled with sultry resentment. Stinkin' Lin. It's been so long, and she doesn't even come to comfort her. Damn it, big dummy. If she doesn't come again, how is she going to strike? Lin was somewhat tempted to hand Linen the envelope in his school bag. Let him understand what he wants. But Lin's feelings for himself are still vague. Lin is afraid that he'll mess up after confessing. What if he can't even be friends? So she's trying to figure out if Linen has the same impure thoughts about herself as she does. But, Linen was now leisurely looking at his cell phone, not putting any attention on Lin at all. It wasn't that Linen didn't want to comfort the girl beside him. It was just that he was a bit busy right now. Linen looked at the content on his cell phone with a slight frown. Zhou Xiansen has applied to add you as a friend. Do you agree? No. Linen was tempted to nod no, but his best buddy had been begging him to agree, and if he didn't, then he'd be breaking his brother's heart too much. After all, it's just a buddy bit, so just ignore it. Thinking of this, Linen no longer hesitated. Relax your fingers and press towards agree. After agreeing, all of a sudden he was relieved. Looking up, he just let out a few breaths. The cell phone twitched a few times, and a drip 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 sound came out. At once, Lin picked up his cell phone once more and looked at it. Soon, a strange look came over his face. What is it? Lin, who had seen Lin An's expression, was a little upset in his heart. This asshole is definitely sneaking chats with girls now. Damn it, asshole. Heck, in the afternoon, he explained that he wasn't a scumbag. And what happened? And now you're secretly chatting with someone else, right? Do you know that there is a cute and easy to push down soft girl sitting in front of him? After grunting, Lin quietly moved her arse and slowly approached Lin An's position. She would like to see which vixen it was that could make Lin An stare with unblinking eyes. Lin An didn't notice Lin's small movements. He was squinting his eyes and staring carefully at the photos Ning Xinshin had sent over and over. Xinshin Ning, do you recognize this woman? A glamorous woman with a very delicate face. Picture. Lin didn't answer. It wasn't that he didn't answer, but this person looked familiar to him, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. So for a moment he was in deep thought. This person. Who is it? Why does it look so familiar? But then again he doesn't seem to have seen it at all. Just as Lin An was thinking, Lin had already touched Lin An's side. The little girl propped her palms on the sofa, her body close to Lin An. Little by little, he stretched out his head and put it close to Lin An's chest. The head that suddenly appeared underneath him scared Lin An so much that his hand shook and his cell phone fell straight down. It went straight to Lin's brain. Oops. Lin yelped a bit and rubbed her head, then beeped and picked up Lin An's cell phone. Just as she was about to return her cell phone to Lin An, a voice rang above her head. What are you doing, Lin? Lin An asked. That, I wanted to see what you were looking at. Well, then you can't come up from under my clothes. Look, the head is smashed red. After Lin An lectured Lin, she lifted a layer of her hair and blew hot air on the reddened area. Does it hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. Lin's face was red and she tilted her head slightly to look at Lin An's face. The heart was as happy as honey. Lin An's gesture of caring for her made her feel good about Lin An's treatment of her once again. It made her little heart beat so fast she couldn't help it. You need to apply some medicine even if it doesn't hurt. Go to my room later and I'll put you on. Who is this woman? Before Lin An could finish his words, Lin accidentally glanced at the picture of the woman in his cell phone, and then held up Lin An's cell phone, staring straight at him, questioning. Hearing this, Lin An froze, eyes rolled back in thought, said, I don't know her, really don't know, or don't know, really don't recognize it. Although Lin An's words were sincere, Lin still had some doubts in his heart. Eyes narrowing, he moved closer to his phone and examined the picture. Quickly lifting his head again, he reached out to Lin, narrowing his eyes and surveying. You really don't know Lin An? But why does Lin An look so much like this person in the photo? It's just her imagination. Lin's brain was a little confused. Seeing Lin's puzzled expression, Lin sighed helplessly. With an arm outstretched, he gently revealed his finger and tapped it on the picture. Just look at the message. I see. So this was what Ning Xinshin had sent over to ask Lin An. Heck, the guy definitely ran out of things to talk about and went online to find a picture of a guy who looked like Lin An to make conversation. Then he lulled Lin An, an innocent young boy, into going out to meet offline. Next, karma waste. That's not an online scam. Why don't we just delete this guy? I have a feeling she's a liar. Lin tilted his head and said solemnly. It seems as if the situation is serious. Seeing Lin's appearance, Lin An secretly laughed and responded. What are you thinking in your head? You're overthinking it. People are just asking. It's not like they mean anything else. I'm not afraid that you'll be attracted by the beautiful woman in the photo. In case you don't have the patience to run directly to meet with someone offline and don't come back once you're there. I'm doing you a favor. She wasn't happy to hear Lin An laughing at her, let alone for another girl to laugh at her. Then Lin was even more difficult. After thinking about it, Lin, who was originally lying in Lin An's arms, now directly pressed her head close to Lin An's chest, shouting, I'd like to hear if your heart has been stolen, to actually be mean to me for someone else. Seeing Lin's action, Lin An somewhat suspected that this guy was a bit drunk. Hugging him was the goal, right? As for what Lin said, Lin An only took it as an excuse for Lin's actions. He smiled, leaned close to Lin's red earlobes, and said, And what did you hear? I hear your heart pounding. So now you're nervous. Oh, I'm nervous? So, why is someone's cheeks red as a monkey's ass? It's hot. Yeah, it's hot. You're so hot that you're transferring all the heat to me. That's why my face is red. Yeah, yes, right. Lin was very vain, afraid that his little mind would be pierced through. However, he saw that Lin An had been looking like he was smiling impishly. Lin really couldn't stand being stared at by Lin An. With that, She opened her pendulum and hugged Lin An with increasing force, her face rubbing against Lin An's arms. Showdown. She was the one who purposely lay on Lin An's chest. Croon. Chapter 44, Lin An is a pervert. Get up. Get the hell up. Lin An pushed Lin Lin's shoulder and shouted. If Lin Lin didn't get up from his arms, he was going to be unable to stand it. Humph. No way. Never leave me behind. Lin Lin's small mouth turned up as the force on her fingers gradually increased. At once, layers of wrinkles appeared in the dress that the arms were encircling. Lin and the idiot. She's holding him like this. Don't you know what she wants? Lin Lin secretly complained in her heart, and now she couldn't wait to just open her mouth and bite on Lin An's conscience. Seeing Lin Lin being so capricious and looking like she would rather die than give in, Lin An was helpless. Resting his palm on Lin Lin's delicate back, he raised it slightly and stroked Lin Lin's head, saying, Listen, now get up. No. Lin Lin cried out and hugged Lin An tightly, his face pressed against his chest. Well then, in that case, then I'll make myself at home. As the voice fell, Lin An's palm slid down and passed under Lin's collarbone, suddenly exerting a fierce force, directly resisting Lin Lin. Ah, that's so high, asshole Lin An, put me down now. Lin Lin yelled, protesting. The soft little fists kept pounding on Lin An's back. Pa, that's what happens when you don't listen. Lin An patted Lin Lin's soft little butt, and after finishing, and carried Lin Lin towards his room. Lin de pervert, actually hit her there. Just wait, one day she's going to hit Lin hard too. It made him go pop, pop, pop. After being shocked by Lin An's slap, Lin Lin didn't dare to yell anymore, her slightly red face bulging with dark reverie. Where are you taking me? When he was almost upstairs, Lin Lin suddenly asked, take you to my room. You, what are you doing? I'm telling you, not yet, not yet, pa. Lin Lin's little ass was once again attacked by Lin An, and the slightly spicy sensation on his arse directly blocked Lin Lin's words. Quiet, it's upstairs. Humph, you're just a big, bad man. Lin Lin stopped talking after shouting a sentence. Pouting, she silently built up her anger. Lin is a bad person, always picking on her. Damn it, she was definitely going to bully her way back in when she got to his room later. Seeing that Lin Lin didn't say anything else, Lin An breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to carry this petite Lin Lin upstairs. Soon, Lin An walked to the door of his room. The palm of his hand landed on the doorknob, and with a slight twist, the door opened. It's all here. Can you put me down? Lin Lin beamed and said, then you come down. Lin An approached the bed, lowered his waistline, and set Lin Lin down peacefully. Humph, you bad boy, come on. What was the point of luring me into the room? As soon as her paws hit the ground, the rosy-cheeked Lin Lin directly thrust out her waist and stared up at Lin de pervert with wide eyes. If this asshole Lin An didn't do anything, then she wouldn't be able to spare this asshole. Humph, this asshole is beating her ass so hard. If he dares to do nothing, humph, then I'm sorry for the pain in her ass. Hearing this, Lin An lowered his head and locked eyes with Lin Lin's big round eyes. The two stared at each other for a moment. The arrogant Lin Lin was the first to endure it, her eyes rolling as she tried to incline her head. But thinking that Lin An had not yet answered himself, he tried his best to restrain the shyness in his heart and pursed his lower lips after. Eyes narrowed, she raised her chest and glared at Lin An. Croon. Something does need to be done. Lin An blinked and murmured. Come on, quickly. What is it? Lin Lin's voice shouted with some urgency. She was curious to see if what Lin An was going to do was as her old mom had said. When a man brings a female into a room, that means that a whole new life is going to be born. Gulp. Thinking about this, Lin Lin slightly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The fawn beneath her bunny was jumping wildly, while her eyes staring at Lin An couldn't help but widen. She's so excited. You come here, Lin An said, a slight wave in Lin Lin's direction. Lin Lin's eyes glanced up and he obediently walked up. Sit down. Where to sit? Lin Lin lowered his head and asked. Come over to me, Lin said, gesturing to the chair beside her. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Lin gently answered, her small feet slowly moving in the direction of Lin An. Just as he was almost close to the chair, Lin Lin turned around. Seeing this, Lin An froze and was about to speak when Lin Lin's petite body slowly descended. The rounded, shapely buttocks fell directly towards Lin An's thighs. What the hell is this girl up to? I'm sitting down. Lin, now you're going to do what? Lin Lin delicately whispered. Lin Lin, who was sitting on Lin An's lap, twisted her body slightly, as if the chair underneath her was not too comfortable for her. Cough. Lin Lin, hurry up. I'm not asking you to sit on me. I'm asking you to sit next to me, Lin An said helplessly. Hey, he really didn't expect Lin Lin, this girl, to be so stupid. The key is still so bold. He did not let Lin Lin sit on him, but this girl sat. If he really let Lin Lin hiss, this ninny won't do as she's told. Saying just spoke. Lin Lin's small face reddened and she hurriedly stood up. constantly apologizing to Linen. I'm sorry, Lin-an. I didn't mean it. Woohoo, turns out I was mistaken. Finished Lu. I'm going to be disliked as a silly girl. It's fine, just sit down. Linen smiled and patted the chair beside her fearfully, signaling her to hurry and sit down. Yeah. After Lin sat down, Linen stood up, walked over to Lin, and landed his palm on Lin's head. Feeling the warmth coming from Lin-an's palm, Lin raised her eyes and her rosy cheeks faced Linen. Asterisk. What? It's true that Rinnen is coming after all. This guy is still pretending to be reserved. Now he can't help it. Don't move. Let me see where you got hit by the phone. It's okay. It's just a little bit smashed. I can't feel the pain anymore. Lin froze and responded in response. Hearing this, Linen loosened his grip, but his hand didn't leave Lin's head. Instead he reached out and cupped Lin's white cheeks, his eyes staring straight at him. Don't be a hero. I didn't show off. No. Hearing that Linen was questioning her, Lin was instantly unhappy. Anyone could doubt her, just not Linen. A little, tiny bit of distrust can make Lin feel unhappy. No? Lin asked. Nope. Ouch. It hurts so much. Linen, what are you doing? Chapter 45, going to bed, undressing. See, I just reached out with 2 fingers and put a little pressure on this slightly red spot of yours. You just couldn't take it and screamed. Lin loosened her fingers. Downward. He pinched Lin's soft face and looked at her with a look of looking at a little chicken. Lin skimmed his mouth and snorted coldly. Oh you only know how to bully me, knowing that I'm in pain there. You bad man. If you still bully me, I'll tell mom. Let her teach you a lesson, you bad boy. Lin's small hand rubbed his head that was being pressed by Linen. Beaming, the tip of her nose twitched as she glared mournfully at Linen. Seeing Lin trying to move in for help, Linen directly froze, the corner of his mouth twitching as he said, it's not necessary. He didn't want to invite those 2 back. If they came back, there would be no more personal space for him and Lin. Besides, his uncle and auntie can be very noisy at night, which affects his and Lin's learning. I'm doing this for your own good, and I don't know who just said it was fine, but the results? Still covering your wounds and looking like you're crying. Who's crying? You're the one who touched me like that. If you didn't, I'd cry. Lin crusaded harshly against Linen, counting his crimes. This asshole just likes to bully the lovely her. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to make Linen angry right now, she would have used her jade foot attack on Linen a long time ago. Hearing this, Linen secretly sighed. He didn't intend to continue dwelling down with Lin. Hastily apologizing, he said, I'm sorry Lin. I was wrong. Seeing Linen take the initiative to apologize to her, Lin was happy in her heart. Raising her face proudly, her white chin turned to Linen. It's good if you know you're wrong. From now on, you're not allowed to bully me again, or I'll bully you. Bullying him? With a weakling like you? Linen did not take Lin's words to heart, and smiled in his mind as he answered. Okay, I promise I won't. You'd better get your head down and I'll put some ointment on it. Saying that, Linen pulled out a box of ointment from the cabinet. Quickly, he opened it up and brought it close over Lin's head. Perhaps it was because the ointment had a strong smell of Chinese medicine. Linen had just opened the lid of the ointment. Lin then covered her nose, frowned, and angled her petite body away from Linen. Ugh, this is so hard to taste. Lin-an, get this thing off of you. Can't take it anymore. Why does this taste the same as the traditional Chinese medicine I used to drink? Woohoo brings back bad memories. It can't be helped. Stop it for a second, will you? Come here and put your head down. Linen was now helpless. He knew Lin would have some reaction, but he didn't expect Lin's reaction to be so great. The whole thing went askew. Away from him. But, I know. You have to be gentle. Rub it slowly. Lin was afraid that Linen would dislike her, and after reassuring herself, she chose to accept letting that awful ointment be smeared on her head. Got it. You might as well keep your head down. Linen put his palm on Lin's head and held it steady. After seeing the slightly swollen bag on Lin's head, squeezing a dab of green ointment into his fingertips, he then leaned in close and smeared it on. Linen had just touched Lin's head, and the girl couldn't help but shake a little. After seeing Lin's movement, Lin's movement stopped and he asked Lin, does it hurt? No, it's just cold. Oh, I'll go on then. Bear with me. After Lin responded, Linen continued to move. Soon enough, Linen finished his work, moving his own fingers away from Lin's brain. Hey, is it over? Feeling the disappearance of his finger temperature, Lin suddenly realized something and raised his head to look at Linen. Seeing that, Lin's face had become scarlet at some point. Linen unfolded his hands, revealing them in front of Lin Lin, and laughed. Well, it's over. Let's start studying now. It's almost time for the exam. Linen proposed to go and brush up, and Lin Lin didn't hesitate for anything and said, yeah, well, want to go to my room? He studying in her bed and sleeping, looking at Lin Lin's expectant eyes. Linen, who didn't know Lin Lin's small mind, a direct and merciless refusal. Don't bother, just my room will do. Okay. Lin Lin was a bit lost and involuntarily beamed. Lin doesn't even realize what he's missing. This asshole is missing out on her big fragrant bed, yeah. Just as the little girl was thinking, suddenly a large hand landed under her chin. Pick. Lin. Lin An? When her head lifted, Lin An's handsome face appeared in front of her. Lin Lin, who didn't understand why Lin An was picking her chin. At this point, she had long been so shy that she wanted to run away. The red cheeks seemed to be bubbling over with heat at any moment. What are you standing there for? Get in bed. Oh. Lin Lin stared wide-eyed, somewhat at a loss for words. Should I take off my clothes? Lin Lin hesitated and suddenly looked up and straight at Lin An. Well, it's up to you. Hearing Lin Lin's words, Lin An glanced at the air conditioner in the room. 23 degrees. Not very high, not very low, and it didn't seem to matter if you took off your jacket or not. Look at me. Lin Lin lowered his head and muttered to himself, eyes staring at the floor, constantly turning, thinking, what to do? Are you sure you want to take off your clothes? Lin Lin's body shrunk slightly, his fingers hooked around his own clothes, and it was very difficult to choose, to take off or not to take off. Unable to make a choice, Lin Lin chose to look for outside help. Ahem. Lin and I'm going to the bathroom, I'll be back with you later. Well, go on then. Lin An buried his head in his test paper and answered without lifting his head. After getting a reply from Lin Lin quickly walked out of the room. Snap. Slammed the door. However, Lin Lin did not go in the direction of the restroom, and, taking a deep breath, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, fleshy fingers, straight out and pointing. Do. Hello? Lin, what's wrong with you? Did Lin An bully you? After picking up the phone, without any thought, directly blurted out. It seemed as if she really thought her daughter would be bullied by Lin An. No? Then what are you calling me for? Hearing Bai Yi's question, the little girl beamed, a little hesitant. Should I tell mom about this? After glancing at the door of the room behind her, Lin Lin's eyes instantly became firm. Mom, when you say go to bed, do you have to take your clothes off? Chapter 46, Lin An and his little aunt look alike. Inside the room, Lin An lowered his head and stared earnestly at the test paper he had just finished writing. After checking it, it was found that there were only a few questions that I could not answer. Not bad, but these questions are pretty critical. Just ask that girl for advice when she comes in. But, what took Lin Lin so long to go to the restroom? The legs are weak again? Lin An thought about what he had carried Lin Lin today and suddenly became a little worried about Lin Lin. After staring in the direction of the door to the room, after a moment's hesitation, he stood and walked toward the door. It's better to find Lin Lin. After all, who called his girl a weakling? On the other hand, Ning Xinxin's house. She was waiting for Lin An's answer, but after waiting for a long time he didn't get a reply from Lin An. This couldn't help but make her feel puzzled. Was Lin An deliberately ignoring her? Or have you forgotten it? Ning Xinxin was lying on the sofa, staring at her cell phone with a face full of puzzlement. Xin. A voice came from behind him. Ning Xinxin looked up, revealing a smile as she responded. Mom, it's okay, I was just talking to a friend. Oh, a friend, male or female? Xia Shudai sniffed, put down the water cup in her hand, and sat directly next to Ning Xinxin, staring at her with curious eyes, attempting to see something from Ning Xinxin's eyes. Male. A male? It can't be a boyfriend. Ning Xinxin directly froze, and hastily retorted. No, what are you thinking? How many times have I told you that I like girls? He. When she said this, there was no embarrassment on Ning Xinxin's face, as if she was talking about a very ordinary thing. However, Xia Shudai didn't believe Ning Xinxin's words, and after gently sighing, she picked up a glass of water. After taking a sip, he looked at Ning Xinxin. Who knows if you're using that kind of excuse as an excuse? He. Don't worry, Mom. I'm not going to fall in love secretly behind your back. You better. Hey. After shaking her head, Xia Shudai pulled out her cell phone. Sighing slightly, he looked at the picture on his phone. She hadn't thought about whether or not to send it to Lin Lin's parents. If she had sent it herself, why did she feel? It's not working. Thinking about the way Lin An's uncles and aunts looked at Lin An during the parent-teacher conference earlier, it was very wrong. There's a sense of looking at your son-in-law. For a moment, she was in deep thought. What to do? Xia Shudai's saddened appearance allowed Ning Xinxin to see it. see him staring out at his cell phone, head shot up and came together. Aha! Isn't that Linen in the photo? But, there's a girl by his side? So, lifting his head, he looked at his sorrowful old mother. Mom, who's in this picture? Hey, it's from my class. I doubt there's anything wrong with these two guys, but one of them is one of the best grades in our school, and I've heard from others that they're not on normal terms. What if I talk to them and it directly backfires? Xia Shudai shook her head, wanting Ning Xinshin to tell the helplessness in her heart. Listening to her old mom's words, Ning Xinshin looked at the photo with some puzzlement. The duo inside the photo looks like they are kissing, but look closely, their feet were still quite far apart, which meant that the two of them were not positioned next to each other. Mom, you've got it all wrong. This isn't a relationship they're in, is it? And I know this boy, and he doesn't look like a relationship brain in any way. Ning Xinshin's fingers stretched out, pointing at Lin An's back as she continued. And, you see, the two of them are positioned far apart, too. Hearing Ning Xinshin's words, Xia Shudai raised her eyes and looked at her daughter in surprise. You know him? How do you know each other? Ning Xinshin's words surprised and astonished her. How did she know Linen and not believe that Linen and Lin Lin were in that kind of relationship? Could it be that this girl and Linen have? Just as this idea popped up, Xia Shu directly shook his head, dismissing it. Impossible. Linen is her student. She can't not understand it. Moreover, she had only seen Linen and Lin Lin having intimate contact, while for the other girls, she had never seen them at all. The thought reinforced her thoughts. You don't understand. They definitely have a problem. Hey, okay, whatever. Ning Xinshin sighed hopelessly. Leaning back on the couch, he continued to look at his cell phone, ready to make a call to Lin. Suddenly, her old mom spoke up. By the way, how did you and Lin meet? Oh, see, that's how we met. Ning Xinshin lifted the soles of her feet, which were tied with white straps, and waved them in front of her own old mom. Seeing this, Xia Shudai instantly understood, smacking Ning Xinshin's small white feet in disgust, and was about to continue asking questions. Click! The sound of the door opening came from the direction of the doorway. Then, a charming-looking, shapely, mature woman, from the direction of the doorway, appeared. Upon seeing the woman in front of her, Ning Xinshin instantly turned her head and looked away. Why are you back? Auntie, isn't the company busy now? Well, the company's pretty much taken care of and I'm not needed for a while, so I'm back. Ning Shi held the wall with one hand, and with one hand, she took off the high heels she had to wear under her feet, revealing a pair of white and tender feet. Shiki, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go make you some dishes. No sis-in-law, I already ate on the way. I'm going to take a shower first. You guys get busy. No need to look at me like that. I'm fine. Finished. Straight to the bathroom. Also do not know whether the work is more tired. Her eyes sensed some godless AI. Little aunt is still like this. Ning Xinshin murmured with a sigh. It looks like we need to hurry up and confirm the relationship between Lin and her sister-in-law. Listening to her daughter's words, Xia Shudai was also helpless and secretly shook her head. Then he continued to look at his cell phone, considering whether or not to send the intimate photos of Linen and Lin Lin to Lin Lin's parents. Suddenly, Ning Xinshin came closer to Xia Shudai's side and said, Mom, what's going on? You said, doesn't Linen look a bit similar to little auntie? Ning Xinshin pointed her finger at the half of Lin An's face exposed in the photo. Xia Shudai was suddenly startled and seemed to think of something, quickly finding Ning Shi's photo from the photo album, and contrasted it with the half of Lin An's face. Well, really that much, right? You think so too, don't you? So I think Lin An is actually the sister-in-law. She'll keep it down. Xia Shudai blocked Ning Xinshin's lips with her finger, her eyes glancing in the direction of the bathroom. It was an instant relief to see nothing on the bathroom side. Loosened his fingers. I was in a hurry. Sorry haha. Her little aunt couldn't afford to be irritated right now. What if they guessed wrong, and in fact Lin An wasn't? Then her sister-in-law will have another emotional breakdown. After a pause, Xia Shudai hesitated for a moment and seemed to understand something. Fiercely, he looked at Ning Xinshin. Xinshin, you understand, don't you? Understand what? You might be related to Lin An. You guys can't understand? I told you, we're not. Hearing her mom say this again, Ning Xinshin couldn't take it anymore, and with some annoyance in her heart, she directly stood up from the sofa. Forget it, I don't talk to old people. I'll ask Lin An myself. Ning Xinshin inclined her head, no longer paying attention to her stubborn old mom. Chapter 47, His Girl is a Fool. The Lin family. Inside Lin An's room, Lin An was walking to the door of the room. Suddenly, the door opened. Click. Lin An, why are you standing here? Lin Lin opened the door and looked at Lin An, who suddenly appeared in front of her, raising her face as if puzzled. Do you have to go to the bathroom? Without giving Lin An a chance to answer, Lin frowned slightly and then asked, if Linen went to the bathroom, then should she just take off her clothes and wait on the bed for Linen to come back? The little one's face involuntarily reddened at the thought. What is this girl thinking? Her face is actually red again. The unknown Linen, frozen, said, no, I thought something had happened to you when I saw you hadn't been back for so long. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin responded in a soft tone. Then the white fingers couldn't help but come close to his collar and ease down in the direction of his collarbone. Hold the zipper opening of your jacket. Hisses. At once, the clothes that originally covered Lin's petite figure came off like grapefruit peel, revealing the white fruit garment inside. Lin, are you hot? Linen didn't quite understand Lin's behavior at this point, blinking her eyes and staring at Lin's little hand that was squeezing the zipper. Gulp. Linen gulped and quickly averted his eyes from Lin's delicate figure. It's weird. It's obvious that Lin is just taking off her jacket, but he just felt like there was something wrong with him at this point. Feeling a little parched too. No, it's not right, is it? Is the air conditioner still turned up too high? No wonder Lin is undressing. Linen convinced himself and forgot all about the fact that he had just gulped at Lin. Why? Lin doesn't look at her. Damn it. Is it anything like what Mom said? Seeing Linen incline her head, the petite Lin began to somewhat doubt what her own mom had just said to her outside the doorway. Say what you will, as long as a woman shows off the curves of her body in front of a boy, that little boy will be attracted. So, a strip display was essential if Linen was to be mesmerized by her. These are the teachings of Lin's her old mother, and the experience she passed on. But Lin seemed to have overlooked an extremely important matter. No curves. No, but she doesn't know it. Lin, why don't you look at me? Facing Lin's inquiry, Linen didn't dare to expose what was in his heart and took a deep breath. Letting the inner heat calm down, he murmured, there's nothing to see? It's just a piece of cloth. As soon as these words came out, a black shadow suddenly appeared underneath Linen. Lin approached in front of Linen and stood underneath him, tilting his head and glaring at him. Cloth. A piece of cloth. To actually say that she wore a piece of cloth. Lin and the big asshole. Lin's originally beautiful mood was instantly shattered by Lin's words. She's just underdeveloped. What's wrong with hanging a piece of cloth on her chest? This guy, I can't stand it anymore. She's angry. Very angry. Very angry. The pink nails were deeply imprinted in the flesh of her own hand. The shell teeth clenched together. A glimmer of tears, faintly running through her eyes, glistened. She's had enough. She didn't want to hold back any longer. Her Lin chatted with other girls and she put up with it. Her Lin had had contact with other girls and she had put up with it. Linen doesn't like girls who fool around and throw little tantrums, and she's changed and takes it upon herself to please Linen. But, however, Linen did not respond to her positively. It just pressed her down on the shelf and made no move. And now Linen, he taunted her, knowing full well she doesn't like it. She's just not developed yet. No, not really, no. Lin really wanted to cry now. She wanted to cry and tell Linen that she liked him. She didn't want Lin to be nice to anyone else. Lin was hers and only hers. But, Lin's attitude was unclear, and she was afraid that Linen just saw her as a younger sister. Then she'll be a joke. Lin? Linen lowered her head and saw that Lin had tears in her eyes and was glaring at her. Lin didn't answer Linen, biting her delicate lips and taking a step forward. At once, she was even closer to Lin's position. What's wrong with you? Lin asked worriedly, just when he wanted to raise his hand to wipe the teardrops on Lin's smooth face like usual. Suddenly, Lin violently raised his palm and pushed it towards Lin's chest. Linen had just bent over a bit, approaching Lin without any defense, when a sudden force caused Lin's body to tilt back. There's a feeling of dumping. Lin's eyes widened in response. Leaning back on his hind legs, he prepared to stand still, but with the bed behind him, he had no way back. After having his feet blocked by the bed, Lin's body tilted up even more. Seeing that Linen didn't immediately lie down on the bed as he expected, Lin's delicate hands directly wrapped around Lin's waist and pressed in the direction of the bed. Lin's face was close to Lin's chest, and her tear-stained face had become red at this moment. Crush you asshole. Lin had some excitement in his heart, but Linen was a bit overwhelmed. Linen stared blankly at Lin, who was leaning against his chest, and opened his mouth. What's wrong with you, Lin? Linen didn't understand why Lin suddenly changed. Wasn't he fine just now? Straight to tears. Oops. More coaxing. Linen, can you not get a girlfriend? It seemed that Lin's voice was a little slurred because she was crying so hard. The eyes that looked towards Linen were also a little hazy, and there were still some tears in their eyes. This doesn't seem to be working out too well. Lin's refusal caused Lin's heart to sink, and his chest felt like it was missing a piece. It's stuffy. It's hard. Why is Lin like this? Is Lin really going to leave her behind? Don't. Don't. Lin Lin's words had just come out of his mouth when a tear slid directly across his face and dripped onto Lin An's face. Lin, why are you crying? I didn't say anything out of line, did I? Lin An didn't put words into his mouth and fell silent, quietly looking at Lin Lin's moist cheeks, and reached out to wipe away his tears. He just likes you. Silly. P.S. Every day to code 8,000 words, code after it, on 12 o'clock, look at the phone, on the 2 o'clock, brush your teeth and wash your face, ready to go to bed, has come to 3 o'clock, lying in bed, wake up, 12 o'clock in the middle of the day, after eating, 1:30, began to think about the plot, think about it for a few hours, code outline, 3 o'clock, look at the comment data, and then to more than 4 o'clock, Chapter 48, Video Telephony. It's very late at night. It was cool outside the house and cold inside the room, but the quilt was unusually warm. Lin Lin's delicate side face lay leaning against Lin An's chest. After hearing Lin An's constantly beating heart, her face turned slightly hot. The small hand that gripped Lin An's shirt, slightly bent under the effect of shyness. Hooked. Can Lin get up now? No. Lin rejected loudly, and lifting her face with the remnants of tears, she approached Lin An's chin and slightly opened her pink lips to the threat. If you kick me out of your arms tonight, I'll cook for you every day. Aha! Lin An's heart was shocked and cold sweat rose directly from his forehead. Obviously he was shocked by Lin Lin's words. This girl actually tried to create a dark dish for him. It's horrible. As long as you don't cook, I'll promise you anything. Lin An helplessly answered. He had already given up struggling. As long as Lin didn't do anything excessive, then he would follow Lin. And it's just lying with him. It's a little thing like that. It's nothing. Hey, Lin An promised. Hearing Lin An's words, Lin's face instantly turned red. Lying on top of Lin An, she began to wriggle her body, slightly upward, trying to get closer to Lin An's face. Just as soon as she moved, she sensed that something was wrong. Her body was flat as a board, with no curves. For a moment, Lin thought of what Lin An had just said earlier, that he was wearing a fabric. She's got a bit of an inferiority complex. The tip of her nose was sore, and her pink lips were close to the corner of Lin An's mouth as she exhaled softly. Lin An, don't mind me, okay? I will still grow up. After saying that, Lin gently bit her lips, her eyes containing moisture, like a water balloon about to explode, as if tears were about to pop out in the next second. Seeing Lin in this state, Lin An could only sigh. Why is Lin so sensitive? When will you stop shedding tears so casually? Lin An wondered when Lin would stop being so childish as he was now. All he knew was that the current Lin still needed him to take care of her. Just like what Uncle Lin said, Lin relied on him and couldn't stay away from him. So, Lin will depend on her for the rest of her life? If he would, should he take care of Lin for the rest of his life? Lin An thought for a moment and reached out to gently wipe away the small teardrops that dripped onto Lin's delicate lips. Lin, don't cry, okay? Hey, after taking care of you for so many years, have I ever disliked you? Lin An lowered his head and cupped Lin's moist face, speaking to Lin seriously. Seeing Lin An say this, Lin beamed with some small grudges. You do? Of course there is. This asshole knows how to stare at her with those eyes so she can let her guard down. It was obvious that she resented her just now. Croon. The corner of Lin's eyes slanted slightly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Seeing this, Lin An hurriedly said, you have to trust me. I only like small ones, not big ones. Of course men love a bun that fits in one hand, but for Lin's sake, he had to say this, thinking that by saying that, Lin would be happy. Unexpectedly, Lin's small mouth pouted slightly and beside Lin An's lips, she shouted with a red face, lies. You hesitated just now. Humph. You don't even like little buns, only those big ones. Ha? No. Lin An was slightly stunned, not knowing where Lin had learned the terminology from, and hastily bobbed his head, wryly arguing, humph, if you really don't mind me then, from now on, don't say I'm wearing a piece of cloth. Fine, I won't say anything, okay? Lin An stroked Lin's head comfortingly, this little ninny with a tiny figure and arrogant speech. After hearing Lin An's words, Lin's heart warmed a little and her arms around Lin An hugged even tighter. The reddish cheeks rubbed against Lin An's clothes, quietly feeling the scent of Lin An's body. Lin An doesn't mind her, then in the future, wouldn't she have to worry that Lin An would be abducted by Bear's big sister? For all, it's great. Lin, whose pretty face was buried into Lin An's chest, was smiling. Seeing Lin in this state, the corners of Lin An's mouth also involuntarily rose. Reaching out, he headed for the switch next to the bed. It's already dark, and it's time for the room to hay. Just as Lin's finger was about to touch the light switch, the cell phone by the table began to churn. Buzz. I'll get it. Lin said. Lin's underneath her, so it's not easy to get. Lin thought thoughtfully, and her white tender palm directly cupped the trembling cell phone in her hand. Aha! This is. After glancing at his cell phone, Lin had a strange expression on his face, his brows furrowing down, staring straight at Lin who was looking at her. What's wrong? Lin asked, puzzled. Lin, who had a somewhat strange expression, had her eyes once again filled with tears. He stared at Lin, and then, directly brought his cell phone closer to Lin. Good for you, Lin. I can't believe you're learning. You tell me, what have you been secretly doing behind my back? A few big question marks appeared over Lin's head, and his eyes were fixed on his cell phone. Only one line was written on it. Xin Ning is inviting you for a video call. Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. With just one look, Lin shouted outright. Riley, misunderstanding? You're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Who believes that? Lin continued to roar, attempting to shout out all the dissatisfaction in his heart. She was never expecting that Lin would actually video chat with someone else. Damn it, Lin, that big asshole. Why are you looking at someone else when you already have her? I really do dislike her, don't I? Thinking of this, Lin couldn't help but lower his head and stare at his white and tender feet. She clenched her teeth, and a wave of sadness continued to pour into Lin's chest, and soon the tip of Lin's nose began to become sore. The dry face gradually regained its moistness. Drops of crystalline tears slid down liberally. Tick. Lin came close to the palm of Lin's chin and a light watermark appears. Lin, cry first, okay? Let's talk about it. Don't cry yet. Lin hung up the video call from Ning Xin while carrying Lin into his arms. Although he didn't know why Ning Xin was making a video call to him, the most important thing right now was to put Lin at ease. Just ask Xin Ning about it later, then explain why you're talking to her. Chatting naked. Lin paused for a moment, her eyes drooping slightly, her shell teeth gently biting her delicate lower lip. Gathering his courage, he shouted, I didn't. Liar. So tell me, what would make her want to make a phone call like that with you? I didn't even talk to you. As she spoke, Lin's voice got smaller and smaller as she spoke, and even her face turned red. Chapter 49. Good morning, Lin. The night is deeper. A strange atmosphere now pervaded the entire room. The room was dark and a little cool, but there was one place in this chilly room that was warm. The whimpering Lin stopped crying and got under the covers. She hugged and was hugged. The two were close together. But fortunately, it didn't reach negative distance. The duo in the house maintained a small sense of proportion. Sleeping? Lin's fingertips were on Lin's slippery skin, gently gliding over it. But the girl beside him didn't react in any way, as if she was tired of crying. Hey, finally fell asleep. Great. Lin sighed and tucked her arm that was resting on Lin's shoulder into a comfortable position. Tilting his head, he looked at the dark ceiling and thought darkly. Lin, it's been getting out of hand lately. Yesterday those pink moist lips had touched him, and now there was frequent jealous behavior. That girl's feelings for him couldn't really have soured, could they? Lin thought about it and rolled over. Looking at Lin's white and tender-side face, he couldn't help but reach out his hand towards her small face. Why does this silly girl keep emphasizing that he's not allowed to leave? He's not going anywhere. Is he really that afraid of being alone? Touching Lin's fleshy face for a moment, Lin quickly let go and went down, close to Lin's slightly opened pink lips. Silly girl, you always sleep with your mouth open. You'll get ugly. Lin raised her body slightly and approached Lin with a finger poke, poking Lin in the jaw. His mouth closed at once. Boo! The closing of the lips made a crisp sound straight away. After hearing this sound, Lin laughed outright. Oh Lin, still so cute. If only I could stay with Lin for the rest of my life. After all, she hadn't always wanted her company. Lin turned sideways and quietly watched Lin's body curled up like a bunny. The look was adorable and appealing. At once, Lin wanted to continue touching Lin, touching her face, her eyebrows, her lips, and that slippery skin. Gulp. No, gotta hold back. Lin trusted him, so how could he take advantage of someone's danger? No, it's absolutely not okay. Though the night is worth $1,000, but their relationship was pure and clean. So, better go to bed. Thinking about the 5:20 gift for Lin in a few days and the national exams that would be coming up soon, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous and excited. After taking a deep breath, Lin covered the quilt. Turning sideways to Lin, he spoke softly. Good night, Lin. When he finished, he closed his eyes. This night, Lin and Lin slept, very well cooked. But they seemed to have forgotten one thing. Why did Ning Xin call Lin? Lin didn't know because she was crying while being coaxed to sleep by Lin. Lin didn't know either, because he didn't continue to ask after he hung up. So, the original Lin family had two people snuggled up and asleep, while the Ning family had one person who really couldn't figure out why she was hung up on, and stayed up into a national treasure Kiki 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 kiki. A chorus of birdsong came through the window. Lin, who had gone to bed early, woke up first. So cool. Sleep well. Lin rubbed his bleary eyes, stretched and snorted. The eyes opened completely and a familiar figure appeared in front of Lin. Hey, is this Linen? Seeing the head that was pressed underneath his thighs, Lin was stunned. Does Lin still have this penchant for digging down? How come you didn't realize it after all these years? Lin frowned and thought about it, quickly shaking his head. Remove your thighs from Lin's head. In fact, she felt that it was her sleeping position that was bad, and when she didn't get off her feet, she pinned Lin down. It's a good thing Lin didn't wake up or how embarrassing that would have been. The leg had just moved away when Lin glanced at the clock. We're running out of time. We're going to be late. Lin got anxious, her heart racing as she kneaded at Lin's face. Get up now, bastard Rinnen. Linen woke up and blinked towards Lin, still a little fuzzy from being woken up. Good morning, Lin. Upon seeing Lin beside him, Linen subconsciously answered, morning. Lin smiled brightly. No, this is not the time for that. Come on, get up. It's time for us to go study. After realizing that she was being led astray by Lin's delicate feet stepped on the bed and pointed her fingers at Lin's clothes in an attempt to get him to get up faster. Lin was a bit confused, then glanced at the wall and his eyes widened. Holy, it's already 7 o'clock. Half an hour to go and I'll be late. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Lin's sleepiness instantly dissipated for the most part. Together with Lin, he quickly got out of bed and put on his shirt and pants. Hurry up, Lin, you're so slow. Lin pushed and tugged at Lin's waist, urging. Hearing Lin's dissatisfied tone, Lin was helpless and said breathlessly, it's not fast enough. Do you think I'm a cow or a horse? Geez, just hang in there. It'll be over soon. Lin encouraged Lin to continue, but Lin wasn't CPUDBY Lin. I'm the one who's tired, not you. Easy for you to say. Seeing Lin say this, Lin raised his eyes to look at the side of Lin's face. Seeing that his forehead was already covered in beads of sweat, Lin was a little distressed. I'd better come down then. You're all sweaty already. Hearing Lin's offer, Lin took a few breaths and looked up. Seeing the familiar buildings, Lin agreed with Lin's words. Okay, then you come down. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin's fingers left Lin's ass, and Lin landed on his paws. Hey shoo. Lin let out a breath and took Lin's palm, naturally interlocking his fingers and looking at him with a smiling face. Lin, let's get going. We're going to be late later. This hand of yours, do you want to let go? Lin looked at his man, hesitated, and asked. The entrance to the school is usually filled with students out to buy breakfast. The way he and Lin interlocked their fingers, if they were seen, then he and Lin would be spared some gossip. What if I say no? That's it then. Since you're suggesting it, what are you afraid of? Let's go. But what if people see and gossip? Hearing that Lin was still making excuses and trying to shake her hand away, Lin's beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin. No letting go. No shaking off my hand. I didn't. Let's go then. Without giving Lin a chance to continue speaking, Lin directly tugged on Lin's hand, heading for the school entrance, as if he wasn't afraid of being seen in the slightest. P.S. Why are there so few people? Chapter 50. What the hell? You guys. Class. Name? Grade 23. Finance Class 1. Lin. What about you? Second. Class 2. Lin. Hearing these words, the new oldest man guarding the doorway on duty lifted his cloudy eyes slightly, looking toward the lowered head and short Lin. You. How old are you? I. Being asked by the grandfather. Lin was so nervous that her speech broke off and her face turned red in a hurry. Seeing this, Lin directly interrupted the stuttering Lin and came closer to the oldest man, looking at him with a smile. We live together, and we're in the same grade. Moncler, will you let us in? I should be able to leave now that I've explained everything. I'll be late if I delay any longer. Lin was not in a hurry on the surface, but he couldn't help but think this in his heart. We're actually. Hearing Lin's words, Lin froze, and then he wanted to say something to the oldest man. But before the words were out of his mouth, the boss took the lead. Oh, same last name and live together. So that brother and sister pair is you guys. Then you guys go. It's almost the end of the semester and I won't delay your studies. But I have to remind you that even if you're brother and sister, you can't hold hands inside the school. Your lordship is right. We'll take care of that later. See you later, Grandpa. After glancing at Lin, who had a small mouth and a flushed face, then he took Lin's palm and toward the direction of the school building. When she walked to the entrance of the building, Lin pouted and her pink fingers gently pinched the soft flesh of Lin's arm, glaring at Lin. Don't ever say I'm your sister again. At those words, Linen raised his eyebrows slightly, then asked with some curiosity, why? That's what they used to say. Why don't they allow it now? I hate it when you say I'm your sister in front of outsiders anyway. Obviously we're the same age and it's not even that kind of relationship. No more talk. I don't like it. Lin said as he increased the force in his hands, attempting to threaten Linen with force. Seeing Lin little bunny was so angry that she couldn't help but bulge. Linen smiled faintly. Fine, don't even say it later. Not in front of outsiders, then he'll say it in front of you. After receiving Lin An's affirmative answer, Lin, the girl's heart was inexplicably happy. Bowing his head, he responded, aha. After the conversation ended, Linen and Lin loosened their hands in the first floor hallway, and returned to their respective classes to begin a busy day of learning. Hey Ange, just pay attention to me. At the end of class, Zhou Yang touched Lin An's shoulder. After being argued by him for the whole morning, Linen got a little impatient, put down the book in his hand and looked at him. I'm begging you, stop it, okay? How many times have I told you that it's impossible for me to help Zhou Xianxian with her homework? Find someone else, and please don't ever bother me with my studies again, okay? Also, you're groping the fish in class every day now. Can't you just read for a while? There's only 20 more days to go before the final. If you fail the class, you'll be sorry. After these words, Zhou Yang froze slightly and lowered his head, facing his desk. Seeing this, Linen Xin was relieved. This guy seems to be onto something. Nodding darkly, he was about to resume his book. Suddenly, Zhou Yang's voice rang in his ears. Hey, you're right. If I don't study hard, I'll have to go home and inherit those buildings at home. You know me, I'm a fun-loving person. How can I keep guarding those buildings as a chartered house? Linen thought that his bitter words could make Zhou Yang settle down and honestly read the book. But Zhou Yang was Versailles. After hearing his words, Linen lost interest in continuing to talk and turned his head, continuing to study. Seeing that Linen was ignoring him again, he couldn't help but raise his eyes to one of the girls in the front row. And, when he saw his eyes wide and looking straight at him, he felt a little raw, shook his head at it. Hey, Xian not buddy do not try but the enemy are not to meet the battle. What can he do? He tried his best. The other side. Lin had long ago been unmotivated to learn, and what he understood was already understood. Where's the fun in reading a book that's not as fun as reading about Lin? Lin reddened her little face and buried her head to caress Lin An's picture. As soon as her small hand touched Lin An's lips on the slightly cool paper, Lin instantly revealed a smile. It seemed to come to mind. The thin lips pursed shyly. The quiet one on the side was precisely looking at Lin with a dumbfounded look on her face, an eyebrow raised and muttered. Hiss, Lin, your feelings for Lin have soured, huh? Metamorphosis? No. Lin wiggled her little hands and wagged her tongue, but the quietness of the parade of, and how could I be fooled by this girl's lame acting skills, only to see Quiet's palm reach out and pick up the photo on Lin's desktop. Do you take me for a boob? It's got spit on it. Who are we kidding? No I didn't. I just wanted to have lunch with him now. I'm drooling because I'm hungry. After saying that, he directly snatched Lin An's picture back and took out a tissue, wiping it off in a serious manner. Why just drool? Not only did it mess up the picture, but Quiet found it spicy. Looking at Lin's anxious appearance, Quiet sighed and shook his head. Hey, this silly niece showed so obvious. Really think she cannot see it, is it? Actually, I just miss Lin. Hesitating for a moment, Lin decided to tell her best friend about this, quietly whispering into a Quiet ear. Miss him? Well, you'll just go find him, laughed Quiet. Well, I will. Lin had a red face and gently answered. When it's noon, she'll go to Linen. After a busy day of studying, it was soon noon. Linen put away his books and was about to head downstairs. A figure caught his eye. Lin An. Hearing the voice behind him, Linen turned around to look, only to see a young girl about the same height as him, with white skin, squinting her eyes and smiling at him. Well, are you up to something? Linen said lightly, just as she finished speaking. Before the young girl could say anything, Zhou Yang stepped out from the doorway and gave a thumbs up with a smile. With that, the gray went far away. What is this guy up to? The corners of Lin An's eyes twitched as he looked at Zhou Yang's back in disbelief. At that moment, the young girl spoke. Well, can I ask you something? Yes, go ahead and ask. Lin An agreed cheerfully, staring at Zhou Xianxian's bowed face. After hearing Lin An's reply, Zhou Xianxian's eyes narrowed as she looked at Lin An's face and said, Lin An, can I ask you to come to my house and help me with my homework? Sorry, this won't work. Without any hesitation, Lin An directly refused. He was a very busy man. Taking care of one girl was tiring enough, so how could he stay up at night to take care of other little girls? You went part-time a while ago, so you should be short of money, right? I can give you money then. I won't let you work for nothing. Seeing that Linen was about to leave, Zhou Xianxian hurriedly pulled on the arm, trying to confuse him with money. But how could Linen, as a decent teenager, be easily mesmerized by a rich white girl? So, Linen responded in a hurry. I'm sorry, I'm not short of money anymore. After saying that, he was about to break his hand, away from Zhou Xianxian's hand. Just then, a maid appeared under the building and slowly approached Linen. Funny, what are you guys doing? Chapter 51, Your hands are dirty. Wash them. The sudden voice made Linen jolt. Hurriedly, he peeled Zhou Xianxian's hand away. A fake calm laugh. It's just a few little things. Nothing much. Oh. Lin took one step and gently approached in front of Linen. His head tilted and his eyes stared straight into Lin's eyes, attempting to see something in Lin's eyes. Being stared at by Linen was a little nervous. Somewhat worried that Lin would see something, she hurriedly said, It's really nothing. Lin, we'd better go to lunch first. After the words were said, Lin did not move, but only looked downward, towards Lin's hand that had just been pulled by Zhou Xianxian. After glancing at it, Lin quickly raised his eyes and smiled. Yeah, let's go. Lin's bright smile made Linen couldn't help but feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell, just staring blankly at Lin's very sweet smile. Just as he froze, his palm had been taken in a warm, fluffy grip. His arm was also held tightly by Lin as he headed downstairs. At this moment, Zhou Xianxian was not calm. Aren't they brother and sister? But how do they look? They look like a couple, isn't it pro? Zhou Xianxian is a bit confused, but looking at Lin and Lin's other hand that she hadn't touched, interlocking their fingers, she had some hard time. Lin was able to naturally take Lin's hand, while she only touched it for a moment before Lin moved away in disgust. Standing dumbfounded for a moment, she moved closer to the railing, looked downstairs, looking at Lin and Lin's backs as they snuggled closely together. At once, she fully understood why she had been rejected by Linen. How can there be room for another person when there is already one in your heart? She hasn't even started and she's already lost yet. Zhou Xianxian's mood instantly got a little lost, and she turned around and walked towards the classroom. She is going to turn her grief and anger into motivation to study hard. Why are you still in class? Aren't you going to lunch? Xie Shudai said to the somewhat disoriented Zhou Xianxian. No, teacher, I just want to study now. As soon as these words came out, Xie Shudai could tell from Zhou Xianxian's eyes that something was wrong. Her student seems to be in a bad mood. Is this a problem with the family? Or, before she could come to a conclusion, she had spoken. Even though time is short now, but man is iron and food is steel. So how can we do it if we don't eat? Let's go. Today's on the teacher. Whatever it is, comfort the girl later. It's almost the end of the period. You can't have any accidents at this time. Xie Shudai gently patted Zhou Xianxian's shoulder hand and pulled Zhou Xianxian's arm and headed downstairs. Thank you teacher. Zhou Xianxian responded helplessly. Since the teacher had said so and took her hand, it wasn't too good for her to refuse. Not to mention that now she does need someone to talk to, outside the cafeteria. Wait a minute. Lin called out to stop Linen who was about to approach the cafeteria. At those words, Linen twisted his head to look at Lin. Before he could say anything, Lin had already tugged Lin's palm, which had previously been touched by another woman, towards the sink. After taking a few steps, he saw that Linen was staring at him. Lin's little mouth turned up and she stuck Lin's hand into the sink. You have dirty hands. You need to wash them. What the hell? Wash your hands. I'm starving. Lin was dissatisfied with Lin's reaction, and gently knocked Lin's brain. Hyped. But why are you only washing one of my hands? Because it's dirty. So wash. Lin got close to Lin's ear and shouted. Linen, who couldn't argue with this girl, could only helplessly agree. Soon, Linen washed his palms and walked into the cafeteria with Lin. Beat the meal. Because they got out of class early to eat, there were plenty of seats available inside the cafeteria. At this time, Linen and Lin also picked their seats and sat across from each other. Eat? What are you looking at me for? Linen had only sat down to eat a few bites of his meal when he realized that his former girl was staring at him. And be honest, what the hell were you doing upstairs with that girl just now? No lying to me. Lin's big round eyes stared at Linen with a deadpan gaze, the look as if a hunter was looking at his prey. Linen knew that if he was perfunctory or didn't say anything, this stubborn girl would definitely keep asking questions. After swallowing the food in his mouth and taking a sip from the table water bottle, Linen raised her clear eyes to look at Lin. She wants me to help her with her homework. Well, or the kind that goes at night. Hearing this, Lin frowned. When she was upstairs, she had clearly seen the girl take Lin's hand. So you promise? No. No is good. Oh, I didn't mean you can't go tutor her homework It's just that if you go at night, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Lin Lin blushed and spoke softly, and with each word, Lin Lin's voice became a little thinner, and her face was flushed. Looking at Lin Lin's good-looking face, Lin Lin laughed. I know. I won't go. Don't worry about it. Hurry up and eat. Lin Lin nodded his head and began to bury his head in dry rice. After a few minutes, two familiar figures walked in the direction of Linen and Lin Lin. The two qualified dry cooks did not notice the phenomenon. It wasn't until dark shadows appeared beside their vision that they noticed two familiar faces appear beside them. Teacher. Can we share a table? Hearing this, Linen subconsciously looked at Lin Lin, wanting to ask Lin Lin's opinion. And this scene was also seen by Xie Shudai and Zhou Xianxian. At once this large and small group of people standing had different thoughts in their minds. Xie Shudai, Linen cares a lot about Lin Lin's thoughts. Not bad. He's a warm man. And this handsome face also looks very much like Shirshir. Zhou Xianxian, Linen looked at her with gentle eyes. It wasn't a look at her sister at all. Surely it was her who misunderstood them before, right? And those eyes were so gentle. Does Linen like her? Being stared at by Linen, Lin Lin slightly froze and saw Linen continuously winking at her. Then Lin Lin hurriedly nodded her head. Yes, teacher, we don't mind. Thanks. A response. The two took their seats. P.S. All see here. Still not willing to give a book review to encourage it? Chapter 52 Not biological, but closer than biological. Oh, by the way Linen, I realized that you and Lin Lin don't look very much alike, so I'll take the liberty of asking, are you and Lin Lin related by blood? Xie Shudai, who already had some doubts about Lin An's identity, after taking a few bites of his meal, he asked Linen, who was beside him, with feigned curiosity. When these words came out, the three people in the seats all froze. They stopped their hands and their eyes lifted to look at Linen, expecting Lin An's answer. Linen, who heard this, was also slightly stunned, looking over at his teacher with a somewhat dismayed expression. He didn't expect his teacher to be curious about himself, and after a pause, swallowing the food in his mouth, he, open mouth responded, we aren't related in any way. I lived in Lin Lin's house when I was 3 or 4 years old. It's been so long I can't remember some of it. After finishing with a smile, some sadness appeared on Lin An's clear face. He hadn't seen his father since he was 2 years old, when he was taken to Lin Lin's house by his dad. Noticing the situation on Lin An's face, Lin Lin's small hand reached out and came close to Lin An's face and pressed up against it. With one gentle glance at him, Lin An held Lin Lin's hand and smiled. I'm fine, let's eat. After hearing Lin An's words, Xie Shudai's eyes directly lit up. Surely there's no relationship and it's 3 or 4 years old? That would be 15 years ago. It seems that Siki's son also disappeared 16 years ago. Thinking of this, Xie Shudai became more and more certain of her guess just now. I was about to continue asking. Just as he turned his head, he saw Linen and Lin Lin touching each other with their small hands, smiling at each other. Ahem, this is a school, not your home, so please show some restraint. Excuse me. Saying that, Linen instantly let go of Lin Lin's soft and smooth hand. The hand had just retracted, and Lin Lin's pretty face had already shyly veered to the side. It's over. She hadn't been able to control it by accident. Her little mind wouldn't be caught, would it? After all, their actions just now could be considered intimate, let alone in front of a teacher. Lin Lin's heart was both nervous and a little bit happy. Nervous because she was now being stared at by the crowd, and happy because the way Linen had just looked at her. Very gentle. Linen awkwardly buried his head in dry rice. Lin Lin bowed his head in shyness, and Zhou Xianxian, an outsider, looked at the rosy-cheeked duo in front of him with a look of bemusement. A faint sadness kept hitting her wounded heart. Lowering his head in despondency, he kept chanting in his mind, let me go, I don't want to eat dog food, don't. Watching the red color on Lin An's neck gradually dissipate, Xie Shudai intended to continue asking about Lin An's previous affairs, but when he was about to open the question, the face of Zhou Xianxian on the opposite side had become miserable. Obviously, she just wanted to make a plea to the teacher, but why did she have to sit here and watch her favorite boy look deep into someone else's eyes? She was about to cry. Zhou Xianxian's face unconsciously scrunched up and lowered her head. Seeing this scene, Xie Shudai lost the desire to continue questioning Linen and directly approached Zhou Xianxian's side. Concern asked, Xian, what's wrong with you? Did you have a problem with your family? No, teacher, I'm fine. With that, she responded with a smile as the corners of her mouth traced an arc. Looking at Zhou Xianxian's appearance, Xie Shudai thought that she was using a smile to cover up the grief in her heart. This girl, she's definitely in trouble with her brother again. She had always seen this ninny glaring at her brother just lately, and Zhou Yang had always avoided this ninny with his eyes. Unsurprisingly, the two siblings, Zhou Xianxian and Zhou Yang, had definitely fallen out. No, the girl needs to be enlightened. Thinking, Xie Shudi's palm fell on Zhou Xianxian's head, gently soothing it and saying gently, "Had a falling out with your brother? Ha? No, Zhou Xianxian wanted to explain, but Xie Shudai had already approached to hold her in her arms and rubbed her head. "It's okay, our family some small conflicts is a very normal thing, do not take it to heart, there are things you can say with me but do not let hold in the heart, so that affects the study can be bad." Saying that, Xie Shudi's eyes shifted to Lin Lin and Linen who were looking at them. Xie Shudi's two eyes narrowed slightly, smiling as she stared at Linen and Lin Lin with a thoughtful look. Lin Lin blushed at the look, her eyes staring straight at Linen. Seeing this, Linen opened his mouth and asked, Sensei, is there something on us? At these words, Xie Shudai smiled and shook her head, releasing her palm from Zhou Xianxian's head and patting her soft shoulder. "Look at the two of them. Aren't they also brother and sister? Even though they're not biological, they're closer than biological." After hearing this, Zhou Xianxian's mood at this time became more and more sad. Even more reason to cry. It's better than a pro relationship, and they're still non-pro. So, then aren't they? Zhou Xianxian, who seemed to have thought of something, had a miserable face, her body became soft, her head drooped, and she looked lost in thought. Linen and Lin Lin have lived together since childhood and are considered childhood friends. She is only not, and Linen is 2 years in the same class. Moreover, Linen's attitude towards Lin Lin was clearly just not right. Seeing that Zhou Xianxian's eyes were glistening with tears, Xie Shudai hugged her even tighter. Cry it out and it won't be hard anymore. Teacher, you said that the teacher was there. Will you stop talking? Xie Shudai. When these words came out, the three people in the seat were silent, except for a poor and plain girl, who stood up. Without saying a single word, the small hand reached out, pulling at the corner of Lin An's coat, and the tiny lips approached Lin An's earlobe. They seemed to be very busy. "Lin An, why don't we leave them alone?" Saying that, Lin Lin's fleshy fingers pointed to the duo who were posting stickers on the side. Glancing at the duo who were embracing each other afterward, Lin An's eyes narrowed slightly as he gently laughed. "Fine, let's go first." Lin Lin smiled sweetly at Linen, her fluffy fingers reaching out, hooking the corner of the teenager's coat and leaving the cafeteria side by side. P.S. My author friends say that jamming at the end of every chapter is the only good way to keep readers, but I think it's disrespectful to jam every chapter, so I don't. Chapter 53, Don't Let Go. Lin Lin's finger hooked the corner of Lin An's coat after a few steps. She wasn't feeling up to it and was about to step out the cafeteria door. The soft palms of his hands crept closer to Lin An and suddenly clenched, tightened his grip on Lin's palm. The suddenness of the situation caused Lin An's body to tremble as he stared straight at Lin Lin. This girl is crazy, actually in public, to do such a bold thing, being stared at by Lin An all the time. Lin Lin was a little embarrassed, her face reddened, and she squirmed and spoke. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" With that, she puffed out her face slightly, her eyes rolling and slumping. Seeing Lin Lin in this state, the thought of loosening this soft little hand in his palm couldn't help but dissipate. Blinking, he said blandly, "You're such a little cutie. Hey, actually, I was thinking the same thing." Lin An's compliment caused Lin Lin, whose cheeks were already scarlet, to become even more shy. Unconsciously licked her mouth, just lowered his head and took a few steps outside. A familiar voice came from the, Yo, you guys are really good. You don't even want to pretend anymore? You're not afraid I'm going to write your names in my little book that specializes in recording dog food lovers?" At the sound of this familiar flirtatious voice, Lin Lin and Lin An raised their heads. I saw, smiling and quiet with a book and pen in his hand. And those same eyes were staring straight at their glued together palms. "That won't be necessary. Don't look at us like that. We just won't shake it." With that, Lin An tried to loosen Lin Lin's hand. He reduced his strength and was about to draw back his hand. But in his hand, he felt Lin Lin's grip getting tighter and tighter. Aha! This girl is so messed up. Lin An took a deep breath and looked at Lin Lin seriously. Lin Lin, stop it for a moment. Let's get loose. Hearing this, Lin Lin's grip tightened, and feeling the force on his hand, Lin An couldn't help but frown down, secretly saying that it was not good. Lin Lin seems to be a little angry. Lin Lin didn't answer Lin An, but instead looked at the smiling quiet, puckered his mouth, and said, "Anne, I can't believe you scared me. You're so bad. Don't think I don't know that there are so many people in the grove, and you're focusing on me and Lin An. You're so bad." "Oh, so?" Quiet cupped her breasts and laughed. "So do us a favor and spare us." After saying that, Lin Lin's attitude shifted, revealing a begging expression as he pleaded with Quiet. Seeing Lin Lin's red-faced, pitifully miserable appearance, Quiet couldn't help but laugh at once. Puff, ahahaha, I'm teasing you guys. Let's go. Saying this, Quiet carried the book in his hand and waved it in the direction of Lin Lin and Lin An, signaling him to hurry. At those words, Lin Lin's frowning down brows instantly stretched, but they soon frowned down once more, showing an angry expression. Epsilon sat face O omega. Hey, good on you for being quiet. You actually lied to me again. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Lin, we'd better hurry. Seeing Lin explode, Linen in order not to attract the surrounding students, Linen held Lin's hand tightly and dragged Lin in the direction of the school building. After hearing Lin's words, Lin just pursed her lips before she wrapped one hand around Lin's arm to follow him. After walking a few steps, Lin's eyes slanted to look at Quiet, and her originally angry little face became extremely bright. For all, the little hand gave a thumbs up right in the direction of the Quiet. Upon seeing Lin's actions, Quiet smiled, then raised his thumb in the direction Linen and Lin were heading away. After the two women smiled at each other, Lin was secretly delighted. The plan worked. And, what a great sister to her. After Linen and Lin had walked a few steps, he felt Lin's pace slow down a bit. Thinking that Lin was still not in a good mood, she looked back and asked at her, "Still angry? Humph, who told Quiet to lie to me? I'm a little upset right now. What would it take for you to be happy?" Lin continued to ask. "Well, you hold it a little tighter so that I'm happy." Lin pretended to think, hesitated for a moment, and responded. Just as he finished speaking, Linen inclined his head to look at Lin, a little stunned. "How does it feel?" Lin is getting cheekier and cheekier, but after seeing Lin's red earlobes, he dismissed the idea. Sure enough, his Lin was still the same sensitive and shy girl. With that, he laughed. "Yeah, all according to you." After saying that, Lin's palm exerted force and held Lin's tiny palm tightly, interlocking his 10 fingers. Feeling the change in his hands, Lin's tender face revealed a smile and hugged Linen tightly. No letting go. Oh, it's going all the way to class. Good. P.S. The reason for the late update is that / Chapter 54 Brother below, sister above. The clock ticked down to the lunch break, and Linen and Lin had already arrived inside the classroom, and the two of them were quietly engaged in a learning discussion in the classroom. The process of learning is not tiring. After all, sitting next to him, her, the one she loves, Lin. When I say if your parents came looking for you, would you leave? Lin propped her hand on her desk, faced Linen, and asked. When they were in the cafeteria, Linen and Xie Shuti's questioning caused this girl to get a little worried. She was really afraid that Linen would leave and didn't want to lose him at all. But, if Linen's parents really came looking for Linen, then, there seems to be no reason for Lin to stay on either. As she said that, Lin's clear eyes faintly had tears running through them, but she quickly held them back, trying not to let Linen see that she was different. Upon hearing Lin's words, Linen, who had buried his head in a book, paused, turned his head to look at Lin, and responded, "Well, I don't know. After all, I lived with you when I was very young. I'd be a little sad to leave if I did. If, however, my parents come looking for me, then do you want me to go or not?" "Don't want to," Lin directly shouted without any hesitation. But as soon as the words fell, Lin's narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin with a smile. This ninny's mind is really getting impure. Without waiting for Linen to open his mouth to speak, Lin's head shrunk, pretending to be calm, continued. I admit it. I was selfish. I wanted you to live with me all the time. I really didn't want you to go at all. Not even a little bit. I can't let you leave me." With each word, Lin's tone became lighter and lighter, and the tip of his nose was unconsciously a little sour. Unconsciously, Lin's eyes flowed and tears glistened. Feeling that she was somewhat unable to control her emotions, Lin kept blinking and pursing her lips in an attempt to regain her composure. After the words were finished, Linen reached out and rubbed Lin's head, saying softly, "Don't want me to go?" "No, don't want to." "Oh, then you'll have to be good to do that. I don't want to have to take care of an overgrown girl all the time." When these words came out, Lin seemed to be stimulated. Grow up? She'll grow out of it. Aha, asshole Lin. The sadness instantly dissipated, and her fleshy face revealed her shell teeth and closed them tightly, her beautiful eyes glaring directly at Linen. Seeing this, Lin's flirtatious expression just now was also scared back by Lin's sudden glare. Are you saying that I won't grow up?" Lin said word for word, his eyes staring straight at Linen. That. Lin, I was wrong. You said just that. You said I was outgrowing it and you resented me. Lin frowned his good-looking eyebrows, his soft palms tugging at Lin's arms, directly yanking Lin's face closer to his own. Linen froze, staring blankly at Lin's fierce face. At once, gulping, his expression was stunned at the thought. Lin, it's scary. He won't really get domesticated in the future. I don't think so. At this moment, Linen didn't know that in the future, he would really be. Domestic violence. Know-it-all. Calm down, have a conversation. Lin gently patted the back of Lin's hand that was tugging at his collar, trying to get Lin to let him off the hook. But this girl, who was in a rage, acted as if she didn't hear him, shifting from one hand to two. This time the clothes on Lin's chest were directly pinched to death by two sandbag-sized fists, and moved ever closer in Lin's direction. Seeing the pink lips that were getting closer and closer, Lin's heart pounded violently. Lean back. Put. Lin was pressed into the seat by Lin's petite body. Hey, oh no, it's really going to run into it. Sure enough, an angry Lin is scary. As Lin thought about it, there was something special about the duo's posture, because at this moment, Lin was on top and Lin was on the bottom. After holding Lin against the seat, Lin's expression gradually became resigned, both eyes glistening with tears as she stared pitifully at Lin. You dislike me again? Obviously. I'm still developing. Why do you dislike me? I'll grow up. Lin, don't mind me, okay? As she said that, Lin had already indisputably dropped teardrops. Hiss, why are you crying again? You were so mean just now? Seeing Lin in this state, the corner of Lin's eyes twitched, and then he was thinking in his brain about how to coax Lin later. After a pause, soon, he reached out to touch Lin's soaked face and, ruffling her sweat-dampened hair, she said, Lin, don't cry first. That. Lin was a little hesitant to say that, worried that it might backfire and upset Lin. You say? I actually. P.S. You guys know me. I have 2 chapters a day and 1 more later, so this isn't really a jam, is it? Chapter 55, Tired. Destroy. Actually that one I like the small ones, Lin said with a false smile. After saying that, Lin froze, blinking straight in Lin's direction. Seeing this, Lin raised his hand and gently rubbed Lin's smooth brain. Really? After hearing what Lin said, Lin seemed to be very shy. Her eyes were lowered and she didn't dare to look at Lin, but her fingers loosened up quite a bit. Noticing that Lin's change in emotion had to be much milder, he rode the wave of victory and continued to speak. Of course it's true, Tiny is cute, and when have I ever lied to you? I don't believe you. You've lied to me many times. I don't believe you. Maybe you actually like those big buns. Lin's fingers completely loosened Lin's clothes and cupped her arms in a pretense of arrogance, when the scarlet cheeks also slightly turned aside. The eyes that kept turning and not knowing what they were looking at. Geez, how come this ninny is so smart at this time? It's not easy to cheat. That's average. Am I average? I just like. Lin asked rhetorically. Without waiting for Lin to go on, Lin's beaming little mouth popped out other words. You're in a class by yourself. Lin was silent. I'm so tired of coaxing this girl. Lin was speechless for a moment, but soon he reacted, holding Lin's soft little hand with one hand, and resting one hand on Lin's shoulder, pushing Lin's body that had fallen on top of him back to the seat slowly. Moving closer to her ear, he rubbed Lin's cheeks and said, I don't like other types. I like cute types like you. Really? Why do I get the feeling you're lying to me? Really? I won't lie to you. It's a puppy to lie. Hearing these words, Lin raised her eyes and looked at the teenager in front of her, puckering her lips. If you cajole me and say you're here for fun, then I won't be able to spare you. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Lin drew his mouth weakly and, when she thought of Lin's furious glare at her a few minutes ago, Lin instantly moved for a second, not daring to utter a breath as she sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Hey, Rin, why don't you say anything? It's not because you're weak-minded, is it? Just kidding. How is that possible? How could I be vain? Then why are you afraid to look at me? To look somewhere else? Lin did have a weak heart. After all, the words just now were just words to coax Lin, and when Lin's eyes glared at Lin, he, who had originally pretended to be calm, became nonchalant, and he panicked. A sly comment ensued. Tired of reading, look elsewhere for a while. This guy, Lin, is just disliking her, isn't he? Disliked her and thought her a very poor maid. Damn it. Lin's eyes narrowed and she silently clenched her pink fists, glancing slightly at the place where Lin's line of sight was looking, and at that moment, a familiar figure appeared within Lin's line of sight. All that could be seen was a ponytailed girl with her head bowed in the hallway, walking slowly, and with each step, a faint sigh could be heard. Hey, finally please teacher, better go study. Zhou Xianxian thought that the only way to fill the emptiness in her heart now was to study. Well, immerse yourself in a sea of learning now. With that thought, she lifted her head and looked toward the classroom. She was shocked by the scene in front of her, and the long dead heart in her mind was once again hit hard. P.S. Adjust the update time, from now on 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. time slot update. Not for anything else, just don't want to swing for the fences. Chapter 56, Will You Be Responsible? Only to see that there was a man and a woman in the classroom, and the duo inside were staring at her. For a moment, Zhou Xianxian froze and couldn't help but have a bad thought pop up in her mind. Two of these are on a dating? Without waiting for Zhou Xianxian to react, Lin pouted and glared angrily at Linen. Those soulful little eyes seemed to be saying to Linen, "You asshole, actually sneaking a peek at someone else's big rabbit. You're screwed." And Linen was stunned. He was never expecting to see Zhou Xianxian when he just casually inclined his head, and it just so happened that Zhou Xianxian was a being with perfect curves. After blinking his eyes for a moment, he realized that there was something wrong with Lin beside him, and it seemed that Lin's soft little body was emanating a resentful aura. Aha! This girl, what's with the eyes? Damn! Lin misunderstood something again. Lin trembled violently in her heart, warily inclining her head to look at Lin's fleshy face. Lin, I actually... Oof. Lin didn't wait for Linen to finish his sentence and wrapped Lin's arms around him, pouting her cute little mouth. Her meatbag face came close to Lin's face, trying to block Lin's view. No one else is allowed to look, only me. Lin spoke softly, shouting in a voice that could only be heard by Linen. This girl was actually easily shy, so she didn't really want the others to hear her shy speech. Well, okay, why don't you get up off of me first? She seems to be coming in. Right-o. Hearing Lin's words, Lin's eyes instantly widened and her heart skipped a slight beat, intending to pull his hand out of Lin's arm, but then a voice came from the direction of the doorway. You guys go on. I didn't see anything. Zhou Xianxian watched through the window as Lin and Lin's duo's actions, and her heart cooled halfway down, leaving a sentence, then once again lost in thought. Open mouth 888 left. After walking for a while and completely disappearing from Linen and Lin's line of sight, Zhou Xianxian clammed up. Her little feet went limp, and she crouched down to bury her head into her thighs. Woohoo! Why? Zhou Xianxian was saddened that her heart, which was already broken, was taken out of the coffin and severely flogged. At this moment, she's super tempted to cry. The two people inside the room, after hearing those words from Zhou Xianxian, then instantly froze straight up. The face looked at the ground in embarrassment. Lin, just now it seems, she saw everything. I know. Once Lin's words were uttered, Erlin fell silent. After a moment of silence, the two guys looked up and looked at each other in recognition, speaking to each other. So, you'll be in charge, right? So, we'd better start studying. X2. Hearing the other party's words, both Linen and Lin froze. The one who reacted the most was Linen. He never expected that Lin would say such words. Then he asked, responsible? I didn't do anything, either. Even though you didn't do anything out of the ordinary, your classmates will think we did something like, touched me or something like that. Saying that, Lin's face reddened and her voice became small. Looking at Lin's shy face, Linen didn't know what to say and was just a little helpless in his heart. Hey, is this girl not even hiding anything anymore? It wasn't long ago that he was thinking of kissing him, and now he was saying such things. After a slight pause, Linen looked at Lin's lowered eyes and said, Lin, right now the most important thing for us is to study. It's a little too early to be in charge of such things. Hey, Lin, it's better not to think about these things for now. Studying is the most important thing. Hearing Lin's words, Lin silently puffed out her little mouth, buried her head, and fell silent. Seeing that Lin was silent, Linen put his arm around Lin's shoulder with some concern and shook it a little. Lin? No. Crying again? Lin's delicate body was shaken by Linen, and her black hair unconsciously flowed out, covering her face a bit. Soon after, Lin's eyes lifted slightly and looked at Linen, winking and smiling. I'm fine. I was just thinking about what you just said. I think you're right. We should just study now. Originally Linen had already prepared Lin to cry, but Lin's sudden smile made Lin's sunken chest. Instant relief. Luckily Lin didn't get mad. After taking a deep breath, Linen spoke. Well, that's just it. What's the point of thinking about it? We should just study hard now, or maybe we won't be able to stay together after graduation. After saying that, Linen placed a book on top in front of Lin, but a white tender palm suddenly came to the back of Lin's hand, holding Lin's hand down. What now? You got one thing wrong. Lin stared straight at Lin's puzzled face and spoke. Hearing this, Linen became even more puzzled and asked, I said something wrong. It's not us, it's you. It's you who needs to study hard. So, the book, you'll have to read it, while I supervise you. Saying that, Lin's small hand gently pushed Lin's palm in front of Linen. Now, Lin start studying. After saying that, Lin's soft palms then propped up her chin and tilted her head to look at Lin's clear face. on the other hand, was gently poking at Lin An's face. The corner of Lin An's mouth twitched, not intending to pay attention to the childish ghost beside him. Just as he was about to lower his head and get ready to open the book, Lin felt something pressing down on his shoulder. Slightly inclining his head, he saw Lin smilingly looking at him with a pair of big clear eyes. Seeing this, Lin instantly couldn't ignore the childish ghost beside him and helplessly nodded his head even. Fine, I'll study. I'll start studying, but don't you dare mess around me. It won't. Lin laughed, revealing an innocent and adorable smile as she answered back to back. Hearing Lin answer like this, Lin wasn't going to say anything more, holding his books and entering a state of study. Lin, who was on the side, looked at Lin An's serious face, and the corners of his childish mouth rose slightly. The side of Lin's face was reflected in her clear eyes. Lin didn't know to what was on her mind, her eyes blinking slightly. The head rubbed gently against Lin's shoulder and opening his mouth to exhale slightly, a wave of drowsiness hit him. Then, Lin snuggled into Lin An's shoulder and slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 57 The Way Home. The time of laborious study is over. Lin and Lin were walking in the direction of their home. All the way Lin was holding Lin An's palm tightly, no matter how much Lin persuaded him. This budding girl had to hold his hand. If Rina had a strong attitude and preferred to refuse to stick her little hand in the air with her, Lin's fleshy face would then show a very aggrieved, heartbreaking expression, and leaning into Lin An's ear, he said softly, "No, don't dislike me." Looking at the flickering tears in Lin's eyes, Lin could only choose to follow this girl. Hey, you can only spoil the girl you raised. Lin and Lin walked down the road hand in hand, oblivious to the fact that a person was following behind them. Too much of a libertine. Peacefully, she looked at the teenage girl walking in front of her. The heart was full of helplessness. Seeing the almost glued palms between the two, Quiet unconsciously looked to the little book in his pocket. Hey, how come it feels like I made a mistake in letting these two guys in front of me off the hook? Just as Quiet sighed helplessly, a small black car sped quickly down the road. Shoo, glancing at the car, Quiet thought about closing his eyes. But how? She saw someone sitting in the car and looked very familiar. Quiet cocked his head and thought, not remembering who it was, but that clean-side face was a bit similar to Lin An's. Who is this guy? Quiet pondered the thought in his head for a moment before giving up on it. Then his eyes looked ahead. Hey, where are they? These two guys, they're going so fast. And, once again, not waiting for her. Obviously the three of them used to go together. But lately, they've both gone together. Oops, really no love. The clouds in the sky were beginning to turn dusky in color. The breeze blew, and Lin's hair was blown up. And Lin's black hair was longer after all. Under the effect of the breeze, Lin's soft face was directly covered by the silky hair for a bit. Bummer. Can't even see Lin anymore. Lin beamed, thinking somewhat unhappily. Resentment caused Lin's face to bulge slightly, reaching out when she wanted to move the hair that was interfering with her vision. Lin's face was reflected in Lin's eyes, and immediately Lin froze slightly. Her face was instantly scarlet, and her eyes stared blankly at Lin. Soon she was so shy that she tried to incline her head and, despite the fact that contact with Lin has become much more. However, this girl still felt shy when being stared at by Lin. The fawn who had been trampled by the bunny jumped and, without waiting for her head to turn, one of Lin's hands cupped Lin's white chin. Don't you move. Saying that, Lin gently pinched the hair that was flowing around Lin's face. Watching Lin move, Lin just slightly opened her tender lips. Okay. Lin laughed. As Lin's voice fell, Lin raised his head, and there was no longer anything in the way within his line of sight, and all that was left in her eyes was the teenager with the sunny smile in front of her. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin asked suspiciously. Because you have nice eyes. Lin replied with a smile. Then her little hand wiggled, pulling Lin to continue walking forward. After walking a few steps, Lin curiously twisted his head to look at Lin and asked, "My eyes look good?" Right. Lin tilted her head and smiled at Lin. The good-looking eyes blinked at Lin, as if to say, "I'm not lying." Hearing Lin's reply, Lin also just paused before continuing to speak. "How do you like it?" Maybe, but Lin thought Lin's eyes were even better because Lin had him in his eyes. Okay. Lin glanced at Lin, who was all smiles. Smiling, he responded. After saying that, he took Lin's hand and continued to walk forward. After being tugged by Lin's small hand for a few steps, Lin's body leaned back slightly, though not shoulder to shoulder with Lin. But this angle was quick enough to look into Lin's eyes and, Lin looked at Lin and smiled slightly, tilting his head to stare at Lin. Why do you say Lin's eyes look good? Because Lin's thoughts are the same as Lin's. In Lin's eyes was Lin, and in Lin's eyes was this girl. Walking home, it's almost there already. But is this just Lin Lin's home? Is it his home? After walking for a while, Linen thought of what Lin Lin had said to him earlier, and his heart couldn't help but sink a little. To be honest, he didn't know if he would leave the Lin family, but one thing was certain. He, absolutely, would not leave this girl beside him. Thinking about it, Linen unconsciously glanced at Lin Lin. What happened to Linen? Lin Lin asked. It's okay, I just wanted to see you. Oh well, see enough then. Saying that, Lin Lin hugged Lin An's arm tightly and leaned her head at Lin An's shoulder, tilting her head to look at Linen. Seeing this, Lin An's palm landed on Lin Lin's skull and rubbed it. Go home and watch. It's not safe on the road. I need to watch where I'm going. Missy, HM. Well then, PS, updated a little late. Sorry about that. Chapter 58 Visitors at Home. Walking. Linen and Lin Lin soon walked to the door of the house, and that's when two small sedans appeared in their eyes. One white and one black. The white one is naturally for Lin's father, while the black one, the two of them wouldn't know. Ha, Lin and, look, Mom and Dad are back. Looking at the familiar car, Lin Lin slightly froze, then pointed his finger in the direction of the sedan, and could not help but be a little surprised on his tender face. Well, Uncle Lin and the others are not only back, but they've brought guests with them. Seeing Lin Lin's parents' car, as well as the unfamiliar black sedan, Lin An responded. Then, Lin An pulled Lin Lin's smooth palm towards the door, and said, let's get inside quickly first. Aha! Click! With a crisp sound, the door opened. The door opened and several familiar people were in view. Lin Lin's parents as well as Lin An's teacher and her daughter, Ning Xin. Seeing Ning Xinshin and the homeroom teacher in front of her, Lin An was filled with doubts. Without waiting for him to ask, Bai Yi walked up to the two, gently tapped them on the shoulder. Now that we're all home, it's time to cut loose. Saying that, Bai Yi's eyes glanced at Lin An and Lin Lin's clasped palms. Then with a grin, he looked at his daughters and while Lin Lin just blushed slightly and didn't say anything, her palms slowly loosened. Being told this, Lin An also looked embarrassed. He was so used to holding it that for a while he forgot to let go of Lin Lin's little hand. In order to avoid embarrassment, Lin An hastily changed the topic. Glancing at Xia Shudai, who was sitting on the sofa and was talking to his uncle, he asked Bai Yi, Auntie White, what is it now? Ha, your teacher is coming to our house and didn't tell you? No. Lin waved his head and said that he didn't even know about it alright. This whole day, he was either studying or accompanying Lin Lin in her studies. How would he know about such things? Well then, you two go ahead and take a shower. And as for your teacher, it's just a matter of inquiring about how you two are doing. There's no need to think about anything more than that. Well, go ahead and take a shower, and by the time you're done, I'll have dinner ready. Bai Yi tenderly rubbed the two guys' heads and spoke gently. With that, she turned away and headed in the direction of the kitchen. Just as Bai Yi left, Lin Lin's lowered eyes lifted up and looked at Linen, and at that moment, Lin was looking curiously in the direction of the couch. In the direction of the sofa, Xia Shudai was talking with Lin Su. They were having a great conversation, so these two people didn't even seem to see them in general. They didn't have any intention of stopping at all, always talking. But Ning Xinshin, who was sitting on the side of the sofa, spotted the teenage girl standing in front of the door, and politely extended his hand and waved at the duo with a smile on his face. Ning Xinshin looked at Linen with an indescribable meaning in her eyes, thinking it was a friendly greeting to a friend. Linen waved at it with a slight lift of his hand. But Lin Lin, who was beside him, could see that something was wrong. It's not right. It's very wrong. Why was the way that guy looked at Linen so gentle, like looking at a loved one? Could it be that? Thinking of something, Lin Lin's good-looking eyes lowered and his eyebrows furrowed, glancing at Linen. And this glance coincided with seeing Linen extending his hand to give Ning Xinshin a friendly wave. Gee, kind of a bummer. After glancing at Linen with a grudging look, her small hand reached out to directly hold Lin An's palm in her hand and said, Lin An. What? Linen asked in confusion as he looked at the grip on his palm underneath him. Follow me. Where are you going? Go take a shower. P.S. 3 more to go. Chapter 59, Taking a bath together? That's not allowed. A bath? Yeah, let's go take a shower. That. Without waiting for Linen to finish, his small hands rose up with force, and stiffly tugged Linen in the direction of the bathroom. She wasn't going to let Lin scowl at someone else. What's more, that guy, looking at Lin An's eyes was wrong. Lin felt a hint of crisis from the way Ning Xinshin viewed Linen. Damn it, that bear of a woman, actually looking at her with that, the kind of eyes that looked at Rinna like she was a relative. Definitely can't let Linen fall under the spell of a bad woman. Lin An's actions of being dragged along by Lin were caught in Ning Xinshin's eyes. Looking at the large and small backs of the duo as they left, Ning Xinxin covered her smile and said in her heart, oops, I didn't realize that her cousin-to-be, who seemed to be a wife-beater, didn't even have a hint of refusal when he was dragged along. That's a lot to take from that little guy. When she thought of her dad being sanctioned and bullied by her mom every day, Ning Xinxin couldn't help but worry about Lin An's happy life in the future. After all, Lin An was already her cousin-to-be in her mind. And even though there was no clear evidence yet, she couldn't let her brother step into his dad's footsteps. Gee, no, she'd have to help out Lin when she secretly acquired her DNA later. Ning Xinxin narrowed her eyes in thought, her fingers feeling into her clothes and weighing them, then looked to his old mom. She's choppy, mom's flat. Just for a moment her mind popped into Lin Lin's petite and tender body. In this moment, she understood, was completely enlightened. When people lose something, their tempers become irritable and jealous, and Lin Lin's party's behavior of taking Lin An away from him without regard for his image. It's what happens when you're mediocre. Then Ning Xinxin fell into deep thought. In order to make Lin Lin's temper become good, first of all, gotta let Lin Lin grow up. All around gotta grow up. Gee, it's a conundrum. Mom, I'm going out. Ning Xinxin got up from the sofa and casually said something to Xie Shudai before turning around and walking towards the door. Ning Xinxin's awkward walking posture made Xie Shudai feel a little worried, but knowing that her daughter was a stubborn person, she could only sigh. Hey, let's keep talking about Lin An, okay? Mr. Shay, come to the bathroom. Lin Lin's white body had unconsciously turned red. A panicked look came over his young face. Oh no, she's stupid again. Why did you bring Lin to the same bathroom? Lin An, to misunderstand that she was trying to get together with Rinan. That's what. Interj, boo-hoo. //. Lin Lin was in front of the mirror inside the bathroom, covering her face in shyness, not daring to look at Lin An at all. Lin An, on the other hand, stood at the bathroom doorway, looking at Lin Lin's actions of not knowing what he was doing. Lin An didn't quite understand why Lin Lin had dragged him here. If you're going to take a bath, you have to undress. A man and a woman alone. Is that really good? Aren't you really afraid that the guys upstairs will come at you with sticks? After a moment of hesitation, Lin An planned to go out and let Lin Lin wash while he went to the downstairs shower room to take a bath. Lin Lin, you wash. No. Before Lin An could finish his words, he was cut off by Lin Lin's sudden shout. Ha! Lin An froze and wanted to continue explaining. I actually. Lin Lin spoke brokenly, thinking of explaining why he had brought Lin An here, but Lin Lin didn't dare to say that he was actually. It's a little temper tantrum. After a pause, Lin Lin continued. I don't actually want to take a bath together I mean, why don't we wash our feet? Showering together is out of the question. At least not right now, Lin Lin said, and her face became hot. Seeing that Lin An froze, he spoke again in a hurry. Actually, washing your hair is fine. Anyway, washing that thing it's not okay. Chapter 60, I hate being pinched. Listening to Lin Lin sprouting such bold words, Lin An faintly looked at Lin Lin, and saw that his originally cute face was already so anxious that it was sweating. At once, he laughed. Reaching out, he kneaded Lin Lin's soft, fluffy face. Isn't it stupid you? I'm not. Get off of me, you asshole. Lin An's actions directly made this girl in front of him even more anxious. Her small hands clenched and knocked on Lin An's chest. Hates having her face pinched like this. She's not little anymore. Why do you keep pinching her? The shy, rosy cheeks were pinched by this pinch from Lin An, and she directly became a steamy girl. You're just stupid. If you weren't stupid, how could you say such a thing? What's all this talk about washing your feet and hair together? This is something you can do together. If your parents find out, I'll be screwed. After smiling, Lin An let go of Lin Lin's soft face. Lin Lin rubbed his cheeks, which had been pinched red by Lin An. Dark thoughts. We all took baths together when we were kids, and now we want to wash our feet together, and this guy won't even agree. I'm sure you have bad thoughts about that guy downstairs. How else could he have turned her down? Lin Lin glared angrily at Lin An. A soft grunt followed. Mom and Dad never scolded you, so how could they blame you? So let's all together. Hey, you sure are a little fool. Lin An sighed and once again pinched Lin Lin's slippery face, interrupting Lin Lin's words. Saying that, Lin An quickly withdrew his hand. Once or twice was enough. A few more times and Lin Lin would be in a hurry. You again. Lin Lin covered her face, which had just been pinched again, and stared straight at Lin An. With that look in his eyes, it seemed like he wanted to give Lin An a hard beating. However, she couldn't beat Lin An at all, so she just stared at Lin An, and then, she didn't make any moves. Regardless of what is being washed, the most important thing right now is that I'm within the same shower room as you. Uncle Lin and Auntie Bai may not say anything, but what about the teacher? And, what about that Ning Xinxin? When Lin An said this girl instantly snapped out of it. so it is. It's not that Lin doesn't want to talk to me. Asterisk smiley face asterisk. It's just that Linen is worried about being talked about by others. Aha, Lin has thought this through quite a bit. Oh, I see. So go downstairs and wash it. I'll do it here. Good. Linen nodded his head in response and was about to turn around when he suddenly thought of something, and Linen turned back to look at Lin. Lin said that this Sunday, I'm going out, so I might not be back by noon that day. Lin, when the time comes, you'll order a takeout. Hearing this, Lin didn't think much of it. After all, Linen was different from her. She didn't like going out while Linen was a guy who couldn't be bothered. It's common to go out for a run and do it on the side. Okay, I will, but only if you come back soon. I'll be good and wait for you at home. It's not that I'm afraid of being alone. I'm just worried about your studies. After all, we're going to college together. When these words came out, Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Lin's green face. The corners of his mouth hooked with a smile. This girl blushed. She is lying. Hey, really is afraid of being alone at home. Want to go out with me now? Hearing Linen say this, Lin was a bit moved, but when she thought that Linen might be going to run a few kilometers, she then couldn't help but think of her weak body. A somewhat reluctant refusal ensued. No, I'll be home waiting for you, but you must come home soon before you do. Good, I'll go down first, then. Good. P.S. 4 chapters won't do it, so 3 chapters a day will do. Chapter 61, Someone at the Door 1. After answering, Linen headed downstairs. Looking at Lin's departing back, Lin's cheeks unconsciously began to blush. The mind wondered, if Linen had been that much tougher, maybe she'd really say yes to Linen. 1. Bathing together. The thought just popped up in the little girl's mind, and she instantly covered her face in shyness. Expressing admiration or surprise. Let's be calm and cool. After feeling the slight burn on her face, Lin took a deep breath and gently patted her face with her pasty little hands, trying to regain my composure. Soon, the reddish color dissipated from Lin's face, restoring his previous tender and cute face. Very well, start bathing, Lin mumbled to himself as he looked at himself in the mirror. With that, he began to remove the unusually flat clothes from his body. Downstairs, Lin had stepped into the shower and was ready to start wetting her hair with water. Just as he was about to reach for a bottle of shampoo, Lin froze, dumbfounded. He looked at the towel in front of him. How come the towel that Lin used to wipe his body last time he took a shower downstairs is still here? And why is his towel gone? Linen and Lin used the exact same color scheme for everything, but the size of the things as well as the flavor can be a little different. For example, the towel Linen was holding in his hand at this moment was emitting a faint scent. Before Linen even brought this towel close to his nose, the smell couldn't help but make Linen blush a little. The thought of unhealthy things. Upon confirming that the thing in front of him was indeed Linen controlled his brain to keep it from rambling, and put it back with great speed. Linen picked up the clothes he had just taken off aside and thought as he put them on, let's send Lin's towel back later. Otherwise, that silly girl is about to use his towel. Considering the hygiene and health issues, Linen, who got dressed, didn't stay too long. A towel with a scent trapped in one hand, run straight up the stairs, and upstairs. Lin was already in the shower room, revealing her bare jade body. Fingers touched the switch, and as the water splashed and clattered, Lin's petite body was drenched in water, and her entire body was covered in crystalline watermarks. Lin stood in front of the mirror and stared at her wet self, her cute face bulging. It's so small. Lin muttered darkly with her small mouth. You have to grow up fast. Thinking about Ning Xinshin, who she had seen when she was downstairs. That guy looks like he drinks milk every day. And she, not at all. Damn it, she's completely outclassed in this comparison. Damn it. Lin's heart was upset, and her small pink hand lifted up and came close to her chest, and spared a moment of gesticulation. It's almost time to grow up to be like Auntie in the future. Lin, who had a goal in mind, began to put away his small thoughts and continued to bathe. Wow. The sound of water splashing resounded in Lin's ears, and the warm droplets of water gently dripped down onto Lin's tender skin. Just as Lin was indulging in the pleasure of taking a bath, Lin walked to the door of the shower room. Lin, who was enjoying himself inside, was completely unaware that there was someone standing outside the door. Lin stood in the doorway with the towel that had had intimate contact with Lin. Quietly, he looked at the door to the shower room, about to raise his hand to knock. A delicate voice came from inside. Bastard Linen. Linen, who was standing outside the door, heard this and his entire body was confused. How come he just came in and got yelled at? The towel had to be sent in, despite the doubts in his mind. And so Linen took a deep breath and thought in his heart, hold it in. Lin has grown up and can't beat her little butt anymore. Then, the palm of his hand was raised once more, and just then Lin Lin's voice came out from inside again. Linen is a waste of action and kind of not proactive either. He's just a big dummy. Lin wasn't taking any initiative at all. Damn it, how long does she have to? When? She'll be able to be in there together. Someone at the door. Chapter 62, someone at the door too. His name is Lin An. It's a guy who's been taking care of girls professionally for 15 years, but now he's being scolded by the girl he raised. He was baffled. This silly girl, what's going on in that head? Even if he scolded him, but also said some nonsense. Active what now is the time to take the initiative. Now that the gap between their grades is so wide, it's doubtful they'll be able to stay together after graduation. Hey, if they were to go their separate ways after graduation because of the achievement gap, then Lin thought that he would only hold Lin back. So if he really took the initiative to do something now, it would only hurt Lin even more in the future. He had long thought that once it was Valentine's Day, then he would express his feelings to that silly girl. Just for now, what the future holds is unclear. After a few sighs, Lin stood rather helplessly outside the doorway. The palm was raised, but slow to fall. He did not dare to fall. If his slap down, not only him and the guy inside will not be ashamed of themselves. So wait a little longer, until the sound of splashing inside stops. Then he knocks again. As long as that stupid girl Lin doesn't say anything else. I don't know if Lin had sensed that Linen was outside the door. Lin inside the shower room really didn't babble anymore. Instead, they're singing. And it's a children's song that Lin doesn't understand. La 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 bunny grow up fast. Bunny grows up big grow up fast. La 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 la. Lin's voice was tender and young, and she sang beautifully. It's just how the song sounds weird. Linen was never expecting that somewhat self-absorbed teenage girl to get so high on herself in the shower. Lin's singing voice had made Linen whole won't, and for a while he actually thought about leaving, escape from this shameful place. But just as this thought popped up, Lin's afterglow caught a glimpse of a soft object in his hand. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. No, we can't leave yet. Let's wait. Linen took a deep breath and secretly prayed that Lin inside would stop messing around. Otherwise he's really going to clam up and live. At this moment, Linen very much wanted to rush in and directly cover Lin's mouth, and quickly shoved what was in his hand into Lin's arms. Hey, but he was just thinking about it. The torture that should be endured, still, continues to be endured. After all, Lin, who sings the Bunny song, was raised by him, and grew up with him. Since it was the silly girl he had raised, he endured. Not a moment too soon. Wow. The sound of the water splashing gradually became smaller, and Lin's childish singing voice dissipated with it. After hearing the movement inside, Linen let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. Thinking of this, Linen no longer hesitated and directly raised his hand and dropped it, his fingers knocking on the door. Dum. Linen shouted. As soon as Lin's voice fell, Lin, whose small hand had just taken the body wash, was startled. The fawn jumped wildly straight away, and the little bunny on top of it bounced a bit with it. It's the voice of the big asshole Lin. Finally, you're hearing voices because you miss her so much. Linen let go of his hand and looked suspiciously at the motionless shower inside. Why is this girl ignoring him? Is it because her voice is too low? Linen thought about it and decided to raise his hand once more, increasing his force and slamming his palm on the door. Snap. Chapter 63, Someone at the Door 3. Snap. The sudden sound made Lin subconsciously cover his chest. Aha! Lin stared blankly at the door that was constantly trembling from Lin's slap. There was some doubt in his mind when suddenly Lin's voice rang out. Lin. At once, the nervous little girl breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's really Lin, too. After coming back to his senses, Lin casually took the bath towel aside and tied it around his body. The soft little hand on the doorknob answered. Coming. Click, the door was opened. Linen then appeared in front of Lin's eyes. Linen saw Lin in front of him and was about to speak. Eyes raised, glancing at the heavily armed Lin. He instantly frowned involuntarily. Eyes narrowed. Hiss, Lin. What's with the towel tied around his body? Seeing Linen staring at her, this little one celebrated in her heart and was happy. The corners of his mouth rose with an imperceptible smile. He. Lin is looking at her, and frozen. Does this mean that Lin is actually into airfields? After being stared at by Linen, this girl was totally thinking the wrong way. The thought of raising the bunny rabbit quickly was instantly thrown out of her mind just a moment ago. Linen, what did you want to see me about? Lin ruffled her wet hair, and her face, hot and red from the water vapor, hung down shyly, waiting for Lin's answer. That. Linen was a bit hesitant, unsure if he should say it or not. Talking stuck. What's wrong? You tell me. Lin asked. The bare little feet stepped forward to Lin's chest and looked up at him. Ahem, you have the wrong towel. With that, Linen then handed the towel in his other hand to the little girl in front of her rosy cheeks. What? Seeing the towel in Lin An's hand, Lin instantly stared blankly and stood frozen in place. Quickly, she reacted, her eyes blinking constantly as she looked up and down at Lin An's face and the towel in his hand. Rin, you were talking intermittently just now. You didn't do something strange, did you? Ha? Lin froze and tried to explain, but was covered by Lin's fingers. Shoo, not so loud. I get it. You don't say anything more. A smile appeared on Lin's face. Then he reached out his other hand and grabbed the towel, and was about to withdraw his hand. Lin's free hands grabbed both of Lin's white wrists as he said, "Slander me and you want to leave?" Lin was suddenly grabbed by Linen and his wrist hurt a little bit. Then he glared at Linen. It's not like I said anything wrong. If you do this to me again, I'm going to. Before the words were finished, Lin's polished chin flicked out in the direction of downstairs. At once, Linen reacted, but he didn't think Lin would have yelled. After all, the little guy in front of me was the shyest of all. This kind of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 10,000. She wasn't that stupid. You're wrong. I didn't do anything messy with your stuff. Don't slander me. Linen stared into Lin's eyes and said. With that, he took a step forward and pressed Lin's white and tender wrists against the wall. Feeling the coolness of his back, Lin revealed a resigned expression. Asshole Lin, bullying her again. Oh, Lin Ann, will you let go of me? I'm a little hard. Seeing this, Linen realized that he had been hasty, and his palm slowly loosened Lin's wrist. I'm sorry, Lin, I was wrong just now, but I didn't. I know, I was just kidding. You actually bullied me. Without giving Linen a chance to finish her sentence, Lin raised her hand and violently knocked on Lin An's chest. Then, tugging on his towel, he turned to leave. Wait, what's wrong? Give me back my towel. Which one? You have that strapped to you. P.S. About the confession. It's coming soon. Within a week in real time at most. Chapter 64, Milk bought for my siblings. Linen covered his face that was slightly reddened by Lin's shameful slap on him, walked down the stairs, and straight to the shower. And just as Linen and Lin were both taking a bath, Ning Xinxin came back. Phew, so tired. Ning Xinxin placed the 2 boxes of pure milk that she was carrying in her hands on the ground and exhaled deeply outward. It was still a bit warm outside, so much so that she was already sweating profusely after just walking 100 meters down the street. Although her front and back were wet with sweat at this point, a smile was now on her face. He. Ning Xinxin squatted slightly, looking at the 2 cartons of milk beside her, thinking secretly, these things are enough to put a younger sibling out of her airplane pain, right? If that wasn't enough, then she'd buy some more papayas for her siblings. Thinking of this, Ning Xinxin wiped the sweat from her forehead, breathed deeply, and stood up. Step inside the door. I'm back. Ning Xinxin smiled and waved at the duo on the sofa. What have you been up to? Xia Shudai and Lin Su's conversation was interrupted, and they simultaneously turned their heads to look at the sweaty Ning Xinxin at the door, asking in unison. In the face of the duo's questions, Ning Xinxin leaned slightly, and the milk behind her was reflected in the eyes of the sofa duo. With that, Ning Xinxin laughed. It's milk. I thought about coming here for the first time, and if I came empty-handed, this wouldn't seem good, so I went and bought a couple cases of milk. That, Uncle Lin, this thing, where should I put it now? After saying that, she picked up the milk from the floor and looked at Lin Su. Seeing Ning Xinxin's trembling feet, Lin Su was also worried, so he didn't think much about it and responded in a hurry. You're welcome. Well, just put it over there. Okay. Ning Xinxin answered and was just about to lift her foot when Xia Shudai also spoke with some concern. Put it away. Just come over and sit down. Don't move around. The injury on your foot hasn't healed yet, nah. Got it. Ning Xinxin casually answered and directly continued walking. Seeing this, Xia Shudai was also helpless. She was somewhat unable to understand what her daughter was up to. Was here to get Lin's DNA, but she ran off to get some milk. She was slow to act, and as an old mother she was getting tired of making it up. What's wrong with this daughter's feet? Why is she walking a little awkwardly? Lin Su asked with concern. She just can't be bothered. She runs outside every day, and that's where she smashed that foot. Oh, it's actually quite good to be outgoing. My daughter is a housewife. She doesn't go out much in general, which is worrying me to death. Lin Su sighed. As he said that, he couldn't help but think of Lin's childhood when she was almost abducted while playing outside. All of a sudden, his face became even more sorrowful. That incident caused his daughter to become a straight-up autistic girl, but with Lin An's company from a young age, that girl got somewhat better, but still don't venture out much now. Why don't you let your daughter take my Lin and the others out? Suddenly, Lin Su seemed to think of something and asked directly to Xia Shudai. Hearing this, Xia Shudai froze a little, lowering her eyes and thought, well, yeah, that's not a problem. After a moment's pause, she agreed readily. Xia Shudi's answer made Lin Su feel a little excited, and he directly came closer to look at Xia Shudai and said excitedly, Thank you, Mr. Shay. You're too polite. It's just a small matter. Xia Shudai responded with a smile and, she hadn't expected Lin Su's reaction to be so great, and she had a selfish reason for agreeing. Linen might be the son of her husband's sister, and she planned to secretly arrange for those two to meet after confirming Lin An's relationship with Ningshi. If Linen was really the case, and Lin Su's words just now also happened to go along with her thoughts. Ahem, that. The meal is ready. Bai Yi coughed gently a few times, her voice gentle as she spoke to the duo on the sofa. Bai Yi's voice suddenly rang out, causing Lin Su to instantly return to his senses. Looking over at Bai Yi, he saw her slightly narrowed eyes and felt a great sense of misfortune. Hurriedly, he stood up and walked towards Bai Yi. Just after taking a step, he suddenly thought of something and turned back to Xia Shudai and asked, You see, it's getting dark, so stay for dinner, Mr. Shay. Well, that's fine, but I'll have to trouble you guys more. It's no trouble, just 2 more pairs of chopsticks. After answering the question, Lin Su walked his ass towards Bai Yi, who was looking at him with tender eyes. Honey, why are you looking at me like that? It's fine. It's just that I see that you guys are quite chatty. It seems that your charm has not diminished. Nah. Bai Yi laughed. The fingers slowly went downward and ruthlessly pinched the soft flesh of Lin Su's waist. At that moment, Lin Su was a little flustered, understanding that his family's jealousy had overturned, and hurriedly explained, Hey, I'm middle-aged and older. Where's the charm? And, she and I were talking about Linen in Lin Lin. Chapter 65, he's a lot like her. Oh, Linen and Lin Lin's matter? Bai Yi let go of her hand and glanced at the mother and daughter on the sofa. Then, pulling Lin Su aside, he asked, What did you all say? Hearing this, Lin Su couldn't help but smile, grabbing Bai Yi's soft palms and speaking close to her ear. She said that Linen and Lin Lin have been at school lately, and there's something wrong with them. And, saying that, Lin Su took out his cell phone from his pocket with a smile on his face and tapped on the photo album. A picture of a man and a woman appeared before their eyes. Aha! This is Linen and Lin Lin? Bai Yi responded incredulously. With that, his head came closer to the phone and stared intently. Yeah, these Linen his teacher gave me. Spot on. Hearing Lin Su's words, Bai Yi's heart was also delighted. She was happy for Lin Lin, but she knew very well that her own daughter's feelings for Linen had never been pure. And after Linen took little Lin Lin back from the traffickers, Lin Lin's feelings for Linen just became more and more ineffable. And Linen was extremely kind and took care of Lin Lin. She and Lin Su had seen how good Linen had been, so they didn't object to them being together. But they wouldn't force Linen to have to be with Lin Lin. Everything goes with the territory. But, the photo in front of them seemed to be saying to them that Linen was already with Lin Lin. Hiss, that girl did it so fast, didn't she? It wasn't long ago that she let Lin Lin take the initiative. And it's only been a few days now, and all the little mouths dislike each other. So if we wait a few more weeks, do we have to surprise them and say they've? Bai Yi couldn't help but be surprised in her heart by Lin Lin's talent for teasing men. Soon, Bai Yi remembered something and then spoke to Lin Su. So what does Mr. Xia say? Will he punish them? No, she's a sensible person. She's just asking us to keep a good eye on those 2 guys so that useless behavior doesn't interfere with studies. It's almost the end of the semester, after all. Well, to be fair, Bai Yi nodded, recognizing Lin Su's words. And just then, Lin Su spoke again. One more thing. What is it? Bai Yi curiously looked at Lin Su's serious face and asked. Lin Su didn't answer immediately. He just raised his hand and leaned back, pointing at Ning Xinshin beside Xia Shudai. Look, doesn't that girl look like Brother Lin's wife? At those words, Bai Yi also raised her head and looked in the direction of the sofa. At this moment, Ning Xinshin was lying on the sofa, looking at her cell phone in boredom and raising her head from time to time. Look in the direction of the shower. Not seeing anyone appear, he lost his head again. After glancing at Ning Xinshin's somewhat familiar side face, Bai Yi was also stunned. When Ning Xinshin had just come in, she hadn't looked closely, but now that she had heard Lin Su say this, hey, there really is some resemblance. How did you find out? I sensed something familiar when that girl first came in, but I thought I was mistaken. But when I saw her enter with the milk and greet me with a smile, that look was getting familiar to me. It was exactly like a smaller version of Sister Shy. The more Lin Su spoke, the more excited he became, his expression unable to control his smile. Moreover, not only is that girl's last name Ning, she also has some resemblance to Little Lin. What a coincidence! Hearing Lin Su finish his words, Bai Yi felt a bit outrageous and not very realistic. Linen had been coming to their house for how many years now, and had never met anyone who said they were Lin An's relative, not to mention meeting someone who looked similar to Linen. So, Should we have them do a DNA test? Do it, definitely. Later, you go over there and say she has gray hairs on her head and pull one off. Yeah. The conversation between the couple ended quickly, and the two of them went into the kitchen, ready to take the long-prepared meal outside. Just shortly after Lin Su and Bai Yi walked into the kitchen, Linen had already finished his shower. Lin's hair was wet, so he decided to head upstairs to dry it with a hairdryer. But as soon as he walked into the living room, he noticed a few pairs staring at him. For a moment, he froze slightly. Xia Shudai held up her glasses and glanced at Linen. Then she inclined her head and whispered to Ning Xinshin, who, after nodding slightly, narrowed her eyes in a curved manner and stared at Linen. That look made Linen doubly suspicious. What's she looking at him for? They're not that close, are they? And that look in Ning Xinshin's eyes seemed like she was trying to get something out of Linen. Could it be that the payout wasn't enough? Linen thought about it, didn't come up with a result, and continued up the stairs. Just as soon as he turned around, he realized that there were eyes on him on the other side as well. Bai Yi and Lin Su happened to walk out of the doorway and saw Linen and Ning Xin and the others staring at each other. At that moment, they became more and more certain that there was some relationship between Linen and Ning Xinshin and the others. So the eyes that looked at Linen unconsciously carried an inexplicable smile. After only staring at each other for a moment, Linen then inclined his head and headed upstairs. A dark mutter escaped his lips. Why is everyone behaving themselves? Teacher and Ning Xinshin are weird, and so are Uncle Lin and Auntie Bai. Can't figure it out. How can you feel like everyone has changed when you've just taken a shower? Never mind, let's just go blow dry my hair. Thinking about it, Linen couldn't help but come to Lin's room. There was no hesitation, just opened it. Chapter 66 Holy. Click. A crisp sound rang out and the door was opened. A small, white-blossomed figure was reflected in Lin's widened eyes. Holy. Looking at the naked backside in front of him, and the slightly arched curve of his eyesight, Linen was dumbfounded, and for a moment stared a bit intently. After blinking his eyes, Linen then gulped down a mouthful of saliva, thinking to hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing before Lin had turned around. Lin's eyes had just lifted upwards, ready to take their eyes off Lin, and just in time, Lin had been attracted by the sound of the door opening and turned his head. At that moment, a watery eye was staring at him dead in the face. Eyes glistened with crystal and tears, shimmering slightly further down. Lori's face was seen to be scrunched up, and her shell teeth pressed slightly against her pink lips. It was obvious that this little girl was anxious with shame. This is really over. Seeing this, he panicked and rushed to speak. Sorry to interrupt. I didn't see anything. After exchanging a glance with Linen directly covered her eyes with her hands and stepped back. Before his feet could take a few steps back, the fully naked Lin spoke up. Stand still. Damn. Linen, who was told to stop by Lin, said something bad in his heart, and his heart pounded violently. Very nervous. The door was open and there was someone downstairs. If Lin suddenly shouts at this time, then he is still. Die and forget about it. To avoid Lin suddenly yelling, Linen chose to close the door first. With that, lifting his foot, he pushed back and the door was gently closed. Snap. What is it? Lin asked. Come here. What did he hear? What did this girl want by calling him over again? Is he trying to teach him a lesson? For a while, Linen thought a lot, and although he was somewhat resistant, his years of experience in taking care of Lin told him, the girl would bite him at best, and then she couldn't do anything more. Thinking about this, Lin responded, oh. After the sound fell, Lin's eyes lowered to look at Lin's shadow, and step by step, he walked towards Lin's direction. Take your hands off, Lin said with dissatisfaction. Good. Linen hesitated slightly, and the palm of his hand that was blocking his vision then moved away. At once, Lin's bare back appeared in Lin's eyes. Seeing this scene, Linen unconsciously lowered his head and took a deep breath. Phew, can't look. Calm down. Even though Lin's naked body had been seen more times than he knew how many times when he was a kid, but that was a kid. Now, the silly girl had grown up. He couldn't keep staring at other girls like a pervert. Linen soothed his parched heart to himself in his mind. But whoops, the petite figure on the ground was slowly approaching him, and as the shadow drew closer, the panic in Lin Yin's mind grew stronger. What is this girl up to? Doesn't know she's naked now. Walking. What if I get naked? He doesn't want to see it at all. Really, the duo's skin has yet to come into intimate contact, but a nice-smelling hair scent but unknowingly drifted into the tip of Lin's nose. It caused Linen to actually blush. Hey, Linen blushed. The girl walking towards Linen couldn't help but be a little surprised when she saw the rosy cheeks of the teenager in front of her, but more than that, happy. He's blushing for her. Linen smiled softly. I'm in. Linen froze, subconsciously trying to raise his head, but when he glanced at the white and tender feet on the ground, he hurriedly lowered it again and responded. Look up, look at me, Lin said. Then, reaching out, he took Lin An's palm and pulled the two of them closer together. Hearing Lin's words, Lin had been a bit hesitant to raise his head. If Lin, I'm not wearing anything. Oh, then he's dead. But feel the warmth on the palm of your hand. Putting down the concerns in his heart, Lin wasn't so foolish as to be so in front of him. Then, Lin raised his head, ready to look at Lin. But just then, Lin's body suddenly leaned down in Lin An's direction, and hugged Lin tightly. Lin, what are you? What's going on? Lin glanced down at Lin and asked in confusion. At this point he had his hands up in the air and was a bit overwhelmed. You saw it all just now. Lin did not answer Lin An's words, but instead asked in return. Ahem, that. Accidentally saw it. Lin explained. But it's not my fault. Who told you to leave the door unlocked? At those words, Lin's arm rose up with force and he grunted coldly. Poof, obviously it was you who told me before to leave the door unlocked. Now that you're still blaming me. Lin tilted her head and glared at him. Lin is such an idiot. If she locks the door, then how can she let Lin in? Well, hearing Lin's words, Lin also suddenly remembered that Lin was often sick, and in order to take care of her, Lin instructed Lin to have her lock the door from now on. Chapter 67. Look at me, asshole Lin. Okay, I was wrong, so let go of me first, will you? I really didn't mean to look. Humph, really? You knew I wouldn't lock the door, but you opened my room anyway. It's hard for me not to suspect your intentions, yay. Lin tilted his head, pretending to be angry. Lin had just finished his words when he saw the root of Lin An's neck undeniably welling up. Even the heartbeat was beating abnormally. Warm breath slapped against Lin's tender face in a rapid and unregulated manner. Seeing this scene, the little girl couldn't help but laugh. Hee. Lin was shy with her. Ah ha ha ha. Lin's heart was happy, and his round eyes stared straight at Lin. Looking at him, Lin, who was plastered by Lin, was not daring to move at all. As long as the movement was a little bit bigger, the extremely soft skin of Lin's body was clearly perceived. And more importantly, that girl was now a blank sheet of paper in Lin An's eyes, smooth and flat. TSK, what should I do? Should I push Lin away? To think that Lin's arm had been locked tightly around him, it made it impossible for Lin to maintain a proper distance from Lin. I don't have any impure intentions towards you, Lin said thoughtfully, seeing that Lin was being sophomoric. Lin, who had a small rabbit, became anxious, shouting, You have. Look at your neck, it's red as if it's almost ripe. So you definitely have. Admit it. Admit that you just like me, asshole. Lin's eyes stared at Lin dead in the face, but Lin closed her eyes and didn't look at her at all. At once Lin was a little sad. Her nose twitched and her little mouth pouted like an aggrieved little lady. Asshole Lin Ann, why don't you admit it? Why don't you look at her? She's gone out of her way. Lin wanted to try and see if Lin had any of the bad thoughts about himself that he had about girls, but it was clear that he did. The evidence of this is that when he speaks, his eyes float and he stutters a bit, and more importantly, Lin he moved that little bit. Thinking about this, Lin's small face reddened, then he puffed up his face again, his eyes staring at Lin with a deadly stare. This asshole, it's always been sophomoric, abominable. Then before Lin could answer, Lin's arms tightly embracing Lin loosened. Humph. Sophomoric. Ha, not looking at her. Ha, then she had to make him watch. Just as Lin reached out his hand towards Lin An's face, Lin was on the verge of not being able to stand it by this time. Lin's slippery skin clung to his clothing. This damn feeling. Lin cursed in his heart. Ever since he closed his eyes, he felt his touch amplified, and for a moment he actually had some difficulty enduring the damn gentleness. Lin was still thinking about how to deal with the hug from the girl underneath him when Lin's slippery little hand came close to the side of Lin An's eyes. Then, with a gentle reach, he touched the back of Lin's hand. Aha! The soft touch that suddenly appeared on the back of his hand caused Lin An's little heart to instantly rise up into his throat. Oh no! This girl is going to mess up when she absolutely has to. Lin, listen to my explanation. Okay, I really don't have any thoughts about you. Before Lin could finish his words, Lin's small hand had already propped Lin An's eyelids open. At once, Lin, who was close to him, was like a white, pure flower, wantonly exuding her charm in front of him. Just the petals of this flower. One has gone. Keep your eyes open and look at me properly. Gee, this girl is so messed up. Although he understood Lin's thoughts, I really can't mess around now. There's someone's feed downstairs. I'll look. But can you put your clothes on first? P.S. Because of some things, I'm not in a very good mood. I don't really want to code. /e/sorry. Chapter 68, High Energy Ahead, Big Chapter. Hurry up and put your clothes on. Lin, we really have to go down now, Lin said. There was some anxiety on his face. Nearly half an hour had passed since they had returned. Aunt Bai had already prepared the meal, right? He had smelled the aroma of the food when he went upstairs. If we don't get down there, a couple of people downstairs might have to come up. Cut. Lin Anjin's goons didn't even dare to look at her. Lin beamed unsatisfied with Lin An's words, and her small hands directly approached Lin An's face to cup it. Then her head raised, and staring straight at Lin, he shouted, I told you to look at me. Gee, this girl, too messed up. Lin's tough attitude made Lin and Xin feel quite helpless. He didn't want to see Lin with his smooth look. He's not a pervert. Being stared at by Lin's hot eyes and controlled by Lin's soft hands. Lin An's eyes only had Lin at the moment. He was forced to. He didn't really want to see it. Uncle, Auntie White, you must believe me. He really was forced to. There was a hint of worry and panic in Lin's heart. He was afraid that Lin's father and mother would kick in the door with their sticks the next second. He'll die. At the very least, his knees will be wrecked. Just as Lin was thinking, the little girl's voice rang out. Lin, your heart is beating so fast. Is it me you're interested in? Lin blushed. He liked her just fine. This bastard won't admit it. That's abominable. Ahem. Not really. Stop it for now. At those words, Lin responded with an awkward smile. After saying that, he didn't wait for Lin to continue babbling something. So he pressed Lin's tiny body tightly into his chest and wrapped his arms around Lin's waist. Said, I just listened to you and watched it too. So shouldn't I listen to me now and obediently put on my clothes? Lin looked at Lin's pouting little mouth and asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin thought about picking Lin up and walking to the bed. But before he could make a move, the girl underneath him stirred again. I don't want it. You just glanced at it. You didn't even take a close look at me. I'm ugly. You don't even dare to look at me. Poof. Lin stared at Lin in displeasure and bristled. Hearing this, Lin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. You made me do it. Just as she finished speaking, Lin was wrapped around her waist by Lin's large hands, and then, she was protested by Lin. Aha! Asshole Lin. This action caused Lin to be directly stunned. Shame and anger came over her, and her small hands knocked at Lin. Asshole, 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 big asshole. Yes. Lin responded perfunctorily, then directly carried Lin towards the closet beside the bed. After taking a few steps, Lin used force to stop Lin's unreasonable behavior. Pa! A crisp voice rang out, and Lin instantly covered her small mouth, her face so red that she had the urge to cry. Oh, she must have told her mom. That bastard Lin bullied her again. Is it possible to beat a little butt? Lin covered her mouth to hold back her voice, only because she didn't want Lin to know that she had been subdued by Lin's force, so she pretended to look like she would rather die than submit. Death-defying shout. Come on, go on. Will I be afraid of you? Humph. You're a wimp. You don't even dare to look at it when you're told to. Humph. Don't you dare put me down. Don't you dare. Lin's irritating words constantly rang in Lin's ears. Lin knew that this girl was deliberately teasing him, trying to make him make a mistake. Hey, really think you're as stupid as she is? Oh, he's still that stupid. Just as Lin's little mouth was chattering, there was a plop sound. Lin's petite body was suddenly lowered by Lin, and her white backside landed tangibly on the soft pink bed. Hey, that hurts. Lin's small face wrinkled as she spoke subconsciously, and just then, Lin didn't give any time to react. His big hand held Lin's tender and soft little hand, being snuggled tightly on the bed. Still making a scene? Lin said. Lin, who was being stared at closely by Lin, couldn't help but blush. There was some dark joy in his heart. She did it. Under her teasing words, Lin actually really couldn't stand it. Ha. On the surface the little girl's face showed a resigned and pitiful look, but inside she was in ecstasy. That's what she wanted Lin to do to her. Instead of having Rene be gentle with her all the time but not do anything beyond that. Feelings made her unhappy and in a bad mood, and Rene was good to her. She knew that, but Lin hadn't shown any other thoughts about her before. But now, this asshole, he's getting the hang of it. Slightly. Lin ignored Lin's fierce look and spat her tongue out towards him, then turned her head to the side. I wouldn't. What do you care? Don't you dare do anything to me. Poof. Lin was irritating him, and he knew it. After hearing Lin's arrogant words, Lin didn't answer immediately. Eyes narrowed slightly, glancing in the direction of the doorway. The door was unlocked, and Uncle Lin and Bai Yi could break in at any time with their sticks. Gulp. Lin gulped. His mind was already secretly conjuring up the sight of Lin Su and Bai Yi rubbing him on the ground. Uncle Lin already wouldn't do anything to him, but Auntie Bai was a different story. Linen only knew that Lin Su had told him to take good care of Lin Lin, but wasn't sure what Bai Yi was thinking. And, this care? It's not in bed care, is it? Thinking of this, a drop of cold sweat rose from Lin An's forehead and slowly made its way downward, sliding down the side of his cheek and dripping onto Lin Lin's white and tender collarbone. Tick. Lin, are you nervous? He's so sweaty. Hurry up and put your clothes on. If you keep fooling around, I'm going to get angry. Lin An said. I'll let go of you and you'll get up on your own. After saying that, the palm pressing on Lin Lin's soft wrist slightly loosened, but in the next moment, Lin An's retreat didn't make the girl underneath him behave. Instead, they became more and more arrogant. After the soft little hand was released by Lin An, Lin Lin's arm reached out and directly hooked Lin An's neck to death. At once, the heads of the two instantly shrunk into distance. Lin, what are you doing? Lin An was shocked and hurriedly propped up the bed with both hands to stop the distance between the two of them from deepening further, then shouted in a hurry. Obviously Lin An was startled by Lin Lin. He didn't expect the previously shy and somewhat self-absorbed girl to become so bold. Even if he was hanging around naked, he kept teasing him. He really thinks he doesn't dare to do anything. I'm not doing anything. I just wanted to say to you, how dare you? Saying that, Lin Lin hooked both of his feet straight up, and that was when Lin An's waist and neck were locked by Lin Lin. Then, the young girl picked up her own tender white chin, her pink and crystalline lips approaching Lin An's chin. The teenager looked at the teenager, and the teenager looked at the teenager. The teenager locks up the teenager and he can't escape. The young girl's freshly bathed scent was sweet, with an inexplicable floral scent. Lin An didn't know if the smell was body wash, or shampoo, or if this petite girl. In short, this nice scent continued to weaken Lin An's control until it dissipated. Lin Lin lifted her little mouth slightly and looked at him, waiting for Lin's answer. Soon, Lin An stared at Lin Lin underneath him and said word for word, "You, forcing me. I'm just pushing you. Really think I wouldn't dare? You just don't dare." As the words came out, Lin Lin's force increased up, her arms and legs exerting force at the same time, her head raised, and the distance between the two of them came closer at once. Just when that distance was only 0.01 centimeters, both Lin An and Lin Lin started to get nervous. Ambiguity enveloped the room. He, for once, is really going to make a mistake. I'm sorry, Auntie White. Sorry, Uncle Lamb. Forget it. You encouraged him to do it anyway. Close your eyes. Lin An's words had just fallen before Lin Lin's words were finished. His arms supporting the bed loosened and he closed his eyes, and cupped Lin Lin's soft face. This action directly cut off Lin Lin's speaking function. Lin doesn't care about anything. Mud. Just do it. There was no distance between the lips, only two thin lips in intimate contact. Tender breaths mingled with each other. Lin An's eyes were closed, but Lin Lin's were not. Her eyes widened as she stared incredulously at Lin An's eyelids. Heart pounding, nervous, scared, excited, thrilled, happy. A few minutes passed. Lin An raised his head and looked at Lin Lin underneath him, only to see that her face had become flushed at some point. The crystalline lips were slightly parted. The eyes are crooked and very aggrieved as if they were a bullied little maiden. Satisfied? Lin Lin skimmed her small mouth and placed her small hand on her chest to feel her rapidly beating heart. What to do? So nervous, can't talk at all. Seeing Lin Lin's silence, Lin An reached out and gently slid his hand over Lin Lin's lips. Silly girl, drooling, what if they see you? Hearing Lin An's words, Lin Lin hummed softly, her small mouth pouting as she secretly thought, you're the one who did it. Although his heart was so disdainful, Lin An's action made Lin Lin's heart warm up with, he's changed. That's good. Hurry up and put your clothes on, or else you'll be discovered. And that would be a big misunderstanding. Big is as big as that's what I want. Lin An was about to say something, but Lin Lin reached out with her small hand and pulled Lin An's collar, and suddenly the two heads were directly close to each other. Lin, if you keep this up you're welcome. Lin An grabbed Lin Lin's hand with one hand, while the other hand picked up Lin Lin's white clean chin. The eyes stared at Lin Lin as she watched. You're welcome. This guy, it's a big bad guy. Lin Lin had a red face. Her eyes didn't dare to meet Lin An's. She couldn't help but incline her head, her tongue still unconsciously sticking out and licking it. I was wrong. Spare me. Lin Lin hesitated for a moment and then spoke softly. Wrong? So be a good boy and put your clothes on. Aren't you cold after all this time? It was cold before, but just now. But it's not cold anymore. Lin Lin beamed. Then the little hand let go of Lin and reached toward a side closet. I'll just wear it. Don't be mean to me. Seeing Lin Lin turn around, revealing only her smooth back, Lin An was also slightly relieved, but the heart still felt like it was being pressed with a big stone, and there was an indescribable dreariness. He had just made a mistake, and it was a bit of a mistake. Uncle Lin's daughter was nibbled by him. Just as the duo in the room began to get back on track, downstairs, Bai Yi and Lin Su were going up the stairs. Walking down the hallway, Lin Su did not realize that there was a light in the crack of Lin An's door, and then asked, "Honey, where do you think Lin An went upstairs and didn't come down for so long?" It's probably in Lin's room." Lin? It's a possibility, but it's been so long, it's impossible to find out what's going on at. Just as Lin Su was speaking, a soft, fluffy roar came from Lin's room. "Don't be mean to me, ugh." X2, Lin Su and Bai Yi couldn't help but be shocked. Their only child, their most beloved daughter yelling at someone? Gee, that's definitely yelling at that Lin An kid, isn't it? Lin Su's face then turned gloomy after hearing the voices in the room. It's not that he's against Lin and Lin Su being together, but he thinks Lin An is bullying his precious daughter. TSK, let you take care of her, not let you bully her brat. Lin, did you get angry just now? Lin Su asked to Bai Yi. I don't think so. The tone, more like sappy. Spoiled? Hearing Bai Yi's words, Lin Su fell into deep thought. That brat, he's got it? Seriously, come on, let's go take a look, Lin Su said. After saying that, he took Bai Yi's palm and approached Lin's room. Afterwards, Lin Su's ear was quietly pressed against the door. What are you doing? Bai Yi asked. Lin Su was silent as Bai Yi continued. Eavesdropping? It's so obscene. Ahem. I'm not worried about Lin. Okay, let's just open the door. Bai Yi waved her hand, signaling for Lin Su to get up and let her open the door straight away, and you won't be afraid of them. What could it be? Last time they all lay together, the daughter and I said nothing happened. What could possibly go wrong now? You're overthinking it. Besides, Lin has been in her room for so long. What's wrong with us suddenly going in on the grounds that we're worried? Listening to Bai Yi's words, Lin Su also knew that it was reasonable, and then he didn't say anything more, just said, well, you open the door then. I'm a big old man, so I'll just stand off to the side. Okay, get out of the way. Lin Su honestly stood aside, and Bai Yi stood alone at the doorway, tapping on the door. Snap. Lin, what are you doing? Why don't you come down for a long time? I'm going in. The tapping on the door directly overpowered the voices in the room. Then, Bai Yi turned her jade hand and the door opened. At once, two familiar figures appeared in front of Bai Yi. At this moment, the smile on Bai Yi's face dissipated. Good. Lin, this girl actually lied to her. Auntie White, evening. Good evening. Lin greeted awkwardly. Mom. Lin, who only wore her top and not her bottom half, covered her face slightly and hid behind Lin, shyly saying out, aha. Bai Yi put on a cold expression and stared at the two of them, speaking faintly. Explain. Chapter 69, have a smoke. Explain? Hear that. Lin's heart shook, and he couldn't help but glance toward Lin beside him. Before he could see Lin's body, a slippery and warm touch came out from his thighs. At this moment, he understood everything, and he panicked even more in his mind. Wait, is this girl still not putting her pants on? He was carrying Lin just now. He didn't even look at that girl. Who knew that this stupid girl actually hadn't put it on for so long? Dead. He's definitely dead. Lin looked at Auntie Bai, whose eyes were slightly narrowed, and his heart pounded so hard that he didn't know what to say for a moment, and Lin's white and tender thighs were uncovered. At this moment, very nervous, she only thought of leaning in Lin An's direction. Her red face was silently buried at Lin An's shoulder, and her small hands were tightly hugging Lin An's arm, and those two white and somewhat cool thighs were close to Lin. Stinky mom, why are you staring at her like that? People get shy. Bai Yi's eyes are very serious, although she knows that her mom is pretending, but if she is stared at like this, Lin is still very nervous. Seeing that the duo in front of her chose to remain silent, Bai Yi continued, doesn't talking mean you're acquiescing? By default. By what? By dancing with Lin? They're not even okay. No, Aunt Bai, you've misunderstood. Lin and I were just. Lin reacted, took a deep breath, and when he was about to say something, the little girl behind him didn't know if her brain was pumped. Her little hand snapped out and covered Lin An's mouth, and then exclaimed, yes, it's what you think it is. Saying that, she even proudly lifted her Bai Jie and stretched out the roots of her white thighs, waving them in front of Bai Yi. It seems to say that the proof is here. See for yourself. Hearing Lin's words, Bai Yi's face went green, and she immediately took a deep breath to calm the urge to whip her daughter's ass. This girl, obviously, had said before that she hadn't messed around with Lin, so that's why she encouraged Lin to be more proactive. But who knows? This girl, directly in front of her, she admitted that she and Lin were no longer impure, but Lin's rosy cheeks were clearly telling her. This girl lied. She said that on purpose, It was a deliberate attempt to make them accept Linen and leave Linen with no way back. She really became brave. But this is too brave. Doesn't she want to lose face? How is she going to pretend this is going to go on? Was it really time to take out the stick and whip Lin hard? Ie felt like she could barely pretend anymore. It wasn't like she was really against them. She was just pretending. But now Lin was forcing them to make a choice. Hiss, this damned ninny. I really want to beat her tender but red, so that she knows what kind of serious consequences it is to deceive her old mother. While Bai Yi's face became ironic, Lin Su's expression beside the door also changed. Hearing Lin's words, Lin Su was completely dumbfounded, and the cigarette that he had just leisurely prepared to put to his mouth was directly thrown to the floor. What did he hear? That brat Linen. Really? Messed up? No way. Fake it. Fake. Absolutely fake. Lin Su thought as he squatted on the ground, his fingers shivering as he picked up Huazi and put it back in his mouth, leaning against the railing with a helpless face. Ka-ching. Cigarette lit. Then, in a voice that only he could hear, he said, "Hey, what girl? Why admit it? It's only been half an hour. You will not be happy who?" As the words fell, wisps of white smoke floated up. Chapter 70, Linen. You'll be killed. Oh, you admit it? Do you think Lin was telling the truth? Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you if you're honest. Lin covered Lin An's mouth in death, even whispering in Lin An's ear, "If you dare to speak, I'll just tell mom that you took off my pants." Humph, don't think mom will believe you. She's my mom, yeah. What mom would believe a boy who bullies her daughter? Lin whistled threatening words softly in Lin An's ear, and all of a sudden Lin An's palms fell and he stopped struggling. Linen understood Lin's mind and knew that her attitude was now resolute, so he was waiting for the sticks to come down, and silently prayed, hoping that the two old men would be gentle with their hands, or else he would have to sit in a wheelchair and be taken care of by Lin in the future. Watching the duo in front of him with their heads close together and whispering, Bai Yi's eyes narrowed as she headed for the door, patting Lin Su on the shoulder. "Honey, what's up wife? Did things get done?" Lin Su asked. "It's your turn. I'm tired. I'd rather be a loving mother. It's too hard to be a strict mother." Hearing Bai Yi's words, Lin Su then extinguished the cigarette by his mouth, wrapped his arm around Bai Yi's waist and spoke gently. Okay, why don't you go down and rest? Let me. Well, please, Bai Yi answered softly. After a sigh, he held onto the railing and headed downstairs. "Hey, Auntie White seems to have left." "Yeah, what's going on?" Bai Yi had just left, and Lin's fingers then loosened, giving Lin a chance to speak. At that, the little girl waved her head. "I don't know." Just as the two of them were wondering, Lin Su walked in with 7 wolves and fierce eyes. "Your mom's gone to get her gear, so I'll go ahead and have a good conversation with you guys for her. AC, anyone holding a belt to exchange? And uncle, didn't you encourage him to do this, and as a result, and yet you have to suffer from the 7 wolves? Linen quickly thought in his brain, not quite understanding why Lin Su's eyes were so fierce, completely unlike the act. Dad, what are you going to do to him? Lin shouted anxiously, afraid that Linen would be bullied. Lin, you listen. First turn around, then put your pants on, and that. Linen, brat, come over here. Let's have a man-to-man exchange. Lin Su pretended to be ferocious, showing a bad guy's face, and shouted in a double standard. With that, the belt rattled in the air with a wave of his arm. Pa! At this time, Linen was still a little confused as to whether Uncle Lin wanted to beat him up or save him. That action, that expression was completely unlike an act. If it was an act, is it possible that the old Uncle Lin was a punk? Bastard, didn't you hear me? Come here, Pa! As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the belt rattled again. No, Lin An, don't go over there. Dad will beat you up. Lin Xin was so anxious that tears squeezed out of the corners of her eyes. Her fingers hooked onto Lin An's arm in death, resolutely refusing to let Lin An leave. Hearing this, Lin An stopped and looked down at Lin's face as he looked at Lin. Only Lin's face was red and moist, completely lacking the arrogant aura that he had earlier, and she couldn't help but shiver a little coldly in her white thighs. But Lin continued to hold on to Linen, as if what stood at the doorway was not her father, but a bad uncle who wanted to steal her linen. Oh, don't want Lin An to get beat up by her dad. Damn dad for being so mean. After Lin hugged Lin An tightly, her eyes unconsciously became slightly red. This scene, looking at Lin Su, was a little heartbroken, thinking about whether or not to have a gentler attitude. His little girl directly beeped, her eyes widened and glared at him. Being glared at by Lin Su instantly changed his mind. This girl was too arrogant and provoked him? Gee, she'll have to be made to understand what it means to have an old father's love. Lin An, come here. No give. I won't give it. Lin shouted, tugging Lin to death and not letting him go. If you don't come over, Lin, I'm going to come over. Hearing Lin still making a scene, Lin Su's grip on his belt tightened with a flick of his hand, his eyes staring deathly at the duo in front of him. That look seemed to want to beat up even Lin. I'll go over there. You stay here. Oh Lin, you're going to be killed. He didn't really do anything. How could he be killed? Hey, this silly girl. Chapter 71, she's super brave. In the end, Lin walked out of the room with Lin Su. Only the crying Lin was left behind, silently wearing his pants. She wiped tears from her eyes as she put on her pants, thinking, woohoo, I should have known better than to say that she and Reinen, such and such. Now she didn't even know what was happening to Lin. After sobbing for a while, Lin quickly put her clothes back on, and her small white hand gently wiped the wet tear tracks on her face. Croon, bad dad, definitely bullying Lin, and now she's going to go and take her Lin over. Taking a deep breath, Lin calmed her sadness and took small steps in the direction of the door. In order to avoid making unnecessary noise, Lin also tiptoed on her small feet, tiptoeing around without making a single sound. Soon, Lin arrived at the doorway and paused for a moment at its location. She started to get nervous. What if mom and dad are beating up Lin now? How is she going to stop it? Can it be stopped? Or do you rush up and say, it's already in the room like that? Just let Lin and her be together. Lin's red face. Reverie, sweet fantasies make Lin forget to open the door for a while. Red face he smiled foolishly, and just at that moment, two familiar voices came out from outside the doorway, one slightly seemingly vicissitudes, one with a magnetic quality. Without much thought one could recognize these two voices as Lin Su's and Lin's. Xiao and Ah, you honestly tell me, you guys really didn't do anything inside? Lin Su's eyes looked downstairs and said faintly, no, uncle, but I'm keeping your words in mind. I won't mess around with Lin. Lin smiled, responding. Finishing these words, Lin had some nervousness, his heart beating fast, his eyes looking straight ahead, not daring to look at Lin Su for fear of revealing a break. Phew, Lin Su blew out a mouthful of smoke, slapped Lin's back with his palm and laughed. Haha, good boy. I really didn't look at you wrong. I knew that your boy is a gentleman, not that kind of birth. At those words, the corner of Lin's mouth twitched and he smiled awkwardly. Aha, uncle has a good eye. Lin inside the door heard the words of the duo. Her mood was instantly like falling to the bottom of the sea, stuffy and hard to bear. She suddenly pouted slightly, her good-looking eyebrows were tightly wrinkled down, and her face was bulging. It was obvious that this girl was not happy. Abominable. Dad was lying to her. Lin is lying to her too. What do you mean? They didn't do anything, but they did. Lin, this asshole, definitely thinking of getting rid of her. Just like what my little aunt said, boys are no good. They are all big liars who lift up their pants and don't admit it. For a moment, the little girl inside the door gritted her teeth and her eyes gradually became fierce, itching to rush out and yell at her dad right now. They have been that way and that way. With that thought, Lin's soft palms fell on the doorknob and she exhaled deeply, no longer hesitating, her mind echoing with the thought of yelling at her dad that they'd done everything. Let Lin not even have the room to refuse, and see if he is still cunning or not. Plick fingers clenched and turned. The door is fast. With the crisp sound and the light extending from the door, Lin and Lin Su stopped their conversation and looked back. Doubt opened his mouth. Lin? X2. Lin ignored Lin and Lin Su's expressions and directly shouted. When we were in my room just now, Lin and I already did everything we needed to do. That's right. It's what you think it is. P.S. They say it's short, so now there are two options. 1 chapter a day for a good read. 3 chapters combined. 2 3 chapters a day with less words. Chapter 72. He couldn't believe his ears. After Lin Su and Lin heard Lin's words coming out of his mouth, both froze, eyes unconsciously widened, staring incredulously at the girl in front of her who was proudly holding her head up and sticking out her waist. Lin Su was surprised and simply couldn't believe that such bold words were spoken by his own daughter. What did he hear? Did everything? Really? That's not true. Fake it. How come my own daughter and Lin just made that statement are not the same thing at all? Could it be this brat Lin was lying to him? Thinking of this, Lin Su inclined his head with an angry face and looked at Lin. When he saw that Lin also looked confused, Lin Su's expression turned gentle and understood everything. Lin was all confused. So this girl should be talking nonsense, right? It should. It's like this. Thinking of this, Lin's dad then reached out and patted Lin's shoulder, kindly said, Anne, let's both come over here and have a nice chat. That, uncle. Actually Lin was in a panic right now. Lin Su's hand had just touched Lin's shoulder, directly scaring him. It shook straight up, fearing that the amiable man in front of him would directly reward him with 7 wolves. Aha, I understand. Without waiting for Lin to finish his sentence, Lin Su wrapped his arm around Lin shoulders and walked in the direction of Lin An's room. Looking at Lin and her dad's backs, Lin beamed her little mouth, a little dissatisfied. How did dad react like that? Didn't even look anxious. Ha, she said she was being bullied, but dad didn't react at all in anger. Damn it, did her dad pick her up? Not caring one bit about what was going on when Rinan was in the little room with her. Stinky dad. Lin clutched his chest, his eyes staring deathly in the direction of Lin Su and Linen. Ha, why do I feel a chill on my back? It can't be any PEO staring at him. After taking a few steps, this middle-aged uncle couldn't help but feel a chill down his back and thought darkly for a moment, but then quickly responded, turning his head to Lin. Lin just lied about what he said, didn't he? You guys didn't actually do anything. Linen froze slightly, glancing at Lin Su's determined eyes, and responded after a moment. Actually, it wasn't nothing. Seeing Lin that brave, Linen didn't count on hiding it anymore. If he continued to deny it, maybe that little girl behind him would make even more brave times. For example, live in front of Uncle Lin and Auntie Bai or something. Gee, I feel bad just thinking about it. Ha! Hearing that Linen had admitted it in a big way, Lin Su was shocked. He actually thought wrongly that Linen was not a gentleman, and was born? No, that's not supposed to be true. The surprised face quickly dissipated, and at that moment Lin Su and Linen also arrived at the door of the room. Skillfully, he opened the door and closed it. Asked, everything you say is true. Really? Really? Linen responded, her heart beating a little fast and nervous. With that, Linen lowered his head and stared at the floor, waiting for Lin Su to give his orders. Lin, who was a little unhappy outside the door, wanted to continue eavesdropping, and her white tender little feet gently tiptoed up, quietly approaching the door. Oomph. If that bastard Linen still didn't admit it, then don't blame her for disliking him by directly holding his face. P.S. That's all for a short day, / in the midst of sickness, taking a day off and resting tomorrow. Chapter 73, Stories from the Bed. Lin's red, tender face was only 2 centimeters away from the doorway, her little feet slightly on tiptoe, about to press her face against the door. Just then, a familiar voice came from downstairs. Lin, what are you doing? Well, nothing. Lin froze and turned his head to see his mom, then responded with a small beak. Mom, are you and Dad going to beat up Lin An? Well, I won't, but your dad, I'm not sure. Then I have to go save Linen. Lin took small steps towards Lin An's room to get closer. The foot was just lifted when Bai Yi pulled her soft palm. Don't worry, Linen is fine. Let's go down first. But, it's okay, go down with me first. As the voice fell, Bai Yi pulled Lin's hand and walked downstairs together. And before taking a few steps, Lin turned back to look at Lin An's room, her little face unconsciously wrinkled, somewhat worried-like. After walking a few steps, Bai Yi realized that Lin's expression wasn't quite right and rubbed Lin's brain, asking gently, what's wrong Lin? Aggrieved, just now in the room. Did Linen really bully you? Bullying. A drop. Lin lowered his head and replied softly. At those words, Bai Yi's gentle expression froze for a moment, a bit unable to believe her ears. She thought it was Lin who was lying, but it turned out that Lin, this girl was really bullied by Linen? For a moment, Bai Yi didn't know whether to be happy or sad. It was she herself who let Lin take the initiative, because she knew that Linen was a person who knew how to take care of things, and her own girl was a shy and introverted person. Even if she let these 2 little guys go, she thought that they wouldn't be able to do anything out of the ordinary. But, Lin just said she was bullied a little bit. Hiss, how is it a little bit? Is it the degree of touching? Or the depth of engagement? To find out how far their daughters have been bullied, Bai Yi wrapped her arms around Lin's soft shoulders and attached her ear. Lin, this throw is, what level is it? Well, that's it. Lin heard this and had some concerns in her heart. Her tender face flushed up, her eyes drifted, and after pursing her pink lips, her small mouth beeped and pouted like a chicken pecking at rice. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi instantly understood everything. Got it. That's the extent of these 2 guys. That's it? Thought I'd done something outrageous. Pants down and it turns out, this? Bai Yi exhaled deeply and looked at the rosy-cheeked Lin. Not knowing what to say, she just shook her head slightly and sighed. Although the matter was trivial, her daughter seemed to have tried hard enough, and soon Bai Yi was relieved, and after reacting, she was about to say something to Lin. Lin twisted her head, shyly. Mom, how are you feeling? It's okay, not too much. Build on it. After receiving Bai Yi's affirmation, Lin's shy face became more and more flushed, and with a twinkle in her eye, she nodded. Well, I understand. What Mom means is that they didn't do enough right. Then, waiting for Linen to go to bed, Hey, she sneaks around, looking at the silly girl who was inexplicably laughing. Bai Yi didn't know what this girl had thought of and sighed slightly. Why don't you go downstairs and I'll go get Lin and your dad? After gently rubbing Lin's brain, he said with a smile, aha, go. But don't let daddy bully Lin An. After hearing Bai Yi's words, Lin's expression suddenly became agitated, and his pink palm reached out to push Bai Yi's body urgently. Before, Lin had denied what she did to herself so that she didn't get punched by her dad, but just now she admitted everything. So, there was a high chance that her Lin would get punched. Hey, this is not even married off yet. Your heart is already on Lin. I really don't know if you'll have to elope with Lin if it takes a little longer. Bai Yi pinched Lin's soft face and teased. No way. Mom, if you keep talking like that, I'll just ignore you. Lin's face suddenly reddened, and he didn't know if it was from being pinched or if Bai Yi's words had worked, making this girl shy. Ha! Bai Yi laughed softly, then reached out to rub Lin's fleshy cheeks, her flirtatious face coming close to the front of Lin's rosy face as she spoke softly. This is weak? No way. I'm ignoring you. Lin did not have any hesitation in directly refusing, as if this promise had been aligned in her mind for a long time. As soon as the words fell, Lin drummed her red cheeks and headed downstairs, and just at this time, the mother and daughter downstairs, startled by Lin's voice, looked up and looked at Lin, who was puffing out her scarlet cheeks in front of her, walking this way. Seeing this scene, Ning Xinxin and Xie Shudai were both stunned, their faces full of confusion, and they suddenly turned their heads to look at each other. Mom, what's wrong with them? Ning Xinxin asked. Ask me? I'm a menopausal old man. How would I know the mind of an adolescent child? Xie Shudai shrugged her shoulders and said helplessly. Hey, she hadn't even figured out why Zhou Xianxian was crying now, so how could she blindly guess Lin's mind? Hearing the words of the old mom, Ning Xinxin felt that asking her own mom was a mistake. It is true that the menopausal old man cannot be relied upon. Lin was her prospective sibling in Ning Xian's mind, and since her sibling seemed to be very aggrieved now, she had to step in. Never mind, I'll go check it out. Ning Xinxin put down a sentence, then stood up from Xie Shudai's side and walked in Lin's direction. Hearing Ning Xinxin's words, Xie Shudai didn't object. Young people's matters should be left to the young. Looking at Ning Xinxin's faraway direction, Xie Shudai quickly put her eyes away, took out her cell phone, and after looking at the name in the phone book, she hesitated for a moment, and then dialed the number. Immediately afterward, a series of phone bells rang beep beep beep. After a while, the phone connected and a nice woman's voice rang out. Hello, sister-in-law? Hearing this voice, Xie Shudai took a deep breath and responded. Well, sorry I have something on my side. I will not go back at night. Dinner, then you have to work hard to take care of yourself. Aha, okay, sister-in-law. I can do it myself. So work hard, and I'll relay it to you from my oldest brother's side. Then I'll leave you to it. Shiki. After the words were out of his mouth, the phone hung up. Drip. Seeing the cell phone with a dark screen, Xie Shudai couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, thinking secretly, since the child of the Shur disappeared, the Shur has always been like this. On the surface look no problem, work hard, personality is very straight, is a generous beauty, but she is aware of the Ning Shur every day after going home, is a lost soul look, every night will also be in the room, secretly crying. However, in a few days, Shai will be liberated, right? Once it was confirmed that Linen and Shai were related by blood, then she would arrange an opportunity for the two of them to meet. As Ningshir's sister-in-law, Xie Shudai naturally hoped very much that Ningshir would return to normal. After thinking for a while, Xie Shudai settled down on the sofa and waited quietly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, the sound of ghostly cries came from Lin An's room. Uncle! What are you doing? Lin An's pupils dilated as he looked at the broomstick Lin Su was holding with an incredulous face and backed up. With that panicked expression, it was clear that Lin An was worried about the man in front of him giving him a hard lesson. Not that you said to let him treat Lin like that. Why are you still anxious? Seeing Lin An's reaction, Lin Su just narrowed his eyes, took the broom in his hand, weighed it, and laughed. Hey, it's fine. I'll just see if this is while it lasts. Mud, you're just picking out weapons with the intention of beating him up. After Lin Su finished his sentence, Lin An obviously became even more flustered and silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he spoke. Uncle Lin, if I've done something wrong, you can just say so. You're making me very flustered. Saying that, Lin An put his fingers on the stick that Lin Su was reaching out in his direction and slowly pressed it down. Oh, you didn't do anything wrong. Have a seat. Hearing Lin An's good attitude, Lin Su definitely should have misunderstood something, put down the stick in his hand, and sat on the edge of the bed with Lin An. After sitting down, Lin An was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he kept chanting in his mind. Uncle Lin is fishing for law enforcement, right? He said something about letting himself treat Lin Lin well and accept Lin Lin's feelings, but he's just doing something. This man just pretended not to even pretend, and actually tried to sanction him by force. Lin Su's sudden change in attitude didn't make Lin Lin relax, but instead made Lin Lin panic even more. Keeping his head down, he didn't dare look at this fierce man. Just as Lin Lin lowered his head and sweated silently, this majestic man spoke. Little Anne, you said you and Lin Lin did something right. Yes, Uncle Lin. Lin Lin responded softly. Lin Lin replied without any hesitation, causing Lin Su to nod. Not bad, and doesn't have a look of weakness other than sweating a little too much. It seems that he really misunderstood Shaoan. This kid didn't do anything particularly excessive to his girl. Well, when you guys did things, were you in bed then? Lin Su said softly. When he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Lin with a kind face. I thought that this time, Lin Lin also answered without hesitation. But, Lin Lin hesitated. Should I answer or not? Why do I feel that Uncle Lin's words? It's a trick. For a while, Lin Su's originally kind expression gradually dissipated. His expression gradually turning serious, his eyes staring dead at the silent Lin Lin. Gee, dead is dead. Being stared at in this way, Lin Lin felt like he was going to cool off even if he said anything. Solemnly, stiffly, he said, Lin Lin and I were doing it in bed. Chapter 74 Cuddles. Lin Lin and I are doing it in bed. Lin Lin didn't finish his words, and Lin Su's face changed slightly. The mind just kept repeating Lin's words over and over again. In bed. Done. Good boy. You really took care of Lin Lin in bed, didn't you, Cam? Instantly, Lin Su's eyes gradually became unkind as he looked at Lin Lin, and his eyes glanced at the broom leaning against the wall. And at this time, Lin Lin, still not realizing that something was wrong with his future father-in-law, mumbled, Lin Lin and I did a little something in bed and, trivia. Isn't it what he thinks it is? Hearing these words, the unkindness in Lin Su's eyes instantly dissipated and he stared at Lin Lin, waiting for him to finish his sentence. I was pressing Lin Lin down on the bed and, I just pressed down and took Lin Lin's first kiss. Lin Lin continued after a pause. Oh, first kiss? Then what else did you guys do? Lin Su's eyes narrowed as he said indifferently, as if he didn't care about Lin An's words at all. Just the palms of his hands were slightly raised to lean on Lin An's shoulders, amiably looking at Lin An's side face. The heart murmured, did you really just kiss Lin Lin? Just that little thing. Why did Lin Lin react so strongly? Under Lin Su's amiable smile, he was full of doubts. Lin Lin thought about it and said, actually, we didn't continue doing anything with Lin Lin. It's just that Lin Lin struggled a lot at that time, so I was a little bit stronger, and it seemed to hurt her, and she kept glaring at me without saying anything. Strong? How strong? In detail. It's just that the movement was a bit violent, and I accidentally broke Lin Lin's lip. Lin Lin said, then lowered his head and waited for Lin Su to speak. After hearing these words, Lin Su didn't do anything to Lin Lin, but only shook his head slightly and sighed secretly. This kid just put Lin Lin down on the bed and forcefully kissed Lin Lin. He thought he had done something extraordinary. Alright, I understand everything. It's not like I'm against you and Lin Lin being together. What's the point of panicking? Lin Su patted Lin Lin's shoulder and said. Hearing this, Lin Lin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, glancing at the broom not far away. I also wonder who was just looking for a stick while it was handy. But then, although I don't oppose you guys, the most important thing for you guys right now is to study. Anything else after the final exams are over, you guys can do whatever you want to do. You're anti-bi and I won't get in the way or interfere with you. But for now, try to be a little more restrained, okay? After saying that, Lin Su heavily patted Lin An's shoulder again. Yes, Uncle is right. I understand. The corner of Lin An's mouth twitched as he hurriedly responded. He also heard the meaning in this Uncle Lin's words, which was nothing more than to say that he should refrain as long as he could, as long as he didn't delay his studies, and even if he didn't refrain, they wouldn't say anything. Now Lin An secretly felt admiration in his heart for Uncle Lin and Aunt Bai's enlightenment. They were really not afraid of running away with their pants up. Is it possible that? Did they have something planned? Once he lifted his pants and denied it, maybe, the two of them would have to do it. Although he wouldn't do that himself, Lin An couldn't help but feel a little, when he looked at his uncle's kind face now. Dum. Time to eat. A crisp knock on the door was followed by a nice call. Alright, here it comes. Hearing his daughter-in-law's voice, Lin Su reflexively replied. Then, gently patted Lin An's back. I've said all I need to say. Let's go ahead and eat. Okay, uncle. Lin An responded, then got up and walked out the door with Lin Su. Click. As soon as the door opened, Bai Yi stared at Lin An and Lin Su with a smile and said, what did you guys talk about in there? When these words came out, Lin An couldn't help but look up at Uncle Lin. The look seemed to say, What do you think? Lin Su also noticed Lin An's eyes, and then he took a step and wrapped Bai Yi into his arms. Little you go down first, I'll talk to your aunt. Bai. Okay, Lin An answered and headed straight downstairs. Glancing at Lin An's departing back, Bai Yi wrapped her arms around Lin Su's neck and asked, "Can we talk now? What did you all talk about?" Looking at Bai Yi who came close to his face, Lin Su shook his head helplessly and said with a faint smile, "Hey, it's just with that Lin and kid, talking about what exactly he and Lin did to do something out of the ordinary. Turns out, those two guys were pretty honest, just a little kiss. It's pretty much the same thing Lin told her, so it looks like they weren't lying." Bai Yi thought for a moment and continued, Lin said the same thing to me." Oh, really? It seems like Lin didn't lie. He's quite honest. Lin and Xiaoan, those two guys are measured, so let's not worry about it." Lin Su squeezed Bai Yi's hand and said. Hearing this, Bai Yi directly retorted, "That won't do. Xiaoan and Lin are just the time when they are prone to impulsiveness. We have to manage that." Listening to this, Lin Su is also helpless. As a wife and husband, how to refute his wife? Froze and said, So, wife, what are you going to do about it? Buy Lin and the others some supplements, baby products and whatnot. After all, they're about to go to college too, so these things, they might be able to be used." Okay, it's all yours. Let's go down first." The couple then held hands and headed downstairs. Meanwhile downstairs, Lin was being made to do things he didn't like to do. Come on, Ning Xinshin smiled and approached Lin. Don't, that, I don't like it. Looking at Ning Xinshin, who was gradually approaching, Lin hastily backed away and reached out her small hand to push against the contraption that was approaching her mouth. Resistance was written all over his tender little face. Seeing this, Ning Xinshin somewhat helplessly skimmed her small mouth. Hey, siblings are picky eaters. This milk is not a favorite and neither is papaya. Do you really want to be the princess of peace for the rest of your life? After thinking for a while, Ning Xinshin spoke in a gentle tone. Picky eating is a bad habit. Are you really going to wear a piece of cloth all the time? When these words came out, Lin's tender face couldn't help but wrinkle up slightly. She doesn't want to wear boo-boo. But, she doesn't want to drink her grandma either. Tough to drink. But she also didn't want to spend her life wearing children's clothes. Lin was torn in his mind, somewhat resistant but eager to accept. Looking at Lin's face, Ning Xinshin raised the corner of her mouth in triumph. Humph! It seems that her words worked. Lin is already starting to have a growth spurt. If only she'd put a little more effort into it, the little girl would accept these things, I guess. Thinking about it, Ning Xinshin's eyes couldn't help but curve up, staring at the milk and papaya held in her hands. Is there any other flavor of milk? Lin hesitated and asked as his small face came close to Ning Xinshin's face. Hearing this, the smile on Ning Xinshin's face disappeared. No, if you want to grow up, drink this stuff honestly. No one will like you if you keep looking tiny. As she said that, Ning Xinshin couldn't help but stick out her chest. When he saw Ning Xinshin's perfect curves, Lin slightly lowered his head, muttering inwardly, even if the others don't like it, Lin will. He said he likes her. This little lookalike Lin is the cutest. Thinking about it, Lin's face couldn't help but become flushed, and the idea of wanting to grow up that had just popped up was dismissed by herself. Looking at Lin's lowered head, Ning Xinshin thought that she had hurt Lin's heart, making this girl feel inferior. With that, it was said, actually, as long as you eat honestly, aren't picky about what you eat, and drink what I'm holding in your hand on time, you'll be able to have a scale like mine. Saying that, Ning Xinshin patted her chest, and all of a sudden, under the force, the rabbit jumped. Seeing this, Lin disdainfully inclined his head. She's not envious, not at all. I don't want to, and I don't need to, Lin said indifferently. Then, Lin puckered her little mouth and headed for the door. Walking, the little girl muttered darkly in her mind. This Ning Xinshin was so strange. Obviously she hadn't said or done anything, yet she came over with a smile and milk when she came downstairs, and kept urging her to drink. She's the kind of person who looks like she's in need of nutrition. She doesn't even need it. Lin just likes to be tiny, so she's not going to grow up. Lin's face puffed up as she chose to move away from Ning Xinshin. In fact, Lin's heart was somewhat moved, but due to the fact that she drank too much bitter-tasting medicinal soup when she was a child, resulting in the current her only liking sweet, as long as she drank something that tasted that little bit strange, Lin's tender little face would show a very disgusted expression winky face. Hey, this girl is too picky about what she eats. It's not just milk, why is she so resistant to it? Ning Xinshin didn't really understand how there were still people who didn't like milk and didn't drink it. How did you grow to her size? Ning Xinshin was worrying about Lin Lin, but she was also worried about Linen. Lin Lin doesn't grow up. Lin will not be happy, right? Because her mom is a mediocre old aunt who likes to break bread with her dad when she gets home. Old nag. So in order to not let Lin Lin, the little guy, grow up to be a woman of mom's level, she's got to keep working on it. Just as this Ning Xinshin was thinking like this, she saw someone walk down the stairs. A good-looking teenager. Lin's coming down. What did Linen and Lin Lin do upstairs? Ning Xinshin looked at Linen, who was descending the stairs, thought about it, and before long took a step forward. Never mind. It's supposed to be a minor conflict between the young lovers. It's a small thing. The really big thing is still to get Lin's DNA first. Thinking of the depressed little aunt at home every day, Ning Xinshin instantly felt a sense of mission. Straight away, he headed in the direction of the Linen and Lin Lin duo. Parlor. Lin Lin, who walked out of the kitchen, waved at Linen and smiled sweetly. Lin, the sweet voice exhaled, and Lin Lin unfolded her thin white arms to trot over in Lin An's direction. Hearing Lin Lin's voice, Linen then looked up, only to see a little girl heading straight for him. Aha! Linen was shocked. Before he could react, with a sound, Linen was pounced on by Lin Lin, and the two of them lay down on the couch. What are you doing? Lin. After being pounced upon, Linen quickly reacted and asked helplessly to Lin Lin in his arms, but no answer came from beneath him, only a soft sob. Oh Linen, it's really good that you're okay. Lin Lin's small hands hugged Linen, and her soft face was buried into Lin An's chest. Hey, this silly girl. Hearing Lin Lin's cries from worrying about himself, Lin An smiled faintly and rubbed Lin Lin's head. It's not like I'm fine. Well, you should get up. It's time to eat later. Just as Lin An was stroking Lin Lin's rounded brain, Ning Xinshin slowly walked out and looked at the duo folded together on the living room sofa. A hello couldn't help but pop into his head. Didn't they have a falling out? How? Relationship so good? She misunderstood? Then why did Lin Lin come downstairs with a sad face? A puzzled look appeared on Ning Xinshin's face, curious as to what had happened to the two guys on the sofa. As Ning Xinshin thought in confusion, not far away, Xie Shudai nodded at Ning Xinshin, her eyes and glanced in the direction of Linen and Lin Lin. At once, Ning Xinshin came back to her senses. Whatever happened between them, the most important thing right now is to steal the Linen DNA. After firming up her conviction, Ning Xinshin gestured to herself and took large strides forward. The duo on the couch, lying dead on the couch. Lin Lin is almost done. Time to get up. Linen poked his finger at the girl on top of him, who was all soft and fragrant, signaling her to hurry up and get up from his arms. However, Lin Lin's small hand pressed harder and spoke softly. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. At those words, Linen was rather helpless. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. It always felt like this girl was taking advantage of herself under the guise of caring, although the one taking advantage was actually himself, that is. He just felt that Lin Lin had bad intentions. But Linen is not good to say anything. Love pampered girl, who can not take her? Just let him hold good. Anyway, he does not suffer. Hey, whatever. Aha. I'll just give you a hug and a cuddle. It's not like you're missing a piece of meat. After these words, Linen did not reply, staring at the little girl on his body with a dark sigh. All the while, Lin Lin, who was hugging Linen, was muttering darkly in her mind. From now on, Linen is her exclusive cuddle pillow now. Whether it was now or in the future, she was going to hold Linen all the time like this. P.S. Don't look at it as just one chapter. It's not something that can be compared to a normal chapter. Also, ask for a favor for love or a book review. / I want to live. Chapter 75, Kisses. After hugging for a while, an idea suddenly popped into Lin Lin's mind. Oh, it's a bit uncomfortable to hold it like this. It would be nice to go to bed. The couch is so small, but the bed is a lot more roomy. Hey, what's it going to take to trick Lin into that? As this girl thought secretly in her heart, her little face began to burn slightly, and her heart unconsciously began to accelerate. Linen, who was lifelessly being held by Lin Lin, felt the temperature on the little person in her arms slowly getting higher. What's wrong with Lin Lin? It's not a fever, is it? This body temperature actually spiked. Linen inwardly wondered, raising his head slightly to look at Lin Lin, who had buried his head in his arms, with his lips close to Lin Lin's ear. He said, "What's wrong with you, Lin Lin?" There's nothing wrong with me. Lin An's words caused Lin Lin to tremble slightly in shock, and then her delicate voice trembled in response. Seeing Lin Lin saying this, Lin An was still uneasy. Lin Lin, this girl's body is weak. When she was in the room just now, she was still naked for such a long time. She might have caught a cold. Lin Lin, you get up first. Lin An slightly pushed Lin Lin's soft shoulders and reached out her hands to hold Lin Lin's shoulders, lifting her up. Lin Lin, who was suddenly lifted up, had an unusually flushed face at this time for some unknown reason. eyes dropping slightly, staring down at herself. This position. I'm sure it's not too comfortable. The couch is too small for play. Just as Linen had straightened Lin Lin's back, not far away, Ning Xinshin was staring narrowly in the direction of Linen and Lin Lin. Skimming, he shook his head darkly. TSK, these two guys so bold. Well, she and her mom are still here on a regardless of stacked together. After thinking about it, Ning Xinshin took a slight step closer to the duo. Now she had to start moving. Whatever the two guys in front of her were up to, it wasn't going to stop her from getting Lin's DNA. After thinking about her mission, Ning Xinshin held a small pair of scissors in her hand and walked towards Lin An's direction with light steps. Meanwhile Lin Lin was pouting, a hint of shyness filling her face. The small, slender hand stretched out a finger, swirling it around Lin An's chest, murmuring, Lin An, when we're done for the night, still going to the room or not? Go on. Lin An loosened the palm covering Lin Lin's forehead, looked at Lin Lin and smiled as she answered. Just now, he touched Lin Lin's forehead, and this girl didn't show any signs of fever, so obviously this girl wasn't sick with a fever. So, this girl just had a sudden high body temperature just now. Phew, okay. Lin An breathed a sigh of relief, while Lin Lin's little heart began to beat frantically after Lin An answered. Aha, it's better to hurry up and get dark this day. It's a good thing the moon is dark. Hee hee. Thinking of this, Lin Lin suddenly unfolded her arms and wrapped one around Lin An's neck, her small face slightly red, gently opening her pink lips with a smile. That, Lin An, I want it. Want what? Saying that, Lin Lin's face turned scarlet, puffed out her face, and her little pink mouth opened slightly in Lin An's direction. Seeing this, Lin An subconsciously gulped a mouthful of saliva, somewhat moved. Chapter 76, Lin An can only be hers. And just as Lin An's heart indisputably began to beat frantically, a tall young girl bumblingly appeared within his line of sight. At this moment Lin An became even more nervous. It's fine to mess with Lin Lin any way you want in secret, but there are outsiders now. This is going to be a disaster. Lin took a deep breath, looking at Lin Lin whose face was getting closer and closer to his own. A slap landed on Lin Lin's small mouth. Shoo! Seeing this, Lin Lin directly frowned down, her eyes watery, staring pitifully at Lin An. The little mouth kept making sounds of protest. Oh hoo! The eyes that were so round that they were laced with crystalline tears seemed to say, why did you reject me? Seeing this, Lin An hurriedly explained, there are still guests at home. Stop it for now. At these words, Lin Lin's drooping eyebrows slightly recovered, while Lin An also loosened his grip. As soon as Lin An's palm left Lin Lin's lips, Lin Lin's little head then dropped down and nodded at Lin An's face. Without waiting for Lin An to react, Lin Lin's small hand tugged at Lin An's collar. The eyes met its gaze and spoke softly. This time it's the face. Where's the next one? Ha, I hope you get it yourself. Hey, get it, I get it. Lin An froze, and after seeing the Ning Xinshin who was getting closer and closer, he hurriedly answered. With that, holding Lin Lin's fingers, enough fooling around, it's time to let go now. Lin Lin gave a soft grunt, loosening her fingers. The girl was clearly happy after receiving Lin An's answer. A big smile lifted up on her small face and wiggled her hips to rise slightly. The little girl got up and was about to get off the couch to put on her shoes when suddenly a black shadow reflected in front of her. After a slight freeze, he raised his eyes directly to look. Within the range of vision, Lin Lin did not see the face of the person in front of her, but based on that highly representative big rabbit after, Lin Lin's face sank. Lower your head directly. Aha, she's not envious at all. Anyway, Lin said he didn't like it. Lin Lin gritted his teeth and after inwardly reassuring himself for a while, he quickly put his shoes on and looked at Ning Xinshin and asked, You just saw it all? Well, saw it all. Ning Xinshin froze and said indifferently. At those words, Lin Lin's small hand reached out and pulled Ning Xinshin's hand, tugging her to her side and attaching her ear. So, can you keep it a secret? Don't tell your mom about this. Listening to Lin Lin's begging words, Ning Xinshin readily agreed. Yeah, no problem, but what about? I have one small request. Saying that, Ning Xinshin smiled and looked in the direction of Lin An, and as soon as the words fell, Lin Lin followed Ning Xinshin's line of sight and looked at a confused Lin An. Aha, what are you looking at him for? Although I don't know what kind of things the two girls had just exchanged quietly, but, from the look in Ning Xinshin's eyes, it shouldn't have been anything good. Lin An, who was a bit flustered by the stares, asked, You guys, what are you looking at me for? Yeah, what are you looking at my Lin An for? Lin Lin closed in on Ning Xinshin's ear and questioned. Lin Lin also couldn't figure out why Ning Xinshin was suddenly staring at Lin An with that kind of look. In short, right now she was a bit upset. This guy wouldn't want to boink Lin too. With puzzled eyes, Lin Lin stared at Ning Xinshin's face that was filled with smiles. It's suspicious to laugh so much. No way. That kind of thing was something that could only be done by her, and Lin couldn't let anyone else have a finger in the pie. Chapter 77, Only Linen Can Touch Me. Ning Xinshin was about to voice out her request when she noticed that there was something wrong with Lin Lin. The girl seemed to see her as a love interest. That little look with hostility. Hey! Ning Xinshin sighed darkly, bent down, rubbed Lin Lin's soft face and laughed. You, why are you so cute? No pinching me. Lin Lin reddened her little face, her eyes glistening with tears, and her palm slapped the back of Ning Xinshin's hand, gesturing for Ning Xinshin to let go. But Ning Xinshin, who heard Lin Lin's words like this, just smiled and glanced at Linen, who was watching the show from the sidelines. Faintly, he said, I'm not allowed to pinch, so who can? Is it Linen? Too, what do you care? Ha! Being said so by Ning Xinshin, Lin Lin's face had already reddened beyond recognition, but her mouth was still hard, beating a dead horse. Seeing this, Linen was helpless. Two girls were fighting, so it wasn't good for him to intervene. So, Linen chose to stand by and pretend he couldn't see it anymore. He hadn't seen Lin Lin playing with anyone else for a long time anyway, though now it's Lin Lin who's being bullied is all. Forget it, I'm older than you, so I won't bully the little guy, Ning Xinshin said. With that, he loosened the fingers that were pinching Lin Lin's face. This guy has something to say, actually connoting himself. Lin Lin rubbed her little red cheeks, thinking darkly. Then, with a gentle jump, she popped into Lin An's arms. You big bad guy, you actually didn't help me just now. After Lin Lin shouted, her small hand then gently punched Lin An's chest. I'm wrong, okay? Get up first, don't make people laugh, Lin An said helplessly. Hearing this, Lin Lin's head glanced slightly and realized that at this moment, Ning Xinshin was staring at the two of them with narrowed eyes. What are you looking at me for? Go ahead. Ning Xinshin froze for a moment and said, just as the words came out, Lin Lin left Lin An's arms and spoke softly to Ning Xinshin. Don't tell your mom what just happened. Hearing Lin Lin's words, Ning Xinshin's eyes slanted and glanced at a place not far away, while Xie Shudai also happened to be looking in their direction at that moment. At once, Xie Shudai lowered her head and pretended to stare at her cell phone. Seeing this scene, Ning Xinshin couldn't help but sigh. Hey, this silly girl, she's been found out a long time ago, don't you know? Ning Xinshin mentally thought for a moment, then agreed. That's fine, but my request is, as long as you don't touch Linen, no matter what, I promise you, Lin Lin hurriedly said without any hesitation. In the face of Lin Lin's snatch of an answer, Ning Xinshin only smiled faintly, then got close to Lin Lin's ear and spoke softly. Well, this one doesn't work. How is she going to get Lin's DNA then if she doesn't touch her? Should we go through the trash in Lin's room? Hiss. That's too sick. No, Lin. No, it can't be. Lin Lin's speech was shaky, broken and not very lucid. It seemed like Ning Xinshin's words had put this girl in a bad mood. Seeing Lin Lin in this state, Lin An was no longer indifferent and spoke to Ning Xinshin. Don't tease her, just tell me what's going on. Well, actually it's not a big deal. It's just that I've been doing hairdressing lately, and I see that your hair is quite long, so how about letting me fix it for practice? Ning Xinshin laughed. Practicing? It's no big deal if it's just a haircut. Thinking of this, Lin An agreed directly without much thought. Fine. P.S. Every day to spread sugar words will be tired of it, so drive the plot words will not be a lot of. The small interaction between the two will be more, such as amusement parks, watching movies, the two live in the hotel. Small reminder, the main man will become a little bit stronger, no longer let the main female initiative. In addition, ask for a little love power small gift. 30 seconds of small ads, thank you. Chapter 78, Stealing a Kiss. He. Then sit still and don't move. I'm a novice. If I accidentally hurt you, someone is going to get angry. Ning Xinshin smiled with curved eyes and gently pressed Lin An's shoulders so that he sat on the chair. Someone? This guy. Just say her name. Lin Lin heard Ning Xinshin in the connotation of their own heart some small happy, because Ning Xinshin said so, is not sure of the relationship between her and Lin An well. Although her heart was very happy but this little girl arrogantly inclined her little head again, holding her breasts and pretending to be unhappy. No. Calm down. Never let her see the corners of her raised mouth. After all, hoods are bad guys. Heck, if the guy saw it he might even connote something. Seeing Lin Lin not looking at herself, Ning Xinshin was relieved. If she had been stared at all the time, then she really wouldn't have been able to make a move. After all, she's trying to get Lin's DNA. Well, hurry up and cut it. Dinner will be served later, Lin An said blandly. Oh, okay. After Ning Xinshin answered, she directly raised her hand and began to repair Lin An's long hair that was covering his ears. And just then, Mr. and Mrs. Lin came down the stairs, almost to the point of walking to the ground. Bai Yi's eyes glanced and saw Ning Xin who was fixing Lin An's hair. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she seemed to remember something, pulling Lin Su's shoulder and whispering close to her ear. Hey, hubby, aren't we forgetting something? We still need to confirm the relationship between Xiaoan and that girl. Yeah, just now. They were so focused on Linen and Lin in the room that they forgot about confirming Linen and Ning Xin's relationship for a moment. Then you should go now. It's a good opportunity. Lin Su pointed his finger in the direction of Linen and Ning Xinxin, glancing at the duo in the distance. Bai Yi nodded. Aha. Afterward, Bai Yi walked in the direction of the duo. And at this moment, Ning Xinxin and the others didn't notice that someone was approaching. Ning Xinxin's eyes narrowed as she pretended to be surprised. Hey, Linen, you have a white hair here. I'll help you pull it out, ha. Holy. While Linen was puzzled, Ning Xinxin had already stretched out 2 fingers, pinched a black hair strand, and directly pulled it out. Straight away, he uprooted the hair from his fingers, then quickly stowed it away in his pocket. After taking a breath backwards, Linen muttered, Where's the gray hair? Show me. White hair. Oh, I just threw it away. Sorry. Facing Lin An's inquiry, Ning Xin chose to play dumb. When he finished speaking, he put the scissors in his hand aside. Secretly, he smiled, ready to continue. Well then, I'll cut it so you can. Before the words were finished, a voice interrupted them. Oops girl, you have gray hair here? Hey, where? Ning Xinxin had just twisted her head around to take a look, when she saw Bai Yi's jade hand reaching towards her head. Then, hair hurt for a second. Why do those words and actions feel so familiar? Isn't that what she just said? Hiss, it can't be. Lin's mom found out something. After thinking for a while, Ning Xinxin looked at the gentle-faced Bai Yi on the side and said, Auntie, what about the white hair? Let me take a look. How unlucky that thing is. It's better not to look at it. Okay, Ning Xinxin answered softly. Then, speaking to Linen, he said, Okay, you can go now. I've cut it. Thanks. Linen thanked him and quickly stood up. You're welcome, Ning Xinxin replied with a smile, waved her hand, and ran off in the direction of her own mom. Ho, mission accomplished. What's so exciting about a haircut? Linen looked at the direction Ning Xinxin ran off to in disbelief, and suddenly, he felt his head tingle for a moment. When he looked back, he only saw Bai Yi staring at him with a smile. Xiaoan, it's time to go eat. Go wash your hands with Lin. Okay, Auntie White. Linen didn't think much about it and answered softly, walking over to the girl who had her eyes closed and was lying on the couch. Seeing Lin's slightly opened pink mouth, Linen unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. His eyes narrowed as he slowly approached next to Lin's face. Just as he was about to get close to Lin's white and tender skin, Linen seemed to have thought of something. With a slight lift of his head, he saw that Bai Yi was carrying him on her back and heading in Lin Su's direction. Exhale. At once, Linen breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was planning to do something bad for a bit. Scratch the little girl on the couch. If they find out, they'll get their asses kicked. Gulp. Linen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slightly lowered his head, approaching Lin who had closed his eyes. Then, his fingers went down, near his pocket, and he pulled out a black, rounded signing pen, out of his pocket. Lin's face was so smooth. She had long wanted to draw something on her white and tender face. And, this girl has drawn words on his chest before. So, he wanted Lin to taste the taste of being written on his body as well. Where do I write it? Linen lowered his head at Lin's face, staring left and right, thinking, Lin was on his chest before. So, he's also. A bold idea popped into Lin's head, and his eyes glanced downward, staring at the collar of Lin's coat, the slack buttons. When he looked at it, he caught a glimpse of Lin's white flesh, and immediately Lin's old face flushed. Linen kept breathing, calming his parched heart. Few just paint the face. After determining the idea in his mind, Linen began to open the cap of the pen, his head hanging low as he approached Lin. Soon, Linen was close to Lin's lips, his hot and wet breath blowing lightly within the tip of the little girl's nose. Lin's small mouth softly exhaled a delicate sound. Linen was startled, her eyes wide and staring into Lin's eyes. After a while, Lin didn't open his eyes, which loosened Lin's tight heart. Phew, it's a good thing the girl didn't wake up. On the surface, Lin hadn't woken up, but in fact, Lin was awake the whole time. He just closed his eyes. Smell that? Yeah, it's Lin's scent. Linen, in close to me. Yeah, is he trying to kiss me on the sly? This bad guy, you think so? Then, let's just satisfy him for a while. At this time, Linen didn't know that Lin underneath him was pretending to be asleep. After a few seconds passed, Linen and Lin were getting closer and closer. and the scent from Lin An's body was getting clearer and clearer, and for a while Lin Lin's tender face flushed. Lin An didn't notice, but just concentrated on Lin Lin's eyes, afraid that she would wake up. After looking several times and confirming that Lin Lin did not show any signs of waking up, Lin An was relieved. With that, the hand braced itself slightly down on the couch, and it was at this time, a voice came. Hey, little Lin Lin, hurry over for dinner. Holy, the sudden sound directly caused Lin An's hands and feet to slip, and his body directly pressed downward. A clear voice followed. Boo. P.S. Fingers don't know how read a piece. Also blisters, so later update. Word count will be a little bit less. Sorry / but I still want to be cheeky. Beg for free gifts. This book no newcomers. Can only rely on you readers friends of free gifts to stick. I appreciate that someone likes this book. Truth be told, my author friend advised me to cut the book a long time ago, and in fact he was right. This one has no traffic. The platform does not give me traffic. Maybe it is because I am not good at writing, but I will stick to it, and write until the end. Although the platform does not look good for this book, but I personally love it. I will write until the end. Thank you. Chapter 79, Sneaking Around. Boo. A crisp voice came between Lin An and Lin Lin. Lin An's eyes widened as she propped herself up on the sofa and moved away from Lin Lin's body with difficulty. Hoo. Ha. After catching his breath for a few moments, Lin An was able to catch his breath from what he had just done. Looking down, Lin An frowned slightly in dark thought. Lin Lin, did you just stick it in? Thinking of this, Lin An couldn't help but move closer to the corner of his mouth. Touching the moisture around his mouth, Lin An casually wiped it away. This girl, is she pretending to be asleep, or is it an instinctive reaction? Lin An thought curiously. At this time, Ie walked over and saw that Lin An was still by the sofa, so she said, what are you guys doing? Why don't you hurry up and go wash your hands? The guests are waiting. Okay, Auntie bye. Lin An responded. With that, he thought about waking up Lin Lin, but Ie was one step ahead of Lin An. As Lin Lin's mother, Ie saw Lin Lin lying motionless on the sofa, and at first she was a bit worried if Lin Lin was sick again. But, when she saw the little girl on the couch, sticking out her pink tongue and licking her lips, showing a satisfied look, Ie's worried face turned directly into irritation. TSK, this little girl is actually pretending to be asleep. Didn't you hear her calling for dinner? Ie then walked over to Lin Lin under Lin An's eyes and proceeded to reward Lin Lin with a mother's love, a slap. Pa! Loud sounds rang out from Lin Lin's little ass. Ah! Lin Lin felt the pain in his butt and jumped straight up. Lin Lin's face was slightly red, bulging her little mouth, her two little hands covering her little butt, and rubbing it gently, aggrieved. Why hit me? Hearing this, Ie heart more annoyed up. Pinching the face Lin Lin egg said, you this girl just now I called you to eat it. You should it? You do not. You also pretend to sleep ignore me. If not I see you just stick out your tongue and lick your lips. I do not know. Mom I was wrong. Don't pinch me cried Lin Lin in pain. After shouting, Lin Lin drooped her eyebrows and stretched out her soft little hands, her little mouth opening and closing at Lin An. Even though there was no sound, Lin An could tell that Lin Lin's pink and somewhat crystallized water-stained little mouth was speaking. Lin, help me. That's, how do you save it? Lin An helplessly glanced at Auntie Bai. Seeing that she was teaching Lin Lin a very serious lesson, Lin An couldn't do anything, so she simply watched the show from the sidelines. Ie didn't intend to do anything to Lin Lin. It was just that she hadn't rubbed Lin Lin's soft little face for too long, so she rubbed it somewhat lovingly. After a while, Ie loosened her fingers and spoke to Lin Lin whose face was slightly red. Hurry up and go wash your hands. Dinner is already ready. Oh, I know. Lin Lin rubbed her face and lowered her head in soft response. Lin An, you too. Ie just turned her head to see the snickering Lin An and then patted his shoulder. Okay, Auntie White, let's go. Lin Lin. After Lin An answered, he pulled Lin Lin's small, greenish-white hand and washed his hands. Lin Lin lowered her head and didn't look at Lin An, as if she still hadn't reacted from being lectured by her own mom. Oh, it's the first time I've ever been lectured by my mom in front of Lin. It doesn't feel good at all. My cheeks are all red from the pinching. Lin wouldn't have seen her humiliating scene, would she? The little guy lowered his head and thought secretly, not daring to look up at Lin An at all for fear of being ridiculed and disliked by Lin An. Were you pretending to be asleep just now? Lin An asked, looking down. Hearing this, Lin Lin raised his head and looked at Lin An. Well, didn't you know? Lin An froze. He wasn't aware of it before. If it wasn't for the fact that she had just boinked and this girl had stretched in, how would he know? Why did you just reach for? Before Lin An's words could be uttered, Lin Lin's small hand reached out and blocked Lin An's lips. Shoo, don't let them hear me. I'll be shy. Shy? If you're shy, why did you do it? Lin An was rather helpless and reached out to hold Lin Lin's wrist, and lowered his head closer to her, saying, Why do you do that if you're shy? By Lin An's words, Lin's face instantly reddened, her heart beating rapidly like an engine. Flop flop, with her small heart beating uncontrollably, Lin opened her mouth and spoke. Just now, but you stole a kiss from me. I couldn't fight back. Aha Lin An, why did you just steal a kiss from me? Was it tempting? Lin narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin An with a smirk, seeing Lin An's cheeks redden as she directly retorted. Think your head off. Hurry up and wash your hands. Lin An instantly let go of Lin's small hand and knocked Lin's head. Asshole Lin. Lin covered his head and beeped. You're obviously shy, but you won't admit it. You're so arrogant. After thinking for a while, Lin then quickly washed her small hands under Lin An's coercion. Then, he bumbled his way over to the table with Lin An. The five began to carry on with their dinner. Time passes and the 5-person event is over. By this time, it was late at night, and several people had homes to go home to, and rooms to return to. 10 p.m. Lin An was already asleep, and her chest was breathing in a smooth, orderly fashion. Lin An went into a deep sleep, but one little guy was losing sleep. My head was filled with memories of today in bed with Lin. Lin An pressed her down on the bed. He. Lin's head was already stuffed with Lin An's figure, and she was so excited she couldn't sleep at all. They hugged and cuddled and kissed. So, the next step is, I don't know what this girl Lin thought of. Her face turned into a steamy G. Pale smoke drifted up from rosy cheeks. The next step is to lie in the same bed as Lin An every day. Aha! Let's start now. Thinking of this, Lin excitedly lifted up her little quilt, her white and tender feet stepping directly into the ground. With extremely determined eyes, he stared in the direction of the doorway and walked over with his feet in his mind. Ka! The door opened and a round eye peered out through the narrow crack in the door. It's so dark. Woohoo! What to do? So scared. The darkness caused Lin's eyes to well up with tears, but the thought of being about to lie down with Lin held back his fear of the darkness as his trembling body slowly approached Lin An's room. In the moonlight, Lin glimpsed the door to Lin An's room, along with Carrie. The door to Lin's room was opened. This time Lin's scared little face showed a happy expression. Stinkin' Lin An, here I come. P.S. Family members who understand eyes difficult, fingers difficult, but also to readers to see sweet text. Eat sweet every day. Sooner or later tired of you. Chapter 80, Lin An is an asshole. It was late at night and cool outside the house. It was dark in Lin's room, but the covers were warm and filled with the body heat of two people. Lin's eyes were closed and her chest went up and down in an orderly fashion. At this time, the sleeping man did not know that a little girl had already sneaked under his covers. Phew! The sleeping Lin An was exhaling softly, while Lin, who was leaning against Lin An's face, opened her watery eyes wide. Blink by blink, he stared at the side of Lin's face. Lin An was sleeping so well, she had already touched the bed without any reaction, but it was just what she wanted. Lin's arm was under the covers, squirming slightly, gently squeezing Lin's wrist. He dropped his palm to his own. Soon, Lin An's sleeping position with his arm around Lin was formed. Lin turned sideways, and after taking an affectionate look at Lin An's side face, he slightly reached out and lightly caressed Lin An's clear face. There was something strange about the atmosphere within the covers that couldn't help but make her cheeks flush. If only she could just be like this all the time. She wanted to be with Lin An all the time, and she wanted Lin An to be with her all the time. Thinking about it, Lin's soft face became even redder, and her small mouth directly reached out and closed in on Lin An's face. Boo! Good night, Lin. One night passed. Day. Dawn. Rays of rising light spilling over the slightly bulging quilt. The alarm clock didn't go off, but Lin An opened her eyes slightly. Lin An half squinted his eyes and yawned before then thinking about reaching for his cell phone to check the time. As soon as his hand moved, it felt like it touched something soft and blocked his arm. It's... what? Puzzled in her mind, Lin An rubbed her drowsy eyes, straightened her back, and looked down. At once, the scene in front of him caused Lin An's heart to jolt. Is this Lin? Why is she in her own bed? Lin An looked at the little girl in front of him who was slightly snuggled up next to him like a sleeping kitten. Couldn't help but start to get nervous. Could it be that he was in the wrong room last night? It shouldn't be. This quilt, it's not his. Just as Lin An was very puzzled and couldn't understand why Lin appeared in his bed, there was a knock at the door. Dum. Damn. Lin An's heart was pounding and he was very nervous. His eyes locked in the direction of the doorway, as if they were afraid someone would come in. Lin An was still waiting when Bai Yi's voice sounded outside the door. Anne's up for breakfast. Well, okay, Auntie White, I'll be right there. Then hurry up. You and Lin still have to go to class today. Good. After Lin An answered, the footsteps outside the door drifted away. Lin An took a deep breath and looked down at Lin who had a small white face. Hey, When the hell did this girl sneak into his bed? Even though Lin Lin had doubts in her heart, she had to wake Lin Lin up now. Then, Lin leaned down close to Lin Lin's soft face and reached out to pinch it. Get up, Lin Lin. As soon as Lin exerted pressure, Lin Lin's little mouth exhaled a soft sound. With that, the large, watery eyes slowly opened. Then, Lin's figure was reflected in Lin Lin's eyes, and all of a sudden, the corners of the little girl's mouth lifted slightly, and raised her head to hook Lin's neck, laughing. Good morning, Rinan. Lin didn't respond, just silent. This girl actually didn't have any panicked reaction at all after seeing him. Sure enough, it was this girl who sneaked and ran in last night, right? Lin has changed, become bold and unrestrained. After a pause, Lin held Lin's white wrist, stared into her eyes and said, Lin, last night when did you come in last night? Seeing the serious expression of Lin didn't think that he was surprised. He just raised his chin and closed the distance, and when their lips were only 2 centimeters apart, he said softly and crisply, well, when is it? Well, it's when you're sleeping like a dead pig. Saying that, Lin's eyes glanced at Lin's face, then didn't give Lin a chance to react. Direct dislike, at once, mouth to mouth. Lin stared at Lin with wide eyes and an incredulous expression, reaching in again. This girl, it's getting more and more hokey. As Lin thought darkly in his mind, Lin's face turned away from Lin and stared at him with a smirk. That's a good morning kiss. It's all there later. All later? Yeah, every morning from now on when I get up, I'll give you a sweet kiss or you give me. Lin hooked Lin's neck and smiled. Every day? If you want it every day, does that mean Lin wants him to lie in the same bed every day? Thinking that every day when he slept, there was a little girl beside him, Lin hastily had to refuse. After all, as a hot-blooded young man, it was inevitable that he would have impulsive moments. Once you get on top, you do the wrong thing. Can't do anything wrong now. For a while Lin thought about a lot of things, such as unmarried pregnancies, unmarried children and things like that. Lin looked into Lin's eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke. Not this one. Why? Lin drooped her eyebrows and glared at him, then said, are you trying to lift your pants and deny it, then abandon me? Or, you're actually just playing around with me? Saying that, Lin's eyes glistened with tears and her little face looked very aggrieved. Why did Lin turn her down when all she wanted was a kiss? Is that too much? Lin stole a kiss from her yesterday. Lin had some hard feelings in her heart, not understanding why on earth Lin had rejected her. After saying that, a tear squeezed out of the corner of his eye, slid across Lin's tender face, and dripped onto the quilt. She likes Lin and doesn't want Lin to abandon her. Not at all, because she really can't leave Lin anymore. Looking at Lin's moist cheeks, Lin sighed softly and wiped her tears away. Don't get any ideas, I'm going out for a while. After saying that, Lin directly got up, put on his shoes, and then walked out of the room. Hey, Lin, gone. Lin, you really don't want her anymore. Lin's departure was like opening the floodgates of Lin's tears. 2 horizontal pillars of crystalline tears fell straight down on the white chin of the tick-tock. 2 faint watermarks appeared on Lin's quilt. Lin, go away. He doesn't want me. Lin stayed on the bed and sat in silence, crying silently. Before long, the small watermarks on the quilt turned into large watermarks. Lin's face was also getting moist and her eyes were red, but she kept her eyes fixed in the direction of the room door. And just as Lin was about to collapse, click, the door opened. The long-awaited figure appeared in her eyes. Hey, why are you still crying? Lin's voice made the tip of Lin's nose become even more sour, and the voice that had been held back for a long time was vented at this moment. Oh wow. Lin jumped out of bed and cried while running in Lin's direction. Put. The girl with the soft body crashed into Lin's arms. You're bad. Oh why? To go. I almost thought you were one of those scumbags who lifts up his pants and doesn't admit it. Lin, stay with me more, okay? Lin didn't answer, holding Lin's little hand that was pounding his own, cupping Lin's moist face, and said, stop crying and put your clothes on. Saying that, Lin slipped Lin's clothes into Lin's arms. Hey, hearing Lin's words, Lin stopped crying and looked down. Only 2 pieces of cloth were seen on his body. At that moment, Lin bit her pink lips in shame. Why didn't you tell me when you went to get my clothes? I thought you knew. You're not even aware of your own body's coolness, are you? Lin's words made Lin not know how to reply. How can she be distracted when all her thoughts are on you? If you don't say it, who would know? Lin skimmed his lips and spoke. So now you know, right? Get dressed. If you catch a cold, what will you do for your final exam? Don't be mean to me, Lin. It's okay for me to wear it. Lin beamed and took the clothes. It was true that she had been a bit hasty just now, but this asshole Lin hadn't made things clear either. Lin Lin thought with dissatisfaction and glanced at Linen, and all of a sudden, caught a glimpse of the corners of Lin An's mouth that were slightly upturned. Aha! Why is Lin smiling? Could it be that Linen was doing it on purpose, to see her laugh on purpose? Thinking about this, the resentment in Lin Lin's heart grew stronger. Linen didn't do it on purpose. He just forgot that he was just seeing Lin Lin's naked body and couldn't help but worry. Subconsciously, he thought of finding Lin Lin something to wear. But who would have guessed that when he came back, the girl was already crying uncontrollably. Just as Linen was thinking helplessly, he saw Lin Lin stop moving and stared at him. Lin Lin, what's wrong? Linen asked with concern. Why don't you wear it anymore? You come here. What for? Linen walked up and looked down at Lin Lin. Just then, Lin Lin's bare thighs jumped straight up, hooked his hands around Lin An's neck, and clapped his feet around Lin An's waist. Lin An, you bullied me. After shouting, Lin Lin thought in his heart, "Oomph, asshole Lin An, wait for the death stare from her mom and dad." Holy, when Lin Lin's voice came out, Lin An was instantly startled. It wasn't that he was panicking, after all, Uncle Lin was supporting him. It was just that he didn't expect Lin Lin to do this. Click, the door was opened, exposing a crack in the door. Bai Yi slightly revealed her side face and looked inside. Just look at Lin An's back and the two little feet sticking out behind Lin An's butt. At that moment, Bai Yi secretly said in her heart, these two guys play more flowers than even she does. Gee, better not bother. Seeing his mom open the door, Lin Lin was excited to finally get Linen, the bastard, the punishment he deserved. But the excitement on her little face quickly dissipated, only because she saw her old mom slowly close the door. Hasn't mom seen her? Mom, hey, Lin Lin, you guys, hurry up and finish, don't wait for the food to get cold. Then the door slammed shut. Seeing this, Lin Lin froze. Of course Linen also froze. What do you mean don't wait for the rice to get cold? How could he be that weak? Oh Linen, my mom doesn't want me. Linen pretended to sob. So, you want me, okay? P.S. Sweet author. It's not too much to ask for a power for love, right? Asterisk smiley face asterisk. There is also that this chapter is relatively long. There is a chapter in the evening will be shorter. Sorry, about the confession thing. Very soon. Just right interaction time. Accidentally right on the head dragged a little long ha. Ah ha ha. Chapter 81. I'll wait for you at home. Linen didn't answer Lin Lin's words. It just took her hand and went to breakfast with her. Although during the breakfast, the eyes of the Lins glanced at Linen and Lin Lin from time to time, making the atmosphere a bit strange. But luckily those two couples went to work before they went to school. The strange atmosphere was eased. Then, the young girl shyly took Lin An's hand and went to school together. Over the next few days, the duo followed their usual track of life, in an orderly fashion. It was just that Lin Lin was afraid that Linen would get angry, so she didn't touch into Lin An's room again. But this little girl would get up early every day and stand guard at Lin An's door, asking for a good morning kiss. At first, Lin An refused, but under Lin Lin's tactics of crying and forcing, Lin An got used to Lin Lin's behavior. The time came and went to the weekend, which also happened to be May 20th. Lin Lin, I'm going out. Be good at home. Don't go anywhere. Wait for me to come back, okay? Lin An greeted Lin Lin and headed for the door. I know, Lin An, then you have to come back soon before you do. Lin Lin beamed, reluctance written all over her tender face. I'll be back afternoon, so remember to order your own takeout. Oh, hearing Lin Lin answer, Lin An also felt that there was nothing more to say, and then walked towards the door. Just after taking a few steps, Lin An's arm was gripped by warm, soft little hands. With that, Lin An turned back. A dark head came right up to his eyes. Moo-ah. Aha! Lin An was shocked and couldn't help but widen his eyes, not waiting for him to react. Lin Lin's tiny body had left Lin An's body. Smiling, well, get back here quick. I'll be waiting for you at home. Looking at Lin Lin's delectable smile, Lin An smiled, rubbing Lin Lin's brain. He responded, okay, when I get back. After responding to Lin Lin, Lin An left the Lin family and headed towards a flower store. This distance is about 2 kilometers, not very far. Lin An did not want to take the car, thinking of running forward. After all, since the university, not much exercise, now go to the flower store as a good exercise. After Lin An left, Lin Lin stood alone in the doorway, looking in the direction Lin An had left, silently fuming. Where is Lin going? Lin Lin was a little curious. Lin An didn't tell her, and she didn't dare to ask too much, worrying that she was meddling too much and making Lin An unhappy. If Lin is not happy, then she is not happy. Stand in the doorway for a while. Lin Lin collected her sight. Her sad little face turned into a happy smile, and bounced toward the house. Today is a good day for it. Today is May 20th. There are still 2 weeks before the end of the school year. After the exams, The whole summer vacation she can live with Linen. Oh, and still get rid of mom and dad and Linen together to live a shy life of two people. I'm shaking in my boots just thinking about it. But that's not the most important thing. Today is the day she's ready to showdown with Lin. 520 means I love you. Lin stepped on her small feet, thinking as she walked slowly up the stairs. As soon as she got upstairs, excited, she hurried to her room and quickly opened her drawers. What came into view was an envelope. These envelopes were all written to Lin by someone else. So why were they in her hands? Naturally, those girls thought she was close to Linen and asked her to relay the love letters to him. But how could she actually give them to Linen? She was selfish, because she liked Linen, so she didn't even show them to Linen. She was afraid that if Linen read them, she really didn't want her anymore. After lightly glancing at these things, Lin's small hand reached out and took a new envelope, her eyes staring at the pink letter with a smile. Aha! What's the best thing to write about? Chapter 82 Buying Flowers for Lin. Lin is at home messing with his gadgets, and Linen, at this time, was running hard in the direction of the flower store. After running for an unknown amount of time, Linen stopped, and after taking a few deep breaths, he pulled out the cell phone from his pocket. Open the map and take a look. Only the map showed his position, a few hundred meters away from his destination. It's a few hundred meters to go. We'll be at the flower store soon. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin's mouth lifted up, a smile appearing on his face as he faced forward and muttered, "Work harder. You can buy Lin a bouquet of flowers later." With that said, Lin put his cell phone away and thought about it as he ran. I also wonder what kind of expression Lin's girl will show when she receives the flowers. Was it touching, or was it just straight up excitement to put him in a hug and request? Thinking about it, the smile on Lin's face grew stronger, as if he had remembered something happy. Well, hurry up and pick up the flowers from Shio's flower store. She couldn't let Lin wait too long, or she would worry. But did Lin really want to hurry to pick up the flowers and go back? Not really. If Lin was really in a hurry, he would have called a drop and spent more than 10 minutes to get the flowers back. He chose to run for the simple reason of relaxing from the tension of the today was the time to surprise Lin. But Lin didn't have any experience with confessions, so much so that when he first woke up this morning, he was both excited and nervous. To ease the tension, he chose to run to relax himself. Yet, until now he was still nervous, so much so that his steps began to slow down. And in the back of his mind, after giving the flowers to Lin will accept him, right? He kisses him every day. It's not even a hint anymore. It's a clear indication, right? So it's unlikely to turn him down. But then after that, he'd be Lin's boyfriend, I guess. For a while Lin thought a lot about whether he could be a good husband or a father to his children. Lin's dad hadn't been around since he was a kid. He didn't know how to be a good husband or father, and now he couldn't help but feel a little worried about the future. And as Lin was taking a slow pace towards the flower store, a black sedan sped across the road. Shoo! The loud voice directly brought Lin back from his reverie, and he gently exhaled, a light smile on his face. Forget it. What's the point of thinking about it? All he needed to know was that there was a cute girl waiting for him to come home right now, and that was enough. Thus, Lin was continuing to walk forward. Meanwhile, the black sedan in the distance had several people in it. These were not other people, but a girl Lin knew, Ning Xinxin. The other was Ning Xinxin's youngest aunt, Ning Shi. Ning Xinxin sat in the car, her eyes looking at her sister-in-law from time to time, the words she held in her heart, wanting to speak them out, but she held them back hard. It's so hard to hold it in. I want them to recognize the family. But, now she can't say. Ning Xinxin, who couldn't tell the truth, had a somewhat distorted expression at this time, seeming to be in great pain in general. Earlier in the day, the appraisal results of Lin and Ning Shi had come out, and Lin was indeed Ning Shi's son. But Xia Shudai and Ning Xinxin didn't directly tell Ning Shi about this matter. Rather, he intended to create an opportunity for the mother and son to meet, eliminating some of the strangeness between them before telling Ning Shi about this matter. After all, there are many separated mothers and children who recognize their relatives. They are like strangers to each other, even if they have found their children and waited for a mom, but they are still strangers to each other. What's more, Ning Shi was a strong woman. If she were to forcefully try to take Lin away, then Lin definitely wouldn't agree, and the end result would just be a frosty relationship between the mother and son. So let's rub the duo's noses in it first. After noticing that Ning Xinxin was out of sorts, Ning Shi inquired with concern. Xin, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? That auntie. I'm fine. I'm just a little itchy on my butt. I'm too embarrassed to scratch it in front of you, haha. After talking nonsense for a bit, Ning Xinxin took her little aunt's jade hand and said, Auntie, tomorrow is the weekend. Will you go out with me? Looking at Ning Xinxin's excited face, Ning Shi's charming face slightly revealed a smile. Alright, seeing as you went to the company to pick me up, I'll go and have some fun with you. Hey, auntie is the best to me. Saying that, Ning Xinshin was so excited that she hugged Ningshi. Two beautiful women with almost soft figures, embracing each other. The scene was really fragrant. XINXINU. You've grown a little bit more recently. Ningshi felt the touch on her arm and couldn't help but speak. Hey, actually being too big is also a kind of trouble. Ning Xinshin glanced down at her body and said helplessly. Sometimes she was quite envious of Lin Lin, not having to change to different styles of underwear from time to time and being able to run without any burden. Hearing this, Ningshi also secretly nodded. Indeed, too big is not good, so in the future, you'd better eat a little less papaya. When you got on the car, I saw that you bought a lot of them and put them in the trunk. Ha, that one's not actually for me to eat. It's for a friend now. She's more than I need. P.S. I had some health problems and couldn't skip a trip to the hospital, and now I'm on my way home, so I can't code well in the car. Sorry about that. Chapter 83, Sweat and Flowers. By noon, the sun overhead was radiating heat with abandon. Lin, who had just walked to the entrance of the flower store, was now sweating profusely. Few finally arrived. Lin took a breath and wiped away the sweat before taking a step inside the flower store. Within a few steps, Lin sure appeared in his eyes, and called out to him. Hey, little Anne, why are you so sweaty? Saying that, Lin sure didn't wait for Lin to reply, and had already taken out a towel and headed towards Lin Anne's sweat-covered fluids. Just as Lin Shure's hand was about to touch Lin Anne's body, Lin stopped Lin Shure's movement and said, Sister Shure, let me wipe myself. Oh, I see you're shy? It's because you're afraid that girl will get jealous, right? Lin Shure looked at Lin with a bad smile on his face, as if he had seen everything. This, Lin, who had been seen through with a glance, stammered a bit in his speech and was inexplicably weak. Was he that obvious? He was recognized at a glance. Seeing Lin Anne's frozen expression, Lin Shure then loosened her fingers and shoved the towel into Lin Anne's arms. No kidding, give yourself a good scrub. By the way, Shaoan, you want to change a piece of clothing? Your clothes are wet or watermarks, and there is some flavor. As it happens, I've bought a couple of men's dresses that I haven't worn yet, and now they're cheap. Saying that, Lin Shure took out a white shirt from a box on the side and handed it to Lin Anne's hand. Seeing this dress in his hand, Lin only felt hot. If Lin saw that he had gone out and even his clothes had changed, definitely pissed off. Hurriedly trying to return the clothes to Lin Shure and said, This, Sister Shio, changing clothes is still not necessary. I just came to pick up the flowers. I'll be back soon. It's not too late to go back and change the dress. You might as well take it back. Hearing Lin Anne's refusal, Lin Shure was helpless and said, I'll give it to you when I say I will. Just wear it. You're really going to go confess your love in a stinky, sweaty dress with flowers. Stinky sweat with fragrant flowers, which people like this to confess. Wear a piece of fresh clothes, and then a little dress up. That is not more than you now look like this plus points it. By Lin Shure's such blunt words, the moment they were uttered, Lin was speechless for a moment. That's quite a statement. He was surprisingly speechless. After freezing for a few seconds, Lin spoke helplessly. I'd better wear it then. That's right. Lin Shure patted Lin Anne's shoulder, then pointed to the room not far away. But, little Anne, why don't you go take a shower first? Wash off the stinky sweat from your body, then wear the clothes I gave you. And what about after that? I'll help you dress up. Hearing this, Lin froze in place, looking at Lin Shure with some confusion, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he opened his mouth and asked, Sister Shure, I didn't say I was going to confess, did I? How did you know that I was confessing, and that you're so attached to my affairs? Lin Shure didn't answer, but smiled and asked rhetorically, didn't you buy the flowers for my Lin? If it's Lin, why don't I, as a little aunt, be a little more attentive? Well, Lin was about to say after a pause. Lin Shure, however, had already spoken. Well, seeing your reaction, I think my guess is right, it should be Lin, right? As he said that, Lin Shure's eyes couldn't help but glance over Lin Anne's face. After seeing that look in Lin Shure's eyes, Lin Anne's face actually reddened. Sister you know it, just know it, what's the point of saying it? Feeling a little shy, Lin breathed deeply to calm down and couldn't help but scratch his head. At that moment, Lin Shure took a step forward and patted Lin Anne's shoulder, thinking darkly inwardly. These two guys had been close since they were young. She naturally knew that, but between them Lin's feelings for Lin were the strongest and most obvious. Originally, she had thought that it must be Lin who opened her mouth in the end, but now it seemed that the person who broke that door of their relationship was Lin An. Looking at the side of Lin Anne's face, Lin Shure continued, It's noon, so hurry up and take a shower and change into fresh clothes and go back to that girl. Lin should be waiting for Lin as well. Recently, her oldest brother had always told her that Lin and Lin had been sticking together quite frequently lately, and according to her oldest brother, he had even seen Lin Lin sneaking into Lin An's room in the middle of the night in the hallway's monitor, staying there for the whole night. Mud. The whole night. The old Lin family's white rabbit has long been eaten and wiped clean by Linen, right? So, knowing these things, she could not help Linen to confess her love. Hearing Lin Shi's words, Linen then responded and answered, "Okay, Shio-san." Saying that, Linen had just taken a few steps in the direction of the shower room, when he suddenly turned around and said, "Shiori-san, I'll have to trouble you to take me back after I take a shower." Once Lin An's words came out, Lin Shi then responded, "I'll send you back without you saying so, or would I let you run back? If I did that, both the person and the flower would be ruined." Okay, get your ass in the shower, my flowers are dying from you." Saying that, Lin Shi waved her hand in mock disgust to drive away Linen, who was soaked in sweat. "Hey, this kid keeps dragging his feet. How long does that girl have to wait until she can be with Linen?" "Okay, I'll go in then," Linen said awkwardly, scratching his cheeks and heading directly in the direction of the shower room. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, Lin Shi's voice came from behind Linen. "Anything else, Shio-san?" Linen asked, twisting his head. "Put all the clothes you took off in the basket outside. I'll wash them for you in the meantime, and by the time you come out of the shower, they'll be dry. When you go back, by the way, take the clothes back as well, or else that little jealous girl Lin will definitely ask after the whereabouts of your clothes," Lin Shi said indifferently, and held out a finger to point to the basket outside the room. Hearing this, Linen was inexplicably a bit touched, although Sister Shio had bullied him since he was a child, but she was quite nice. Then, offhandedly, he thanked them. "Thank you, Shio-san. No need to be polite." Lin Shi waved her hand and spoke softly. "In fact, she is just lazy. If she sends Linen back and his clothes are left here, does she still have to help him send them back?" According to her character, if it was her clothes, she would choose to throw them away, but this was Lin An's. Lin Shi, who hadn't been home for a long time, didn't bother to send it back and forth twice. This concludes the dialogue. When Linen walked into the restroom, he threw his stripped clothes into the basket, and his cell phone was casually placed on a side table. "Sister Shio, if Lin calls, remember to answer it for me, haha. I'm going to take a shower now." "Aha, no problem," Lin Shi answered in succession. Receiving Lin Shi's reply, Linen directly closed the door with a pop. Then, without putting up a fight, Lin Shi picked up the basket where the clothes were placed and headed for the washing machine. Didn't go more than a few steps, Lin's phone rang unsurprisingly. At this time, Lin had the little pink envelope written out, and to make sure that Linen was safe at this time, so she made a phone call to Linen. "Wow, cute woman." Hearing Lin and cell phone ringing, Lin Shi put down what she was holding and walked over to the table, picking up the phone to take a look. Sure enough, it was Lin's little girl calling. With that, Lin Shi picked up the phone and brought it close to his ear. Drip. Lin, "Hey Linen, where are you now? Did you miss me? I want a kiss. Come back soon, okay?" Lin Shi. P.S. The body is still not feeling well. A little sleepy, lying on the bed to think about the plot. The result is directly fell asleep. Whoops, just one chapter today. Let's see if the situation can be recovered tomorrow. Sorry, dear readers / Chapter 84, I am ready to show my cards. Hey, Linen, why don't you say something? Holding his cell phone lying on the bed, Lin did not wait for Lin An's response. For a time some unhappy puffed up his small mouth. This guy, he's not doing anything bad, is he? Just as Lin was thinking this way, a woman's voice came over the phone. Linen is at the store helping me take care of the customers. He doesn't have time to answer the phone. Call back later. It's the little ant. For a moment, Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would the sister-in-law have Lin's cell phone? Could it be Linen merely went to help with the work and didn't even bring his cell phone? Gee, that's suspicious. Lin Shi's words were a bit unconvincing, so she wrinkled her little face and thought about Lin An's reasons for not answering the phone. But what exactly was it because of? Lin couldn't think of a reason for a while. Thinking about it, Lin's originally beautiful mood directly slumped. The look was a little sad. Let's hope Lin isn't off doing something bad. Lin Shi, who didn't get Lin, kept silent, thinking that Lin didn't hear what she said, but she couldn't tell Lin, this little jealous girl, that Linen was taking a bath. If she said that, Lin would think nonsense again. Right now, Lin Shi only wanted to properly set up Lin and Linen, and some words of misunderstanding were better left unsaid. After thinking about it, Lin Shi said, Linen is helping me with my work right now. Can I call your Linen later? Hearing this, Lin had no choice but to nod. Anyway, Linen wouldn't dare to steal food behind her back. I don't think so. And just then, wow, a splashing sound came into the phone. Hearing this voice, Lin's little face drooped slightly. Aha! That sound. It's definitely the sound of splashing in the shower. Lin isn't doing some weird job. Hearing that Lin's voice still didn't ring in the cell phone, Lin sure even wondered if she had accidentally pressed hang up. Flip over your cell phone and take a look. Hey, there's no problem. It's just a call. Little auntie, don't you dare bully Lin. Lin's shout suddenly came, directly causing Lin sure to be somewhat confused. Dare I say it, for so long, this girl still misunderstood but jealousy went to her head as a sister-in-law. TSK, silly girl when she goes back get ready to receive the pain in the ass from her little aunt. I can't believe I'm blindly jealous. Seems like one thing this ninny needs to remember for the rest of her life is that her sister-in-law is a good person. Lin sure was already storing up his anger, but Lin hadn't realized that his little aunt was also building up her anger. Seeing that Lin sure didn't respond, she hurriedly shouted again, "Little auntie, but I heard the water. I'm telling you, if you let Lin do something excessive, I'll tell mom. Don't think that just because dad's being nice to you that you can run amok. I'll be rushing over to your side as soon as I tell mom. Heck, come up with a plan to catch an adulterer." Breaking the conspiracy of the sister-in-law. No bullying Lin, or you'll be waiting for. Lin hadn't finished his words. It was interrupted by Lin Shure's voice. Lin, I'm your own little aunt. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll be impolite. Kiss what? Don't get close to me, I tell you. Seeming to notice a slight change in Lin Shure's tone, Lin was a bit taken aback. Little auntie seemed angry. She couldn't be wrong about little auntie, could she? Any more nonsense, I will really be impolite to you, Lin Shure said indifferently. How much did this stupid girl care about Lin? Lin actually suspected her of stealing food. Hearing this, Lin hurriedly apologized. I'm really sorry about that, little aunt. I was in a hurry, but I really missed Lin a lot. Sorry, Lin apologized in a light tone. Although you're her real sister-in-law, but in normal days, you bully her and Lin every time. Keep moving your hands. Anyone would be offended. Okay, it's not her fault. Still in your wake up, I originally planned. If you still hold on to me, when I go home then your little butt will not be guaranteed. Lin sure said gently. Oh, want to Lin, is it? It's obvious that you want to kiss Lin. This girl typically has a man. All the world's women are enemies. If you guard your food, you should be beaten. And when he thought of the words at the very beginning, Lin Shure inexplicably felt a bit fleshed out. Lin Shure's words had just finished, and it instantly made Lin think of being bullied by Lin Shure when he was a child. And he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Is auntie going to pin her down on the bed again and fight to slap her in the ass? Don't. That kind of thing is never allowed. It's a no-no for anyone. It doesn't seem to be impossible if it's Lin. After Lin Shure finished his sentence, Lin paused and then begged for mercy. That, little auntie, I really didn't mean it. Just let me go. Oh, by the way, little aunt, why did Lin go to your place? Without waiting for Lin Shure to answer, Lin hurriedly changed the topic and asked. These words caused Lin Shure to fall silent, thinking, this confession thing, it has to be kept secret, right? Well, it can't be said. Then, Lin Shure thought about it and stammered. That, because, Lin he happened to, passing by my place, I let him help me work, and he got sweaty in no time, so I let him take a bath just now to clean his body. Oh, so that's how it is. In an instant, Lin understood everything, and the large stone weighing on her heart was removed. The heart was secretly happy. That guy Lin sure didn't fall for the bad woman. Lin sure was afraid that he would be exposed if he said too much and thought about ending the call. Then he spoke into his cell phone. It's getting late then. I'll hang up first. Bye. Lin froze and just by a little bit. Cell phones go straight to beep. Hang on. Lin glanced at the hung up cell phone and then scratched the screen with her small hand. The location of Lin appeared on the screen. Looking at Lin's location on his cell phone, Lin couldn't help but think secretly. Lin was now at her sister-in-law's place, so wouldn't she be able to go over there now and give the envelope to Lin? And there are flowers at my sister-in-law's place, so it looks good for confessions. Lin had been a bit impatient to see Lin, so he decided to go and see Lin. When she waited there, she slipped the envelope right in and immediately ran off afterward. If Lin chases her, then Lin is accepting. If not, then she would chase Lin. Heck, either way, the day ended well. Thinking like this, Lin's tender little face couldn't help but raise a smile, and her heart felt sweet. But now there's a problem. How did she have to get to her sister-in-law's store? Take a cab? She doesn't know how. She's always either hiked or been her dad and mom's car. The skill of taxiing is simply not in the brain. Lin's smile dissipated and he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a thought struck her. With that, a grin opened the phone book, and then a small hand fell slightly, landing on the quiet name. Soon, the call was answered. quiet voices rang out. Hey, Lin, what are you looking for me for? Anne, I'm going to show my cards to Lin today. I need you now. P.S. Just one chapter. Oh, hold off for a while. Let's get back to 2 shifts next week. Chapter 85. When are you going to have a baby? Lin, I'm here. Quiet shouted. Coming. Hearing the quiet voice, Lin didn't hesitate for a second and ran downstairs in a rush of excitement. Happy smiles spread across the young faces. Woohoo! We're going to find Lin. Splat, a small-bodied legitimate lowly, broke through the door. Quiet looked up at Lin. From the face that was so fast that it appeared as a stump and a grin, you could tell. At this point her best friend wants a man. She had never seen Lin so happy. I'm coming, shouted Lin. With that, he jumped behind the quiet little electric donkeys, but with a gentle leap. Then, with a small hand, 10 fingers pinched Quiet's thin waist. Be gentle, don't pinch my flesh. Lin felt the touch on her waist and her face directly flushed red, twisting her head to warn this girl. Sorry, I was too nervous. He. Lin shrugged and apologized. Hey, you, don't pinch my flesh. Just put your palms out and wrap them around my waist. Quiet glanced helplessly at Lin, holding Lin's wrist and stretching it out in front of her stomach. Good mile. Lin smiled gently and hugged Quiet. Sweet smile underneath. Thinking of something else. In the future, they can let Lin ride her. Right. After the confession, they can be in the university, ride together, the small electric donkey to and from school, or hold hands on campus and stroll into the grove. Then she and Lin do things together that little couples should do. Thinking about it, Lin's face gradually became flushed, visualizing the quietness ahead of him as Lin small arms wrapped tightly around him, head close. Feel the hot breath on your back. Quiet snapped his head around. There's something wrong with Lin's expression. I think the little girl has a fever. She, who had read a lot of study materials, saw at a glance what was wrong with Lin and secretly shook her head. Hey, teenage girls in love are such a... After shaking her head, Quiet reminded Lin, I'm going to send the car, so hold on tight. Aha! Lin gently answered, his soft palms slightly harder, hugging him even tighter. Feeling the strength in his waist, Quiet took a deep breath and started the car. The other side, inside the flower store. Click! The door to the shower opened and a light white mist of water wafted out of the doorway. Then, with wet hair, Lin slowly walked out. Seeing Lin sure walked forward. Washed up? Well, wash up. Since you've washed up, then come with me. Lin Shure's eyes narrowed as he said. After saying that, Lin Shure walked forward and took Lin's hand as she walked towards her room. Lin asked with a start. Sister Shio, where are you taking me? Go to my room. Your room, right. Responding, Lin Shure stopped directly and stared at Lin. Well, because the clothes are all in my room. But what are you nervous about? Are you kid worried about Lin being jealous? No, I definitely didn't think so. I'm just curious as to why and what I'm going for. Hearing Lin Shure's words, Lin hurriedly explained, afraid that the woman in front of him would do something. Lin Shure is a playful master. As a child cannot be less scratch Lin. Often say that he again and 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 again, holding hands and hugging. Every time, Lin got very anxious. His little wet face ran to by and cried, Oh, Mom. Lin is playing with the other kids again. Does he? He doesn't want me. Although nothing happened to Lin when he did that, he really couldn't see little Lin show him a look of aggression as well as a crying nose. Hey, if there was a loophole in her own words, Sister Shia would definitely take advantage of it and go pull some words to trick Lin. That stupid girl would never fall for that. Looking at Lin's nervous expression, puffing, Lin Shure burst out laughing. See how scared you are. Do I look like the kind of guy who likes to bully kids? It's not a question of what you look like, it's that you are. Lin huffed and was about to open his mouth to say something when suddenly his body slumped, being tugged up by Ringshi. While walking, Lin Shure spoke. Hey, let's go. I'll just help you dress up. What's the panic? Come on. Lin was silent and followed behind Lin Shure. Click. Walked into Lin Shure's room. In the meantime, Quiet and Lin are almost at the flower store. Lin, who was sitting behind Quiet, began to have her little heart beating wildly uncontrollably. The little face was red too. Looking at the familiar flower store in the distance, Lin couldn't help but think in his mind, almost, soon I'll see Lin, but it's obviously a happy thing, but why is the heart beating so fast? It's already going to be too nervous to speak. Lin slightly opened her small mouth, constantly breathing in and out, trying to calm my frantically fidgeting dear. Calm down. Lin's soft little hand rested on top of her own bunny, gently patting it and constantly psyching herself up. Lin, we're almost there. Quiet glanced at the familiar building in front of her and murmured, "Phew, breathe, 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 breathe." Lin didn't notice the quiet words and was constantly patting the stunted bunny on his chest. Lin, Quiet increased his voice and called out, "Ha, what's wrong?" Lin returned to his senses and responded, "It's coming up later. Are you ready?" Quiet said, "This, of course it's ready." Lin gulped, his eyes instantly firm as he responded, "Well, then go for it. I'm waiting to be a godmother." Quiet flirtatious laugh, but Lin's face changed. What? Quiet is going to be Lin's godwife? Damn it. It turned out that this guy, Quiet, was plotting against her family. Thinking of this, Lin pouted in dissatisfaction and questioned, "Why did you say that?" Hearing this, Quiet froze slightly, thinking about it, said, "Why? Well, because I like kids. Who wouldn't like a little kid with soft hands and a soft, fragrant body?" "Oh, I see." Lin responded indifferently. "So that's what Quiet means." Phew, okay. She was the one who thought too much. "Oh, by the way, Lin, when are you guys going to have a baby?" The quiet tone of the question was soft, but there was that hint of teasing in his voice. When these words came out, Lin's cheeks instantly reddened, pouting. Not telling you." Chapter 85, Meeting the Two Forests. How long will it take for Sister Shio to get better? I'm a bit tired. Lin glanced at Lin Sure and said helplessly. Lin Sure narrowed her eyes and stared at Lin with a wicked grin on her face. Aha, what? You can't wait to go back to Lin now? Could it be that you can't help but want to be with that girl? He. Before Lin Sure could finish his words, an expression of "don't explain, I understand" gradually appeared on her face. Glancing at Lin Sure's sinister, bad smile, he huffed, Sister Sure, your brain is really unhealthy." "Ha? What do you mean unhealthy? Just with the kind of relationship you guys have now, it's obviously very likely to happen alright," Lin Sure said, his tone gradually increasing, and his eyes looked at Lin with contempt. Hearing this, Lin sighed and said, "You're really overthinking this kind of thing, Sister Shio. My relationship with Lin isn't at that kind of level." Lin's explanation made Lin Sure roll her eyes. "Yuck, what a stinky man. Lin was lying with you in the middle of the night, but he's still sophomoric." Then, a little grumpy Lin Sure directly picked up a perfume and said to Lin with a command, "Stand up, come on." It's over?" Lin asked as he stood up and turned his head to look at Lin Sure. "It's not that fast, there's still one last step left, a little perfume for you." "Ha? What kind of perfume do I wear as a man?" Lin was puzzled when Lin Sure didn't answer him and directly pressed the button for the perfume. Pouncer, the mist of water, which was entrained with a faint fragrance, sprayed around Lin's body. The scent wafted into Lin's nose, and all of a sudden he felt a little puzzled and asked, This perfume smell, why doesn't it smell like anything? Guys usually can't smell it, only girls can." "Ha? What's this perfume?" Okay, don't get hung up on stuff like that. It's done, hurry up." Lin Sure left Lin's side and walked into the doorway, urging Lin on. All she wanted to do now was to rush Lin to Lin's place. Marred, she was really worried about becoming a bastard who lifted up his pants and denied it. It was better to hurry up and let Lin and Lin get together. Lin nodded and followed Lin Sure out the door, and in the meantime, Lin also stood not far from the entrance of the flower store. Her face was flushed, her head bowed, and she tugged a pink envelope between her fingers. The envelope crumpled right up with the force of a small hand. Lin, whose face was slightly red, tried to lift her foot, but her little foot was trembling and had no strength. What do I do? My legs are so weak, I can't even walk up. Strange, why isn't Lin moving? Looking at the motionless figure in the distance, Quiet muttered to himself in confusion. Could it be nerves? Thinking about it, Quiet thought it was time for her to step up. Lin, a voice came from behind Lin, twisting her head to see that it was Quiet. She was about to speak when her small hand was taken in Quiet's. "Hey," Lin froze and looked at Quiet. "Don't just stand there. Follow me." After saying this, Quiet held Lin's hand and walked towards the flower store. With Quiet tugging, Lin quickly arrived at the door. "Hurry up and get in." With a push, Quiet pushed Lin forward. Lin took a few steps and tensed up again, then looked back at Quiet and said, "Nee. What are you looking at me for? Do you want me to join you in confessing my love for Lin?" Quiet said. Hearing this, Lin's face froze slightly, her small hand tugging the envelope tighter as she walked slowly. I'll go by myself." Seeing that Lin was almost inside, Quiet smiled slightly and prepared to hide and eat his melon. Suddenly a black sedan pulled up, instantly catching the Quiet eye, only to see, drip, a familiar girl walk down from the car. "Auntie, we're here, this is it." Ning Xinshin opened the car door while speaking to the people in the car. The moment she looked at Ning Xinshin, quiet froze. She always felt that the person in front of her had been seen somewhere. Well, it seems that at school, I've seen it once. However, the person gave her a familiar feeling, especially the face. Quietly staring at Ning Xinshin at the same time, there was a distant click as the car door opened. A slender, flirtatious woman stepped off with white thighs. With a toss of her hair, she looked at Ning Xinshin and spoke softly. Xin, is this what you call a flower store? Well, yeah, I've been here before and was quite impressed. And when I heard you say you wanted to buy a bouquet of flowers, Auntie, I immediately thought of this store. Saying that, Ning Xinshin walked over to Ning Shi's side, took her hand, and walked in the direction of the flower store. Just as she looked up, she saw a short-haired, clean-cut girl staring at her. Hey, why is he looking at her? Why is he looking at her? Is he interested in her? Seeing the quiet eyes, Ning Xinshin immediately concluded that this person definitely had thoughts about her. At that moment, the corner of her mouth hooked and she smiled. Little auntie, go inside and buy the flowers. I'll just wait for you outside. Oh, good. Ning Shi answered softly, headed in the direction of the flower store. And meanwhile, inside the flower store, Lin Lin stood behind the flower pot, cautiously poking out a head and looking around. Where did Lin and Auntie go? Is it already gone? But the store door was open. As Lin Lin tilted his head and thought, the sound of a polearm came from deep inside the house. Sister Shio, you're almost done. It's been in the room for so long. Why do we have to keep going? So that's where Lin and Auntie were? What the hell are they doing? Hearing this voice, Lin Lin's eyebrows jumped, feeling that this matter was not simple. With that, he took a step towards the source of the sound. Walking behind the wall, another familiar voice rang out, only this one seemed a bit impatient. I told you to stay still. Why are you moving? If you keep moving around like that, I'm going to get very tired, you know. The words just now made Lin Lin unable to help but bite her tender lips. Heart pounding, the little face drooped, 5 white fingers trembled and, fake, absolutely fake. Lin Lin practiced the original of seeing is believing. A small, wrinkled face, pressed against the wall. A little bit of probing out. Fake, it must be fake. She didn't believe it. How could Linen, who lay with her every day, have bad thoughts about his little aunt? Lin Lin's little face was half exposed from the wall. With just a glance, Lin Lin's eyes involuntarily widened. Auntie was just helping Lin organize his clothes. At once, the tip of her nose was too good to be true. What had just happened was indeed a lie. Lin An. Then her eyes lowered and she blinked back the tears that glistened in her eyes. And then she cried out. Lin An, who was still arranging the folds of his clothes, heard a familiar voice and turned around directly. All he saw was a small, wet-faced fellow, lunging at him. Splat! Lin Lin buried himself into Lin An's arms. What's wrong with Lin Lin? Lin An was a bit puzzled and asked as he cupped Lin Lin's face. What's wrong? Saying that, Lin An wiped the tears from Lin Lin's face while looking into her watery eyes. I missed you. You didn't come back for a long time, and I was worried that something had happened to you. It's just because of that. You know, don't always get carried away. Lin An finished and gently rubbed Lin Lin's brain, but Lin Lin broke away from Lin An's big hand, stared straight at him and shouted, something will happen to you, and it's the kind of thing that's serious and outrageous. P.S. I'll take a day off tomorrow and resume double shifts starting in August. Chapter 86. Lin Lin, you can only stare at me. Don't lie to me. Lin An. Lin Lin huffed and looked at him with lifted eyes. What's wrong? Lin An responded. Looking at Lin Lin, Lin Lin gritted her teeth, and her small hand that was gripping Lin An's clothes, unconsciously clenched, asked gently, why do you smell good? And that's a familiar dress you're wearing. Is it Auntie's? Lin Lin's words made Lin An freeze. For a moment I didn't know how to explain. Holy, this girl won't be jealous, right? But everything he did was for this little girl. I was thinking of going back to surprise this girl, but how could I have expected her to actually come here? After a pause, Lin said, it was indeed Shio-san's. After all, I was sweating and my clothes were soaked, so I asked Shio-san for a shirt. It doesn't matter about that. What matters is why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay at home and be nice? Why are you here? What if Lin Lin got lost again like before? Lin An's questioning caused Lin Lin to blush instantly, muttering her mouth as she explained, because I'm worried about you. I'm afraid that something will happen to you. I want to see you so badly. As soon as I can't see you, I'm worried about you. Lin An, I'm really scared of losing you. So afraid that you don't want her and be with someone else. Before Lin Lin finished his words, his lowered eyes slowly raised to look at Lin An. The fleshy face drooped slightly, as if it were aggrieved. Lin Lin is good, don't cry. I just want to say that the next time you want to go out alone, send me a message. Otherwise I'll be worried about you too. Lin rubbed Lin Lin's brain and said, aha. Lin responded. Lin Lin's wide eyes and soft, cute face caused Lin to fall into an inexplicable affection. Now that Lin was already in front of him, what should he say then? Did he confess directly? No, it lacked atmosphere, and there was no sense of ceremony at all. It was too perfunctory. Just as Lin was at a loss for words. Click. The door behind Lin opened. Ah, little Anne. I've finished your clothes, so we can start heading out. Lin walked out with a smile on her face holding Lin Anne's clothes, and her face full of smiles stiffened just as she revealed it. Hey, why is Lin here? Could it be, you're here for Linen? Oh sure enough, Lin this girl is a jealous girl, not wanting to separate from Linen for a minute. Lin sure thought of something, looked at Lin's rosy cheeks, stretched out a hand, and said, hi little Lin. Long time no see do you want me? Lin slightly lowered her eyebrows at the sight and puffed out her cheeks, that tender face revealing an unhappy expression. Little auntie, your appearance is very untimely can you just disappear? Aha! Lin sure froze, suddenly realizing that she had indeed interrupted the duo's little party. She was about to disappear when a voice rang out. Excuse me, is anyone there? I'd like to buy a bouquet of flowers. At that moment, Lin sure was delighted and looked at Lin. I won't bother you guys then, bye. Saying that, Lin sure headed towards the place where the sound originated from just now, and walked towards it. As he passed by Linen, he patted his shoulder and said, you and her have to work hard at it. After Lin sure left, only the two of them, Lin and Linen, were left together. Lin's rosy cheeks lowered slightly as she waited for Linen to speak. Suddenly, a warm touch appeared on her shoulder. Lin was startled, his eyes raised. The delicate body was directly close to Linen. Lin beamed and looked at him. Linen, what are you trying to say? Linen smiled faintly, reaching out and lifting a strand of hair from the side of Lin's face to her burning ear. Shio-san said you were jealous of her, but aren't you forgetting something very important? Well, what is it? Lin asked, blushing. Shio-san she likes girls. Yeah. Oh, hearing this explanation, Lin's heart that was a bit hard before, it was a little better now, and the boyish face grew redder and redder. Little hands couldn't help but grip the envelope tightly. Since it was a misunderstanding just now, the misunderstanding is considered cleared if we talk now. So, you can give that to Linen now, right? Thinking about this, Lin's face reddened. Lin-Anne, I'm going to give you something. What is it? Lin thought for a moment and continued. It's just that, after I give you that thing, you can't be staring at other girls. I've never stared at anyone before either. You have. Lin tilted his head and softly said, seeing that Lin's expression was a bit off. Linen hurriedly said, then how about I just keep an eye on you from now on? At these words, Lin revealed a joyful expression and responded. Good. Then, said, but what about you lying? You actually like to stare at people. What about that? Hearing this, Linen froze slightly. Seeing this, Lin beamed and said, go ahead. In that case, I'm at your disposal. As soon as these words came out, the corners of Lin's mouth lifted up and her heart was sweet. That's what you said, Lin-Anne. Lin thought in her heart, once Linen made a mistake, then she would move this sentence and dispose of Linen at will. What should we punish him for? Thinking, the corners of Lin's mouth grinned as a trace of saliva flowed out. That, Linen shook Lin's soft body, and at once Lin came back to his senses and wiped the corners of his mouth and, Lin-Anne? Seeing Lin's silly look, Linen helplessly twitched the corners of his mouth. This silly girl, definitely thinking about unhealthy things. All drooling. Ugh, you just said you were going to give me something. Now you can give it to me. Here you go. A drop. See only. Lin stretched out her white palm, and there was a crumpled pink dong in her white palm. What's this? Lin held it curiously, staring at it close by her eyes. Just as Linen was wondering, Lin ran out. Where are you going? Seeing this scene, Linen then shouted. I'm going to go talk to my little aunt. Lin responded. At those words, Linen breathed a sigh of relief and studied the item in his hand. Just then, a voice rang out. Anne. It's Shio's voice. Linen looked up, only to see Lin sure looking at him with a smile and waving at him, gesturing him over. What's this about? Linen was a little curious, but didn't think much of it. Taking what Lin had given him, he put it away in his pants pocket and then walked up. Sister Shio, what are you looking for me for? Just walked up to Lin sure and then opened her mouth to ask. Chapter 87, Lin is missing. A girl with her small hands on the wall outside the flower store, peeking her head out, was quietly watching it all. Her eyes slanted towards Linen, the corners of her mouth rising slightly in a faint smile. Aha, Linen is coming over later, right? She's given Lin all her whatever, so she should be coming over. Thinking about thinking, she saw Lin Sure was whispering to Linen. Ha, what's Auntie doing? The expression on her face feels weird. Lin beamed and thought darkly. Right at this moment, Lin realized that his little aunt was secretly nodding as she sized up the woman in front of her from time to time. Seeing this, Lin only felt that her brain was in disarray, and she came to the conclusion that her sister-in-law definitely had a problem with her brain. Can't you see that she's so close to Linen? How can you stop Lin and introduce him to someone else? Not happy. Lin was puffing up in her heart, her little chest going up and down, a little unhappy. Suddenly, that tall woman seemed to notice something, and with a slight slant of her eyes, she saw Lin who was clenching her fists in anger. Aha! Lin was startled and hurriedly stretched out his fingers on his lips, making a shoe gesture. She didn't want to be exposed. She was still thinking of seeing what that guy from Little Ant was going to do to his family. Linen. What's this little guy doing? Aha! Is she telling her not to reveal her position? Oh, this girl is kinda cute. Afterward, Ningxue smiled towards Lin and secretly nodded. Then he turned back to Linen and Ningxue. MS. Ning, did you hear everything I just said? Ningxue asked. Well, I heard everything. Ningxue nodded slightly, and continued. If the store manager has something to do, go ahead and get busy. It's okay to let this little brother help me choose the flowers. Upon hearing this, Ningxue patted Lin's shoulder, then walked straight out the door. Linen, I'm leaving. I'll leave this place to you. Okay. Lin responded. The eyes were fixed on Ningxue, somewhat unblinking. She looks so familiar. It was the woman in the picture that Xin Ning had sent him earlier. Linen was even more confused when he reacted. In reality there really is someone who looks like him. Actually not fictionalized by Ning Xinshin. Thinking of this, Linen then raised his eyes to look out. He thought that Ning Xinshin should be here as well. Sure enough, just as he looked toward the door, the image of the two girls posting up was reflected in front of him. Ning Xinshin was like an octopus clinging to Quiet dead, while Quiet's cheeks were red and resistance was written all over her face. But Ning Xinshin was shameless and just wanted to stick to her. This scene caused Linen to feel a shock in his heart as he watched. When did the two of them meet and be so close? What's wrong with you, little brother? Are you uncomfortable? Ning she asked with concern, looking down slightly at Linen, and couldn't help but reach out and cover Lin's forehead. Ning sure didn't know how, but the moment she saw this teenager, she felt a sense of sadness, as well as an inexplicable affinity. Her kids would be this old if she hadn't lost them. Ningxue's movement caused Linen to freeze, and then he responded. I didn't. It's fine. Linen was just about to blurt out that he called Auntie Ningxi, but seeing how young it looked, and how it gave him a kind feeling, Linen hurriedly changed his address and smiled. This sister. I'm fine. I'm just curious. You're Ning Xin's family member, right? I've seen your picture before. I just didn't think that someone in reality would be even prettier than the picture. Oh, yeah. So the two of them, feeling affectionate towards each other, neglected to buy flowers and chatted. But there was one person who was a little upset. Why did Auntie push out Reinen? Moreover, they were chatting so happily, and the most important thing was that Linen actually kept his eyes on that woman and smiled. Lin's nose was sore, and she had some bad feelings. In his heart, he said, Linen is a liar. Clearly said not to stare at others. How is it that she has only been gone for a few minutes and is not pretending to be anything hot? The eyes also glanced unhappily at Linen and Ningxi. Is it because of the size? Her figure was a constant source of ridicule. Not as principal as the woman in front of me. Ningxue was of similar height to Linen, but due to the fact that Ningxue was wearing high heels, the image of a big sister flirting with her little brother appeared in Lin's eyes. Lin's heart was a little unbalanced. She didn't seem to have the advantage of being able to keep Lin's eyes on her. Lin beamed and quietly looked at Linen and Ningxi. Although she was a bit unhappy, she always believed that Linen would come to her. She wasn't just waiting at the door. She wasn't going anywhere, but Linen kept chatting with that very good-looking woman. Seems like she's forgotten. Quiet noticed Lin was depressed and wanted to go help Lin, but Ning Xinshin pestered her. Where are you going? Laughed Ning Xinshin. I'm going to find my friend. Quiet was a little afraid of Ning Xinshin, and said shakily, oh, is it a man or a woman? Ning Xinshin wrapped her arms around Quiet and whistled softly in her ear. The wind blowing in his ears made Quiet blush. TCH, I've had enough. You hurry up and let go of me or I'll get angry. Quiet said with forced shyness. Angry? Why should I be angry? Isn't it good to stick it on? Ning Xinshin head tilted, close to the Quiet that they do not understand. This woman. One word and he stalked her and disliked her. Damn it. The most outrageous thing was that she had fallen into Ning Xinshin's tenderness for a while, making it difficult for her to accept and reject now. Quiet thought about it and was about to speak when suddenly, rumble, A bolt of lightning flashed. Ahai! Ning Xinshin cried out, so frightened that she hooked her arm directly around Quiet's neck. The scene surprised Quiet a bit. She hadn't realized that crooked girls could be afraid of thunder. Oh, scared? I'm not scared. I'm just... Ning Xinshin's pretty face slightly reddened up, choosing to remain silent for a while. Quiet also attempted to laugh at Ning Xinshin, but suddenly, she just raised her eyes to take a look. Lin Lin, who had been quietly hiding behind the wall, was gone. Quiet's eyes widened at once, and her whole body froze. Holy, where did that Lin Lin girl go? Quiet instantly became flustered and asked Ning Xinshin who was at the side. Did you see where that guy went? After saying that, Ning Xinshin also came back to her senses, and her entire body was also confused. Where are the siblings? Wasn't he just there sneaking a peek at Linen? How now? No, I didn't see it. Ning Xinshin was also panicked in her heart, and spoke in a trembling voice. Looking for someone. Yes. With that, the two stopped messing around. Ning Xinshin went to the flower store to check the surveillance while Quiet went to take a look around first. Hey, Linen, your wife is missing. P.S. I just recovered my body. Can I beg for a free small gift to replenish my body? Omega, Y. W. Chapter 88, Commitment. I like you. After learning from Ning Xinshin that Lin Lin had disappeared, Linen began to get anxious, but he didn't let that mess him up. There was surveillance outside the door, and since his cell phone and Lin Lin were tied to each other, he could know Lin Lin's current cell phone positioning. Seeing Lin An's face sweat anxiously, Ning sure recalled at this time that cute girl who was hiding behind the door just now, and couldn't help but be a little curious. What is the relationship between little brother and that girl? I see you are very young. Is that girl really your wife? Linen, who was checking his cell phone's positioning, didn't expect Ningxue to ask this, and was just stunned, then answered with a firm face. She means more to me than anyone else. She's the most important family I have. Fellow. Seeing Lin An's determined eyes, Ningxue nodded slightly. Did Lin An find it? Ning Xinshin urged from the side. Her face was sweating more than Lin An's. If Lin Lin really couldn't find it, then she would be a sinner. If she hadn't done it on a whim, then Lin Lin's friend would have been at the door staring at Lin Lin's every move. Cream. No, there isn't any signal, and Lin Lin's cell phone seems to have run out of battery. Lin An's face became visibly tense as he finished speaking. Where the hell has that girl been? Rumble. A white light flashed. In an instant, the dark sky was illuminated, and in the next moment, the sound of clattering rang out. The rain came down suddenly. Oh no, Lin Lin is still out there. Lin An felt a great sense of misfortune in his heart, and now he didn't care about that much. Now he had to rush out no matter what. Lin An had just rushed out when a wet-faced Quiet was running back and bumped into Lin An. Lin An, I didn't find Lin Lin in the grove over there. Go check the park on the left. Park. Right. The park. That's where he and Lin Lin first met when they were kids. Thinking of this, Lin An nodded and went straight to the small park without hesitation. Rumble. Snap 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 snap. The sounds of rain and thunder were intertwined in a continuous stream. Dense raindrops continued to hang down, seeming to cover one with a white mist that made it difficult to see. Lin An's black hair and clothes were wet with raindrops, but he didn't care at all, only thinking about hurrying to find Lin Lin. Where will it be? Lin An looked around and saw no sign of Lin Lin. It's raining heavily now, so perhaps Lin Lin is hiding within a corner somewhere. With this thought, Lin An continued his search in the rain. Lin was right. That girl was currently hugging her knees and curled up in a small circular hole next to the slide. Looking out at the sound of the snapping rain, Lin Lin shrunk slightly to avoid being splashed. Ugh, I should have known better than to run out. Now, I can't even go back. Lin Lin buried his head into his knees and thought darkly. Seeing that Lin An hadn't been looking for her, Lin Lin was in a bad mood, so she thought of coming to this place full of memories to be alone, and maybe if she left, Lin would come to her of her own accord. After all, this was the park where they used to play together as kids, and if Lin An was really stupid enough to find her, he could still turn on his cell phone to locate her. She didn't realize that her phone was dead now. Lin Lin looked at the heavy rain outside the cave and couldn't help but shrink and hug herself tightly. It's so cold. The corners of my pants are wet from the rain. Alas, if only Lin An were here. Ugh, Lin An, I was wrong. I'll never run around again. You, where are you? Looking at the gray sky outside, Lin An was in a somewhat depressed mood. The rain didn't just color the city gray, it also made Lin Lin's eyes wet. She was just waiting for Lin An to agree with her confession, but Lin An's attention was caught by someone else. She just wanted to keep Lin's eyes on her and no one else. Lin An, where are you? You, wouldn't really not come to me? Would you? Thinking that he might never see Lin An again, Lin Lin's cheeks became increasingly moist. It wasn't long before she couldn't help but explode. Ah! Bastard Lin An! After shouting, Lin Lin looked at the constant snapping outside and there was no sign of Linen at all, so he silently buried his head into his knees and murmured softly, "Rinan, you called me? Hey!" Lin Lin suddenly raised her head and looked at the teenager in front of her who was gently looking at her and was dripping with wetness, and the tip of her nose soured slightly. The young face was gradually stained with tears. "Linen!" Lin Lin shouted and lunged towards Linen. Lin Lin, I'm sorry, I'll never wander off again. Lin, please don't drop me." Hearing Lin Lin's cries, Linen embraced Lin Lin's soft body into his arms and comforted him. "No, even if Uncle Lin and Auntie Bai don't want you, I won't not want you." Splat splat, the sound of raindrops slapping the ground. At this moment, Lin Lin raised her eyes slightly and looked at Linen. "Really? Really?" Hearing this, Lin Lin's eyes became confused. Her arm hooked around Lin An's neck, and her wet cheeks approached Linen. Just trust Linen one more time." It was so cold in the rain that a different kind of warmth rose between the two. "Rinan, I'm cold." After saying that, Lin Lin's tiny body kept burrowing into Lin An's arms in an attempt to get warm, taking advantage. Looking at Lin Lin's constantly writhing body, Lin An realized at that moment that they were still in the rain. With that, he ran back with Lin Lin in a princess hug position. Lin An had just run out of the park with Lin Lin in his arms. A black sedan appeared. The car door opened and Ning Xinshin appeared in front of her. Without waiting for Lin An to react, Ning Xinshin shouted, "Get in the car. The little interlude is over. It's late in the day now and the rain has stopped." Lin Lin also lay down on the bed, curled up under the covers. Yes, she has a cold. Her white cheeks were red, her eyes were confused, and her rosy lips were slightly open as she gently murmured, "Lin An." She's still tired, so sleepy, and she misses Lin so much. The body was soft and cold, so eager to get under the covers with Lin. Lin Lin looked at the doorway in frozen thought. Click, the door opened and a teenager walked in with a bowl of brown soup. Still awake? That's just right. Come and drink the medicine." Lin An saw Lin Lin open his eyes and then walked forward. "Lin, I don't want to drink the medicine." "No, this is the medicine that Sister Shio boiled for you in order to give it to you personally. If you don't finish it, I'll definitely get beaten up when I go out." Hearing Lin An say that he would be beaten, the bedridden fellow became directly agitated and shouted, "Humph, if little auntie beats you up, I'll help you out." Seeing the delicate Lin Lin say this, Lin An bared her teeth and laughed. "No need, you can't even beat me either. So how are you going to beat up Shio-san? And in the end, it wasn't because you were running around. Sister Shio thinks that she didn't watch over you, and is blaming herself, and is now apologizing to Uncle Lin." "Oh, I'm sorry, I won't wander off again," Lin An answered softly, and a soup spoon came close to Lin Lin's mouth. "Drink, can you not drink? Drink." "But Lin, it's bitter. Are you drinking?" Seeing that Lin Lin kept refusing, Lin An's attitude hardened. "Drink it, but can you feed it to me with your mouth? I'm not trying to kiss it, it's just that it's not as bitter after it's been through your mouth." Finishing her words, Lin Lin's cheeks were scarlet before she raised her eyes to look at Lin An, but Lin An just had a dead fisheye look and stared at her faintly. "Humph, don't feed or don't feed." Lin Lin puffed up her face, then picked up the bowl. Gulp, the soup slid straight down into Lin Lin's little stomach along with her pink tongue. Soon the soup was swept away. Seeing this, Lin An stood up and was about to head out. "Wait." Watching Lin An about to leave, Lin Lin hurriedly pulled him back. What's going on? Is it okay if I ask one thing?" "Well, go ahead." Lin An sat beside Lin Lin and looked at Lin Lin. Lin Lin took a deep breath, blinked her rosy eyes, and looked straight at Lin An. "Lin An, even if Mom and Dad don't want me, you'll still want me, is that true?" After saying that, Lin Lin's heart not only beat, it was nervous, and her small hands couldn't help but grip Lin An hard. If Lin An dares to say the word no, then she dragged Lin to the bed and forced him. Despite this thought, the little girl's face was unusually flushed and her chest continued to rise and fall. "Well, it's true." When these words came out, Lin Lin's face became hot and trembled. I don't believe you unless you say you like me." After saying that, Lin Lin tightly closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and slightly shrunk her head back into the quilt. Very shy, but the fingers kept getting harder. What to do? What to do? She's too brave. Is she really going to drag Lin An up if she gets scared off? The little girl thought for a while, but didn't wait for Lin An's answer, so she got a little lost, slowly opening his eyes. But what was reflected in front of her eyes was Lin An's face, and it was a mere 3 centimeters in front of her. Just as Lin Lin froze, Lin An pulled out a bouquet of flowers from somewhere and approached Lin Lin. At this scene, Lin Lin's face turned red and her mind went blank. The next moment, a voice rang out making Lin Lin shyly want to cover her head with the quilt. "Lin Lin, I like you. P.S. Since it's all too slow, I'll cut the plot and just confess." Chapter 89, The Consequences of Disobedience. Day 2. Linen woke up, but there was something wrong with the position he woke up in. Habitually, he reached for his cell phone, but instead of a hard phone under his hand, it was the soft and cuddly Lin. Hey, when did he get into Lin's bed? Linen was puzzled, and suddenly a voice rang out. Came the purr of the budding beast from under the covers. Frightened, Linen quickly removed his hand from Lin's soft body. Lin seemed to notice something and rolled over, her head resting on Lin's body, and rubbed it slightly. Looking at Lin, who was lying on his chest with a smile on his face, Linen sighed helplessly. This girl is such a fool. After shaking his head, Linen gently stroked Lin's hair and thought darkly. When did he lie in this bed last night? He remembered that after leaving Lin's room, Uncle Lin, who had been beaten up by Aunt Bai, had asked him for a drink. Wait, he seems to have found the crux of the problem. Drinking. Did he drink himself to death last night? Linen had never drank before, and he didn't know how much he was drinking at the time, only that he was dizzy, and then fell asleep. Why did he fall asleep and wake up lying with Lin? Just as he was thinking about it, Lin was a bit restless. She exhaled slightly. With that, her head lifted slightly and pouted. Linen kisses. Seeing this, Linen felt a bit ashamed. This stupid girl. Why does she always say such things? Ice it because you said like you? Linen didn't understand. Lin had already sneaked out her little mouth and touched Linen. Boo. This sudden move directly caused Linen to raise his god. Crawl away from me. Linen silently recited in her heart, pressing Lin's restless body back onto the bed. Looking at Lin, who had a rosy face, he thought darkly. Last night, I don't think anything special happened to them. Otherwise, this girl Lin wouldn't be as energetic as she is now. Dum. Lin is up, it's time to eat, said Linshire softly as she knocked on the door. Lin was woken up and rubbed her bleary eyes. Straightening up and squinting, he responded. Good. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye. Aha! Lin, he's already awake. Seeing Linen staring at her, Lin instantly sobered up. Her face flushed, and she softly said, That, Rinnen, good morning. Well, good morning, Lin. Explain why I'm in your bed. Linen dared to conclude that it was definitely not his initiative to climb up last night. It must be the work of this dishonest girl. Linen was suspicious that Lin was trying to take advantage of his drunkenness so that he could do something. And the truth was exactly as Linen thought it would be. This ninny does have bad intentions. That, I heard Mom say that it was when Dad was drunk that she, only then did I have me. Lin said while lowering his head, not daring to look at Linen at all. The mind muttered. This asshole. What was he doing running out of the room when he said he liked her? Will she eat him? Probably will. Hearing Lin's words, Linen came to his senses. Dare I say that Lin was trying to drag him into the room to do something that Uncle Lin had done to Auntie Bai. Mud, do you really think he's a CS? Thinking of this, Linen stared straight into Lin's eyes. Lin, are you going to continue what you didn't do last night? Hearing Lin speak in such a demented manner, Linen was so happy that she immediately rewarded her with a popping chestnut. Dang, ouch. Lin covered her head and looked at him accusingly in the eyes. You hit me, and you glare at me. You, Linen, you want domestic violence, are you? Looking at Lin's feigned aggrieved appearance, Linen was not prepared to spoil her, and with a big hand, the quilt was lifted. Lin's jade body was directly exposed to the air, and a hint of coolness hit Lin, causing her to shiver slightly. You asshole, I'll fight you, Lin shyly shouted. With that, the entire limp body rushed towards Linen. It looked like a little meow pounced on a big meow, and then the little guy got counter-suppressed. Linen backhanded Lin tightly hugged her and controlled her hands, stared at her and chided. What's the spell? Now you know it's cold. Hurry up and put all your clothes on. Only yesterday you drank medicine to get a little better. Now you're so bold. Doesn't know how to take care of himself at all. Lin was unconvinced and pouted at Linen, grunting softly. Know that I'm a frail patient. Then you still lifted my quilt. You badass. You just know how to bully me. I'm your girlfriend now. Don't let you feel it. And you'll absolutely be capricious again next time. Linen said, pushing Lin's approaching head away. Hurry up and get dressed. Sister sure is rushing you. Lin just grunted, and then there was a click in the direction of the doorway. Linshire took a step in. At that moment, Linen and Lin stared at Linshire, who walked in. Linshire was about to tell the lazy Lin to get up when she caught a glimpse of the movements of the two on the bed and sucked in a breath of cold air. This brat, Linen, is awesome. Sorry to interrupt. After saying that, Linshire slowly closed the door. With a pop, Linen felt embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do about it. After a pause, he let go of Lin's hand. Get up. Hurry down. I'm not messing with you. Unexpectedly, just as he let go, a boo came from Lin An's lips. Hey, I won. Lin smiled conspiratorially. At that moment, Lin couldn't hold back his arm and pushed Lin to the ground. Like to play? Ha! I'll have fun with you. The words just fell out. Click. The door opened again. As Lin and Lin watched, Lin sure walked in with a bowl of soup and medicine. Sorry to interrupt. I'll leave this medicine here. Lin remembered to drink it. Haha. I didn't see anything. Lin sure finished speaking and silently stepped back. Just as she was about to close the door behind her, a head poked through the doorway, poking out. Remember to keep the noise down. They're right next door. Pa. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the door closed. Lin, I'm afraid of pain. Lin looked at Lin An's eyes and blinked frantically, as if hinting at something. Dang. Lin knocked her on the head. Scared less. Get up for me. Don't. Just sleep a little longer, said Lin softly with a beak. Seeing Lin frantically hinting at it, Lin was instantly displeased. Slap. 2 slaps were thrown directly towards Lin's ass. You actually hit me with your hands. Lin she was in pain and shy. That's what happens when you don't listen. Chapter 90, Asshole Lin. I can't believe I locked the door. After eating, Lin was like a piece of rice cake. It was sticky and stayed glued to Lin An's side. And no matter what Lin did, Lin didn't want to leave his side. Weekends are extremely valuable. So, Lin decided to use it to study. Lin, your Aunt Bai and I are going out to work. Be honest when we're not around. Don't mess around, okay? Lin Su said seriously. After saying that, Lin Su narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin who was hugging Lin An's arm. His heart was helpless. Lin is getting more and more clingy to Lin An now. It's really a big girl. I know, Uncle Lin. Lin nodded and answered. Well, I believe you. But Lin, did you hear what I said? Looking at Lin's behavior, Lin Su was a little chagrined in his heart and loudly scolded. Hearing Lin Su's words, Lin let go of Lin and bounced to Lin Su's side, saying while pushing Lin Su towards the door. I hear you. Dad. You're so nagging. Hurry up. Mom is already waiting for you. You girl. Lin's action of being such a great filial daughter made Lin Su have the urge to punch Lin for the first time. Not waiting for him to finish his words, Pa. Lin Su was pushed out the door by Lin. In the next moment, Lin twisted her head around, her little face revealing a bright smile. He. What are you looking at me like that for? Lin stared warily at the smiling Lin, always on guard. Lin had changed, becoming extremely bold, either sneaking and groping into his room or acting out under the watchful eyes of Uncle Lin and Aunt Bai. If they don't have a temper, doesn't he have one? I'm warning you, don't mess around when I'm studying, or I'll do something about it. Seeing Lin take a small step closer, Lin issued his first warning. This ninny, she needs to be taught a lesson before she can do anything about it. Otherwise, in the future, Lin wouldn't even be able to look after the baby. Thinking in a bold direction, Lin might not even be able to do things like breastfeeding. TSK, no, we can't let Lin be too capricious in the future. Warning me? Good for you, Lin. Are you trying to domestically assault me? Lin approached Lin and crossed her arms. As long as you don't mess around, I'm going to study now. Lin waved his hand and quickly walked upstairs with an arrow step. Hey, this guy, Lin, actually ran away. Watching Lin disappear into the stairway, Lin angrily pouted her small mouth. Right now she's angry and needs to let off some steam. Yeah, you're it. Lin's eyes glanced at the lazy doll next to the couch, and his boyish arm reached out to wrap it in his arms. Beat you to death. Damn. Lin, who was sitting on the sofa, showed her teeth and bared her teeth like a fierce puppy, her small fists constantly banging on her lazy hairstyle. Da. After a few seconds, the anger in Lin's heart dissipated a bit, her white palms cupping her cheeks, her elbows propped up on her lazy hairstyle, secretly sighing. Ugh, Lin is so wimpy. She's all tucked in. Can't even touch her. She is an adult, yay. Can do a lot of things adults do now. Croon. The discomfort in his chest welled up again at the thought. Since Lin An's soft won't be eaten, she'll come to the hard and spicy. Groan. Last night she was sneaky enough to ask Quiet for a lot of study material. This time, she's going out on a limb. Not knowing what Lin thought of, a smile appeared on her cute face. He even raised his hand and wiped the corners of his mouth. Lin did not know that this scene of hers was all caught in Lin An's eyes. What's this stupid girl up to now? Lin said that he didn't understand. Ever since he said that, the entire Lin family was a strange atmosphere. Let him. Physical discomfort. Forget it. Studying is the most important thing now. If you don't study, how can you be qualified to be with Lin? How can you be qualified to marry Lin? Ahem. Overthinking. Lin exhaled and walked into the room. As Lin walked into the room, Lin Lin also put his small thoughts away, the corners of his mouth under his tender little face gently hooked in a bad smile. Lin, I'm coming. Thinking, Lin Lin walked upstairs, and at that moment, Linen was quietly reading a book in his room. If it was in the past, he would have chosen to study with Lin Lin, but now that self-absorbed girl's personality had changed a lot and was very cheerful, it caused him to be a bit overwhelmed. Lin lay in bed thinking, with Lin Lin's grades she could have gone to graduate school, or even to a good company, or worse, she could have inherited the family fortune, while he was just a person who grew up without a loving mother and father. Now that they're sophomores, they're all about to graduate and have to study hard, but if he marries Lin Lin in the future, then he, still staying at Uncle Lin's house? Thinking about this, melancholy appeared on Lin An's face. His mom and dad don't know where they are, so in that case, he's kind of an orphan. Where are my mom and dad? Looking at the book, Lin An's eyes lowered and she couldn't help but think. Unconsciously a blurred figure appeared in his mind, with a shapely figure and long hair unfolding her hands, and called out to him, Xiaoan. Surely I still can't remember, he muttered. He remembers coming to Lin Lin's house when he was 4 years old, and living with his dad for 2 years before he arrived, and the memories before the age of 2 are vague, just a vague recollection of a woman. It should have been his mother, but whether it was Lin An's mother or father, he couldn't remember because it had been so long ago. After thinking for a while, Lin An put the book aside, breathed deeply, and muttered, It's better to find a chance and ask Uncle Lin. Lin An remembered that his dad had said that he would come to pick him up, so Lin An didn't ask Lin Su much about his own dad's whereabouts. But, it's been 15 years now, and there's not even a sign of his dad. Lin wondered if she had been sold, but obviously not. Lin Su had once said that he and his dad came out of the same village, and it was obvious that his dad had to be pinned to Lin Lin's family because of certain things. Ugh, Lin An sighed as he looked at the window and was about to take the book back into his hands. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Dum 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 dum. As soon as this voice rang out, Lin An helplessly covered his head inside. Ugh, Lin Lin is still here. But Lin An wasn't going to pay any attention and didn't even move. Just because. Lin An, you asshole, why did you lock the door? Dum 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 dum. Open the door for me. Lin Lin kept knocking and shouting. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Lin was tired and the door was aggravated, her eyes drooping, head against the door, pouting and muttering. Why did you lock me out? Lin An, does he hate me? No, he won't hate me. Lin An said he likes Lin Lin the most, but shut himself out. Thinking about it, Lin Lin's eyes couldn't help but redden, and the tip of her nose couldn't help but sour. Tears welled up in her eyes and her little face scrunched up slightly. Oh, Lin An seems to hate her hotness. Chapter 91, Can't let Lin Lin be too capricious. Oh, Lin Lin was silently sobbing outside the door, the slightest trace of crystalline tears making her pretty little face blotchy. But she doesn't care. She wants Lin. She wants Lin. I don't know how long it took, but the sobbing outside the door gradually became quieter, and soon, there was no more sound. Originally, after Lin An heard Lin Lin cry, he instinctively wanted to go out and carry Lin Lin in, but once he thought that he couldn't let Lin Lin be too capricious, he had to hold back. Ugh, it's so torturous to hear Lin Lin cry. Slowly, he put on his headphones and started reading, but after a while, he put them down. He really couldn't rest assured about that girl. As soon as the crying stopped, Lin An Xin was a little nervous, worried about Lin Lin's condition. Lin put her palm on the doorknob and turned it. Click, the door slowly opened. A girl with slightly red eyes and a tear-stained face pounced on him. Lin An, I knew you'd open the door. Stop. Lin An reached out and landed a hand on Lin Lin's head, stopping her from getting close. Why? You. It was so hard to see that Rinne was rejecting her sticker. Her nose was sore. Don't talk yet. Don't cry. Lin An snapped. Lin An's cry caused Lin Lin's delicate body to tremble. I'm not crying. Lin Lin's shell teeth bit her pink lips and pursed her lips again, trying her best to control her emotions. No crying. She's not going to cry. She didn't want to cry at all. Lin Lin mentally hinted to herself, but the tip of her nose was sour the whole time. Seeing Lin Lin become honest, she carefully let go of her hand, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Lin, always on guard against her rushing forward. After his palm completely left Lin Lin, Lin An spoke. Lin Lin. Lin Lin raised his aggrieved little face and looked at Lin An. What is he going to do? Is he going to punish himself? I need to talk to you about something. Lin An said softly. You say, even though we're together, you've been pretty messed up lately, you know? After the words were said, Lin An gazed into Lin Lin's eyes, but the girl dodged and, obviously aware that he has really been messing around lately. I know, Lin Lin stammered. In anticipation of the upcoming finals? So you need to get a hold of yourself now. Aha, get a hold of yourself. Does this mean that Lin doesn't want control? Thinking of this, Lin nodded repeatedly, getting a response. Lin continued. So, I'm going to make an appointment with you. Why do you need a covenant? Hearing Lin's words, Lin had a bad feeling in his heart. Don't you say anything yet. Oh, Lin silently lowered his head, like a small child who had made a mistake. Heck, as long as Lin wasn't angry, she could actually say whatever she wanted her to do. First, you can't just touch me under the covers. Huh? Why? Lin had just finished speaking when he was met with Lin's disbelief. She couldn't sleep without Lin anymore. Because you're interfering with my sleep. But it helps me sleep. Hey, you're a girl who's not straight. Lin closed his eyes and breathed deeply, then suddenly opened them with a start. Dang. You. Lin's head was rewarded with a snapping finger from Lin, and he was about to open his mouth only to be glared at by Lin. Good. She wimped out, lowering his head slightly. I won't interrupt. Go ahead. Lin was so sensible. Lin put away the finger that was causing Lin pain and continued. Second. Lin, you always hug me in front of Uncle Lin lately. You're so. What's wrong with that? They don't mind again. You still mind on it. Humph. Lin pouted her little mouth and gave a soft hum. This was followed by the snap of Lin's fingers. Pa. Oh, it hurts. Lin covered her forehead and complained. If it hurts, grow a memory. Don't interrupt, or I won't spoil you. Lin pretended to be cold and spoke softly. If she doesn't change her willful nature, she will inevitably suffer a lot when she gets to society. Now he would have to educate Lin properly. The second point, the long and short of it is that you can't just move around here me. Oh, so, I was going to ask you before I moved? Lin asked curiously. Well, just pay attention to the occasion. Ahem, that's all. Lin's cheeks reddened slightly as he said awkwardly. Lin smiled and laughed as her little face broke out into a smile. Occasion? In her opinion, no matter what the occasion was, it was a wonderfully good occasion to stick it to Lin. Of course, she was only thinking about it that way. She still can't help but get nervous once she's in a crowded place. What about third? Lin took the initiative and said. Third, is don't just kiss me? After saying this, although Lin tried his best to control himself, his face couldn't help but become flushed. Seeing the scarlet blush on Lin's face, Lin gently responded. Oh, Lin he's actually just shy, right? Decided. Just kiss Lin more and he won't be shy. You've got to get over it. Okay, what you said, I promise. After saying that, Lin's little feet bounced and unfolded her arms to pounce on Lin. Aha! This ninny totally took his words in stride. Lin didn't react, and the two of them lay down on the bed. Get up. Looking at Lin's smiling face, Lin paused and murmured. Are you angry? I didn't mean it. I'll change. Can I change it? Lin, don't kick me out. I'm afraid to be alone. Lin's pink lips trembled slightly, and after hugging Lin's arm, she began to pretend to cry. Lin is a sensitive person, but that's why Lin needs to change. I won't kick you out, but you get up first. Lin rubbed Lin's head and said. Lin wiped her tears with her small hands and silently got up. Sit here and don't move. I'm going to start studying. Lin pointed to a spot on the bed while he moved closer to take a seat near the table. Lin didn't kick her out. Lin's heart warmed and his body moved closer to Lin. Lin, can I hug you? Looking at Lin's begging eyes, Lin reached out and rubbed Lin's head. As you wish. After saying that, Lin sat down beside Lin and hugged one of Lin's arms. Her head snuggled on Lin's shoulder and closed her eyes with a smile. P.S. Why isn't the rating going up? I'm begging for ratings and free swag / reason for the late update. I've been helping out around the house lately, so I haven't had much time to code lately. Chapter 92, Lin to be a good wife. Outside the window, a sparrow landed on a wire and made the sound of twittering. Looking up, a small bird is quickly taking off from the power lines and fleeing the area. Looking again, the sky had gone gray. It's going to rain again, Lin secretly said in his heart. Reach over and close the window. Just about to turn around. Warm body heat came from the back. He sighed and looked down. Holding Lin's soft palms, she twisted her head and asked, What's wrong with you? Suddenly hugging me? As soon as Lin's words were uttered, Lin's words seamlessly followed in response. I had a nightmare. Saying that, the girl who was attached to his back couldn't help but hug him tightly. Feeling Lin's force, Lin reached out and rubbed Lin's head. What nightmare? He asked. I dreamed that you left. You followed someone else and said you didn't want me forever. Lin said while standing up, her head next to Lin's shoulder. I said, even if everyone doesn't want you, I'll still want you. Don't worry Lin. Lin gently stroked Lin's hair, comforting this girl who had just woken up from a nap. The reason for this was that Lin had become cheerful, but now it seemed that this girl was still very insecure. I know it was a dream, but I'm really scared that you're going away. I'm afraid that later you'll do what we did with another girl. Lin Lin's words were soft, and he seemed to not care in his tone, but Linen clearly felt that Lin Lin was sad. Lin Lin was still the same Lin Lin, the silly girl who mistook her dreams for reality. Lin paused and turned around, looking at this girl who, at some point, had already burst into tears. As she spoke, the girl already wanted to cry, but Lin Lin kept restraining herself, trying to make her voice sound normal. But the moment Linen turned around, she couldn't help herself, her wet face buried directly into Lin An's chest. I'm afraid, Lin An, I'm so afraid you'll leave me. Lin An cried out. What are you afraid of? Haven't I been with you for so long? What's there to be afraid of? Besides, even if I were to leave, Aunt Bai and Uncle Lin wouldn't necessarily agree. Lin An lowered his head and rubbed Lin Lin's brain in comfort. Hearing Lin An say this, Lin Lin stopped crying. Yeah, oh, Mom and Dad already knew about her relationship with Lin An. If Lin An was determined to leave, Mom and Dad and the two of them would have broken his legs for sure. After all, Lin An and her have posted and pasted so many times. The white rabbit has been impure for a long time. Ah, thinking of this, Lin Lin's small hand wiped her slightly red eyes and her head lifted to stare at Lin An. Humph, you've already bullied me. If you dare abandon me and say something hurtful, then you're a scum. Lin An, you're definitely not a scumbag, right? Lin Lin's words silenced Lin An. Scumbag? How could he be? Lin An was a bit helpless and pinched this arrogant girl's face. Do you not know if I am or not? It's going to rain soon. Go and put away the clothes on the balcony. As part of the family, it's time to reflect your role. As soon as these words were said, Lin Lin nodded his head as if he had been pumped with chicken blood. Aha, good grin, he said, hurrying out the door. Lin An won't leave her, so it's time for her to contribute to the family. Lin An watched Lin Lin bounce away and froze in place. It was strange that Lin Lin reacted so strongly to his casual remark, but he quickly reacted with a dark thought in his mind. Alas, never mind, it was good for Lin Lin to be this energetic. With that thought, Lin An walked out the door and got ready to cook. It didn't take long for Lin Lin to solve the task assigned by Lin An, and excitedly she then ran to the kitchen to claim credit. The little face raised a smile and the big round eyes stared straight at Lin An. Those blinking eyes seemed to be saying, praise me, compliment me. Seeing this, Lin An was helpless. Well, my Lin Lin is awesome, Lin An said perfunctorily before continuing to turn his attention to the pot. Hey, Lin Lin had a happy smile on his face. She was content, happy with their behavior as well. Bouncing back to the couch, she cupped her face and mumbled to herself, aha, it feels good to be complimented by Lin An, so I'll just try to be a good wife from now on. How Lin An took care of her, then how she helped Lin An, helping Lin An with laundry, cooking for him, mopping and sweeping. Lin Lin was thinking about a beautiful life for two when suddenly a message beep brought her back to reality. Drip. Lin Lin picked up his cell phone and saw that it was a message from Quiet. And then, Lin Lin, I'm at your door right now. Go out and open the door. Lin Lin's good-looking eyebrows furrowed down, and there was some unhappiness in his heart. The quietness disturbed her and Lin's duo, but she was soon a little worried again. Quiet came to her house so late. Something should have happened. Then he asked, ring, Anan, is something wrong with you? Anan, Lin, actually, feel like I'm being followed. When I was going home, there was a guy behind me the whole time and I didn't even dare to look back. Seeing this, Lin's heart snapped. Anan was being followed. I was about to get up and go to the door when there was a drip. Quiet continued to reply. Anan, Lin, I'm a little scared. It's still far away from my house. Your house is a little closer than mine. I'm afraid that guy will do it. So I had to come to your house to take refuge. The door was quiet. Fingers moving quickly, tapping the screen of his cell phone, sending a message trying to get Lin to open the door as soon as possible. Lin is so slow. If she doesn't come, she'll have to call and hurry. Under the dark sky, beside a large tree, Ning Xinshin stared at the quiet location, frozen. Hey, isn't that Lin's house? Why did Quiet go to Lin's house instead of going home? Ning Xinshin was puzzled. She had gone out to run a few kilometers, and when she came home she encountered quietness, and she thought about going up to say hello. Who knows that guy with headphones? Pressure cannot hear her shouting. Ning Xinshin guessed that perhaps it is raining, so the quieter it goes faster and faster. However, this led to the fact that Ning Xinshin, who had been running for a long time, couldn't catch up with Quiet at all. The heart of the annoyed Ning Xinshin, that call a disobedience is about to catch up when found that the Quiet has come to Lin's home. Ning Xinshin thought silently, just as she was gazing at the silence. The door to Lin's house opened. The girl bared her head warily and waved at the Quiet. Quiet walked through the door. This scene made Ning Xinshin look blank, confused by the situation. She was puzzled. Boom, a thunderclap rang out, scaring her and making her shiver. Holy, this lightning won't strike her, will it? Ning Xinshin thought about it for a second, and bumbled away from the big tree. Get out of here! Get out of here! Ning Xinshin had just left the big tree without running a few steps, when a white sedan appeared in front of her. Drip! The car's horn blared, and Ning Xinshin turned around. Hello, can I help you? The car window was pulled down and Lin Shi, wearing sunglasses, smiled gently. The eyes under the sunglasses kept sizing up Ning Xinshin in his heart. Gee, the hair is wet. The body is emphasized quite well. Just how this face looks so familiar? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Important. It's finally her turn for something like meeting a beautiful girl in the rain on her way home, isn't it? I don't. Ning Xinshin was just about to refuse, when suddenly, boom, a loud thunderclap scared her body. I want to help. Get me in the car. Okay. Lin Shi then opened the car door, and Ning Xinshin, who was a little wet, walked into the back of the car. She was a little sleepy from her long run and couldn't help but squint her eyes, muttered. Well, I'm a little sleepy. Can I get some sleep in the car? Ning Xinshin had bought flowers from Lin Shi's flower store and knew that Lin and Lin Shi were relatives, so she was very relieved. After saying that, she didn't wait for Lin Shi to reply to close her eyes. Aha! What the hell? The beauty queen is asleep? Lin Shi, who had only seen Ning Xinshin once, had long forgotten about Ning Xinshin as a person, and now she only knew that there was a sleeping, wet and beautiful girl in her car. Hey, little girl, where is your home? Lin Shi asked. Ning Xinshin didn't respond. Since you're not talking, it's good to go to the hotel. Gentle laughter. Thinking this, Lin Shi drove and ran to the hotel. Chapter 93, Rainy night before bedtime. Outside the house, it was already raining heavily. Clatter, rumble. The sound of crashing rain was accompanied by a few deafening thunderclaps. The sudden flash of lightning scared the two girls into hugging each other tightly. I'm afraid. Lin looked at the quiet. Don't look at me. I'm scared too. Oh. Lin let go and looked into the kitchen. Quiet won't let her hold it, so she'll hold Lin and later. After thinking for a moment, Lin looked to the Quiet. Anne, you can sleep here tonight. Yeah. Quiet didn't hesitate and smiled. We're going to sleep together at night then. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Quiet had a smile on her face, but Lin's face was a little sad. Alas, is this the end of the 15-day record of sleeping with Lin Paste? What's wrong? Quiet saw the displeasure on Lin's face and she asked curiously. It's fine. Lin responded bashfully, but her small mouth couldn't help but pout. Did Lin bully you? Quiet continued to ask undeterred. Lin shook his head. No. Just as Quiet was about to press on, a figure came from the direction of the kitchen. Dinner's ready. Lin was carrying a pot of soup in the direction of the table when her eyes glanced over to the couch. He froze. Why is Quiet here? Hi. Quiet smiled and greeted Rene. Hi. Quiet, when did you get here? Lin asked as she walked slowly with the things in her hand. Haha, because it's raining. I had to ask you guys to take me. In Quiet face filled with laughter, as if she was really happy in general. But Lin was aware that the quietness was merely feigned happiness, and that her heart had long been frightened by what had happened before. If Lin is okay with it, I'm okay with it. Saying that, Lin placed this pot of soup in his hands peacefully on the dining table. Okay, you two can come over and sit down. Good, the two girls responded. Soon, Lin placed the remaining few dishes on the table one by one. Quiet sniffed the aroma of the dishes on the table, saliva secreting inside her mouth. It smells so good. Lin, you're a good cook. Thanks for the praise, but this is really nothing. As long as you practice for a decade or so, your cooking skills will also improve. Lin responded indifferently. With a glance of his eyes, he saw Lin, who had her pink mouth slightly open and was staring straight at him, and instantly understood. Fingers cupping chopsticks, he chucked a piece of bok choy into Lin's bowl. Seeing the lone green vegetable and the white rice, Lin's little mouth pouted in protest. I want to eat meat. Lin's lowly voice had just been released, and it ushered in Lin and stare. Layman, stare. In the next second, Lin silently lowered her head, gave a deep exhale, and clenched her small hands tightly, as if she had made some major decision. The green face lifted and met Lin's gaze. I want meat. No way. Lin refused. No picky eaters, eat the veggies in your bowl. When he finished, he withdrew his gaze and picked at his own meal. Damn it, Lin is too much. I can't believe they won't let him eat meat. If a girl doesn't eat meat, how can she grow meat? Lin was so angry in her heart that her little chest went up and down in anger, but she couldn't do anything about Lin and Now the two of them have switched places. Now at home, Lin was the boss, and as long as she was capricious and didn't listen to Lin wouldn't let her into the room. No, this punishment really takes your breath away. Suddenly, Lin thought of something. Quiet is sleeping with her tonight. Then why should she listen to Lin? What punishment? Off. I'll just eat meat. Just eat meat. Lin skimmed her mouth, her little hand quickly reaching for the meat in the dish. Of course Lin wasn't preventing Lin from eating meat, just not at this stage. Eat your greens quickly. Eat meat every day. It's not good to be so picky. Look at you. Your face is fleshy. How much meat have you grown? Lin stood up and pinched Lin's fleshy cheeks. My flesh just hasn't grown where it should. Lin said sheepishly. Said the man. His eyes flicked to the quietness of the silently drying meal. There was a jolt of quiet. Aha! What are you looking at her for? She's quiet, just wants to be a quiet dry cook. Don't look at it, Lin. It's sci-fi to you. It's unrealistic. Noticing Lin's line of sight, Lin secretly shook his head and responded faintly after his fingers cupped Lin's chin and pulled it back. Keep eating. Oof. I don't care. I want to eat meat tonight, and then let's eat meat together, okay? Lin wanted to pull Quiet down and kept winking suggestively. Quiet froze, clearly at a loss for words. Quiet, don't mind her. This girl is just a picky eater. If you don't push her, she'll get worse next time. Lin glared at Lin, and then pinched vegetables into Lin's bowl, which made it hard for Lin. Little faces drooped. Hearing Lin's words, Quiet nodded instinctively. Right, so right. Lin, this girl does not treat her. Next time she decides that she will do it again and it is getting worse. But Lin was her bestie. She couldn't backstab Lin. So Quiet chose to keep quiet and silently dry her meal. But the quiet instinctive nod was seen by Lin. Damn Quiet. You and Lin are in cahoots. You just know how to bully her. She just wants to eat more meat so that she can grow a little bit more meat. Lin was aggrieved in her heart, but she was too shy to say anything. Head down, holding the bowl and chopsticks and silently picking at his meal. Suddenly, a piece of meat appeared in her bowl, which was only white and green. Lin looked up, seeing that Lin was looking at her. Eat. At that moment, Lin's heart was delighted. Pick up the meat, stick it out of your little mouth, and stir it painfully. Lin is still heartbreaking her well. At night time, it is better to go to sleep with Lin. Thinking of this, Lin silently apologized to Quiet in her mind. Sorry Lin. It was still Lin's favorite to sleep with her. P.S. Sometimes really want to swing, but the thought of my readers who are waiting to be fed, and I am forced to endure the physical and mental fatigue to code words. I have worked so hard. Then I beg for a free gift. It seems to be not too much. Right. Asterisk smiley face asterisk. Chapter 94, Going to Sleep. Time passed and they had finished dinner. It's still drizzling outside the window and it's getting to be about 10 p.m. Being afraid of being followed by bad people, but not wanting his parents to worry blindly, Quiet called his family to tell them. Play by yourself at Lin's house and tell them not to worry. Lin, I'm going to sleep first. You guys talk. Lin, who had packed up her things, glanced at Lin and walked upstairs, ready to go to sleep. After all, she had to go to school tomorrow. Hearing this, Lin also couldn't help but snort and was ready to walk up the stairs as well. But she suddenly thought of something and directly turned her head and said, By the way Anne, you haven't showered yet have you? Why don't you go shower now? Quiet froze slightly at Lin's words. I don't have any clothes to wear if I take a bath. Hearing Quiet's words, Lin directly took off and said with a smile, Oops, you can wear mine. At these words, Quiet then let out a low breath. Then, walking over to Lin's side, he looked down at her. Lin, your clothes are too tight. They'll strangle me. The quiet words made Lin's tilted little head freeze. Silence looked at Quiet, and soon her eyes slowed down and widened momentarily when she saw what she saw, but she said nothing. But Lin's little face had dropped, pink lips slightly opened. Trembling, I'll take my mom's clothes and give them to you. Yeah, no, you're welcome. Quiet walked into the shower after getting the right clothes from Lin. Instead, Lin sneakily opened Lin's room. The round eyes were turning in the darkened room. Upon seeing the silhouette on the bed, the corner of her mouth hooked into a wicked smile. Hey, Lin seems to be asleep. In that case, don't blame her. Thinking of this, Lin gently closed the door, her bare feet tiptoeing gently, and stepped closer to Lin. But the temperature of the ground was freezing, causing Lin's body to shake uncontrollably, even unconsciously making petulant sounds. It's so cold. No, just bear with me a little longer. Lin covered her mouth and cried out in her mind. It didn't take long for Lori to come to Lin's bed. After today, it's the 16th day of sleeping with Lin. Looking at Lin's sleeping face, Lin's little feet reached out and stretched into Lin's bed. Lying down, she couldn't help but think darkly as she felt Lin's body heat. When we get married, we can hug Lin all the time. Ha. Just as Lin was in her reverie, there was a Suddenly, the whole room lit up. Hey! Lin was startled and her entire body shrank into Lin's arms. What's going on here? Lin looked up at the ceiling, curious. Just then, a familiar magnetic voice rang in her ears. Lin. Lin Lin's petite body trembled as she quickly turned back. Lin An's pale face was reflected in her eyes. You badass. Lin Lin reached out and clenched her fist on Lin An's chest. The face was full of unhappiness. This guy, Lin An, was clearly not sleeping and was deliberately scaring her. Abominable. Lin An cupped Lin Lin's soft little hand in one hand and wrapped the other around her thin waist. With a smile in his eyes, he approached the little girl's ear and whispered, I'm not as bad as you are. Sneaking under my covers every day. Do you really think I don't have a temper? When Lin An finished his words, Lin Lin turned red and lowered his head. Lin An's gentle words and burning nostrils drifted into Lin Lin's heart, making this girl feel weak and nervous. For a while I was afraid to say what to write. There was something wrong with the air. Lin Lin was silent in Lin An's arms for a while before Lin An's voice continued. Lin Lin, let me ask you something. After saying that, Lin Lin's chin was lifted by Lin An, and her tender lowly face then faced Lin An. Shy and nervous, Lin Lin puckered her lips and murmured, Go ahead. I'm listening. After glancing at Lin Lin, Lin An asked, Was the envelope you slipped me the other day important? As soon as these words came out of her mouth, Lin Lin's shyness dissipated and her eyes widened. Ha, that's important. Didn't you read it? No, I didn't even have time to look at it before you ran out of the house. And after I got you home, that envelope turned into a pile of scraps. Lin responded. When he got home that day, he changed his clothes and forgot about the pink envelope in his pocket straight away. He also remembered the forgotten envelope only today when he was taking a shower and changing his clothes and fished it out of his pocket where it had turned into a ball of scrap paper. Lin Lin didn't say anything, just her head was bowed and she was in a slightly lost mood. She was naive enough to think that Lin An had read the letter when she said she liked herself earlier. As a result, Lin An didn't even look at it. Seeing Lin Lin's head drooping, he had a hard look on his face. Lin An directly picked up Lin Lin and gathered her into his arms. Hey! This action directly caused Lin Lin to be startled, and her good-looking eyes couldn't help but widen. What are you going to do? Doing what? Sleep. Of course. Lin An's voice had just fallen when a crisp sound rang out. The bright light was instantly nowhere to be seen. In the room under the shroud of darkness, let all the senses magnify infinitely. Flop flop. The only sound coming from the secluded bed was a heartbeat. Lin Lin, who had originally lost some of her mood, now became in a high mood. Is Lin going to do something bad to her? If it wasn't, then why did Lin An pick her up and get under the covers? Lin Lin closed her eyes and waited for Lin An's next move, but there was no telling how much time had passed. After Lin An's hand left her body, she still didn't wait for Lin An's next move. Lin Lin's brain popped out in great confusion. What did Lin An mean? After hugging himself, why didn't he do anything? I'm not happy. Thinking about it, such a girl pouted and stared at Lin An with bulging eyes. A finger flicked out and poked at Lin's soft flesh. Hey Lin An, why don't you move? Why don't you move? Lin Lin spoke in Lin An's ear. As soon as Lin Lin's words were exhaled, her sideways body was suddenly overturned by a force, and all of a sudden, her entire body was facing upwards. Hey, she was a little confused, her pretty eyes glancing up at the dark ceiling. Suddenly, Lin An's face blocked her view. It's not. Lin An really moved? Wait a minute. Just kidding. Actually, she's not ready yet. Lin An, wait. Lin An shouted shakily. Suddenly, Lin An's face directly disliked it. Chapter 95, Lin Lin being a good wife. I don't know how long it's been. Quiet had walked out of the room wearing Bai Yi's clothes. Ka-ching. She opened the door, wearing a pair of slippers, her towel clutching hand constantly rubbing her damp hair. Lin Lin? Quiet probe exhaled in the direction of the open living room, but there was no response. So the light that was on in the living room was actually left on for her. Quietly thinking that perhaps Lin Lin had gone upstairs to bed. It was just as well that she was sleepy, so she hurried upstairs to dry her hair, and then she joined Lin Lin in posting the bar. A small smile appeared on Quiet's face at the thought of lying in the big soft bed with Lin Lin. She had wanted to take Lin Lin into her arms for a long time. Lin Lin's tiny, soft body. I really want to hug it. Quiet smiled faintly, muttering to herself. But what she didn't know was that Lin Lin's fragrant soft body was being held tightly by someone at the moment. Click. Quiet reached over and turned off the living room light, then turned on the light on the hallway. Da 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 da. A crisp sound echoed through the secluded house. Soon Quiet walked upstairs. Just as Quiet walked up to Lin Lin's door, a strange voice reached her ears. What's that sound? Quietly thinking curiously in his mind, his head poked out slightly towards the source of the sound. That sound sounds familiar. Dang. Quiet didn't stand still for a moment and hit his head on Lin's doorway. At once the strange voice disappeared, and the moment was quiet and unbelievably wide-eyed. Quiet dared to conclude that the sound coming from Lin An's room was similar to the sound coming from her dad and mom's room. Gulp. Quiet gulped, stepping away a little nervously. No, I have to tell Linen about secretly watching a small movie in the middle of the night to Lin Lin. With this thought in her mind, Quiet lifted her feet and left the front of Lin An's room in slow steps, heading towards Lin Lin's room. How could she, as Lin Lin's best friend, let Lin Lin's beloved consume her every night? This kind of thing, it was absolutely necessary for Lin Lin to personally go out and stop it. Thinking about it, Quiet felt really righteous. So, she quickened her pace and moved away from the room of salacious voices. Lin Lin's room was opened and Quiet walked in, turning on the light in a hurry. Lin Lin, Quiet shouted at the bumpy quilt on the bed. After one sound, there was not a single response from the bed. When did this girl sleep so much? Quiet was puzzled, but she still had to help Lin Lin. Quiet walked over to the quilt and pushed the bulge. The force of the hand was not great, but the quilt wept. Hey, where's Lin Lin? Looking at the empty quilt, Quiet muttered. After thinking about it for a while, Quiet got a bold idea. That is, her stupid best friend was actually in Lin An's room. As soon as this thought came out, Quiet directly sucked in a breath of cold air. Quiet couldn't help but blush at the thought of the odd sounds he'd heard in the doorway earlier. No wonder that voice sounded familiar to her. It turned out to be the voice of that dead ninny Lin Lin. Damn it, you're screaming so loud. Are you afraid she won't hear you? Oh, those two assholes. Blatant dog-feeding assholes. Quiet blushed and cursed angrily in her mind, and after a moment, walked over to the bed and picked up Lin Lin's hairdryer. Hoo-oo. The loud voice directly covered Lin Lin's petulant voice. Now that quieted the troubled mind a little. As the saying goes, you can't hear what you don't want to hear. Lin An's room. Lin Lin's face was slightly flushed, and her slightly open mouth had long been stained with crystallized saliva. Hoo! The sound of a blow dryer came from one side of the wall, breaking the pair's atmosphere, pulling Lin Lin's rapid breathing back to calm. Linen gave Lin Lin some time to catch his breath. After a short while, the voices on one side of the wall dissipated. What? Are you satisfied? Linen asked as he pinched Lin Lin's white chin and stared at the arrogant girl. Lin Lin was very stubborn and inclined her head, ignoring Lin An's words with a light hum. It seemed to still be angry at Lin An's sudden move. Bastard Linen! She had pushed so many times, but this asshole didn't listen and ignored her at all, just carrying on by himself. She's really pissed off tonight. She needed Lin An's gentle coaxing, not the rudeness of the party. Seeing that Lin Lin didn't answer, Linen stretched out his thumb and gently placed it on Lin Lin's watery pink lips. Wiped out. Silly girl, you're drooling. Are you sure this is mine? Lin Lin grunted softly. Lin Lin asked rhetorically, causing Linen to freeze. There is indeed certainly not Lin Lin's. Since you're not talking anymore, let's go to sleep. Linen said, wrapping an arm around Lin Lin's waist and falling back. Lie down on the bed. Lin Lin never said anything because she didn't know what to say anymore. After all, it had all been bullied. What else could she say? Did she have to question Lin about why she was reaching in when she kissed? Don't say that. Anyway, she's tired too. After the two of them lay down on the cozy bed, Linen closed his eyes and prepared to fall asleep. The behavior just now was nothing more than a whim, and while it didn't break the negative distance, it actually did in a sense. His relationship with Lin Lin is sort of known to everyone. Little cutie. It's the only one who doesn't know, right? Linen closed his eyes and thought, what was the letter Lin Lin had given him? He actually already knew, and Lin Lin said it was something important. That day happened to be the 20th of May, exactly when he was going to send Lin Lin flowers, and Lin Lin was also on that day. May 20th issue. Send a letter. He probably guessed it. Lin Lin was a shy fellow, and though she was bold at times, she really only dared to be so in front of herself. Still a self-absorbed little girl on the inside, and perhaps the content of that letter was that she liked him. Thinking about it, Linen got a little sleepy. Breathing gradually became calmer, but there was one guy who wasn't much sleepy. Lin Lin slightly turned sideways, her eyes staring at Lin An's side face, not knowing what came to her mind. Lin Lin's eyes curved and the corners of her mouth hooked. Aha! What about in the future? What would be a good name for her child? Lin Lin wanted a name that would be suitable for both men and women. She also thought about trying to be a good wife, but it seems a little too early to be thinking about that. Everything after work. Think about it. I really do. As Lin Lin thought about it, sleepiness flooded in, and without realizing it, she fell asleep leaning against Lin An's side. P.S. First of all, the pace will be sped up later on. Those who know it naturally know it, ha. Secondly, if you do not like this work, I will ask you to leave. Do not like to go. Read the novel, figure a mood to enjoy. Look at the unpleasant, but also to see what it. If you do not like this book, I will not say anything at all. Because you comment on the criticism, I am happy to accept. But if you are deliberately degrading, so that I am not happy, I will choose to delete the comments. *******. Finally, of course, is to ask for free small gifts and book reviews. Almost 8 points. The first time so high. Rice really want to be on the 8 points once. /e/. Chapter 96, Spare Linlin. It was a different kind of rainy night. The temperature outside the window became slightly cooler at some point, and the raindrops stopped falling from the originally drizzly sky. Leaves supporting a drop of water swayed in the breeze. Ta-da! The water droplets kissed the earth lightly and nonchalantly. All three in the room were sleeping peacefully, but within the only hotel, there was no peace. It's pouring outside the hotel here, and the rattling sound of clatter is unabashedly loud. Outside the hotel was being surrounded by a misty downpour and a cacophony of voices, but the hotel was peaceful, overly peaceful. Ning Xinshin woke up with her head covered, and in front of her eyes was a dark, reaching blackness. Where is this? She asked herself. After looking around, she realized that the surrounding area was very unfamiliar, and that this was not her home at all. Drip, a sound rang out. Ning Xinshin looked along the source of the sound, only to see that a cell phone was emitting a bright light. Ning Xinshin held back her sleepiness and picked up her cell phone, fixing her eyes on it. When he saw the unfamiliar name on the cell phone message, she froze. The phone wasn't hers. Damn, where is she now? Panic began to rise in Ning Xinshin's heart, and her fingers groped close to the bed. Suddenly, a warm touch came out, making her jump. She had someone with her. She's not going to be picked up by that rascal, is she? This thought popped up in her mind, causing Ning Xinshin to feel nauseous straight away, and her soft body began to tremble. Just as she was checking herself over, a voice bubbled up. You're awake. Ah. Ning Xinshin turned back with a jolt. It was pitch black and I couldn't see anything, but the voice just now was a girl's, and it sounded familiar. Just as Ning Xinshin was puzzled, there was a sound. Blinding light spilled from overhead. Ning Xinshin suddenly closed her eyes tightly and couldn't help but yelp. Soon, she slowly opened her eyes, and in this moment, she froze. The person in front of her made her blush, only to see Lin Sure all up and down a piece of Snow White, just the important parts, wearing a close-fitting underwear just. Shopkeeper, what is this situation? Ning Xinshin dropped her shyness and stared straight at Lin Sure's body as she asked. After saying that, her eyes kept glancing at Lin Sure's body. Well, you got in my car and fell asleep, remember? Hearing these words, Ning Xinshin reacted and put away the embarrassment of surveying Lin Sure's fully curved body. Sleep-dazed. Sorry, store manager. If you want to apologize, it's me who should apologize to you. Lin Sure raised her sleepy head, narrowed her eyes, and spoke softly. Ning Xinshin was puzzled and froze. Seeing this, after Lin Sure yawned, he extended his finger and pointed at Ning Xinshin's body. It was wrong of me to bring you to the hotel privately, and look for yourself. Hearing this, Ning Xinshin then followed the direction of her finger and lowered her head, and in just a second, her face flushed red. Well, that, store manager, were my clothes taken off by you? Ning Xinshin covered her white and tender chest and stared straight at Lin Sure. Well, yeah, I saw you stinking and all sweaty, so I gave you a bath. And it's weird that you slept so much. And, we're both girls, what are you afraid of? Come on, take your hands away and let's be frank. Saying that, Lin Sure faintly glanced at Ning Xinshin's breasts that were covered by her palms, and seeing that her face was slightly flushed, as if she was shy, she then continued. Ahem, since you're not happy about it, forget it, let's just get to bed. It's late after all. Lin Sure finished his words and lay down, ready to fall asleep. But Lin Sure muttered inwardly, gee, the very American girl posting plan failed. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Well, it's not impossible. Ning Xinshin left her palms covering her breasts, pretending to be a shy young girl, tilting his head up to face Lin Sure. She's not prey, she's a high-end hunter. Gulp, a sound that, the sleeping hippo in Lin Sure's heart awoke. Good, Lin Sure shouted repeatedly, raising his waist and removing the bindings from his body one by one. It didn't take long. The two are truly honest with each other. Shopkeeper, I'm cold. Don't be afraid. I'm hot as hell. Time has always been precious time. So, even when Lin was sleeping, she wouldn't forget that Linen was by her side. The soft body squirmed with the instinct to engage Lin in a stick fit. Hoo-ha, her small mouth opened and closed, gulping breath into Lin's face. But that's not enough. Lin's body is cool, while Linen is on the hot side. Lin, who was afraid of the cold, had to keep moving closer to Lin's warm body, and under the effect of instinct, Lin stuck to Lin's body with both hands and feet like a sloth. Such a night passed quickly. Sky, brighten up. Ring ring ring. The sound of the alarm clock went off, and Lin was woken up, rubbing her eyes and straightening her back. I was about to stretch when my arm hit something soft. It didn't take much to figure out it was some girl. Linen lowered his head and saw that his upper body was tightly glued together by Lin's limbs, and he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. LOL, this girl is clinging to him like this even when she sleeps. Lin was a little reluctant to wake the sleeping Lin up. Glancing at the alarm clock, he saw that there was still enough time. Then he slightly lowered his head and watched Lin's sleeping face up close. Lin slightly opened her pink lips, and wisps of hot air floated out from Lin's tender lips. Looking away, Lin moved his arms and legs in his arms and legs. Well Lin and let's have a little baby, okay? After saying that, Lin's tender face revealed a demented smile. Hearing this, Lin's face stiffened. Hey, this girl definitely dreamed of something unclean. Lin shook his head helplessly, then pinched Lin's soft cheeks and spoke softly to himself. Silly girl, it's not the right time yet. Finishing her sentence, Lin thought that it was time to wake Lin up. He then reached out with both hands and quietly approached Lin's soft and tender parts. All 10 fingers simultaneously began to wriggle like little reptiles. Lin's eyes instantly widened. The fragrant little body, unable to control it, began to squirm. And open your little mouth. Ahahaha, it tickles. Lin and you, what are you doing? After laughing for a while, Lin's eyes widened as he forced himself to endure the itch and glared angrily at Lin. Can't you see? I'm tickling you. Lin was so bullied that she couldn't speak, and could only hold in her laughter with a red face, her body crawling on the bed like a small insect. I can't take it anymore. Rinan, you asshole. Lin held back, but he couldn't help but yell out. After shouting, Lin ignored Lin and instead shifted his attack position. 10 nimble fingers, quickly moving downward, pinched the soles of Lin's feet in one hand. Seeing this, Lin's good-looking little face first showed an expression of fear, then transformed into a slight plea for mercy. Lin pivoted, her small pink hand gripping Lin's sleeve as she gently shook it. Brotherin, will you spare me? Lin knows she's wrong. Chapter 97, The Quietness of Eating Dog Food in the Morning. So sleepy, Quiet snorted and blinked, ready to get out of bed. Getting dressed quickly, he walked to the door. Suddenly, a burst of giggling girls' voices came. The quietness that had been eroded by the trapped intent instantly sobered up. Lin and Lin wouldn't. Fought all night, right? Quiet murmured with her ear close to the door. Shortly after she heard the strange noise last night, she put on her earplugs and went to sleep. It's not clear. How long did the sound last night? Could it really have been the whole night? My goodness. Lin and Lin. That's crazy. Quiet held back the shock in his heart and walked out of the room pretending that nothing had happened. Glancing at Lin's doorway and beginning to hesitate, she thought darkly, should we remind those two guys that it's time to go to school now? After a brainstorming session, Quiet decided to disturb Lin and Lin to continue working. Dumb. It's time for school, you two. A knock sounded on the door and Lin stopped moving. Frozen, he looked in the direction of the door. Oh no, I was so high that I forgot about the Quiet next door thing, and Lin was so loud just now. I'm sure Quiet heard it all. Thinking of this, Lin stopped panicking and looked up in response. Good. Responding, he loosened Lin's white and tender little feet and looked up at Lin. About to say something, Lin spoke first. You bad boy. Lin cursed and kicked his 2 small feet towards Lin's chest. Hey! Before she could touch Lin's body, her foot was pinched. Get loose. Not loose. If I do, you'll just keep kicking me. Humph. It's not you who bullied me. I even begged for mercy and you didn't even let me go. Lin, you're really getting worse. After saying that, Lin puffed up her mouth and glared, her heart full of grievances. Lin changed and became fond of bullying her, obviously used to spoil her. But then again, Lin also somewhat enjoys being bullied by Lin. He. It's just that this arrogant girl doesn't want to show it. I've always been bad, don't you know? Lin pinched Lin's cheek and moved closer to stare at her. Bad egg. Lin gently slapped Lin's palm and was about to get out of bed with a red face. The asshole was always bullying her, and she was sick of it. She's getting out of bed. Lin beamed her little mouth and like a kitten, she hopped lightly on her tiptoes and left the bed. The moment her white jade feet touched the ground, Lin awkwardly twisted her head and looked at Lin. That, Lin, my clothes, give it to me, okay? Seeing Lin's rosy little face droop, still covering his breasts with one hand, Lin's mouth hooked up and laughed. Here, you don't actually need to cover it. There's nothing to cover. Lin reached out and was about to catch her clothes, but after hearing Lin's words, her little face turned old and red with anger, and she said indignantly, I'll just cover up. Not to show you. I'm mad at you. A handful of clothes were tugged on and dressed behind Lin's back. Seeing Lin in this state, Lin secretly laughed. In fact, what he wanted to say was, just with the relationship between the two of them, did it make a difference whether this was covered or not? Actually, no. But Lin seemed to misunderstand that he was mocking Lin's inferiority complex cutie again. Didn't he say that bears are cute too? Badass Lin N. Just know how to bully her. Damn it. Lin muttered in his mind as he put his school uniform and pants on his body. Lin moved quickly, taking the lead in putting his own clothes on, smiling as he walked out of bed to Lin's side and pinched her fleshy face, saying, "Get dressed. We should go now." Wait. Pants got stuck outside the door. Already washed up and passing by the quietness of Lin's room. Once again and again he heard strange noises in the room. Quiet is almost numb. But still, she pressed her head against the door of the room and, curious thought, are these two guys up to something new by staying out so long? Lin, push harder. It's stuck and won't move. Lin urged Linen. She was in a hurry now. The belt of her pants was actually knotted. If she didn't undo it, she wouldn't even be able to put it on okay. Lin's little face crumpled into a ball of anxiety. Don't you move. Let me. Oh, go on then. I won't bother you. After saying that, Lin's head lifted up shyly, no longer looking at Linen. Well it's so humiliating. Linen was underneath her helping her unbuckle her pants, and the girl was already blushing. Shy. Quiet took a deep breath when he heard the commotion inside. The heart murmured, "Fake. It's all fake. It's sci-fi. It's not real. Her lovely BFF is really impure." There were so many tricks, and just listening to them, she felt the incredible images. Quietly, he stood in the doorway, thinking, wondering what to do. After some brainstorming, Quiet chose to just wait quietly for her days as a godmother. I'm sure that day won't be too far away. The door to the room opened. Lin and Lin walked out together. Don't do that next time. I won't be able to stand it. Lin blushed, lowered her head, hooked her fingers around Lin's, and spoke in a light tone. Hearing what Lin said, Lin also knew what she was talking about. Fine. Next time, I'll change it. You. Lin stared at Lin's curved eyes and gritted her teeth, her little temper about to flare up. Lin pinched Lin's hand. Stop it. Go wash up. Hearing these words, Lin let out a light hum, and then extremely obediently followed Lin. The look of that puckered mouth good-naturedly following him made Lin even more amused. Her head couldn't help but move closer to Lin's cheek. Hey. Feeling Lin's breathing, Lin looked directly up at him. You bad boy. You want to do something bad again. Hey, were you actually recognized? But, since he's been recognized, he's not pretending anymore. I just want to do bad things. Who asked you to be so cute? So cute that I want to do bad things to you. Lin finished his sentence, and without waiting for Lin to react, he pinched Lin's wrist and pressed it against the wall. Thunk with a thud. Lin's back pressed close to the wall. Lin, you don't mess around. Quiet is still downstairs. Lin's eyes dodged, pursed her lips and said, that's also downstairs. It's not coming up. Right. After saying that, Lin head down. But Lin didn't finish his words before her eyes involuntarily widened and her heart pounded continuously. It's the first time I've ever done that outside, and there's a chance that Quiet might come upstairs and see it. Lin glanced at the building and her eyes widened. Hey, it's Quiet. Quiet, who had cooked breakfast, was about to call the two slackers to dinner, but as soon as she got upstairs, she was stuffed with another mouthful of dog food. Seeing Lin looking at her, Quiet instantly had a heartfelt understanding. Behave yourself and leave. As he walked, Quiet thought, damn it, it's a big morning for dog abuse, isn't it? I'm going to poison you. More salt. P.S. First of all, I'm rare. I'm up to 8 points. Thank you all very much for your support. I've decided, this one will stay updated until no one reads it, and if the data crashes, it won't be written. Lastly, I'm asking for freebies. It's a free novel, and I wouldn't be where I am without your support. Thanks for the support / Chapter 98, Be Temperate. In the end, the Quiet was not poisoned, slammed with salt. The morning passed quickly. Lin and Quiet left the house together and headed to school. Along the way, Lin and Linen had been sticking together. Lin had been pestering Linen, and from time to time she even pampered herself and begged Linen to give her small rewards. This mushy scene made Quiet extremely uncomfortable, and goosebumps fell straight to the ground. That's enough. She's had enough. Couldn't hold back. The annoyance and dissatisfaction in his heart exploded at this moment. Quiet walked over to Linen and glared at them. I say, you guys are almost done. Linen and Lin froze at the same time, staring blankly at the silence. Seeing these two playing dumb, Quiet decided to count all the crimes the two had committed in force-feeding her dog food. Quietly taking a step forward, she bent down and reached out to point at Lin's little head, shouting, You, Lin, last night clearly said that we should sleep together, but you actually lied to me. And Linen together paste went. Did not expect you actually hardship netizen. Being pointed at and scolded by Quiet. Lin puffed up her little mouth, somewhat at a loss for words, and her face flushed, pulling on Lin's arm, her head rubbed up against it. Seeing this scene, the corner of Quiet's mouth twitched. Good for you, Lin. It's all come to this, still playing like this in front of her, right? Then, the Quiet continued. You girl lie to me even if, why also make so much noise? I am in the next door are being noisy. You is afraid that I can't listen to your happy voice? Lin and Linen looked at each other and unanimously revealed awkward smiles. After glancing at Lin puffed up her little mouth and tugged to Lin's ear, complaining aggressively, trying to put the blame on Linen. It's all your fault, it's your fault. You just know how to mess around. See, and heard you. Linen didn't say anything. He felt some little awkward discussing this in front of the other girls. Seeing Lin and Linen still pulling and tugging without any remorse, Quiet was furious, her chest puffing up and down with anger. Those two assholes. After all that, you guys really didn't hear a thing. It's enough to play at night, but in the morning, I hear you laughing in your room. And even if you laugh, you do it in front of me? Don't I want to lose face? A word of advice from my heart to both of you. Moderation. Understand? Yes. We'll pay attention next time. Exhale. Seems to hear go a little bit. Hearing the duo's words, Quiet let out a sigh of relief. The way she looked at Linen and Lin was like she was looking at two immature children, who would inevitably sink into it after their first taste of the fruit. And Quiet is the instrumental person who prevents them from sinking. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Quiet sighed and looked at the duo faintly. I really don't know how Uncle Lin and Auntie Bai were relieved to have the two of them at home. Could it be, were Linen and Lin so bold and unrestrained even when Uncle Lin and Auntie Bai were at home? Quiet was a little hard to figure out, so he just didn't think about it. Let's go to school. It's almost time for the exam. You guys are still whining. Can you be more serious? Quietly waved his hand, and headed in the direction of the school. I'm talking about you. Lin, don't hug me. I'll be late if I don't hug you at home. She had just twisted her head to look at the road ahead for a moment, and then once again turned back to see Lin clinging to Lin's arm, and then shouted. After hearing the quiet voice, Lin reluctantly left his body away from Linen. Be honest, I've told you not to stick to me like this outside. Why don't you listen? Linen removed Lin's small hand and gently rubbed Lin's brain, saying, I'll hold back next time. Lin beamed and said softly, she just likes Linen. She just doesn't want to leave Linen, because later on she will have to leave Linen for the morning. Oh, it's going to be hard for her during that time. Right after Lin let go of Lin's arm, Quiet squeezed Lin's palm, pulled him to his side, and walked forward. Looking at Lin's petite back, Linen just smiled and walked silently. Lin is still really flat. I wonder, what should she do in the future? Is the little one really going to run out of drink? Quiet pulled Lin along and suddenly she turned her head and spoke to Lin. Lin, you guys need to exercise restraint in the future. Although at the beginning, it was pretty crazy, but just bear with it. Otherwise if you keep going like that, it will only be bad for you or Linen. There's no good in it. And it's going to hurt. Quietly and painstakingly persuaded Lin, trying to make Lin understand the consequences of not exercising restraint day and night. But Lin didn't quite understand what Quiet meant, tilting her little head and blinking her eyes. Seems to say, what are you saying? She and Lin weren't just cuddling. How could they still hurt their bodies? Lin slightly frowned her pretty eyebrows. She didn't understand. Lin lowered his head and thought about it, and suddenly something came to mind. Wait, does Quiet actually mean, hey? Lin's face is blushing. Should have heard it going. Quiet glanced at Lin's scarlet cheeks and nodded in relief. Time passed, and the three had arrived inside the school. The morning session got underway quickly, but blinked. At noon, Lin and Lin began to enter the cafeteria together, as they had done in the past. And Quiet had just arrived at the cafeteria when he watched the dog-loving people in front of him walk into the cafeteria hand in hand. The day passed. The sky was covered in evening sunlight, under fiery red clouds. Outside the school gate, there were three figures walking slowly in the dim light. One of them spoke up. I say, do you two really not consider my feelings? Quiet spoke extremely helplessly to the two beside her, Linen and Lin, who were holding hands. She was almost speechless. It had been a long day. From morning until now, these two guys were stuck together. And, I'm sorry I won't do that next time. Lin smiled, replying to the silence. Small hands waved at her in apology. However, Lin only spoke out of his mouth. But his actions didn't seem to change, still clinging to Linen. This was followed by a welcome look of quiet helplessness. After a sigh, he said, Ugh, I'm not saying you guys can't be like that, but Lin, I'm really doing this for your own good. You guys need to be moderate. Understand? P.S. Pick up the pace ing. Chapter 99, The Old Couple. In the face of Quiet's words, Lin chose to ignore them, and Linen couldn't say anything. After all, if Lin wanted to stick to him, then it wasn't good for him to do something about it. It was fine if he wanted to do something, but he wouldn't teach Lin a lesson in front of other people. This girl, too, needs a little face. Neither Lin nor Linen paid any attention to the quietness of the blah 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 on the sidelines. Quiet was helpless in her mind. Eventually she had had enough. She was going home. She didn't want any more dog food. Just as Quiet had taken a few steps, a small, warm hand took hold of her. Quiet looked back, only to see Lin looking at her with a smile in his eyes. Aya and don't be angry. It's my fault. It's my fault. I should have considered your feelings before doing anything. At those words, Quiet exhaled and said faintly, you don't have to apologize. I'm not that petty. Seeing Quiet's slightly raised face, Lin seemed to see the shadow of his own arrogant self in the past, and with a faint smile, he said, yes, you're right about everything. So Anon, let's go home together now and you can forget about me and Linen. I didn't count. Hearing that Quiet was repeating what he had just said, Lin did not continue, but just squeezed Quiet's hand in his small hand and walked slowly. Seeing Lin go up and placate his little friend, Linen was somewhat relieved. In the past, it had been myself or Quiet to pacify the little girl who couldn't move without crying, but now it was her turn to pacify people. This was somewhat unexpected to Linen. It's kind of a growth spurt, though. Lin had grown up, but hasn't grown up in a sense either. Pa! A crisp sound rang out as Lin and Linen returned to the house. Lin, I'm going to go make dinner first, so go take a bath. Yeah, I'll be there in a minute. As Linen finished his sentence, he skillfully pulled out the dishes from the refrigerator and stepped inside the kitchen. And Lin, a girl who was not very good at anything, did not immediately walk into the bathroom, but instead picked up a cloth. She thought to herself, she doesn't know how to cook, but she knows how to wash dishes and clean tables. Thinking about how she and Linen were so divided, Lin's small face couldn't help but redden. She and Lin look like an old married couple. The young girl's mind was not generally happy at the thought. She and Linen grew up as childhood friends. When she was a child, she and Linen were together, and they were still together after school. So, in the future, they were still together duh. Lin thought in her mind, and when she did her work, her little arms were strong. That's great. She's really lucky to have met Linen, the guy who has always loved taking care of her and will always be there for her, both as a child and in the future. Suddenly I feel so happy. Thinking about it, Lin was again daydreaming about the name of his future little baby. She thought darkly as she wiped the table. What's a good name? Advice sought. Hello? I'm trying to write until I have a little baby. Lin's small face was filled with a happy smile, but her small hands didn't stop. But the eyes had grown dull, and seemed to be absorbed in the inner world, the other side. This guy Lin Sure and Ning Xin parted ways, but with some effort on her part, she acquired Ning Xinxin's WeChat now. Woohoo! She's almost off the hook. Haha, the girl didn't reject her last night and was very cooperative. It shows that Ning Xinxin, that girl, actually has a good feeling about her. Well, she might be able to bend that steel bar of hers if she just tried a little harder. At this moment, Lin sure didn't seem to realize one thing. That is, she thinks she's the hunter, when in fact the hunter can be the prey. After playing with Lin sure all day, Ning Xinxin was a bit dehydrated. After all, the sun was so strong outside that she had been sweating for a long time. The stinking sweat all over her body made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Ning Xinxin opened the door to her room. I'm back. No one in the house responded to her after she called out, but Ning Xinxin did not feel half strange. Her mom is a teacher. Sometimes in order to save time will live directly in the school. As for her sister-in-law and dad, both are workaholics. With everyone in the family being so industrious, she figured that her family was sorely lacking in one kind of person. That's the one who will lose and play. And that's exactly what she is. Ning Xinxin let out a breath and went to the shower room, preparing to take a bath, taking all the clothes off at the same time. She remembered one thing. It's time to go and have some fun with your prey. Ning Xan took her cell phone and looked at Lin Shure's avatar with a bad smile on her face. Silly store manager. Do you really think she's a stupid white girl? Actually, ha. Ning Xinxin thought about it in her mind, and her finger fell straight down, clicked on Lin Shure's avatar. Video chat is on. Lin Shure, who had just driven back to the side of her flower store, looked at the lit-up cell phone and revealed a puzzled expression. Picking it up, her eyes widened. That girl wants to video chat with her. Decisive acceptance. Lin Shure didn't hesitate for a second and directly clicked on the screen. The next moment, a white, flawless and slightly water-stained person appeared on her cell phone screen. Before Lin Shure could open her mouth, the beautiful girl who was dripping wet in the cell phone had already spoken. Good evening, store manager. Good evening, responded Lin Shure with a smile. Store manager, I don't have anyone at home. I'm so bored. Will you chat with me? Ning Xinshin said as she held her cell phone. Well, sure. I'm free, but you're in the shower. Right, so you can hold your phone up a little higher and put it on a shelf off to the side so you don't get it wet that way. Is that so? Listening to Lin Shi's words, Ning Xinshin clumsily and obediently placed her cell phone on a side shelf and said to the screen. Originally, Lin Shi just told Ning Xinshin to place her cell phone casually, but this action of Ning Xinshin's lack of directly displaying the young girl's whole body to perfection. This guy, Lin Shi, subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Not bad. It seemed the girl's guard had been put at ease with her. That's right. Lin Shi laughed. You can start showering. I'm free, so I'll just keep you company. Well, good. Ning Xinshin laughed. Then while bathing, she exchanged words with Lin Shi, and in the process, Lin Shi even told her from time to time where she had not washed clean. P.S. I was going to write about these two guys randomly, but who knew a chapter was over? I'm really sorry for writing on the top like this. Sorry about that. Here's a spoiler. The plot, Lin and Linen will do whatever they want during their college years. That kind of college extra credit thing. Ahem, you know how it is, ha. Last but not least, of course I'm asking for small gifts. And please, if you have free time, help push the book drought. Traffic is really low, thanks for the support. Thanks. Sweet text, small interaction. You can talk about the content of the interaction. I can't think of anything too sweet with my limited brain /. Chapter 100, Self-Indulgent Lin. Nightfall. It was dark outside the window and the house had been illuminated by lights. Dinner passed quickly as well, with Lin now wearing an apron tied around her body and washing dishes with a smile on her face. She hummed a song, her small hands constantly rubbing gently on top of the dishes. Aha! It's going to be like this for the rest of the day, right? Lin thought in her heart, and the smile on her face became sweeter and sweeter. Every day after that she was with Linen. Just as Lin was thinking, a man was creeping up on the petite girl. Linen had just finished his shower, and when he saw that little girl was engrossed in washing the dishes, his eyes narrowed and he thought of sneaking up and hugging Lin from behind to give her a surprise. Aha! The childish, nice voice echoed throughout the kitchen, masked the sound of Lin's footsteps. Not even close. The fragrant odor wafted inside the tip of Lin An's nose. Ha! Didn't Lin and him use the same body wash and shampoo? How come this girl smells so good? There was something odd about the scent that gave Lin a little bit of a small sense of excitement and euphoria. The heart under his chest was trembling slightly. It seems to be reminding Linen. Quickly rush up and give that girl. You guys think what you want. Lin exhaled, shaking the bad thoughts out of her head. Then, taking a step closer to the slightly bent over, arching her back and tilting her little ass. When he was about to approach Lin, a light and nice voice came. Aha, Lin and ah. Lin froze slightly. He'd been discovered? When she was puzzled, Lin's little mouth continued to chant. You make money, I'll make babies. Okay? Without waiting for Linen to react, Lin's tiny body twisted slightly, muttering to herself, aha, well Lin if we're going to have a baby, let's have a litter. The tone of his voice was deceptively rough, but as soon as he finished, it changed to sharp. Linen, you are bad when she is a pig, but also illiterate. Ignore you. Lin amused herself, her little face always beaming. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. What a silly girl. Linen, who was behind Lin, helplessly covered his head and shook it slightly. This niece just said those words out of her heart, didn't she? And a litter. That would hurt his body. Lin was so weak, he would definitely hurt his body. He couldn't afford to let Lin get hurt. Lin continued to wriggle her body, muttering to herself with her little mouth. Since Lin doesn't want to, then we won't have a baby. If you say you won't have a baby, then you won't have a baby. I, Lin, am the boss in the family. Oh, awkward or not? Ugh, this girl still wants to be the head of the family. He obviously listens to him on everything, but he still wants to control him on everything. This niece is really stupidly cute. Linen secretly spat in his heart, but as he looked at Lin's writhing little body, his face unconsciously revealed a doting smile. In fact, the silly Lin he also likes. Just as Lin was thinking about it, Lin continued, as the big brother of the family, Lin can have as many babies as she says. You have to cooperate with me and not oppose me. Lin's attitude is very strong. It seems that she is really the family empire-like existence. But Lin this girl is actually the family's best bullying existence law. Listening to Lin's self-indulgent words, Linen listened with amusement and stepped out to come behind the warped Lin. Linen, who was standing behind Lin, bent down slightly and reached out with the intention of wrapping her arms around Lin's waist, and it was at this moment, the little girl moved. Hey, finished washing. It's time to go to my room and wait for Rinnen. Lin's voice fell and he stepped back. In a flash, she straightened her back, her face instantly reddened and she twisted her head. Sure enough, that bastard's up her ass. Damn bastards. Seemed to run into them all. Humph. Just now that. Those humiliating words were definitely heard by this asshole as well. Thinking of this, Lin lowered her eyebrows, her small face bulging as she was about to throw a small tantrum. Suddenly, her eyes went wide and she screamed. Hey, Lin, what are you doing? Lin wrapped her arms around Lin's waist and had her head leaning against Lin's ear. The sweet scent that poured in from the tip of his nose made Lin a bit paralyzed, and after holding back, he whispered, I just heard someone say that she's the head of the family, and you said you want to have several babies. Lin, how many children do you want to have? After saying that, Lin's arm exerted force and tightly wrapped around Lin's petite body. Smelling the good smell of Lin's body, he was a little close to being unable to endure it. Or should we do it on the spot? Lin thought this way. At that moment, after Lin's words blew in her ears, Lin's little face turned scarlet, and then, the little girl violently inclined her head, glaring at Lin. He lightly grunted. Humph, I wouldn't have told you. Looking at Lin's arrogant little face, Lin smiled. The arm suddenly exerted force and fought the guy, who was all limp and floppy, to his feet. Hey, you, what are you doing again? Lin, put me down. I'm afraid of heights. Lin shouted while clinging onto Lin, afraid that she would fall. Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Why don't you continue to say that you're the boss of the family now? Lin teased, and after finishing his sentence, he continued to resist Lin and walked towards his room. I was wrong. Lin, please let me go. I just got out of the shower. My body smells good, and I don't want to sweat. Hearing Lin speak in this manner, Lin stopped in his tracks. Faintly, it's sweaty, so just rewash it, or if you're too lazy to wash it, I'll do it for you myself. After finishing his words, Lin's tender little face froze. Lin, it's going to be messy. Although she was getting a little bit excited, but she wasn't a child, so why should she let Lin help her? Isn't it good to be together? Soon, the two came upstairs. Lin was thrown on the bed by Lin. Lin curled her small body pitifully, blinking continuously as if begging for mercy. Spare me, will you? Not good. After refusing, Lin continued, want to take your clothes off? At those words, Lin stared blankly at the linen on top of her body, blinking her eyes afterward. A small blush. Don't. I'm shy. Saying that, Lin slightly glanced at Lin. Seeing that Lin was staring at herself, her white arms hugging her knees, her head buried inside. I told you, you can't mess around now. What Quiet said. Moderation. You don't know how to moderate at all. Besides, we're almost at the exam, and your attention is on me, and you keep doing that. So, what if you flunk? You need to calm down and be calm. After saying that, Lin's little hand pulled, and then she hugged her little quilt tightly. Cover yourself up tightly. Croon. Lin doesn't know how to moderate at all. Seeing Lin in this state, Lin really wanted to say, hey you girl, clear and high. You're amazing. You're the one who's been sticking it to him, okay? Now he took the initiative and Lin ran away. Ugh, damn Quiet, bad for him. After cursing in his heart, Lin muttered, okay, then don't come near me while I'm studying, or else I'll eat you. Why does my body feel a little cold? Quiet scratched his head and muttered to himself, glancing at the window. Oh, so it was left open. P.S. Suddenly I realized something. My gift list is actually around 550. So, I absolutely, if the rankings go up to 500 or less, then, I'll go on 3 shifts for a week. So, begging for a little free gift, for all. Chapter 101. A different night. This night, Lin didn't continue to cling to Lin, but instead watched him study quietly beside him. Lin finished his study and closed the book with his palm. Looking back, the girl had already fallen asleep without realizing it. Ugh, silly guy. Lin moved closer to Lin and gently stroked Lin's tender face. Then his body leaned down, close to Lin's cheek. Boo. Good night, Lin. After saying that, Lin laid down and moved closer to Lin's side, arms gently reaching out to hold Lin in her arms. She closed her eyes, smelling the nice scent of Lin's body, and slowly falling asleep. The other side. Inside the hotel, Lin Su and Bai Yi were lying on a bed, and when they were about to turn off the lights, Lin Su thought about it and got up and asked Bai Yi, honey, when are we going to find Sister Ning? Bai Yi paused and responded, don't be so hasty, Lin, he's still in school right now. If you tell him that kind of thing now, it might only affect his studies, not to mention what kind of person Sister Ning is. It's not like you don't know. If we find Sister Ning and tell her about Lin, she'll do whatever she can to bring Lin back. Hearing this, Lin Su secretly nodded, thinks his wife is right. Then, breathing deeply, thought darkly. For so many years, they listened to Lin An's dad, took good care of Lin, and didn't do anything else extra. They didn't even know Ning she was Lin and his old mom until they tested his DNA. After all, Ning sure is just big brother Lin's ex-girlfriend who broke up a long time ago, not to mention the fact that Lin An's dad just told them to take good care of Lin and just wait for him to come back. So, they weren't going to do anything more than take good care of Lin as promised. If Lin really wanted to leave, they would choose to support it. Lin was also old enough to make his own choices. Not to mention, the Ning family was actually not far from their house. If they marry Lin off, they can always go get together too. What's the best dowry to prepare? Lin Su was already thinking about Lin and Lin An's future life now. No matter what, now that we've confirmed that Sister Ning is Lin An's old mother, in the end, Lin is going to know about all of this, so we don't need to rush. It's just that on big brother Lin's side, I'm a bit confused as to why there's still no news. Alas, I don't think so much. Big brother Lin will come back. Didn't he say he'd come back when Lin turns 20? Don't worry too much. Thinking on the bright side, those two guys Lin and Lin are getting along well. We're going to be in-laws soon. By finished, a faint smile surfacing on her charming face, the slender fingers lightly stroked Lin Su's face, staying close to him. Wife, can you get up? It's a bit frequent lately. I can't hold it up, Lin Su said softly as the corner of his mouth twitched. He's been suffering a lot these last few days. It has to work even if it doesn't work. I'm almost 40. If I don't have one, it'll be too late. After Bai finished speaking, her scallion white fingers directly tugged on Lin Su's collar and began to lower her body. Later, take a pill. Store manager good night. See you tomorrow, Ning Xinshin said softly, waving her small hand and turning off the video phone. The phone screen had just gone black, and a badass grin spread across her face. Store manager soon you'll be mine. At this time, Ning Xinshin's old mom, Xia Shudai, walked over. Sitting next to Ning Xinshin, she asked, what are you thinking of laughing at? Laughing so happily. I'm gonna get out of here. Off the hook? Which boy? Show me a picture. Saying that, Xia Shudai stretched out a hand towards Ning Xinshin's breasts, but it was rejected by Ning Xinshin. No, I'm not going to show you when we don't know if this is going to work or not. Ning Xinshin spat out her tongue at Xia Shudai, then turned around and was about to leave, walking into her own room, and at that moment, Xia Shudai called out to her, wait, come here, and talk to you about your sister-in-law. Hearing this, Ning Xinshin didn't hesitate and sat back on the sofa with her ass on the floor again, looking at his old mom. He said, well, go ahead. Recently, Lin is preparing for his final exams, and after that, I'm going to organize an event for the class to get together and talk about whatever. And by the way, let Lin and your sister-in-law meet too, so they've mingled a bit. Then when it comes time for another showdown, they won't be as awkward. The note was that Xie Shudai was worried that Ningxue would directly rob people. If that happened, maybe Lin wouldn't want this mom straight away. I agree. Ning Xinshin nodded repeatedly. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. That's a really good idea. Since if you go out to play, on that day, you could have asked her store manager to come out and hang out with her. That would have brought them closer together again. Seeing the drool flowing out of the corner of Ning Xinshin's mouth, Xia Shudai cast a contemptuous look at her. After a moment's pause, Xia Shudai asked, then do you have any opinions? For example, what kind of activities can be organized that the students can all participate in? And most importantly, what kind of reason to invite them out? Let's go to the water amusement park. Hey, she wants to see what the store manager looks like when he's wet. Thinking of this, the crystal-like substance at the corner of Ning Xinshin's mouth grew more and more. After Xia Shudai heard Ning Xinshin's words, she felt that this was a good idea and secretly nodded. When she was facing Ning Xinshin head-on, she couldn't hold back any longer and picked up the cushion, knocking her on the head. Get rid of all the garbage scraps in your head for me. This is the time to discuss business. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and wipe your drool. Ning Xinshin, what did I usually teach you about hygiene? Hearing her own mom's verbose words, she helplessly grabbed a tissue and wiped her mouth. Then, sophistry said, alas, my brain is full of knowledge. Okay, I was just hungry. Hungry drooling. Very normal. When these words came out, Xia Shudai's face was filled with disbelief. This girl has been collecting books and magazines from the island since she was a little girl. Every time I go to Ning Xinshin's room, I always get an unexpected book. Forget about it and hurry up and work with me to figure out how to get the students to participate in the event. It's not that simple. Just say you have free water park tickets. There must be a lot of students going. And, considering that some students don't like to play in the water, so, the number is limited. It seems to work. The Lin family, the two, who were just shoulder to shoulder after going to bed at night, were now clinging to each other. No, I should say that Linen was held tightly by Lin Lin. Lin An, stay with me, forever. P.S. 1. Asterisk smiley face asterisk, please ask for book reviews and small gifts. 2. Have the opinion of the readers have read? There are men and women main small interactive content of the opinion. You can leave a message. I will pick and insert small interactive again inside the plot. Chapter 102, Lin Lin is so cute. The morning's rising light set slowly. The light shone on Lin Lin's ass. Feeling the strange sensation on his little butt, Lin Lin frowned slightly on his tender little face, letting out a slight moan. It tickles. Lin Lin's small hand reached down, short and fleshy fingers tickling her little butt. Then, unfolding her arms and stretching her petite body. Aha! After yawning and rubbing his eyes, Lin Lin opened his eyes, looking around. Hey, where's Linen? The little girl was puzzled in her mind, and her doe-eyed face drooped slightly. Bastard Linen. He's sleeping and napping with her, and he still doesn't wake her up. Lin Lin muttered darkly in her heart, and suddenly her good-looking eyes widened. Hey, it feels like something bumped the little butt. Lin Lin's small hand reached out and lifted the covers to see a familiar figure pressed under her butt. Aha! It's Linen. Lin Lin reddened her little face and covered her little mouth as she murmured softly. She accidentally pinned Lin down again. When she sleeps, she can't help herself from fidgeting around, sometimes wrapping her arms around Linen and nibbling, sometimes twisting her body. Lin Lin quickly got up, looking at Lin An's face that was red from her pressure. Her little face couldn't help but redden as well. No wonder she always felt a little weird when she slept last night. So that's how it is. After thinking for a while, Lin Lin got up and went to wash up. After a while, ring ring ring, the alarm clock went off. The sleeping Linen opened his eyes, and that's when the door to the room opened. Click, a cute face peeked out slightly. Linen looked at the voice, only to see Lin Lin grinning. Rinin, wake up, time to go to school. Linen and Lin Lin, who were walking on their way to school. The distance between the two of them was slightly far away. Lin Lin puffed out her face and didn't look at Linen, seeming a bit angry. Asshole Lin, let him eat the buns. Why is he still eating her little buns? Her buns were already small and nibbled on hers. Damn it, this asshole. Seeing that Lin Lin seemed to be angry, Linen shook his head helplessly. Approaching to Lin Lin's side, he slightly reached out to hold her soft little hand and said, "It's not just eating your two small steamed buns, as to be this angry?" Lin An's breath drifted in her ears, and Lin Lin's small red face raised to glare at the teenager. I'm just angry. Very angry. It's not two little buns you're eating. It's me. It's my breakfast today. Besides, you're not just my little bun. You drank my soy milk. Big bad. How is she going to grow up without food? Even though Linen said she liked tiny, but she doesn't want the tiny baby to run out of food. So she's going to grow up. Looking at this cute little girl in front of him, Linen rubbed Lin Lin's soft little face. Aha! This guy, is he going to bully her again? It's in the street. Lin Lin then took half a step back the moment Linen touched her tender skin. Just as Lin Lin was floating around, Linen opened his mouth. Then I apologize and don't be mad at me, okay? Seeing Lin An's smile, Lin Lin's heart instantly rejoiced, and the corners of his mouth rose a little. Since Linen has softened, she'll just mercifully forgive Linen. After all, she, Lin Lin, was going to be a good wife. How can you be so mean to your father? Thinking of this, Pride said, "Since you said so, I'll forgive you, but I have a small request." Saying that, Lin Lin's good-looking eyes looked at Linen. Looking at Lin Lin's rosy-cheeked little face, Linen thought darkly, this girl can't be thinking of something unclean. After all, Lin Lin has really become strange in these recent days. Hauser, without hesitating for long, Linen replied with a smile. Well, you name it, I'll promise you anything. Hearing this, Lin Lin's small face revealed a bright smile. Her eyes curved as she said, "Aha, that. You close your eyes. Well, good." Linen's eyes had just closed when Lin Lin's fragrant soft body pressed against his. Linen was slightly puzzled and a little confused, but didn't move around. LOL, never mind. Just let the girl have some fun. As Linen thought this, suddenly, a hot breath slapped the skin of Lin An's face, and the next second, a wet touch appeared on the part where he spoke. Aha, this niece, not letting him mess around, but messing around herself. Right, not just with your mouth, but with your hands too, right? At that moment, Linen ventured the idea of trying to educate Lin Lin a bit. Well, let's go to school. Lin Lin left Lin An's side and said as if nothing happened. Linen didn't make a sound, just staring at Lin Lin's petite back. In the back of his mind, he was planning to find a chance to do what Lin Lin had done to him. Seeing that Linen didn't have any reaction, this little girl whose heart was pounding, her face was already red beyond recognition. No. It wasn't just kissing Linen. Why did she feel so happy? Seeing Linen walking by herself, She walked up and pulled Lin Lin's small hand. Don't walk into the road. Come to me. After saying that, Linen gave a slight push and directly pulled Lin Lin to his side. Then without waiting for Lin Lin's chance to react, Linen lowered his head and repeated what Lin Lin had just done. Lin Lin, aha. The day passed quickly. It's a short distance to get to the house. At that moment, Linen remembered something. There are no more vegetables in the house. So then he was going to go to the food market and then go home. Lin Lin, how much money do you still have on you? Linen asked. Lin Lin opened his backpack and counted. I don't have a lot of money with me today. Almost a couple thousand if I have my bag. Several thousand. It's enough for that, too. Thinking of this, Linen and Lin Lin interlocked their fingers and clasped their hands. Come on, let's go grocery shopping. After saying that, Linen took Lin Lin's small hand and walked in the direction of the supermarket. Wait! A tender lowly voice came from Lin Lin calling out to Linen. Lin Lin's sudden cry caused Linen to be startled. Worrying that Lin Lin's delicate body was in discomfort, she hurriedly asked. What's wrong, Lin Lin? It's been a long walk, and now your grip is hurting me. Hearing this, Linen let out a slight sigh of relief. So it was because of this kind of thing. Alas! He thought that something was wrong with Lin Lin's weak body. Linen nodded and let go of Lin Lin. Now then, let's go. Wait! Lin Lin shouted again. What now? In the face of Lin An's doubts, Lin Lin's small, rounded hand, slightly stretched out in Lin An's direction and faintly smiled. Nah, I've got an empty hand here, we're going to hold hands and walk together. LOL, this girl. Lin An secretly sighed in her heart, smiled and reached out, interlocking her fingers with Lin Lin's. Is that okay? Hee that'll do. Let's get a move on. My stomach is already growling. Seeing his and Lin An's fingers locked together, Lin Lin hemmed and hawed. The little face overflowed with a happy smile, and a large and small silhouette walked in the direction of the supermarket. Chapter 103. Lin Lin's hands were small, soft, and slippery. For a moment, it made Lin An a bit lovey-dovey, but Lin An held back. He couldn't hold it any harder or Lin Lin's hand would be hurt again. Lin An held back the bad thoughts in his heart and soon arrived inside the supermarket with the tiny Lin Lin. The inside of the supermarket is huge, so it doesn't just have groceries, but some other goods as well. Lin An took Lin Lin's hand and headed for the shelf stacked with pork, chicken and various meats. Not a few steps. Suddenly, Lin An felt that there was something wrong with Lin Lin beside him, and his arm clearly detected the warmth of Lin Lin's body close to his, as well as the good-smelling scent from Lin Lin's body. That scent became even stronger. Noticing something strange, Lin An twisted his head around and took a look. At that moment, Lin An frowned down slightly and only Lin Lin's face was flushed, and her legs seemed to be soft in general, with her two knees nestled against each other. Seeing this, Lin An looked at Lin Lin with worry and asked, what's wrong with you, Lin Lin? I drank too much water this afternoon and wanted that. After saying that, Lin Lin pursed her pink lips, her fingers hooked up to tightly grasp the corner of Lin An's coat, and her head lowered, puffing up his face a bit unhappily. It's so bad. It's so rare to hang out with Lin An. She really wanted to stay with all the time, but now she can't hold it in any longer. She wants to go to. Seeing the difficult little expression on Lin Lin's face, Lin An rubbed Lin Lin's head and said softly, well, I'll take you then. I'll just be over here buying groceries. Lin An then reached out and pointed to a sign on the side and said, see this thing? When you come back later, go back to this position. You wait for me here. I'll go buy food first. Okay. Lin Lin thought about responding. After Lin Lin nodded, he ran his ass off in the direction of the restroom. Looking at the tiny Lin Lin's fading figure, Lin An smiled in relief. The Lin Lin who used to like to use him to accompany her to the restroom was now able to go by herself. Well, he was, relieved. Lin An thought for a moment, then turned around and started pushing the cart to buy groceries. Lin Lin in the toilet. Just after walking inside the small, quiet room, the thought of escape arose in Lin Lin's mind. Little heads looking back. Lin's not behind us. As his head turned back once more to look at the small room, Lin Lin's heart was torn. She wanted to go to the bathroom but was scared in her mind. She didn't like the small enclosed environment of the toilet. Then the thought of retreat bubbled up in her mind. How about going back to Lin An and asking him to stay with her? No way. It's not okay. If she turned back, Lin would dislike her. That she's stupid, naive, a coward who can't even go to the restroom alone. Although she and Lin An already had an unusual relationship, Lin Lin didn't want to trouble Lin An over such trivial matters. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Lin firmed his heart. Lin was still waiting for her. She had to make it quick. So, with a click, Lin Lin closed the toilet door and nimbly stripped off the small pants and tiny little pants that were in the way. Then, a sound of water running resounded, and the blush on Lin Lin's face gradually dissipated along with the sound. Outside, since Lin Lin kept grumbling and hesitating to take off his chaps. By now Linen had already loaded up all of Lin Lin's favorite dishes. What Lin Lin liked was nothing more than some meat, all kinds of meat, and the petite Lin Lin only loves to eat meat. So, extremely picky eater, she can't grow any taller, and I wonder if it's a genetic thing. Now Lin Lin has a flat body, but Lin Lin is solidly 19 years old. Alas, the girl you share a bed with at home is an airplane captain. So what to do? Maybe go out for a nap and possibly get handcuffed by your police uncle? Linen, who had these concerns in his mind, decided to buy some more milk and a variety of vegetables. Then, Linen pushed the cart and continued walking, advancing towards the vegetable section. Linen looked around, looking at the green shelves on either side of him, and for a moment he was in trouble. Which one should I actually buy? Lin likes meat, so meat with some vegetables should be good. But again, vegetables had to be nutritious for this to work, and the barren ground on Lin was in desperate need of replenishing nutrients. Lin? A mature big sister's voice came from behind Linen. Aha, that sounds familiar. Who is it? Linen turned around in confusion, and a slight smile appeared on his face when he saw the smiling woman in front of him, nodding hello. Ha, Sister Shy, such a coincidence to actually meet you like this. At those words, Ningxue thought for a moment, said, well, a coincidence indeed. Can meet here can be regarded as fate? But then Linen, you don't need to call what Sister Shy, although I look young, but I am also almost 40 people, can be your mother, you, or call me auntie. Hearing this, Linen was also stunned. Ha, almost 40? Really cannot see at all. This appearance said Ning Xin sister. He even believe awe. After a pause, Linen spoke, calling auntie would make you sound old. Ningxue looked at Linen affectionately and smiled lightly. Oh, it's fine. I was already older. I don't recommend you calling me aunt or mom. Linen, it really seems like Ningen, her son. Where is it? Right in front of you. After saying that, Ningxue felt a little hard in her heart, but the smile on her face hid that sadness. Linen's eyes whitened considerably when he heard Ningxue's words. Call, mom? That doesn't seem right, does it? You look old for an aunt, and a mom? Linen didn't know what Ningxue was thinking, couldn't understand how any woman could want someone to call her aunt, or mom. Seeing that Linen was silent, Ningxue took a step forward and approached Linen and said, Linen, I don't know why I always have a kindred spirit when I see you. So, I think. Ningxue hadn't finished her sentence yet. Don't hold it back. Forget it. If they really said that, then the next time the two of them met would be awkward, right? Linen hesitated for a moment and spoke. That, Auntie Shy. You can say whatever you want. I don't mind. In fact, I feel a bit kindred when I see you. Ha ha, maybe it's because you're prettier. The reason why the two feel close to each other is because they look alike. Extra words, if you meet that she/he, at first glance feel very intimate, then she may be your brother and sister. Oh. Chapter 104 Mom. +1. Wow. With the sound of a splash of water flowing, Lin's small hand reached out to cover her exposed little butt. Hey, it's time to find her. Lin rushed to the sink with great excitement, thinking that she would hurry to wash her little hands and then go find Linen. After a few seconds, hand wash and dry, Lin's tender little face faced in orientation, but then her little face drooped. Well, Lin is not over there. Alas, Lin hasn't bought the groceries yet. Lin made a protesting sound from her small stomach as she walked towards the agreed-upon location. She's, hungry. Lin rubbed her stomach and frowned down her face, lifting it up to look around. Where's Lin? Where did her Lin go? Lin came under the promised billboard, stood on her tiptoes, tilted her head, and looked around, just trying to find Lin. I also wonder if it's because I'm not tall enough. In Lin's eyes, the only thing that looked out was one tall human head. Alas, there was no Lin at all. Lin was a little frustrated in her heart, her little mouth beeping. Ugh, the toes are a little tired. Lin felt her little feet tiptoeing a bit tired, so she squatted down, elbows propped up on his thighs, palms propped up on the side of his face, while Lin's eyes stared blankly at the floor. Linen will come back, just wait a little longer. Lin muttered to himself, comforting himself. That's what Linen said. He said he would come back. There was no way he didn't want Lin. Bastard Linen dared to not want her. Then she would die to haunt him. Wrap it up until Lin wants it. Croon. Lin thought darkly in his crouch, not knowing how much time had passed. Lin's ears heard a familiar voice, although it was a little hard to hear in the crowd. This Lin, who had lived with Linen for more than 10 years, thought that it was impossible to make a mistake. Lin stood up, his good-looking eyes turning up slightly. I think I heard Lin's voice just now. Lin muttered. Eyes kept glancing to suspicious places. Looked east, looked west, looked around. Aha! She seems to have found it. Suddenly, A dozen meters away from her, a familiar brain caught her eye. Heck, found Lin An. Since he had found Linen, Lin did not intend to continue waiting, solely, taking small steps in the direction of Lin An. What? Lin An's face was filled with disbelief when he heard Ningxi's words. Seeing that Lin An didn't seem to understand what she meant, Ningxi reached out and put her hand on Lin An's shoulder and said gently, "What I mean is, Lin An, why don't I become your godmother?" Looking at Ningxi's gentle and affectionate face, Lin An hesitated. If someone else had said this to him, he would have absolutely refused without hesitation. But Ningxi was different. Lin An felt that Ningxi was very kind, as if Ningxi was really his own relative. Ningxi was gentle and kind to him, and was a relative of Ning Xinxin, his homeroom teacher. And, after talking to Ningxi some, Lin An knew that Ningxi wasn't married right now, much less had any children. Lin An doesn't have parents and Ningxi doesn't have children. Lin An's heart wavered. Perhaps it would be good to have an elder. I guess having a mother doesn't seem like a bad thing. Lin An responded with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Ningxi's fair and flawless face actually involuntarily shed 2 trails of tears. Great! Ningxi couldn't help but cry out and reached out to hug Lin An. The head rested on Lin's shoulder, buried in tears. Lin An panicked as Ningxi's muffled sobs came from his ears. Hands raised, unsure if they should fall. After thinking about it, the palm of his hand still lowered, gently patting Ningxi's back and comforting him. That, Auntie Ning, you cry first. I've promised you everything. The moment Lin An's words fell, Ningxi directly raised her head and stared at him. Call me auntie, call me mom. Ugh, holy, the name calling just shifted. How did it even change the personality? Lin An froze slightly, a bit unresponsive to Ningxi's instantaneous role adaptation. It seemed that at this moment, the woman in front of him was really his old mom. After Lin An paused, he caught a glimpse of Ningxi's eyes that were like anti-white staring at Lin, and he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Said softly, "Mom, soon." Lin An and Ningxi then parted ways, but this time they left each other a contact. After checking out and packing all the dishes he bought, Lin An went to find Lin. Within a few steps, he saw a droopy little girl crouching silently on the ground. Seeing this, Lin An shouted with a smile, Lin, we should go home." Lin slowly got up at the sound and walked over to Lin An's side. Without waiting for Lin An to say something, the small hand brought the open backpack closer to Lin An. Seeing this scene, Lin An was a bit puzzled. Lin, what do you mean by that? Lin pulled the mouth of his backpack some and brought it up to Lin An's eyes. Looking up at him with her little face, she said, "Lin An, look, I've got money, thousands of it." "Ha, I saw it. I know. What's wrong with you?" Lin An said with a slight frown and a puzzled expression. "What's the point of showing him the money?" Lin drooped her little face that was stained with some tear stains and spoke in a trembling voice. I'm rich. Lin An, don't you go looking for a rich woman, okay? I will make money, don't go away, okay?" Hearing Lin's words, Lin An didn't know what to say, and after a pause, he put his things down and reached out to pinch Lin's face hard. Lin, are you stupid? Which one of your eyes saw me looking for a rich woman?" Lin softly sobbed a few times, and with an aggrieved little face, she shouted at Lin An, "I saw it over there, you and that woman hugging. You're just looking for a rich woman. Don't you dare try to trick me. P.S. I finished one of the 3 shifts I promised. I'm so tired. Ask for a free small gift to throw in the food." Chapter 105, Can You Sleep at This Age? After some oral instruction from Lin had already learned from Lin An's mouth that the good-looking aunt was actually the godmother Lin An had just recognized. As for why it was a godmother, Lin An didn't go into detail, so she didn't know. The round-headed Lin reached up and slightly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. The small red face faced Lin An and glared at him. "You, badass, always like to bully me. I'll listen carefully if I explain. As for that, I can barely breathe." Seeing Lin bulging her pretty little face, Lin An's eyes narrowed as she stared at Lin. Are you not into that? Aha, Lin An, this asshole. Why are you looking at her like this? Could it be, am I, Lin, the kind of girl who would indulge in kissing? I'm not. Being stared at by Lin An's unsuspecting eyes, Lin was petulantly shy in her heart, and with a slant of her eyes, she inclined her gaze away from Lin An and let out a light hum. Poof. Then, Lin did not answer Lin An's words, just a little pink mouth pouted, and the delicate voice whistled out lightly. We should go home. Just as the delicate lowly voice fell, a warm and fluffy body sensation came from Lin An's palm. Looking down, Lin's small hand was close to Lin An and squirmed slightly, as if she wanted to interlock her fingers with Lin An. This girl, she really is a little arrogant. On the surface, she looked like she didn't care, but in fact, This girl's heart was more sensitive than anyone else's. Lin took a step with her small feet, but she felt how she couldn't pull Linen, and suddenly her small face puffed up, gritting her teeth and glaring back at him. Oomph, I can't believe I'm not leaving. Damn you, Linen, wait to sleep on the floor when you get home. Lin muttered secretly in his heart, but his mouth unconsciously opened and said softly, what are you doing? Why don't you leave? When she finished speaking, her cheeks flushed red, afraid that Linen would say something superfluous. Don't ask her if she likes to kiss or anything like that. She'll never admit it. Linen narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin. Come here. Lin hesitated for a moment and approached Lin's side with a red little face. That little mouth pursed up slightly as if she was worried that Linen would continue the bad things he had just done to her. His small eyes were narrowed, and he looked at Linen with a little fear in his eyes. You guys? Again? What's it going to be? I thought I told you to be moderate and not to mess around outside. After saying that, Lin glanced at the surrounding Amazons who were buying food. Seeing Lin's reaction, Linen was a bit helpless inside afterward. The fingers that were tightly clasped with Lin slightly exerted force, and as soon as he pulled and tugged it to his side, his face was close to Lin's small face. Well, this asshole. Lin's sudden action caused Lin's little heart to beat rapidly, pursed her pink lips with crystallized saliva. Secretly thinking, Linen seems to be very wanting now. What to do? What to do? There are so many people now. Will be seen. Thinking of this, Lin looked up at Linen and murmured, Linen, there are so many people here. Let's just go home and continue, okay? He just wanted to tell Lin to pick up the bag beside her. But what kind of strange things did this silly nymph think of? Linen couldn't figure out Lin's brain circuits and sighed darkly, cupping Lin's little face, squeezed and was about to speak. Lin suddenly frowned down, however, and called out in dissatisfaction, are you pinching me again for what? I'm telling you, if you keep bullying me, I'll get angry. After saying that, Lin revealed his white teeth and acted like a budding beast. Seeing this, the corner of Lin's mouth twitched. This niece had really changed, becoming strange and particularly bold. Dang, hey, you knocked me. Lin covered her head and whispered. She got hit by Linen again and again. Linen ignored the little girl and shouted, Lin, you, what on earth are you thinking? When did you become like this? Alas, hurry up and throw away all those strange things in your little head. My brain is clean and colorless. Lin shouted with a righteous face. I see you're full of color now. Lin thought darkly for a moment, glancing around to see that the surrounding area had been attracted by Lin's voice, and their gazes were all looking this way. Soon Lin collected his gaze and looked underneath him. Seeing that Lin was still looking at him with a straight face, Lin did not intend to drag it out. Holding Lin's small hand tightly, he walked in the direction of the supermarket entrance. Yeah, your brain is clean of anything, so let's go home. Right, lift that bag and take it back with you. Saying that, Lin pointed his finger at the bag on the ground, and seeing this, Lin beamed her little mouth. Humming softly, he said, mention it. Then she quickly took the bag in her hands and spoke softly. So, we go home? Well, it's time to go back. After Lin finished her sentence, her fingers tightly gripped Lin and walked with her shoulder to shoulder in the direction of her home. And I don't know how long I've been walking. Anyway, it's still a short distance to get home. At this time, Lin suddenly spoke. Lin, time to sleep together. Sleep. Lin's voice was extremely trembling and was very light, as if saying these words out loud had already exhausted her entire body's courage. Lin twisted his head around and looked at Lin, but this girl had already lowered her head, not looking at Lin at all. But Lin didn't think too much about it and said, after I get home and eat, I'll review my knowledge a little bit, and then I'll go to sleep soon afterward. Almost around 10 o'clock, the moment these words came out, a slightly dissatisfied expression appeared on Lin's scarlet little face. That's not right. That's not right. She didn't mean to say that. She wanted to say that it's actually kind of a sleeper. That kind of sleep is a good way to feel tired after a nap. LOL, I want to hurry up with Lin, but she can't let Lin be distracted now. Lin has to study seriously. She can't let Lin fall off. Seeing Lin scowling, Lin then lowered his head as well, thinking, Lin just said that. Could it be that he was tired of playing outside? After all, Lin was the delicate girl. Thinking of this, Lin looked at her and said, Lin, so when do you want to sleep? I'll listen to you. Lin froze. The red upturned face spoke directly. Actually, the sooner the better. Before the words were out of her mouth, she realized something. That is, we can't let Lin break his fast yet. Abominable. Even if she wanted it badly, but in case that happened, what about Lin sinking in? No, we have to wait until after the exam. After Lin Lin thought about it, he tilted his head and looked at Linen and said, "Sleep? Can you sleep at this age? We'll study when we get home." "What's with the sleep? Home." Chapter 106, Author, I'm tired. A busy day is quickly drawing to a close. After a good shower and dinner, the two guys in the house started into their rooms. They turned on the TV, and within the TV, a female teacher was playing. The female teacher's name was Chang, and she was a well-known female teacher. This movie was something Lin Lin had managed to beg from Quiet with great difficulty. In class today, Lin Lin then quietly approached Quiet and said, "I want study materials," and Quiet didn't seem to understand. Staring at Lin Lin with a strange face, Lin Lin added, "It's educational learning material." At those words, Quiet looked at Lin Lin's scarlet little cheeks and instantly realized. Then said, "Mandarin, Sakura and English?" Lin Lin little girl thought about it. Cherry blossom language. This simply they did not learn it at all. Right. And Lin An's English does not seem to be very good look. Then it's good to choose English. This way it would also be a good way for Linen to improve his English. After selecting the English version of the educational movie, the Quiet thinking for a moment, and then said to Lin Lin, "Want to be longer, or shorter?" Hearing this, Lin Lin revealed a puzzled expression at that time. Was there any difference between a short time and a long time? Once these words came out, Quiet instantly realized that Lin Lin was just a little girl with pitifully little experience, which was why she had asked her for films with educational significance. Quiet back, the long one is a real person, and the short one, the anime version. Quiet's words directly made Lin Lin grow in knowledge. Lin Lin back, real people. Nothing is better than real people teaching. So, this is Quiet for you? After hearing Lin Lin's words, Linen then looked at the educational movie that Lin Lin's cell phone had transmitted to the TV and asked curiously, "Aha, this is from Quiet. Quiet's parents are teachers. Their family's educational films may be able to make your grades greatly improved." Lin Lin looked at Linen with a smile. Finishing her sentence, her small white hand reached out about to click play. As she looked at the inexplicably familiar portrait in Lin Lin's cell phone screen, Linen had a bad feeling. Just as Lin Lin's short, fleshy fingers were about to tap on the play button, Linen called out to Lin Lin, "Wait a minute. What's wrong?" Lin Lin didn't understand why Linen called out to her, and her eyes looked at Linen suspiciously. Linen lowered his head and stared carefully at the woman on the screen, trying to find information related to this woman from his mind. But unfortunately, the brain search failed. That woman looked familiar. He had seen it on Zhou Yang's cell phone before, although Linen only glanced at it. But when Zhou Yang that looked at the photo drooled out his thirst for knowledge, Linen felt that things were not simple. After hesitating for a moment, Linen decided to check with his best friend first to see if the video was official. "Linen, why are you gawking?" Lin Lin poked the soft flesh of Lin An's waist, his head hanging low, close to Lin An's face, looking at him with a curious expression. After hearing this sound, Linen came back to his senses and said, "It's fine. I'll ask the others if they've watched any of this man's educational knowledge films." "Oh." Lin Lin nodded. So he buried his little head into Lin An's thigh and lifted his cell phone and started playing with it. "Aha. Just wait a little longer and you can study with Lin An. He. Later, when Lin An was fully concentrated, she quietly leaned into Lin An's arms, so she quietly did something if Lin An won't find out, like quietly caressing Rin An's abs, or gently stealing a kiss from him. Thinking about it, this little girl with a tiny figure happily revealed a smile, and her little head couldn't help but wriggle at Lin An's thighs. This action directly made Lin An a little difficult, so difficult that her face turned red. With that, Lin An put the cell phone down and squeezed the fleshy little face with both hands. "Get up for me. Don't sleep on my lap. You're moving around like that. I'm a little uncomfortable." Lin Lin snorted lightly and continued, I'm sorry. After saying that, Lin Lin's cute and pretty face kept blinking her eyes. Seems to be saying to Lin, people have to be coaxed to get up or they just don't get up. After all, you, Lin An, are her Lin Lin's pillow, let alone this lap. Is also her Lin Lin's sleeping pillow. Seeing Lin Lin, that small expression that owed a beating, Lin An didn't want to pay attention to her. The current him had more important things to do. Lin An, Lao Zhou, do you recognize this man? Mr. Chang, photo/JPEG. On the other hand, the Zhou family, do. A cell phone placed on a table off to the side of the couch beeped a few times. Zhou Xianxian, who was sitting on the sofa, heard this voice and then her eyes narrowed. In the next moment, her pretty eyes went wide. Message from Lin An. With that, she picked up Zhou Yang's cell phone and went straight to the restroom. Dumb. Older brother, Lin An sent you a message. Do you want me to look at it for you? Zhou Xianxian knocked a few times before shouting a few more times. Zhou Yang's weak voice came out from the toilet. That's Xianxian. You help me back. Can't get out. Here comes the feeling again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xianxian picked up her cell phone and ran her ass back to the couch. And there were unspeakable noises coming from the restroom just then. Back on the couch, with a little bit of anticipation, he tapped on his phone. The next second the message Linen had just sent appeared in front of her. It's that kind of thing? Is Linen asking for that kind of thing with her oldest brother? No way. Could it be that Lin was trying to learn that kind of knowledge? Thinking of this, Zhou Xianxian couldn't help but frown down, her mood inexplicably a little bad. Thinking about it, he returned. Well, I know her. She's an extremely famous education teacher. Are you watching a video of her imparting knowledge right now? Fingers loosened and the message was sent. Drip Linen accepted the message and looked down. After thinking about it, he returned. Well, I was watching. After sending this text, Linen was about to ask if this dawn was something serious when Zhou Yang soon followed. Who are you watching with? Zhou Xianxian held her cell phone and stared at the screen very nervously, expecting Lin An's reply. It mustn't be Lin Oh, otherwise, she really doesn't have a chance. Soon, a beep message beep sounded. Looking down, I saw a row of words appear on my cell phone. This is Lin looking for. She let me watch it with her yet. I ask you if this movie is. Zhou Xianxian didn't finish reading the message, her head already hanging low. A sad expression appeared on the small green face. No. After a few cries in his heart, a trail of tears slid down. Woo. No chance. Totally. No more. What's wrong with you, Xian? Oh, old brother. Zhou Xianxian leapt up and jumped into Zhou Yang's arms, crying bitterly. Are you alright? Zhou Yang was about to reach out and hug Zhou Xianxian to comfort her. Suddenly, Zhou Xianxian quickly left Zhou Yang's arms. Older brother, you stink. P.S. Just 2 more shifts today, 4 more tomorrow. I woke up this morning with a stomachache and only slept for 5 hours. Now my whole body is in a daze. I want to sleep so badly. Can't hold out anymore. Guys, today's yardage journey ends here. Asterisk smiley face asterisk. Lastly, freebie request love you. Chapter 107 Something is not right. Aha. Responding. Lin's mind thought. He. Later on, she'll just burrow into Lin An's arms for good measure. Letting him wrap his arms around her and letting him feel how soft his Lin is. How fragrant. What a. Love it. For Lin. Looking at educational materials was just one of her purposes. Most importantly, she hadn't watched TV with Lin in a long time, and she somewhat missed the time when she was a little girl and Lin got under the little quilt together and watched TV. Lin took the small book and handed it to Linen. Then he covered the quilt over the two of them. Looking at the quilt on her body, Linen curiously asked, Lin, why are you covering the quilt? Isn't this hot? Hot. Just turn on the air conditioner then. Then Lin's small hand reached out and tapped the air conditioner switch. That's not hot, is it? Then, Linen, let's just cover up. After saying that, Lin's small hands tugged at the quilt on her and Lin An's body, and her tiny body twisted under the quilt, moving closer to Lin An's body. Feeling Lin's movements, Linen looked at Lin's smiling little face, smiled slightly, and rubbed the girl's brain. This air conditioning is still on a little low. It's going to get a little chilly, but if you hold me like this, it'll be fine. Aha. Lin happily nodded her head and continued to move her little hands blindly under the covers, her entire little body close to Lin An's arms. Next, the introductory remarks and the credits end quickly. The main movie begins. Man, Mr. Chang, the principal wants you to come to his office tonight. Then a woman with a pretty face and a mature look appeared on the screen. It's pretty clear this is a regular teacher with a lot of experience in education. And she responds, well, I get it. Why is this educational movie still a drama? Linen was puzzled and had an uneasy feeling in his heart. Where is this plot going? Is it possible that this thing is really that kind of thing? Linen, can you lower your head a little bit? Looking at Linen raising his head in thought, the girl couldn't help but beep. At this angle she could have touched Lin's face or mouth. Lin took her eyes off the TV and asked, what's wrong? Come on down. I can't touch it. After saying that, this girl's face flushed red and pouted, lifting upwards. Seeing this, Linen understood and raised his hand to pinch Lin's chin, tilting him up. Is that what you want? After being lifted up by Lin's chin, the curled up Lin could only brace her hands on the bed and slightly straighten herself up, but her hands were almost off the ground due to her bad figure, and her little feet were bound by the small space, not stretching well. Damn! This asshole, grabbing and messing with her again. She's, couldn't hold on much longer it's going to fall. Then, Lin hurriedly said, I'm not. You let go of me. Alas, this silly girl, the lying blush, she still doesn't realize it. Obviously thought about it, but just didn't say anything and instead thought about sneaking up on him. No release. I'm really tired. After saying that, Lin Lin's little face revealed a pitiful expression. Aha, I can't. My hands are starting to get soft. This asshole, bullying her again. LOL, this girl is acting weak and very bullying again. So, just meet you there. Seeing Lin Lin with a pitiful look, Linen didn't hesitate to gently lift and tilt his white tender chin up. Linen gently nudged Lin Lin's small mouth, but only a few seconds later, there was a pfft. A delicate voice followed. Hey, so, it hurts. Lin Lin wrinkled her face and gently touched her chin in an aggrieved manner. Tears were also caught in the corners of his eyes. You're bullying me again, Lin Lin shouted, then pounded Lin An's chest with her small fists. Seeing this, Lin An knew that he was being unreasonable and silently endured, but the important part was whacked by Lin Lin's fidgety little hand. After he whacked it, hastily begging for mercy. Wait, I was wrong. Stop, hit me again and I'll hit you back. After shouting, Lin Lin was controlled by Lin An and could only be at Lin An's mercy. You asshole, always bullying me, making my place hurt. It's so uncomfortable. Oh, Lin Lin couldn't help but cry out as she thought about the pain in her jaw just now. I didn't mean to. Sorry about that. After saying that, Lin An hugged Lin Lin and gently exhaled into Lin Lin's reddish chin. Does it hurt? There's a little bit. You go on. Just as Lin An was gently caressing Lin Lin's injured parts, the female teacher from the TV had arrived at the principal's office. A fluffy, chimera-like Sakura whisper breathed out lightly. Yamadi. At that moment, both of the people in the room stopped talking and stared dumbfounded at the images on the television. Lin Lin, that asshole Lin. Why did you give her this kind of stuff? It's knowledge to be learned, not posture. Lamb, who is it? Where am I? What is Lin Lin showing him something like this for? Murphy, Lin Lin, is she ready to break her fast? Chapter 108. What did you learn from watching TV? Hearing Bai Yi's words, Lin Su expressed his approval. As long as Lin Lin was happy, it didn't really matter what school she went to. When he thought of this, Lin Su had no more questions. Drive honestly. Inside the Lin family, the sounds in the room made both of these guys redden their cheeks, neither one of them knowing what the other would do next, or what they should be doing. Now, flutter flutter flutter, the sounds of heartbeats and television intermingled and echoed through the room. Lin Lin pursed his lips, his fingers gripping his pants tightly and, hold it in, got to hold it in. Lin Lin kept reminding herself, trying to clear her head, but her scarlet face betrayed her. Woohoo, this kind of TV doesn't also want to be watched anymore. Why isn't Lin Lin moving? Doesn't she realize it's misplaced? Or actually, this is what Lin Lin wanted to play. Lin An thought like this and kept breathing, trying to calm his heart, but the image was too good, the sound too sharp, and it had been difficult to calm his mind down. Just like that, Lin An didn't go to turn off the TV, while Lin Lin didn't move. The two of them just had to stare at the images on the TV and endure in silence. Buzz. The sound of a car came from downstairs, but the duo watching TV upstairs didn't hear it. Bai Yi just got out of the car, caught her eyes by the lights upstairs, gently patted Lin Su's shoulder, pointed upstairs and smiled slightly. Hubby, look, Lin An is still studying right now. It looks like he's trying to study hard so he can catch up with Lin Lin. Lin Su stretched his arm around Bai Yi's shoulders and laughed. Hee, the kid has always been very diligent. Later we'll cook some food and give it to those two guys. No problem. Bai Yi answered and quickly walked inside. And the upstairs was unusually busy. Lin An was the one with a parade of experience, so she kept still. But Lin Lin, who had no experience in the field, was already limp and seemed to be about to fall on the bed at any moment. So tired. Can you not watch it? This TV is so hard to watch her. The heart itches and wants to scratch but has no place to do so. It was all I could do to distract from the hard feelings by pushing hard with my fingers. His eyes glanced at Lin Lin, whose body was trembling slightly, and Lin An instantly understood what Lin Lin was up to. She got a little chilly from the air conditioning. With that, he reached out and wrapped his arms around Lin Lin. Concerned? Still cold? Lin An's action caused Lin Lin to faintly stare, thinking darkly in his heart. Cold. Cold as a hammer. She was already hot inside. Now she very much wanted to pounce on Lin An and begged him for mercy. Oh, Lin An, she won't look at it no more. Lin Lin don't want to see this kind again. Lin Lin, who was already trying to turn off the TV at this point, couldn't free his hands. She's got to hold back. Keep holding back. Thinking of this, Lin Lin frowned down and his fingers continued to exert force, grabbing the flesh on his thighs. Seeing Lin Lin ignoring him, Lin An thought that Lin Lin was angry. After all, the TV had been performing for so long, but he still hadn't done anything, so it was inevitable that he would be angry too. LOL, this girl. Seeing Lin Lin's bulging and stifling red face, Lin An knew that Lin Lin should be on the verge of breaking out right now. Slowly, Lin An began to move. The arm was stretched out so that Lin Lin's head was pressed against his chest. Lin Lin stared with somewhat flustered eyes. This sudden movement of Linen caused the dry heat that Lin had been suppressing to be instantly given a release. I can't. I'm scared. Lin stammered with red cheeks, shyness taking over. Linen glanced at Lin, whose fingers were tightly gripping his clothes and whose face was unusually flushed, and rubbed Lin's brain. What are you thinking about? It's not like I'm going to do anything to you. You did. You just kept moving. I felt it all. After saying that, Lin's eyes didn't dare to look at Linen and silently buried his head. Shame on you. Lin, will he be as rude as the people on TV? I don't think so. The movements were so indecent. Linen, I don't think he's learned and thought of using it. In her heart, the little girl was worried about Linen messing up, but there was also that little bit of hope that Linen would mess up. That's why she didn't even think about turning off the TV so soon. Only now, Linen seemed to be holding it together, but Lin didn't. I didn't move. Linen hesitated and returned. No, you moved and I felt my thigh being touched. At those words, Linen was silent. He seemed to move, but he didn't really move. Linen wasn't going to answer Lin's words and directly shifted back to say, what did you learn from watching TV? Aha! She learned. Lin seemed to have thought of something, and her shell teeth pressed against her pink lips, holding back, outside the door. At this time, Bai Yi and Lin Su had been cooking a bowl of skinny meat porridge with eggs, thinking to send it to the two guys upstairs who were trying to learn knowledge. Let's each serve a bowl. It's a bit hot, Bai Yi reminded. Lin Su nodded, picked up a bowl of skinny pork congee with eggs and headed upstairs. Without taking a few steps, Lin Su heard a voice coming from upstairs, which was somewhat unintelligible but familiar. Is that Cherry Blossom? Aha! Cherry Blossom language. What exactly were Linen and Lin doing in their room? Lin Su frowned slightly and took a big step forward. Soon the voice became clearer and clearer. This time he heard him clearly, but he also froze. That voice sounds familiar. It's Mr. Chang. It was the sound of a woman in pain. Hard fists. Do not study well in the room to make some mess, right? Lin Su's eyes turned cold as he reached over towards the door handle. Suddenly, a soft hand landed on his shoulder. He turned back, and Bai Yi's finger was against his lips. Shoo, what are you so excited about? Lin Su hesitated and said, can I not get excited when you hear the voices in here? This isn't studying, they're clearly. Can you say you're not angry? I'm not angry. I'm still having fun. Noticing Lin Su's puzzled eyes, Bai Yi continued, they're learning too. They're just learning from different people. Chapter 109, Examination. The TV inside Lin's room had been playing and hadn't been turned off. Linen and Lin looked at each other, the latter blushing and the former excited. And the door. Bai Yi was having some exchanges with Lin Su. Unpleasant sounds continued to emanate from the room. It made this middle-aged uncle a little hard of hearing, and he couldn't help but mutter, listen to this voice, these two guys are too arrogant, aren't they? Arrogant what? Linen and Lin they are still quite peaceful. I haven't heard Lin's cry after so long. So they should just be learning. Learning the theoretical knowledge, so that they won't be at a loss the next time they practice. Bai Yi mumbled with a look of understanding. The chanting was accompanied by a secret grin. If Linen and Lin worked hard, maybe she and Lin Su could be in-laws tomorrow, right? Thinking of this, Bai Yi pulled Lin Su away from here. Don't bother them, let's go inside first. By the way, let's drink this porridge in our hands ourselves. Lin Su smiled and understood what Bai Yi meant, so he nodded and said, well, okay. The two of them took the bowl of porridge, and after drinking it all in one go, they quietly walked into the house. Inside Lin's room, the little girl was like a cute little white rabbit. She had accidentally fallen into Linen, the big bad wolf. She was lying in Lin's arms with her whole body weak, and was unable to break away from Linen. Lin gently poked Linen and said, Linen, turn this off, it's not interesting at all. Seeing that Lin seemed to be shy, Linen stopped messing with the little girl in his arms and obeyed her, responding, okay. The mortifying sounds and images were all gone in an instant. The world is clean. Lin slowed down and looked at Linen. Let's sleep, okay? At those words, Lin's eyes widened. I don't mean that sleep. Normal sleep. Sleep. After saying that, Lin lowered his head, pulled his fingers, and tugged on the quilt to lie down. Almost had Reinen follow the example of the TV and bully her. Luckily, she was quick to beg for mercy. Glancing at Lin, who had revealed half of his head, Lin sighed slightly. This girl, do not dare to mess around. Put this kind of thing to him to see what alas, good thing he will firm, or really want to hold it. Lin also laid down her body. Then unfold your arms. Hold Lin in his arms and sleep peacefully. Sleep for a while. Lin, you ran into me again. Just take it easy and go to sleep. By the next day, Linen and Lin go out and bump into the smiling couple. Linen and Lin instantly realized that last night's incident has been discovered. Red-faced and very nervous, the duo went to wash up and eat breakfast. Soon, come to the school. Humph, why did you give me something like that? Ha, wasn't it you who wanted to see it? Quiet looked innocent in the face of her little sister's questioning. Obviously you want to see it. I need to see the study materials. I'm giving you study materials too. Quiet's words silenced Lin. There was nothing wrong with what Quiet said, but Lin just wasn't happy about it. She slumped over the table with a weak look on her face and said, "You bad man, giving me that kind of stuff. I almost got bullied last night." Glancing at Lin's breathless appearance, Quiet wondered, it was almost, and not already? A little bit. "Anne, I'm begging you, don't say it. I didn't sleep well last night." After saying this, Lin inclined his head and stopped looking at Quiet. Her ass hurt, her jaw hurt, everywhere. It's super tempting to cry. Quietly, he sighed and began to read. Linen and Lin's uneventful daily life passed quickly. Time went by and it was exam day. Inside the Lin family. Linen, do you have all your things ready? Ready X2. Looking at the firm and excited eyes of the two, Bai Yi nodded, said, "Good, now off we go then." "Aha!" the two responded in unison. Then, Linen and Lin got into the car together hand in hand and quickly arrived at the entrance of the university. Inside the car, "Linen, how's your revision going?" Lin asked curiously. Linen blinked and looked at Lin. Reaching out and rubbing Lin's brain, he looked at her and said, "Ugh, someone is harassing me every day to review." Hearing this, Lin silently pouted her little mouth, seemingly blaming herself a little. Seeing this, Linen smiled and approached Lin's earlobe. "But it's still fine for exams." "Really?" Lin tilted her head to look at him. "Really?" "Yeah." The two's cheerful voices came, and Bai Yi curiously twisted her head to look. Just two guys twisted into a ball, looking at each other face to face. If Bai Yi gave a gentle push from behind, Lin's little pink mouth would have touched Linen, but nay, Bai Yi's hand touched. "It's really worthy of being a young person, nah. It's almost exam time and you're still so energetic." Bai Yi twisted her head around and said to Lin and Linen with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Su, who was driving, was also a bit curious about what the two guys in the back seat were doing. It's okay to be sneaky and messy at home before, but do you want to be open and honest in the car? In the next second, Lin's words blocked Lin Su's thoughts. "Uncle, don't wander off. Watch the car." "Oh, good." Once reminded by Lin Su sent his attention to driving. "No messing around, my parents are still here." Saying that, Lin lightly bit on Lin's arm that was wrapped around her. Taking a look at the water stains on his arm, Lin glanced at Lin in disgust. "Why are you still biting me when you're this old? Is it dirty?" At those words, Lin skimmed her mouth and said, "Humph, who told you to mess around in the car? If you still want to continue, then I'm going to need more than just your hand." After saying that, Lin revealed a bad smile and even spat out his pink tongue. Seeing this, Lin was shocked and thought of the previous incident of watching television with Lin. The mind was inexplicably flustered. Oops, Lin's ability to learn is very strong. Otherwise he wouldn't be number one in his grade. But, I hope Lin didn't learn that kind of thing as well. Otherwise, I don't think he'll have a good time living together in the future. Chapter 110, Look, the girl. The car drove along peacefully. Soon after, Lin and Linen stepped out of the car and walked in the direction of the examination center. Lin held Lin's arm for a while. A familiar voice came from behind him. Linen, have to cheer up." Lin and Linen twisted their heads to look back. Soon at a spot not far away, two people were locked onto it. Lin Shi and Ning Xin. "Aha, when did this guy get into the game?" Linen was puzzled, and Lin also had a puzzled look on his face. But in the end, the duo waved their hands at Lin Shi and Ning Xin, and proceed to walk. Lin's fingers tugged on Lin's clothes and said, "Linen, what's going on with the two of them?" "I don't know." Linen spread his hands, indicating that he was also confused. Erlin couldn't even figure out the situation, so he just didn't think about it. The most important thing now is that the exam. While waiting inside the exam room, Linen and Lin were both sitting on a side chair, but Lin seemed to be sleepy. Closing her eyes, her small arms reached out to wrap around Linen, her head rubbing against Lin's arms. "I'll squint a little." "Good." After answering, Linen then gently rubbed Lin's head. Then, with a smile, he raised his eyes. At that moment, a pair of eyes stared deathly at Linen. There was some jealousy, some envy, some hate in those eyes. "Mother asterisk. We're all here to take the test. Why should you bring your girlfriend? And, so smile so arrogantly. What a birth. True torture is really handcuffable." In the sight of the crowd, Linen was a bit confused. "Hey, what's going on here? What the?" Look at him. He was merely treating Lin Lin as usual. It was just that it was the first time he had been so close to Lin Lin in front of his peers. Why is everyone looking at him strangely? Did he do something wrong? Lin scanned the crowd and realized that most of the uncomfortable looks were coming from the boys. And of course there are girls. For example, Xian Xian Zhou. She was hiding beside Zhou Yang, her big watery eyes staring at Lin and Lin Lin's position. That face seemed to have been marred by tear tracks. Brother, what's wrong? Lend me your shoulder to lean on for a while I squint a little. The sun soon shone down from the sky, spilling onto Lin Lin's tender face. Lin, I'm itching, help me scratch. Lin Lin closed her eyes and mumbled as her little finger pointed at her waist. Seeing this, Lin didn't think much of it and put his fingers into. Wait a minute, there are so many people here, how can I reach in? It's not good if others see it. Belatedly, Lin opened his eyes as he waited for Lin An's movement. Pouting, he stared at him accusingly. I really didn't lie to you. Lin An, help me scratch it. I can't reach it with my short hands. After saying that, Lin Lin's tender little face looked penalized. Hearing this, Lin An agreed to Lin Lin in succession. Fine, you go back to sleep. I'll scratch. Then, Lin An raised his eyes and scanned the crowd. Gee, why is anyone still glaring at him? What did he do wrong? A few students in the distance murmured. See, just those two on the chair. Mud actually spreading dog food in public. That's just it. Spreading dog food in public. What a lack of civic-mindedness. Spreading it all over the place. For me to eat? Spreading dog food even. I just looked at that girl for a few moments. Holy, so it's still a soft and cute girl. What? A cute girl? This is too much torture. Hearing the word soft girl, the surrounding crowd's hostility towards Lin intensified. Lin An, whose attention was on Lin, didn't hear the crowd's murmurings. After all, there were too many people and their voices were too noisy. Lin also had to tickle Lin right now. But this action, Lin was worried that some pervert would see it and why. So, Lin took off his jacket and covered Lin's petite body. A large hand reached out and managed to get inside the shirt. Then the fingers squirmed. Soon, Lin, who had her body covered by her clothes, only revealing her head, had her small mouth slightly opened and moaned softly. That's where it itches. Lin An, keep scratching it. Oh, Lin responded and was about to continue when a man with rimmed glasses walked over. It seemed to be a teacher who walked up to Lin, glanced at the red-faced Lin, and secretly shook his head. Then, to Lin, he said, classmate, is this your girlfriend? It's. At these words, this teacher's face looked a little less than good. Frowning slightly, squatting down, he patted Lin's shoulder. Classmates should be more careful when they fall in love. Think about it. After he finished speaking, he got up with the intention of leaving, but then he glanced over Lin's flat and unimpressive figure. Sighing, he left. Looking at the man's departing back, Lin also understood why he said that. After all, Lin had a bad figure, and it was common for people to misunderstand her. He used to arguments. I just hope I don't get a room check when I go out to stay. Ring ring ring, the bell rang for the exam. All the candidates, taking their eyes off of Lin and Lin, walked in the direction of their own examination rooms. Asleep ho ho ho? Lin shouted as she heard the bell and directly stretched her petite body. Lin rubbed Lin's brain and spoke softly. Stop screaming, we should go. Then, reaching out, he handed Lin exam supplies. Lin picked it up, bounced around and gently nudged Lin's face. Grinning, hee Lin bye. I'll see you at noon. The little hand waved at Lin. Well, I'll see you at noon. Then, the two of them went to their exam room. The boring exam time ended quickly. Lin's exam room was downstairs while Lin was upstairs. As soon as he left the house, Lin's little face looked anxious. Hurriedly, he headed downstairs. Just down the stairs, the expectant face appeared. Lin was surprised and jumped into Lin's arms. Rinan, I missed you so much. Why? It's only been a couple hours, but I just miss you so much. I don't want to leave you. After saying that, Lin stuck to Lin's arms like a little crawler. This silly girl. Don't you realize that so many people are watching them right now? Ugh, it's going to be talked about again. Hey, what are you covering my ears for? It's noisy in here. Just don't listen. Oh, P.S. 4 more, begging for free swag. Fewer and fewer people are reading it. Alas sad. Chapter 111, the end of the examination. How did you do on the exam in the morning? Lin asked curiously as he opened his mouth and ate the meat Lin had thrown at him. Looking at Lin's constantly blinking eyes, Lin rubbed Lin's head for a moment. Don't worry about it, I played well. Lin nodded and then asked, aha, that's good. By the way Lin, where are we going for summer vacation? Where to go? It didn't matter where he went. Anyway, his goal was actually very simple. This generation he just wanted to accompany Lin in an uneventful manner. wherever you go. We haven't finished the exam yet. Why do you think so much? Anyway, no matter how well we do in the exam, we'll be together. Linan tenderly stroked Lin Lin's rounded brain. Linan's words caused Lin Lin's heart to secretly rejoice. Linan says they'll be together. Then, Linan won't even leave her in the future, right? Aha. We'll always be together anyway. Lin Lin slightly reddened her small face and nodded repeatedly. After saying that, her soft little hands picked up a piece of meat and brought it to Linan's mouth. Linan raised her eyes and saw Lin Lin's face smiling, then her eyes narrowed and her mouth opened to accept Lin Lin's feeding. During lunch, two people, you feed me a bite, I feed you a bite. The image was so beautiful that Quiet and Zhou Xianxian, who were not far away, looked at it with sour hearts, quietly resting her cheeks. She sighed. Alas, is this Lin Lin after experiencing what it's like to be a man? And in the back of his mind, he said that it was full of the sour smell of love, #O. Watching the actions of the two in the distance, Zhou Xianxian was jealous, envious, and hard. She clearly heard her old brother say, Lin Lin is the sister of the Ah. She was naive to think that she is a chance, but now it seems, it's not a sister, it's just an excuse to cover up. Zhou Xianxian was curious as to why people who had always lived together and grown up together would sprout that kind of affection. Zhou Xianxian couldn't figure out why Linan and Lin Lin's relationship had become love. She and her oldest brother also grew up together but did not develop bad feelings. Zhou Xianxian rested her cheeks and stared at the duo in the distance who were filled with an unusual aura. A secret sigh. LOL, don't all novels have a big defeat of Qingmei from heaven? How is it that in reality, it's not? Xian, what's wrong with you lately? Sighing all the time. Zhou Yang walked over and asked, older brother, do you know when Linan and Lin Lin and the two of them became like that? Zhou Xianxian's head tilted and pointed at Linan and Lin Lin who were throwing food at each other in the distance. I'm not sure about this. Glancing at Erlin in the distance, Zhou Yang was also helpless and responded after a pause. Hearing this, Zhou Xianxian sighed again. She wanted to know where she lost. In terms of figure, she is better than Lin Lin. In terms of face value, Lin Lin is a soft and cute girl while she is a royal sister. In terms of family, her family has several buildings. Ugh, a very uncomprehending Zhou Xianxian bowed her head and sighed, and Quiet on the side. Ugh. The sigh attracted Zhou Xianxian and lifted her head to look. Seeing that person was Quiet, all of a sudden Zhou Xianxian came to his senses. Since this old brother guy doesn't understand, wouldn't it be better to ask Lin Lin's BFF? She had to figure out what made her lose before she even started. Even if you're a loser, you need to understand the reason for the failure. She didn't believe that Skyfall couldn't defeat Sibling. Then, Zhou Xianxian walked over towards the quietness. Time rushes. Looking back, college life has gradually far away, and Linan and Lin Lin went on summer vacation. A few days later, the semester of college life has come to an end, and excited students are either going out for the night or going to internet cafes all night long, and some are even going in pairs to, well, star hotels that give off a sparkling glow. There were many couples in front of the hotel, which of course included two acquaintances, Linan, who had a clean-cut look and had reached a height of around 179, and a girl with a flat figure and a very cute face. Now Lin Lin's little heart was beating fast, and her little face had long been flushed. She's stupid. Really, all she knows is that going out after exams is kind of relaxing, so she drinks and eats kebabs with Linan. But what she doesn't realize is that it's kind of a bad thing if you get drunk in the middle of the night. Linan, you, how did it become two? Lin Lin's small hand hooked onto Linan's collar, and her rosy little face faced Linan. Smelling the odor of alcohol emanating from Lin Lin's body, he glanced at Lin Lin's confused eyes. Linan was helpless. Alas, Lin Lin is really a vegetable and playful girl. He just said that children can't drink, but Lin Lin wanted to prove it and shouted at him. She's grown up and can do what adults do. She's not a child. But, after a few glasses of wine, this girl's whole body went soft. Alas, Lin, hold on a little longer. I'll take you to rest later. After sighing, Linan carried Lin Lin's delicate body into his arms. Head for the hotel in front of you. Under this night sky, two girls appeared behind Linan. You see, they just finished their exams, and now they've gone to the hotel. Now you should understand the relationship between them, right? Quiet spoke to Xianxian Zhou. Zhou Xianxian glanced at Erlin's departing back, her eyes showing a forlorn look. I understand, but one thing I can't figure out is why, living under the same roof, they developed that kind of feeling? I don't really understand. For Zhou Xianxian's question, Quiet also understood that she should be thinking that even if they ate together for so many years they would only produce kinship, right, not other emotions. After all, Zhou Xianxian also had a brother who lived and ate with her. Quiet paused, and was about to speak in reply when Quiet's good-looking eyes widened momentarily. Oh no, it's that guy. Seeing that Quiet was suddenly out of sorts in his demeanor, Zhou Xianxian was a bit puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Quietly squinting his eyes, he glanced at Ning Xinxin in the distance and saw that he was walking in his direction. She became flustered at once. Is that woman, again, going to come clinging to her? Seeing Quiet's frown, Zhou Xianxian put her palm on Quiet's shoulder and shook it. "Quiet, are you okay? Are you not feeling well?" Quietly slowing down, his eyes strayed away from Ning Xinxin and directly reached out to hold Zhou Xianxian's hand, saying, "Come over here." Zhou Xianxian stared uncomprehendingly at the hand being held beneath her. Before he could open his mouth to ask, Quiet's arm stretched out and in a direct wallop, he pressed Zhou Xianxian against the wall. Zhou Xianxian froze and asked in confusion, what are you doing?" Zhou Xianxian's voice just exhaled. Quiet a stretch hitched on Zhou Xianxian's lips and said gently, Can you stop talking for a second? Just do me a favor." Though puzzled, Quiet talked with her a lot, and helped her to understand a little bit about Lin Lin and Lin An's daily life. Therefore, Zhou Xianxian chose to be obedient. Allow the Quiet and yourself to do the posting. On the other hand, Ning Xinxin on the other side didn't come towards her as Quiet thought. Instead, he brushed past her and headed in the direction of the hotel. "Shiori-san, what do you want by calling me here?" Hearing this voice, Lin Shi smiled and glanced at the innocent-faced Ning Xinxin, then walked to Ning Xinxin's side and put his arm around her shoulders, said softly, "You're tired of playing outside with you for so long today, aren't you?" Ning Xinxin nodded. "Well, there is a little pull. The body always feels so sour." After saying that, Ning Xinxin revealed a weak look. Looking at this Lin Shi fellow, he secretly gulped a mouthful of saliva. Go, come with me. I'll give you a good massage later, sister." Ning Xinxin revealed an innocent smile and responded, "Yes." Then, Lin Shi walked into this luxurious hotel with his arm around Ning Xin. Zhou Xianxian couldn't help but blush when she felt the Quiet sniffle. Taking a small breath, he said, "Quiet, can you let go of me now?" At those words, Quiet head lowered, nodded, and responded, "Okay." Then, with her small face slightly red, Zhou Xianxian lowered her head and left from the Quiet arms. Chapter 112 Rooming in Person, Linen. Tonight is the second night of the end of college life. This is a day when many students choose to let loose and indulge themselves. So, it creates a situation. Some drink to excess, some play games of life all night, some seek excitement and spend money on fun, and Lin Lin belongs to the vegetable and fun-loving type. Inside the hotel, I want to kiss the fuzzy-conscious Lin Lin grabbed onto Linen, her little mouth pouting as she moved closer to Linen and spoke softly. Linen tilted his head and easily dodged it, helplessly saying, Lin Lin, stop it." After saying that, Linen leaned Lin Lin's head on his shoulder. At this point, "Front desk, may I ask if you're looking for a room?" Linen glanced at Lin Lin, who was all limp, and sighed helplessly. Alas, the first time I came here with Lin Lin, it was because I drank too much." After a pause, he responded, "Yes, okay, please give me your ID card for a moment," the receptionist said politely. Wait a minute." After Linen peeled Lin Lin's fidgeting little hands away, he began to rummage through the backpack in Lin Lin's arms. Fingers fumbled in his bag, and after a few seconds, Lin froze. This one is a bit rough to the touch. Could it be a balloon?" After a second of doubt, Linen continued to fumble. Quickly, touch the ID. With that, he handed it to the lady at the front desk. "Here, okay." After some maneuvering, Linen hugged Lin Lin, who had a small flushed face, and took the elevator to room 502 on the 4th floor. Shortly after the duo had left, Lin Shi walked into the hotel with his arm around the pure-faced Ning Xin. "Front desk miss." See the situation then revealed a professional smile. "Two ladies. Hello, please ask." Lin Shi said bluntly, "We'll stay the night." "Yes, please, Pa." The ID card was slapped on the table by Lin Shi. "Here." "Yes, ma'am." When Ning Xinxin on the side saw this scene, a conspiratorial smile appeared on her white face. Gentle laughter. "You've been with Shio for so long, and now you're finally going to do it to yourself." The white rabbit really kept her waiting. Ning Xinxin smiled darkly, her eyes glancing at the front desk lady's registration form. "Aha, does that name look familiar?" Seeing a large Lin character, Ning Xinxin couldn't help but stick out her head and squint her eyes to look closely. Written on the gray paper on the table was a name that surprised her. Room opener, Linen. How did Lin get here? Ning Xinxin's face froze as she quickly searched her mind for possibilities. It didn't take long for Ning Xinxin to come back to her senses from Lin Shi's touch. Xin? Lin Shi called out to her. "Aha!" Ning Xinxin blinked and turned her head to look at Lin Shi. Seeing Ning Xinxin return to her senses, Lin Shi's tone was gentle as she approached Ning Xinxin's ear and said, "What happened to you just now? Is it tired?" Sister Shio, I was indeed tired just now, and I almost laid down in your arms." Ning Xinshin covered her head and softly said. Looking at Ning Xinshin's appearance, Lin Shi hurriedly wrapped Ning Xinshin in his arms. In that case, let's get up there. Good. After Ning Xinshin replied softly, she revealed a faint smile and walked upstairs with Lin Shi. After walking a few steps, Ning Xinshin thought darkly, Linen wouldn't come to the hotel for no reason. So, should have brought Lin along. Those two guys are progressing pretty fast. It's almost time for Auntie and Linen to get acquainted. If it drags on, Linen and Lin will have a baby. She was thinking of being Linen and Lin's bridesmaid. If she was dragging, she'd be a ghost. Lin's delicate body was thrown onto the bed by Linen. Lin, who had lost Lin An's embrace, began to squirm. The eyes were closed, but the short arms were fidgeting, wanting Lin. Linen, the little tiny girl, was also slightly opening her little mouth and moaning softly. It was hard. She was so hard. Her head was foggy. She should have known better than to show off in all that wine. Lin was mentally chafing at the fact that tonight was supposed to be a wonderful night out with Linen, but it became unattractive because of her. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I'm always here. Linen walked in beside Lin and held her hand to soothe her. Sensing Lin An's presence, Lin tightly gripped Lin An's palm as if he was afraid that Linen would leave. Linen, you, don't go. Ugh, I'm not leaving. Linen glanced at Lin's neck, which had long since turned red, after he returned the comment. At that moment, the little girl slightly frowned her pretty eyebrows, her chest rose and fell, and her childishly soft voice exhaled. Head is spinning. Oh, never drink again. Hearing this, Linen, hesitating a bit, he stared at Lin's face that was red from being drunk. He stopped hesitating and made up his mind. He had to help Lin. It seemed like Lin was having a hard time right now, so he couldn't let it go. Taking Lin's jacket off and turning on the air conditioner to dissipate the heat from Lin's body should do the trick. Think it and do it. Linen took off his shoes, went straight to bed and approached Lin, saying, Lin, it's okay, I'll turn on the air conditioning for you. Chapter 113. Open the door. Room check. By this time, it was 1 or 2 in the morning. The institute, which was cold and quiet, is now hot and bustling. After the exams are over, all sorts of people who think of indulging themselves may also be on the path of no return. Knock. The police uncle knocked on the door of the room. Open the door. Check the room. Linen left his bed to open the door, only to see 2 policemen, one fat and one thin, in front of him, and he asked with a slight look, May I help you? Tonight is a special time. Please cooperate with our investigation. We won't take you away if you're innocent, a fat police uncle said, while the other skinny cop quickly scanned the bed to see the slightly red, sleepy face. This police uncle couldn't help but frown and said, And your name is? Lin An. Hearing this, the slightly chubby policeman made a note in his little notebook and then said, Well, age? 19 years old. Sophomore, Lin said. After recording this, the lean police uncle pointed to the girl lying on the bed and asked, What's the relationship between the person sleeping in the bed and you? Glancing at the sleeping Linen then responded, She's my girlfriend. Hearing this, the other paused. Continuing, he asked, She seems to be having a hard time? Hearing the other party's words, Linen shuddered in her heart, feeling that things would turn bad, and after freezing for a while, she said, She's drunk. Oh, got her ID? As soon as these words came out, it was clear to Linen that the police officer in front of him was now skeptical because he saw Lin's face that was reddened from being drunk. However, it's good to know that you need an ID to check into a hotel. Yes. After answering, Linen started to look for Lin's ID card. Fingers went into the backpack and after some fumbling, pull out a small balloon. The 2 police uncles saw the little pink balloon in Lin An's hand and stared at Linen with eyes that became unkind for a moment. It seemed to be staring at a birth, but soon that look became kind. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. They couldn't jump to conclusions. So, one of the police uncles said, Did you find your ID? I'll just look at the ID. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin An's face turned ugly. Oh no, the ID card. Seems I left it at the front desk and forgot to get it back. Now he might go in for a cup of tea. That my girlfriend's ID is in the bag or not? It seems to have been left at the front desk. Hearing this, the 2 policemen's faces darkened slightly. They don't just need to check this one room. They need to check all the rooms on this floor. Can't waste time here. Should we just arrest her? After all, the girl on the bed didn't look right, and she looked very unlike an adult. This kid is still fresh out of school. Every year there are graduating students who come to such places to indulge themselves. When you think about it that way, this kid is suspicious in so many ways. Just as the police uncle was about to say something, a woman's voice called out softly from next door. Hear that voice? One of the policemen paused and said to Linen, Boy, I hope you're not lying to me, or else, you'll be eating your rations if you mess around. When he finished speaking, he revealed an unkind look, as if he was thinking of scaring Linen and making him confess without a fight. But Linen remained the same. I'm not lying. Before Linen could finish, a staff member appeared at the doorway and, "Sir, this is your girlfriend's ID card. It was left at our front desk." Hearing this, the two policemen and Linen looked at each other, and Linen instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It really came at the right time. He came really close to being invited to tea. "Please show it to the two police uncles." Linen smiled at the staff member who suddenly appeared and said. Then, the skinny cop took the ID card straight away and looked down. A frown stretched across his face. With an apology, he said, "Sorry to waste both of your time. Have a nice evening with your girlfriend. Bye." Shortly thereafter, Linen retrieved Lin's ID card and sent the police away. It didn't take long for Linen to hear the sound of two women breathing from next door. Hiss, playing really fancy. And how dare you? The police uncle is checking the room right now, and you don't even stop at all. Definitely drawn to the police. Sure enough, as soon as this thought came out of Lin's mind, he heard a knock on the door. Dum. Open the door and check the room. Linen put Lin's ID card away and ignored the voices outside. Now his little girlfriend is still in a drunken state. Linen appeared and came to the bed, and gently squinted at Lin's slightly wrinkled face, and when he saw that it didn't respond, he sighed somewhat darkly. This girl cannot drink. Don't drink. Mess now cannot do anything. If outside she would have been picked up. It was good that he, Linen, was a decent man. Wouldn't do anything to take advantage of the situation. Seemingly sensing Lin's touch, this girl, she opened her eyes. The little mouth opened and whispered, Lin Ann. You're actually awake? Well, I was. Woken up. Oh, so it was woken up by the checking in earlier. Linen rubbed Lin's brain and said gently, is it still hard? After sleeping for a while, now my head isn't as dizzy as it was before. It's just that now, I want to go pee. Hearing this, Linen smiled. It's good that you're not dizzy. I was going to give you some sobering up medicine. And since you're not dizzy now, go to the bathroom and get some sleep. Hearing this, Lin nodded, but she didn't get up. Instead, he looked into Lin's eyes and said, Linen, why don't you carry me? I don't dare to drink this wine anymore. Now I really don't have any strength at all. I'm so weak. It feels like I've been bullied by you for a long time. Saying that, Lin's small hand tugged at the corner of Lin's coat, wanting Linen to carry her to the restroom. Lin, you're a good dish. Don't drink next time. Oh, Lin responded obediently and quickly headed to the restroom under Lin's guidance. Next door, Lin and Ning were surrounded by a group of female police officers. Transfer records, unidentified tools, the voice just now, and all indications are that you guys are highly suspect. What are you guys looking at? Take away. Cuff them all. P.S. 3 more pinches please, feed me free swag. About the rhythm, this book is a slow pace, not a set of cool text. Flat daily life of two people. Think hydrology is normal, because the main line is slow, but every chapter is seriously thinking about how the daily life of two people are small interactions. Actually, I wasn't really looking for a fast-paced, slow writing about what happens to two people and how they do things in their daily lives. That's what I wanted to write. Chapter 114. Listening to the commotion outside the door. Linen secretly shook his head and secretly decided in his heart that the next time he brought Lin to the hotel, he would make sure that his ID card was with him. Otherwise he'll be the next one invited to tea. Clatter. The sound of water flowing in the toilet rang out, pulling Linen back from his reverie. Well, I'm fine. That Linen, you. After Lin responded, he stumbled over his words, seemingly shy. Seeing Lin's face flushed and her eyes averted, he lowered his head to Lin's earlobe and purred. What's wrong with you, Lin? If there's something wrong just tell me and I'll help you. The breath that drifted up beside her ear made Lin blush and she couldn't help but gasp, and her short fingers couldn't help but tightly hook up. The pink lips were also pressed slightly by the shell teeth. After a moment's hesitation, petulantly, Linen, my legs are a bit numb. Why don't you massage my legs for me? With each word, Lin's head hung lower and lower, as if she was shy. Linen froze, staring blankly at the girl in front of him. Massage. It's okay, too. Seeing that Linen was hesitating, Lin puffed up her little face and raised it, displaying her cute and innocent little face in front of Linen. Linen, help me. My legs are numb. Upon hearing this, Linen felt a bit strange and his expression became struggling. He felt that Lin was tricking him into playing. However, in the end, Lin, the birth, agreed. Then I'll carry you to the bed first. Don't move around. Just lie down obediently, Linen said, and without waiting for Lin to respond, he had already carried her to the bed. As soon as Lin Lin laid down, Linen was about to hold Lin Lin's calves in preparation for a massage when he did so. Lin Lin's petite voice came out. You have to be a little lighter. Aha, I get it. It's not like it's happened twice. Linen casually responded, seeing to Lin Lin's expression of disbelief. Then he said, which time have you ever had a numb leg that I didn't help you with? And I can't believe you're still skeptical. So just trust me and be okay. At those words, Lin Lin reddened her little face and nodded. So, you start. When she finished speaking, Lin Lin tightly bit her pink lips, and her fingers were suddenly clenched. Even her eyes were tightly closed. Seeing that Lin Lin has endured well, Lin no longer hesitated. Sure enough, out of the gate. Morning, before the sunlight even shone into the hotel, a shout rang out. It hurts, Linen. You can't control the force at all. Lin Lin's small hand patted Linen, who was pinching her soft face in front of her. After slapping his hand away, that cute face took on a fierce look and glared at him. Oomph, is that how you wake someone up? Linen sure is a big pervert. Pervert, pervert, pervert. After an internal output, this girl even spat out her round pink tongue at Linen. Slightly. Linen scratched his cheeks and helplessly said, Lin, don't be angry. It's not like I meant to push so hard. I was also a little dizzy from drinking. It's normal to accidentally push a little harder. After saying that, Linen was helpless. He did drink more last night as well, and the hand holding Lin Lin's calf was very light. But, just because of the dizziness, Linen didn't know if the force was appropriate. Plus Lin Lin had drunk more. This girl closed her eyes as if she was asleep after lying down on the bed, and she didn't give a single bit of feedback. So much so that Linen kept pushing harder and harder. In the end, it was only when Lin Lin screamed out in pain that he stopped his massaging motion. Looking at Lin An's careless expression, Lin Lin was angry. Glaring at Linen, he thought darkly, bastard Linen, doesn't know how to sympathize with her at all, doesn't know how to be gentle. Damn you, Lin. Lin Lin muttered a few words in her heart. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Taking advantage of Lin An's daze, the white and tender feet stepped on the bed and jumped directly, pouncing on Linen. I'll bite you to death. That aura was fierce and budding. Linen didn't react, and in a moment of inattention, Lin Lin opened his mouth and bit on his arm. Seeing this, Linen just sighed and rubbed Lin Lin's head. In a better mood? After glancing at Linen, Lin Lin loosened her mouth. After taking a look at the water slurping on Lin An's arm, this girl began to feel a bit sorry for Linen. But soon, Lin Lin's mind was relieved again. The kid's dad, really bad, bullying the kid's mom, said, isn't it good for you to be gentle in the future, knowing that I'm body is weak? Hearing this, Linen smiled and responded, okay, I understand. I'll pay more attention. Don't get angry, okay? Don't think I'm easy to coax just because I'm little. I'm not that quick to forgive you. Lin Lin bulged her face and shouted. Then, Lin Lin tugged at his pants. A look of bad condition followed on the tender little face. Lin Lin, who was originally full of pride, was now shrouded in aggression. Seeing the little girl's look of help, Linen asked, what's wrong again? How did you put my pants on last night? Now I feel cold down there. Hearing Lin Lin's words, Linen understood why Lin Lin had said this. By what time in the morning? Lin Lin was covered in sweat and her tampon and everything was wet. So he threw away the tampon after Lin Lin went to the bathroom. Ahem, you're not wearing a tampon, Linen awkwardly said. As the words fell, a new pack of sanitary napkins appeared in Lin An's hands. Here you go, put it on yourself, and don't ask me for help with something like this, or you'll say I hurt you too hard again. As soon as Lin An's words came out, Lin Lin's little face flushed. She inclined her head and grunted softly. I know, you, turn around, I'm going to take off my pants. Oh, Linen answered and turned honestly. Lin Lin glanced at Linen that self-conscious, and the blush on her face gradually dissipated. And at that moment, a phone rang, disturbing the two guys inside the room. Ring ring ring. Lin Lin looked down, only to see Lin An's cell phone beside him lighting up, and directly opened his mouth to shout, Lin An, your call. Hearing this, Linen then turned around directly and took the cell phone from Lin Lin's hands. At first glance, it was Lin Sher's name. Look at the familiar numbers and names on the cell phone screen. Linen thought darkly. Shiori-san, what could it be that she was looking for her at this time? Linen was a bit curious, so Linen didn't pause long before picking up the phone. Drip. Hey, Sister Shio, are you looking for me for something? Linen said. After saying that, Lin Sher's voice did not ring on the phone. Instead, it was another woman's voice. Linen I'm Xin Ning. Can you come to the police station? The police department? Sister Shio usually teases her little sister. How can she go into the police station? He was puzzled, but time was running out, so he didn't think much about it and answered directly. Okay, I'll be right there. Chapter 115, Inside the Car. After Linen and Ning Xinxing communicated for a while, Ning Xinxing told him to come over as soon as possible and not to tell Lin's parents. And naturally, Linen agreed that there were some things that were not easy to say when the situation was not yet understood. Soon after, Linen hung up the phone and informed Lin, who was putting on his pants, of the content of the call he had just made. Lin reacted with surprise. She was never expecting her sister-in-law to enter the bureau after so many years, but this girl didn't think much of it, nodding her head repeatedly and urging Linen to hurry up. Linen didn't delay either. Pulling Lin, he walked out of the room and directly checked out. Sister Sure, what should we do? Ning Xinxin sat on the side, her somewhat sleepy face twisted towards Lin Sure and asked her. At this time, Lin Sure could be said to have been up all night, explaining half a day without explaining the relationship between the two. Yes, she did send money to Ning Xinxin, but those tools are really not her. Damn the hotel. Definitely arranged by the hotel. Damn it, they are two girls. Where do they need to ask for small balloons? The little balloons are trivial. The point is that there's something else. Mud. It was definitely left behind by the last guy who lived there. What else would explain those tools of unknown function? After Lin Sure paused, she faced the door and said breathlessly, Ugh, what else can we do? We can only wait. Just wait for Linen to come over. After saying that, Lin Sure lowered her head and sighed silently. There was no way she would let older brother and sister Yi come over for this kind of disgraceful matter. Otherwise a reprimand awaited her when she got home. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Seeing Lin Sure in this state, Ning Xinxin felt a little guilty in her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that she screamed too loudly during the massage, maybe it won't attract the police. What's more, they wouldn't have been caught if it hadn't been for the discovery of what they had hidden in the drawer. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Mom she is afraid to call, and Dad is even more afraid to call. So, she dialed her little aunt's number and asked Ningxue to come and collect the person. But, such a humiliating scene. She really wanted to find a crack and go inside. At this moment, Lin Sure and Ning Xinxin quite tacitly lowered their heads and sighed with sighs. The morning sunlight passed through the window and sprinkled down on the side and half of Lin Sure and Ning Xinxin's body. The scene looked a little lost on the two men. Sister Shio, I'm a bit sleepy. Let me lean back for a while. Ning Xinxin blinked her panda eyes, her head nodding twice uncontrollably. Then, it leaned slightly on Lin Sure's shoulder. After Lin Sure glanced dully at Ning Xinxin, sleepiness also encroached on her. Not long after, Lin Sure's head also tilted towards Ning Xinxin's direction. At this time, Linen and Lin were coming to the road by car. Linen, do you think little auntie, she would have committed something? Lin held Lin's hand and asked anxiously. Linen looked at Lin and directly rubbed the little girl's head, saying, I'm not sure. According to Sister Shio's character, she either teased someone and got beaten up, or she saw the righteousness and beat someone up. Hearing this, Lin wasn't so anxious. After all, her little aunt was still quite a fighter, beating her and Linen every day when they were young. It wouldn't be out of the question if I could get my sister-in-law taught a lesson. I just hope my little sister-in-law didn't get hit too badly. Seeing Lin lowering his head, not knowing what he was thinking about, Linen consoled. In the phone call, Ning Xinxin didn't specifically say anything serious. She just asked me to go over there for a bit. I guess it would just be for me to claim someone. Hearing Linen say this, Lin that was completely unperturbed. Anyway, her youngest aunt was often disciplined for fighting when she was in school, and there had been instances of being detained for fighting in the past. A hungry sound came from Lin's stomach. Lin was attracted by the sound, raised his head, looked at Linen and said, Linen, let's go buy a breakfast first. Your stomach is growling. It's fine. It's not too late to eat after picking Shio-san up. It won't take long to buy a breakfast, and I don't think little auntie has eaten it either. So let's buy breakfast and bring her one on the way too. Lin, who had been completely unnerved by Lin's words, was now only thinking about her Linen. What a sister-in-law. Put it in second place. Her Linen came first. Linen thought about it. Lin wasn't wrong. It wouldn't be bad to have breakfast first and then bring it to Sister Sure. So, Linen accepted the offer. After the car drove for a while, Linen told the driver master to pull over, and not long after, Linen simply bought a few buns. Of course, Linen also bought the little steamed buns that Lin loved. Here, eat. Linen smiled, reaching out and handing the small steamed bun to the little greedy cat Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin's little face smiled as she took it and spoke. Thanks, Linen, you're the best to me. As soon as the words fell, Lin's petite body came closer to Linen. Boo, leaving her own lingering scent on Lin's face. Hey, young man, is this your sister? You two have a pretty good relationship. Reminds me of my family's daughter. Ha ha ha. She also likes to cling to her brother like your sister. Hearing the driver in front of him mumbling merrily to himself, Lin couldn't help but frown and speak. Not a sister. I'm not his sister. I'm his wife. Lin's words just finished. Linen was stunned and looked at Lin. This girl is getting more and more daring. Well, there is progress. At once, the eyes that regarded Lin became pleased, and that's when the driver in front of him was still laughing. Yeah, young man, what my girl said is exactly the same as the one your sister just said. Haha, they are two siblings who are so close, and I'm kind of relieved that I'm working outside. Hearing the driver master say this, Lin was not happy. Tutaying her little mouth, she looked at Linen with some aggravation. After saying that, and staring expectantly at Linen, his eyes blinking, not sister, but wife. Seeing this, Linen felt amused and took this girl into his arms, rubbing her head. Yes, you are, okay? Aha. The little girl nodded, a smile on her small face, her small mouth slightly extended, close to Lin's lips. The driver at this point lost his previous pleasantness and his face stiffened. Wait, they really aren't, are they? So, his daughter and his stepson, wouldn't it be? The driver's master seemed to have thought of something unimaginable, shouted, keep your eyes peeled, I'm going to speed up. At those words, Linen and Lin directly hugged each other tightly. P.S. Because I'm busy, I don't have 3 shifts today, but I do tomorrow. Request for free swag / Chapter 116. Inside the car, a legitimate loli with a tiny figure and tender face buried her face into Lin's arms. Small hands tugged at his shirt, yelling, so fast, this car is going too fast. Lin, hold me. Glancing at Lin in his arms, Linen hugged the soft Lin tightly and said to the driver, Master, safety comes first. We're in no hurry. You're not in a hurry. He's in a hurry. The master driver muttered in his mind, but the car slowed down as well. He's right. Safety first. Noticing that the speed of the car was starting to slow down, Linen pushed Lin whose body was soft and boneless. Alright, don't be afraid. The car isn't going that fast anymore. Oh Linen, the car was going so fast before. I'm so afraid that something will happen. Lin tilted her drooping little face and trembled as she spoke. After saying that, Lin's fingers got even harder, thinking about getting even closer to Linen. Even if something happened, she didn't want to be separated from Linen. It's already fine. Don't worry. Linen rubbed Lin's head and comforted him, noticing the movements of the two people behind him. The old driver's heart was always a little sad and unusually difficult. I don't think they're at home that way or that way. Time passes by. Linen and Lin came to the police station. Haven't walked in yet. A puzzled voice came. Linen, why are you here? Hearing this voice, Linen and Lin turned around to look, only to see that Ningxue was looking at them with a puzzled expression. After staring at each other for a second, Linen responded, Godmother, I was called by Ning Xinshin. What exactly? She didn't explicitly say. Xin? Right. After Linen answered, Lin couldn't help but tense up and looked at Ningxue and said, Mom. Having said that, Lin then got very nervous, her heart pounding, and her small hands hooked around Lin's clothes. Godmother and mother. Lin's godmother was Lin's godmother, and Lin had long ago made up her mind to be with Linen forever. This is no time to be timid. After gathering enough courage, this girl's fingers, which were tightly hooked onto Lin's clothes, loosened. Nervousness, shyness, all of these emotions changed, in a flash, to firmness. Lin's shy expression suddenly shifted, causing Linen to be shocked inwardly at first, but soon a bemused smile appeared on his face, because Lin's hand was loosened and his face was firmly facing Ningxue, without the shyness he had before. Aha! Ningxue answered with a smile and walked in beside the duo. Looking at Linen, he inquired, Is this your girlfriend? Yeah. Receiving Lin's answer, Ningxue's mouth curled up into a shallow smile as she asked Lin, who had a determined face, So when are you guys planning on getting married? After all, a godmother is a mother too, so if you guys get married and lack anything, just tell me, and how many do you plan to have? Saying that, Ningxue held Lin's hand and stared straight into Lin's eyes. Lin blushed at the look and began to stammer, tying the knot. Marry? Having a baby? Isn't it too early? She and Linen don't even have that right now. Lin was somewhat unable to withstand Ningxue's eyes, and his nervousness and shame instantly rekindled. Couldn't help but lower my head. On the side, Linen saw the two of them conversing, so Linen chose to remain silent. It's kind of a conversation between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, so let them talk about it. Coming over for a few seconds, Ningxue saw that Lin was silent and instantly understood what was going on and continued talking. Have you guys not started yet? No. So when are you guys going to break out of that relationship? Ningxue's words made Lin incomparably shy, and after a long moment of silence, This girl raised her eyes and faced her mother-in-law's smile directly. That's up to Lin. I'm clumsy, I can only rely on him for those things. I don't know what I'm talking about. And, Lin and coughed lightly twice to stop Lin from continuing. It's better not to say such private things out loud, otherwise it's weirdly embarrassing. Let's stop talking for now. Let's go in first. The two guys inside are still waiting for us. Lin reminded the two of them, and after hearing Lin An's words, both of them answered and headed towards the police station. The midday sun was quite strong, and just standing inside the house, I also felt a sense of sultriness from the air, which hit me head on. There were three people sitting at the dining table, Lin and leaning on each other and sitting side by side, and the other, head tilted up, facing the ceiling. Shiori-san, don't go to sleep yet. You've been hungry for almost a day. You'd better fix your lunch first. Lin finished his sentence and looked helplessly at Linshur, who had closed her eyes and was breathing slightly. Given a bun, she chose not to eat it. Came to the restaurant, she chose to sleep. Not eating all the time, how is this going to work? Linshur wanted to sleep, so Lin couldn't force her to eat or force something into Linshur's mouth, right? Just when Lin was at his wit's end, the girl who had been plastered with linen for a long time and was covered in Lin An's scent, opening his mouth, he threatened, "Little auntie, if you don't eat honestly, I'll tell my parents about you going to the police station for looking for a woman." Lin's words had just fallen. Linshur's panda eyes snapped open, and her backbone popped up like a spring, picked up a bowl and blah 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 ate it. Seeing this scene, Lin tilted her little face and looked at Lin with a smile. Then, with her face stretched out, she came close to whisper in Lin An's ear, "Little auntie is like that. If you don't push her, she'll be very willful, and the human dish is still playful, just like a little kid." As soon as these words were uttered, Lin saw Lin looking at her with an odd expression on her face. Lin was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with you?" It's nothing." Lin smiled faintly in response to her, but in his heart, he thought, "Isn't the one who is vegetable and fun-loving and acts like a brat precisely you, Lin?" Seeing Lin looking unaware and staring at herself with her little head tilted up dully, Lin sighed slightly. This silly girl, will she pass on her silly genes to her offspring in the future? Lin thought about it and felt that just with Lin's current appearance, it was indeed possible. While Lin was thinking about it, a small white hand appeared in front of his eyes, and Lin squinted, only to see Lin only smiling and staring at herself, her small mouth slightly open. "Rinnen, open your mouth." Lin glanced at the childish-faced Lin, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked, choosing to obey this girl. Then not long after, a piece of meat was stuffed into Lin An's mouth by Lin. After the chopsticks went in and came out, Lin's tender little face revealed a smile. He. She propped up her face and looked at Lin with a face full of joy. "Well, it's good to be like this all the time." Chapter 117, even the smallest ones are adorable. The fifth day after the exam, Lin received a message on his cell phone, but not Lin herself, who was at that moment making a lovey-dovey breakfast for the girl who had relied on her bed. Zip, zip, zip. There were constant frying sounds coming from the kitchen, and it was clear that at this point in the day, Lin was drying out and trying to make breakfast. The sun spilled over Lin's ass, making her little butt glow. Lin moaned softly, scratching, with her small hand, the irradiated spot. Short, round fingers crawled like ants, after the little s moved. A look of pleasure crossed his childish little face. It doesn't tickle anymore. Drip. The sudden ringing of his cell phone woke Lin from his sleepy haze. Then, with her ass in the air and her white arms braced against her body, she straightened up. In the end, who is it? Lin rubbed her eyes while reaching out her small hand and feeling around on the bed. After a few seconds of time had passed, a cell phone appeared in Lin's hand. Perhaps because she had played with Lin too late last night, this girl casually clicked to connect. The other side of the phone. Zhou Xianxian was shocked when she watched the phone she dialed being connected. She thought Lin would hang up, but she didn't expect it to actually connect. But that's good. At least we can still be friends. Thinking of this, Zhou Xianxian was about to open her mouth. At that moment, a fluffy voice came from the other end of the line. "Hey, Lin, this is so big. It's all slipped out." Lin's small hands cupped the wide dress that had slipped out onto her shoulders and returned her to her original position. But soon, Lin had a small beak that seemed to be unhappy. LOL. So sad. As the saying goes, the speaker has no heart, but the listener has a heart. On the other side of the phone, Zhou Xianxian froze at this time. Lin's words had shocked her weak mind in a way that she couldn't think of in this life. Lin and Lin. Now at Zhou Xianxian's head was instantly empty, unable to believe what she had heard. Fake it. How long has it been? How can they be doing that kind of thing? Zhou Xianxian pacified herself, but soon, Lin's voice rang out once more, shattering her last bit of fantasy. Ugh, badass Lin, always liked to mess around. No, I'm afraid of pain and don't like that. But, still stuffed me hard. Lin muttered to herself, complaining that Linen had actually stuffed her with such baggy clothes. She can't wear it at all. It's so wide that it exposes her a lot. Lin's voice, as soon as it came out, caused Zhou Xianxian, who was on the other end of the phone, to shudder slightly. Is it true? Is it true? That's a pretty untimely call. It seems to have disturbed Linen and Lin doing their business. Xian, did Linen answer the phone? Zhou Yang, who had just washed up and walked towards Zhou Xianxian, inquired to Zhou Xianxian, and Zhou Yan looked at Zhou Xianxian. He felt that there was something wrong with his sister there, but he couldn't tell. Hearing Zhou Yang's voice, Zhou Xianxian's slightly red eyes lowered slightly. The fingers holding the phone moved, muttering, No, he should be busy. Let's call him later about the group going to the water park. Ugh, okay, Zhou Yang helplessly answered. Linen should be very busy. The message he sent to him, Linen never replied. Made a call and didn't answer. Guess, really busy. Zhou Xianxian thought that Linen and Lin were busy, and Zhou Yang also thought that Linen and the others were busy with something, when in reality, Linen is indeed busy cooking for his wife, inside the kitchen. Well, Lin likes to eat meat, but eating meat in the middle of the morning isn't really good for your health. Linen thought about it and fried a few more eggs. Next, a few cartons of milk were taken from the box. A large part of Lin's poor health was due to the fact that she grew up being a picky eater, as well as a lack of exercise. Lin used to be capricious and disobedient, but now, if that girl is any more capricious, he'll be punished by the family law. The door to the room opened. Lin poked his head out and sniffed. Smells good. He looks like her Lin and has already made breakfast. Then, let's just offer forgiveness to Linen for pressing her to mess around last night. A faint scent emanating from the kitchen wafted out in a steady stream, causing Lin to secretly lick her pink lips. Goo, his stomach growled. Lin looked down and rubbed her stomach. Hungry? Aha. Then hurry up and wash up for breakfast. Then, Lin happily walked towards the shower room. And at that moment, Linen also had everything ready. The table was set with what Lin loved to eat, as well as something healthy but what Lin didn't love to eat. Linen exhaled and glanced at the table, thinking, now it's time to go wake up that little slob. Thinking of the girl who wore his clothes last night and recklessly fooled around, Lin's face was filled with helplessness. Last night's Lin actually tried to sleep naked. It's not like he's being seduced into doing something. Ugh. But Linen knew that Lin just liked to sleep naked and not have other bad intentions. As for that kind of thing, as long as Lin meant that, then he rushed. But he had never heard Lin mention anything like that until now. After thinking about it for a while, Linen collected his thoughts and headed upstairs. By now the little girl had long since washed up. Instead, she removed her clothes, secretly observing. I also don't know if the massage that and said is useful or not. Lin stared at her tiny breasts, skimmed her mouth, and muttered. The small white hand stretched out toward the barren land. She wanted to try the recipe. It was too small to make her afraid to do that with Lin. Fear of being disliked. After all, both sides are meant to be honest with each other. After a few glances, Lin felt that he was hopeless, and that the massage was useless. She's not a big believer. But, fingers went up unconsciously. Seems, it's not working? After a moment of sensation, Lin only felt his fingers on his skin, which was cold and icy. And other than that there was no other feeling. It's so small, like a small grain of rice. Lin muttered to himself. It's hopeless. It's hopeless. Her little one is completely hopeless. Oh, she's not going to be a Lolita. She wanted to be as majestic as mom. Sister-in-law. Lin's face was scrunched up, seemingly aggravated. And at that moment, the man standing outside the room door heard Lin complaining. There was a slight sigh. Silly girl, that kind of prescription requires two people to work together. Not even ask him to do it. How can it grow? After a pause, he raised his hand, knocked against the door of the room. Dum. Lin, let me. No, it's time to eat. P.S. People are very few. Really write bland text. Not many people read. Alas. I do not know whether to continue 3 more. Alas. Chapter 118 Zhou Xianxian's invitation. At Lin's call, the maids in the room began to put on their clothes with their hands and feet. Soon, she opened the door and looked at Linen in front of her, smiled slightly and reached out to hook Lin's arm. Smilingly, she walked downstairs with Linen. Lin had just taken a few steps with Linen before they reached the stairs. Lin seemed to have thought of something, and her head, which was nestled in Lin's arm, slowly tilted up. After her white cheeks faced Linen, she stared at Lin's side face and stared. Within a few moments, her face was flushed and her pretty eyebrows couldn't help but lower. Pursing her pink lips slightly, she opened her mouth gently and said, Linen, at night, will you do me a favor? looking at Lin Lin's somewhat evasive eyes and rosy cheeks. Lin Lin was a bit puzzled, but the next moment he agreed straight away. Lin Lin was already his girlfriend, so as long as it wasn't too much of a request, he would naturally agree to Lin Lin. Yeah, tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Hearing Lin Lin answer, Lin Lin exhaled a hot breath and hooked her fingers tightly together, facing her future husband, her child's father. Said, give me a massage. Just, that kind of, massage. After saying this, Lin Lin seemed to be worried that Lin Lin would reject her, and this girl's soft fingers became hard, tightly hooked to Lin's clothing. Burning eyes, looking straight at Lin Lin, glancing at the scarlet redness on Lin Lin's face, Lin Lin froze slightly, but soon, he remembered Lin Lin's words in the shower and smiled. This girl originally wanted him to help her like that. Yeah, responding, Lin Lin stroked Lin Lin's head and proceeded to lead the already shy Lin Lin go downstairs. The mornings ended quickly. The time came to noon. The duo had long since settled their lunch by this time. The room was warm and cozy, and the sunlight from the window warmed the duo on the bed. At this moment, Lin Lin was lowering his head, facing his cell phone, and moving his fingers quickly up and down. Lin Lin, on the other hand, beamed her little mouth and stared in Lin An's direction with a grudging face. The mind muttered, damn I should have known to play the game now. This guy, Lin An, was playing a game with someone else, while she was left alone to watch. She wants to play with Lin too, but she won't. Thinking of this, Lin Lin's light eyebrows lowered, the face became puffed up, looked at the side of Lin's face. The suppressed emotions in his heart finally couldn't help but explode. Since she won't, she'll learn and then get involved. Lin Lin's neck stretched out and her entire soft body pressed close to Lin An's back while her head rested on her shoulder. After glancing downward with his eyeballs at the screen of his cell phone, called out in Lin's ear, Lin An, what are you doing? Are you going to shoot the plane down with your gun? The lowly voice coming from his ear made Lin freeze for a moment and, after slightly twisting his head and seeing the small face on his head, the corner of Lin An's mouth hooked, and he directly reached out to take Lin Lin's petite body into his arms. Lin An, that I don't want to right now. Lin Lin blushed at Lin An's movements and subconsciously reached out to push Lin An away, but it was Lin's hand that ushered it in. Lin An gently pinched Lin Lin's cheeks and said, don't move. I'm just holding you and playing a game. It's not like I'm doing anything else. Lin Lin nodded and responded, oh then what were you doing just now? Oh, I was just looking at the airdrop supplies falling from the top of the plane. Lin An explained to Lin Lin in his arms and began to maneuver. The entire afternoon, Lin An accompanied Lin Lin to play the game. By about 1800 hours p.m., Lin Lin nodded his head, seemingly sleepy in general. In the next second, his head lolled and he lay into Lin An's arms. Lin An looked down, only to see Lin Lin's eyes closed and his lips slightly open, seemingly asleep. Hearing Lin Lin's breathing, Lin An's eyes narrowed and his fingers caressed the little girl's face. This girl doesn't like to play the game and has watched it for so long. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Lin An sighed, followed by moving Lin Lin from his arms to the bed. After covering Lin Lin with a quilt, he quietly left. Lin An came to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Lin Lin. After a busy day, the cell phone in my pocket suddenly shook and made a ringing sound. Hearing this voice, Lin An stopped moving and pulled out his cell phone. Looking down, he saw that above his phone, a few good guy subtitles appeared. Instantly, Lin An understood who had called. Straight through, hello, Jo Young? You're calling me in the middle of the night. Something what, hurry up and say it. I'm cooking for Lin Lin. Just as Lin An finished speaking, the other side of the phone was silent for a moment, and then a female voice came out. Hey, Lin An, it's Xian Zhou. Hearing this, Lin An froze, the voice somewhat unexpected. Xian Zhou? Why would she use Zhou Yang's cell phone and call herself? Lin An didn't think of a reason in his heart, so he simply asked, Zhou Yang looking for me for something, or are you looking for me for something? I'm the one who came to you with something. Oh, what is it? Hearing Lin An ask in this manner, Zhou Xian directly stepped into the topic and said, the teacher found out that our class had a few $1,000s left over from a previous activity, but now that everyone has finished their exams, it's not easy to organize a big group of people to go together. So then, I was given the money and told to communicate to the group that whoever wanted to go, to invite people to go with them in a group. Zhou Xianxian's words had just fallen. Lin An then spoke. So, you're inviting me along? Right. Oh, then I decline. There was no way he could leave Lin Lin alone at home and go out to make waves by himself. If he really did that, that girl would be lonely. After Lin An just finished speaking, he paused then added, is there anything else? If not, yes, you do. Don't hang up. Oh, you say. Teacher said that you can bring family members along, so if you want to go alone, then bring Lin Lin with you. Listening to the voice stuttering out of his cell phone, Lin An stood frozen, thinking darkly. It seemed that he had never gone to a water park with Lin Lin. I don't know if Lin Lin wants to go or not. Thinking of the girl who was still lying peacefully and sleeping inside his room, Lin sighed slightly and, responding, well, I'll ask Lin Lin first, and if she wants to go then so be it. Okay, I'll wait to hear from you, responded. Lin continued to work. I don't know how long it took, but a pot of red-colored braised pork was finished. After bringing its several dishes, one after another, to the table, Lin glanced at the table, planning to go wake up the girl who was all limp like a sloth. P.S. Drive the car and be happy. Chapter 119. Don't. No eating my red meat. Lin. It's time to get up. Lin bent down beside the bed and purred in a gentle tone in Lin's ear. After the magnetic voice fell, Lin, whose small chest rose and fell slightly, was motionless. Seeing this, Lin reached out and stroked Lin's forehead. Didn't notice anything different. Then Lin continued to lower his head, leaning close to her earlobe and whispering, if you don't get up, I'm going to eat your red meat. Oh. At that moment, Lin's eyebrows twitched, seeing Lin's reaction. So, Lin continued, if I don't get up again, it's not just those big chunks of braised pork, but even the small pieces of braised pork that you like to eat the most, I'm going to eat them too. No, don't eat my meat. Lin slowly opened her eyes and muttered with her small mouth. At those words, Lin smiled. This girl, besides eating and sleeping, just loves to scratch her up. Ugh. Staying at home all the time is turning into a waste of time. Thinking of Lin who had nothing to do, Lin couldn't help but sigh. Lin doesn't have much to do at home except wipe the table and mop the floor. Lin thought about letting Lin go out for a walk, even if it was just to go out in the sun. Just as Lin was thinking about it, Lin had already gotten rid of his drowsiness, and Lin, who was wearing a slip collar on his body, directly approached Lin. With a resigned look on his childish face, he looked at him, his short little fingers reaching out and tugging at Lin. Shouted Lin, don't eat of the braised pork. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Give it to me, okay? Of course you can. I'll eat your red meat if you're still in bed at that time. Don't. No, you can't eat it. It's mine. Lin, who had just woken up from a nap, had eyes that glowed with a faint luster, and her hair was scattered in a lazy manner. Looking at Lin, who was begging for mercy, Lin only felt in a happy mood. There was nothing more soothing than bullying a soft, defenseless girl who had just woken up. Then get up or I'll eat your red meat. At those words, Lin felt aggrieved in her heart. Pouting, she thought darkly, Lin good and bad, always loved to bully her, whether she was awake or asleep. Croon, damn bad Lin, when she has a little baby, let's see if he still dares to bully her. If he dares, he'll have the little baby beat him up. Lin's small hand left Lin, and as he thought about it, he began to put on his clothes. I'm dressed. That Lin, help me put on my shoes. Put it on yourself, your feet stink to high heaven and I'm not helping. Damn Lin. She had thought that if Lin held her feet and helped her put on her shoes, she would forget about it and not hold a grudge against Lin for bullying her. But, this asshole, even if he didn't help her, he even said her little feet smelled. That is clearly fragrant soft. Well, after all, she has a good maintenance every day. Okay. Lin, who was exasperated by Lin's words, puffed up her tender little face. Putting his head down, he crawled over to the bed himself, then picked up his socks just as he was about to put them on. She tilted her head, glared at Lin, and spoke, you'll have to share half of the red meat with me later. Okay, as long as you're honest, not to mention half of it, it's okay to give you all of it. When these words came out, Lin's eyes glowed and her little face was all smiles. Yes, you're not allowed to lie to me. Aha, not gonna lie. Lin smiled faintly. After saying that, Lin left the room and waited for Lin downstairs. Lin moved quickly as well, pinching up the sock, unfolding it, stretching his foot out, and slipping it back in. It's done. Then, this girl ran to the building with a face full of excitement. With that, there was a clear sound of da-da-da-da from inside the staircase. A girl with a flat, unimpressive figure then came from upstairs. The soles of her feet had just touched the ground when she came up to see Lin looking at her and, with that, the corners of his mouth ticked. A violent leap towards Lin. Lin was pounced on the couch. What are you doing? Lin looked at the body girl in disbelief and did not wait for Lin's answer. A moist touch surfaced on his lips. I just said I would be honest and obedient. Now why are you messing around? At that moment, a ball of flame surged into the forest's heart, eyes staring straight at Lin's tender little face. He saw Lin's frown down. Lin spat out her tongue and explained, we can eat later, and if I eat, I'll have a taste in my mouth, and kissing words like that will feel strange and uncomfortable. At those words, Lin frowned and reached out to pinch Lin's face. No messing around next time. even if it's, that won't do. Lin Lin, who had been ferociously attacked by Linen, could only nod his head repeatedly, indicating that he was wrong. After teaching Lin Lin a lesson, Linen sat in his seat with the slightly red-faced Lin Lin. When Lin Lin saw the glistening braised pork on the table, all the aggression of the party dissipated. Ah ha ha ha, carnivorous. Mentally, he then began to savor it. During dinner, Linen told Lin Lin about going to the water park. I thought Lin Lin would refuse, but I didn't expect this girl to hear it. Nodding frantically. Go, definitely go. I've never even played with you like that. Seeing Lin Lin's face with such excitement, Linen also smiled along. Lin Lin has changed quite a bit, and is now actively yearning for the outside world. Thinking about it, Linen suddenly realized a problem. Shouldn't you wear a bathing suit if you go to a water park? Just as Linen was thinking, Lin Lin, who was on the side, cocked his head and stared at him. Lin, what are you thinking? I was thinking about what kind of swimsuit I should get you if I were to buy you one. Just as Lin An's words finished, Lin Lin's eyes narrowed and his finger reached out to poke Lin An's chest. Oh, so you're thinking of such bad things. It's not like I won't show you if you like. This girl seems to be thinking about something wrong. Lin An was a bit speechless by Lin Lin's words. In fact, he was thinking that, what style should I buy for a body like Lin Lin's? Is it for adults or? Seeing Lin An ignoring herself, Lin Lin pouted, strongly extending his palm. He tugged Lin An up. Lin An was shocked and didn't react for a moment. Looking blankly at Lin Lin's back for a few moments, inquired directly, where are you taking me? Upstairs. Lin Lin's bland reply made Lin An a little confused. Upstairs? What are you doing upstairs? It's the middle of the night. It's not that early. Could it be that Lin Lin, this ninny, was trying to take him to her room? Seeing the door of the room close at hand, the more Lin An thought about it, the more he felt that this girl was trying to show down. Just as Lin An was immersed in a brainstorm, the little girl spoke up. Lin An, you remember. Remember what? Help me massage. Lin Lin whispered softly, her small hand unconsciously gripping Lin An's hand tightly, and her face turned scarlet. It was evident that she was shy. Oh, it dawned on Lin An that this was the case. I remember. Aha, let's hurry in then. Then, Lin Lin and Lin An were ready to get inside the room and carry out the massage. P.S. Actually, this one, flat out, I could write a million words, but, this book does not necessarily live to that time. Someone asked me earlier how many gifts plus more, and my answer was, daily gifts add up equals 30, so that's an extra shift. Currently 03 chapters. One more later. Chapter 120 staying up all night to make up for it. Night. There's a breeze blowing out the window. The breeze was cool. The wind was blowing gently, and the temperature outside the house had dropped. And the house, inside someone's room, temperatures, however, are on the rise. Lin Lin, are you asleep? In the dark and silent room, Lin An's magnetic voice came out and, the slight voice seemed a little loud, but Lin Lin, who was snuggled right next to Lin An, never responded to him. Lin Lin lowered his head and rubbed against Lin An's arms, but just didn't say anything. Feeling Lin Lin's movements, Lin An was somewhat helpless, only, continued to reach out to Lin Lin. LOL, this girl continues to want to fall asleep while pressing the mojo. Isn't it him that's tired? It's always been his hard labor. Okay, Lin Lin protested in peace, but, Lin Lin's body is still kinda that way. It made it hard for Lin An to say no for a moment. Lin An, I didn't sleep. Will you continue? Seeing Lin An freeze, Lin Lin tilted his head and poked Lin An with his finger, urging. His wife is urging him to do it. So Lin An is. There is still reason to refuse it. He doesn't suffer anyway. Good. With an answer, Lin began. One night later, Lin Lin slept comfortably, so he got up early. Looking at Lin An beside him, shyness instantly surfaced on Lin Lin's face. Last night, it was a really good night's sleep. It's been a long time since I've. Lin Lin sighed in her heart, lying down beside Lin An's face, pouting and muttering softly. Ugh, it's really hard on Rin An. Lin's eyes hemmed and hawed as if she'd been up for a long time. Let's make Lin a nutritious meal before we go to the water park. Lin Lin's small mouth gave Lin An's face, which was about to be boiled dry, a peck, and then left the room. Make some tonic stuff for Lin An. Lin An, who was sleeping like he was dead at the moment, didn't know what horrible things awaited him later. The warmth of the sun became hotter as the day wore on. 11:30 p.m. At that moment Lin An opened his dry eyes, and the first thing he did when he woke up. It's all about opening your mouth and breathing in and out deeply. Then the arm reached out and pulled something out from beside the head. Gee, he said, why did he feel weird? So it was that girl messing around again last night. Ugh, this girl is always throwing things around, and she doesn't see that it's okay to throw this stuff around? Mutter a word. Lin An put Lin Lin's personal belongings into the basket on the side. Later on, he would help that girl to wash it. Tucking her eyes away, Lin was going to get dressed and get up. The soles of the feet just reached down. Aha! Linen froze. He seemed to have stepped on something, but didn't think hard enough. Suddenly, put! Lin slipped and fell to the ground. What is this? Linen sat down on the ground and picked up what he had just stepped onto from the ground. This is Lin's cloth. What was on the bed just now was like a tricot, and now this is it? After looking at it for a few moments, Lin's face was unsightly. Lin was really disobedient. He had to be educated properly. She's definitely a vacuum right now, I think. Thinking about this, Lin sighed slightly. Throw it in the basket. Downstairs, Lin, looking at the pot, the sticky soup, the little girl was in a happy mood. What a healthy color to look at. I'll give it to Lin later. Lin helped her grow her body. Then she also helped Lin replenish her body. Thinking of this, Lin's little face filled with a smile. She was happy at the thought that Lin would drink her 10 perfect soup. It was the first time she had ever made soup. She's put in old stuff, and while it's all weird looking, it's definitely all great. Then, clutching the spoon again, he continued to stir. Lin just went downstairs. A strange smell then hit his face, and Lin subconsciously frowned. What kind of flavor is this? Lin was puzzled for a moment, and then, Lin seemed to have thought of something. Straight to the kitchen and, seeing Lin holding the big spoon tightly with both hands, he kept stirring the already sticky soup. Lin sucked in a breath of cold air and ran to Lin, intending to stop her. Lin, ha! Hearing Lin's voice, Lin was first stunned, then delighted. Haha, it's Lin. He really was attracted to the scent, wasn't he? After Lin saw Lin's running figure, she became more and more certain of this thought. Drop what you're doing and run to Lin. Rinnen. Small feet moved quickly across the floor, and soon, there was a plop. Lin crashed into Lin's arms. Lin looked at the smiling girl in his arms and asked after a moment, Lin, were you just making something in the kitchen? Aha, how did you know? Was it the smell? Lin was filled with excitement as she stared up at Lin with her little face, revealing an expression of anticipation. Seeing this, Lin couldn't bear to say something hurtful and thought for a moment. Well nah, I was just woken up by the smell of the kitchen. Woke me up. Ooh. So Lin had been mesmerized by the scent while he was sleeping? Lin's words made this girl start to become excited. At once, a small hand gripped Lin and tugged him toward the pot. Go! I'll show you. My masterpiece. Lin, who was being dragged along by Lin, had a bad feeling, but now he couldn't say anything. It was rare for Lin to be so happy. He didn't want to blow Lin's self-confidence. The current Lin had only one thought, to coax Lin into doing well, and to get her to give up the idea of cooking. Soon, the duo came to a pot filled with a viscous liquid. Lin, is this your masterpiece? Aha, smell that, doesn't it smell good? It does smell good, but what's on this table are herbs. This is a soup made with herbs. This girl, how did she make the herbs smell like meat? Seeing that Lin didn't say anything, Lin tugged on Lin's clothes. Lin, why don't you try it? Lin instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing Lin's expectant little eyes, as Lin recalled last night's events, Lin agreed stiffly. Good. Then, warrior-like, Lin, with a soup ladle, took a small bite. Lin, why don't you drink more? Lin asked as she puckered her mouth. Looking at Lin's tender little face, Lin felt that this girl was so innocent. She should be easy to trick. Should be easy to coax. With that he said, things should be savored in small bites. It's like there are people who don't look great, but are actually cute. With that, Lin reached out and stroked Lin's brain. Being said so by Lin lowered his head in some embarrassment, whispering softly, so do you like this Lin? Like it. Lin thought Lin said she was cute, and then agreed. Hearing Lin's reply, Lin proudly puffed out her chest. She's out of shape and she knows it and she's proud of it. Lin likes this. P.S. I'm going to division and sleep. Chapter 121. Are you going to drive? Lin proudly raised his head and chest. The loose collar drooped downward in response to the violent movement. At once, the position of Lin's collar was not covered by his clothes. A patch of snow-white skin was reflected in Lin's eyes. Aha! Did this Lin guy forget that her 2 pieces of clothing were still inside his room? Lin's eyes widened, staring straight at the snowy white that. A second passed before he exhaled and inclined his head. Why don't you look at me? Lin, didn't you say you liked me? Lin tugged on Lin's hand, trying to get Lin to keep looking at him. Lin exhaled softly, forgetting the pinkness that had just appeared in his mind. Turning back, he faced the girl in front of him. I like it, but Lin, aren't you forgetting something? Forgetting things? What is it? After Lin thought about it, he still couldn't figure out what Linen had said, and his eyebrows drooped down, revealing a silly, anything but knowledgeable look. Seeing this, Linen glanced at Lin Lin and sighed lightly. Alas, since Lin Lin couldn't understand even if he beat around the bush, it would be better for him to be more direct. Thinking of this, Linen, under the girl's gaze, directly extended his palm and lifted the clothes that had slipped below Lin Lin's shoulders above his shoulders. Only after seeing the snowy whiteness and pinkness of Lin Lin's chest being covered did Linen open his mouth. You can't do that next time. It's all gone. Even if you like it cool, you can't at least be in the air. After being baptized by Lin An's actions, as well as his words. Hey, so that's how it is. No wonder when she got up that morning, she had a feeling that something was wrong somewhere. Turns out I forgot to wear those things. Thinking of this, Lin Lin's face instantly turned red, and her small white and tender hands crisscrossed to cover her breasts. No more looking, I didn't watch it, and there's nothing to see. Hearing Lin An's words, Lin Lin's little temper came up. Humph, damn Lin An. Just now he liked Xiao Lin. Now he said there's nothing to see. Sure enough, Lin An's mouth is lying to Lin Lin's ghost. When Lin An said this, Lin Lin was not happy and directly dropped his arm. Since Lin An said there was nothing to see, she preferred Lin An to see it, and it's always watching. She's going to show Lin that cute is even better than sexy. Thinking of this, Lin Lin crossed his arms and puffed out his chest. Unconcealed, she displayed her body in front of Lin An, even though she was shy. But last night was like that with Lin An, so it doesn't seem like a big deal to expose a little bit like this now, does it? Dang, the arrogant girl's brain took a hard blow from her man. Ouch, what are you hitting me for? Lin Lin covered his head in pain, his beautiful eyes glaring straight at Lin An. White face puffed out as if she was angry. Lin An directly pinched Lin Lin's cheek and said, when are you going to grow up? Grow up? But I don't seem to be able to grow up anymore. Hearing Lin An's words, Lin Lin looked down, saw pink feet, and spoke softly. That's not what he's asking. He's talking about mindfulness now. The corner of Lin An's mouth twitched as he cupped Lin Lin's slippery face. I mean, I told you to get dressed. Can you be more obedient? Don't mess around even at home, okay? Lin An's close caresses made Lin Lin's small face slightly red. I know, Lin An, just let go of me. I'll go get dressed. Don't bully me. I'm going now. Cut me loose. I'll be good and listen to you. After Lin Lin finished speaking, he reached out and took hold of Lin An's palm. His eyes locked with his. Good. Then hurry up or you might catch a cold if it drags on. Hearing Lin An's concerned words, Lin Lin's eyes narrowed and he gently responded. Good. Then, Lin An let go of his hand. And just then, Lin Lin, who had just gotten relief, had his head stuck out, rewarded him a bit. Bye. I'm leaving, I'll be back later. Lin Lin's cute little hand waved, and her small white feet took steps toward the upstairs. Lin An wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and looked at Lin Lin's departing back. The corners of his mouth ticked. Oh good, Lin Lin is gone. So, let's get rid of all the black dishes in this pot while we're at it. Lin An's room. Lin Lin's little hands were rummaging around in Lin An's quilt. I've been feeling around for a long time, but I can't even feel my own personal clothes. That's weird. Why is it gone? Obviously last night when I was like that with Lin, I took it off under the covers, right? But, how come I can't find it? Lin Lin looked at the quilt filled with her and Lin An's scent and fell into deep thought. Murphy, a pervert stole her Lin Lin's things. Gee, it shouldn't be right. Her neighborhood. There are only two male creatures. One is her dad, and the other, it's her future husband. Could it be that Lin An is the bandit who stole the posting? It's impossible. Suddenly her tiny body shuddered at the thought. Arky, a coolness hit Lin Lin and she sniffled. Her delicate self was already a bit chilled. Oh no, she had to find and put on some clothes quickly, or else she would definitely catch a cold with this battle-weary body of hers. Then, Lin Lin left Lin An's room and entered his own room. Since if you can't find it in Lin's quilt, then just change into something else. Pay attention. This man lying on the sofa leisurely crossing his legs man called Lin An. At this point he had a smug grin on his face and, obviously, he's managed to destroy the evidence, and now all he has to do is, wait. Crisp footsteps sounded, and Lin An raised his eyes to look at them. Seeing the small and delicate Lin Lin walking in his direction, Lin An took a deep breath and calmed his somewhat nervous mood. Lin An, you're all done drinking? Well, it's all done. At those words, Lin Lin looked at the empty pot and then looked up at Lin An, those crystal eyes filled with excitement. Good lord. Lin took her loving soup and finished it. Is it good? It's pretty good, but next time don't boil it. Why? Is it? It's actually hard to drink? Lin Lin said softly, not much changing in her expression, but that slightly lowered brow was seen by Lin An. This girl really does still care about this kind of thing. In order not to strike Lin Lin, Linen walked over to Lin Lin, picked it up. Lin An. You. Lin Lin froze slightly and looked at him in confusion. You forget. You're cooking a tonic. And I'm feeling a little topsy-turvy. Linen laughed and spoke. After saying that, Linen reached out and gently stroked Lin Lin's slippery little face, slightly approaching Lin Lin, who was already so shy that she kept licking her lips. It's over. It's over. It's not that Lin doesn't like to drink, but drinks too much. Those supplements have shown their effect. Linen he seems to be going down on her. Lin Lin pursed her lips. Her little face was torn. She was afraid of pain. But Linen was also having a hard time right now, right? She didn't want to make things difficult for Linen. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Lin's arm reached out and hooked onto Lin An's neck, her slightly flushed face coming closer to Linen. I'm actually afraid of pain, but if you want, it's also possible. He was just making a casual remark. Why is he starting this now? This is it's so unemotional. Chapter 122, Linen, why don't we go to your room? Inside the living room, Lin Lin's body was lying on the sofa as she looked at the man staring at her in front of her, her heart full of shame. She and Lin An did a lot of things, many of them intimate, but this is the only thing that is about to happen now, and it's the first time yet. Lin, it's broad daylight. It doesn't seem like a good idea to do something like that. Lin An looked at Lin, who seemed to have been lying peacefully on the sofa, and felt a bit overwhelmed in her heart. He's just saying it, that's all. Why is this girl so excited? Ugh, there's something about coaxing a girl into doing something bad. Hearing Lin An's words, Lin did not hesitate and directly opened her pink lips slightly and said softly to Lin An, Lin An, didn't you say you were having a hard time? Then, come on. Having said that, Lin Lin's feet in white socks snuggled up to each other, attempting to get the white socks off that were over the top of the white feet. Groaned Lin. Under Lin An's watchful eye, Lin passed through some efforts. The young lowly's face was stained with sweat, and her slightly parted lips were glistening with a crystalline sheen. The chest rose and fell slightly. It used to be flat, but with this slight amplitude, it actually curved a bit. Seeing this scene, Lin An frowned slightly. Keep taking deep breaths and resisting the urge inside. Damn, this girl is deliberately seducing him, isn't she? Deliberately showing a weak and very bullied look so that he would charge up regardless, right? Just as Lin An was thinking this, Lin's foot moved and realized that the sock was so slippery that he couldn't get it off if he used his foot. With that, the eyes were raised, eyes blearily looking at Rinan. Help me, Rinan. This extremely fluffy voice asking for help, as well as Lin's icy Atanit's very childish face, made it a little difficult for Lin An to resist. After a pause, it said, don't you rub it with both feet, just move it from the mouth of the sock, won't you? Lin An's words were a reminder, but in Lin's opinion, Lin An was nothing more than an excuse to refuse to approach her. Stinkin' Lin An, what would happen if I took off her socks? Do you think she's stupid? She's just trying to raise the mood. Lin's little face drooped and she beamed. Unhappy. I don't want it. I want you to come over here and help me take it off. Lin's commanding tone made Lin An helpless. He wanted to refuse, but it was not good to refuse. Lori was all but begging him, ordering him to go over to the couch and help her remove the clothing from her body. This kind of thing, if he refused, Lin An himself would look down on himself. But something in the back of his mind said that his previous words were a lie that made Lin so-and-so. He thought he looked like one of those scummy men who lie to their bodies. Rinan, come over here, help me take it off. Lin. Seeing Lin An's silence, Lin became a bit anxious. Undeterred, he continued. Lin's persistence was exchanged for Lin An's initiative. Well, Lin has gone this far, and if he backs out temporarily, that's what's wrong with Lin, isn't it? Okay, I'm coming. Don't move. If you dare to kick me, I'm not going to be polite. Hoof. Lin, who was irritated by Lin An's threatening words, gently skimmed her mouth. Stinky Lin An, how dare you threaten her? Very well. Then don't beg her later. She was determined to make Lin cry. While Lin was thinking this, Lin An had already quietly approached her. Thinking about what? That look seems to want me to eat it. I'll just help you take off a little bit. Nothing dares. What are you looking at me like that for? Lin An was flustered by Lin's big eyes. The mind wondered. The girl had been staring at her like that, so she wasn't thinking about what was going to happen later. I'll just look at you and see how you help me get off. Lin responded softly. Eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Lin An. No more talking. Seeing this, Lin An stopped talking nonsense and directly made his move. Hold Lin's feet. Then, nimbly, he helped her remove her 2 white socks, revealing her white toes. The action ended and Lin An looked at Lin. Seeing his small blushing face, he asked, what's wrong? It's not over yet. It's not just the socks, it's the rest. Hearing this, Lin An also reacted to what Lin was talking about. Gee, Lin An thought, Her eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Lin's red little face. His heart was inexplicably racing at this point. That's true of people's first time. As long as it's the first time for something, people always get nervous somehow. So did Lin An. His eyes traveled downward, gazing at the up and down rise and fall of the breasts. Lin was nervous too, I guess. Lin, who was lying on the sofa, couldn't help but puff up her mouth when she saw that Lin wasn't moving. Fingers resting on the couch cushions, flexed and hooked into the soft cushions. Lin didn't come over. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Did Lin's words just now actually deceive her? Thinking back on what Lin had said earlier, Lin felt that it was becoming more and more likely that Lin was deceiving herself. Lin lost his head and lowered it, and just then, a dark shadow appeared in front of Lin's eyes. Lin walked forward and crouched down, looking at Lin whose face was slightly red. He laughed softly. Nervous? Only. No, actually, there's a little bit of it. Lin, I'm still afraid of. Aha, I understand. After hearing Lin's words, Lin nodded in response. Then the arms pushed and picked the girl up. Ha! Lin was shocked and hooked his neck tightly and asked, "Where to?" He replied, "To the room." Why don't we go to your room? Hesitate a bit, thinking. His room was a bit messy. It was messed up by Lin last night. It would be better if he went to Lin's room, right? Lin thought this way, waiting for Lin, whose whole body was slightly hot and soft, to open her mouth to answer. Not more than a few seconds later, Lin's fingers tightly grasped Lin An's clothes. The head was also buried in Lin's chest. Good, but changed the sheets to a white one later. Lin froze, looking down at the shy girl in his arms. Was Lin also so traditional? Still trying to save that kind of stuff? Lin didn't pause long and opened her mouth to respond. Okay, all according to you. Pop. The door was kicked shut by Lin An. Don't push so hard. The door's going to break. It's not like you've been rushing in my ear, and you're in such a hurry that I don't. I'm in no hurry. Lin's little fingers tugged Lin An's shirt tighter. Beautiful eyes glared at him. She's not the one in a hurry. It's Lin who's in a hurry. Yeah, that's him. He's kicked the door down. He's definitely looking forward to it, right? Chapter 123, Lin, it hurts. It hurts so much. Inside Lin's room, there are two of them. The petite, push it or leave it little girl's 10 white, rounded fingers flexed, tight as a hook on a white sheet. Her face was stained with wet tears at some point. A trail of crystalline, glistening tears slid from the corner of her eyes to the bedspread. Dots of watermarks appeared on the sides of his head, obviously caused by Lin's tears from crying. Lin tightly bit her lips as if she was trying to hold back something, but she still couldn't hold back and shouted out, "Ouch! It hurts! Lin, I think I've got relatives." Looking at Lin, who was lying on the bed and crying, Lin didn't know how to comfort him and looked a bit helpless. It's dark now, isn't it? And this girl still keeps lying down, with no intention of getting out of bed at all. Glancing at Lin's wrinkled little face, Lin asked, "Does it hurt?" Ouch. Extraordinarily painful. I can't even move now. Lin shouted loudly, attempting to vent his suppressed emotions by the cry of his voice. Hearing this, Lin could only be helpless as Lin cried and shouted for a long time. Originally, the two of them were thinking of doing something, but it turned out, Lin came to relatives instead. Lin thought this way. With that, he gathered his extra thoughts and intended to leave the room. Seeing Lin turn around, Lin was in a hurry, forcing herself to endure the discomfort. She twisted her head to look at Lin and said softly, "Lin, don't go, okay? I don't want you to go. It hurts so much." Oh, as he spoke, Lin shed tears. Lin only wanted Lin to stay at this point. After all, how can there be a wedding night where the groom leaves the bride alone? Glancing at Lin's moist face, Lin sighed, turning back to the bed. He wiped the tears away from her warm little face. "I'm just going to make you dinner. You must be starving now. After all, you didn't eat lunch, and now you can't afford to skip dinner." Listening to Lin An's words, Lin also understood what Lin meant, but she still didn't want Lin to leave. She was in so much pain. It was so hard. Didn't want to leave Lin by his side. But it's nighttime, and Lin should be hungry too. Alas. After thinking about it, Lin gently opened her pink lips that she didn't know how many times she had been bitten by her shell teeth. Is it okay if you go and come back soon? Seeing the expectation in Lin's eyes, Lin rubbed Lin's head and apologized. "I'm sorry Lin, I'll be back soon. Next time, I'll be sure to." "If you want the next one, don't you look at what time it is? It's almost 8 o'clock. It obviously started at noon, but it's dark now. It never worked out. And now that I have relatives coming in, that's even more of a no-no." Lin puckered her face and inclined her head in whining words. And with every word, the more Lin felt it was her problem. Alas, he is not inexperienced, and who knows Lin Lin will come to relatives today. If he knew it earlier, then he will not act even more. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. But it was good that Lin Lin didn't break defense. Seeing Lin An's silence, Lin Lin was afraid that he had spoken too heavily. After thinking about it, he looked back at Lin An. Rinan, Lin An raised her eyes to look at Lin Lin. After locking eyes with Lin An for a moment, Lin Lin thought for a moment and said, I want a kiss. After saying that, Lin Lin's small face blushed with shyness. She thought darkly, just one kiss. Then, just forgive Lin An. The fluffy sound in her ear made Lin chuckle softly. Responded, good, all at your service. The words fell, and the two of them were in intimate contact. Inside the room, Lin Lin was alone on the bed, and Lin An had already gone to make dinner, and Lin Lin was gripping the quilt tightly, forcing herself to endure the discomfort. Ouch, couldn't lift my feet at all. Why is she in so much pain? Lin Lin was not happy, and the last time she watched TV, she wanted to be with Lin An, but she can't do any of those things now that she's visiting relatives. I blame Lin An for being abrasive. Lin Lin beamed and thought darkly. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Lin felt somewhat better, and she planned to move, but it just moved slightly down. She sensed a coolness in her little white feet. Why are the sheets wet? Lin Lin was puzzled. Could she wet the bed? Don't. Is she already weak like this? Interj, boo-hoo. Thinking about Lin again. Then she pouted, secretly pining for someone in the back of her mind. After waiting for an indeterminate amount of time, an itch came from under the covers. Lin Lin couldn't stand it anymore and forced herself to endure the pain. Reaching out to scratch, the little hand just touched the thigh. Lin Lin then felt some wetness in his fingers. And sticky. She wondered. Reach out and watch. Aha, blood? Why did she get blood on her fingers? Did Lin An tell her earlier that it didn't work out? How come? Lin Lin stared at the color of the blood on his fingers and thought darkly. Her stomach hurt and she was weak all over. A look of emptiness. Tampons full. No wonder it hurt so much. Click came the sound of the room door unlocking. The door opened and Lin walked in with a bowl of rice. The moment she saw Lin An, Lin Lin couldn't tense up and wrinkled her little face as she shouted at Lin An. Lin An, I'm really dying. Lin An looked at Lin Lin with a dumbfounded expression and asked, what's wrong with you? My relatives are serious. Hearing this, Lin An became even more confused. When Lin An was confused, he saw Lin Lin crying out at the side. What to do? Lin Lin asked with a frowning face. Lin An put down the dishes in his hands and said, can you get up? Why don't you get up and then I'll help you wash the sheets? Lin Lin replied softly, I can't get up, so you can carry me. Okay. Lin An answered and lifted the quilt, gulping slightly as he looked at the blood-stained quilt. It's a little serious. No wonder Lin Lin was in so much pain. Hold me. Lin Lin unfolded his arms at Lin An. Lin nodded. Hard. Hold it gently. I'm hurting. Okay. I'll be gentle. Don't worry, okay? I've had experience. P.S. Going hungry. I'm going to eat millet grains. Are going to starve. Chapter 124. It's a bit of a sad night. Lin Lin, whose legs were weak and feeble, lay down peacefully under Lin An's quilt, and the sheets that were stained red by the blood were taken to be washed by Lin An because the smell was too strong. Lin Lin, who had taken off his pants and was lying on Lin An's bed, was keeping his head down, wiping his thighs. Lin Lin took the wet towel and moved gently, slowly wiping the silky blood marks on his thighs. The towel came slightly closer to the inner thighs, and Lin Lin frowned instantly. It hurts. The pain surged through her body from underneath, and for a moment she was in a cold sweat, her small white hands gripping the wet towel tightly. Since the pain was too intense, Lin Lin gave up on continuing to wipe. LOL, let Lin wipe there. She's not up to it right now. Lin Lin put the towel back into the bucket and looked at his bare thighs, thinking darkly. Breathing deeply, he was about to close his eyes. Suddenly, the little girl's beautiful eyes widened. Seemingly thinking of something, her brow furrowed down and she glanced to her stomach, her palms dropping to her stomach. Mumbles. So much I want Lin An. Rub my tummy for me. Her stomach is so hard. Wow. I was supposed to start today for the first time, but who knew it would come to relatives? If it hadn't come, then she and Lin An would have been married by now, right? Thinking of this, Lin Lin had some small expectations in the bottom of her heart. In the future, their little baby, wouldn't it be cute? Lin Lin's lips were slightly hooked, and a faint smile appeared on his tender little face. Evening. The Ning family. Ning Xinshin sat squarely in front of Ning Shi, looking at her with a fawning face. Auntie. Ning Shi asked as she gazed at Ning Xinshin, whose expression was out of place. You're in trouble again? That's not true. I already know the wrong well. This matter still don't mention. As soon as Ning Xinshin finished speaking, she came closer to Ningxia in front of her, and extended her finger, pointing in the direction of the kitchen. Following her fingertips, Ningxia looked over. Seeing that Xie Shudai was washing the dishes, she instantly understood. This girl is afraid her voice will be heard by her mom. Ningxia paused, collected his gaze, and looked at Ning Xinxin, who was full of smiles, and asked, "Xinxin, you tell me straight, what is it that you are looking for me for?" Upon hearing this, Ning Xinxin's face brightened up even more, and she approached Ningxia, and tightly wrapped her arms around her. Suddenly, Ning Xinxin froze, looking at her little aunt's good-looking face. Smells good. My sister-in-law is full of mature scent, although more mature than Shii-chan. Shiori-san is the most gentle with her, and the best to deceive. Thinking about it, a faint smile appeared on Ning Xinxin's face. Seeing this, Ningxia was puzzled. Out of the blue, he called out to Ning Xinxin, "Xinxin, what are you thinking about?" The moment Ningxia's nice and pleasant voice came out, it snapped Ning Xinxin out of that fantasy. Cocking his head, he came close to Ningxia's face and laughed. "Aha, didn't think anything of it. By the way, auntie, I've got a ticket here for a three-way. Why don't you come with me and play?" After saying that, Ning Xinxin placed a ticket on the table. Glancing at the tickets and looking at Ning Xinxin's fair face, Ningxia refused directly without any hesitation. "No, I'm too busy to hang out." It was summer vacation. The company side was busy. It was the time when there was a shortage of manpower. How could she run away to play at such a time? In the face of Ningxia's refusal, this girl didn't panic at all and opened her mouth. "I heard that the godson you recognized is going, so that's why I thought of inviting you, auntie." But Ning Xinxin put on a helpless expression and sighed slightly. "Forget it, if I had known that little aunt was busy, then I wouldn't have bothered you, little aunt. Alas, it's better to let old mom accompany me." As soon as those words were said, Ning Xinxin reached out, wanting to bring back the tickets that had been placed on the table. Before her fingertips touched the tabletop, a snow-white jade hand was one step ahead of her and picked up the tickets. Seeing this, Ning Xinxin secretly laughed in her heart. Auntie really does care about Lin Anha. Maybe, in fact, the little aunt knew who Linen was. If you don't know, why would you recognize Linen as your godson? Just because of the closeness? Ning Xinxin looked at Ningxia's raised face, her eyes narrowing. The sister-in-law is probably trying to wear down the relationship between the two of them. In a showdown, Ningxia didn't know what Ning Xinxin was thinking. If she did, she would definitely reward Ning Xinxin with a chestnut. She didn't know that Linen was actually her son, but Ningxia did have her suspicions. After all, Linen looks a lot like himself, and Linen now looks a lot like that asshole. But she only suspected and did not act for the time being. "Well, auntie, is this going to go?" After glancing at the tickets in Ningxia's hand, Ning Xinxin asked with a smile. Hearing this, Ningxia spoke. "Well, I thought about it. The company side of your father, with or without me, does not matter much. Now if you go out to play is nothing, just as a relaxation." Hearing Ningxia's words, this girl was very excited and directly hugged Ningxia. "Great!" Looking at Ning Xinxin who was hugging her, Ningxia had an odd look on her face. This girl was usually very playful. How come she was suddenly so attached to her things now? Could it be that what Shudai said last time, that Xin likes girls, is true? Glancing at Ning Xinxin, who was hugging herself tightly, Ningxia's eyes unconsciously looked downward. Seeing the two of them with their chests so close together, Ningxia couldn't help but frown. There was a sense of foreboding in his heart. Asked Xin, "Do you know when Linen is going?" Just after these words were said, Ning Xinxin froze, staring blankly at the woman in front of her. After a pause, opening his mouth, he said, I don't know. I haven't asked yet. I'll ask later. We'll go at the same time as Linen after confirming the time. I don't know yet. It's true. Xin looks like she wants her to meet with Linen, but in fact, the real purpose is actually her?" After coming to this conclusion in her mind, Ningxia only felt a tightness in her chest and gently pushed Ning Xinxin away from her arms. "Get up slowly." Seeing this, Ning Xinxin was concerned. "Ha, auntie, are you not feeling well? Let me help you." Ning Xinxin walked forward, and before she could touch Ningxia reached out and refused. I'm fine. I'm just tired from work. I'll just go take a rest." "You take an early rest too." "I'm going." Hearing her little aunt's words, Ning Xinxin just nodded and said, "Well, okay, go rest. I'll go ask Linen when he's going to go later, and when I've asked clearly, I'll let you know." Yeah, Ningxia answered, then headed upstairs, and Ning Xinxin leisurely lay on the sofa and pulled out her cell phone. The other side, Linen happened to wash the red sheets and dry them on the pole. He looked at the white sheets and brought them close to his nose to smell them. The smell is all gone. Just the scent of this laundry detergent. Ugh, that girl has lost so much blood. She needs to get better. After leaving the bedsheets, Lin intended to go to the kitchen, taking steps to walk softly on the solid wood floor. Walked to the couch. Linen caught a glimpse of 2 white socks scattered on the couch in his afterglow, and saw the sock's tiny one. He stepped forward and reached down to pick it up, and that's when the thrumming sensation came from the pocket. Buzz buzz. Without hesitation, the finger went down and picked the phone up for a look. Only 2 words were written in the name above. Sister Shio. Without thinking too much, Linen connected directly and spoke close to his ear. Hey, Shio, what do you want to see me about? Water park? Oh yes, I was going to go, but Lin is not feeling well right now, so I'll have to take a few days off, and it just so happens that these 2 days will be enough time to help Lin buy some things as well. After communicating with Lin Sure for a bit, Linen knew one thing from the conversation. Lin Sure also goes and wants to team up with him and Lin to go, saying it's for safety. Soon the phone was hung up. Linen put away his cell phone and stared at the little white socks thinking darkly. Lin's sheets are red, her fitted clothes are dirty, and Lin's body shape is the reason why there are no fitted clothes to buy online. You have to customize them or go out to buy them. After thinking about it for a while, Lin collected her thoughts intending to take the messy socks to the wash. Turning, he headed in the direction of the shower once more. The cell phone in his pocket twitched. This time Linen picked up his cell phone and looked at the name of the person written on it, which was Lin. Seeing this, Linen smiled. This girl was sleepy and wanted to let herself sleep with her. With this thought in mind, Linen picked up the phone. Hey, Lin Ann, come back here. I'll tell you something. Well, something very important. Hearing this, Linen paused and responded. Okay, I'm on my way. In response, Lin dropped her socks and headed upstairs alone. What could Lin want with her? He thought as he walked. Chapter 125, Touch My Belly. Inside the room, Lin was lying peacefully under the covers. Her body was covered, while only a small scarlet face was revealed. Fingers curved and hooked slightly, gripping the soft quilt tightly. A hint of shame flashed in her crystalline eyes. She had just called Lin up and was going to tell Lin about that, but she hadn't thought about it yet. What to say to Lin? She wants to be a mom now, and Lin is just ready to be a dad, I guess. Or is it more euphemistic? Just as Lin was getting tangled up, a knock sounded on the door. Dum. Lin, I'm coming in. Well, come on in. Hearing Lin's words, Lin decisively opened the door. The doorway opened slightly by a sliver. The light of the room was mapped out, and he raised his eyes towards the bed. Only Lin's girl was seen with only one head exposed. Lin asked as she approached the bed. Lin, are you feeling better? No, it doesn't hurt that much anymore. It's okay to continue. No, I mean it's okay to get out of bed. Hearing Lin Ann's words, Lin's face became even redder, nervous, and chesty. How do I put it? Hearing Lin's words, Lin smiled. Then, he sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to caress Lin's cheek. Well, your cheeks are flushed. Are you shy? We're already boyfriend and girlfriend. How can we still be shy? After being pinched by Lin Ann's little face, Lin reached his hand out from under the covers and held Lin Ann's hand, placing it on his stomach. You touch. Touch what? Tummy. Touch my tummy. After these words were said, Lin remained puzzled, looking at Lin's slightly reddened cheeks to become even more puzzled. Seeing Lin Ann's frozen expression, Lin beamed and reminded, Lin, I don't have a stomachache anymore, and I have quite a few small balloons in my bag. So what Lin means is that she wants to continue what she didn't finish? Lin finished his sentence and Lin came to a realization. But Lin is not feeling well right now, so it's better not to. Seeing Lin's little red face, Lin said, get some rest Lin, and now you've got relatives coming in. How can you go on in this situation? You mean, I'm not really a mom yet? Yes, Lin responded. Having heard what was said, Lin's small face hung down with an unhappy expression. Turns out she can't be a mom right now. Is it because of relatives? Lin looked down in thought, his eyes rolling slightly, then he raised his head back up, said, Lin, then shall we continue tomorrow? I can do it. Will you go on? Lin Ann's entire body froze, staring blankly at Lin's expectant little eyes. Seeing that Lin didn't say anything, Lin tugged on his hand and shouted, Lin Ann, come on, let's get on with it. Hearing this, the corner of Lin Ann's mouth twitched. Continue? Can you stand it if you continue? He couldn't get out of bed today, and if that happened, with Lin's weak body, he would definitely cry even louder tomorrow than he did when he came to relatives. He said, doesn't your body hurt? It hurts but I believe I can do it. Lin firmly clenched her fist and nodded at Lin. At those words, Lin pinched Lin's cheeks to douse the girl's enthusiasm. No way, I don't agree. You need to rest now, and you want to continue? Nice try you. After being kneaded by Lin, Lin Lin pouted and looked at Linen with dissatisfaction. Lin Lin's brow drooped, and his fleshy little hands that. I want it. Linen. I want a baby. Will you help me? Facing Lin Lin's begging, Linen rubbed her brain and spoke. Get well first. This will be discussed later. Penalty or no penalty? It's okay. Lin Lin gently nodded and smiled. Then with a slight force from his palm, he yanked Linen towards the bed. Come to bed. Lin, it's time for us to go to bed. At those words, Linen responded. Good. As the words fell, Linen burrowed inside Lin Lin's comforter. Take your clothes off, Linen. Why? The clothes are hard and rubbing me a little hard. Hearing this, Linen felt that Lin Lin's words didn't make sense. Responded. Okay, I'll take it off. Hearing that Linen had agreed, Lin Lin revealed a bad smile. The corners of her pink lips ticked. Stupid Lin, she fooled you. Once you've stripped naked, then, he'll put up with it. Lin Lin didn't believe that Linen would be indifferent. Then, turn off the lights. The two guys stick together and go to sleep. Time passed by, and Linen gradually got sleepy, breathings calming down, but there was one little girl who was extremely dishonest. It seemed to be trying to feel for something. Found it. Thousands of words of detail are omitted. Chapter 126, Linen. I want a baby. Day 2. The sky outside the window was always dark, without a hint of sunlight. The breeze ruffled the green leaves and the coolness of the wind blew into the window, and a young, green girl sitting on the end of a bed had a breeze lapping at her face, a slight chill eroding the girl. Lin Lin puffed out her white cheeks and clutched the quilt with both hands to cover under her white collarbone. Indignantly, he glared at the man in the doorway. Damn it! Asshole Linen just woke up and slapped her ass so hard. Damn it all woke up in pain. After thinking about it, Lin Lin then looked at the linen in front of him, revealing a disgruntled expression and shouting, Badass! Give me my clothes! Give it back! Linen glanced at the girl sitting on the bed, her hands grasping the covers. Looking at this Lin Lin who seemed like an aggrieved little lady, he ignored it and continued to fill the basket with large and small, somewhat soiled clothing, straightened his back, and headed for the door. Just as Linen walked to the door, the girl, who was as aggrieved as a little maiden, shouted from behind him, Hello, Linen, my clothes, give it back. The young girl's persistence impressed Linen, who looked back at Lin Lin. Putting down the basket, he walked towards Lin Lin. Hiccup. Linen, coming over. Is he coming over to beat Lin Lin again? Seeing Lin An's faint expression, Lin Lin couldn't help but hook his fingers and cover his chest with force. Linen came to Lin Lin's side and whispered, Why did you mess around last night when you were sleeping? This can't be blamed on me. I just felt an itch underneath my body and scratched it. Facing Lin An's questioning, she chose to play dumb. I think that's why this girl wants a baby, but isn't it a little too early? Not to mention Lin Lin is not feeling well. Linen blinked and looked at Lin Lin and said, You scratched an itch. Why did you even scratch me? Well, I don't know. Maybe my hand. She has her own ideas. Lin Lin hesitated and smiled awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Linen sighed and reached into the quilt, stroking Lin Lin's stomach and said, Does it still hurt? A little. Lin Lin said softly. Her small face couldn't help but blush. Ouch. It hurts like hell. She was feeling like she was going to hang. Last night's Lin hadn't even reacted yet, and as soon as she did, she was pinched and reprimanded ferociously by Lin's face. Oh, that can hurt. Dang, Lin Lin was knocked on the head by Linen. Groaned Lin Lin. Ouch. Linen glanced at Lin Lin who was pretending to look aggrieved. He withdrew his hand and got up, saying, Since you're afraid of pain, then you still messed around last night? If you're like this again, I won't care about you anymore. Always messing around, not listening to me at all. Being told this by Linen, Lin Lin slightly lowered his head. I got it. Ebony eyes turned. Her small white hand hooked the corner of Lin An's coat, and she gently said, I've listened to you. Then Linen, do you have to satisfy me as well? When he finished speaking, Lin Lin was flushed from the neck up, eyes staring straight at Linen, expecting Lin An's answer. At those words, Lin An's hands went down and landed on Lin Lin's head. Rubbed. Lin Lin's small rosy mouth opened slightly as she exhaled hot air. She let Lin rub her round brain. Say, what do you want? Lin asked. I want a little baby, Lin, and you help me. Give it to me. Dang. Linen knocked Lin Lin once more. He shouldn't have been mesmerized by Lin Lin's soft and cute appearance. This girl is so bad now that she's setting him up, always trying to cheat him out of things. Nice try. It wasn't that Linen didn't want to, but Lin Lin was too weak and hadn't recovered yet. No. You said you were going to help me. You also said that you'll be obedient. Good, Lin Lin. That's an order, said Linen, smiling and rubbing Lin Lin's head. Hearing Lin An's tricky words, the little girl was angry, tears welling up in her eyes, nose twitching. His hands grabbed Lin An's collar directly and threatened, I don't want to care about you. Hurry up and give me back my clothes. I'm going out. I'm going to run away from home. I'm going to tell mom and dad that you're not sleeping with me. Hearing these unthreatening words, Linen faintly responded. Since you want to go, here you go. After saying that, Linen Basket took out Lin's clothes. Lin pouted and took it. The good-looking brow instantly furrowed down. The clothes seemed to have been put inside the quilt by her last night. Lin didn't want the clothes anymore. They were already wrinkled. So, casually looking at Lin, I won't wear it, so I'll give it to you. Lin beamed and spoke softly. With that, he handed the clothes to Linen. Seeing this, Linen smiled faintly and took out clothes from a side closet. Here you go. Hurry up and put it on so you don't catch cold. Receiving the brand new clothes, Lin's little face crumpled. Oh, Lin, you're so good to me. After shouting, he jumped into Lin's arms. Well, don't cry. Hurry up and get dressed. None. The girl nodded. Start dressing. Afternoon. Linen walked down the street as if he were holding a silly daughter. It seemed that it was because Linen and Lin's poses were so excessive that they attracted the attention of many people. Even though today's is Crazy Thursday, if you listen closely, you can hear passers-by murmuring quietly, spreading public food in broad daylight. Is there any law here? Is there any public morality? Passerby A said. Passerby B said. It's just a stick-up with a beautiful girl. What's there to envy? Passerby C. That's just it, but it's just with hands that small. 10 fingers. I'm not envious at all. Passerby. It's just a couple. No need to panic. Guys. What? They're mouth to mouth. So, it's a birth. Facing the crowd's very quiet discussion, Linen expressed his helplessness. He could control himself, but he couldn't control the fun-loving Lin. Glancing at Lin who stuck out his pink tongue and licked his lips, he couldn't take it anymore. Thus, Linen struck out at Lin. Will you behave? With that, he pinched Lin's little face. I'm being good, okay? You said for me not to leave you, so I'm holding on to you all the time now. What's wrong with that? Lin tilted his head arrogantly, causing Linen to clench his fists. Then, her palms reached out and cupped Lin's cheeks, coming close to her face and gazing at Lin. Hands are fine, don't move your mouth. Oh, so, I move my feet? Move my butt? Move, don't move a muscle. We're here, go inside. Without waiting for Lin to finish, Linen patted Lin's head the same way and pointed at the store in front of him. Lin sniffed and raised her eyes to look at the store. Will there be swimsuits to buy in here? Lin, let's go in. We won't know if we go in and take a look. Yeah, laughed Lin, stealing a step ahead of Linen and waving and shouting. Come on in. Lin. P.S. Tomorrow is kind of the last of the 3 shifts. Begging for free swag. Chapter 127. Lin breaks the big house. There was no dazzling sunshine on this day, only a breeze and coolness to go with it. Walking down the street where people come and go, you will also feel a breeze coming from time to time. A gust of wind came and blew the hair of a charming woman and a charming girl. Ning sure didn't care in the breeze, just lifted her hair and fiddled with it behind her ear. Silently, he followed Ning Xin. Xin. I don't feel like I need to buy those clothes either. I'm just going to meet Linen and not play. Ning sure didn't want to go shopping for those swimsuits. Firstly, all her clothes were customized and there were very few that fit. And secondly, she just wanted to go and have a chat with Linen. Young people should hang out with young people. And it's almost 40, old, and on a rare vacation. She just wants to sit and rest. Auntie, just go. You have such a good figure. You'll look great in those clothes. Besides, if you're just chatting with Linen, how boring would that be? It's a rare vacation. Then we should have fun. Ning Xin looked at Ningxue with a smile, reached out and pulled his little aunt, and walked towards the front plus with gusto. Ningxue Kai couldn't argue with this girl, and helplessly kept moving forward under Ning Xin's traction. The two were walking down the street when suddenly, Ning Xin stopped in her tracks, narrowing her eyes slightly as she looked around, seemingly looking for something. Well, what's wrong Xin? Ningxue asked. Ning Xin suddenly stopped, making her feel a bit puzzled. Just now she was walking well. Why did she stop? Relatives? Little aunt? Listen. Ning Xin turned back to Ningxue, who was looking at her suspiciously. Listen? Ningxue frowned slightly, still puzzled. Just as she craned her head to look around, a familiar voice drifted into her ears. Lin, do you think I look good in this? It looks good. It just doesn't fit. Lin, let's get another one. This one is too big. Let's go to the children's section. No way. I'm an adult. I'm not going to. Seeing Ningxue's entire body frozen, Ning Xin looked at her little aunt with a smile from the side. It's Lin and the others. Ning Xin tugged on the frozen and motionless Ningxue, leading her in the direction where the sound had just come from. The touch on her palm made Ningxia instantly return to her senses. Raising his eyes to look ahead, he saw a familiar figure within the glass of a. It's Lin and Lin Lin. Looking at Lin An's kind face, Ningxia was instantly in a much better mood. Letting Ning Xinxin come and tug at herself while her eyes stared straight in the direction of Lin and Lin Lin. Dark thoughts. Lin looks really like that man, and bears some resemblance to himself. Maybe it really is your own. Thinking of this, Ningxia couldn't help but tense up, her palms unconsciously exerting themselves. Auntie, this is, what's going on? Feeling her palm being held tightly by Ningxia, Ning Xinxin couldn't help but turn around. Just as he turned around, he saw to asked, little auntie? You? Ning Xinxin's words of concern didn't come out of her mouth as a white finger rested against her lips. Shoo, don't disturb them. A gentle smile appeared on Ningxia's flirtatious face, and her fingertips pointed towards Lin and Lin Lin inside the glass window. She didn't want to disturb the duo's sweet time, and it seemed nice to be outside like this watching Lin and Lin Lin cuddling, as well as some intimate gestures. After all, once she was inside, the duo's eyes were on her, and all she had to do was watch them quietly. Ningxia looked so attentively that her hand, which had fallen on Ning Xinxin's lips, forgot to retract it. Auntie smells so good. Ning Xinxin, who was standing behind Ningxia, thought this. The faint scent, which kept drifting in, made her heart beat faster and her cheeks become flushed. The eyes staring at Ningxia began to become. Buzz shivered in his pocket, obviously an incoming call from his cell phone. Ning Xinxin returned to her senses and stepped back. Stay away from Ningxi. Exhale. Auntie is so charming. She almost didn't hold it. After a small sigh of relief, she looked to her cell phone. When my eyes met the familiar words on my cell phone screen, she froze slightly. Sister she. You usually only call her at night. Why are you calling her in broad daylight now? I was not confused, but I didn't fail to pick it up. Finger point. Connect. Hey sister sure. Aren't you busy with your day job? Why are you free to call me now? Well not busy. Where are you now? I'm shopping. With whom? With my sister-in-law. After hearing the words coming from the phone, Lin Shi, who was standing opposite Ning Xinxin, also let out a sigh of relief at this time. Who luckily the person beside Xin is her little aunt. If not, then, she's gonna be pissed. Not only did she want Xin to accompany her at night, but even during the day, she had to make Ning Xin sweat profusely. Well I know. You be safe out there and I'll catch up with you tonight. Okay, Ning Xinxin happily answered, and Lin Shi quickly hung up the phone, walked to the car and continued to wait for the two guys with the last name to return. Inside the store, Lin, so, does this look good? Lin stood in the doorway of the fitting room showing Lin in her flattering swimsuit. Lin narrowed her eyes and scanned over the one-piece bathing suit. After surveying Lin's body that was tightly wrapped in a tight swimsuit, Lin frowned slightly and hesitated to speak, seemingly thinking about something. Lin, wouldn't a figure like that really affect the next generation? It seems that even breastfeeding is a problem, I guess. Thinking about it, Lin couldn't help but lower his eyes, glancing at Lin. Seeing Lin in such a state, Lin couldn't help but beep her mouth, and her white and tender little feet, directly leaving her shoes, walked over to Lin. Tilting her head, she looked up at Lin. Hey Lin, do you think I look good? After saying that, Lin undyingly tugged at the corner of Lin's coat. She longed for Lin to give her a reply. Damn bad guy, he's ignoring me again. Croon. Lin bulged her mouth and stared straight at Lin. Seeing him reveal a pitiful look, Lin laughed. It looks good. Saying that, Lin rubbed the cute Lin's brain, then bent down slightly to caress Lin's slightly reddened little face. Do you like it? Love it. Let's buy this one then. It fits you quite well. But Lin, do you feel like this is going to get a little tight? Tight? It's not tight. It feels super flattering, and it's totally made for her, isn't it? Well, in that case, it's a buy. After Lin finished speaking, he beckoned for the clerk, pointing at Lin's body, just the one she's wearing. Glancing at the petite Lin, the clerk flashed a trademark smile and said to Lin, well sir, this one was originally $500, but then sir, we're offering 50% off all children's styles right now. So you'll only have to pay $250. As soon as that was said, Lin froze. A child's model? No wonder how he looked at it just now. How awkward it was. It turned out that Lin had picked the children's style herself. Lin froze slightly, lowering her eyes and looking at Lin. The girl, by now, had lowered her head and was walking towards him. Little pink hands reached out and tugged at the corners of his coat, stammering. Lin, I don't want this one. I don't like it anymore. Let's pick another one. Lin's pasty voice trembled a little, as if she was sad now, and clothes that feel like they fit well are not actually for adults. Even though she's mediocre, she can't wear kids' clothes. She's able to be a mom. Looking at Lin Lin's slightly reddened eyes, the corner of Lin An's mouth twitched, not realizing that Lin Lin had broken his defense. After a pause, his palm fell on Lin Lin's cheek, rubbing it. Lin Lin, obey. Don't cry. Little is actually quite. Liar. It's the little ones that don't look good. You always lie to me. I want to grow up. I don't want to buy it. Oh, Lin Lin, who has broken the defense, is crying. Chapter 128. We're on every night. Ningxue outside the glass window saw her prospective daughter-in-law crying, and immediately lowered her willow eyebrows. Can't help but shake my head. Lin and that kid didn't say anything nice, poking Lin Lin's wounds. Ugh, how could he cause such a cute little tiny daughter-in-law to cry? Seeing his little aunt walking straight towards the store, Ning Xinshin was stunned. Didn't you say you wouldn't disturb their sweet time? How now? Ning Xinshin glanced inside the window and saw that Lin Lin was crying and hugging Linen, who was also very helplessly rubbing Lin Lin, soothing her. Got it, turns out it's, cousin, you made your sister-in-law cry. This is the moment for the real mom to stand up for her daughter-in-law, isn't it? Thinking of this, Ning Xinshin no longer hesitated and directly followed Ningxue's pace. If you take a step later in the evening, you won't get to see a good show. Ning Xinshin, who was a melon eater at this time, held on to the mindset of watching the fun and also walked into the store. And that was before Linen and Lin Lin noticed that someone was approaching the place. Oh, I'll grow up. I sure will. Lin Lin, who was hugging Linen, buried her head into Lin An's arms and kept emphasizing, although she agreed that it seemed impossible. Lin Lin just had to say so. She's not going to admit she's stunted. Fine, you're the biggest. Lin Lin, wipe your tears first, okay? A comforting voice came out of Lin An's mouth, then didn't wait for Lin Lin to respond to him. Lin An then reached out and cupped Lin Lin's tender face. Looking down at Lin Lin's red little face, he reached out and tenderly wiped at the tear-stained face. Lin Lin was in a better mood as his fingers made contact with the tender face. Pouting slightly, she tilted her head up and said, Lin An, if I keep growing up, will you dislike me? Tear-filled eyes just stared right back at him. Lin An laughed lightly and rubbed Lin Lin's round head. Said, fool, so what if you grow up? I just love how cute you are. Lin An's magnetic words exhaled, and the girl whose head was touched, an indisputable slight blush came to her cheeks. Lin An, wouldn't mind Lin Lin. Lin liked herself like this. Then, she'll just not grow up. Once you grow up and the soft girl becomes a royal girl, then it's not cute anymore. In the future, eat less buns and more millet grains. Lin Lin unfolded his arms and wrapped them around Linen. Thank you, Lin. I like you too. Feeling the warmth on his chest, Linen sighed slightly and, LOL, this girl. Just as he was about to say something, Linen heard the sound of crisp footsteps in his ears. Tada! Linen ignored it and just held his little girl quietly, thinking to give Lin Lin some time to slow down. However, Ning Xinshin and Ning Shi, who were standing behind him, quietly approached the duo. The clerk was about to open his mouth to welcome them, but was stopped by Ningxue waving her hand. Seeing Ningxue's gaze towards those two sweet guests, she instantly realized that the beautiful woman in front of her was perhaps the mother of the two of them. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. These two guys? What nerve! I can't believe the blatant sugar rush. They don't know that their mom and cousin are standing right behind them. Well, it's true that they didn't know, but she just wasn't happy about it. Ning Xinshin saw her cousin and sibling hugging, and she, sour. At this point it seems like she's hurrying into the night, and she wants to cuddle with the store manager's sister in an extremely intimate cuddle. Ningxue didn't bother Linen and Lin Lin, so she quietly watched. She thought to herself, Lin really does look like her Ninian, or maybe it does? Ningxue was already very suspicious of Lin An's true identity, trying to find an opportunity to test it before I do. Lin An, could you be her real son? Ningxue asked herself in her mind, just as she was in her reverie. Lin An and Lin Lin's hug is over. Lin Lin, who had just lifted his little head up, had a familiar figure appear in his afterglow. Look up with your eyes. Then he saw Ningxue and Ning Xinshin. At once, it froze. When did they come? Seeing Ningxue and Ning Xinshin both staring at her and Linen, a shyness welled up. The small hands couldn't help but rise up with force, gripping the corner of Lin An's coat. For a moment, Lin Lin blushed and her head lowered again. Ning Xinshin whispered in her ear, Little auntie, that girl, saw us. Ningxue responded blandly, Well, I saw it. Although the duo's voices were very soft, Linen was able to detect that Lin Lin was out of sorts. Just now, Lin Lin glanced behind her and then lowered her head again. Is there something scary back there? Lin turned her head, puzzled. At once, his eyes widened. Mom? Ningxue nodded and walked into Lin An's side, looking at him with a smile. Lin An, your relationship is progressing really fast. It's only been a while and you're already this close. So if it's a while longer, will I be able to hold a small child soon? What the hell? How is Lin Lin and mom want a child? They are not just sophomore now, where there is so fast it. The corners of Lin An's mouth twitched. His face was embarrassed, and he was silent for a moment, raising his eyes to look at Ningxue to say something, but he couldn't. This godmother of his is so gentle that if he says the wrong thing, he'll hurt her. Lin didn't open his mouth, choosing to remain silent, but not for more than a few seconds. Lin, who had buried his head in Lin An's arms, raised his head, said to Ningxue, "Actually, Lin and I are getting more affectionate every night." Before she could finish, her little mouth was stuffed with a lollipop by Lin. "Oh who?" Lin protested. "Shut up, you can't say anything about this or you won't be allowed to go home and get laid." Lin threatened in Lin's ear. Humph, the little girl gave in with a soft grunt. "P.S. As much as I'd like to continue more, I'm tired, so, I'll go to bed and continue later. LOL. Chapter 129, a short story in the bathroom. Lin and Ningxue briefly chatted for a while. They pick a date. 2 days later, meet at the water park. The time came to 6:30 p.m. Just got home and placed all my purchases behind the couch. Lin then jumped into Lin An's arms. Those big, round, crystalline eyes blinking. What does it seem to imply? What do you want? Lin asked suspiciously. Would love to. Now. Dang, Lin's brain was knocked by linen, and the excitement that filled his eyes changed to aggravation. She gently pouted and let out a soft, fluffy sound. You're bullying me again. Badass. Big, round, bulging eyes. Small hands crossed as she glared at Lin. Yes, I'm a bad egg. Then you also like to be bullied by me as a bad egg. Lin pinched Lin's soft little face and said, being pinched by Lin in this way. Lin's face blushed slightly. Dark thoughts. She just likes to be bullied by Lin, but she can't bully her like this every day. Seeing Lin's pitiful little expression, Lin smiled faintly. With that, crouched down, arms outstretched, holding Lin's petite and soft body in a tight embrace. What are you doing? Bullying me again? Lin was very nervous and her eyes couldn't help but widen. 2 cute and tiny palms landed on Lin's chest, not knowing whether to push them away or wrap them tightly. Seeing that Lin was playing dumb, Lin directly hugged him tightly and said while walking upstairs, "Don't you know very well what I want to do? You were winking at me just now." I was just having trouble with my eyes. That's why." Before Lin could finish her words, a slap landed directly on top of Lin's delicate ass. Splat. Lin's facial expression became out of place. Blushing slightly, it seemed as if Lin was pushing very hard and making her ass a little harder. Seeing that Lin didn't react, Lin carried her to the upper floor and continued, "Girls who lie are punished." So, how are you going to punish me?" Lin tugged on Lin An's sleeve and mumbled. Hearing Lin's words, Lin glanced at the bathroom and her eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, the arm exerted force and hugged Lin's body a little tighter. "Lin, why don't you say anything? If you don't say anything like that, I'll be scared." "You'll wait. You won't do anything weird to me, right?" As soon as Lin's light words fell, Lin's eyes lowered and he looked downward. Only Lin's eyebrows were drooping, but the corners of his mouth were upturned. This girl, looking forward to doing something weird to her herself. "I guess. You'll find out later." Lin finished his sentence and hugged the girl in his arms tightly. "Keep walking." The girl lying in Lin's arms, her fingers slightly bent, pulled at Lin. Big watery eyes stared at Lin's side with a dark smile. He successfully got Lin to think bad thoughts about her. Her thighs. I sensed it just now. Just as Lin revealed a bad smile, Lin arrived at her destination. Bathroom. Click. The wooden door was opened, and then Lin traveled like a cloud, closing the door, turning on the water, and then gently placing Lin in the tub. Lin revealed a head in the large tub. Rinan, what are we doing here? Looking at Lin was undressing now. She actually knew it, but in order to make Lin further develop a wistful mind, so Lin continued to tease. As Lin finished her sentence, her white toes moved slightly, hooking the corner of Lin's coat. Noticing Lin's movements, Lin twisted his head, seeing Lin's crystal clear eyes, as well as on that little face that I can't help but see. Lin went up and pinched Lin's cheeks. "What for? I'm going to help you take a shower later. Got it? Ha? Why?" Lin pretended to be surprised and looked at Lin. Seeing this, Lin's fingers left Lin's face and, dang, knocked her on the head and said, "Don't play dumb. You've been screaming for me to bathe you all the way home before, and you even winked at me on the way home. So don't play dumb for me." How did I know you agreed?" Lin covered her head, beamed, and grunted lightly. She was just talking on her way home before. Who knew that Lin would carry her directly into the shower room? But that's good. They ate on the way anyway. So after a shower, they got to work. Looking at Lin, who was covering his head and giggling. Lin sighed slightly. If it wasn't for Lin muttering beside him all the time, he wouldn't have entered the bathroom with Lin. After thinking for a moment and collecting his thoughts, Lin's outstretched hand gradually descended. Seeing the dark shadow that obscured his vision, Lin stopped his reverie. Rinan, you. Lin was about to speak when Lin then interrupted him. What are you staring at? Do you want me to undress you? Being told this by Lin beamed her little mouth and whispered softly. How dare you? Humph, you don't dare at all. Come on, you take off. Lin's provocative words managed to enrage Lin. Without waiting for Lin to finish her sentence, she felt a coldness in her body. The clothes on his body were decreasing one by one. She's excited. After removing Lin's outermost pieces, jacket, stockings, small items on her body, and hair accessories, Lin thought Lin would panic, but who knows? This girl underneath him, however, wore an intriguing expression. It seemed he was not the hunter but the prey caught in a trap. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Lin sucked in a cold breath and her fingers stopped. Lin frowned down. Lin actually didn't continue. Damn it. Obviously she was all ready to go and her pants were already wet from the bathwater. Lin was not happy. She had been ready to go all out when someone stopped. Her enthusiasm was quenched. However, Lin could not allow things to end like this. With a clatter, Lin stood up while the droplets of water that had stained Lin's pants dripped down into the bucket. Lin froze for a moment, looking at Lin with wet hair. What are you doing? I'm wet. You move so slow. I'll do it myself. After saying that, Lin started under Lin's numb movements. It didn't take long for the room to fill with snow white. The white water vapor and Lin were reflected in Lin's eyes. Lin, just now you helped me. So, now I'll help you. The words had just fallen, and Lin opened his 10 fingers and stretched them out towards Lin. Wait, I'll do it myself. No, I'll help you. I'm good with my hands, and you just helped me. Now, it's time for me to help you. This night, the shower room was filled with the sound of water dripping down, so it was obvious that the two of them guys were very wasteful of water. But the night had left Lin very ashamed and at the same time he was very penalized. P.S. The first day no one reads. Chapter 130 Results. Lin and Lin were messing around in the house. The other side. She is sitting in the hospital. She snuggled into the seat, narrowing her eyes slightly as she rested with her eyes closed. During the afternoon, one of Lin's hairs was quietly pulled by her. She's waited this long, so the DNA results will be out soon, right? Ningxue thought, her breathing gradually calming down. Even if it was a hospital at night, the place was still busy, but Ningxue was on the 4th floor, where there were very few people and it was peaceful. Unconsciously, while waiting, Ningxue was swept away by sleepiness. She was tired and wanted to sleep, but the thought of being about to find out the results of the appraisal, strong willpower made that drowsiness fade away again. Phew, can't sleep. I can't sleep yet. Ningxue placed her palms on her chest, her head swaying slightly. Drowsiness stayed away from her. At that moment, a white nurse came out of the room. Ningxue saw this and hastened, calling out to her. This sister nurse, when will my appraisal results come out? I've been waiting for almost 3 hours. Are you Ms. Ning? Looking at Ningxue's anxious appearance, the white-clothed nurse checked the papers in her hand, and then asked, yes. Hearing Ningxue's affirmative answer, the nurse didn't hold back and spoke directly. It's going to be quick. You wait another half hour or so and you should be out. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. The nurse waved her hand and left straight away, heading downstairs, and Ningxue resumed her seat and continued to wait. Only then, a faint smile appeared on her face. Soon, the results will be known. Lin should be her real child. Lin looks so much like that man and resembles her. That should be it. There's no mistaking it. When Ningxue thought of this, she suddenly felt confident about the fact that Lin was her son, and at this moment, a happy smile spread across her face. The other side. The Lin family. Lin's small face smiled slightly as she sat in front of the mirror. She sat quietly in her crisp dress. Her large, crystal round eyes narrowed slightly. Right in the mirror. The mirror reflected 2 figures, one sitting and one standing. The corners of Lin's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the standing Lin. Lin, you're so slow. It's been so long and you haven't done my hair. Lin's words sounded like a complaint, but she, reflected in the mirror, was smiling. Lin glanced at the smiling Lin in the mirror, and not knowing if it was because he was not feeling well or Lin's smile made him feel a little strange. His body couldn't help but shiver slightly as he said, be honest, just talk. What's with the smile? You creep me out when you smile like that. Hearing Lin's words, Lin beamed and spoke softly. If you don't laugh then don't laugh. Then Lin, can you stop shaking your legs? It's not comfortable for me to watch. but they haven't officially started their first. Okay, I'll stop shaking, and you can stop talking. It's affecting my play. Oh, Lin responded softly, then just smiled faintly as he watched the mirror reflect the image of Lin tying his hair. The night was quiet, and without Lin's words, Lin's concentration gradually increased. Soon, with some movement, Lin tied 2 ponytails for Lin. Well, why don't you get up and see how it goes? Lin got up obediently and turned happily in front of the mirror, seeing the 2 ponytails dangling behind her head. An innocent smile instantly appeared on his face. Good looking. Lin laughed and flung herself into Lin's arms, tilting her head back to look up. Lin reached out and rubbed Lin's head, laughing. Well, it's good that you like to be happy. Lin, when you sleep, can you not let go? Lin looked at the 2 small ponytails swinging behind that head and asked, if I don't let go, I might crush you in my sleep, so it's better to let go. Upon hearing this, Lin's brows lowered and he seemed a bit unhappy. Okay, it's okay Lin, if you like this hairstyle, I'll tie it for you again during tomorrow. Yeah. Lin let out a cry and clung to Lin's waist. Then Lin re-released Lin's hairstyle. Lin put his hands on Lin's fragrant shoulders and said gently, Alright, it's time to go to sleep. It's time to rest after playing for so long. Lin responded softly, yes. Small hands reached out in excitement to take Lin's palms and pull him to the bed. Just laying down on the bed, Lin reached out to turn off the light. Just then, the nervous Lin gently rolled over and hooked Lin's neck, and suddenly the 2 of them were facing each other. What's this girl up to now? Not now. Lin pinched Lin's face and said, I wasn't thinking about that, I was thinking about something else. Do the rest. No. Lin snapped, rejecting the girl. Little girl, small stature, but the ability is not small. Play is quite flowery. Hearing Lin's words, Lin skimmed his lips, said, I wanted to see if the grades were in yet. It's not like I was thinking about unhealthy things. When these words came out, Lin froze as he looked at the girl in front of him. Yeah, today seems to be the day for results. Well, I was wrong in my thinking, but it's not because you've been messing around all day. Lin rubbed Lin's brain and pulled out his cell phone. Seeing this, Lin's little head flicked out, closing in on Lin's chest. Sitting in Lin's arms. Look. Lin's small hands waved, urging Lin. Lin couldn't stand this girl and then clicked on the website for checking the results. But the internet doesn't seem to be very good. It keeps showing that it's loading. Hiccup. Lin's small face was downcast, and lost gripped her. LOL. Was thinking of seeing how Lin did on her test. But, after sensing Lin's loss, Lin decided to appease the girl. Sitting behind Lin, he slightly reached out his hand and approached Lin's waist. Then with a single reach, he wrapped his arms around it. Didn't give the little girl a chance to react. The quilt lifted and then closed once, holding Lin in his arms. He lay down. Lin tilted his head slightly to look at Lin's side face. Well, I am. Go to bed first. It's not too late to read it tomorrow. Good. On the other side, Ning Shi, who had been waiting for a long time, held the appraisal sheet and looked down stupidly. Pa! A droplet of water fell on the paper. The moment he saw the identification slip, her eyes couldn't control the redness that rose, tears instantly on her cheeks, falling, palms over his mouth. He muttered, he really is mine. P.S. Originally said 5, but some people say more too much is not good. I think it is right. Now people are really tired. At noon want to go to sleep. So every day 3 more to maintain to the 24th. In other words, I owe 5 chapters does not include 2 chapters a day. There are very few people, because the writing is pretty bad. Doesn't matter. This book was going to be written until 1,000,000 but it shouldn't live until then. So it'll end around 400, 000 to 500, 000 words at the most. And if it lives at that time, it'll continue. I'll continue. Chapter 131 Morning Short Story. Day 2. The young girl was the first to wake up. And wake up first thing. It was picking up one of the pieces of clothing that he had scattered on the bed. Then, an evil glare at her family's bad guy. I went to bed last night just cuddling. Why did I cuddle so tightly? Now I have old pains in my body. Lin's pink fingers took her light clothing and placed it in front of her breasts. Thinking about putting these clothes on. With the top on it is possible to sit down and wear them. But where are the pants? This doesn't seem to be working out. Lin thought, slightly pouting. The little face flushed and glanced at the sleeping man. The mind wondered. Even though it was broad daylight, Lin hadn't woken up. So, even if she stood up and put on her pants, no one would see her. Anyway, Lin was sleeping, and she didn't believe that Lin would wake up while she was putting on her pants. Solely, Lin took a gamble and slowly got up while looking at Linen. Exhale. After taking a deep breath, Lin pinched his clothes with the lazy pattern printed on them and started to put them on. Hey, Hey, hands up, hands down, stick your little head out. Hey, good, the top is on her. Then, Lin glanced at Linan's face by his little feet, and the corner of his mouth turned up, humming. Stinky Linan is sleeping well. She was about to fall asleep last night, but Linan actually jumped over and hugged her to sleep. Not knowing what came to mind, Lin's hand touched the knocked body. Still saying she's not honest in her sleep. Obviously you are too. Saying that, and touching her shoulder, Lin had not yet put on her pants, so she directly squatted down and looked at Linan's sleeping face. Meaty little fingers, unknowingly, poked Linan's cheek. Stinky Linan, croon. As soon as the little pink hand touched it, Linan's handsome face sunk in slightly. Yes, that's right, the protagonist has become handsome. How about a sense of generation? Looking at Linan's cheeks that were like little dimples, Lin smiled a very innocent and cute smile under the bright sunlight. Suddenly sensing something, Lin felt her little butt itch a little, and then her little hand scratched at the half of her butt. The fingertips had just touched her skin when Lin sensed something. She seems to have forgotten her pants. The little face drooped and crumpled. Enduring the slightly cool sensation of her butt, Lin cupped her small hands around the tiny pink printed on pages tiny pants and slightly raised her feet, thinking about sticking her cute, fragrant, soft jade feet inside. Left foot up, right foot seems to be a little unsteady. Put. The little guy fell into Lin's arms. What happened? Lin slowly opened his eyes. Feeling something strange in his stomach, he directly reached out and leaned towards the top of his abdomen. Tummy. When did his stomach grow a piece of meat, and it was still heavy and soft? Lin rubbed the soft thing on his stomach. A short while later, a childish shout rang out. Stop rubbing me, you bad egg. Lin covered her rosy head and cried out with a shy face. When did this stupid girl lay on top of him? Lin blinked in confusion and looked in Lin's direction, only to see that the pouting, aggrieved Lin was glaring at him with bulging eyes. And naturally, Lin's scarlet cheeks were reflected in his eyes. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before? Lin covered her red face and shouted. She was naked again and again and again. Oh, shame on you. Seeing Lin's pouting little mouth, as well as her face that was red beyond recognition, Lin quickly reacted. This silly nymph had stripped off her clothes when she went to bed at night. Despite getting up every morning to wear it, he had seen it I don't know how many times, but Lin still didn't learn his lesson like this, and in the middle of the morning, Lin revealed this delectable appearance. It was hard for him not to have other thoughts. Lin suddenly sensed that something was wrong underneath the quilt and hurriedly shouted. Linen, there seems to be something under the comforter. Open it up and I'll see if I'm getting into something. Open? Then it wouldn't be Lin who would die. After thinking about it, Lin spoke. Lin, you should put those on first, don't catch a cold. At those words, Lin froze and suddenly felt the coolness underneath him. It was instantly clear. Oh, Lin responded repeatedly, then said, I know, you, tilt your head, okay? Hearing this, Lin thought about it and refused. Not good. He was still being pressed by Lin, and if he didn't keep an eye on her, he might step on it indiscriminately. Big pervert. Lin reddened her face, pouted, and glared at Lin. With that, he stood up regardless. Lin is a big pervert. Doesn't she get shy looking at her every day? Although, she got a little bit happier inside, but more shy. Since Lin didn't avoid it, she didn't care. Anyway, she was bullied by Lin every day. She, got used to it a long time ago. Lin lightly hummed. With that, she turned her back to Lin, bent over slightly, arched her little butt, and slipped her little pink panties in. However, the slightly arched little butt gave Lin a not so good feeling. Gee, this girl, she doesn't know someone's behind her. Ugh, this girl, it's kind of hard to mess with him. It doesn't seem healthy to keep doing that in the middle of the day. Thinking about it, Lin slightly closed her eyes and breathed in and out. Calm down, Pa. The sound of his pants popping up resonated right through the room. Lin froze to put his bad thoughts away, while Lin was directly like a hungry coyote pouncing on a large sheep at this time. Ayaha! Lin cried out with her mouth open. After Lin sat in Linan's arms, she lowered her waist and took a bite on Linan's arm, leaving a faint mark before feeling it painfully and realizing that it wasn't deep. Then straight away, she raised her cute little brain, revealing her white teeth, her cute little hand tugging tightly on Linan's collar and shouting fiercely, Bite you badass. I just bent over and I saw it. You've been staring the whole time. No more staring. Hearing Lin's milky, ferocious words, Lin wanted to laugh. Straight away, he reached out and rubbed Lin's brain. It's not like I haven't seen it before. I see it every day. Aren't you used to it? I'll be shy. I can't keep staring. I'm really shy. Okay. While Lin was talking, Lin was smiling. This caused Lin Lin's little face to become even more flushed. I don't care about you. I'm out of bed. Don't tell me to get in bed. P.S. Free swag. You, where are you? There's a pouncing author who's going to starve to death. Chapter 132 Driving a car and having a good time. With a light grunt, Lin Lin then took a bare little foot and stretched it out towards the ground. Nice big watery eyes scanned the floor for a long time. Found his little shoes. Sticking her little feet into her shoes, Lin Lin suddenly turned around and glared at Linen and said, I'm really leaving. Oh, well, go go go. Linen waved his hand, unconcerned. Seeing this, Lin Lin lightly grunted. Poof, turned back, opened the door directly and left. Pa! The loud slamming of the door reached Lin An's ears. Linen looked in the direction Lin Lin had left and secretly shook his head. Silly girl, where else would she go but to the restroom? Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Linen could be said to know Lin Lin very well. Every time this Lin guy had a little mood, it was just a joke. Which time wasn't in an extremely obvious place, waiting for him to coax it? Linen thought about it and took out his cell phone, ready to check the results of the college entrance exam. After some finger work on the phone, the website was successfully displayed, and that line of eye-catching numbers was naturally reflected in Lin An's eyes. 20, 90, XXX, 85. He did the math. Total score, 521. Seeing this score, Lin had no ways in his heart. Anyway, regardless of how well he did on the exam, it seemed that he and Lin would never be separated. After all, money, houses, cars, companies and whatnot, he and Lin really didn't lack any of them now. For now, this so-called college is just going to be an experience. After glancing at his score, Lin glanced in the direction of the room door. Lin usually looked silly, but was a school bully come to think of it, and I didn't know how many points I would be different from Lin. But Lin is usually number 1 in her grade, so there won't be any surprises this time, right? Despite the thought, however, Lin still inquired about Lin's information. Then a series of numbers appeared directly in front of Lin. Aha! See the message that surfaced on the screen of your cell phone. Lin froze outright. He realized that none of the other scores were good enough, so Lin started counting the totals. One final result was the number 520. Is this a coincidence? No, it wasn't. It was obvious that Lin had already known that she would be looking at it. Right, that's why she intentionally took such a low test, and it was still quite a meaningful number. Seeing this, Lin placed the cell phone in his hand on the edge of the table, reached out to pick up the clothes on the side, and quickly put them on. Then, walk off the bed. Got to get to that girl. A smile appeared on Lin Yin's face as he thought to himself, where's the restroom? Lin is brushing his teeth. The sides of her mouth were covered in white foam, and her small white hand, which held the toothbrush tightly, kept moving it around in her mouth. Soon, with that, the sound of gargling came from within the room. Wow! Bah! Wiping the foam from her mouth, Lin beamed as she prepared to find a hiding place that would accommodate her figure. Lin's small white hand had just reached forward before she could grip the door handle. Click came the doorway. The wooden door was then opened. Seeing the person in front of her, Lin's small face slightly reddened as she lowered her head. Lin doesn't open her mouth to coax her. She doesn't want to pay attention to Lin first. This asshole peeks at her every day. Ha! Lin's puckered little face faced her paws. Pretend to walk directly towards Lin's shoulder as if you didn't see him. Pa Lin grabbed Lin's small hand. After feeling the warmth on his palm, Lin waited, waiting for Lin to speak first. Looking at the little girl with the baby face, Lin reached out and touched Lin's cheek. So, it's so cold. Lin's hands are icy cold. Lin frowned slightly and raised his eyes to glare at Lin. Unhappiness was written all over his little boyish face. After glancing at Lin's little expression, Lin reached out and handed Lin a small bag. Here. Lin froze slightly and tilted her white clean chin up to Lin. Only the bag was filled with a variety of white buns. I'm not the same person I was when I was a child. Don't think that a mere bun can coax me. Lin skimmed his lips and said in a pretense of dissatisfaction. With a fall, Lin shook off Lin's hand and took a small step in the direction of the door. The paws of her feet had just stepped out of the doorway, and her paws were directly away from the ground. Lin hugged her and held her in his arms, his line of sight downward, staring at Lin's tender face, and said faintly, then how are you going to coax it? Looking at Lin's gentle face, Lin's small white hand couldn't help but want to touch Lin, but she quickly withdrew her hand. Don't tell Lin, ask him to guess for himself. I won't tell you, but I'm hard to coax now anyway. Lin tilted her chin up and spoke arrogantly. Seeing this, Lin thought about it. Put Lin down. Forget it, I'm not going to coax. You can play by yourself. Hey! Hearing Lin's words, Lin's tender little face revealed a look of disbelief. It's changed. Lin's changed. He's not coaxing. Damn it. Lin Lin pouted and walked downstairs angrily. No coaxing, no coaxing. Ha! Looking at Lin Lin that look Lin and secretly shook his head. Then start washing up. It wasn't that he didn't want to coax, but it was because he hadn't even washed up. There were some things he couldn't do. Just as Lin Lin was having a little tiff, Lin Su and Bai Yi were on their way home. They had already bought some baby necessities, and had thought of arranging for a good nurse. After all, Lin Lin was so small, and had not inherited her mother's good genes at all. What if she didn't have anything to feed her in the future? However, the thought of the previous unresponsive babysitter put the idea out of their minds. Hubby, you said that Lin Lin and the others, when are planning to have one? Bai Yi asked Lin Su who was driving. I think they'll have it by the time college rolls around. It's not like you don't know. That Lin Lin girl loves kids, and just by Lin Lin's nature, she'll definitely have one very early. Hearing this, Bai Yi was relieved. Not bad, not worthy of being her daughter. Very much her style. Think back then. She also took Lin Su down during her university days. Heck, it's more like having kids and a marriage license before you even graduate. Well, I understand. Let's go back early. I don't know if I've been away from home for so many days. How are Lin and Lin Lin developing? Bai Yi's head snuggled into the car seat and she mumbled. Hearing Bai Yi's words, Lin Su didn't reply, but the corner of his mouth twitched. His oldest sister told him yesterday that Lin Lin was walking in a wrong position and was very awkward. Should be hurt. At first, Lin Su was very worried about Lin Lin when he heard this news, but on second thought, what injury would make walking awkward? Lin Su only thought about it for a moment before coming up with an answer. Just in terms of how much Lin Lin liked Linen. Think, that kid Linen was just like him back then. He kept getting seduced, leading to one that didn't hold back. Thinking of this, he not only sighed up for Linen. However, they never expected that Lin Lin was not doing bad things with Linen, but just happened to come to the more serious relatives. P.S. 739,930 words short of a million. It'll take at least 3 months to write. It's too much and too long. This one won't live to see that. Chapter 133, Everyday Life. Upstairs, after shuffling around, Lin Lin began to make her way downstairs. A few minutes had passed. Lin Lin should have found a place to hide. Under the covers? On the couch? And the kitchen? Or that stupid girl is inside the shower. Lin An's mind recalled the locations where Lin Lin might have hidden after a minor mood in the past. Let's go to the room first. Thinking of this, Lin An turned around and walked towards Lin Lin's room. Just opened the door. Lin then saw the bulging quilt, and the bulging quilt was moving slightly. Oh, silly girl, every time she makes it so obvious. Is she afraid that she can't find her? Lin, who had her ass up in the air, wiggled her ass up when she heard the door open. She just did it on purpose. What if Lin An didn't see her? Well, she's hiding for nothing? So she was moving her little butt slightly, and naturally Lin An saw it. The corners of his mouth ticked and he narrowed his eyes in a smile. Then, pretending to be helpless, he said, alas, it seems Lin isn't here. Lin is right here. Can't you see her ass is wiggling all the time? Lin, you're a fool. Lin roared in his heart, but he didn't shout out. Instead, he increased the amplitude of his movements, trying to make Lin discover himself. But, splat, the door was closed. Lin Xia at this moment. Chow, want to cry. Faint tears flooded the crystalline eyes. Idiot, Lin An the big idiot. Why didn't you find her like this? Abominable. Lin cursed her future husband in her heart with a vicious stink. Stupid guy, she's moved so obviously. Okay, but Lin An didn't even notice her like this. So hard. Lin in tears. Emotions. Looking at Lin Lin's slightly moving figure, Lin An secretly sighed. Silly girl. After thinking for a while, Lin quietly came behind Lin. Just when he was about to reach out and hold Lin in his arms, Lin turned around slightly, and her wet little face was reflected in front of Lin. Oh, Lin sobbed, her face downcast as she silently wiped away her tear tracks. Her eyes were red and her little face was wet. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in her afterglow. Lin's heart shook and he directly pounced over without even thinking. Stupid Lin An! A delicate voice exhaled as Lin sat down in Lin An's arms, her white palms gripping Lin An's collar as she glared at him. Liar! Lying to me again. Clearly not gone. Lin beamed and spoke softly to Lin An. Seeing this, Lin An's palm fell and rested on Lin's head. Little crybaby, why are you crying here? It's not you. I thought you were really gone. Results, you're just lying to me. Too bad. Lin cried out, her small hand constantly pounding Lin An's chest to vent her dissatisfaction. Actually tricked her into tears. Then she'll trick Lin into having a baby. After Lin pounded a few times, she was a bit tired. Her delicate body directly went soft, and the limp Lin paralyzed on Lin An's chest. Lin turned his face sideways and looked at him. Lin asked suspiciously. I think. Goo. Before Lin Lin could even utter the thoughts in his mind, his stomach made a sound first. Hungry? Asked Lin Lin when he heard the sound coming from his stomach. Originally, she wanted to say, how about having a baby earlier? But as Linen had come to this, she just went along with Linen. Well, a little bit. The words just fell. Linen directly got up and picked Lin Lin up with one hand. Come on, get out. I'll make you dinner. Okay, I want to eat braised pork, Lin Lin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Linen favored Lin Lin's brain by rubbing it. Whatever you want to eat, it's all yours. Ha, can you eat anything? Lin Lin seemed to have thought of something and subconsciously licked his saliva, staring blearily at Linen. Seeing Lin Lin look like a little glutton, Linen came close to Lin Lin's face, reached out and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and said, anything, yeah. She wants red meat. Looking at Lin Lin's bright smile, Linen stopped talking, took Lin Lin downstairs. Just when Linen and Lin Lin were in the kitchen, their parents have arrived at the house. Ugh, so tired. Just after getting out of the car, Bai Yi said with a tired face, I'll rub your shoulders. Lin Su walked over to Bai Yi and massaged her shoulders. Bai Yi couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy Lin Su's massage. Soon after, Bai Yi, with a slightly red face, patted Lin Su's palm and said, Alright, stop it. Let's go in first. Okay. Lin Su answered and held a bank card in his hand. They were intended for Linen and Lin Lin. They didn't know where Linen and Lin Lin planned to go to school, but it didn't matter where they went as long as they had enough money. Click. The gate was opened. That's when a scent wafted into their nostrils. They're cooking again, said Bai Yi. Well, let's go. Go see how those two little ones are doing. Lin Su answered, then held his wife's white smooth palm and walked in the direction of the kitchen. The scent became even stronger before he even approached. Looks like Linen is getting better at cooking. Linen had been able to take good care of Lin Lin, but they also said that they hoped Lin Lin would move as well, and not really be a little punk being held by Linen. Came to the kitchen and was about to turn and look inside. Lin Lin's lowly voice came from the kitchen. Lin Lin's lips were slightly open, the corners of his mouth slightly drooling. His short fingers tugged at Lin An's clothes, begging, I'm hungry. Linen quickly feed me some braised pork. Lin Lin can't right now. Lin An refused. The meat hasn't even been cooked yet. How can you give it to his Lin Lin? Am I hungry? Give me food. Give me some red meat. Lin Lin's fingers flexed and his entire tiny body flopped softly on Lin An's shoulder, begging. Looking at the little glutton Lin Lin, Lin An was helpless and slightly bent down to bring a piece of freshly heated braised pork close to Lin Lin's mouth. Come on, open your mouth. Lin Lin obediently opened his mouth. And just then, the duo outside the kitchen, thinking that they should be discussing food, so Lin Su and Bai Yi looked at each other and then nodded. The two took an uncharacteristic step. A cozy image appeared in front of the two of them. Lin Lin tilted her chin up, her small mouth slightly open, while Lin An slightly bent down and stuffed a piece of meat into Lin Lin's mouth. P.S. There's another one today, I'll code it later. 3 more lasts until the 23rd. Also said before 30 small gifts plus more. But, almost, free small gifts. Each send a power for love. 300 people to send can be added more. But it seems that everyone has started school or something. The number of people is decreasing every day. The pacing is really slow, and if I speed it up, then a lot of the original pacing and plotting will have to be cut out of it. Most importantly, the guys still like the daily bar. And I'm afraid to go too fast now for fear of making you guys look and feel weird. Chapter 134, Do Something Bad. Bai Yi frowned in confusion and asked, What are they doing? Lin Su responded, Eat. The words were followed by, That would be meat. It should be, red meat if he wasn't mistaken. After all, Lin Lin's favorite food is red meat. Lin Su narrowed his eyes slightly and stared. That thing sure is shiny. And obviously, it's food. Hearing her husband say this, she didn't know what came to her mind and held Lin Su's hand as she left by the kitchen, moving fast, very fast. Soon, it was brought to the couch and sat down. What's wrong, wife? Lin Su asked. Don't bother them. Can't you see their relationship is slowly improving? Let's wait and go over there. Feeding the food. What's so intrusive about that? But his wife gave the word, so he'll just have to go along with it, I guess. Okay. After answering, Lin Su held Bai Yi's palm and the two of them snuggled together. Inside the kitchen. Hey, Lin and I just saw a figure outside. Is there a burglar in the house? Seeing Lin Lin's beady eyes, Lin and rubbed Lin Lin's head and laughed. What are you thinking about? Getting into a burglar? Who can get in without a key? And this window is equipped with iron bars. Don't think nonsense, hurry up and eat. It's impossible to get in a thief. Lin comforted Lin Lin while stroking Lin Lin's brain. The warmth on her head quickly made Lin Lin give up thinking, and her small mouth gently bit down on the food. Then, Lin took a paper towel and wiped the oil stains on Lin Lin's mouth, gently wiping it off. Lin looked up with a smile on her face. Suddenly, Lin then saw someone watching him from the doorway. Auntie White? A few minutes before, after getting all mushy with Lin Su, Bai Yi decided to once again go to the kitchen to check if what Lin Su had just said was true. Bai Yi had just walked to the kitchen when she saw Lin wiping the corners of her daughter's mouth with a white tissue with a smile on her face. At this scene, she froze. Lin was so spoiled. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Normally these two guys would just cuddle and kiss in front of them. Is the relationship good enough to feed each other now? Aha, good. At this rate, soon she'll be able to hold her little grandson. Just as she was thinking, Lin looked up at her. At once, the two of them looked at each other. Lin was surprised, and Bai Yi just froze. And Lin, the girl, saw that Lin didn't move and spoke softly. Ugh, you're so stupid. There's still grease stains on the corners of my mouth that I haven't wiped off. Rinan. Okay. Lin returned to her senses and continued to serve Lin. The rubbing was in progress, and a gestural nod of hello was given to Bai Yi. Bai Yi froze, did not react. She pretended not to see anything. This kid to play what greetings. Then, Bai Yi nodded awkwardly in response. A deep voice came. Honey, what's wrong? At once, all three of them were startled and turned their heads to look. Lin Su walked up to him and smiled as he wrapped Bai Yi's fragrant shoulders around him. It's fine, but just wait to hold your little grandchildren. They are very close. Bai Yi said faintly. Well, I feel the same way. Lin Su nodded, then looked over at the two frozen guys, Lin and Lin. Mom and Dad, Uncle Lam, Auntie Pak, when did you come? Lin and Lin were both surprised, and at once neither knew what to say. What's wrong with you guys? Lin Su looked at Lin and Lin suspiciously and said. Finishing their words, Lin and Lin didn't reply. They just smiled awkwardly. The young couple was interacting but got caught and were a little embarrassed for a moment. Seeing that both of them were silent, Lin Su left with Bai Yi. I was so nervous just now. Lin tilted her small rosy face up and looked at Lin, tugging at the corner of his shirt. Seeing this beaming look of Lin laughed and pinched Lin's little face. What's the point of being nervous? It's not like we've done anything bad. Hearing Lin say this, the undulations of Lin's little rabbit calmed down. Exhale. Lin was right. Neither she nor Lin had done anything bad today. Why is she nervous? Still, it's a little shy to be found out. The little girl secretly rejoiced and raised her eyes to look at Lin. Looking at Lin's side face, Lin narrowed his eyes. Dark thought. Now that Mom and Dad are gone, so, it's time to do something about it. Thinking about it, Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Eyes slanted. No sign of Mom or Dad. So, Lin narrowed her eyes. No longer hesitating, her small pink hand slightly hooked, tightly tugging at Lin's clothes, then gently stood on her tiptoes, her white neck stretched out, her tender little face close to Lin. Boo! Lin was inadvertently stolen a kiss by Lin. Lin froze, not reacting. His neck suddenly sank, and was hooked tightly by Lin's outstretched hand. Then the taste of red meat filled his mouth. This stupid girl. What the hell? Lin closed her eyes, unable to see Lin's widened eyes as the girl fought darkly. Lin was so good to her. All fed her. So, her reward for Lin is also essential. P.S. No more. Too hungry for a little sweet post today. Chapter 135, Boldness. Tian is so close. Sooner or later he'll have to become a father. Lin really didn't expect Lin to be so bold. The two guys outside the kitchen are both still on the couch. This girl just dared to kiss him so boldly. Was she really not afraid of being found out at all? Even though Uncle Lin and Aunt Bai had already acquiesced to his relationship with Lin, but in broad daylight, to commit adultery, that's really not very nice. Thinking, Lin slightly extended his fingers and put them on this girl's shoulders. Wave. The sound pulled Lin away from himself. Ahem. Have you kissed enough? Lin wiped the water stains at the corner of his mouth and looked at the girl underneath him as he spoke. Not yet. Still want it. Lin looked blearily at Lin's water-stained mouth, her fingers reaching out just to hook her neck, but Lin directly stepped back, and reached out to grab Lin's white and tender wrist. With a slight push he wrapped his cum around her and cupped her cheeks, narrowing his eyes threateningly. No fooling around. You guys are always messing around. Your parents are still out there. If they find out. Before he could finish, Lin's strong and powerful fingers flicked on this tender little girl's forehead. Goo. It hurts. Lin covered her head and stared at Lin with a grumpy face. The cute little face bulged right out. This guy has been bullying him. It seems like there's no time to lose in lying to Lin Anson about the little kids. As soon as her and Lin's little baby came out, then she would bully Lin together with the little baby. Does it hurt a lot? Let me take a look. Seeing this pitiful appearance of the girl underneath her, Linen was a little distressed and directly reached out to hold her lovely face in one hand. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he stared intently. Linen breathed a sigh of relief after noticing that her forehead was just a little bit slightly red. But because of Lin An's close proximity, the man's breath was constantly lapping at this girl's body, the faint scent lingering in her nostrils. Was Linen just nakedly seducing her by being so close to her? The little girl's eyes narrowed, slightly raised her chin. Her pink lips directly approached Linen, then her small hand reached out and firmly wrapped around Lin An's neck. The next moment these two guys' faces were pressed against each other again. This little ninny has completely turned into a little girl with color, and is very fond of messing around. But it's a good thing the aunts and uncles didn't come in. Just as Linen felt the warmth on his lips, a crisp footstep came from outside the kitchen doorway. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing this voice, the man's intuition snapped in his mind. Fingers tapped lightly on the little girl's shoulder in an attempted reminder of someone who was already here. But this girl didn't seem to hear the footsteps at all, and was fully concentrated on snuggling up to Lin An's body. And not long after that crisp footsteps, the sound gradually became louder. Apparently the people outside are getting closer too. Well, you two have been making out for so long, it's about time you came out. Lin's old father had just walked up to see his own daughter tightly hooked around Lin An's neck. Then he said somewhat helplessly. After hearing his uncle's words, Lin gently patted the girl on the arm. Soon, the girl's short, fleshy 10 fingers simply let go and left the man. The cheeks were full of little red cheeks. Twisting back, he saw the man behind him. It seemed to be shy and couldn't help but lower her head. Without waiting for these two men to speak, this little girl tilted her head up again and already spoke. Dad, you, get out, okay? You're already disturbing me and Linen. Once such filial words came out, this charismatic old man suddenly felt a shock in his chest, like a knife-cutting pain. After squinting his cloudy eyes, he couldn't help but open them slightly, staring straight at the man in front of him. It's only been less than half a month, right? And the little girl he raised in his home has already completely turned into Lin An's likeness in her mind? In other words, that little girl's heart had been completely filled with Linen, right? Hey! The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at them with a fake sternness, and spoke. Lin, although I don't want to disturb you guys, but right now, your mom and I, there are some things we want to talk to you about. Come out for a bit. And Lin, you can't keep pestering Linen. You see that Linen is obviously a bit haggard. Alas, that's all I have to remind. You guys will come over later. After saying that, this charismatic middle-aged uncle walked away. Hearing her dad's words, the little girl couldn't help but tilt her head up and look at Linen beside her. And Lin reached out and touched her cheeks. Haggard? None of them have done anything yet. Then there's only one possibility. Sleeping at night was disturbed by Lin. After all, this girl Lin was messing around every day. But he was the one who suffered. After looking at Lin An's face, he realized that Lin An's face was a little haggard. I'm sorry, Lin, I control a little bit of myself at night and don't disturb your sleep. Lin stroked Lin An's face and blamed himself. Looking at Lin's aggrieved little face, Lin smiled in relief, rubbed her brain and said, Okay, don't be upset Lin, I don't care. Now Uncle Lin is calling us over. Let's go first. Upon hearing this, Lin tilted her head and looked at the gentleman before directly responding. Yes, he, this is her future husband gentle also, with hardened willpower. That's nice. With a happy heart, her small hand reached out and hooked onto Lin An's arm, toward the outside of the kitchen. Was doing the couch to calm down. In the back of his mind, he was thinking about Linen and the Ning family, as well as Lin An's father. Linen and Lin are close to graduating, getting married, and having children even sooner, and they can't afford to drag it out any longer. Looking out the sunny window, was in a much brighter mood. Came the familiar sound of footsteps to his ears. At once, collecting his thoughts, he turned his head. Hubby, did you clear things up with Xiaoan and Lin? No, young people are prone to impulsiveness and indulgence. They were just feeding each other somewhere. Lin Su didn't finish his sentence before he shook his head inside. In response, mentally understood the meaning of the words. Her red lips slightly opened, and she was about to say something when two Linen and Lin appeared in the line of sight of her beautiful eyes, who were clinging to each other. Glancing at Lin's slightly reddened face, remembered the images of herself and Lin Su together in the past. The corners of his lips curled up slightly in a bland smile. They're coming. Lin Su was stunned and turned his head to look, but sure enough, those two people were walking this way. But, these two guys, do they really think they don't exist? Tian is this close. Linen will have to become a father sooner or later. P.S. Rating dropped. Looks like it has to end sooner. Chapter 136 Your Mom and Dad. Come here, sit down. Gazed mildly at the intimate duo in front of her, her fingers tapping the sofa to the side. Seeing this, Linen and Lin Lin nodded and sat down. Looking at the nervous Linen and Lin Lin whose eyes were staring straight at Linen, Bai Yi smiled. Well, have your exam results come out yet? Out. Linen didn't hesitate to speak. As soon as these words came out, Lin Lin couldn't help but look at Linen. Linen should have seen his own accomplishments when he said this. She purposely suppressed her score with the idea of letting Linen see it, and although she hadn't looked at Linen's grades, she thought that Linen wouldn't fail the class. Well, what was the total score on the exam? Lin Su asked. Lin Lin got 520 and I got 521. Linen responded. Linen's words had just finished, and for a moment, the few people present froze. 520. 521. These two guys, they're in cahoots. Oh Lin Lin, this girl also deliberately lowered the score. Play quite romantic well. Bai Yi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she continued. The test was good. The grades were very close. Hee that's for sure after graduation. Ah, we'll have to continue living with Linen. Lin Lin's arm reached out and suddenly wrapped around Linen's arm, tilting his head and looking at Linen with a smile. Okay? Good. Linen smiled in response, rubbing Lin Lin's head slightly. Feeling Linen's touch, Lin Lin sank into it for a moment, but glimpsed that his dad and mom were looking at him, and then tugged on Linen's clothes. Dodo said, Linen, from now on you can't touch me like a child in front of my parents. That way she won't be able to control her desire to get close to Lin. Okay. Fingers loosened and brushed over the slippery little face, and Linen withdrew his hand. I thought you guys really thought we didn't exist. Lin Su stared sternly at the duo and said with great authority. Uncle, we actually. Seeing Lin Su's pretense of a fierce face, Linen froze and was about to make a sly defense, but Bai Yi spoke first. Her jade hand raised and patted Lin Su's shoulder, and glared at Lin Su. Don't scare them. Lin Su's face was embarrassed and froze for a moment, then said, ahem. Never mind, I don't care about you guys chirping in front of us. After saying that, a bank card was slapped on the desktop by Lin Su. These are? Lin Lin's little finger pointed to the desktop, indicating that he didn't understand. Seeing this, Lin Su glanced at the smiling Bai Yi on the side and didn't sell himself short. Directly. Your mom and I didn't know which school you guys were going to, so we didn't buy a house ahead of time, and each of these cards has $1 million in them, so take them well. 1 million? Lin Su's indifferent words surprised Linen a little. It made it seem like he was a scumbag who cheated on stupid white people and specialized in eating soft food. Thanks Dad. Lin received it with a smile and quickly put the cards away. Aha! With all this money, you can have a good life with Linen. Lin thought happily, looking at her own daughter's happy smile. Bai Yi's heart was also happy. When he was about to say something, he noticed Linen's expression. There was a pause for reaction. Turning to Linen, he said, Little I'll tell you something, it's about your parents. You want to listen? As soon as Bai Yi's words were uttered, Linen suddenly stared with wide eyes, his expression somewhat dumbfounded. Froze. Something about his parents. What were his parents like? To his unfamiliar parents, Linen was a little curious, but not much. His mind was more on this Lin family. Seeing that Linen froze, the little girl on the side reached out her hand to hold Linen. Sensing the slippery feeling on his fingers, Linen twisted his head and saw Lin's green and good-looking smile. Feeling much better, he responded to Bai Yi. Auntie White, go ahead. Bai Yi didn't hesitate and took out a sealed bag from her bag, placed it on the tabletop. This is information about your mother. Take it back and read it. Lin took it and tried to open it. Lin's small hand reached out and rested on the back of Lin's hand, pressing it down. We'll see it at night, knowing that our mom doesn't know about our dad yet. Seeing Lin's boyishly good-looking face, Linen held back from reaching out to touch Lin and lightly smiled. Good. Then, facing Bai Yi, Aunt Bai, what about my father? Where is he? Bai Yi turned her head to look at Lin Su. You say it. Lin Su nodded and looked at Linen. What I told you. Right, Linen, your father. He's going to wait until you're 20 years old. Then he'll come back. And even though right now you're not yet 20 years old, it's almost the same. So now Dad, hurry up and tell me. I'd like to know what kind of man he is in the male line. Lin Su grated, and Lin got impatient and interjected. Finished, bulging mouth, looking at his dad, verbose a bunch of words, just do not say the point, annoying. Lin Su's mouth twitched with a complicated expression as he said, you girl, you're not big, but your temper is quite big. Seeing his dad with such an ugly expression, he figured it was necessary to get mad and then begged for mercy. Fingers grabbed Lin Su's clothes. Dad, I'm sorry, just say it. Come on. Alas, this daughter of his, really cannot be scolded, but also have to coax her. Just as Lin Su was thinking, Lin Lin's miserable scream sounded. Ouch, ouch. The flesh on Lin Lin's face was pinched by Linen. His brow slightly furrowed and his little temper was suddenly all but gone. You, don't fool around. Linen finished and let go of Lin Lin's cheek. Lin Lin ate the pain and her little face was unhappy and in need of comfort. With that, like a little bunny rabbit, he buried his head into Lin An's arms. I was wrong. Don't bully me. It's not a good influence in broad daylight. Lin Lin's words just said for. Lin An rubbing Lin Lin's hand, directly stopped. Damn girl, isn't your head a little low in the wrong place? Lin Su glanced faintly at the nonsense duo, took a deep breath, and said, Anne, where your father he went I don't really know. He told me before he left. He just told me he went to work. By the way, your father he's a soldier, so he works. Lin Su didn't keep his words to himself, but everyone who heard this probably had an answer. This sentence Lin Su hadn't intended to say, but thinking that Linen would be turning 20 in a few months, so his best friend is coming back soon, I guess. I understand uncle. Linen responded casually. The next moment, stand up. Lin Lin's petite body slid off of Linen and fell onto the couch, but she didn't get angry. She just stood up instantly and asked towards Linen. Lin, where are you going? Linen froze, blinked his eyes and responded. I'm going to the restroom. You sit here. Uncle Lin auntie bye. I'm going to the restroom first. As soon as the words left his mouth, Linen walked in the direction of the restroom under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Looking at Lin An's back, Lin beamed. I'll check it out. Then Lin followed Linen. Looking at the duo's backs, Bai Yi held Lin Su's hand and said, everything that should be prepared has been prepared, so it's time for us to enjoy ourselves, right? Well, when brother Lin comes back, we'll set out on a trip. Those two guys will be able to take care of each other anyway. Also, it's just that I'm worried. What if we're traveling and we become in-laws? Hearing this, Lin Su suddenly realized that it was still his wife who was thoughtful. Then let's leave next week, get ahead of what we need to enjoy, and come back for the baby. At those words, Bai Yi didn't say anything more. She just wrapped her arms around Lin Su and snuggled into his chest. Grandchildren. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Will it follow Linen or Lin? Hopefully. Go with Lin. P.S. Let's speed up progress. Hopefully still alive until next month. Chapter 137. Be temperance. Lin did have to pee. He was in great need of getting his bladder released now. Phew ha. DV8. Following the sound of a gush of water dripping down, a relieved expression appeared on Lin An's face. Tick-tock. Lin An's expression returned to normal, shaking slightly. Suddenly, fluffy voices rang out from behind them. Lin An was startled and shivered. Finally, there was a tick. This girl, what a time to come over. Lin, I'm going to the bathroom. Lin An responded to the door of the room, trying to dissuade Lin from coming in. But who is Lin? It's the arrogant one. You don't let her in. She wants to get in. After hearing Lin An's words, Lin outside the door narrowed his eyes slightly. She and Lin had been honest with each other for a long time, so it would be nice to see. It's nothing. At this time, Lin An didn't realize that Lin's small hand had already touched the door handle and might break into the door the next second. However, by Lin's voice like this, Lin An quickly lifted his pants, fearing that a certain girl would not follow the rules and directly rush in. Lin An predicted Lin's prediction. Wow, turn on the water and wash your hands. Was about to walk out. Click, the doorway opened. A small head poked out from the direction of the doorway. Lin looked at Lin An with a smile. I'm on the toilet. You're too clingy, aren't you? Lin An, who was wiping his wet hands with a paper towel, sighed slightly when he saw that familiar childish little face. Seeing Lin An in this state, Lin thought about it. He shouldn't have been like this. He should have brought Lin An some tissues when he came in. Lin An is wiping his fingers right now. Hey, I want to hurry up and have a baby with Lin An. She just came to relatives a few days ago. Now her stomach is not very comfortable. Even if she wants to, Lin wouldn't want to hurt her either. What are you looking at? Lin's line of sight made Lin Min's heart grow fuzzy. This girl, she's not thinking of anything weird again. Didn't see anything. I was just wondering if you wanted a daddy. I could help you out. Don't stare at me like that. I'm just telling the truth. Lin's little face reddened when Lin looked at her like that. Some boudoir secret seemed to come to mind. The petite body twisted and turned, the little reddened head shrinking back. Damn girl, you've got nothing but yellow scraps on your mind. Lin gripped the tissue into a ball and threw it in the trash. The distractions were also thrown in the trash. Come on Lin, let's go back. Lin reached out and landed on Lin's head. A warm breath came from the black silk hair, and Lin directly smiled happily and hugged him. Aha, go back. After shouting, Lin thought darkly in his mind. Her future husband. The baby's father is so gentle and nice. How should I trick her husband into making a baby? Looking at Lin Lin's happy childlike appearance, Linen felt that it was not bad to stay like this, to let Lin Lin be happy every day and remain carefree. Looking at Lin Lin's childlike side face, Linen smiled faintly and said, Lin Lin what's wrong hubby? Lin Lin blurted out, looking at Linen. At those words, the Linian was dumbfounded. His mind was filled with Lin Lin's words, and he gradually turned red from his neck up, feeling ashamed by Lin Lin's husband. Then, he reached out and pinched Lin Lin's bulging cheeks. Idiot, you can't call it now. With this pinch, Lin Lin's backbone was aroused. I'll call it as it is. After saying that, he tilted his little head up and stared straight at Linen with a look of what can you do to me? Seeing this, Linen slightly bent down and approached Lin Lin's soft and boneless body that was filled with the scent of milk. Murmured, scream again and I'll clean you up at night. Well, yeah, I'll wait, Lin Lin said in an untamed manner. Lin Lin had just responded to Lin An's words, and her tender cheeks turned scarlet. Rounded fingers hooked around Lin An's hand, Bai Jie's chin lowered to her chest, seemingly shy. Actually I'm kidding, you can call it what you like. Lin Lin painfully agreed, but it made Linen panic. Lin Lin's body was weak and should be resting moderately now. If you keep this up, your mental energy will diminish day by day. Kidding? I'm serious, okay? You asshole. Lin Lin pouted her pink lips, bit them, and directly reached out with her small hand to tug on her husband's collar. Calm down. Calm your ass down. I'm telling you, I'm not happy right now. You have to keep your promise. Linen, don't lie to me. Lin Lin revealed a small expression of aggression. Scarlet little face seemed shy, seems excited. Okay, 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 okay. Linen cannot argue with this girl. Intends to first coax through. Now promise things. The night still counts? Yeah, if you lie to me, I'll be angry. Lin Lin smiled and uttered extremely threatening words. Linen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This smiling little expression reminded him of a scene from Lin Lin's Insecurity a month ago. That night, it was raining. He watched Makoto's video, and Lin Lin used her fear of thunder as an excuse to get under his covers. Lin Lin asked, "What is this video?" Lin replied, "Pure love video." Lin Lin laughed. "Oh, is that so? Don't lie to me, or else I'll get angry." Linen replied thus, "I never lie. P.S. Small extra. Oh daddy." A little girl of 3 or 4 years old who looked similar to Lin Lin cried and jumped onto Linen. Linen helped her wipe her tears and asked, "What's wrong? Who bullied you?" "Mommy is bullying me again. She's so bad. Took my bowl of red meat again. Obviously daddy made it for me." When she finished speaking, the little girl beamed her little mouth, crystal tears welling up in her eyes. Linen smiled and touched the little girl's brain. "It's fine. Daddy will make you a new bowl." "Yes, yes, yes. Daddy's the best." The little girl jumped excitedly, her crying face turning into a smile. At that moment, a two-ponytailed girl holding a dish stood in the doorway and stared at the large and small group. Chapter 138, Tricked You into Having a Baby. The two returned to the living room. The couch was unoccupied, with only a few cards on the table. Because the second old man was worried about Linen and Lin Lin not having enough to eat and wear, he put in a few more millions. Dad and Mom. Seems like they've already left. Gone on a trip already, I guess. Gazing at the bank cards laid out on the table, he swept another glance at the empty couch. Lin Lin pouted slightly, her mood a little lost. Knowing that Lin Lin was in a bad mood, Linen took the initiative to come forward to comfort her, wrapping her arms around Lin Lin's soft shoulders and said, "It's okay Lin Lin. Uncle and Auntie have been working for so many years. They've been looking forward to this day. They'll have a great time." Lin Lin nodded, her head nestled against Lin An's chest. The white tender little hand hooked the hair on Lin An's hair temples and looked at him and said softly, "Lin An, my mom and dad just sent a message instructing me to do something before they return." Looking at the moody girl in his arms, Lin An gently stroked Lin Lin's head and asked, "Well, what is it?" Hearing Lin An say this, the corner of Lin Lin's lips inadvertently hooked up in a faint smile. Then his fingers tugged on Lin An's clothes and said, "Don't get excited about what I'm going to say later. That's what they instructed me to do." "Aha, no it won't. Go ahead," Lin An responded, his palm rubbing lightly over Lin Lin's skull. Feeling Lin An's rubbing, Lin Lin's eyes curved up slightly, but his expression was tilted up in mock helplessness. "Ugh, my mom and dad, they said, want to be early and hold the baby." Before Lin Lin's words were finished, Lin An froze, his movement stopped, and he looked straight at Lin Lin. What? Early baby hugs? This, doesn't it mean, let him and Lin Lin get their little baby out earlier? Even if you know your aunt and uncle are very enlightened, isn't it a bit early? He and Lin Lin were nothing more than an almost 20-year-old just a sophomore in college. How can you? So early, what about having little babies? Lin An's expression of incredulity and tangled struggle was unmistakably reflected in Lin Lin's eyes. Lin was secretly delighted in his heart. Although, this is her nonsense, but her mom and dad really do want to hold grandchildren early. He just adapted what they said and exaggerated it a little bit. Lin, he'll say yes, right? After all, it's her mom and dad's. Tell him, it's not what she had in mind. Lin's fingers curved to tighten Lin An's arms around him, rubbing them together and coming closer to him. After feeling Lin's body heat, Lin lowered his head and looked. Upon seeing those big, pitiful, crystal watery eyes, Lin paused. I'll think about it. After all, Lin, you're still too young. No, we're all too young to be the head of the family too early. Well, I understand, Lin. It's just that, Lin, you really don't want to? Don't you want a little baby? Lin's mildly tearful eyes made Lin An's heart soften a little. Opening his lips slightly, he was about to open his mouth in agreement when vibrations rattled from his pocket. Pick it up. It's Aunt White's phone. Lin raised his cell phone and paused to address the adorable Lin. Don't finish. I'll take it. Lin responded obediently, silently bringing his head closer to Lin An's chest. The little heart kept hitting the walls of the heart. Flop flop. How so nervous. She just made up the pinch. And now this phone call from her mom. A call is likely to directly puncture her lies. Looking at his collar being held tightly in Lin's small hands, Lin did not care. Back to the phone. Drip. #Oh, Aunt White? Mo. ***. Oh, and I have something to talk to you about. When these words came out, the little girl's fingers couldn't help but tug tightly. Thinking that Lin was just being shy about Aunt Bai's instructions, Lin rubbed Lin's little head soothingly and responded. Well, go ahead, Auntie White. Lin An's voice fell, and Bai Yi's gentle voice then sounded. What about after you read that document? If you want to go to your mother's place, we don't have a problem with that, but I think you know very well what kind of relationship you have with Lin. I know what you're worried about. Aunt Bai, please don't worry. Since Lin and I are already together, then we won't separate no matter what the reason is. Lin responded, and the girl's face underneath her appeared red for a split second. Bad Lin, how dare you say that? Then let's give Lin lots and lots of kids. At this point in time, Lin had yet to know what kind of suffering he would be subjected to in his future life. Bai Yi continued, Uncle Lin and I only have this one daughter. We just want you to take good care of her. After all, you know Lin's girl's nature. Lin, she's very childish, like a little kid. When your Uncle Lin and I aren't around, we'll have to trouble you to take care of her more. Otherwise, definitely we'll fool around. After the girl under Lin heard these words, her pink little mouth pouted slightly. She was only trying to trick Lin into having a baby, so she didn't fool around. Lin froze when he heard Bai Yi's words. Speaking of who lie, he couldn't help but be a bit skeptical of what Lin had said earlier and asked, Aunt Bai, do you and Uncle Lin want Lin and I to have a child earlier? Bai Yi on the phone was stunned. Child? Lin, how did it know what was in their minds? Had the way they'd been setting them up made Lin think that? Silence on the phone. Lin was nervous, and so was Lin. Both of them were looking forward to Bai Yi's answer. Mom, you're her own mother. You can't backstab her. Well, yes, I'm with your Uncle Lin. Drip. Hey, hang up. Bai Yi inside the car froze, and within a few seconds, she reacted that this haphazard move was clearly done by her daughter Lin. It should be Lin who hung up. Sighing mentally, he put his cell phone away and closed his eyes as he began to rest. Lin and Lin both have been living well for so many years. They don't need to worry. Just Lin, the one who likes to be pampered and reckless. I hope she won't be capricious again. In the Lin family, the cell phone was snatched away by a small, scarlet-faced Lin and hung up. The childish face was oriented towards the clueless Lin and gently called out. You've heard me, haven't you? My parents, they, super want it, so brother-in will let Lin have a little baby, right? Think about it, it's too early for that. There was no problem with Lin An's words, but they were a rejection of Lin. Bastard Lin An. Rejected her. Darn it. She's not happy. Lin was sulking in her heart and puffed up her face in a cute way. Lin An's heart softened a little. Whoever told Lin's aggrieved look was too cute and too much for people to want to touch. Ugh. How about when you're of legal marriageable age? Good Our law here is 20. Hearing Lin's words, Lin An's expression became unnatural. Crap. Forgot that the legal age of marriage is now 2 years earlier. Lin in a few months. P.S. Small extra. How many times have I told you not to spoil that girl? She's still young and can't eat too much red meat. Lin sat on the bed glaring at the man in front of her who was undressing, holding her chest and chiding. But Lin, didn't you eat it every day when you were a kid? Didn't see any effects either. Linen responded after taking off his shirt. Impact? The impact is that she's not growing up now. Could it be that she would tell Linen about such a thing? No way. Humph. If you don't listen to me and keep spoiling her, then I'll get angry. Lin narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at a certain part of Linen. Seeing this, Linen froze and directly tried to get dressed. Ahem. I suddenly remembered that I still have work that I haven't settled yet. He lifted his foot to leave, but the next second Lin pounced. No clothes? Get into bed for me. Outside the door. So. She's sleepy. She misses her dad. Mom is tiny, but her temper is fierce. She wants her dad. Suddenly, she raised her eyes to the door, and the next moment she couldn't help but cover her ears, her little face showing a heartbroken expression as she silently walked towards her room. Good daddy. Seems like he's being bullied by his mean mommy again. Chapter 139, The First Private Chat with My Mother-in-Law. The time wobbles. A few days passed. Linen had learned about his mother's identity from the document that Bai Yi had given him, and of course Lin knew about it as well. Who would have thought that the godmother you recognize is your own mother? After walking through the door of the water park, he had been thinking about how he was going to face his soon-to-be mom later. A soft voice came to interrupt him. Linen, don't just stand there. Take a look at my outfit and see if it looks good. Linen raised his eyes and looked, only to see Lin, who was wearing a floral beachwear on her chest and underneath her body, with a cap on her head and sunglasses on her eyes, was smiling at Lin and reaching out her small white flowery hand at Linen. The nice smile made Lin's dreary mood much better. Faintly smiling. Good looking. Hey, I think it looks good too. Looking at Lin's face, Linen approached her and clasped her head with one hand. This is a water park. Where's your bathing suit? Lin didn't make a sound, just glanced at the person screaming above his head and tightened his arms around Linen. The heaviness on his arm couldn't help but make Linen suspect that this girl was actually afraid of water. But since she was afraid of water, then why did you agree to come? Ugh. Lin, you're not afraid of water, are you? Lin didn't hide it in the slightest, looking at him and hugging him tightly. Yeah, I was scared, but I haven't come here with you. I just thought I'd come over to take a look. Linen looked at Lin's costume. Well, it was very nice, and showed Lin's mediocrity in all its splendor, but not so much here. After all, there are too many perverts here too, and if Lin didn't change his clothes then he wouldn't be able to play with himself, which led to Lin having to wait for him on the side. Linen rubbed Lin's brain and looked at this girl. Well, if you don't change into your swimsuit, your clothes might get wet, and you might get lost. If you can't find me, what are you going to do? Lin froze, eyes blinked. Yes, if Renee went to play then. What about her? Lin's little face drooped. It was obvious she was unhappy. I'll stay with my mother-in-law. She doesn't seem like she's going to play either. Looking at Lin's delicate little face, he gently reached out and slid his hand across her cheek. Then have a nice chat with her or go change and play with me. Lin's words made Lin somewhat hesitant. Playing in the water seemed not bad, and Linen was able to protect himself. Most importantly, she could have an intimate two-person activity with Linen. Thinking of this, Lin tilted her small face up and was about to open her mouth. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Hi Shio-san. I'm here. Lin, and Linshire, who had been sitting on the stone bench, all flocked, sniffing and looking. At once, he saw a coolly dressed Ning Xinshin as well as a conservatively dressed Ningshire. Ning Xinshin walked towards Linshire, while Ningshire walked in Lin's direction. Looking at the person in front of him, Linen hesitated for a long time before finally revealing a smile and facing Ningshire. Mom! This cry of mom caused Ningshire's nose to turn sour, her eyes to heat up, and tears almost escaped from her eyes. Taking a deep breath and after a pause, responded, Lin. Then, reaching out, she wrapped her arms around Linen and buried her head into Lin's shoulder. Hey! Lin froze, staring blankly at the duo in front of him. Hugging. You picked her up? And her mother-in-law seems to be crying. Did her mother-in-law also know that Linen was actually her real son? Lin thought secretly from the sidelines. Suddenly, Ningshire raised her slightly red eyes, paused, and smiled amiably. Linen, you go ahead and play. I want to talk to Lin. Upon hearing this, Linen looked at Lin, who nodded, signaling that there was no problem and to let him go. Then you guys talk. I'll just go over to Shio-san and the others for a chat first. As he walked away, Linen reached out and rubbed Lin's head. Instantly, Lin's cheeks blushed and her head lowered. Linen is so annoying. You can't do that in front of your mother-in-law. It's a joke. Lin skinned his small mouth, and Lin's hand quickly loosened as he walked in the direction of Linshire's duo. Soon, only Lin and Ningxi were left. Lin reacted. Her face flushed as she looked at her mother-in-law. Mom, what are you looking for me for? Ningxi smiled slightly and approached Lin, holding her hand. As soon as the two women came into contact, Lin's heart beat even faster, especially looking at the scene in front of her. She's blushing. Grandma's got good genes, even better than her mom. The future baby with Lin and might wouldn't be as mediocre as her. Lin had just pouted when she felt warmth on her shoulder. Ningxue dropped her hands on her shoulders, lowered her head, and greeted Lin's scarlet cheeks with a smile. Lin, hey, Mom. Lin had a smile on her face and responded obediently. She was the one who wanted to be a good daughter-in-law. Isn't it a must to leave a good impression on your future mother-in-law? Well, this girl, although she is not tall and looks like a naughty girl, but now it seems that she is shallow. Lin might make a good daughter-in-law. A long time ago, she thought about arranging a fiancé or something for the 2-year-old Lin, but Lin lost it, and the matter was left unsettled. Lin did not know at this time that her polite and well-behaved appearance had inadvertently gained the approval of her future mother-in-law. How long has Lin been with you? Lin froze. Why did she ask this question? Obviously, her mother-in-law already knew Lin's identity, right? And with that, off the top of my head, almost 15 years together. 15 years. Lin was missing 17 years ago, so what about 2 more years? 15 years? No wonder you guys are so close. It seems like you've grown fond of each other over time. A fondness. Is that what she thinks it means? It's not, is it? Lin's frothing appearance was so cute that Ningxue couldn't help but reach out and pinch Lin's face. Lin groaned in pain. I'm sorry Lin. You're so cute. I couldn't hold back. Ningxue was startled by Lin's petulant voice, and her charming face filled with apologies the next second. Oops, Granny actually apologized to her. Granny is so nice. Lin man paused and responded. It's fine. I don't mind. Lin does that to me all the time too. It's not just on the couch or the bed. Lin always likes to pinch my, accidentally said too much. Lin stopped instantly, his eyes wide and frozen for a moment. LOL, couch, bed. Her son looks like he's pretty much rolled with Lin already. Then, without delaying the too fast and furious, she spoke directly. Okay, then I'll ask one last question. Lin is boarding at your house, right? So have you met Lin's father? Seen it, it's a handsome uncle, but what it's called I forget, but it's definitely a Lin. P.S. Just 2 chapters today after all. I'm tired and not many people are reading. Chapter 140, Lin to be confident. Lin not inferior. A few pieces of information came out of Lin's mouth. That is, Lin was boarding at Lin's house when she was 4 years old. When Lin turns 20, that man will show up, but that man is a soldier. When you broke up with him, how did you not know he was in the military? If it was really him, then why did he take little Anne? Ningxue was puzzled and fell into deep thought, looking at Ningxue with a somewhat dumbfounded, wordless expression. Lin was a bit worried and couldn't help but push Ningxue's shoulder. Mom, are you alright? I'm fine. Ningxue laughed softly and rubbed Lin's head, saying, Lin you go play with Linen, he's been waiting for you for a long time. Saying that, Ningxue reached out and pointed in Lin's and their direction. Following the tip of his finger, he saw Lin surrounded by Lin Shi and Ning Xin chattering. Seeing this, Lin's small face drooped. Lin, surrounded by bad sisters. Damn it. Okay Mom, I'm on my way. As Lin's words fell, her angry face puffed up and she walked straight towards Linen. Ningxue looked at Lin's tiny back, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a faint smile. Well, it's nice to have a son back now, plus a daughter on the way. Gathering her eyes, Ningxue sat on a wooden chair, the dazzling sunlight falling through the layers of emerald green leaves and landing on half of her face. Ningxue lowered her head, took out a cell phone with a screen full of cracks from her bag, and opened it. Looking at the opening screen, she took a deep breath before tapping on the phone book, her onion-white fingers sliding down continuously. Finally the movement stopped, and his eyes fell on a string of numbers, which was preceded by the single word Lin. Ningxue's eyelids were lowered, gazing at the date underneath the phone number. The last time I contacted him was 20 years ago, and now, after all these years, I wonder if he continues to use this number. Ningxue's heart was a bit dull and hesitant. It's been so long, I don't think we can get in touch. After thinking about it, Ningxue placed her cell phone on her lap and raised her eyes to the distance to calm down. Just as he raised his eyes, he saw Lin holding Lin's arm and Ning Xin chatting with the two of them. Seeing the smiles on Lin and Lin's faces, for a moment the dullness in her heart was much less. The two of them, Lin and Lin, were in a good relationship and were not far from getting married. She also thought of bringing Lin and Lin a wonderful wedding. At least at the wedding, the man's parents have to be there. When Ningxue thought about Lin and Lin's future, she couldn't help but associate herself with it. She's never been married, has no wedding, and is even pregnant out of wedlock. After thinking about it, Ningxue pressed the dial button. Da, and I don't know how many times the phone beeped, just when Ningxue was not hopeful and was planning to give up. Drip. The being dialed on the cracked screen turns into connected. Hello? What do you want to see me about? Shiki? A calm, middle-aged man's voice came from the cell phone. At that moment, Ningxue couldn't help it. The tip of her nose was sore, and her eyes turned slightly red for a moment. You asshole, why did you take my son? Lin, you'd better go change your clothes, otherwise you won't be able to go into the water. Sweeping a glance at the garments Lin was wearing, Lin suggested. Looking at Ning Xinshin and Lin Shu's cool outfits and those eye-catching curves, Lin beamed her little mouth and pulled Lin An's arm. Don't. I don't want to play. Hearing this, Lin was confused. It's strange. Didn't you just promise to play together? Why are you backing out now? Seeing Lin slightly reach out and gesture at his chest, he slightly raised his eyes again. After seeing what was going on, that tender little face then became very aggravated and, is there anything behind him? Lin looked back and saw Lin Shu and Ning Xan standing by the beach with bright smiles, chirping at each other in the sunlight. Seeing that the two women's collarbones couldn't be pasted together instantly made Lin realize. Turns out as Lin was looking and thinking, when suddenly his arm sank, he snapped his head back to see the aggrieved girl stretching out her fleshy fingers and tugging at his shirt. What are you doing, Lin? Lin, don't look at them, okay? Lin is actually quite good looking too. No, don't mind me. Lin tugged on Lin An's hand, his little body twisting, his tender little face full of begging. She didn't want Lin to look at anyone else because Lin Shu and Ning Xin were big, old, and bigger than her in every way. Looking at the crystallized tears glistening in Lin's eyes, Lin reached out and cupped Lin's face. Look at this silly girl. Lin was forced to look up at Lin. The round eyes stared straight at Lin, eyes blinking in anticipation of Lin An's answer. She was small, she had always known that, but that wasn't a reason for Lin to keep staring at someone else. Lin's fingers hooked tightly, and the more she thought about it, the more sour the tip of her nose became. Suddenly, Lin An's voice had not yet sounded, but a familiar touch landed on her skull. Silly girl, you're already my future daughter-in-law. Why should I dislike you? You, don't be so inferior, okay? And you've already met my mom. She seems to like you a lot. You need to be confident. Listening to Lin An's words, Lin silently felt Lin An's fingers rubbing on her hair. Gradually Lin's cheeks reddened. Next, she shouted at Lin An. I see. Then Lin, let's go to the changing room. Even though I don't have a good figure, I have to wear it. After saying that, Lin was so excited that he pulled Lin towards the private changing room. Hearing Lin say so and looking at Lin's back, Lin secretly smiled. Silly girl always worrying about this and that. How could he possibly dislike her? After all these years together, doesn't this girl know what her strengths are? Soft and cute. The two women on the beach with slightly flushed cheeks were engaged in posting. And the other side, Lin walked into the private changing room with Lin's push and pull. Lin, will you help me change my clothes? Lin inquired with shyness. Lin froze. Seeing this expression on Lin An's face, Lin hugged Lin and leaned his head on his chest. Slightly reddened, she raised her face and looked up at him. I said, I want you to help me change my clothes, okay? Lin didn't immediately respond to Lin. He just froze and looked at the girl underneath him. Lin's body was so soft that it felt like she would cry for a long time if he just lightly swung a punch. Seeing that Lin was silent, Lin thought for a moment. Standing on her tiptoes, she hooked her hands around Lin An's neck, her rosy cheeks as well as her pink lips coming slightly closer to Lin An's face, calling out softly, help me. P.S. There are still about 230,000 words to go before the end. No surprises. Finish next month. Every day less people. From 7,000 to 2,000 now. /e/. Chapter 141. Why is there a page on the ground? Dum. The room kept ringing with knocks on the door. Hey, is the person inside okay? A middle-aged woman in overalls knocked on the door of the room and asked, but there was no response from the person inside. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but feel chagrined and muttered, there was so much commotion inside just now, but now there's no sound. It can't be. Something happened, right? She also swiped a video this morning called something like she's gone. If something happened to the people inside, then she, who heard the big commotion happening inside the room, was the only being who could save them. A sense of justice welled up from within at the thought, thinking about continuing to rap on the door, or just breaking in. As for Lin and Lin inside the room, their faces were almost green with fear at this moment, especially Lin, who couldn't help but be secretly happy in a cold sweat. Luckily he had changed his clothes early, or else with the knock on the door just now, someone could have broken in the next second. Phew, okay, Lin exhaled a few breaths, blowing them onto Lin's sweat-dampened face. Lin tilted his head slightly and looked at the person in front of him, his heart filled with warmth. Lin is so nice, always. Staying with her. Hey, how should I repay him later? Pop pop pop, cried the old aunt as she rapped on the door. Hey, is there really no one in there? As soon as this voice came out, Lin called out in Lin's ear. Speak up, Lin. If you don't speak up, this ant is going to break in. Ah. Lin reacted and nodded in a hurry, then tilted his head and shouted, Somebody. When the old ant outside the door heard Lin's voice, her tense heart was loosened, and she then put down the chair she was holding in her hand. Dang. Then asked, Daughter, what were you doing? The door was closed so tightly. Why did you answer when I called out to you? Hearing the voice outside the door, Lin's white neck couldn't help but shrink against Lin's direction. Softly asked, Lin, do I have to tell her what I was just doing? As soon as those words came out, Lin's cheeks flushed scarlet. It seemed that the old aunt's question made her very shy. What was this girl doing just now? Is there any question about this? It's just her and herself here, so of course she's changing. Lin's finger reached out and rested on his lips. Don't ever say that. I don't want us to go out there and get fingered. More importantly, Lin couldn't stand people pointing at her. She would get sad and then jump on him and whine. Oh, and what am I supposed to say? Well, you do. Lin attaches her ear close to Lin and teaches her. Lying. Outside the door. The old auntie person was confused when she heard no sound from inside again. Just as she was about to knock on the door, Lin's voice rang out. That auntie, I just came to visit my relatives and accidentally dirted the floor. I'm cleaning it up. I'm fine. Help yourself. When this was said, it dawned on Auntie that it was no wonder the door had been left open. But instead of leaving, Auntie reached out and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. When the knock came, both Lin and Lin inside the door instantly lifted their spirits and looked at the door with all four eyes, fearing that this righteous aunt would barge in. Listen to this voice of yours, you should be very young. Daughter, open the door. I'll help you clean up. Just came to relatives, should rest. Hearing this, Lin's fingers pulled at Lin's clothes. His expression slightly panicked as he looked at Lin. Lin, what to do? She and Lin can't be found out. Even though they were just helping to change clothes together, a lone man and woman would definitely be misunderstood. It's all because of you. It's obvious that you could have gotten it done a long time ago, but you're moving so slowly. Lin beamed and complained. Sensing that Lin's was having a little temper tantrum, Lin consoled. Alright, I know it's wrong. I won't dare next time. Poof. Lin skimmed his mouth. Okay, let's respond to the ant at the door. Lin reminded, then rubbed Lin's head. I'm rubbing her head again. If only I rubbed the rest of it. Okay, I know. Lin let out a breath and shouted, Auntie, I've taken care of it. You go back. I'll just sit and slow down for a bit. Hearing this, the woman outside the door was still a bit hesitant, but suddenly at this time, a middle-aged man came behind her. Hey, wife, you're here. Come go with me to look for my granddaughter. That girl, I've been looking for her for ages. I've been worried to death. I knew you couldn't be relied on. Forget it, come with me. I know where that little girl is playing. The words fell, and the footsteps outside the door drifted away. Lin, they seem to have gone far away. Lin twisted his little head to look at Lin and, with just a glance, her light brows furrowed and her face turned scarlet in an instant. A shocked face looked at the man crouching on the ground holding his thigh. Aha, what are you doing? Lin glanced at the shy Lin and proceeded to move. I'm helping you get dressed. Look at you. Your beach clothes are falling down. It's a good thing I'm the only one here or you'd be absolutely naked. Lin's fingers pinched Lin's drooping pants and lifted them upwards, but a pair of small white hands went to stop him. Lin looked at Lin in disbelief. I've said that I want to play with you in the water. So, I'll just take off my clothes. Lin, you help me take them off. I kind of didn't want to move because of you. Lin said with a red face and a soft, fluffy voice. This little lazy cat. It wasn't that long ago that they were in there. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Lin sighed. Okay, then you have to listen to me now and cooperate, okay? Good. Lin revealed a smiling face. Excitement filled his tender little face. You tell me what to do, and I'll cooperate honestly. As Lin's voice fell, Lin rubbed Lin's brain, then reached out and pulled the small pants that were already drooping down to his knees, down his thin, white legs, up to the ankle. Lin held her geo with a firm grip. Clothes on. Lin took a small breath and his eyes went downward, glancing at the ground. Why is there a page on the floor? Lin looked toward Lin underneath him, and suddenly a small, somewhat moist hand slapped him on the face. No looking, You're not allowed to look anymore. Lin Lin's red-faced white fingers disliked towards Lin An's face. Lin Lin's palms were open, so much so that Lin An saw the piglet on the ground through his fingers. Ahem, put it away. Lin An quickly collected her eyes and picked up the pegs on the ground and handed them to Lin Lin. Humph, just take it off. What's the point of peeking at other people's page? Ha, my bad. Lin An apologized. You know it's wrong, so why are you still staring at me, said Lin Lin while storing the fat boy in the bag. Well, you can stand it. It's not like I haven't seen it before. What's with the shyness? Hearing this, Lin Lin only ignored Lin An and tilted his head to the other side. Just don't show it to you. Chapter 142, Lin Lin is a vegetable and loves to play. Inside the changing room, the space is relatively small. However, Lin An used his years of experience in changing and dressing Lin Lin, and put on Lin Lin's tight swimming suit with a veteran technique. The little girl stared at Lin An's every move with big round eyes. As she watched Lin An's fingers gently glide over her skin, Lin Lin couldn't help but blush. A racing heart means she's nervous. Lin An. It had been a long time since he had done this to himself. The last time Lin An had dressed himself in clothes big and small was when Lin An and he were very small. As a child she was so autistic that no one wanted to play with her, and she had been since that incident when she was 3 or 4 years old, when she was almost abducted by a trafficker. Lin Lin, c. 1873 to 1928, historian and author of the Northern Song Dynasty. Lin An, are you better? I'm tired of standing. Facing Lin Lin's question, Lin An didn't delay and directly pinched the clothing with slightly stronger fingers and lifted it upwards. Lin Lin's upper body actually had no resistance. So, smoothly, Lin froze and stood up. Well, grind it out. I can't even play in the water. Lin Lin clasped her arms up and arrogantly tilted her head in a pretense of anger and complained. You, don't act arrogant. We should go. Lin An lightly laughed and pinched Lin Lin's soft little face. Little face pinched. Lin Lin became even more unhappy, glaring at Lin An with wide eyes. You bullying bastard. It's not even if you're abrasive. You're still bullying me. Let me tell you, I'm fully armed now. I'm not going to give in to you when we play in the water later. If you're still bullying me now, I sure as hell won't show you any mercy and get your pants all wet. Holy, what a mean girl. I can't believe I tried to get him wet. Damn, all he was wearing was a pair of beach pants. It would be embarrassing if they got wet. However, this girl actually threatened him. No, he had to take advantage of this to bully his way back. Thinking of this, Lin An's eyes became strange as he looked at Lin. Broogie. But Lin Lin saw that Lin An didn't say anything and thought that he was showing weakness. A smug grin appeared on the slippery little face. Not talking anymore? Looks like Lin An wimped out. Haha, now Lin An knows what happens when he bullies her. Seeing Lin Lin's smug little expression, Lin An secretly shook his head. Silly girl, you really think he's scared? How can it be? While Lin Lin was immersed in the world of self, Lin An reached out with a bad smile. One hand held both of Lin Lin's soft and boneless wrists. Lin Lin looked at himself being suppressed and tried to resist, but there was no strength at all. Aha, bastard Lin An, bullying her, again. Round eyes looked upward, and Lin An's faint smile was reflected in her eyes. Damn it, Lin Lin is going to be bullied by Lin An. Don't, she's just done with the bullying. Now, she doesn't want to be bullied again. She's got a dry mouth. Lin An, I was wrong, okay? Don't bully Lin. It's time to go. Let's not fool around like kids, okay? Lin begged in aggravation, her fragrant soft body rubbing against Lin An's side, like a kitten begging to be rubbed. Lin An cried and laughed at the situation. This niece, acting arrogant on purpose every time and then being suppressed by him. Did this inspire some strange attribute? Lin An let go of Lin Lin's wrist and rubbed Lin Lin's fleshy cheeks fiercely with both hands. How old are you to be acting cute? Shy. Shame. What the hell? She's already cute. She's always been cute since she was a kid. Does she still need to pretend? She's not shy. Despite this thought, Lin Lin's eyes couldn't help but start to dodge. I'm not pretending. I'm cute. Because of her shyness, Lin didn't even dare to look at Lin An when she said this, even pursed her pink lips when she finished. I'm not shy. Seeing the silly girl who inclined her head, her pink nails clasping her fingers, the corners of Lin An's mouth hooked up as he gently caressed her slightly hot face. Lin, can you look at me and say that? Lin An touched her and was even pushing her. Damn it! The moment she came into contact with Lin An's palm, the little girl shrank with a jolt. Trembling, he said, I'm not going to look at it. I'll look at it if you tell me to. How humiliating it would be for me. This girl, vegetable and fun-loving, obviously her body is quite soft and fragrant. How come this mouth is so hard? Lin's voice fell, and Lin An crouched down with it. At once, Lin, who had buried her head, saw someone underneath her smiling at her. Hey, why didn't this asshole Lin An follow the rules? She lowered her head. What are you squatting down to see? There's nothing to see underneath her. Lin Lin was annoyed, and his small hand extended. Pa Lin Lin's soft little hand gently slapped Lin An's face. The sound of the crisp slap left Lin confused. Then he got right up and looked straight at the girl who was already feeling scared. Hiss, well, you've already done it, haven't you? All domestic violence, right? Lin An walked into her pretending to be angry, and at once the little girl backed up. Thunk, the delicate back hit the wall. Oh no! There's no way back. Lin Lin is going to be in his room by Lin An, ruthlessly domesticated. Feeling the touch on her back, Lin Lin's heart was startled as she tilted her head to look at the man who was pressing her in front of her. No, I'm not a domestic abuser. I didn't mean it back there. Looking at Lin Lin's abashed appearance, he secretly laughed. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, but he held back. Bear with me a little longer. If this girl doesn't wear down her capricious nature properly, she might be even more capricious than a little baby in the future. As soon as he thought of this, an image came to Lin An's mind of a 3 or 4-year-old child crying and saying to him, "Daddy, mommy is bad." Alas, if Lin Lin is more childish than their children in the future, then it's pretty hard to do. Imagine a wife who was childish and a future child who was more mature than being a mom in both looks and sex and body. Thinking of this, Lin An's eyes dropped to look at the goon Lin Lin. The palm of his hand rubbed Lin Lin's brain. No, you're wrong? Wrong. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Lin tugged at Lin An's pants and kept begging for mercy. Yes, you read that right, pants. Lin An watched Lin Lin's movements, his eyes straightening. That damned girl did it on purpose. In order to not have his pants hanging down, Lin An held Lin Lin's small hand and stopped it. Wait, Lin Lin, let go of your hand. Don't. Lin An, I'm wrong, okay? Spare Lin Lin, don't domestically assault me. I'm afraid of pain. Lin An, don't shout. The tighter Lin Lin's grip gets, Lin Lin wasn't just having a hard mouth now, even his hands were hard. In that case, then, Lin An stopped holding Lin Lin's hand and simply let go. Then, seizing the time before his pants fell, he wrapped his arms around Lin Lin. The next second, mouth to mouth. Lin Lin, The girl was shocked, her fingers clenched, and Lin's pants were yanked down to her knees. Lin An, it's nifty cool. Chapter 143, the girl named Lin Lin has a head full of colors. Rinan, I want to continue. Just out the door, the fun-loving Lin Lin reached out to shake Lin An and hollered facing him, but instead of a passionate kiss from Lin, she got a pop. Dang, go on your head. Facing Lin An's chiding, Lin Lin pouted and muttered inwardly, obviously all but pressed himself against the wall and kissed it, and yet it doesn't go on. Aha, when she went to play in the water later, then she would have to fool around with Lin An as well. With a burst of chestnuts, Lin Lin seemed to be much more honest, only to feel his palms being held tightly, although he used violence. This was good. At the very least, Lin Lin obviously stopped having little tantrums. Lin An, let's go quickly. Little auntie and the girls have been waiting for us for a long time. Lin Lin urged words, but let Lin An froze for a moment. Not a few minutes ago also said very afraid of it. How now the attitude changed so big? Looking at Lin Lin's bright smile raised on that tender little face, Lin An only thought that Lin Lin was looking forward to playing in the water. Tightening his grip on her hand, he responded, well, let's go. And the other side, Zhou Xianxian and Zhou Yan were also invited here, but they didn't know where Lin An was. Brother, Xianxianzhou called out to Zhou Yang, give me your cell phone. Cell phone? Zhou Yang froze. What are you doing with a cell phone? Hearing this, Zhou Xianxian was helpless in her heart. Your good brother deleted me. Otherwise, I would have asked you for your cell phone? Skimmed his mouth. Zhou Xianxian has Zhou Yang's cell phone in his hands, and looked at him. Old brother told you to give me on me. Well, I do not look at your browsing history. At those words, Zhou Yang showed an embarrassed look. Did he look like that kind of lonely person? Ugh, here you go. Really, why do you keep playing with my phone? Chuyo let go of the cell phone and gave it to her sister, and wondered about her reasoning for doing so. Zhou Xianxian held her cell phone, looked at Zhou Yang's puzzled face, and thought for a moment. Made up a lie. Oh, nothing. My cell phone network is not good chanting. Not good to play the game. When he finished, he took his cell phone and walked over to the corner. Zhou Xianxian's strange behavior made Zhou Yang puzzled and walked up to ask after him. So what are you doing with my cell phone now? It's not the time to be playing games, is it? Brother Stinky, why are you following me? She can't even open the phone book. Zhou Xianxian hid her face. A difficult face. After seeing her sister's facial expression, Zhou Yang seemed to understand what. This girl couldn't be trying to introduce her best friend to him but is too embarrassed. Just as he was thinking this, Zhou Xianxian couldn't help herself. Her stifled face lifting up and looking at him. I want to call Lin An and ask him where he is. Zhou Yang, surprised face. Good lord. So it was self-serving. Looking at his old sister's slightly reddened face, Jo Young directly waved his hand. Okay, you hit it, I'll go over there. Jo Xianxian stared at Jo Young leaving, then reached out her finger to open WeChat and clicked on Lin An's WeChat phone number. Do. The cell phone hanging on Lin's chest made a sound and froze for a moment. Seeing the contact, it just occurred to me that I had previously made an appointment with my best buddy to come today, but he and Lin seemed to have come early and hadn't talked to him about it. Then he answered the phone under the gaze of Lin's round eyes and pressed the speakerphone. Jo Yang, where are you guys? Lin had just finished speaking, but there was silence on the other side of the phone. Jo Xianxian was a little afraid to speak. After all, Lin was definitely beside Linen. After all, they were already in that kind of relationship. It didn't seem good for her to be like this. Forget it. Dead is dead. Straight up Mang. Anyway, Linen was already with Lin, so there was absolutely no way she could like herself. So it was useless even if she tried as hard as she could. And all she has to do is to be here at the water park and see Lin An. Her liking was so humble that she didn't even dare to confess. After all, Lin already had Lin. I'm Jo Xianxian. Lin, you, where are you now? My brother and I will go look for you. The young girl's voice had been processed, and Lin did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his head and, seeing Lin was squinting his eyes, his boyish face tilted up and he nodded at him with a smile. It seemed to say that she didn't mind. She wasn't a jealous girl. Lin paused and returned to her senses. Lin and I are now on the second chair side of the beach, so you guys can just come straight over. Yeah. After getting an answer, Lin hung up the phone and rubbed Lin. Jealous? No. The corner of Lin An's mouth twitched as he reached out and pointed down. So, what's your hand pinching me for? Aha, crap. The fingers couldn't help but do that to Lin. Doesn't that just confirm that she's jealous? Damn it, she's not a little jealous. No, my hand likes you. Hearing this, the smile on Lin An's face dissipated. What about this girl's shocking words? She can really be sophomoric. However, Lin wasn't going to expose this little girl. After all, she was the child's mother. So let's give her some face. Without a word, Lin rubbed it for a moment and put his fingers away. Hey, Lin stopped rubbing her. Why don't you rub her? She wants it. Badass Lin An. Definitely pissed off. Lin beamed and looked at the side of Lin An's face and thought. Rounded fingers reached out against Lin's arm and hugged it tightly. Noticing something strange, Lin looked down. Lin stared at him with wide eyes, gazing straight at him, her light eyebrows slightly drooping like a wrongdoing cat. Waiting in silence will not get you anywhere. The only way is to take action. Then certain futures will be in your own hands. Lin knew this well, so she rubbed her face, which Lin had often caressed and rubbed, against Lin An's arm. Lin, I'm a bit cold. Give me a hug, okay? This sticky little guy, tempting him again, really thinking he had unlimited stamina. Lin silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, holding back his excitement. Arms stretched around Lin, touching the little girl's slippery face. Lin shuddered, his eyes narrowed, and Lin smiled faintly. This isn't even in the water yet and you're cold. So when we get in the water, are you going to hug me like this and say you're cold too? Well, it's up to you. What do you mean? Look at him. Seeing Lin An's incomprehension, Lin's pretty face slightly reddened and her head reached out to Lin An's ear. If you warm me up, I won't be so cold when I get in the water. Lin, this girl, how is the brain full of colors? Who in the world put that kind of thinking in her head? At this very moment, someone was doing crafts at home, when suddenly, shooey, hiss, it's getting cold? P.S. Out of traffic and ready for a new title. Y'all, I'm begging for an awesome title. Also ask for free swag, or I'll starve to death. Off topic today. Downstairs, the knee bone actually a pain, resulting in the whole person fell down. Mad actually recently yards more words. Legs and feet are not flexible. Chapter 144, is this someone else's sister? Envied. Lin pinched Lin's unruly soft face and questioned. You little jealous bastard. I'm just chatting with someone else. Is that something to be angry about? Lin's eyebrows drooped as she glared at him. Silent. Didn't I tell you? She's not jealous, let alone a little jealous. Not jealous, much less a little jealous. Skimming her mouth, Lin removed Lin An's kneading hand and lightly grunted. Who's jealous? I'm not. I'm worried about you being cheated by a bad woman. As your girlfriend I'll of course supervise you. Yes. Seeing Lin's haughty look, Lin chose to indulge her. His girl cannot he spoil it. After all, sometimes play a little sex is also quite cute. Seeing that Lin had softened, Lin was even more pleased, and the strength of his hold on Lin became compact. Lin didn't retort. That's an admission that she's his girlfriend, an admission that she's his wife, an admission that she's the mother of his children. Lin's heart was very secretly happy. A happy smile had filled the entire little face. Really a little girl. Casually a few words coaxed Happy. Alas, this girl fortunately met him, otherwise if he met with ulterior motives, has long been cheated pants are not left. Linen glanced at Lin Lin with a cute look on his face and secretly shook his head in thought, when suddenly he froze. That's not right. He seems to have taken Lin Lin's bottoms. TSK. Sketchy. It turns out that the person with ulterior motives is actually himself. Knowing this, Lin An's knees even trembled slightly. Startled, Lin An's palm landed hard on her thigh and pressed. All of a sudden, the legs weren't shaking and the heart. It wasn't so panicky either. He breathed a sigh of relief, secretly pleased with himself. Luckily for Uncle Lin, he trusts himself very much. Otherwise once he knows that he is actually an asshole who cheats on girls, there might be a cackling sound of cracking bones underneath him. And just as the two of them, Linen and Lin Lin, were both immersed in their own worlds, Zhou Xianxian and Zhou Yang had already arrived at the entrance of the man-made beach attraction based on Lin An's information. It was actually 10:22 a.m. And the dazzling sun was shining through the clouds a little bit. Standing in the sunlight, Zhou Xianxian squinted toward a few shaded chairs above the beach. Linen and Lin Ling should be in this position. When she would find Linen later, she would say anything to get close to Linen and confess once, for no other reason than to say goodbye to my youth. The sky was blue and the sun was big, so much so that the chairs that were cold are now filled. So many people. Which one of them is Linen? After looking at it for a while, her hair became involuntarily moist at the temples, and suddenly she went black. An umbrella blocked her view. She looked up, only to see her oldest brother holding an umbrella to shield her from the sun. Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't it touching seeing Zhou Xianxian staring straight at him? Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel proud of himself for being a good brother. While her heart was feeling smug, Zhou Xianxian drummed her mouth. Stupid old man, you're blocking my view. Sorry. Zhou Yang scratched the back of his head and raised the height of the umbrella a bit, even though Xian was glaring at him. Ugh, how could he as an older brother be mad at his cute sister? Poof, walk me over and remember to stay out of my way. Yes. No it won't. In front of Zhou Xianxian, he always had a doting attitude. After skimming her lips, Zhou Xianxian continued to look for Linen and the others. Since there were so many people it was hard to find them. She walked up to them and lined them up one by one. With this thought, Zhou Xianxian pulled Zhou Yang's hand and walked in the direction of the parasol. And at that moment, Lin Lin seemed to be getting a little hungry from waiting. Goo! Her stomach beneath her couldn't help but make a protesting noise. After Linen heard this voice, he looked at Lin Lin, and this girl was also tilting her head and staring straight at Linen. Big watery eyes blinked and blinked at Linen. Soon, the eyebrows on the little face dropped as well, and his little fingers tugged at Lin An's sleeve. I'm hungry, let's go eat, shall we? Yeah. Linen responded directly without half a thought. Then, holding Lin Lin's small, soft, boneless white hand, his butt moved away from the chair. Come on, let's go get lunch and come back later. Aha, yeah. Lin Lin smiled and answered. Suddenly she remembered something. Don't you want to talk to your friend about it? We said we'd wait for them here, but we left, so we're not just letting them off the hook. Lin Lin tilted her little head and finished her words, when a warm palm tenderly rubbed her. Goo, I didn't expect it. My Lin Lin actually learned to care about others. Not bad. Linen rubbed Lin Lin's head like he was coaxing a small child, causing her pretty face to turn old and red. As soon as Lin An's words were finished, Lin Lin's face was instantly ripe. Even her neck was red and moist, warm to touch. Linen, this guy knows how to coax himself. Obviously this is just a small thing, because he couldn't stand Lin An's touch. Lin Lin directly reached out and peeled Lin An's unfaithful palm away from his head. Okay, hurry up and talk to them. I'm starving. Okay. Then, Linen took out his cell phone and was about to send a message to Zhou Yang when his arm was yanked by Lin Lin. Lin stopped moving and looked at her. What's wrong? Look. Hearing these words, Linen looked in the direction Lin Lin's small white hand was pointing, only to see that two familiar figures were walking slowly under umbrellas. Zhou Yang was currying favor with Zhou Xianxian, while Zhou Xianxian was puffing up her face and placing her arms in front of her breasts that made Lin Lin's mind uncomfortable. Willow eyebrows lowered, unhappiness written all over her fair face. I'm just pulling you. You actually held my hand so tightly. It's still moving. Zhou Yang, if you keep this up, I'll tell mom when I get back. As soon as Zhou Yang heard that Zhou Xianxian was going to go back to Sue, his heart was violently shocked. By Zhou Xianxian's side, he apologized repeatedly. Wrong, I'm really wrong. I don't have anything else on my mind. You know Xianxian, although you and mom came to our house from behind, but I've always treated you as my own sister. Martyr, heaven and earth are kind. If he Zhou Yang has other thoughts, heaven and earth will be struck by thunder. Rumble, a lightning bolt passes by. Linen, let's get out of here. Their two siblings are in the middle of a fight, so let's not bother them. Let's go to the restaurant first. Feeling Lin Lin's small hand tugging, Linen averted his eyes from the Zhou Yang duo. Alright, let's go. Then Linen held Lin Lin's hand and passed by Zhou Yang. Zhou Xianxian was annoyed and didn't see Linen and the two of them, but Zhou Yang saw them, but Linen didn't make a sound, and he just nodded at Zhou Yang. The appearance of Linen and Lin walking hand in hand towards the restaurant really made Zhou Yang envy him fiercely. Look at that. The same sister who has been living together for years. How come this one in his family is so hard to coax? Glancing backward at Lin An's and Lin Lin's backs, he saw Lin Lin's bird-like appearance. Take away. Coaxing? Coax a hook 8. Straight up Mang. Let this girl know his family status. At this time, Zhou Xianxian didn't know that the man behind her was showing a villainous bad smile. Bruji. Chapter 145 Under the Stick. Linen and Lin arrived at the restaurant. The sky, which had originally flashed a thunderstorm, did not rain, not even a little cloud. Still the sun shone in the sky. Look at Lin Lin's expression as he covers his stomach and slumps down on the seat with a bulging mouth. Linen secretly laughed and reached out to poke the bulging cheeks. Humph. Lin Lin's eyebrows drooped as he narrowed his eyes and glared at Linen. Stop it. I don't have the strength to mess with you. Her stomach is starving, and she's been cooing and urging her to feed. Her little tummy wants to be filled with meat. Red meat. She came to see Lin Lin's mouth with a crystalline sheen, then sighed and picked up a tissue to approach her mouth. Look at you. Why is your saliva flowing again? It's very bad for your image to be seen. Hearing Lin An's words, she had a disinterested look on her face, her fingers gripping the chopsticks and poking Lin An's hand. I don't care what people think of me. I just want you to like me. When these words came out, Lin Lin's cheeks were pinched up by Linen. You said you would listen to me. Why don't you listen now? I'm listening. Stop pinching. It hurts. At those words, Linen let go of his hand and gently rubbed the little face that he had pinched and flushed. Lin silently endured Lin An's touch, puffing out her face in silence. Just let Linen do whatever he wanted. She, was already so hungry that she didn't have an ounce of strength to resist. Stop it. It'll be served in a minute. Ordered your favorite meat. Just as Lin was like a dead pig, lying on the dining table, Lin An's words were like magic potion, instantly causing Lin to pick up his body in excitement. A smile surfaced on her face. Yeah, goo. A sound fell, and once again a wail came from his stomach. Linen, I'm so hungry. I'm going to starve to death. I'm going to eat lots and lots of meat later. Saying that, Lin's fingers tugged at Lin An's clothes. Okay, all according to you. Linen answered with a smile. Reaching out, he slightly rubbed Lin's smooth head. Lin's little face nodded, and she answered with an even brighter smile. Silly girl, as long as you're not capricious he'll follow you in everything. Lin thought darkly in her mind, gently caressing Lin. With that, the two were silent, waiting to be served, while the big one and the little one in the room were getting along very harmoniously. This was not the case with the siblings on the other side of the room. Be honest with me. Mess around and I'll do it. Zhou Xianxian chided Zhou Yang, who picked herself up. At this time her face was scarlet. She simply didn't know Zhou Yang. This guy, which tendon in his brain was wrong. I can't believe I'm thinking of doing this to myself. Looking at Zhou Xianxian, who was gritting her teeth, Zhou Yang was also stunned. Oh my god, how did I hug Xianxian? But what was this little pouty look on Xianxian's face? This is the first time I've seen it. Could it be that by coming on hard to a girl, she would become soft? Thinking of Lin's appearance earlier when she was snuggled up next to Linen, the corner of his mouth hooked and he smiled. Yes, that must be it. Asshole. This guy is smiling so lewdly. Damn, he's definitely thinking of something dirty. Feeling Zhou Yang's hand sitting underneath her, and looking at Zhou Yang's chest in front of her, she was a little uncomfortable. Her face was flushed, her breathing was rapid, her slender hands fell to nowhere. Is it a slap in the guy's face? Or a monkey wrench? After thinking about it, Zhou Xianxian decisively made a move. Oh no, it was an exit. With a stretch of his neck, he bit down on Zhou Yang's arm. The moment she first made contact, her eyes widened. She was wrong, so wrong. If God gave her a chance, she wouldn't choose to move her mouth. But her hands, after all, the arm tastes. It's salty, it's a sweat bar. So, what a disgusting smell. Zhou Xianxian had a disgusted expression on her face, her head leaving Zhou Yang's arm, drooping her eyebrows and spitting out her tongue. Xianxian, are you alright? Seeing the expression on Zhou Xianxian's face, he ignored the pain in his arm and asked with concern. In the face of Zhou Yang's words, Zhou Xianxian froze, for a moment did not react. He moved his mouth. Why do you still care about her like this? She blamed herself a bit, then beamed and mumbled. No, it's fine, but, didn't you get any pain just now? This little thing, why would I take it to heart? Xian, you haven't answered my question yet? Xian sniffed and let out a light humph. Of course I'm fine, but, how long are you going to hold me? Can't you see there's a bunch of people here? If someone you know sees you, you'll go home with your legs. She wasn't lying, she was the biggest in the family. Everyone spoiled her. If the family knew that this guy, Zhou Yang, had hugged her tightly, then he would definitely be beaten up. Although the tone of Zhou Xianxian's words were openly high-pitched, Zhou Yang smiled. I didn't expect Xian to be quite arrogant. Seeing Zhou Yang smile, Zhou Xianxian's expression suddenly changed. Gritting her teeth, she pinched her fingers hard against his skin. Asshole, hurry up and put me down, and no staring and laughing at me. If you keep this up, I'm going to tell mom and dad. This guy was smiling cheaply. Ha, definitely thinking about dirty things, thanks to her heartache for Zhou Yang, but as a result, her mind is full of scraps. Zhou Yang froze, staring dumbfounded at Zhou Xianxian, whose expression changed. 1 minute he's caring, the next he's threatening him. Ugh, girls are so hard to understand. However, he wasn't going to compromise just like that. Back to his senses, Zhou Yang lowered his eyes and looked straight at the frowning Zhou Xianxian. Extend the palm of justice. Pa! A crisp slap sounded, and the girl in Zhou Yang's arms stared at him with wide-eyed disbelief. You hit me? Being glared at by Zhou Xianxian like this, he was a bit of a wimp. He would really get beaten up when he got home. Right, but on second thought, after all the fighting, what are you afraid of? And isn't Lin being good and honest with Linen? I'm sure it's also the result of education under the stick. After thinking about it, Zhou Yang stretched out his hand again. Pa! With a sound, Zhou Xianxian covered her butt. He looked at Zhou Yang angrily, while Zhou Yang just said casually, little girls who don't listen are the ones who get beaten, so be honest or I'll keep at it. Chapter 146, Twisting but because I'm happy. Lin opened his mouth and waited for Linen to put something in his mouth. Linen reached out slightly and came closer to Lin. Next, a small expression of comfort and enjoyment appeared on the little girl's face. The petite body even twisted a little without thinking. Hey yummy! Looking at Lin's bright smile, Linen then proceeded to clip up a piece of meat to come closer to Lin. If it's delicious, then eat more, and don't wiggle your butt. As soon as Lin's words fell, the little girl glanced up slightly and saw Linen staring at her. Straight away the little mouth opened and devoured the reddish-colored chunk of meat, then lowered her head slightly and, secretly muttering, this is how people have fun. The tone of the little girl's voice was light, her head was downcast, her little mouth was pouting, and her look was pitiful. LOL, this girl. Seeing Lin's aggrieved appearance, Lin sighed, then reached out and rubbed Lin's head, saying softly, there are many ways to express happiness. Why do you have to wiggle your ass that doesn't even stick up a little? So proud to show your flaws? Looking at him, he wanted to pucker Lin's little ass and whip it. A little kid who doesn't listen can get a spanking. After Lin's words were finished, Lin's round eyes lifted and slightly slanted at Linen. Having withdrawn her eyes, she seemed to have made some major choice. Wiggled her little butt as Linen watched. This is definitely a provocation, isn't it? Does this girl really think he's afraid to pucker her ass? Lin was blissfully unaware that his move to show Linen how cute this action was mistaken by Linen as, well, provocation. A naked provocation. After wiggling her ass, Lin tilted her face to look at Linen, and seeing him staring stupidly at himself, Linen definitely did not see it clearly. Right, did not say a word. Alas, the child's father is so stupid. Oh, in that case, she's gonna do it again. Then, just as Linen was about to calm himself by reaching out his own thick palm to tenderly and gently kiss Lin's ass, Lin's death-defying action surfaced once more. After twisting and twisting, Linen was silent, so she thoughtfully reminded, hey Linen, did you see that? Well, see, you're pretty cocky. The corner of Lin's mouth tugged, glancing at the table to see that the food was almost eaten. So, it was also time to settle the girl who provoked him. Seeing that Linen remained silent, Lin couldn't help but worry. Linen, he wouldn't have eaten a meal and gotten stupid, would he? If that happened, then she'd have to take care of Linen for the rest of her life. That doesn't seem so bad when you think about it. It only changed from Lin being the one moving, to her being the one moving. Despite this thought, Lin stood up. She didn't believe that Linen had become stupid. He was definitely premeditating something. Lin tilted her little head and stepped closer to Linen. Linen, why don't you say anything? Are you not feeling well? Comfortable? How can not comfortable? He is comfortable now. Want to whip you. Facing Lin's question, Linen spoke after a pause. Come over here. Oh, come over a little bit more. Lin was very good, listening to Lin's words head right in front of Lin's chest. The man's scent kept drifting into her, making her blush. It's not good enough yet. It's only just had enough. That would be bad for your body. What kind of riddle is this girl playing? Why can't he understand? Could it be that? Can't you give a little but slap after dinner? I can do that, but I can give you a kiss. Thinking about it, Lin's fingers reached out to Linen, and just as Linen was thinking about it, a hand suddenly tugged at his clothes underneath him. Linen raised his eyes to look, only to see that Lin's head had lowered at an unknown time, but those little white hands hooked onto his shirt. Linen doesn't quite understand, just said no and now he's pulling him. It's another provocation, isn't it? Looking at Lin's gently wriggling little fingers, Linen thought of Lin provocatively wriggling her little ass earlier. A deep breath was taken. The arm went straight down to pick up Lin's petite body underneath. Hey, I'm sure Linen understands her very well. He himself just hooked his hand, and he understood what he wanted. Following Lin's movements, Lin's small feet slightly stretched out, pinning Lin's waist. This girl, she already knows he's going to whip her? It should be. They've all made coping maneuvers now, clamping down on his waist so he couldn't bend his waistband to exert force. Gee, the little bitty girl was pretty smart, but it was only his but he was going to slap, and he wasn't going to do it with any force. Therefore, the way Lin clamped herself with those soft little feet was useless. Lin hooked one hand around Lin's neck while her other soft little hand gently caressed Lin's cheek. The little girl's face was flushed, and her little pink mouth was slightly open, breathing hot air into Lin's cheeks. It seemed to want to dislike towards Linen, and when the small pink mouth was about to touch Lin's lips, splat, a crisp sound came from underneath her, and Lin also instantly lowered her eyebrows, her petulance turning into a grimace. What are you spanking my ass for? Shouting out, Lin unhappily puffed up her face, her round eyes glaring at Linen. This bad guy, bullying her again. She just wanted to kiss him, and that's going to hit her? Abominable. Does it hurt? Lin asked. Hearing this, Lin's slightly reddened pretty face directly tilted up. Ouch. A groan. Then, her face came close to Lin's ear. My butt hurts. Good for you, Linen. Say it. You're going to hit me? Because you're seducing me. As soon as these words came out, Lin, who was being held by Linen, froze in his tender little face. Oh no. Had her so secretive little mind actually been discovered? After thinking about it, she decided to lie so as not to show her cards. Otherwise maybe Linen, this pervert, would whip even harder yet. Then, burying her head into Lin's chest, she played dumb. I didn't seduce you by twisting my butt. Splat. Lin's eyes instantly widened in shame. Bastard. No more hitting. Quick me down. After saying that Lin's little feet were moving around, and just as Lin said that, Linen held Lin's butt and sat down on the chair. Oops. This posture. Her ass can't even get away from Lin's thighs anymore. Bad egg. What are you doing? Lin wasn't shy anymore and directly tilted her head up to stare straight at Linen. As the sentence fell, he directly clenched his fist and whacked at Lin's chest. In the next second, Lin's voice rang out. In the future, be honest when you eat, don't move around. If you develop this habit, what if you teach the children? Hearing Lin's words, Lin raised her eyes to look at Linen, and suddenly, the corner of her mouth was touched by something. I glanced downward and saw only a flash of white. Chapter 147, You're happy. I'm not. A flash of white came into view, just at the moment when Lin was staring wide-eyed. The paper towel with an ethereal fragrance wiped the grease stains from the corners of Lin's mouth. Lin, pay attention when you eat, will you? You make your mouth dirty every time. Linen said this, to the point where it seemed like it was her not, and as she let Linen move her little mouth, she said in dissatisfaction, Not good at all. Eating is no fun at all if you don't have a good meal. Seeing Lin skimming her lips, full of disinterest, Linen put down the soiled tissue and cupped Lin's face, and, looking straight at her, Yes, you're having a great time eating, but I'm not. Look at that disgusting liquid all over my mouth. Eating with a mouth full of grease stains, and he had to wipe it off for her. Ugh, hard to deal with. Forget it, who asked this girl to be his wife? Just as Lin's words came out, the clerk on the side who had turned his back on the duo and was cleaning up the mess on the table couldn't help but be jolted. These two can't really be that bold to be intimate inside a store. A slight turn of the head to find out. A glance of her eyes showed that Lin was sitting in Lin's arms, and her body was slightly squirming. The corner of his mouth tugged, and an agitated expression appeared on his face. Martyr, what a birth, showing love in public. Annoyed in his mind, he couldn't help but shake his hand, and just as Lin threw the soiled paper ball into the trash can and finished that statement, clang, the loud voice came from the direction of the clerk who was clearing away the dishes at a side table. Linen and Lin had their eyes attracted to gaze that way, and, oh no, he's been discovered. Seeing Linen and Lin casting their gazes one after another, he instantly crouched down and lowered his head to clean up the cutlery on the floor as he said, Both customers, I'm sorry for disturbing you guys. I didn't hear, and didn't see anything. You guys are busy with what you're doing. With a drop, the clerk held up the cutlery and fled the scene. The sound of the shopkeeper's footsteps gradually dispersed, and Lin Lin's two small, fluffy hands came close to Lin An's face and landed on his cheeks. The warmth of her cheek made Lin gather her thoughts. What for? Didn't you hear me just now? She said she wants us to continue. Keep spanking your little ass? As she thought, Lin An's eyes unconsciously glanced downward, but before she could see anything, Lin Lin's palm forcefully cupped Lin An's face up. Look at me, Lin. Listening to this childishly soft and fluffy voice, Lin An couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. This girl, just talk, twist what ass Stupid girl sitting on his lap twisting ass, do not know will usher in what kind of serious consequences? And now that he's finished eating, he's got a lot of energy. Okay, did you really not consider the consequences of twisting and turning in his lap? Watching, what do you want to do? Lin An asked after a moment, staring straight at Lin Lin's slightly red face. She didn't say anything, just pouted slightly as she approached Lin An slowly. The proximity of his cheeks and Lin Lin's faint body odor drilled into the tip of his nose. Lin An understood what Lin Lin was trying to do, but he refused, and a gentle slap landed on the side of Lin Lin's face, pushing him away. In the next second, he was greeted with Lin Lin's grim look within his line of sight. Bad Lin An. He's changed. He's definitely changed his mind. He's refusing to even kiss her now, so he'll refuse to have a little baby with her in the future. No, we can't let Lin get into bad habits. At this moment, Lin Lin had a not-so-mature idea in his mind. Humph, it's summer vacation, so what if the two of them are living together? Then, Lin had everything under her control. How many times a day? 3 or 10? No. If I do it 10 times, something will happen, won't it? She hadn't experimented with it. If she did it that many times, something might really happen. So from now on, if you're going to manage Lin An, let's just do it 3 times. Lin Lin, who had made up her mind, gradually dissipated her small, grudging eyes into a more amiable one. As long as you're nice to Lin An now, he'll be less wary of you in the future. And then, she'll be the one in college from now on. Looking at Lin Lin's childish face with a silly expression, Lin An sighed silently. His wife is not only cute and cuddly, she's also silly. No wonder she was tricked by a bad uncle with a lollipop when she was a child. You like to eat, don't you? In the future, then he'll satisfy her. After thinking about it, Lin An tenderly rubbed Lori's head and whispered, Silly girl, you just ate. You can't kiss. Humph, I want it. Lin Lin was like a pampered little kitness, rubbing herself in her own master's arms, her upturned little face constantly emitting begging noises. Hiss this girl. Don't be like this. Does he really think he doesn't have the temper to slap her around? Lin An sniffed and held back, reaching out 2 fingers on Lin Lin's pink and tender face and rubbing it. I refuse. You didn't even rinse your mouth. Okay? Not hygienic at all and you want a kiss? I'll give you a pat, do you want it? After saying that, Lin An's thick palm was reflected in front of Lin Lin, and Lin Lin instantly panicked, and her small cagey face became wrinkled. Aggrieved, sad, Lin An is so over the top. How can one refuse an unsolicited kiss from the lovely Lin Lin? After a moment's thought, Droopy Face suddenly raised his eyes and looked at him. Lin An immediately shrunk his head back when he saw this, lest Lin Lin launch a direct attack without speaking of martial virtues. When Lin Lin saw Lin An's actions, she became even more aggravated. No kisses for her, Good. Very good. After puckering her little face, the little girl's palm left Lin An's neck and propped downward, leaving Lin's arms. Seeing Lin Lin leave, Lin An froze. This stupid girl was angry and planning to run away from home? Lin Lin, what are you going to do? Hearing Lin An calling out to her, the arrogant Lin Lin didn't even return her head, tilting her head back to lift her clavicle. I'm going to rinse my mouth. I'm telling you, Lin, you're not going anywhere until I get back. Putting down a harsh sentence, Lin Lin's small feet moved like a stump and dissipated within his line of sight. The whole time, Lin An was in a state of confusion. This silly girl. It's amazing how obsessive you can be over a kiss. Ugh, what should I say? That she's too clingy, or should I say, she's just a girl with yellow waste stuffed in her head. Just as Lin An was sitting in his chair waiting for his girl to come back, the other side, the 2 Zhou siblings, have made up, and even the status is back to what it used to be. Zhou Xianxian grabbed Zhou Yang's ear and walked in the direction of the restaurant where Lin An was. Outside the door, a delicate voice floats up and, Poof, if you dare to spank my ass and touch my hand again, when you go back, you're dead. Dare not dare not dare, Zhou Yang said with a palpitating heart. LOL, beat him to death. He wouldn't dare anymore. His grandma, who knew he would see his dad swimming here when he was holding Zhou Xianxian and slapping him around. P.S. Give me some opinions that will keep me alive. Chapter 148, Lin is not jealous. Zhou Yang and Zhou Xianxian were still on good terms, so they walked into the restaurant side by side at this time. Before even walking into the restaurant, Zhou Xianxian saw a clean-looking man sitting in a chair under the sunlight of the transparent glass, waiting quietly for something. Zhou Yang, look! Zhou Xianxian's eyes widened as her slender finger pointed towards the location of the restaurant in front of her. What are you looking at? Zhou Yang suddenly froze, stopped his pace and looked at the tall woman beside him. Look ahead! Seeing the man looking at her, she beamed in displeasure. At those words, Zhou Yang directly turned his head to look at where Zhou Xianxian's finger was pointing, only to see his best buddy over there. Turns out they were here. Thought they went somewhere, but it just so happened that they could rendezvous inside the restaurant. I see it. Xian, let's go over there. Lin should have been waiting for us for a long time. Such words had just fallen, and the next moment there was a firm grip of fingers on Zhou Xianxian's limp, boneless palm, headed in the direction of Lin An. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Zhou Xianxian just slightly pouted her little mouth with a somewhat complicated expression. She was always fond of Lin, but just now, after being hugged by Zhou Yang like that, at this moment, her feelings were a bit complicated. Could one actually be interested in this loser guy in one's own family? No, it's not supposed to be like that. There was no way she could be interested in this guy. There's absolutely no way. Thinking about it, Zhou Xianxian's eyes involuntarily flicked upwards as she looked at this man who was holding her hand and walking forward. The man's side face is unusually clean and good-looking, so they weren't biological, not the same mom, not the same dad, but their relationship can be considered quite close as well, having cohabited together for over a decade since childhood. It's exactly the same as Lin An. Only one difference is that Lin is very delicate and sweet and very fond of Linen, whereas Xianxian Zhou was right. Zhou Yang had always had a haughty attitude. Lin has pride and delicacy in addition to pride, but Zhou Xianxian is only pride, not delicacy. Zhou Xianxian looked at Zhou Yang's side face. Unconsciously she blushed a little, seemingly shy. No, it shouldn't be like this. There's no way she likes Zhou Yang. Zhou Xianxian kept denying it in her mind and comparing him to Linen. Not even as handsome as others. Learning not as good as others. You have to have a temper. Well, it seems that the temper is much better than Linen. Once he thought that his own Zhou Yang had one more advantage over Linen, the complex meaning in his heart unconsciously became thicker. On the other hand, at this moment, Lin had already wiped the corners of his mouth and was heading outside. Meanwhile, while Lin was waiting, he suddenly saw two familiar figures appear in the doorway and glanced upwards, only to see that Zhou Yang and Zhou Xianxian were walking in his direction. Lin hurriedly laughed at the sight and quickly stood up to greet the two. Zhou Yang, Zhou Xianxian. Seeing Lin waving to himself, Zhou Yang was also very happy, directly releasing Zhou Xianxian's palm and walking towards Lin, stepping forward for a hug. And Zhou Xianxian, who had been left out in the cold, was in such a bad mood somehow after seeing her small hand being released. But soon, the next second she reacted. No. Just now she was actually thinking about letting Zhou Yang continue to hold her hand. No. Can't have this kind of thinking. Otherwise Zhou Yang will definitely get his legs broken when he gets home. For the sake of Zhou Yang's health, her eyes were fixed on Linen, attempting to divert the distractions in his mind, and began to brainstorm personal images of herself and Lin in her mind. Hey, Linen, did you guys already eat just now? Zhou Yang asked. Aha, just got full. Linen laughed. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he raised his eyes, looked to the far side of the corridor. It's been a few minutes. Why isn't that girl back yet? It's not going to be abducted again, is it? I don't think so. That girl has grown up a bit. She still knows basic common sense in life, right? Well, what are you looking at? Shall I see Lin back again? Oh yeah, where's Lin? Why is that girl of yours missing? Zhou Yang looked around to see that the food on the table was already a wreck, and here only Lin was alone, and Lin was nowhere to be seen. He was puzzled. That girl went to the restroom. Lin responded, eyes staring daggers in one direction. The sound of Lin and Zhou Yang exchanging words reached Zhou Xianxian's ears. All of a sudden that passion in Zhou Xianxian's heart was once again there. No, that girl's not here? Great. So was it time for the confession she'd been putting off for so many years to take place? After all, the girl wasn't here. She had no intention of staying with Lin anyway. After all, she didn't want to be a mistress. It's just a way to show the person you love what you love in your heart. And just as Zhou Xianxian was thinking on her side, a petite figure appeared in the corridor. Lin Lin was happily walking in Lin An's direction, his tender little face filled with a childlike smile. Lin An has been waiting for himself for a long time, hasn't he? Well, she'll have to leave soon. After all, someone was waiting for her, then she couldn't keep him waiting. Heck, she didn't want a kiss when she walked so fast. Zhou Xianxian had just walked into Lin An before she could say anything. Lin An's vision then appeared. Lin Lin's figure. After seeing the smile on this little girl's face, she knew the little mind hidden under that smile. This girl should be thinking of something unhealthy when she's laughing so hard. No, definitely thinking about unhealthy things. He'd seen the girl licking her lips. Not a moment later, Lin Lin walked out from the other side of the corridor. Just after taking a few steps, within sight, Lin An's eyes met hers, as if there was a silent understanding flowing between the two of them without words. Lin An's smile swept across his cheeks, as if sunlight was sprinkled on the petals of a flower. Warm and charming. Lin An watched her smile, his eyes revealing a hint of doting. It seems like this Lin An guy is definitely compelled not to look forward to it, right? Heck then she's. Just as this girl was planning to jump into Lin An's arms, suddenly she caught her eye by the person beside Lin An. Why is there such a graceful girl beside him? Witnessed the presence of that girl beside Lin An. As she gazed at the man she loved, she detected a subtle sense of dissonance. Damn it, Lin An is hers. It's only been a few minutes and they're stealing the house. Don't. Lin Lin's brows were tightly locked, her eyes revealing a hint of fear and anxiety. Her lips trembled slightly, and as she pouted and moved closer to Lin An, her eyes shone with anticipation and longing to be soothed and loved by Lin An. Next, the round head did not fall into the arms of the beloved. The nose trembled slightly. Lin An, there was no one else's scent on him. It was so good. Thinking of this, a voice came from Lin Lin's buried head. Lin An, can I have a kiss, kissy face, now? Chapter 149 Hot and Sour. Under the dazzling sunlight, Zhou Yang and Zhou Xianxian saw a familiar figure, as well as the soft-voiced girl pouncing on Lin An's arms, calling out delicately. Lin and I rinsed my mouth. Can I have a kiss now? After Lin Lin finished her sentence, her big round eyes stared straight at Lin An's chin. The crystalline eyes were tinged with anticipation and excitement. As soon as the words fell, Lin An did not respond to Lin Lin, but the two beside him seemed surprised. Kissing? This is too good. Lin An can do it. Having made Lin Lin so obedient, this was still when he and Xian Xian were around. If he and Xian Xian weren't around, there might have been some kind of three-person story going on. Gee, starting to get envious. Why? His Xian Xian was an arrogant girl, while Lin An's was not only a cute girl but also very clingy. I'm really envious. Zhou Yang, who was on the sidelines, revealed, just staring blankly at the girl beneath him. I don't know how long it took, but Lin An knocked Lin Lin's round head. Dang, this is not the time for that. After hearing Lin An's words, Lin Lin silently reached out and covered her head, her pink face slightly raised to stare straight at Lin An. Large watery eyes twinkled. Her fingers tugged at Lin An's clothes, and like a little meow pampering, she rubbed against his chest. Lin An, it's time already. I've rinsed my mouth. Lin Lin's soft voice continued to ring out, but didn't wait for the cute girl's pampering to take effect. A palm landed on her head. Okay, Lin Lin, stop. Go back and give you another kiss. Okay? Well, okay, but don't you dare back out, or you won't have any fun at night. Lin An only wanted to laugh when he heard this. This silly girl, how weak is she really? No points. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to hurt this girl, she wouldn't have any chance of resisting, and could only be tidied up by him. Row, all listen to the line. Stop, do not let people look at the joke. The arrogance in Lin Lin's heart didn't seem to dissipate after being tapped on the nose by Lin An's finger. Not letting people see the joke? She wanted that girl to see for herself how good she and Lin An are. She was going to tell that guy that Lin An would never leave her, much less not want her. Lin An's words fell, and Lin Lin then raised her small face and nodded, and the two Zhous, who were on the side, saw this scene. Long ago, his eyes widened, and his heart was even more difficult as if he had eaten a lemon. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and put envy, no, jealousy, written on his face. No, how could this guy Lin An have such a well-behaved and clingy girl for a wife? Gee, I'm envious. As for Zhou Xianxian, when she saw Lin An and Lin Lin's actions, for some reason her heart didn't ripple too much. Only, suddenly, she didn't want to confess. Lin Lin and Lin An are very close. There's no need to bother them yourself. Just, the tall young girl seemed to have thought of something and immediately collected her thoughts and looked at the man on the side. Her family is famous for being a waste of time, loitering all day long, eating or sleeping, and not studying hard. Seeing Zhou Yang swallow a mouthful of envy, she immediately skimmed her mouth. With a silly face, and I don't know how to get a wife in the future. At this moment, Zhou Xianxian hadn't realized that she had already shifted her mind from Lin An to Zhou Yang. glancing at Zhou Yang. The next second, Zhou Xianxian took a step and stomped her foot. Pa! Aha! What the hell is that? Zhou Yang instantly had a twitch at the corner of his mouth and looked down only to see Zhou Xianxian staring at him with a smirk on her face. After looking at it for so long. Is it good? It's nice. It's not nice. It's not pretty. His words had just come out of his mouth when he saw Zhou Xianxian's slightly narrowed eyes revealing an unusual smile, so he waved his hand decisively against his will. This mouthy guy, obviously staring at the two of them so happily, not even looking at her. Seeing that Zhou Xianxian didn't believe his words, he was about to explain something when his afterglow caught a glimpse of two pairs of eyes. Why are they all looking at him? It's embarrassing. He then reacted by walking towards Zhou Xianxian, reaching out his hand to take hold of the tender white palm of Zhou Xianxian, who was sulking. What? What does this guy want? The warmth on her palm made Zhou Xianxian a little overwhelmed. She was never expecting that this guy Zhou Yang would suddenly hold her hand in public. You want to. The young girl's slightly magnetic voice just exhaled, turned to the next second. Her pinkish lips were covered by a palm. Her small soft hand was held tightly and pulled outward. Zhou Xianxian. This nerd, too, just as these three were all in an extremely confused state. Zhou Yang smiled awkwardly and apologized. I'm sorry about that one, Linen. My fairy, she seems to be having a bit of a falling out. It's fine. I'm really sorry to bother you two. You guys go ahead and carry on. I'm going to go play in the water with her. Bye. After ruffling his feathers, he pulled Zhou Xianxian's hand and left in style. Linen and Lin stared blankly at the departing backs of the duo. Linen blinked his eyes, a question bubbling up in his mind. When did these two guys get so close? As Zhou Yang's good buddy, he understands that Zhou Yang has always seemed humble to Zhou Xianxian, and Zhou Xianxian's attitude towards Zhou Yang has always been lofty, making use of Zhou Yang with an attitude of taking things for granted. But why is it not Zhou Xianxian but Zhou Yang who is occupying the dominant position now? Is the relationship between the two of them mistaken? Lin's eyes had been fixed on the departing duo, not even paying attention to the little guy beside him, who was already a bit disgruntled at this point. Lin slightly pouted her doe-eyed mouth. Soft, boneless fingers tugged slightly at the corner of his coat. Lin, and don't you look away. Don't look away. You're not even looking at me. You need to look at me. Hearing the words coming out of the girl underneath him, Lin understood. Dare this girl is jealous again. Hey, but just looked at someone else one more time. His family's little jealous jar turned over again. Fine, just watch you. The corner of Lin's mouth hooked up, revealing a bashful smile. He pinched the little girl's cheeks. Although Lin wasn't happy about being pinched in the face, since Lin liked it, then let him do it. Then Lin, glancing his eyes to the side, seemed to have seen something and was suddenly excited. Lin, look, it's barbecue. This is just a full meal. And you're craving again? Lin sniffed helplessly. As soon as he finished his words, Lin beside him revealed a prayerful look. Please, let me eat. Chapter 150, Dead Girl, you want to be pouted, don't you? Being so pampered by Lin, he gave in, shoved the sizzling barbecue directly into the little girl's mouth. Lin smiled happily as she was satisfied. Zhou's duo came to the side of the beach and looked at the man who had been dragging her along. The girl beamed in dissatisfaction, but seeing their clenched palms, again, I can't help but secretly think that he changed. As soon as the little thought came out, her petite body couldn't help but move towards Zhou Yang's side, leaning her shoulders against each other. Originally, Lin and Zhou Yang Zhou Xianxian, the two pairs of them were planning to go and play together, but now they went their separate ways, each playing their own game. Wipe it yourself. Don't make me do it. Lin cupped his arms, slightly narrowing his eyes as he stared at the girl with a mouth full of grease stains, his expression pretending to be serious as he said. Lin, who was being stared at, tilted his head with an untamed face. Don't. Help me wipe it off by being a little more self-conscious yourself. A soft, delicate voice exhaled, and the corners of Lin's mouth twitched as a snapping finger rewarded Lin. Pa, don't fool around. Wipe yourself and don't make me say it twice. Lin beamed, covering her reddened head to look at the fierce Lin, pouting and rubbing her belly, muttering darkly. Little baby, you see, this is your father. Bad death. Everyday bully your lovely mom. Lin sniffed Lin's words. For a moment he actually didn't know what to do. It hasn't even been done yet. What baby is there? It seemed that if Lin wasn't educated, this girl would intensify. After thinking about it, Lin decided that he still intended to be strict with Lin. Just as he lowered his eyes, he saw a ball of paper held in Lin's small white hand, and then as he witnessed it, the paper balls were thrown in the trash. The girl looked up at Lin and smiled brightly. He Lin, look at me being good. Lin looked at the soft and sticky girl underneath him and answered with a faint smile. Aha! Rubbing her head, he held her soft, boneless palm in his fingers downward. Where do you want to go now? Let's see. Go make a boat. One of those two people in a waterway. Lin shouted excitedly. She's seen couples sitting in boats cuddling and smooching on them. She wanted to be like Lin. Lin's tender and slippery little face was bathed in sunlight, and that childish smile was reflected in Lin's eyes, causing him to inexplicably relax. Lin's childlike, innocent smile was bound to be some kind of bad thought blindly going through his mind. He wasn't able to read minds, but he could guess what his girl was thinking. The corners of his lips curled up, but the edges of his mouth spilled out in crystallized wisps of water. And hey, it was obvious. This girl wants hugs now. Lin smiled and stepped forward, taking those small, slippery hands. Yeah, come on Lin, you can go anywhere you want. Lin froze, collected his thoughts, nodded happily, and followed Lin closely. The water park actually had a lot of programs, but some were fun and some were dangerous, so he hadn't intended to come. But Nay Lori, who had been living together for years and had been his girlfriend legally, begged him to come. Since we're all here, let's have a good time with this girl. Just as Lin led Lin in the direction of the project, on the other side, Lin's mother, Ningxue, had her arms clasped around her chest, sitting on a chair in a figure eight-legged position, her beautiful eyes staring directly at the middle-aged man with a scruffy beard in front of her. Lin's dark eyes looked blandly at the beautiful woman in front of her whose breasts were constantly rising and falling up and down, glancing at her wide-eyed eyes and shaking her head slightly. Reaching out, he took hold of a glass of wine and pushed it to Ningxi's chest. Don't be angry. Have some wine to take the edge off. Lin's voice was deep and magnetic, and his looks were that of a handsome uncle. So if a student girl who was not yet involved was here, she might be compelled by Lin's pleasant voice. But she, Ningxue Kai, had long since stopped being 18. She was already a 39-year-old auntie. Don't get off the subject. Answer my question as to why. To take my son. After Ningxue said this, Lin clearly felt Ningxue's resentment towards herself. The dark eyes lifted and saw the tears swirling in Ningxue's beautiful eyes. This asshole. Forget about breaking up with her. He even took her son. It's her life. Thinking about it, Ningxue's shell teeth couldn't help but bite her own red lips. Her eyelids gradually lowered. Repressed emotions for years. At this moment it has an object to vent. Seeing that the woman's face did not look right, she stood up and walked over to Ningxi. What do you want? Ningxi's eyes widened as she stared straight at Linxi. The rise and fall of her breasts indicated that she was in a bad mood, and the beautiful woman's face filled with ice as she watched the man approach without a word. At this moment, she crossed her beautiful legs and wanted to kick at him. This asshole. The mind raged with discontent. Suddenly, this handsome uncle stood in front of Ningxi. Ningxi frowned as she gazed at Linxi in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. Instead, Linxi just glanced at Ningxi's white and tender thighs with a bland expression and squatted down without slowing down. But at that moment, Linxi took advantage of his defenselessness to reach out his arms to the beautiful woman's and hugged her into his arms. Her body suddenly dipped backward, and Ningxi clutched Linxi's neck in fear, shouting at him, "What are you doing?" The beautiful woman's delicate voice had just exhaled. Seeing the man's bashful face, she was suddenly furious, and her white palm slapped his chest indignantly. All Nima broke up, still hugging in public. How to be in order. But instead of responding to her, Lindsay lowered his head to her flirtatious face and kissed it. For a moment, she stopped moving, wide-eyed. On the other hand, Linen and Lin held hands and arrived at the program point, where there was a long line. Seeing this team, Lin was a bit deflated. She sighed down and tightened her arm around Lin. Linen, we'd better go back. There are so many people here. Linen sniffed at Lori's words and looked over at her. There are more people. But, are you really going to give up just like that? The other places are lined up, too. Hearing Linen say this, Lin was convinced, tilting his head back to look at Lin's bemused smile. I know. Let's go stand in line then. After saying that, Lin lowered his head and tightly hooked the corner of Lin's coat towards the end of the line. Immediately afterward, Lin and Linen came to the end of the line. Then came the long wait. I'm a little tired. Lin's head lowered and lowered, his tender face writing I'm sleepy. Well, I'll carry you then. After all, Lin was very light, only 76 pounds. Linen easily picked Lin up. His chest seemed warm and solid, and without realizing it, Lin snuggled into Lin's arms, closing her eyes, her pink lips trembling slightly as she breathed calmly. Linen gazed at the adorable girl in his arms, and a smile hung on his clear face. Lin is so cute when she is sleeping, her face is so pink. I want to pinch her. But now he couldn't move around or else Lin would wake up. Lin murmured softly, her warm soft face rubbing against his arms. The soft, fluffy look made him want to savor it. Time passed and the line got shorter and shorter. Well, it's our turn Lin. Linen shook Lin Lin's shoulder and called out to her, pa a white slap on his face. Linen was confused. No, don't, noisy, I'm, sleep. After saying that, he withdrew his palms and shrunk into his arms, his little head even rubbing towards Lin An's warm embrace. That damned girl. It's a reversal. You want to get puckered, don't you? Chapter 151, This girl is bad. Slaps kept coming from Lin Lin's ass. Lin Lin instantly awoke from his slumber, and an extremely aggrieved, pitiful expression appeared on his tender little face. Wrong, I'm wrong. Lin's small white hands pulled at Lin An's clothes, begging for mercy. Oh, she was sleeping fine. Why did you have to spank her ass? It was so. It hurts. Seeing Lin Lin raise her tearful eyes, Linen was a bit softened, reaching out to caress Lin Lin's face. You know you're wrong. Don't you dare next time? Don't dare, said Lin Lin, puckering her mouth daintily. Does it still hurt? Lin Lin's crying look couldn't help but make Linen wonder if he hadn't controlled his force well just now. It hurts. Why don't you rub it? Lin Lin stared blearily at Linen. That look was not quite right. Rub a hammer. This girl is bad. Trying to cheat the reward. I refuse. Lin An's firm eyes were devoid of any distractions, not at all seduced by Lin Lin's seductive words. Damn it. I can't believe Linen didn't get hit. Looks like we'll have to change the method. Lin Lin was a resourceful lot. She hadn't put the district linen in her eyes, even if Lin An's willpower was very hard. But under her softening, she would definitely give in. Lin Lin, whose head was filled with scraps, fell into a reverie. Suddenly, her center of gravity went down and her paws landed on the ground. Lin. Lin Lin was frozen. The words just exhaled a word when she was touched on her pink lips. Don't talk. Lin Lin is now at us. Don't fool around or I'll absolutely whip you when the boat capsizes later. Linen threatened Lin Lin. Just with Lin Lin's skill of fooling around, she might want to try new tricks. Then the boat will capsize if we make a big move. Not at all. Lin Lin is obedient. She won't fool around. Lin Lin was not happy. Who was she to say that? How much she usually cooperated with Linen. Did he not see that at all? I'm not happy. Alright, come over here. Linen yielded, not intending to hold on to Lin Lin's pigtails, pulling her soft and moist hand and walking forward. Lin Lin naturally behaved herself and walked up beside the small boat. After meeting Lin An's movements, Lin Lin got on the steamboat. The height of this water was actually only 1.45 meters, which wasn't very high, but Lin Lin who got on the boat acted very scared, skinning close to Linen, her arm wrapped around his arm. She looked at Linen pitifully. Linen, will you hold me? Wasn't it you who said you wanted to play? Why are you so scared? After saying that, Linen sprinkled water onto the weakling Lin Lin's bathing suit. Don't get me wet, okay? I'll get cold. Lin Lin let go of Linen with her hands and turned to hug her petite body, her sorrowful little eyes glaring at Linen. Bad guy, bullying her morning, noon and night. Lin Lin was afraid, but Linen smiled instead. Since you're afraid, don't try to be a hero next time. Wait until you can't do it, then come back and pout at me. I won't be able to go along with everything all the time, much less help you out all the time. You'll have to learn to work it out on your own. After hearing this, Lin Lin was silent and just buried his head and hugged himself. She counted in her mind. 1, 2, 3. Before he could count to 3, a certain man with the name Lin put Lin Lin's arms around him. At once the corners of her mouth hooked. Hooked. Is it cold? Lin asked. A little. Lin Lin raised her head and without a moment's hesitation leaned her head on Lin An's shoulder and murmured. Linen, when we get home, will you teach me how to cook? When Linen heard this, his entire body was shocked and his heart shook violently. Hastily refusing, Lin listen. There are some things that are not for you to do. Leave them to me. But, just now you said that I can't rely on you all the time, Lin Lin's aggrieved eyes gazed at him. Linen was dumbfounded by these words. After thinking about it, he reached out and rubbed Lin Lin's face. Lin, there are some things you can still leave to me. After all, I'm your man. Men? Lin blushed. I know Linen. The little girl pouted, but the next second she poked Lin An's chest. It's a man, you say? Lin tilted his head and looked at him with a smile. Seeing this, Linen huffed. Oh no, he had forgotten one thing. She's head had been filled with yellow waste for a long time. He shouldn't have stirred up her feelings. Take your little hand away. We're on a boat. Linen held Lin Lin's unsteady little hand and warned her. Lin smiled slightly. Yeah, I don't mess around. I can be obedient. After saying that, Lin withdrew his finger. The fact that Lin was so peaceful surprised Linen a bit. Oddly enough, has Nikki changed her mind? I don't think so. I was fooling around last night. Why are you shriveling up today? Linen didn't think to understand, but Lin's honesty was just what he wanted. After all, it wasn't easy to move drastically here. Capsizing the boat was a small matter. He was afraid that Lin Lin would be afraid of the water and cry. The water was crystal clear and you could see straight down to the bottom. Lin Lin seemed to have really turned the corner, body sprawled on the edge, face excited, paddling merrily. Linen just quietly watched Lin Lin play with the water, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up in a faint smile. Hey, not fooling around. Lin Lin is more or less a bit uncomfortable. While watching Lin Lin's every move, his afterglow caught a glimpse of an extremely familiar back figure under the sunshade chair in the distance. Ha, that woman who was being kissed by the older man. Why does she look so much like his mom? Shocking as it was, but there was some serious watching to be done. Well, the crisp azure beachwear, the lazy, if somewhat disheveled, but still highly recognizable cape, and the familiar little bag placed on a side table. Lin, yeah, that's definitely his mom? Mom was kissed by an older man? Is that funny? But how come mom doesn't fight back? She's very accommodating. For a while, numerous thoughts popped up in Lin's mind. He didn't actually know his mom. That uncle might have been his mom's boyfriend or husband all along. After all, regarding the family members, he hadn't learned much information from Ningxi. Just as Linen was wondering who that person was, the duo in the distance turned around and exchanged positions with each other. At once, the man's back was reflected in Lin An's eyes. Ha, that gray-haired uncle. Why does he look so familiar? Looks like his dad. Chapter 152. How could Lin Lin have bad intentions? The sun was shining brightly and the warm rays of light were shining on a couple snuggling close together on the waterway. Lin Lin, who saw this scene, cast an envious look. Everyone else was cuddling. Why not her and Linen? Lin Lin saw others being so intimate, and when she thought of her own boyfriend she was suddenly furious. Cupping her head and thinking darkly, she turned her head to look at Linen. She froze when she saw Lin staring blankly in one direction. What was Lin looking at? Lin followed his line of sight to see an older couple doing asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk, Q shy things on the seat. Wow, so powerful that uncle. The auntie hole unresisting. The elderly. Old people are more arrogant than young people nowadays? The scene in front of her caused Lin Lin's cheeks to involuntarily redden as shyness enveloped her. Lin Lin's eyes couldn't help but glance at Linen. Pink lips pursed slightly, a little bit slowly approaching Linen. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she thought darkly. Linen stared with unblinking eyes. So she should be thinking about it, right? Lin is still looking dumbfounded. Does that mean Linen is jealous in his heart at this point and he wants it badly? Aha, then she just secretly reward Linen for that. Linen, who was in a state of confusion next to her, didn't know that a certain Lin, who was harboring a small mind, was coming in her direction. The only thing in Lin An's eyes were his own parents that he somehow embraced in his constant nibbling. After thinking about it for a long time he couldn't come up with a reason why. His dad hasn't been seen or heard from in over a decade, and now he's actually back. And the moment he's back, he's screwing his mom. As far as he knew, his mom had been looking for him for more than a decade, and should have been furious and angry at his dad for taking him away. But what's the deal? Why are these two old men so close? Just as Linen was pondering over the answer, an innocent smile appeared on the childish face of Lin Lin, whose petite body was soft, and she came to Lin An's arm with a smile on her face. A dark shadow appeared in the afterglow and twisted his head. The scent of milk hit his face, and he fell into the arms of the fragrant and soft girl. What are you doing, Lin Lin? Lin An responded, rubbing her soft head. I saw you looking at other people kissing. Oh, quickly say, is it little Lindsay want to kiss? Call Lin's sister. I can satisfy you. Oh, Lin Lin tilted his boyish childish face and stared at Linen with a bad smile. Linen sniffed. His facial expression didn't change. He just stretched out a hand and cupped Lori's slippery little face. Her lips came close to the white earlobe and she whispered softly, let's see, it's you girls who want a kiss, isn't it? When these words came out, Lin Lin's face burned and became extremely red. Lin An's words seemed to reveal Lin Lin's disguise, and his vegetable and fun-loving nature was revealed. Not at all. Lin Lin slapped Lin An's hand away, the head stretched out towards Lin An's white collarbone, pink lips pressed close to his neck. No, it's you. It's Linen who wants a kiss now. After saying that, Lin Lin didn't give Linen a chance to retort. His arms stretched out and wrapped around Lin An's waist. Chickens pecked at each other and bowed up. The touch on his lips froze him, and before he could react, the warmth and softness of his chest closed in on him. At once, Lin An's eyes widened. While Linen was shocked, Lin Lin, who was pressed against his chest, had been fidgeting the whole time, causing Linen to fall onto the boat without paying attention. Don't move around, Lin Lin. Linen pulled his mouth out of Lin Lin and gently pushed the wolf-like Lin Lin away a little bit so that the girl wouldn't continue to do something unspeakable. After hearing Lin An's words, this girl licked her pink lips. Okay, hey, Lin An can be so weak. It only took a little while, she responded, before tilting her little head and muttering under her breath. The fluffy voice wasn't too loud, and Lin was able to hear perfectly every word Lin said. At this moment, Lin's face was green, his eyelids slightly narrowed staring in Lin's direction. This girl definitely said this on purpose, and the purpose of doing so was clear, to make him annoyed. From there, he transformed into a hungry, thirsty, vicious wolf and rushed at her regardless. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. This girl is really getting more and more careful. The intentions are not pure nah. Seeing that Lin didn't make any movements, Lin slightly stretched out her white and tender feet towards Lin, showing a supplicating expression. My feet are so cold. Will Lin help me warm them up? Take your foot away. Lin ignored Lin's tender feet and cupped them in one hand before placing them underneath. Humph! Lin grunted lightly to show her dissatisfaction. Arms clutched to her chest as she glared at the man in front of her. Why? Lin questioned, desperate for an answer. Lin didn't hesitate. It's inconvenient. Lin sniffed Lin's words. Her chest rose and fell a bit. Her pink lips opened. Then when is it convenient? In the face of Lin's inquiry, Lin reached out and poked her soft face with a finger, ruthlessly refusing. Whenever is not convenient. After saying that, Lin waved her hand at her to signal Lin to stay away. Lin who heard Lin's words was already not too happy, and after seeing Lin's actions, Lin became even more unhappy. Her face drooped and her eyes stared straight at Lin. When is it inconvenient? How can that be? That asshole definitely said that on purpose. Definitely watching out for her, darn it. Lin was angry that things were serious. Lin gazed at him with a faint smile. I see that it's convenient at night. After cooking every night, you don't have to do anything. Before Lin could finish her words, the corner of Lin's mouth twitched. It's over. Lin smiles. Life and death. Ahem. That Lin. Actually, I'm quite convenient right now. Lin shifted his strategy and started coaxing his girlfriend. As long as you satisfy Lin now, then won't you be able to escape Lin's attack when the night comes? After hearing Lin's words, the corners of Lin's pink lips slightly hooked. Oh, it's convenient for you now? Lin asked with a faint smile. Phone. Convenient. Lin's smile caused Lin's heart to tremble slightly, and a bad premonition surged through his mind. Lin's affirmative answer caused this girl to reveal a bright smile, moving her feet and moving closer to Lin. That's what you said yourself. I'm coming. The petite voice fell with a pft. Lin was pounced upon. Then, he silently endured Lin's kisses. Chapter 153, Everything's Wet. The boat capsized. For a moment, their faces were wet and their lips were stained with water and slightly cool. Even the clothes on the duo had seeped into the slightly cooler water. Lin, hold me. I'm scared. The trembling voice floated over the water. The delicate Lin was carried by the man standing on the waterway towards his boat. I've already told you not to mess around. Look, you're all wet, Lin said to Lin. Although there was no blame, Lin had a red face and buried her head into Lin's shoulder. I'm wrong. I don't dare. Don't be mean to me. Well, don't be mean to you. Lin responded bashfully, holding Lin tightly and walking slowly. Just as he was about to touch the hull, fluffy voices rang in his ears. Lin, I'm really wrong. You, punish me, okay? Lin froze. Punishment? That's a positive word for Lin. Gee, the ominous feeling appeared. Lin, I did something wrong. I deserve to be punished. When we get home you can be on the couch. You can be in the kitchen. You can be in our bedroom. Yes, the bathroom too. Stop it. Lin didn't give Lin the chance to continue speaking further, and hurriedly stretched out his fingers to block Lin's small mouth. The girl with the scarlet face glanced at Lin and opened her mouth slightly. Suddenly, Lin felt an itch on his fingers and, looking down, he sighed helplessly. Hey, Lin, stop fooling around, okay? Get up there. Don't catch a cold. Lin smiled playfully and obediently reached out to grab the handle. Lin, push me. You moved. I can't get on with no strength in my hands. Lin wanted Lin to push. Otherwise she couldn't even go to the boat. The water's so cold, and the boat's so high, it doesn't go up at all. No matter how you think about it, right? She was very self-aware. She was weak and a waste of space being taken care of by Lin. If Lin doesn't help her, she wouldn't go back and obediently accept Lin's punishment. Okay, I'll push. I'll move. But don't you squirm. Lin looked at Lin's wriggling little butt. He really wanted to reach out his hand and pat the softness of it. Oh, Lin responded softly and stopped shaking. After all, her purpose had already been achieved. That's what makes Lin move. After his palms came into contact with the warm, soft ass, Lin pushed Lin up with a single push. Immediately after that, Lin also slowly climbed up. When the soles of his feet reached down, Lin hugged Lin and looked at him pitifully. Lin, my clothes are wet. Words. Lin raised her eyes and scanned them. only to see that Lin Lin's tight swimsuit became even tighter. Glancing at a larger watermark just below her collarbone, Lin froze, blinking her eyes. Lin Lin really isn't an airfield anymore? Just as Lin froze, a tender white foot poked Lin An's thigh. Hello? Lin An, what are you looking at? It's ignoring me. Lin Lin beamed and clutched her chest in dissatisfaction. Didn't see anything. Lin An responded indifferently. Then, approaching Lin Lin's side, he put his arm around her. Is it cold? Lin An asked, looking at Lin Lin's trembling petite body. One thing, actually, cut. A sneeze came out and the tip of Lin Lin's nose became red. Face drooping, he lunged in Lin An's direction. I'm cold. Hug me. Okay, hug you. Okay, let's go change later. Your body is so weak. Just soaking in water for a while. Your lips are purple. Lin An touched Lin Lin's lips. Her palm rubbed her skin trying to bring warmth to her. Well, I know. Lin Lin nodded and snuggled into Lin An's arms. The middle-aged battlefield on the other side is over. Ningxi's cheeks colored a slight blush, and she raised her hand to wipe her lips, glaring at him. You asshole. I'm an asshole? Shy. Weren't you very cooperative just now? How can you say I'm an asshole? Lin, she spread his hands, puzzled. Is it true that you're getting older and reaching menopause? Seeing Lindsay's indifferent attitude, she pursed her lips and asked, you still haven't answered my question. Why did you take my son? Lindsay murmured, approaching Ningxi and wrapping his arms around her thin waist. Ningxi's heart grew shy and she reached out to push Linxi away. But just as the palm was raised, it was held by Lindsay. How come it didn't take the heat off you after what you just did? As soon as Linxi heard what he had just said, Ningxi viciously gritted her teeth. He glared angrily at the middle-aged man in front of him. This asshole guy. Ningxi paused and grabbed his wrist, her body disengaging from his arms. Hurry up. I don't have time to spend with you. When she finished, she held her breasts and stared straight at him. Seeing that Ningxi was so furious, Linxi no longer hesitated and just gave her a faint look, then slowly took off his shirt and pants. A visible scar was revealed on the powerful muscles. Ningxi froze. The outwardly handsome-looking Lindsay had such hideous scars on his skin that with him, one can never see himself. What the hell happened to him? The scars suddenly reflected in her eyes reminded the beautiful woman of what her daughter-in-law had said. Lin's father was a soldier. Murphy, did he go to war all these years? But why did he take Lin An? Ningxi was puzzled and collected her thoughts as she took a step to come to him. Looking at the man who did not say a word about some vicissitudes, she could not help but feel a little heartbroken. Slender fingers gently touched the scar. This is? Well, yes, it's what you think. Lindsay nodded in response to her. So, it's the result of joining the army. Upon hearing that, her thoughts collected themselves and her pale fingers moved away from that skin. Just when Ningxi was slightly sad, suddenly the man who was just a step away from her, the magnetic voice rang out. It's beaten by your father. A wet Linen and Lin Lin finished the program and went to the changing room. Not going swimming? Lin Lin asked as she looked at the beach in all its fervor and couldn't help but tug on the corner of Lin An's coat. Lin An stopped and turned his head to look at Lin Lin. You're weak. The water there is dirty. If you accidentally drink a few mouthfuls of it, with your physique, you might get diarrhea. If you really want to swim, just go to a specialized pool. Water parks are not suitable for swimming. At those words, Lin Lin paused and continued. So not going to play other programs? The others have certain dangers. I heard that people have accidents every year, and those who have accidents are weak. You are so weak. Do you really want to play? What's going to happen? And the ones that do are the weaklings. No more games. Lin, let's go back. It's not that she's afraid of getting hurt. She's just afraid that something will happen and she'll never see Linen again. Go back, to be punished by Lin. End of chapter. P.S. The book group is in the comments section. Chapter 154, Preparing to Go Home. Linen and Lin Lin quickly changed out of their wet clothes into fresh ones, and immediately after, took out their cell phones to greet Zhou Yang as well as Lin Shi and the others. With everything ready to go, Linen and Lin Lin were ready to leave. Walked to the door. Lin Lin's round little head let out a sigh. What's wrong, Lin Lin? Linen asked curiously. Linen, I actually want to play, but I'm so weak. What should I do? Lin Lin's fleshy fingers tugged at Lin An's sleeve, his soft voice exhaling. Gazing at Lin Lin's face, Linen slightly lowered his waistline, his fingertips touching Lin Lin's slippery little face. Linen smiled. Don't worry, Lin Lin. Your body is actually not that weak. Look, there's still quite a lot of flesh on your body, and all that growth means that you're not weak anymore. Lin Lin sniffed at Lin An's words and her pink face lowered downward. Just see the bump that was originally under your own collarbone. She's growing up, yeah. Lin Lin's original pitiful face turned instantly to be replaced by a smile. Linen, look, Lin Lin tilted her head and jumped excitedly, poking at herself with her fingertips, showing off to Lin An. Seeing this, Lin An just smiled bashfully and reached out to rub Lin Lin's little head, looking at her with a smile. Aha, see, Lin Lin stop poking, we should go, the car is coming. After saying that, Lin An held Lin Lin's small hand that was pointing at him and pulled her towards the car that was already waiting on the side for a long time. The girl who followed behind Lin An, her eyes kept staring at Lin An and narrowed slightly. A happy smile showed on his tender face. She's grown up. It wasn't very noticeable though. It looks like we'll have to keep bothering Rina every night just to have food for the little one. Thinking of this, Lin Lin's eyes don't stare straight at Lin An's hand that was holding her tightly. The corners of her pink lips unconsciously curled up. Hashtag carrot hashtag. Lin An pulled Lin Lin along, and just as she reached out, she felt something bad. This feeling, could it be that he was being warned about moderation? Lin reached out with her other hand and leaned back. Suddenly, warm, soft touches appeared in his fingers. Lin An, what are you doing? Lin Lin's voice rang out from behind him, frightening Lin An to withdraw his hand in a hurry. Oh no, I accidentally touched Lin Lin. I hope that the yellow waste in Lin Lin's brain wasn't activated by his take. Otherwise once it was night, then he would have to suffer. Thinking of the impending arrival home, the thought of the impending torture, Lin An immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I'm sorry Lin Lin, I didn't do it on purpose, I just did it. Lin An wanted to explain, but his bullet had just been loaded, but Lin Lin blocked the muzzle with his hand. Lin An, don't say anything, I understand everything. Lin Lin's hot eyes stared at Lin An with a smile on his face. That smile was very innocent, but in Lin An's eyes it looked a bit scary. It's the phantom smile. Aha! Lin An, let's get in the car. Lin Lin ignored Lin An's fretting and pulled his hand towards the car. Before Lin An's forehead bean sweat fall away, only to hear pop sound. The car door was welded dead. Lin An got into Lin Lin's thieving car. Lin An and Lin Lin were in the car, while Ningxue and Lin Shi had left the water park by now. They're on their way to a private hotel. On the other hand, the Zhou siblings and the Lily sisters were having fun at this very moment. Handsome youthful face, overflowing with the most original smile. Those who play in the water are still playing in the water, and when they are tired of playing in the water, some of them are planning to play in the meow. Lin Shi's originally white skin changed to a reddish color shortly after being soaked in the pool. Sister Shi, why is your skin turning red? Ning Xinxin stopped her hand movements and approached Lin Shi's side, emotionally holding Lin Shi's hand. After hearing Ning Xinxin's words, Lin Shi's entire body froze. Red? That red? Reacting, she asked at Ning Xinxin. Facing Lin Shi's doubt, Ning Xinxin directly lifted Lin Shi's arm up, approaching Lin Shi in front of him. Sister Shio, take a look. Your neck, arms, and thighs, all red. When she saw the redness on her arm, Lin Shi froze. What the hell is this? Murphy, is she allergic? Just when Lin Shi was still in a state of confusion, Ning Xinxin directly reached out and pulled Lin Shi, who was outside of her state, away. Follow me. Where to? To the hospital. Just like that, the reddened and dumbfounded Lin Shi was taken away by Ning Xin, and the other side. The duo of Zhou Yang and Zhou Xianxian were so affectionate, running happily hand in hand under the mild sunlight. That's their ongoing youth. Somewhere in a car. Beep beep beep, the driver's honking horn urged the vehicle in front of him to hurry up. Lin An, who was startled by the sound of a car horn, looked up. I just saw a lot of vehicles in front of me and blocked the road in front of me. What's wrong Lin An? Lin An's larger movements woke up Lin Lin, who was snuggled in Lin An's arms, then rubbed his eyes and faced him. As Lin Lin moved, warm breath was wafted within the tip of Lin An's nose. Woke up from your nap? Lin An was surprised that Lin Lin had only slept for a few minutes. Clearly not long ago he had said he was sleepy and wanted to go home and get under the covers. Lin Lin's eyes were hazy, her head snuggled on Lin An's shoulder, and she murmured breathlessly, well were you, woke up. When the delicate voice dispersed, Lin Lin slowly closed his eyes, slightly parted pink lips exhaled hot breath. Seeming to find this position uncomfortable, the round head moved upwards. At once, with Lin An's acquiescence, Lin Lin's delicate pink mouth was only a centimeter away from Lin An's neck, and those soft, smooth little hands hooked around Lin An's neck, and his butt sat on Lin An's thigh. The soft girl looked like a cute kitten at the moment. Makes you rise up and want to rub it. Lin Lin is so cute, so much like a cute kitten. Seeing Lin Lin burying his head in sleep once again, Lin An looked down at Lin Lin's sleeping face and couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth. And just as Lin An wanted to kiss the sleeping Lin Lin, the driver's uncle, who had brought the car to a halt in front and was getting a little bored, glanced at the mirror with his eyes. At once, his eyes widened. It's not right, it's very wrong. The teenager looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Last time I went to the police station, it seemed to be these two guys. Lin An's familiar face stirred up bad memories for the older man. Wait, is this guy stealing a kiss from his sister? No, they seem to be a couple. Lin An lowered his head and kissed him, causing the older man's hands on the steering wheel to tighten. How long is this traffic going to be backed up? I hope those two guys at his house aren't messing around, or else he would have to pick that brat up and beat him up like he did last time. Just as the older man was thinking about it, a crisp voice came from behind him. Bo, *3, epsilon asterisk. P.S. No more tomorrow. Bye. I'm tired. See you next month. Chapter 155. You said it. Don't go back on your word. That was fast. Sleepiness dissipated from Lin Lin's head. Lin Lin slowly opened his eyelids, and what was reflected in front of him was pitch black. Lin An? She called out, but no one responded. Without much thought, the pink lips opened slightly. Tilting his head, he yawned, then straightened his back, and all of a sudden, the wide collar fell smoothly over one of Lin Lin's shoulders. Down. Glancing at it, Lin Lin ignored it all and ignored it. Scanning within the slightly darkened surroundings, his slightly narrowed eyes widened at once. This is not her room. She's been abducted? Lin Lin panicked and hurriedly brought up his collar that had slipped down to his shoulders. This can only be shown to Lin An, not to anyone else. Lin Lin's vigilance was high, and in just a second, she had already memorized everything around her and thought about the idea of escaping. But, the lights were turned on. At that moment, a familiar silhouette at the doorway was reflected in Lin Lin's eyes. How does this bad guy look so much like Lin An? Lin Lin narrowed his eyes and muttered. After thinking about it, Lin Lin thought of something. This seems to be Lin An's room. Thinking of this, Lin Lin was ashamed and angry. But the little girl pretended to be stupid and fell back to sleep. It's too embarrassing. It's better to pretend to sleep and wait for Lin An to leave. His silly girl. What are you doing? Lin An was puzzled by Lin Lin's actions, but didn't think too much about it. Slowly, he walked towards the cute girl with her little hands clutched tightly around the small quilt. Get up, Lin Lin. Don't pretend to be asleep. I saw you waking up. Lin An shook Lin Lin's delicate body, trying to wake up the girl who was pretending to be dead. But no matter how Lin An moved, Lin Lin didn't even squeak. Is Lin Lin asleep? It can't be okay. This little ninny even looked at him just now. Seeing Lin Lin slightly open her small mouth to exhale, Lin An only felt helpless. Silly girl thinks he's stupid or blind. I know you're awake. If not for you not getting up, I would have done it. The moment Lin An's words came out, the girl on the bed reacted. I'm sleeping. Don't noise me. A light, fluffy tone exhaled from those pink lips. After the chortle, Lin Lin did not open his eyes. At this point, Lin An sort of understood. Lin Lin, this ninny, was definitely treating him like a fool. Or rather, it was Lin Lin's little tactic of trying to escape. Whatever it was, the current Lin An didn't care anyway. He was going to wake Lin Lin up. Get up. Don't pretend I know you're awake. Still pretending to sleep. I'll do it. After saying that, Lin An's arm reached out and carried Lin Lin's delicate body into his arms. I didn't. Lin An, I really did fall asleep just now. Lin Lin beamed in shame, struggling with her hands and feet in Lin An's arms. Don't be fooling around. If you keep this up, I'll get angry. Lin An narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at Lin Lin's face, pretending to be serious. Being stared at like this by Lin Lin was afraid. No, don't want Lin to get angry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lin Lin's face drooped and his fingers tugged at the corner of Lin An's coat to pray for forgiveness. Seeing Lin Lin's aggravated look on the verge of tears, Lin An froze. Did he go too far? He just wanted to scare Lin Lin. He didn't want to make her cry. Well, it's fine. I'm not blaming you. It's just that Lin Lin, you should go take a bath. Lin An smiled and rubbed Lin Lin's head. Shower STH. At those words, Lin Lin's eyes lowered and glanced at herself. Seeing that the clothes she was wearing were not the ones she had gone out in today, Lin Lin directly raised his head and whispered in Lin An's face. But didn't you change my clothes already? When these words came out, Lin An smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Instead, he held Lin Lin towards the door. Where to? Lin Lin asked as he hooked his arm around Lin An's neck. Go to the shower room. Lin An opened the door, closed it, and headed for the shower room. But, hey Lin Lin, the clothes on your body were changed, yes, but your body wasn't washed. It's still dirty. The water in the water park isn't clean. If you don't wash it, it's not good for your skin, Lin An explained. After finishing his words, Lin Lin did not speak again, just honestly resting his head on Lin An's shoulder, his tender nose twitching slightly. Ryan's scent smells so good. He's supposed to be taking a shower. Hey, what a shame. Again and again and again. I can't take a shower with Lin An. Her little face drooped at the thought of not being able to stick it to Lin, and she couldn't help but clench her fingers. Difficult. feeling the squirming of the girl on his shoulder. Linen was a bit puzzled and curiously twisted his head to look at Lin Lin, only seeing Lin Lin's delicate side face slightly sad, her pouting little mouth resting on his shoulder. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Lin looked like she had encountered something unhappy. However, Linen was a girl breeder, so how could he not understand this girl's mind, seeing as it's almost time for the shower? So, Lin Lin seemed to be regretting that he couldn't stay with her, I guess. In order to comfort the sorrowful Lin Lin, Linen opened his mouth the moment he opened the doorknob and said, "Lin Lin, do you want me to wash it for you?" At these words, the originally withered Lin Lin instantly branched out. I want. Lin Lin violently turned his face away from Linen. As the voice fell, Lin Lin's boyish face locked eyes with Linen. Really? Linen asked with a faint smile. You want it? This kind of opportunity, don't take it for nothing. Croon. Lin Lin grunted lightly and tilted her head to stare at him. Lin Lin, just want it. You've got to help me. Lin, you said it yourself. You can't go against. Linen was just coaxing Lin Lin to be happy. He didn't give Lin Lin the chance to put words into his mouth. He turned to the bathroom and directly put Lin Lin down. The delicate ass kissed the ground. "Hey you asshole. No leaving." Lin Lin covered his ass and pointed at Lin An's departing back, shouting, but all that greeted her was, "Pa, the door is closed." Woo badass Linen, actually lied to me. So sad. Lin Lin beamed, 2 words written on her drooping face. Sad. Just as the little girl gathered her sorrows and intended to undress, she heard Lin Lin open the door when, it was her baby's daddy coming. Lin Lin, *Omega, tilted her head in anticipation, and to her surprise, the door opened. Linen exposed a head in the doorway and saw Lin Lin's white and tender skin, as well as that aggrieved little face that was about to cry. He spoke, "By the way, I forgot to give you your clothes and underwear. I'll just put them on the side and hang them. Lin Lin, remember not to get them wet in the shower." After saying that, the door began to close after Lin hung up her things. Wait, Lin Lin shouted anxiously. But, with a pop, the door closed. Looking at the closed door of the room, the sadness on Lin Lin's face all but dissipated. Damn Linen, just wait and see. She's a whole new person after the shower. Combat doubled. It was definitely time to make Linen beg for mercy before she went to bed. She wanted him to know how bad it was to go back on his word. Thinking of this, Lin Lin quickly removed the clothes from his body. The sound of splashing rang out. Lin Lin started to take a shower. End of the month. P.S. A long time did not ask for a small gift. All of you read the book to see cool. So rich to hold a money field. No money to send a free gift is also good, thanks, Omega. Chapter 156, Linen, you accompany me to break sleep, okay? Inside the shower room, warm water filaments slid down over Lin Lin's skin. A faint white mist filled the entire room, and the sound of dripping water entered Lin Lin's ears with a tick-tock tick-tock. She took the towel and covered the front of her breasts. Big round crystal eyes stared straight at the water-stained mirror. Narrowing his eyes, he reached up and wiped away the water spray. Upon seeing the image reflected in the mirror, Lin Lin sketched a smile on her pink lips. Hey, she has grown a little bit more recently. No pun intended. At this point, she had smugness written all over her face, slanting a glance at the clothes, large and small, hanging on the walls. Let's go to Lin and like this later. Even though she wasn't wearing anything, it was because she was naked. Lin wouldn't say no. This time it was set to take down Linen. Lin Lin wrapped his bath towel around him, opened the door, and walked out. Downstairs, Linen cooked and made some of Lin Lin's favorite dishes. He was waiting for Lin Lin to wash his body and come down for dinner. Bored, he sat on the couch and held up his cell phone to look at the message from his mom. Seeing its message at 5 in the afternoon to tell himself that she was busy in the evening and left first, and instructed him to let him treat Lin Lin well. After reading the message, Linen was pretty sure that his mom was actually with his dad when she said she was busy. After all, an old couple meeting after many years is definitely dry inside at this point. Thinking that his mom and dad were busy, then he dismissed the idea of contacting them. Tomorrow. No, let's ask mom about dad next week. Let's give the two of them some private time first. Let's lower the fire. Lin put her cell phone away and left the couch. Head upstairs. The food has been ready for a long time, but it's not going to be hot all the time. If the food gets cold before the people are seated, then he's done it for nothing. Why did Lin Lin take so long to take a shower? It's been almost half an hour, right? Linen mumbled as he walked, perhaps worried about Lin Lin, the girl who couldn't take care of herself. Lin An's pace became significantly faster. Just up the stairs Linen headed in the direction of the shower room, but didn't take more than a few steps. Lin then saw that the shower was off. This scene made Linen freeze. Where the hell is that Lin Lin girl? He hadn't seen Lin Lin go downstairs, so that girl was definitely upstairs. But, where could that girl be? Linen stood still, staring blankly at the shower. After thinking about it, quickly Linen collected his thoughts and turned around to head inside his room. Pa! Linen went inside the room and turned on the light. Bright lights illuminated the room. Linen raised her eyes toward her bed, only to see the covers bulging on her bed. And, faintly, it moved. Seeing this scene, Linen braced his hand against the wall inside. What is this girl up to again? Linen didn't really understand, but he was sure that girl Lin was definitely in his bed. Linen looked at the twisted quilt and smiled faintly, then walked slowly into the bed. The naked Lin was firmly wrapped in the quilt, her round eyes rolling. The lights just came on. That means Lin has come in. Da-da-da-da came the sound of crisp footsteps. When Lin heard this, a childishly bad smile surfaced on his tender little face. Groan. Stinky Lin, and finally, she, for one, is tired of waiting. As soon as Linen approached later, then she lifted the covers and jumped into Linan's arms. In that case, was Linen not going to reject her? No, there was no chance of rejecting her at all. After all, she was freshly showered and smelled good all over. So Linen wouldn't be able to stand it. Thinking of this, the curves of Lin's pink mouth became even more arched. Ha. Just as Lin was feeling smug about his scheme, Linen had already walked up to the bed. His lowered eyes stared silently at the slightly wriggling quilt. What's that girl Lin doing hiding in here? Could it be Sleepy? Thinking about it, there was this possibility. After all, not too long ago that Lin girl was as sleepy as a peppy head. Thinking of this, Linen looked at Lin, who was wrapped up like a dumpling underneath him. Dark thoughts. Hey, doesn't this silly girl know that it's already dinner time? Even if you're sleepy, you still have to eat. After thinking about it, Linen planned to wake up Lin. After all, even if he was sleepy, he still had to eat his meal. And, how could he just waste the braised pork that he had worked so hard to make? After all, this girl is the only one in the family who just likes red meat. Linen leaned down and shook Lin's petite body. Lin, get up. Don't sleep. If you sleep again, I'm going to eat your braised pork. Lin's words seemed to be working, as Lin's petite body reacted as soon as his words were finished. Rinan, awake? Linen smiled bashfully at the sound of Lin's fluffy voice. Wake up. Lin, come over here for a drop, will you? What do you want? Linen asked as he paused and walked over to Lin. Seeing above her head, Lin's faint smile. At this time, Lin, whose entire body was wrapped up, only revealing her head, had her pink lips hooked. A bright smile appeared on her tender little face. Aha! When he saw the bad smile on Lin's face, an ominous premonition surged in Lin's heart. This girl smiled, and smiled beautifully, and smiled happily, and smiled. It was strange. However, he knew that Lin was definitely premeditating something. But what could Lin do now that she was still under the covers? Even if he did something, he could still defend against it not. Linen, who thought of this, simply stopped imagining things and directly turned a palm downward, preparing to lift Lin's quilt. Time to get up and eat. Stop giggling, Lin. A sound fell, and a flash of white obscured Lin's eyes. Oh, then, Lin instantly stood up and pounced on Linen. You're not going anywhere tonight. Must stay with me. Sleep. Lin's white arms tightly hooked around Lin's neck, his tender face very close to Lin's cheek, only a few centimeters. Lin had just finished her shower, and her body odor drifted uncontrollably towards Linen. The white color in front of his eyes as well as the ethereal scent made the mood of the man who was outside of the situation terrible. Damn. Lin pressed very close. Actually will be naked and obvious in front of him. TSK, this has eaten him? It seemed that, yes, now there's no way back at all. Just as Linen was sweating coldly, Lin took advantage of her surprise and her white thighs directly stretched out to hook Lin's waist. Don't go away. Lin's face came close to Lin's, her pink lips exhaling against the tip of Lin's nose. Lin, stop it for a second and get off of me. Lin's reason overcame temptation and wrapped his arms around Lin's thin waist, intending to move it off his body, but Lin disagreed and hooked his arm even tighter. Not going down there. Rinan, I want to shatter my sleep, and it's a bit cold now. How about you hug me into the quilt? As Lin finished speaking, his chest pressed close to Linen, hot air continuously exhaling from his lips. Lin was exerting himself with all his limbs, which made it a little difficult for Linen to get away. Hey, it's a little hard to do. What's he gonna do about it? Should he punch it? P.S. After thinking about it, I decided to keep updating. After all, this is the only book I've ever had that was on a 9, so I can't do it halfway. Chapter 157. Linen should take her medicine. Listen, let go of me first, okay? Linen rubbed Lin's head and said lightly, told you, I don't want it. Lin refused Lin's request and his lips continued to approach Linen. At this moment, as long as Linen disliked him slightly forward, his lips could touch. Feeling Lin Lin's exhale on her face, Linen reached out and held Lin Lin's wrist. The eyes looked at Lin Lin faintly inside. Hey, you silly girl. The meal downstairs had only just been made. It couldn't go to waste. He had to take care of it before he could. He had been teasing himself for a while, but seeing that Linen was still expressionless, at once Lin Lin was a little flustered. Linen didn't want to accompany her? No, Linen he didn't seem to react at all. Sure enough, it was all about the kissing earlier in the night, so much so that Lin was now unresponsive. Lin Lin frowned slightly, feeling a little sorry for Linen in his heart. After all, he didn't react actually because he was the result of sticking to Linen every night, right? Thinking of this, Lin Lin quietly looked at Linen as he slowly lifted his wrist up and gradually moved it away from his neck. What's wrong? Looking aggrieved. I didn't bully you, did I? Linen held the hand that was detached from his neck and inquired about Lin Lin. Can't tell Lin An. He'll get low self-esteem. No, it's fine. Lin Lin inclined his head, but the self-reproach and sadness that flashed in his eyes was reflected in Lin An's eyes. It froze Lin An in her tracks. Why was Lin Lin on the verge of crying again? Just because she didn't sleep with her? It's not supposed to be like this. Although Lin Lin was capricious and weak, she didn't cry this easily. Linen was puzzled as to the reason why Lin Lin's eyes contained tears. The girl who was placed on the bed by Linen couldn't help but puff out her cheeks. Secretly, he sighed. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, ugh. Linen he's really changed. Became uninterested in her, even if she's stalking him now. Linen is still indifferent. Or is he? Linen, physically failing? Linen he's not even 20 years old. Linen was so young that her body wouldn't work definitely because of herself. So, let her make it up to Linen. Just as Linen settled Lin Lin honestly on the bed, Linen looked at the uncovered Lin Lin, and the expression on his face seemed to be a bit off. Strange, so strange. Lin Lin had a frowning look on his face just now, but now how? How come his eyes have become unusually determined? Linen was puzzled, but didn't think too much about it. Rather, turning directly, he headed in the direction of the door. Let's go take care of the meal first, and then we'll come up and clean up this girl later. Ta-da-da-da. Linen, who was walking to the door, stopped and looked back, glancing at Lin Lin's motionless body. Linen took a deep breath at once. Phew, been holding it in for a long time. Can't hold it in any longer? It's going to break if I keep holding it in. In his heart, he knew that Lin Lin was deliberately tempting himself, but Linen chose to voluntarily take the bait. After all, Lin Lin had a small appetite, so a little bit of satisfaction would be good, right? Lin Lin, lying on the bed, turned his face sideways and saw Linen leaving, with some despondency in his eyes. Linen, sure enough, he escaped. Hey, I have to ask my mom to buy some supplements before I can do that, otherwise Linen in the future won't be able to. Lin Lin beamed and tugged on the quilt to cover her body. With his arm outstretched, he gripped his cell phone and dialed his old mom. Do. Soon the call was answered. Lin Lin, why are you free to call me at night if you're not intimate with Linen? But don't say you miss me. You can't wait for me and your father to be away from home. Let me guess. It wouldn't be because that Linen guy couldn't satisfy you. Are you looking to purchase some blue tonic or something? Hearing her own mom speak like this, the little girl didn't blush. Not a hint of shyness. Linen didn't even respond to her. So let's try an outside force. Mom, you're really my real mom. You know me too well. Get me some of that stuff. Linen he needs it badly. What? Really, huh? Bai Yi was surprised. She was just making it up. After all, Lin Su only needed that thing back then about 2 years after they got together. Lin Lin and Linen haven't been together for more than a month, right? Could it be that Linen, he, really can't make it? Maybe it's because her own daughter is like her, all fierce. Bai Yi paused and asked, where's that Linen guy? Give him the phone. I'll have a word with him. Bai Yi thought of handing over Lin Su's experience in nourishing his body to Linen. After all, a fulfilling world for two had to be maintained by a good body. Just as Bai Yi's voice exhaled, Lin Lin beamed. He ran away. Run away? Well, he was here a minute ago. As he spoke, Lin Lin's voice got smaller and smaller. The tail end fell, and Bai Yi on the phone fell silent. Ran. What did this girl Lin Lin do to make Linen run? She didn't understand and was a little curious, but it was not a good thing to ask about in detail. The phone was silent for a moment before the mature woman's voice rang out once more. Lin Lin, there's a box of medicine inside your father and I's room. You take it to Linen for now, and in a few days, I'll ask someone to buy some medicine and send it home. Yeah, I know, Mom. After Bai Yi told Lin Lin the location of the tonic, the conversation between mother and daughter was soon over. Lin Lin was in a hurry and simply chose not to dress. Grabbing a nearby bath towel, he wrapped it around his body, opened the door and get out. In a flash of smoke, he slipped into Bai Yi's room. Handy as she was, she soon found the medicine box, Is this stuff really useful for Lin An's body? Lin Lin looked at the box in his hand that said certain brother, opened it, took the medicine and smelled it, and muttered, whether it works or not, just give it to Lin An. Thinking of this, Lin Lin began to walk towards the door. Walked to the door. As soon as the round head stuck out, the man's shadow appeared in front of Lin Lin. Lin Lin? What are you doing in this room? Lin Lin stammered, bracing himself as Lin An looked at him suspiciously. He directly disliked the medicine in his hand into Lin An's mouth. Eat it. Ha! Lin An couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Chapter 158 Sleepless Night. In a split second of effort, Lin An ton of fire hit his heart. An arm reached out and directly lifted the covers off of Lin Lin who was on the side. Then he picked up Lin Lin in his arms. Lin An, you. Lin Lin was obviously startled by Lin An's action, not reacting for a moment, his eyes staring at Lin An with a wide, bored face. But before Lin Lin could finish her words, she was gagged. A warm touch appeared on her pink lips. Aha! This guy, Lin An, how did he suddenly become like this? That medicine has only just been swallowed. The effective medicine which is so fast, and this thing is a tonic of awe, and not that. Just as Lin Lin had some doubts in his mind, there was a pop sound. The door to the room that Lin An had opened with his outstretched hand was closed by him. Lin An and Lin Lin instantly entered the pitch-black room. He didn't see it, but carried the little girl straight toward the bed. Ha! Lin An, are you alright? Lin Lin's small white hand grabbed Lin An's collar and pulled her mouth out with a backward force, asking Lin An about his condition with concern. Didn't wait for Lin An to respond. Lin Lin's delicate body was thrown onto the bed by Lin An. Aha! Her ass. It hurts so much. Feeling the hotness coming out of her ass, this girl's nice eyebrows unconsciously furrowed down. Soft little hands went down to rub her sore spot, and just then, a dark shadow came at her. In a flash, Lin Lin once again lost his speech once again. Damn it! Where is Lin An not able to? Obviously so fierce, only just eaten supplements have not swallowed it, and he treated himself so rude. Without realizing it, the little girl felt like she was a little out of breath. The slightly frowning face flicked to the left, and the pink lips kept opening. And breathing. No, it won't work. This guy Lin An was clearly faking it before. Thanks to myself. I thought he couldn't do it before and was kind enough to bring him some supplements. As a result, he didn't expect to. Actually held his breath. Lin An, can you? Lin An just turned back, praying for something. The words were not yet spoken. Lin Lin's two wrists were tightly grasped by Lin An. She wanted to speak, but her rapid breathing prevented her from doing so. Forget about it. After all, the fact that Lin An was acting like this just proved that he could still do it. Then this was a night she would have to savor as well. After thinking about this, Lin Lin's two palms tightly gripped the quilt. The eyelids gradually closed. It's late at night. The house was buzzing and so was the outside. The clear glass was stained with crystallized water filaments, and the glass became blurred. From the outside of the house it felt like it was impossible to see the movements of the people inside. But it was clearly perceptible that no one in the house was asleep. The night of falling rain passed quickly. On the bright morning, both Lin Lin and Lin An collapsed on their beds, closing their eyes tightly. The moment came to a screeching halt inside the house as well as outside. Only serenity filled the entire sky. And I don't know how long it was. Lying on the bed, two guys. Wake up soon. Lin An raised his eyes to look at the ceiling and exhaled a few times before breathing out. Raising his hand to cover his head, he thought to himself, what was wrong with him last night? Why did he feel a little out of control? Normally, I would have held my fire, but it wouldn't have been so uncontrollable, would it? Lin An thought about it. Could it be the kind of stuff this girl gave him last night? His head swiveled at the thought and he looked to a pillbox on a side table. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he carefully stared at the medicine box, only to see the word "way" boldly engraved on it. Aha! Why is that word so familiar? It seemed that when he used to browse the site, the advertisements had this kind of handwriting on them. After a few looks, it dawned on him that he understood what the hell he was eating. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his back. Good thing I don't have any pain in my lower back. It doesn't look like last night was a mess. Look down and look down. This silly girl, she's playing too crazy, and she couldn't sleep honestly last night. Lin An tugged at the quilt to cover up some of the skin exposed on Lin Lin's body. Lin An, what are you doing? Trying to bully me again? Noticing Lin An's movements, Lin Lin inclined her head, bulging her little face and glaring straight at him. Bad guy. No consideration for her at all, and her neck and hands were sore from kissing her all last night. Now that she wanted to rest, she wasn't even allowed to do so, and actually took the initiative to touch her. Hearing that Lin Lin's words had a slight hint of dissatisfaction, Lin An smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly hooked. Reaching out, he stroked the remaining tear stains on Lin Lin's face. You were the one who hooked me up last night, and you actually came out to hang around without even putting on any clothes after you showered. You said you're You're not seducing me. What are you doing? Well, that I don't know what I'm doing. Well, actually, I just forgot to wear it. After the delicate voice finished speaking, Lin Lin beside her revealed a faint smile as a way to hide her embarrassment. Do you think I'll believe it? Lin pinched Lin Lin's little nose and ruffled Lin Lin's hair. Ignore you. Anyway, I'm just very tired. Lin, will you let me take a break? Lin Lin arrogantly beamed, her fingers pulling on Lin N's, looking at Lin blearily. Alright, you go back to sleep. Lin lifted the covers and stood up. Just as he was trying to get dressed, he looked back at the delicate girl. Why are your eyes still open? If you want to sleep, then go to sleep. I wanted to take a look at you. Lin, you're so energetic. You don't look tired at all. Lin wanted to see if Lin had become unable after a night or not, but she didn't even see the slightest dark circles from Lin An's eyes. Even his stance just standing on the ground was so upright. Aha, she said. How could Lin be so young? He can't do it anymore. After a night's worth of observations and in the morning, it was clear that everything was over her head. Lin, just stop looking like that. Obediently close your eyes and go back to sleep. Lin was worried that Lin Lin's body, being too delicate to withstand the pain of staying up all night, reached out and closed Lin Lin's eyes. I know, don't touch me again. If she touched again, she was afraid that this asshole Lin wouldn't be able to resist. Hearing Lin Lin's words, he shook his head and walked towards the door. This girl, her whole body is soft, only her mouth is hard. After Lin sighed, he planned to take a shower and wash up in the meantime, and then heat up last night's meal, and then this little girl, who had been fasting all night, would eat it. Lin, he said he was tired. It should be because he didn't eat. Hurry up and take a shower, then bring her a bowl of rice over. That girl's body is weak. If she doesn't eat again, that's really not good. After thinking about it, Lin closed the door and headed in the direction of the shower room. Chapter 159, Conversation with Mother-in-Law. Watching Lin disappear out of sight, Lin also exhaled deeply, closed his eyes, fell asleep. Tired. So tired. If she didn't sleep, she was really going to hang up. His whole body was soft and collapsed, with no strength at all. A hungry sound came out. Is it because I didn't eat yesterday? No, it's definitely because he's so tortured. Thinking of the rude guy who had just left the door, the little girl puckered her lips and paid no more attention. She actually wanted Lin, but she was too embarrassed to say it, and it was also the most important point, but now her body was weak as a batch. It was just that she wanted that so much that she couldn't do it, right? Thinking about it, this girl was quickly put into the dreamland. On the other side, Lin had finished his shower and came through the door. Seeing the girl sleeping peacefully on the bed, he couldn't help but reach out a hand to caress Lin's face. Lin has grown up and her needs have gradually become more numerous. Alas, it seems that you can't beat a daily workout. It's not officially that yet though, but with Lin's current strength to mess around every day, if he didn't exercise properly, then he would really have to eat that stuff in the future. Thinking about it, Lin glanced at the medicine box on the table. Lin stood up and approached the table, picking up the medicine box and looking at it. But where did this come from? It can't be Uncle Lin's, right? Lin thought about how his girl had come out of that room last night. It should be Uncle Lin's. After all, when one reaches middle age, tonic is an essential thing. But yeah, this stuff is really quite good. Since I used it once, it's okay to use it a second time, a third time, and the next time, right? It's better to keep this. Lin picked up the medicine box and stuffed it into his pocket. Glancing at the sleeping girl, was about to head for the door, thinking about cooking for his girlfriend in his arms. And just then, the cell phone that had been sitting on the desktop lit up. It was Lin's cell phone. Lin glanced at the cell phone on the desktop and then walked forward, seeing only one word floating above the cell phone screen. Mom. Turns out it was his mother-in-law on the phone. Dropping, he picked up his cell phone and answered it. The next second, a familiar mature female voice rang out. Lin, how did Lin behave last night? Did he gasp, cover his waist, or show an ugly expression? As the voice fell, there was some complexity on Lin's expression. What did his mother-in-law mean by that? It couldn't be that she thought he was already a man who depended on drugs to make ends meet, but they haven't had that so far. The corner of his mouth twitched and after a slight sigh, he spoke. Aunt Bai, it's me Lin. That girl was very tired last night, now she's still in bed honestly sleeping. Upon hearing Lin's voice, the other end of the phone obviously froze a bit. What the hell? Wasn't it Lin who was passed out on the bed? But her baby girl? Did her daughter lied? Lin is not weak and needs medicine, but because this girl is too greedy. After all, this girl looked like her, and this haphazard nature was practically identical to her. Weird. Why isn't his mother-in-law talking? Scared? Lin and Bai Yi were silent for a long time. In the end, Bai Yi was the first to speak. So it's Lin. I thought it was Lin. But since it's you, Then I'll simply say a few words. Lin said last night that you needed tonic. So what, I've already watched people. Bought a few boxes of supplements to go back. And if I count the time, they should be here by the time the afternoon rolls around. Remember to claim it, haha. By the way, your uncle and I are not at home. You and that girl don't play too crazy. It's not good if you hurt your body. Hearing by EE's instructions, Lin nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, that girl and I will definitely pay attention to it. He actually wanted to pay attention, but a certain girl who was sleeping in her bed didn't think so. He was helpless. What could he do? He could only cater to Lin. Well, that's just great that you think so. There's one more thing. That tonic doesn't hurt the body. If the body is really failing, it's okay to eat a little more. Bai Yi also considered her own girl a capricious master. For the sake of Lin's health, she thought about taking more supplements in order to make up for the lack of health. Lin sniffed and shook his head. He's obviously in good health. Why does he need to eat more? But that's what the elders tell you. But it's still something you have to cater to. Lin nodded repeatedly and said, okay, Auntie Bai, I know. I'll definitely pay more attention to it, and I'll understand when it's time to eat. Hearing Lin's words, Bai Yi directly breathed a sigh of relief. Her own daughter was so crazy that if she didn't take more supplements, she was really worried that Lin wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Bai Yi responded blandly to said, well, if you can think like that, I'll feel relieved to leave that girl in your hands. Bai Yi's voice fell and the cell phone was hung up. Lin put down his cell phone and his eyes went to the girl on the side of the bed. In his mind, he recalled Bai Yi's instructions just now. He sighed and couldn't help but mutter, eat more supplements. Hey, if you eat more, this girl, she will really be bullied, right? Cite the sleeping girl for a few moments. Preparing to leave, he had just lifted his foot, and had not gone more than a few steps, when a petulant voice was heard behind him. You badass. It's hurting me. Up. Lin froze and looked back, only to see the lips of the girl lying on the bed moving slightly. Ugh, I'm asleep. Why is this girl's brain still full of yellow waste? Lin sighed slightly and walked straight out the door without looking back. After a night of labor and an empty stomach, if she didn't replenish her energy, her delicate body wouldn't really be able to take it. With Lin's delicate body in mind, Lin did not delay any longer and soon came inside the kitchen. Start getting ready to cook. Although meat is not healthy, it is this girl's favorite. Since it was a hard night's work, let's reward Lin with some red meat. Aha, when it's done, that girl is definitely going to make herself feed it too. But that's good. With a body that weak, it's better to move less and rest more. With this in mind, Lin opened the refrigerator and took out the stockpile of meat, put it in the pan and it bubbled away. Zip, zip, zip. Chapter 160, helping a silly girl wash up. Time is running out. Plates of dishes with fragrant white smoke were placed on the table. Lin sat at the table, smelling the food and couldn't help but smile. Later on, I'll just take a plate of food and dangle it in front of Lin, so she'll wake up, right? Thinking of that Lin who was lying on the bed unusually asleep, he felt that the usual means would not be able to wake her up. Besides, Lin had been hungry all day, so tempting her with her favorite red meat was the best sobering agent, right? As soon as the thought came out, Lin picked up a plate of braised pork and headed straight upstairs. Inside the room, Lin had woken up, but she couldn't get up, powerless, no strength at all. She's dying. Lin half narrowed his eyes and inclined his head to gaze at the doorway, breathless and gasping for air. So hungry. The hunger made Lin feel her body soften and she didn't want to move at all. She didn't even want to open her mouth to call Lin. The little tummy was empty. Nothing. Trying to fill up a little tummy. Exhaling a few times, Lin attempted to stand up, but she couldn't. Hey, my hands are soft, I can't use any strength at all. Lin muttered secretly, arm outstretched, holding the phone. The screen blows at the tip of the finger. Is it almost 12 already? She was shocked that she had been lying down for so long when she was just lying down. Why is Lin in such good spirits? Lin can't figure it out. She was even a little jealous of Lin's good stamina. She wanted to have a good stamina too. This would allow her to do a lot of things, and more importantly, she wouldn't even be able to get out of bed. Hey, summon Lin. Lin looked at the phone book and saw the words the child's father written on it. A smile appeared on Lin's drooping face. Ha. With a little more hard work, those 4 words will become a reality. At that thought, suddenly she felt her body fill with power. Expressing admiration or surprise, Lin felt like he could do it again. Eyes snapped into determination. Delicate palms braced against the bed. Grit your teeth and push straight through. The body lifted a drop, and she rejoiced. But soon, with a pft, her petite body rejoined the bed. As her chest was heavily pressed against the bed, Lin couldn't help but clench her teeth. What the hell? Can't even get up. Sure enough, I still have to call Lin. Lin slowed down and clicked on Lin An's phone number. Outside the door, Lin, who had just walked up the stairs and was reaching out to open the door, suddenly sensed something. Buzzing came the vibrating sound from his pocket. Puzzled, Lin moved her hand away from the doorknob and reached underneath her. Pull out your cell phone and take a look. 3 bold words appeared on the screen. Silly girl. Lin? Lin froze. The girl inside the room had actually woken up. But what was she doing calling him? After a second's pause, he picked up the phone. Lin, what's wrong? Lin, come quickly. I'm going to starve to death in bed. Save me. Lin breathed out a light, fluttering prayer. Lin shook his head helplessly. So this girl was woken up by hunger. Okay, I'm coming. Lin answered and opened the door directly. The voice on the phone had just fallen, and within Lin's line of sight, a crack suddenly appeared in the tightly closed doorway. Immediately after, the long-awaited figure appeared before her. At once, she raised her hand and cried out, "Oh Lin, quick!" Hearing Lin's anxious voice, Lin carried a bowl of braised pork with rice and quickened his pace into the bedside. I'm coming. Lin, don't be in a hurry. At the sight of the red-colored meat, Lin's mouth watered and he hurriedly shouted, I'm in a hurry, a hurry, a hurry. Lin, fill my stomach quickly. At these words, Lin hesitated for a second. Can't this guy with a brain full of scraps say a decent word? Seeing Lin's footsteps stop, Lin was almost anxious to cry. Stretching out her small hand and waved, Lin, come on, why don't you move? I'm already lying on the bed and can't move. You don't want me to get out of bed and go there by myself. I don't have the strength. Now I can only wait for you to come. Lin's eyes twitched at Lin's words. Why is this girl waving her hand? If he hadn't seen her weak appearance, he would have thought she was greeting him. Okay, you stop talking. I'll feed you later. Lin took a deep breath and hoofed it closer to the bed. Hurry up. Lin responded repeatedly. Soon, Lin sat on Lin's bed and asked, Want to eat? Want to, answered Lin softly. If you want to, then get up and brush your teeth. Lin reminded by rubbing Lin's face. I don't have the strength to get up. Lin drooped his face and looked at Lin with an aggrieved expression. That's fine. Lin thought about it and headed for the door. Seeing this, Lin was in no hurry. She knew Lin would come back. Opening his mouth just slightly, he said to Lin's back, be back soon. Got it. Lin waved his hand and walked out the door. Splat, the door slammed shut. Lin's head retracted back into the quilt and closed her eyes. Lin will be back later, so I'll just go back to sleep. Just a little nap. Lin squinted and rested his eyes. Lin, on the other hand, had already arrived at the shower room, and after scanning the room for a few moments, he quickly found Lin's washing utensils. Then he picked up a bucket and walked out the door. Lin looked at the mouthwash utensil in his hand and thought darkly. When was the last time you washed Lin? She's 5 or 6, or a little younger? Thought, and went to the door. While at that moment there was a grunt from the direction of the door of the room. Few slightly smiling face. Hey, Lin, that girl won't fall asleep again, right? To confirm his thoughts, Lin opened the door and looked inside. A Lin whose face was as soft as a kitten's, leaning sideways against the pillow, her pink lips opening and closing as she breathed steadily. Looking at Lin's white little face, Lin sighed and smiled faintly. Hey, this girl, is she really that tired? Similarly, they hadn't slept for a night, so how come Lin slept so much? Hey, Lin, this girl is obviously a weak chicken, but every day wants to pester him. Lin walked over to Lin and squatted down to look at Lin's tender face. Just as he crouched down, a nice scent from the young girl wafted to the tip of Lin's nose. Lin reached out and touched Lin's slippery little face, his eyes smiling as he gently looked at the young girl his fingers were stroking. Lin, it's time to get up. Rinnen, the young girl murmured as she rubbed her bleary eyes. Quickly get up and wash up. Your weak body will starve if you don't eat. Lin reached out and put his hand on Lin's shoulder, slowly lifting up Lin's delicate body. And Lin, who had just woken up, catered to it in a daze. I'll take a breather. Lin's tone was light, as if one more word would cause her to collapse on the bed. As the soft voice fell, Lin's straightened up body revealed her white collarbones, and one white tender shoulder was also revealed. So if one stared carefully at the words, one might be able to see something beautiful. But Lin just looked at it before slowly exhaling his breath outward with slightly parted lips. A secret sigh. This silly girl, doesn't she know she's showing some skin? Or did she do it on purpose? Lin stared at Lin's confused little face, and it didn't look like it was intentional in any way. Then, this girl is really stupid. After a dark sigh, Lin reached out to touch the still dazed little girl and pinched the collar that had slipped to one side of her shoulder and lifted it upward. Lin noticed Lin's movements and his half-squinted eyes slowly opened. What did you do? What are you doing, Linen? Lin, who was in a state of lethargy, looked at Linen and muttered, don't you know you're all naked? Linen pinched Lin's little face, causing the confused Lin to instantly wake up. Ignoring the movements on his cheeks, Lin's little brain thought about it and revealed his white teeth and smiled. Aha, there's no one else here anyway, so if you go naked, you go naked. Anyway, you didn't just look me over and kiss me on the mouth either. Before Lin's childish voice could finish, her happy smile instantly dissipated. Dang, Lin's brain was rewarded with a snap of his fingers by Linen. It hurts. Lin's small face wrinkled slightly, her small white hand covering her brain, and she couldn't help but say, ouch, it hurts. Feel my head. It's swollen. As soon as Lin's soft and fluffy voice came out, his little hand unconsciously reached out to Linen, wanting him to touch his. Don't be ridiculous. I didn't even put any pressure on it. How could it be swollen? You stop messing around. Hurry up and wash up or the food will get cold. Linen pinched Lin's little hand that wanted to mess around, staring straight at Lin's disgruntled pouting little mouth. Only, Lin lowered his head and muttered darkly, damn it, I can't believe I was recognized. She was still thinking about letting Linen touch her head. Linen hasn't touched it for almost 12 hours. After saying that, Lin glanced at Linen staring at herself, and immediately puffed up her face in impatience. Okay, don't be mean. Humming. The little girl began to pick up the washing tool on the side and started to wash, growling. Bah! The water in his mouth was spat into the bucket by Lin. Seeing this, Linen nodded in satisfaction and continued. Well, time to wash your face. You help me, beamed Lin, blinking her big watery eyes at Linen. And, the look in her eyes says she's a weak girl. She can't do anything but rely on you. If Lin had washed up before, Linen might have agreed. But now, Linen chose to refuse. No, you were able to wash yourself just now. How can your hands still be soft? Now, right now, wash your own face and don't make me help you with everything. Help with everything? That's really a waste of time. Right, how can you let the child's mother really be a waste of time? What Lin wanted to do but couldn't, he would help. But now that it was Lin who could do it but didn't want to because he was lazy, then he wouldn't do it. Linen gazed at Lin with a face full of seriousness, and all of a sudden, this girl's light eyebrows slightly drooped. You're my man, why don't you help me? Lin was unhappy, aggression written all over his tender little face. Wasn't it just a little face wash? Obviously a little thing full of fun, but Rene wouldn't help her. Linen changed, became strict, became fond of punching her, not just bouncing her on the head, but also pinching her face, even threatening her, always being mean. Damn Linen. It must be last night's incident that made him think he was a weakling. He must think he's the boss of the family now. She gets it. This kind of behavior from Linen is like the kind of thing that mom would say. When you have money, you learn to be bad, and when you're good, you're arrogant. Damn it, it seems that the stinky Linen does not know who was the boss of the family at all. Thinking that Linen was arrogant because of her ability to get into the rise, then she felt that she had a great need to make Linen understand that she was the family empire. See Lin frowning one moment, glaring the next, giggling the next. Linen wondered if he had really pushed too hard and made Lin stupid. Just as Linen was a moment away, Lin's expression returned to normal. Lin looked at the man in front of him in a serious manner. At those words, Linen also looked at her in confusion. I'm warning you, quickly help me wash my face. Lin's small face showed a serious expression, as if she was the one who had the upper hand. Linen was silent, gazing faintly at this girl who was pretending to be calm. Lin's expression is so fierce, he won't. He's going to beat her up again. Thinking about the pain in his butt and forehead earlier, Lin was a bit abashed. Either, she wash her own face okay? It's actually trivial, isn't it? What did you say? Linen said faintly. Aha! Lin only. Ignore her. I didn't say anything. I washed my face. Lin pursed her pink lips slightly, her small hand reaching for another bucket containing hot water to soak the towels. Warm tips: wash your face in general situations. South is to use a towel. Of course, wet towel is easy to breed bacteria, so wash your face with a towel. It is best to dry the towel in the sun. Seeing Lin shrinking his neck and wimping out, he didn't seem as determined as he was earlier. Feeling a bit amused, Lin reached closer to Lin and smiled lightly. Lin, what are you doing? Lin alertly pulled back, both palms covering his body with one hand and his forehead with the other, fearing that Lin would launch an attack on her. Well, you're so afraid of me? Lin laughed. No, not at all. I'm not scared. I'm a bit afraid of pain. Lin beamed, speaking softly, and with every word, Lin took a step back. Lin is fierce now. Maybe the next second he'll pout her and beat her up. Oh, she's afraid of pain. She's not going to get punched. No. Seeing this, Linen secretly shook his head. Lin, come here. I'll wash your face. Linen beckoned. Not getting punched? Yeah, I'm coming, Lin responded, sticking his head out directly to the edge of the bed. The next moment, a hot, wet towel caressed her small face. Lin's technique is so good. His face is so. It feels so good. P.S. The school season is a bit busy too. Makeup exams. Oh. Chapter 161, Linen. I have it. It didn't take long for Lin's little face to be wiped clean by Linen, and in the next second, a soft, delicate voice exhaled from Lin's small mouth. Lin opened his mouth waiting for Linen to feed him, but Linen ignored Lin's actions. He rubbed Lin's slippery brain, and just as Lin was enjoying it with a red little face, Linen stood up and said faintly to Lin, do it yourself. I'm going to go ahead and get these things taken care of. Linen pointed to the bucket on the ground. His palm left Lin's warm hair, and without the slightest hesitation, he took a step toward the door. Linen, don't go. I'm not full yet. The gentle big hand on her head had just left, and Lin's pink face instantly drooped. Her fluffy voice not yet finished. Splat. The door was closed. I'm hungry. The last few words exhaled. Lin was a bit unhappy. The little boyish face was drooping and lifeless like an aggrieved puppy. Hey, Lin and he. Gone. The closed doorway in front of her blocked her view of Linen and blocked her heart from expressing her love for him. Good. Quiet. Well, dark. The curtains in the room were not completely opened, and the silence and slight darkness in the room caused Lin's delicate body to shiver a little. Lin's short, rounded fingers, slightly bent to hook the soft quilt. Eyes dumbfounded. He looked at the door and muttered to himself, Anne, be quick, come back. She, for one, hated the darkness without Lin and with her. It didn't make her feel the least bit safe. Lin beamed her little mouth and quietly stared blankly in the direction Lin had left. Lin pursed her lips slightly, and the tip of her nose unconsciously became a little sour. But soon, Lin kept blinking her eyes. She can't cry. Linen doesn't like her to cry. Can't cry. And Lin will be back soon. Well, yeah, for now. Just wait. Thinking of this, Lin picked up the bowl next to the table and muttered, AI, even though Linen is gone, it's good that you're still here. Decided. I'll definitely savor you before Linen comes back. Soon. And it was at this time. Lin had already walked back in the direction of the shower. Just walked to the door. The sound of tiny sobs came from within the room. Oh Linen. I did eat properly. Come back soon. Inside the room, Lin's tender little face was stained with wet tears. Small hands cupped the bowl, slowly picking at his meal. When the small mouth opened, some salty tears slid down to the corners of Lin's mouth. But this Lin didn't care about such small details. She picks at her meal with single-minded devotion, and scrunches her face as she weeps silently. She didn't want to cry at all, but the secluded setting made the tip of her nose become sour beyond her control. The small voices in the room, as well as the sound of crying, made Lin a little confused. Wasn't Lin fine just now? How come this girl is crying after only a few minutes have passed? Linen stood in the doorway, quietly listening to Lin's crying, and after listening for a while, he didn't hear anything from those words of Lin. After thinking about it, he decided to wait for Lin to stop crying before going in. Inside the room, Lin, his nose twitched. Small hands reached out to pull a couple of tissues and wiped their little mouths. Taking another clean tissue, he wiped the tear tracks from his face. Can't be seen by Lin. Lin doesn't like her to cry and whine, in case Lin is annoyed with her. That kind of thing. No way. Lin threw the paper ball into the trash can and glanced at the empty bowl, then raised her eyes to look straight in the direction of the closed room door. Lin, it's so slow. Why haven't you come in for so long? Lin, it's really slow. Outside the door, Lin heard no more of those tiny sobs coming from inside the door. Taking a deep breath, he put his palm on the doorknob and opened the door. Inside the room, Lin, who had buried his head in his knees, caught a glimpse of a bright light emerging from the direction of the doorway with his afterglow. A big smile began to break out on the tender little face buried in his knees. It's Lin. I'm back. Lin, glancing at Lin on the bed. Lin sighed darkly and closed the door to approach Lin's pink bed. Lin's proximity caused the young girl, whose eyes were slightly red, to cry tears of joy, shouting out just as Lin was about to touch the bed. Then, in the moment that Lin froze, she stood up from the bed, her little feet snapping and glaring, and flung herself into Lin's arms. Aha! This girl. Before Lin could react, he hugged the limp-bodied Lin. Looking down, he only saw Lin's arms tightly embracing his neck, and that little face with slightly reddened eyes had already been buried into his arms by now. Without waiting for Lin to open his mouth to inquire, Lin Lin had already opened his small mouth and said, Lin, when are we getting married? Why are you suddenly asking this? Lin was a bit confused by this sudden question from Lin Lin, and his entire being was outside of the situation. Lin Lin lowered her head and looked at Lin Lin in her arms, waiting for her answer, but after a few seconds of silence, all she waited for was an increase in Lin Lin's force. Lin Lin? Lin Lin's fingers gently rubbed the hair on Lin Lin's head as he looked at the girl in confusion. What's wrong with Lin Lin? Just now also inexplicably cry, now also inexplicably say something like this. Shortly after Lin Lin's voice fell, Lin Lin's words slowly drifted from his arms. Lin, seems to have it. What the hell? Lin Lin's soft, fluffy, delicate voice fell on Lin Lin's ears like a thunderbolt. He heard something. Did Lin Lin just say she had it? Lin, the people were dumbfounded. None of them have done anything outrageous yet, okay? Are you sure? Lin asked as she slowed down. Lin Lin, who was hugging Lin, paused, slightly raising his head. He said to Lin with an affirmative face. Aha, I'm sure. Hearing this, Lin Lin's pupils narrowed. Lin Lin's delicate little face, firm eyes, and fluffy voice. Nothing is saying to Lin, you kid really broke the law? No. He's going to be a father? Fake, right? This girl doesn't think she's going to have a baby just because she kisses, does she? If it wasn't for Lin Lin's relatives who had come in just a few weeks before, I guess, or now they really might have done something overly strong. So now, it's definitely Lin Lin who's misunderstood, right? Definitely. When Lin Lin saw Lin Lin's puzzled and doubtful eyes, little Lin Lin slightly pouted her little mouth. Does Lin Lin not like babies? Or was it that he had no intention of marrying her? Marry? Thinking about this, Lin Lin was in a somewhat depressed mood, looking down at her small stomach. The bulging belly should be. There it is. Why is Lin Lin not talking anymore? Can't be true that she doesn't like the little baby. Well, Lin, let's just sit down. Lin, lamb. She got it. Lin was worried that she wasn't pregnant yet and wanted to keep trying to work on it. Great. So that's what Lin was playing at. Lin Lin's head stretched out and came close to Lin Lin's face. Lin, do you want a kiss? If you beg me, I'll give it to you. Oh, if you beg me, Before Lin Lin could finish her words, her body took off. Lin Lin froze a bit, and Lin Lin had already hugged her small body towards the bed. I'm telling you to sit down. Lin Lin said helplessly. I'm tired. I don't want to. Lin Lin's fingers tugged at Lin Lin's clothes and she beamed and spoke softly. Lin Lin sniffed and his eyes twitched. This silly girl sure is stupid. Lin Lin didn't reply to Lin Lin's words and directly hugged Lin Lin and approached the bed. Just as Lin Lin was extremely nervous, Lin Lin's but sat down on the surface of the bed. In order to keep Lin Lin from imagining things, Lin Lin reminded Lin Lin, sit honestly and don't move around. Oh, I'll be good. Just after Lin Lin's words were finished, Lin Lin stared at Lin Lin's scarlet cheeks. How she felt something was wrong. She was definitely thinking the wrong way. Seeing that Lin Lin was full of immodesty, Lin Lin thought more and more that what Lin had said in his arms before was definitely something she had thought wrong. Chapter 162, His Family's Silly Girl. She's really silly. Don't fool around. I'll get down to business with you. Lin pinched Lin Lin's scarlet little face and stared at her seriously. Being pinched by this, Lin Lin was much more upright. Raising her head, she looked at Lin with a smile. Oh, go ahead. I'm listening. Lin sat beside Lin and stretched out his arms to hold Lin Lin's shoulders. Lin, look at me. What you just said, is it true? Tell the truth, but don't lie. Lin reached out a hand and rubbed Lin Lin's head. I should have it. Lin said with some uncertainty, her small hand resting on her belly and touching it. It's just like what they say on TV. It's not wrong at all. A delicate voice exhaled. Lin looked at Lin and blinked her eyes, signaling to Rinna that she, wasn't lying. Lin couldn't help but sigh when he saw Lin Lin's determined eyes. He really didn't think about it. In fact, Lin really is a fool. But when he thought of his girl being a silly fellow, Lin felt again that he should correct Lin Lin's wrong thinking. He held out his finger, downward, touching Lin Lin's belly. Feeling the touch of Lin Lin's fingers, Lin Lin's little girl couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Gulp! She was happy that Lin could come back so early, but he was actually doubting his wife. She, unhappy, petri dish, stinking Lin, actually doubting the result of her kissing for so many days. Since you don't believe me, then you poke with your hand. With a light hum, Lin arrogantly inclined her head, no longer looking at Lin, but when Lin raised her eyes, she couldn't help but lower them. At once, he locked eyes with Lin. Che, you do it. I'm not lying. It's just bulging. I've definitely got it. Lin doesn't want to be a father, right? Then she wants Lin to be the father, and she won't be able to get rid of her Lin in this lifetime. Thinking of this, Lin Lin's little face was filled with perseverance, and her 10 fingers straightened up and grabbed Lin An's sleeve, wanting Lin An to let go of her horse. Lin was silent. However, her fingers gently pinched Lin Lin's clothes and lifted them upwards. Lin Lin couldn't help but purse her lips as she felt the physical sensation of Lin An's fingers. Lin An's hand. Cold. My stomach is so weird. Lin Lin, reach over and squeeze this dress. Oh. After Lin Lin responded, he self-consciously lifted up his own clothes. His eyes lowered in silence as he watched Lin An's finger movements. Looking at Lin Lin's smooth belly, Lin An narrowed his eyes slightly. It's really bulging. Why? Lin Lin got fat? No, this girl has been a very picky eater lately, and she's been hungry all night. How is it possible to gain weight? Even if you gain weight, it shouldn't be in this position. Growing meat, how it should grow where it should grow. Lin An raised his eyes to look, only to see Lin Lin squinting his eyes, that tender little face already filled with shyness. Seen enough? I'm going to put down my clothes. Oh, Lin Lin reminded. Words. Lin paused and said, wait a moment. After saying that, Lin Lin quietly looked at Lin An, who at that moment stopped observing and extended his gentleman's hand. He took a poke. Lin Lin immediately stared wide-eyed. Her little belly, how it's not so bulging. And something didn't feel right inside her. Lin Lin's belly was like a balloon, and after Lin An poked it so much, Lin Lin's smooth belly slowly became flat. Lin Lin froze. Without waiting for her to react, her stomach reacted. Put. A strange sound came from under the covers. The voice is. Fart? As soon as the voice came out, Lin An instantly raised her eyes and looked at Lin Lin. Being gazed at by Lin An, Lin Lin's little face instantly reddened and her little hand loosened to directly cover her face. Ooh, her baby turned into a fart. Fingers slightly opened a crack, and saw that Lin An was staring straight at her. The little girl's heart was filled with shyness. Lin Lin's pink lips opened and she shouted, no more looking. The small white hand reached out and directly disliked Lin An's face. Pop. A crisp sound rang out. Lin An's clear face was slapped by Lin Lin. Lin An was slapped dumbfounded, covering his somewhat fiery face with his palm. He looked helplessly at Lin Lin, who had already reacted to being somewhat overwhelmed. Hey, this silly girl. Lin An, did it hurt you? Lin Lin looked at Lin An's slightly reddened face and asked with some self-reproach. Lin An exhaled lightly and responded bashfully. Well, there is one thing. I didn't expect it all. Lin Lin. You, hitting a little hard. Would you say this is considered domestic violence? Domestic violence. Lin Lin sniffed at Lin An's words and his little head thought quickly. I understand. Lin An. Lin Lin puckered her butt and snuggled her entire body into Lin An's arms, her small hands also holding Lin An's palms as she looked up at him blearily. Lin An froze and was about to open his mouth to ask Lin Lin what he wanted. At that moment, the phone in Lin An's pocket rang. If there's anything, hold on a second. Lin An. I'll take a call first. Lin An reached downward, his fingertips not yet touching his pocket. Lin Lin's soft little hands held him tightly. Well, you answer it, as long as you don't interfere with me. Lin An was a bit confused. Just as Lin An froze, Lin Lin's small hands had already begun unbuttoning his clothes. What are you doing in the middle of the day? Just now you said that I domesticated you, so, you're going to domesticate me back. At that, Lin An's corner of his eye twitched, and his eyes glanced downward at his exposed skin. So the words that come out of this girl's mouth, it's all a bunch of, spread the out, don't, and you domesticated me. Silly you. I'm not stupid. Chapter 163, I didn't touch Shawan. After some hard persuasion from Lin An, Lin Lin's white fingers loosened Lin An's collar. Lin Lin bowed her head and snuggled silently under her little quilt. Seeing that Lin Lin was no longer fooling around, Lin An pulled the cell phone out of his pocket, looked down, found out it was his mom on the phone. Why is mom calling him at this hour? Isn't she with dad right now? Lin thought for a moment, and with her finger down, she tapped callback. A beep 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 sound reached Lin Lin's ears. This girl slightly raised her unhappy face and looked at Lin An. Seeing Lin An on the phone, the girl was struck by an idea. Quietly, she stood up and moved closer to Lin's lap. The head just came to Lin An's navel. Lin Lin's face instantly flushed and he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Ghoul. While Lin An was on the phone, that zipper if you zipper it down. Lin An didn't have time to resist, did he? After all, he was on the phone. Lin An, who are you calling now? Lin Lin raised her little face and asked with a smile. Well, it's my mom. Lin An glanced at Lin Lin and saw a big smile, so he didn't think much of it and continued to wait for the call to connect. After hearing Lin An's words, Lin Lin secretly smiled in her heart. Hey, so it's my mother-in-law's phone call. That S really have an S help. Since it's her mother-in-law's phone call, then Lin An wouldn't dare to talk nonsense on the phone, right? That. Lin is still not at her mercy. Oh, I see. Lin Lin revealed a smile to face Lin An. attempting to make Linen relax his guard by relying on his innocent little face. Linen nodded his head and reached out to rub Lin's brain, so he stopped paying attention to Lin as a girl. Seeing that Lin's attention was on her cell phone, the little girl started to move. Her, white as snow, fragrant and soft as marshmallow, little hands stretched out. Zip zip zip. Lin quietly pulled Lin's zipper. Lin tensed with every bit of the zipper's descent. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. I can't pull anymore. Lin tilted her head and looked at Linen. Seeing that he didn't notice her, Lin breathed a sigh of relief, but instead of continuing, she faced Linen with a smile and waited for him to pick up the phone. As long as the phone was connected, Lin's attention was on top of the phone, and he wouldn't notice her small movements. Slip on your pants and get to work. Lin's afterglow caught a glimpse of Lin giggling underneath her, and there was some doubt in her mind. Just as he was about to open his mouth to inquire, the phone in Lin's hand was already connected. A female voice, whose voice rose and fell somewhat sharply, came over the phone. It's Enchan. Hearing the somewhat urgent voice on the other side, Linen hesitated for a moment and responded. Mom, it's me. Did you call me earlier for something? Well, of course there is. It's about your father. That old man has returned and is with me right now, so come out for a bit tonight. Your father wants to see you. As she said this, Ningxue on the phone obviously breathed much more calmly, which also made Lin let go of his hanging heart. Mom's breathing has become calmer, so she must have been running just now. Dad wants to see me? I can bring. Linen was just about to say if he could bring his silly girl when a sudden coolness hit him. Linen snapped his head down to look underneath him. Only a silly, childish face was tilted up and staring at him with a grin. Wait. This girl. Where to put your hands? You. Linen was surprised and subconsciously tried to stop Lin, but he was holding his cell phone in one hand right now, and it's his mom he's talking to on the phone. There are some things you can't say. Linen closed his mouth and frowned, reaching out his free hand to hold one of Lin's wrists. Linen bent down to Lin's ear and whispered, "Stop fooling around, Lin." Lin didn't care, directly ignoring Lin's words. Her tilted little face made a face at Linen, and she continued to make mischief underneath her. Little un? Ningxue on the phone asked suspiciously, and just as her voice exhaled, Lin tensed. This girl, what the hell? Lin whispered, spread out. After saying that, Linen held onto one of Lin's hands tightly while her eyes stared straight at Lin's other hand, her slightly frowning face a little tense. He was afraid that Lin would suddenly yell out at this time, and if the mom on the phone, Lin, and he were doing something, it wouldn't be good. Humph. Lin inclined her head, ignoring him. How can you just give up when success is just around the corner? So Lin directly ignored Lin's words. He still had a hand anyway. And the zipper is down to the bottom. Hey. Lin's small face revealed a smile. Linen was also a bit flustered at this time. How long has it been since last night? Don't mess with him like this. In order to stop Lin's small hands from continuing to mess around, Linen quickly answered into the phone. Mom, I know. I'll go tonight. Don't worry. Well, that's it. I'll hang up now. You and Dad have a good time. Bye. Drip. The phone was hung up. The restraints are lifted. He is going to do whatever he wants to Lin. As soon as the cell phone was dropped, Linen slightly arched his back and wrapped an arm around Lin's petite body, leaned back toward the bed. The tilt of his body caused Lin to freeze. Tilting his head back, he saw that Lin's head was already pressed against his own. Pfft. With a sound, Lin and Linen both landed on the bed. Linen said to Lin, who was still a bit confused. Rinan, that I was wrong. I shouldn't have pulled your zipper. Don't be mean. I didn't get the little on lion out. Look at it. It's still on. Lin slightly wrinkled her face, revealing a pitiful look facing Linen, attempting to budge, but Linen got even angrier, staring at her and muttering, "You are trying to mess around, aren't you?" Only. No. Lin didn't want to mess around. Lin inclined her head, not allowing Linen to gaze into her eyes, but her 10 white fingers exposed her. But, damn it, it was obviously so close. She's on the verge of making it. Carrot, Lin's face, which was deviated over, was in secret displeasure. I see you have. Every day you're so dishonest, sticking to me every day and messing around. You've grown up, you know? Linen let Lin's head face him squarely, but Lin didn't answer, only his eyes averted and scattered. This silly girl, can't keep spoiling her, have to let her suffer a little bit later. Otherwise, if he kept spoiling her, Lin would be able to do more than just zipper him up, right? Rather. Linen felt a pain in her back when she thought of Lin's promiscuous behavior in the future. Reaching out, he ruffled Lin's hair and said faintly, I won't be back tonight. You, stay home alone and calm down. Ah, why? Lin shouted, her little face on the verge of crying with anxiety. Seeing this, Linen just gently rubbed Lin's little face and said gently, because you, hands and feet don't obey. If I don't pay attention, I might be attacked by you. I'm very obedient. Linen, don't go away, okay? Lin pulled on Lin's clothes and prayed to him. Linen cupped Lin's little pink face and said to her, Lin, that's enough to lie to yourself. Don't try to lie to me. Your brain, it's full of scraps. Don't think I don't know. Lin cried. I don't care. Without you, I'll die. Linen recognized Lin's scheme at a glance and said blandly, this is not going to work. Lin, tonight you'll stay home honestly. And, no pretending to cry, no pampering, I won't be soft-hearted. At those words, Lin gritted her teeth fiercely. Humph, bastard Linen, you've gone against the grain. If you dare to go out today, I'll pester you every day from now on so that you can't get out of bed. What vicious words. Linen did not doubt Lin's words in the slightest. This matter, his family's silly girl definitely did it. Lin was silent. Just when Lin thought that his words had calmed Linen, however, was ruthless and looked at Lin. No matter what you do, I won't be soft-hearted, so calm down at home alone tonight. Oh you asshole. Lin opened her mouth and bit towards Lin's arm. Linen hurriedly reached out and cupped Lin's wet little face and said, okay, it's only for one night. No crying. Stinky Linen, even if you don't stay with her at night, you don't let her cry. Damn it. Hearing Lin's words, Lin couldn't control the tip of his nose from becoming sour and his nose twitched. The little face was buried directly into Lin's arms, his little hands pounding him. Oh I'm going to cry. Unless you stay with me. Then I won't cry. At those words, Linen was silent. Accompany? How to accompany? He had to go see his dad. Besides, Lin has really been fooling around lately. So let her calm down alone. After all, it wasn't like he wasn't coming back. He was just planning to cajole Lin a bit. After Lin was alone and calmed down a bit, his dad's side of the story was almost finished, right? Linen didn't open his mouth to comfort Lin, but his gentle touch had already caused Lin's crying to slowly become smaller. Chapter 164, Lin, getting up without Linen. She'll die. As the time came to night, Lin's black hair was very messy, and her originally godly eyes had become very dull at the moment. The tip of his nose was a little sore, and a faint burning sensation came from his eyes. Blinking and twisting his head to the side, there was no sign of Linen beside him. Linen, he's gone? Linen he wouldn't really leave her alone at home, would he? Lin's lifeless eyes stared blankly at the pillow on the side. Small hand to the side, paw straight away it fell short. Under the quilt, there was no Linen either. Linen he's really gone, and he didn't even leave a trace of warmth behind. Earlier, when she fell asleep in Lin's arms, she was naive enough to think that Linen would stay with her and wouldn't leave, but as soon as she closed her eyes, when she opened her eyes again, they were met with this claustrophobic environment. It's so dark, you can't see anything, even on the wall. Lin's picture was unreadable. Linen, I'll be good from now on. You, come back soon. Lin's arm around the doll gradually became tighter as she pursed her pink lips slightly and murmured, without Linen by her side, she really wanted to cry. Inside the darkened room, Lin was silently wiping her face, which had become wet at some unknown time. I don't know how long it took. Lin took out his cell phone. On the other hand, just as Lin woke up from his sleep, Linen had arrived at a house. Not even close. Two familiar figures appeared within his sight. Sister Shio, you're still not well, right? Rest at my house again. And your clothes I haven't washed them yet. When Ning Xinshin said these words out, the young girl's face involuntarily flushed, her eyes somewhat floating. Lin Sher helplessly said, I also want to xin, but my brother asked me to go back to check on those two little ones at home. You also know that Lin likes to mess around. My brother is worried that Lin doesn't know what to do and tormented Linen to the point that he doesn't look like a human being. They actually. Ning Xinshin sniffing froze. She did not expect their siblings that look so lovely actually so fierce. Well, really people cannot look like Linen in the distance saw the duo who were behaving intimately, although he didn't understand why they were here. But, just by the act of Lin Sher hugging Ning xin, he then couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Sister Shio, she really did go after that guy, didn't she? I hope Ning Xinshin will understand Sister Shio's mind soon. Linen wanted to tell Ning Xinshin to make her realize that Lin Sher wasn't trying to make friends with her at all, but this kind of backstabbing was something he decided it would be better not to say, not to mention the fact that the two of them were just cuddling right now. It hadn't gotten weird yet. Linen did not fail to overhear the duo's conversation, and after sighing, he headed for another house. just as Linen turned the corner to leave. Lin Sure also finished communicating with Ning Xinshin and turned to leave. Linen walked to the door, looked at the map in his hand, and muttered, it should be here. The words just fell. Kaka. The door in front of us was opened. A touch of black hair and an unfamiliar, but good-smelling scent drifted into the tip of his nose. Linen tilted his head to look, only to see in front of him was a wonderful woman he had never seen before. Her height was just like his, and her appearance was typical of an imperial sister. A completely different style from Lin. Seeing the person in front of him, Linen froze. His grandma, looking in the wrong place? Seeing that Linen was silent, the young girl opened her mouth and asked, "Hello, may I ask who you're looking for?" Hearing this sweet voice, Linen quickly reacted, "I'm sorry, I'm looking in the wrong place. I'm bothering you. Bye." Linen politely finished his sentence and turned away without looking back. And just then, a palm rested on his shoulder. "Hey Lin, what are you doing here?" Linen twisted his head and saw that Ning Xinshin, whom he had seen at the corner earlier, was currently staring at himself with a smile on his face. Where did Ning Xinshin come from? Linen was a bit puzzled, but after shaking his head, since Ning Xinshin was here, it meant that he hadn't looked in the wrong place. This is where his mom lives. I'm here to see my parents. P.S. I have to make up for an exam, so I'm updating late. Please understand, there are very few people lately, and I've already had a few daily collections, so I don't know if I'll be able to mix up a full-time job. Epsilon Sadface Omicron Asterisk, Ugh. Chapter 165 Look, I've brought back something good. Lin walked into the house. On the other hand, the little girl who was originally lying on the bed, her delicate body had already left the soft and comfortable big bed. White, tender feet stepped on the cold floor, one step away from her room. She wanted to get to Lin and now, Lin had forced herself to lie on the bed quietly waiting for Linen to come home. But, there were no thick pecs around her to lean on, no strong arms to wrap around her in the quiet of the night. She's not used to it at all. Just as Lin was a bit dumbfounded and missing Linen, suddenly a familiar honk sounded. Drip! The piercing sound had just entered Lin's ears, and the little girl instantly reacted. The delicate paws of the feet snapped against the ground. Quickly, he ran downstairs. Could it be that Lin is back? She doesn't know, but she hopes it's downstairs. Lin Sure stepped out of the car with a few large bags in her hand, which Bai Yi had asked her to buy for the two young lovers, Lin and Linen. Regarding the item in her hand, Lin Sure was extremely familiar with it. A long time ago, when Lin wasn't even born yet, she had seen Bai Yi often buying some of these health products for her old brother. Every morning, he saw Yi's sister's face full of smiles, while on the contrary, his oldest brother, he just looked a little haggard. Walking to the door, Lin Sure put down the bag in her hand and prepared to open the door. The keys just pulled out. The door was opened. Lin Sure raised his eyes in confusion and looked, only to see a smiling childish face appear at the doorway. Not Lin. The moment he saw Lin Sure, Lin's little face drooped. The eyes were lifeless. Lin Sure glanced at Lin and asked, Lin, what's wrong with you? No, it's okay, Auntie. Lin's fingers left the doorframe and he turned away. Disoriented, Lin Sure was puzzled. Looking at Lin's weak back, Lin inexplicably felt some heartache. Pick up the bag on the floor and walk up. Reaching out, he took hold of Lin's delicate shoulders. Lin, don't be unhappy. Is it because Linen didn't accompany you properly? Don't be afraid, little auntie, I've come to accompany you. Lin sniffed and twisted her head to explain. Little aunt, I'm fine. No, you're not okay. Look at you, all listless. Must have had a bad night. Hey, don't worry about things like that. Look what I got. Lin Sure lifted the bag in his hand and waved it in front of Lin, but Lin just silently lowered his head. The eyes were dull, as if they hadn't seen it at all. Lin Sure froze. Her little niece, what's going on here? Did Lin make her angry? Lin Sure's heart was filled with doubts at this time. Looking up and around, he didn't see any sign of Lin. Could it be that Linen is hiding now because he made Lin angry? Seeing Lin's slightly reddened eyes, Lin Sure felt that she couldn't let Lin go on like this. Pa hands clapped on Lin's soft shoulders. Lin, don't look like you've lost your mind. How ugly is that? If you're unhappy about something, just say it. I'll definitely help you solve it. Little auntie. Lin Sure thought in her heart that it was Linen who had made Lin angry, and at this point, she was already ready to pretend to teach Linen a lesson. Suddenly, Lin tilted her head. Little aunt, can you really help me with anything? Well, of course, I'm your little aunt. If I don't help you, who will I help? Then, little auntie, can you take me to Linen? He went out and told me to stay home alone until he returns. But I kind of want to go look for him. Lin's delicate voice exhaled, and 2 tear tracks unconsciously appeared on her cheeks. Lin cried. Lin Sure was a bit flustered. Scratch that. Linen ran away? That kid wouldn't have run away because he couldn't handle Lin's nightly company, would he? A glance at the side couch trash can, full of white paper towels, solidified the idea. If that's the case, then Linen. It's not unreasonable to run away. Little ant? Linshur's days caused Lin's mood to become anxious and he couldn't help but shake the shaken Linshur. Well, Linshur some hesitation do not know how to respond to this girl. After all, they just promised this girl to help her. Hey, I'm sorry Shawan, Lin is her niece, and now that her little niece needs her help, it's impossible for her not to help. For the sake of Lin's happiness, I have to sacrifice you Shawan. Linshur mourned for Linen in his heart, and secretly decided that the next time he came back, he would bring even more health products for Linen. Otherwise, the next time she came back, there was a huge possibility that she wouldn't be able to see Linen either. Returning to her senses, Linshur looked at Lin's aggrieved little face and said, Ahem, well, who called me a good little ant? Say Lin, where did that Linen kid go? I'll take you to him. When Lin heard this, he was first stunned and asked, Really? Really? Great. The little girl's crying face turned into a smile as her soft body wrapped an arm around Linshur. The unique body odor of a young girl wafted into Linshur's nostrils, causing her to freeze. Soon, though, she slapped herself. Asshole, Ringshi, are you a birth? There was actually a moment where he had bad thoughts about Lin. Linshur despised herself inwardly. Little ant? You, how did you hit yourself? Lin looked incredulously at Linshur's slightly reddened cheeks and, the whole thing is silly. Auntie, this person, she's so fierce, she's not even sparing herself when she goes down. That originally white face is swollen to a blind chess ass. Lin was a little worried about the violent little ant. Also she didn't even let go. The little hand went behind his ass and covered his butt directly. Lin's wary gaze brought Linshur back to her senses. It's fine, I'm fighting mosquitoes. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The face didn't even bleed. Definitely not a mosquito. Actually, the little nun has some sort of bad habit. Well, it should be, but they were family, so it was better not to expose the shoddy disguise of the little sister. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin acted stupid, or rather she was already stupid. Linshur didn't notice Lin's abnormality, just secretly sighing. Silly girl, so good to cheat. Then, Auntie, can you take me to Linen now? I really miss him. Lin's head quickly lowered at these words. Linshur rubbed Lin's brain. Okay, little ant will take you to him later, but before you go, well, you have to put these things away. This is something that concerns your future happiness. Lin sniffed and immediately understood the importance of that bag, pulling Linshur's palm in quick succession and tugging her towards the upper floor. Quickly, put it in Linen. No, put it inside my room. I'll supervise Linen eating it every day. Well, Lin is on the way, but that's not enough. Linshur passed it on to Lin according to the number of times his oldest brother had done it before, saying, not just every night, but even in the morning you know? Aha, I know, Auntie, I'll make Linen eat it morning, noon and night. That's right. Cut. Linen suddenly sneezed. The young girl sitting on the sidelines asked with concern, What's wrong Anne? Catching a cold? Put on some extra clothes. Yeah. After answering, Linen picked up the clothes next to him and put them on, thinking secretly, it's weird how the loin feels cold. Just as Linen was puzzled, a middle-aged man walked out from within Ningshur's room. Anne, come over here for a minute and talk to you. Oh, after Lindsay waved at Linen ran his ass over. I'll go over there. Aha. The young girl on the sofa answered softly, her eyes gazing blandly at the water cup on the desktop where the water waves were silent. No ripples could be seen within her ebony eyes. The tender white hand picked up the glass of water and took a sip. Splat. The door to the room was closed, at which point the young girl's eyes moved a little. The arm is bent and the glass of water is set down. Soon, the cold expression returned. Pink lips parted slightly as she let out a breath. The tension was relieved when Lin left. At that moment, the cell phone on the table buzzed vibration. Beautiful eyes lowered, glancing toward the tabletop. The screen, radiating bright light, revealed only one word. Mom. Seeing this, the young girl's eyes instantly went cold. There was no hesitation to connect directly, but she wasn't very nice, even a bit cold. Something? On the other side of the phone, there was silence for a few seconds. A gentle voice rang out on the other end of the line. Qianqian, are you really going to follow your father and not come back? Aha. The young girl named Qianqian responded coldly. After an exhalation, she continued, I am not going back. Don't be calling me. The voice within the phone disappeared for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Alright Qianqian, take good care of your health. If you want to go home, I'll send someone to pick you up. Got it. Drip. The young girl hung up and left her cell phone on the couch, her white palms covering her youth-filled face. secretly muttering, "Hey, I'd like to go back, but I really don't want a blind date." She was only 20 years old, clearly at the height of her youth. Why should I go on a blind date? She doesn't want to get married that early at all, though her family has a few billion. No shortage of money, no shortage of housing, no shortage of anything, but she doesn't want a man, not at all. Even if it was her brother sitting next to her just now, she forced herself to hold back her inner. There doesn't seem to be much resistance, just some nervousness. Strange, she hadn't felt that inexplicable sense of resistance in Linen just now. She was just a little nervous. Could it be that her male misogyny is ineffective against her family? Su Chanqian thought about it carefully. It seemed to be really true. After all, for Lin Shi, this cheap dad, she didn't feel a sense of resistance. She just habitually kept her distance. And as soon as another male appeared in front of her eyes, extreme discomfort rose in her heart. If she got any closer, there can even be vomiting, a strange condition, like an allergy or phobia. Other people have a phobia of the deep sea, or giant things. And it's a fear of men. Just as Su Chanqian fell into a reverie, a pleasant and good-sounding voice entered her ears. "Hey, what's with the constant scowl? Come on, let's play together." She looked up, only to see Ning Xinxin looking at her with narrowed eyes, and she froze, dumbfounded. She looked at the young girl coming in her direction and didn't wait for her to react. The smooth jade hand had been squeezed by Ning Xinxin. She froze and waved her hand. Play? That xin. I don't want to play. I just want to sit. Come on. We're all girls. Can I do anything else to you? Don't worry about it. Come out and play." Ning Xinxin held Su Chanqian's hand tightly and dragged her towards the outside of the house. Su Chanqian had a black ponytail swinging behind her head, which was very interesting. In this night, Ningshi walked out from within the shower room with somewhat inflexible legs. Just pushed open the door, was seen his niece pulling the stinky old man brought his daughter to run out the door. At once, her back was sore, her legs were not numb, and even her voice was not muffled, so she hastened to cry out, xin, you're going to take Chanqian too." Snap! Before the words left his mouth, the sound of the door slamming hit him. "Hey!" Ning Shi secretly sighed. This dead girl won't lay a hand on Sin Sin. Although, Su Chanqian is not her daughter, but now they are also considered to be family. Right, how can she let her own silly girl on the pure Su Chanqian? The moment the doorway closed, Ning Shi hurriedly ran in the direction of the doorway, but the person had just reached the door. She stopped in her tracks. No, Chanqian, that girl how is also considered their family. Xin, that girl no matter how born cannot do it to the family. A big up is not an option, but it's not really possible to say anything about this kind of thing. After a moment's hesitation, the cell phone in her pocket lit up. Pick it up, only to see that Ning Xinxin had sent her a picture of her and Su Chanqian playing in the water together, with an accompanying line, "Water play with cute girls is the best." Witnessing the words, Ning shuddered in her heart and her brows furrowed down slightly. Damn, this dead girl is really a birth. The cell phone went into his pocket and broke down the door. The other side, Su Chanqian and Ning Xinxin stretched out barefoot in the middle of the pool in the park. Small fish continued to swarm the duo's feet, nibbling at the dead skin. On the other side of the city, Lin Shi and Lin Lin were on their way here by car. Both guys in the car were silent. Lin Lin silently hugged her slouchy doll, her little mouth pouting as she buried her little head in her slouchy hairstyle. Pity was written all over her tender little face. Already on the verge of not being able to resist wanting to see Lin and Petri dish, why is the traffic jam? Abominable. It really sucks to be stuck in traffic in the middle of the night or something. All sleepy. Lin Shi looked at the congested lanes, and a trace of annoyance inexplicably welled up in her heart. Hey, why did she feel like she had a bad feeling? What the hell is that for? The inexplicable irritation in his chest made Lin Shi couldn't help but pull out his cell phone. Looking at Ning Xinxin's green and good-looking face, she smiled, but then there was a drop. Ning Xinxin's circle of friends sent a message. She clicked on it and her smile froze. Narrowing his eyes, he carefully stared at the ponytailed girl next to Ning Xinxin. Well, except for the fact that her skin is a little bit lighter and her face a little bit more tender than hers. Just can't compete with her. Expel breath. It's just a little nun. Thinking of this, Lin Shi put down her cell phone with relief. P.S. Sick. 1 chapter today. Chapter 166. Trapped. How Lin Lin leaned her small white hand against her tender lips and yawned. Crystal and teardrops caught in the corners of her eyes. Her wizened face lowered, her white chin dropping down to her collarbone, and her head nodding in a fishing-like fashion. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Shi saw that her girl was a little sleepy. I wanted to make a sound to wake her up, but when I saw Lin Lin's lovely sleeping face, I didn't quite have the heart to do so. Forget it. Let Lin Lin sleep. Wait until we get to our destination. Then wake her up. With her mind made up, Lin Sure no longer thought much about it. Her eyes looked straight ahead and waited for the vehicles to decrease. Lin's lips opened slightly, one after the other. Lin, why don't you come back yet? The light sleeping girl thought darkly in her mind. She was so sleepy, she wanted to snuggle up to Lin and sleep, but Lin wasn't around. After exhaling through her lips, Lin's hazel eyes opened. Trying to sleep, but you can't go to sleep. At least not until after you see Linen. She hadn't seen Lin and yet in the present. After falling into a sleepy state, Lin felt that time pass slowly, and this traffic jam seemed even longer. Leaving Lin for the 10th hour. Missing him. The little girl who was looking forward to seeing Lin thought about it at that moment. Pulling out his cell phone from his pocket, he looked at Lin's avatar. His pink lips couldn't help but hook up and smile. Within the square picture, there is only one person. That's her sleeping, sideways facing her. Lin looked at his sleeping tender red little face on the photo. Lin inexplicably felt a wave of joy in his heart, and his heart was very cozy. Lin and the bad guy, to actually secretly film her while she was sleeping. It's really bad. Aha, but in this case, it's a little bit like a couple. Lin has fully adapted to being a boyfriend, right? Hey. Lin is awake? As the vehicles began to dwindle, Lin Sure began to get ready, glancing at the mirror and seeing its reflection of Lin's giggling appearance. In a flash Lin Sure froze. Turning his head, he said, Lin, if you're sleepy, go back to sleep. There's still some time to go before you arrive. Auntie, I'm not sleepy anymore. I'm very refreshed now. After seeing Lin's avatar, at that moment, Lin was once again filled with renewed strength. All she wanted to do was go see Linen. But, I don't know if Linen will be happy after seeing her, or if he can't help but beat her little ass. I'll forget it. Doesn't care what Linen thinks. All she knows is that she can't get away from Linen now. She wants kisses from her boyfriend as well as hugs and more intimate gestures. Linen is used to taking care of her, and when he says he doesn't care about her, he doesn't care about her. So he thinks she's small and has no temper. Lin made up her mind that no matter how much Linen scolded and punished herself, she wasn't going to leave Linen tonight. Only a fool would leave his most beloved. Auntie, hurry up and drive. The car in front is gone. Oh, good. Lin Sure started the vehicle while Lin continued to turn on Lin's localization behind him. Auntie, let me send you the location. Lin is no longer moving. Aha. After nodding in response, a link surfaced on the cell phone hanging off to the side, and in an instant's work, the system automatically opened it up. The address you are traveling to is CX Private Apartments, 15 kilometers to your destination. Auto-navigating for you. As soon as these words came out, Lin behind her closed her eyes and fell into a peaceful sleep. Well, there was still 15 kilometers to go, so she'd be in for a good night's sleep, and there was still a long time to go before she got there anyway. Lin Sure, however, froze, and after a second, she began to start the car, but a hint of depression flashed across his brow. Linen is at Xin's house? Damn, why was that brat Linen at Xin's house in the middle of the night? For a while, Lin in the car slept peacefully, while Lin Sure was frowning very unhappy. First a pure girl, then Linen, TSK, Xin so simple will be brought down. No, she'd have to hurry over there now. P.S. Still one chapter. Trying to stay updated. Chapter 167. The car starts and fires up. In the meantime, Lin is getting a lecture from her own dad. I heard from your mom that you're already in college? Well, already a sophomore. The dad he hadn't seen for years didn't make Linen feel strange. On the contrary, Linen only felt inexplicably affectionate. Lin's words fell, his eyes carefully scrutinizing the somewhat haggard Lin Shi. Has dad had a bad time in the years he's been gone? The dark circles under his eyes were actually more intense than he was. A weathered, hot man, rough skin, fine lines, thick panda eyes, already haggard and lifeless eyes. All are telling Linen that he has suffered badly lately. Son, you need to know something. Lindsay's thick palm tapped a little frivolously on his shoulder. Feeling her dad's strength, Linen raised her eyes to gaze at him. What is it? Your dad, my wife, is a billionaire. Lin, looking at his dad with a smug look on his face. Lin's mouth twitched. It's just a soft touch, isn't it? Why are you looking at me with a strange look on your face? Seeing Lin's actions, Lindsay's brows couldn't help but furrow down. Seeing this, Linen casually responded before hastily pulling away from the topic. It's fine. Oh, by the way, Dad, is it true that you and my mom have made up? Well, after a day's work on my part, she's forgiven me for taking you away, but there's still one thing that can't be forgiven. Lin Shi's words did not finish, but Linen was aware of what Lin Shi was going to say. Could it be about Su Chanxian things? After all, he knew today cheap old sister also brought him not small impact. His dad came back just like that, with a kid, and this kid is older than even he is. Inexplicably more than one sister. Lin and Xinzhong is very wonderful, not to mention his mom. Noticing Lin An's sight, Lindsay tapped Lin An on the shoulder. Well, you should know about this without saying anything. Shan that girl, although she is not related to us by blood, she is already a member of our family. In the future, you guys get along well. Well, okay, the old father also wants to save face. He can't afford not to give it not, so he caters to it. But the sudden addition of a half-sister is a little hard to accept for anyone. Dad, is there anything else you need? I'll go out if nothing is wrong. Lin An thought about giving the girl at home a call, and as soon as these words came out, she could see that there was something wrong on Lin An's face and quickly let go of his hand. Well, it's okay for now. You can go. Oh yeah, I just added you. Agree to friend me, and take your time to talk on the phone about things later. Good. Lin answered and walked out the door. Pulling out his cell phone, he tapped on Lin's phone number. The other side. Lin hadn't the slightest idea that someone was calling. Just because. Lin turned into a pig. A sleepy little lazy pig. Traffic began to diminish on the night when the air was thin and cool. Under the bright moonlight, a fire-red Mercedes-Benz sped along the road, and inside the car, Lin Sure, who had a perfect arc, had an extremely serious expression, and the back of the car, a certain girl, sleeping so soundly that she didn't even notice the bright light coming from the phone under her but, buzzing. Sleeping Lin feels a little itchy but, scratch that, a sidestep. The car drifted around the curve. The cell phone slipped on the left side, while Lin snuggled on the right side, hugging the lazy goat doll, sweetly falling asleep. A developing girl is always an unusually good sleeper. Why do I know? Because I have a girl in my house. P.S. Recent exams, few updates, slow. Chapter 168, New Sisters. Silence returned to the room. Lin took a step out of the room and just as he turned to close the door, a sudden breeze blew on the back of his head, snapping her head back. Her vision was obscured and a strange, ethereal scent drilled into her nose. The weight on his collarbone made Lin forget to think for an instant, and it took a moment for him to come back to his senses. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lin for his own mom suddenly hugged himself and feel puzzled. To this or a while, the hug that should be said also said, now how there is a hug it. Mom is fine. Mom just want to hug you. Well, the body is quite tough well, not like you at all right, obviously a soldier, but so unbearable. She was originally still a kind mother look. Words mentioned Lin and his father. The expression became a little disdain. Mom's eyes look a bit familiar why? It was the same as the way Lin looked at him at night. Gulp. Little are you thirsty? The up and down wriggling of Lin An's throat knots made this mother unable to help but pick up a glass of water from the side and stare straight at him. Well, it is a little. Even though he wasn't thirsty, Lin still catered to receiving the glass of water. Taking a sip of water, Lin An's youthful face revealed a smile as he faced Ningxue. Looking at her son's now angular face, Ningxue couldn't help but touch it and lamented. I remember you were fleshy when you were little, but now you've completely changed. You're really growing, more and more like your father. Ningxue's warm palm rubbed against Lin An's cheek with extreme gentleness, making Lin unable to help but be a little stunned for a moment. Some transparent tears overflowed from the corners of the eyes next to Ningxue's beautiful eyes, and all of a sudden, Lin reacted from his frozen state. He raised his hand to hold the hand on his cheek. Smiling, he said to Ningxue, Mom, although I haven't been with you since I was a child, but now that I'm back, I'll never leave you again, so don't frown and cry. Your makeup is going to go off if you go on like this, and people, they need to be happier. Saying that, Lin An's fingers reached out and wiped the teardrops from the corners of Ningxue's eyes. Lin An's actions and words made this beautiful woman, her red lips slightly hooked, her heart warmed. Her little N was growing up and knew how to care. Even though she hadn't been able to watch her little N grow up, it would be nice to watch him get married and have children now. Aha! Ningxue answered, holding Lin An's hand and pulling him towards the sofa to lean back. Let's sit and talk. Good. Lin An obediently sat down, raising her eyes to gaze at her pretty-faced mother. The lighting was bad at night, and now that she was looking at her mother up close, curiosity welled up in Lin An. How come Mom's gotten a little younger lately? It's only been a day since I've seen her, right? It's a little strange. Is it the lighting, or is it? Lin An glanced at his dad's room as he thought curiously. Well, it should be. Dad's face was so haggard that he didn't even have to think about what was going on. Little go get your two sisters back. The weather forecast says that it will rain later. Ningxue said so as she glanced at her cell phone. Good. Lin An responded, opening the door and heading in the direction of the door. Two sisters. I don't know what those two guys are doing. Lin An walked out of the doorway with doubts, and Lin An's departure caused Ningxue to put away her gentle smile. With a caw sound, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Ningxue. Come here. Ningxue shouted. Wife, you want to? Lin Shi's ears were suddenly grabbed by Ningshi, and his originally calm face became slightly grim. Before Lindsay could finish his sentence, the pain in his ears hit him, and he was unable to figure out why he was suddenly being treated like this. You bastard took little Lin away for more than a decade. Do you know how empty and lonely I am? Ningshi snapped, tugging Lin Shi's ear in the direction of the room. Oh wife, what do you want? Lindsay asked. If little Lin has been gone for more than 10 years, you will stay with me for more than 10 years. Understand? Ha? Lindsay was surprised. Follow me in. After Ningshi finished speaking, the door to the room was already opened by her. Snap! The two of them went into the room. Looking at the closed door of the room, this middle-aged man was in a cold sweat. Oh no! Too cold. Inside the house, Linen walked on this unfamiliar road, simply a head of muddy water. Looking for someone? Where to look? After thinking about it, Linen took out his cell phone, thinking to ask where the duo was, but as soon as the phone was pulled out, he saw the eye-catching unanswered red font. What was his silly girl doing? Not answering his calls, not jealous, playing a little temper, right? He hadn't told Lin what he was going out for, and had only left Lin alone and obediently at home, and that girl might have thought more about something strange and weird. A quick glance at the weather forecast showed that it wouldn't be raining that soon for a while, and calling the two sisters home wasn't very urgent. The most important thing was still his family. Lin. Drop. Linen dialed Lin's number once again. Silly girl loves to think too much. Not answering his calls right now could be that she's sleeping, but the greater probability is that she's pissed off. Linen decided it was better to coax his little girlfriend first. Taking a look at the time, it was still early. It was only 9 o'clock. Lin shouldn't be sleeping, so Linen concluded that Lin was having a tantrum. Tilting his head back to look at the sky, a darkness floated above his head, and the cool breath slapped against Lin's skin, causing him to shiver. Hiss, this day really changes at the drop of a hat. Linen said this. The cell phone had already gotten a response. The number you have dialed is, please dial again later. That girl can't be asleep, can she? The sky was dark, and the slightly cool air around us inhaled into our lungs. A little cool, and it was hard not to get sleepy when a comfortable, cool rain suddenly fell during the hot and dry season. Lin was a delicate and sickly girl, and the moist scent blowing around her also happened to be an extremely effective sleep aid. Thinking of this, and putting away his cell phone, Linen sent a message to his cousin Ning Xin. Lam, where is it? After the message was sent, no reply was received from Ning Xinshin. The two cheap sisters, Linen thought, should have been having too much fun to ignore his cheap brother's message. Just when Linen was clueless and didn't know where to look for Ning Xinshin and Su Chanshan, his old mom sent a message. Mom, Shaoan, Xin that girl didn't bring her cell phone, but your cousin she should be at the park. She prefers to stretch her feet for the fish to nibble on there. Shaoan you go wherever you want to see. Lam, okay, Mom. Pocketing his cell phone, Linen walked in the direction of the park in the wet and slightly cool wind, and after a few steps, he thought with some curiosity, his cousin's fetish. It really was just like Sister Shur. Both liked to soak their feet. Only Lin Shur's foot soaking was a bit different from Ning Xinshin's. Lin Shur was joining in when the tiny Linen and Lin were washing their feet together and bullying Lin's little feet with her feet without any reason. The location of the Ning family is a private apartment. The only residents in the surrounding area are the Ning family. As a child, Ning Xinshin did not have playmates, naturally idle, so it is always like to play with the small animals in their own park. Su Chanshan's arrival made this Lily sister's eyes glow as if she had found some treasure. My goodness, Chanshan your feet are so white. Let me observe it properly. Squatting beside the pool, Ning Xinshin opened her mouth wide, drooling silk exaggeratedly out, and stared in wide-eyed amazement at what she had in her hands. That. Su Chanshan's face was red. Her fingers bent and hooked her clothes. She just came to Ning's house. She still couldn't stand Ning Xinshin's passion. The itch of her paws made her even more shy. But, she didn't want to say no either. It was rare that she had a friend she didn't want to lose. Chapter 169, No story for this rainy night. The location of the private park is only 100 meters away. The pocket suddenly vibrated. Buzz Linen stopped moving. Answering the phone, a fluffy murmur appeared. Apparently the girl who called him was a little confused mentally. Lin, have you just woken up? Linen opened his mouth to inquire after a pause. I was so sleepy just now that I fell asleep. Lin's delicate voice floated out. Linen, where are you now? It's so cold outside. Angry face, it seems like it's going to rain soon. When are you coming back? She did know Lin's location, but if Linen lied about her location and didn't intend to come back, then she would have to kill her. The surroundings were dark, and Linen was clueless as to where exactly. So he said, Lin, if you're sleepy, go back to sleep, and when you wake up, I'll go back. Oh, well, I'm going to sleep. You have to come back soon. Aha. After soothing a sleepy Lin Lin, the call was disconnected. Inside the city, raindrops fell and the streets on both sides became empty, except for the road which was busy. White fingers rested on the button, pressed it down, and the window rose. Shade dripped down onto Lin Lin's lovely cheeks. What did Lin Lin say? Lin Sure, who was driving, asked. That bastard said he won't come back to sleep with me. Lin Lin beamed, obviously a little disgruntled. Little ant, let's hurry up and go. It's almost raining. Lin Lin might not be able to get a cab and come back. Wiping the raindrops from her face, Lin Lin realized the impending downpour. Okay, sit tight, I'm going to accelerate. Lin Shure's eyes were firm, and the gas pedal was slightly pressed down. It's too fast, little ant. Lin Lin's stance bent violently, and the sight that quickly flashed by in her afterglow scared her so much that she yelled outright. Lin Shure didn't respond to her, he just got faster. Xin hadn't replied to her in almost 20 minutes. Something's definitely wrong. Ignoring the shouts of the cute girl behind the car, a fiery red Mercedes-Benz sped down the empty road, coloring the cool, empty night with the color of It's already starting to rain. The wetness on Lin An's cheeks and head made him quicken his pace. And hold the umbrella in your hand. Splat came the sound of hurried footsteps, and Lin An looked up. The two wet teenage girls carried their shoes and ran to Lin An in their bare feet. Lin An. Ning Xinshin smiled in surprise and pulled Su Chanshan's hand to approach Lin An. Soon the two young girls stepped into the umbrella. Mom told me to call you guys a long time ago, but sorry I'm late. Lin An apologized. Su Chanshan lowered her eyes and glanced at the watermarks on her breasts. We're all already wet, so let's not block the rain. The space inside an umbrella was quite small. How could this cover 3 people? Besides, they were both wet, and being compact like that would get Lin An wet as well. Ning Xinshin smiled faintly and locked eyes with Lin An. Lin An mentally understood. It's a little crowded, but it's easy to catch a cold in the rain, so let's go back as soon as possible. Lin An continued to walk forward with his umbrella. But, it's okay. Lin An didn't mind. Ning Xin held Lin An's arm with one hand, then gave Su Qianqian a look. Do we really have to reach out and put our arms around him? White tender feet stepped on the cold ground, and after a few steps, she no longer hesitated, and following her good sister's example, she reached out and hooked her arm around Lin An's. Anyway, it's family now, so just snuggle. At once, Lin An was pinned left and right, inexplicably being placed right next to his two sisters. Lin An didn't have any problem with it, except that the petite figure that appeared in front of him made him freeze. What's his little girlfriend doing here? Lin Lin's cute and pretty face leaned against the car window, her pink lips puckered up, frowning, staring in Lin An's direction, wanting an answer. Lin An, what's wrong with you? Sensing Lin An's pause, Su Qianqian, who was holding Lin An's arm, turned her head to look at the teenager. The teenager paused for a moment. It's fine, let's go. Lin An made a perfunctory remark and continued to walk forward. Ning Xinshin opened her mouth and didn't say anything. Lin Lin was a bit far away from them, plus it was raining now. So unless he shouted, Lin Lin on the opposite side couldn't hear him at all. It's better to take the two sisters back and explain it to the little jealous girl. He recognized that fiery red car. It was Sister Shure's, and Sister Shure and Ning Xinshin were very close. When he came here, he also saw Lin Shure. Then Lin Lin was probably accompanying Sister Shure. As he walked, Lin An thought about why Lin Lin had appeared here. Looking at the silhouettes leaving in the rain, Lin Lin was not happy in his heart. Tucking his head back into the car, he hugged the doll and beamed indignantly. Lin Lin, don't think too much. Lin An is very specialized. Lin Shure, who was lighting a cigarette, muttered as his sight looked at the distant trio. I know, little ant, but, Lin Lin frowned, her mind drifting to Lin An's two arms that were wrapped tightly around her, but she just wasn't happy about it. The remaining light looked back. Lin Lin pursed her pink lips, her cute little face bulging like a small cage. Lin Shure exhaled the smoke out of the window and rubbed the little girl's head. Silly girl, you're so jealous. If you keep this up, no matter which boy it is, he'll be impatient. And of course Lin An also. Lin Lin tightly biting her pink lips. Lin Shure no longer speak, silently smoking, thinking of another young girl beside Lin An. Xin couldn't possibly like Lin An. They were related, but that long black guy, who was he? Lin An was the one she had watched grow up. His character was unquestionable, but both had their arms around each other, and this relationship was a bit intriguing. Fingers flexed and lit the dusky end of the smoke a few times. Let's go. Lin Lin, no matter who that person is, we won't know if we go and take a look. Maybe it's just a relative. The car began to start, and Lin Lin's little head was buried in the softly hued doll. Exactly what expression the cheeks of the dolls will show when they are not incorporated is then unknown. Splat splat, the raindrops rhythmically tapped on the car window, a sound that gradually calmed Lin Lin's irritated heart. Lin Lin, it's here. Lin sure opened the car door and spoke to Lin Lin with her umbrella. Aha! Lin Lin's head disengaged from the cozy doll and took a step in her white crew sock-clad feet. Splat! The little girl landed smoothly on the ground. The surrounding humidity smells cool, but soon a warm breath hit his face. Lin, it's a bit cold outside. Let's go inside. Lin couldn't help but try to hold her. Before his fingers touched the soft little hand, he saw the cold afterglow. Lin stopped at once. This girl, indeed, is still angry. Just as Lin thought about it, his palm warmed up, and not being able to look down to check, he knew whose hand it was. Small and soft, who else could it be but his family's jealousy? Oof, let's go. Lin snorted lightly, her little feet tapping, and she burrowed into Lin arms. Lin sure, these two guys, sure enough, were completely ignoring her. Hey, she's going to find XIN to comfort her heart that was broken by the lovers. P.S. Starting to get back to updating the million-word plan. It's pretty hard. I'll try for 500,000 words. Chapter 170. Those who are wet by the rain are going to take a bath. Step inside. Lin hugged Linen, who was a little wet on his body, tightly. Linen looked down at her and was about to say something when Lin spoke first. Linen, let's go take a bath. Linen opened his mouth before he could make a sound. Together. Lin tilted her white moist chin up and looked at him expectantly. Lin, you're not wet either. But I want to. But my parents are there too. I want to wash together. Lin added. My cousin and Shirori are also at. Are you washing? Lin looked at Linen. Wash. It wasn't that Lin had given in, but she didn't want to attract other people's attention. A little wave to mom and dad's. Holding onto the soft, pink little hands, Linen and Lin then walked in the direction of the bathroom under the shocked eyes of the Ningxi and Linxi duo. This is Lin An's girlfriend? Although Ning sure had told Linxi long ago, but when seeing it with his own eyes, he was still in shock. His son is a real piece of work. Yeah, Lin is a good kid, and he's very close to Linen, even living together for more than 10 years. What? Do you have a problem with that? Ningxi crossed her right and left arms over her chest as she gazed at the haggard-faced Linxi. That's not true. It's just that girl seems to be a bit malnourished. Linxi thought to herself whether she should buy some nutritional supplements for her daughter-in-law. If she didn't make up for it, then his grandchildren will have to drink formula. Well, it's true that there's a little bit, so let's put it this way. Ningxi took Lindsay's hand and walked towards the room. The force on his arm caused the man with very thick black eyes to wince. That Shiki, you, what are you doing? Going to the room to talk about how to get Lin to develop twice, so I'm going to need you to cooperate. Looking at the flirtatious woman's smile, he knew deep down that it was the smile of a demon, and a chimera at that, the kind of smile that was extremely evil. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, he refused. It's better not to. That kind of earthly method can't be trusted. It's better to buy some tonic. Lindsay sheepishly tried to draw her arm back, but her afterglow saw the cold light. The middle-aged man's great marvel is not good. If you don't escape at this moment, when will you wait? Turn and try to run. The three young girls staring blankly at them in front of his vision, he stopped moving. Hey, Shiki, I'm really tired. Let go of me. Ningxi said disdainfully. You've abandoned me and Shaoan for more than 10 years now. Can't I ask for some compensation? Without giving Linxi a chance to continue speaking, Ningxi yanked him without a second thought and opened the door to the room. The tonic is wanted, and the earthy method is wanted, both. As long as it allows Lin to be able to grow, no matter what it is, just be honest and cooperate with me. Splat! The door slammed shut. Only 3 overwhelmed young girls were left at the scene. Xin, let's go take a bath, Su Chanshan proposed. At those words, Ning Xin glanced down at Su Chanshan's wet, clinging clothing. Yeah, it's been wet for so long. I'll catch a cold if I don't take a shower. With a red face, Ning Xin smiled and held Su Chanshan's hand, about to walk upstairs. Staring at the duo's reaction, Lin sure became anxious. It's boring to be alone. Take me with you. Saying that, Lin sure squeezed into the middle of the two sisters and wrapped his arms around their fragrant shoulders. And all of a sudden, the 3 of their faces were left just a few inches apart. Inside the shower, white smoke blurred Lin inside the mirror. Don't look, you'll still look the same again. Lin, who was sitting silently in a chair playing with his cell phone, reminded his little girlfriend who was standing in front of the mirror with her head down and dumbfounded. Lin, who took off her top, beamed and clutched her chest somewhat defiantly. Oof, I've grown up. You see. Lin walked over to Linen, and the arm he was holding suddenly unfolded. Linen looked up with his eyes and chanted in his mind. Some white, and it's clearly different than it used to be. Not looking. Lin quickly skimmed her head. Cut. Lin skimmed his mouth and put his hands over Lin's head, and suddenly the two of them were looking at each other. Look at me, asshole. Hey, see, my Lin has grown up. Linen perfunctorily pacified Lin's brain. As a boyfriend he naturally wouldn't lie to his little girlfriend, but truer, hurtful words are better left unsaid. She'll cry. Receiving Lin An's response, Lin Lin proudly raised his head in chest. Oof. See, Lin An had said that she had grown up, so it was accurate. It wasn't her illusion. Lin Lin could wear big clothes from now on too. She looked down to confirm. Well, at this rate of growth, it should grow for a few more decades before it's almost done. How much worse? Okay? Damn, I really do have to keep Lin going. As she was thinking about it, a shadow covered her eyes, followed by a soft pouting face. What are you pinching me for? You don't listen. I told you to wait for me at home. Why did you come over again? It's a good thing you have Sister Shia with you, otherwise I can't imagine you getting lost in the rain and crying. No way. I was obedient. I did wait for you to come home. But, after a few puffs of soft sounds, Linen felt the slippery touch on the back of her hand, and when she looked down, she watched as her hand was brought to a sacred position by Lin Lin. You feel, is my hair fluttering and beating fast? Lin Lin's flushed face, facing Lin An's gaze directly, expecting his answer. Lin An's fingers moved, and Lin Lin shyly bit her pink lips. Asshole, answer me, what's going on? Noticing the cold stare, Lin began to reply. Well, it's hot. No, I mean you're right, it does go fast. Lin Lin held Lin An's palm tightly and his head pushed into Linen. After you left, my heart beats very slowly, and only when I see you will it return to normal or even speed up. What are you trying to say? I want to say that my heart would die if I left you, and I don't want you to leave me. Fool, I'm not leaving you at all. Don't think about this nonsense. Humph. Of course I know this. My boyfriend is a wife's husband. How could he possibly leave me? Lin Lin arrogantly inclined her head, but her rosy cheeks betrayed her. Shyness was her instinct, and being shy with Lin was a sign that she had joy in her heart. Lin won't leave him. More than anything, the girl who doesn't know how to hide her small mind. Is she really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Lin thought curiously, when suddenly a pair of white jade hands pulled at his collar. Ha! Lin pulled back tactically. TCH, what are you backing out for? Come on, I'll help you undress. You're all wet. Lin glanced at her with strange eyes, and Lin pursed her lips, forcing back her shame. Your clothes are wet. Take them off. Chapter 171, Help me. Snap. The windows were pounded mercilessly by bean drops of rain. Inside the shower room, Lin stripped off the clothes that were in the way under Lin's movements. He raised his eyes to look at Lin, whose cheeks were flushed, and the corner of his mouth hooked as he laughed. Your turn, Lin. Come here. Lin sat on a chair, holding her right hand in her left hand to cover her flattened chest, facing Linen and crossing her feet in white round stockings. What Lin wanted to do, he knew very well. This girl wanted him to help and do something. The slight blush on Lin's face made him feel funny. It's been so long, what's the point of being shy? How to say this girl is also his daughter-in-law to be? Right, bathing together still blush. Seeing that Lin didn't respond, Lin skimmed his head and stared at him, looking at the corners of Lin An's hooked mouth, staring at Lin An's staring sight. All of a sudden she pursed her lips slightly, her white teeth pressed together, and Lin, who thought that Lin was mocking her own figure, directly stretched out her foot to dislike Lin An's abdomen. Stop laughing. Get over here and help me. After Lin finished speaking, the toes wrapped in white silk interlocked and squirmed, next to Lin on his abdominal muscles. The slight movement caused Lin to react as he grabbed Lin's foot with one hand. Are you trying to kick me? Lin An's stare and the faint tickle on his paws made this Lin a little upset. I'm just kicking you to death, you asshole. Kick it bad and you'll have something to cry about. Lin had a good point. So, she'd better not kick it. It'll be useful later. Just in the moment Lin froze. Lin began to make a move. He leaned down and grabbed Lin's tiny toes with both hands. Don't move. I'll just take it off for you. Lin nodded. Be gentle or I'll get itchy. When it tickled she wanted to kick around. Okay. After winning a cry, Lin slowly removed the white stockings with an extremely skillful technique. A hint of white skin showed through. Soon, the touch on Lin's palm was no longer fine and silky, but smooth skin. Well, next you start stripping yourself. I'll wait for you. Lin stood up, intending to step into the bath. Lin had just lifted his feet when Lin behind him, the soles of his feet touching the ground, unfolded his arms and hugged Lin. Lin called out softly. Lin. That kind of private position. I think it's better for you to come by yourself. The white silk stockings were off, and the little black skirt had slipped down quite a bit below her thighs, but there was still a piece of fabric on the shy girl holding her breasts. If he went up and did it, helping Lin remove that fabric, he doubted Lin would take the opportunity to rush up and then have some story with him inside the shower room. Lin's luminous eyes, staring at Lin, slightly curved eyebrows, and hooked up corners of his mouth, filled Lin Lin's delicate face with an impish smile. I don't want. Lin Lin spoke indifferently. Humph. I advise you to help yourself a little, Linen. I've helped you. If you don't help me, when you sleep at night, you'll be finished. Threatened by his little girlfriend. The room was shrouded in a white mist, the temperature rose slowly, and the sound of ticking rang out. Aha! Good chance. Linen, who heard the sound of water, turned around directly and ran to the bathroom, and put down a line. Lin Lin, the water is already overflowing. I'll go wash it first. You can come up yourself later. Humph. Damn it. Bastard Linen actually ran away. I helped him myself. Lin Lin glared unhappily at Lin An's retreating back. Eyes down, staring above her pelvis, a small thought flooded her mind. Get back here. Lin Lin yelled at Linen. The fluffy voice resonated throughout the room. That Lin Lin, is there anything else you want? Linen turned back in helpless embarrassment and looked at his little girlfriend who was swinging her feet. It's just that I didn't help you take off your clothes. Why do you have to stare at him like you're going to kill him? Lin Lin's face was pink and cute, but those eyes were full of killing intent. Come here. I refuse. You can do this kind of small thing yourself. I'm not going. Linen resolutely turned back and stepped into the warm bath. He couldn't spoil Lin Lin. He had to help with such a small thing as undressing. He would definitely be an invalid in the future. Moreover, it wasn't like Lin Lin had gotten angry once or twice, and it wasn't that bad now. Anyway, he came out with his meds. Linen's eyes widened instantly. Wait, that drug seems to have been given to Dad. Oh, this is really Ed. Snap crisp footsteps sounded from behind Lin, stiffening and twisting her head. Hi Lin Lin. You're here. Take a shower. I've already washed up. I'll go out and wait. Linen stood up, intending to walk on the 36th plan, but the enemy was treacherous and cunning, and recognized his scheme straight away. Just soaked it up and you want to go out, don't you? Ha, how can that be? I just thought the water would be dirty if two people took a bath. I'll wait until you're done. Then I'll do it. Lin Lin smiled so happily that anyone who looked at her would say how cute she was, but Linen just felt, it's horrible. But you just said you washed it? Lin Lin cocked her head and gazed at her boyfriend with a smile. I misspoke. Linen wanted to explain. His lips suddenly came into contact with wetness, sweet scent wafting over his skin, the taste of his mouth like a magic potion, making him make his next move. Dang. Linen grabbed Lin Lin's wrists with both hands and pressed her against the wall. The warm and moist mist adds a different flavor. Next door. How strange. How is the ground moving? Lin sure stopped her hand movements and asked in puzzlement. Well, it's quite normal now, Sister Shio. My little aunt and uncle haven't seen each other for many years, and now they are maintaining their feelings. The rosy-cheeked Ning Xinshin sidestepped her body. Sister Shio, continue. Your massage technique is really good. I don't even want to move. Yeah. Looking at the behavior of the two women, Su Qianxian, who was drenched in the shower on the side, also had a flushed look. How is it that they can be so natural and open with each other? She's afraid to even get naked. There wasn't a lot of commotion downstairs, except that a certain girl was a little unsteady on her legs. Lin Lin, who was lying in the bath, covered her eyes and face, not daring to look at Linen at all. She'd be shy if you looked at her, and she couldn't help but fidget if you didn't, but at least she couldn't let Lin catch her smiling. Stillfulness often comes after much practice. Soon, Lin Lin girl produced sleepiness. Chapter 172 live broadcast. 9 o'clock at night. Linen picked up Lin Lin, whose body was emitting an ethereal scent, in a princess hug position and walked straight in the direction of the room. Lin An's mom and dad went to bed early, and the three sisters went to bed early for some reason. Coming to a room, Linen opened the door and was about to walk in. Suddenly, Lin Lin exhaled in Lin An's ear. Wait. Linen twisted his head to gaze at his little girlfriend. What's wrong, Lin Lin? I'm feeling a little hungry. As soon as Lin Lin's words left his mouth, his little stomach began to rumble. Lin Lin shakily, her face reddened and her head buried into Lin An's chest. In response, Lin An smiled faintly. If you didn't say anything, I forgot that you didn't eat. Lin An rubbed Lin Lin's head, hugged the buried Lin Lin and headed downstairs. The lights were out in every room, but the people inside the rooms were still awake. Lin An and Lin Lin naturally didn't know about this. Their purpose was simple, the kitchen. Lin Lin, sit down for a while, I'll cook for you. Lin An pacified Lin Lin, who was sitting on the sofa, and walked straight into the kitchen. If you're cooking, you'll be moving around a bit, so it's better to heat up the food. Thinking about it, Lin An opened the refrigerator, looked at the dish that was wrapped well in plastic wrap, took it out directly and walked to the pot. Labor began. It seemed that because of the rainy night, Lin Lin felt cool around her, and her white moist arms hugged the doll underneath her tightly. The doll is soft and squishy and its mold is a yellow square. This doll is Lin and Cousin's right. I did not expect Xin sister looks big and bold. In fact, the yin are also quite a girl heart. Well, Lin Lin's face was smiling as he toyed with the doll, not realizing that there was a person behind him. Su Chanxian and Lin Shi, Ning Xinshan stayed together and couldn't sleep because they were cuddling even though they are still moving their hands and feet. Her body was a little warm and she was planning to come out for the evening breeze. Just as he left his room, he looked downstairs at the bright lights and the sound of cooking, and walked downstairs, driven by curiosity. As soon as his toes touched the ground, his vision caught a glimpse of a petite figure. Lin? This girl is her sister-in-law, right? Although she hadn't interacted much with Lin personally, she had already learned about Lin and Linen from Lin Shi and Ning Xin's mouths. AI, how envious. Su Chanxian mumbled as she looked at Lin playing with her SpongeBob SquarePants. Lin's first love was Linen, and Lin's first love was Lin, and the two lived together since they were young, ate together, slept together, and would never be separated no matter what. And both parents are very supportive and don't object. Do couples like that really exist? Su Chanxian was puzzled and secretly inwardly asked herself. But Lin's happy smile in front of her eyes was tangibly reflected in her eyes. See, isn't such a couple right in front of her? Lin's smile was sweet and happy. She really did like Linen, didn't she? Even as she waited on the sidelines and looked at Linen with eyes full of love. She envied Lin, having gotten everything she wanted since she was a child. Having someone she liked, someone who loved her, and living a carefree life. And her? It's only her early 20s, and she's being rushed into marriage. People can be so angry with each other. Just as Su Chanxian gazed tenderly at Linen happened to heat up the meal and turned around. Lin, the food is ready. Come over and eat. Good. Lin casually tossed SpongeBob aside and ran to Linen with a smile on her face. The doll bounced on the couch and nearly dropped to the floor. Su Chanxian took her eyes off Lin and looked at SpongeBob. That's her doll. Obviously a second ago was playing so happy. How to say lose it. Hiding behind the wall, Su Chanxian saw her doll was casually thrown aside. Her heart was slightly lost, and thought that SpongeBob SquarePants was very important in the hearts of her younger siblings. The result, it's been casually tossed aside. If Lin knew Su Chanxian's little mind, she would have shouted, "Where is SpongeBob as important as Lin? Linen is her boyfriend, the kind of boyfriend who will only sleep with her for the rest of his life, only have a little baby with her, and take care of the little baby together and together." As far as she was concerned, she was already completely Lin's. Would he still dislike him? Heck, give him 1,000 pills and he wouldn't dare dislike her yet. Watch your image. Lin, pay attention to what? Lin stopped his dry rice and looked up to ask. Image, Lin added, gently wiping the grease from the corner of Lin's mouth. Oh, but image and stuff doesn't matter at all. You and I are the only ones here anyway. Lin's fingers poked Lin's chest. Her eyes curved. Then she happily stretched out her white palm towards Linen, cupping Lin's face. The two of them looked at each other. Lin licked his lips, his hot gaze staring straight at Linen. The situation is not good. Lin, who had eaten and drank enough, was proud again, and seemed to think that he was good again, so he immediately nibbled at Linen. The afterglow caught a glimpse of Lin's exposed little pink tongue, as well as after the action. Su Chanxian's cheeks instantly turned red. Are the two of them planning to be in the living room? No way. The innocent girl Su Chanxian quietly hid behind the wall, spreading her 10 fingers to cover her slightly red face. What kind of story will happen between the two young lovers in the living room? She didn't dare to think or look, but she was extremely curious. What's the difference between action in a movie and reality? Just one look? Tendencies of curiosity led her to open her eyes. Drip. Droplets of water fell and dripped onto the ground. Su Chanxian covered her mouth and nose to stop the nosebleed. Phew, this hiding and peeking thing seems to have a little bit of excitement there. But is it really good to nibble like that if you just ate and don't wash up? With doubt and curiosity, Su Chanxian continued to watch the live broadcast with wide eyes. P.S. The reason why not update it, because of the thought of opening a new book, and then conceptualize it. But the next book is a female frequency book. Don't look at it, it's not good. This one I keep updating it, because this one does not make money. Belongs to my own self-improvement text. Like to see, don't like to leave it. That's it. Chapter 173, Linen should drink her medicine. In the end, after Lin and Linen had finished boinking, they began to gargle together, while Su Chanxian blushed and quietly felt her way back to her room. With a click, Lin and Linan's arms stretched out his little paw to open the door to the room. Linen, it's time to go to sleep. Lin tilted her head, her crystal clear pink lips under the light close to Linan's earlobe, her sweet scent lingering around Linen. Well, it is indeed time to sleep. He'd felt tired this morning, and tired tonight, and all in all his eyelids couldn't help but droop now. Looking at Linan's eyes that were about to close, Lin stopped blinking and blinking continuously and beamed unwillingly. Lin, and is it possible to do other things before you go to bed? No, I'm tired. In the face of Lin An's reply, Lin's heart lost a little bit of steam. The tender little face snuggled into Lin An's collarbone, the pink mouth puckered and slowly exhaled. Lin An knows what this girl is trying to get into him. But now, he was really a bit tired and rubbed Lin's sleek head. I'll play with you tomorrow. Not tonight. At those words, the depressed Lin quickly came back to her senses. Expanding her smile, her soft and sticky face was plastered with linen. He really looking forward to tomorrow? He's not really looking forward to it. He just wants to sleep. Lin An dragged his sleepy body and lay on the bed with the petite Lin. Well, husband, good night. Looking at Lin An's side face, Lin's rounded fingers nodded at Lin An's cheeks. Well, Lin responded softly. Breathing gradually became calmer. Lin An slept, but Lin did not. She was home and had slept for a long time while in the car. Right now, she is in an extremely mental state. This bad guy, Lin, whose head was close to Lin An's chest, puffed up her mouth and muttered. All day long, it made her soft all over. And now, well, she slept like a pig herself. Not sure about sharing her either. Lin secretly thought for a long time on Lin An's bosom, and now she was a bit sleepy too. Lin yawned slightly, blinking her eyes. She closed them the next moment, her arms gently wrapping around her man. They're already together. In the future, she could join Lin An in the school park, in the classroom, or in the do something she likes in her own cabin. Oh yeah, she's about to be legally old enough to get married. Lin An had said that he would have a little baby with her when she was of legal marriageable age. At that time, she won't allow Lin An to sneak out of bed. One little baby isn't enough. It takes 2, 3. I'm not sure how to do it. How can she feed so many of them? Her breasts are still flat. Thinking about it, Lin's breathing slowly became even. The two fell asleep next to each other, the bright moonlight gently pouring through the window on the young couple. The sleeping Lin An, seemingly sensing something, slightly rolled over to gently hold the girl in his arms close. Lin's petite body was filled with a sweet, ethereal fragrance because the two of them were too close, or rather the two of them were hugging each other too tightly. Lin An's body was also gradually invaded by Lin's aura, and in the end, his entire body exuded Lin's aura. Day 2. Morning had just arrived when a crisp knock sounded on the door. Dum. Lin rubbed her eyes and branched out. Opening his eyes, the girl beside him was gone. While he was wondering, the knock on the door sounded again. Knock. Coming. Lin An didn't think too much about it and decisively got out of bed. Click. A grinning, childish face was reflected in his eyes. Lin tilted her little head, her hands behind her back, her white, jade-like cheeks filled with laughter. What are you doing? Lin An snorted and scratched his messy hairstyle, looking at Lin with a sleepy face. Lin An, are you drained of energy right now? Lin asked without answering, his feet coming up to Lin An's side, the smile on his face becoming even more intense as the distance between the two of them drew closer. Well, it's a little bit, Lin An naturally replied. Suddenly, his eyes widened instantly. Something wasn't right. Something was not right. Lin was actually smiling so brightly in the morning. TSK, something's wrong. Thinking of something, Lin An tactically retreated, looking warily at Lin's hand placed behind his back. You're not thinking of messing around in the morning. Lin, not now really. Lin An's rejection caused Lin's cheeks to instantly redden. This guy, does he think she's one of those girls with a head full of yellow waste? How could she be? Well, Lin stood on her white toes, her eyes glaring deathly at Lin. Lin, what do you want to do in the morning? Lin lifted her 12 points and stared at Lin with all her concentration, preventing her from rushing up. With his current body, he would need at least another week or two of recuperation to return to his peak. If he didn't stop or reject Lin now, then Lin didn't dare to guarantee that he would be chewed up by Lin, the little she-tiger. Here, Lin beamed as she held out the 10 perfect soup she had hidden behind her back in front of Lin An's eyes. Did you make this? Of course, not anymore. Lin's tone soared a bit, and when his afterglow caught a glimpse of Lin An's skeptical eyes, he instantly shriveled up. This was made by my mother-in-law. She saw that I was up early and you weren't. So, she told me to bring up a bowl of tonic soup for my father-in-law and send it up to you. After saying that, Lin's face visibly reddened even more. In fact, she was educated by her mother-in-law. Although Lin is young and determined and has good physical strength, he is also a human being. Lin, you should know how to sympathize with Lin. Don't be too much of a pussy, okay? She's also a girl with some experience, so she naturally understands what her mother-in-law has said. So she responded then with a silent nod. However, she was actually being taught a lesson by her mother-in-law yet, or in this way, Lin only felt shy and did not want to see anyone at all. picking up the bowl and going upstairs to find Linen. Tonic soup? Lin hesitated as she stared at the tonic soup. As a man about to turn 20, how could he say no? So he declined. I'm too healthy to need it. Better give it to my dad. Really? Really? So, shall we try it now? Lin pointed his fingertips towards the bed. That's a lot of bragging. How the hell is he supposed to say no to this glowing-eyed girl now? Chapter 173, Sloppy. Yo, playing? Ning Xinshin opened the door and saw Linen and Lin who were looking at each other, then greeted them. Linen froze for a moment and was about to respond. Lin had spoken at this time. However, well yes sis, Linen and I were just about to start our morning exercises. Lin responded with a smile, not giving Linen any time to respond at all. Taking his hand, he burrowed into the room. That Lin. Actually Pow. The door was closed. Aha, they're so affectionate. Ning Xinshin became a little envious. She also wanted to be with her favorite person every day. Shio. This guy, every day, play with her all late, do not have time to get up to play. Ning Xinshin puckered her lips and headed towards the restroom, intending to start washing up. Downstairs. Dumb. Ning she looked at the ceiling in confusion. Who was messing around upstairs in the morning? Ning sure didn't think it was Lin and Linen. After all, it was impossible for Lin not to listen to what she had explained to him only a few minutes ago. Knock knock. Dull pounding sounds continued to ring out, and Ning sure narrowed her eyes slightly. She was a little unsure if Lin was really listening to her. Just as she was thinking about it, a silhouette appeared in front of her. A freshly dressed Su Chanshan waved at Ning Shi, who was fuming. And she, I'll go out for a run and come back for lunch. Ha, you're going for a run. Ha, then, bring Xin with you. That girl has been lying around the house every day this summer vacation. She's getting rusty. Okay. Su Chanshan didn't think much about it and answered, heading directly upstairs. Xin was still quite good to her, but just too enthusiastic. Last night she really didn't want the three girls to sleep together, so she ran to Ning Xinshin's mother's room and slept. Walk upstairs. Su Chanshan stood on the hallway a little overwhelmed. Which room did Xin stay in? Last night she had left early and hadn't turned on the lights yet, and hadn't paid much attention to the location of the room at all. After contemplating for a while, she took out her cell phone and made a call to Ning Xinshin. Lying in bed. Lin sure woke up with a vibrating cell phone under the covers and twisted around. Slowly, he climbed to his feet. Lin sure rubbed her eyes and yawned, stretching, blinking her dazed eyes. Her pale palms reached under the covers and fumbled her cell phone out. Xian? Lin sure was a bit confused. What was this long black man calling her family Xin for? Lin sure thought quickly in his brain and didn't come up with an answer. Strange. Very strange. They shouldn't be so close to each other. Why would they call her family Xin? And that too in the middle of the morning. Is it breakfast? Or is she still inviting Xin out? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Shure's heart surged with displeasure, and her wakefulness instantly disappeared as she directly hung up the phone. Xin can only be mine. After saying that, Lin Shure's whole body was weak and paralyzed on the bed, dropping. The sound of the phone being hung up reached inside her ears. What the hell? Why did that enthusiastic guy hang up on her? She was a little confused as to why the guy who had been so enthusiastic last night had hung up on her. It can't be that this call is disturbing her sleep. Su Chanshan froze for a moment, rightly assuming that she had disturbed Xinshin's sleep. Soul thought about heading downstairs. Suddenly, knock knock, a voice came from one of the rooms. Su Chanshan froze, her face favoring a room. Strange. Who's banging on things in the morning? Xin and Sure? Or Lin and? Chapter 175, Thoughts on Morning Exercise. I don't know how long it's been. Inside the room, Lin let go of his small hand and his head left Lin An's neck, all limp and straight to the bed. Pa Lin slapped Lin's little butt and stood up to look at the girl curled up softly on the bed. Don't pretend. Well, don't you. Don't disturb me. I want to sleep and sleep. Lin rolled over and pulled the quilt to cover his brain. Hey, this girl was not just very capable of it, which only kissed how long now on the waist. Almost there, don't pretend Lin. It's almost noon now. You should get up. Lin lowered his body and shook Lin's body, trying to get Lin to hurry up. Why am I like this? Aren't you at all clear? Lin ripped off the quilt to reveal her big round eyes and glared at Linen, the bad guy. Obviously the physical strength is very good, but pretending to act like it is not possible. If she had known that Linen is still so hanging, she should not be impulsive. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so sleepy. So sleepy. After glaring, Lin withdrew her gaze and redrew the quilt up to shield her from the harsh sunlight outside the window. Hey, Linen shook his head helplessly and walked over to the window, brush pulling the curtains closed. Instantly this room was filled with an atmosphere within the atmosphere of a dark and good job. Don't cover your head. It's easy to get stuffy. Linen pulled down the quilt and exposed Lin's little head. Lin, who had her eyes closed, softly let out a soft, fluffy, delicate sound, and then there was no more response. Gazing at Lin's face, which was slightly red from the heat, as well as the beads of sweat on his forehead, Linen lightly smiled and wiped it off. Then he turned to leave. Get some rest if you're tired. I'll be out first. After Lin's words were finished, Lin's exposed white feet moved, but did not make a single sound. If it was in the past when Linen said to leave, Lin would definitely retain. But now, she has no strength at all. Really, not a bit left. I just want to sleep. Pa Linen closed the door and walked out. Just after walking out of the doorway, Linen felt a little sticky and sweaty all over. Better go take a shower. Linen sniffed his body and headed straight for the shower. Didn't go more than a few steps. There was a click as a woman with disheveled hair emerged from a room off to the side. Lin was staring straight at Linen and his head was getting closer and closer. Those eyes with thick black circles were a bit eerie in Lin's eyes. Linen took a step back and asked, Sister Shio, what's wrong with you? Well, you kids have nothing to do in the morning. You've been messing around with Lin, haven't you? At these words, Lin's heart instantly pounded. Sister Shio, the devil, had such heavy dark circles under her eyes. It should be because he and Lin had disturbed her sleep. TCH, this look must want to find him and Lin to settle the score. Linen thought that he couldn't let Lin with disturb the girl who was still sleeping in the room, and decisively weaseled his way up. No right sure sister, you are mistaken right? I've only just gotten up here. I haven't even washed up. How is it possible? Yes? Yeah. Lin blinked, slightly close to Lin's face. At once Linen was a bit weak and backed away. Continued to argue. Cough cough. That. Sister Shio, I didn't take a bath last night. Now my body can be stinky. Don't get so close to me. If it smokes you, cousin will scold me. As soon as the words fell, Linen slipped in the direction of the shower room under Lin gaze. Lin sniffed and narrowed her eyes at Lin's departing back. And suddenly, the red mark on Lin's neck was reflected in her eyes. It's little strawberries. Wait, that's Sister Shio. Is there anything else you want? Linen secretly said something bad and stiffened and looked back at Lin only to see Lin walk up to Linen without a word, narrowing her eyes and smiling. Oh, wasn't you making that noise this morning? Of course not. I think it was my dad who did it. After all, you know my mom and dad haven't seen each other in so many years, and they must be holding a lot of things in their hearts that they want to tell each other. When you get emotional, it's a lot of noise. Hearing that Linen did not hesitate to betray his parents, the corner of Lin lips hooked. This kid has learned bad actually still lie to her. Obviously made so much noise in the morning is this brat. Woke up the old lady still want to leave. Then how do you explain this little strawberry on your neck? Lin gazed at Linen with a smirk and poked the small strawberry on Lin's neck. I'm going? When did he get this planted on his neck by Lin? He thought Lin was making a scene and biting him, but it turned out to be getting this. Holy, this doesn't seem to wash off. If mom and dad see him downstairs, he'll get another lecture. Hey, don't be stupid. Be honest with me, how long have you guys been kissing this morning? Linen was confused, staring blankly at Lin How was he going to answer that? Was he going to tell Shio that he couldn't remember because he was too involved? Well, don't you remember how long it's been either? Actually, I understand. Go take a shower. Lin waved his hand for Linen to leave, while he himself walked into the room. Splat snapped, bringing Linen back to reality from his dazed state. Chapter 176, Father and Son in One Mind. Both fall off the pillow. Glancing at the door of Lin closed room, Linen scratched his head in confusion. What's going on here? Sister Shio? He thought Shio was going to teach him a lesson. But, nothing happened. But that was fine. He had to go eliminate the evidence of his body now before his mom and dad saw him. After thinking about it, Linen lethargically headed to the shower room. Inside Lin room, Lin sat on the edge of her bed looking at her cell phone in a daze. Should I tell my brother that Linen and Lin are playing day in and day out? With Linen and Lin living such an uninhibited life, by the time they graduated Linen and Lin might already have their own little baby. If that was the case, she, as a sister-in-law, should also do something for it. After thinking about it, Lin decisively called to harass Lin Su and Bai Yi who were on their honeymoon. Hello? Sure Ori, what can I do for you? Brother, Lin was about to open her mouth to say something, when suddenly the sound of dun 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 entered her ears. Now her oldest brother is this busy too? Sheesh. Thinking about this, Lin felt the cell phone in her hand was unusually hot. What's wrong Xiao? Why aren't you talking? Are Lin and Linen in some kind of trouble? Yes, of course it is. Your good daughter is now getting tired of Lin every day. Maybe by the time you two guys come back, the other Lin is already feeding the little baby's grandmother. No, Lin seems to be poor. She doesn't have that capital. Ahem. It's fine old brother. You get busy first I'll talk about my business later. See you later old man. Bye. Shy you. Lin Su on the phone was puzzled when the phone had been hung up. Few older brother and sister are actually playing there as well. Hey, then Lin and Lin An's matter can only wait until the evening to tell him. After mumbling something, Lin Sure put away her phone and walked over to the mirror to start fixing her messy hair. The time is noon. Lin finished his shower with a somewhat disgruntled expression on his face. He's got this little strawberry on his neck. He can't wipe it off. This thing will just have to wait until it goes away on its own. Lin was worried that his parents would see him and catch him for a little education. But now it was noon, and he had to go downstairs to forage for food. And it was just that if he didn't eat, the soft girl in the room needed to eat too. Lin hesitated for a long time and headed downstairs. Now we can only pray that mom and dad aren't downstairs. Lin had just walked in the direction of the doorway, and Lin inside the room was now awake from her sleep. But now she wasn't in the best of spirits, and was particularly tired, as well as particularly weak. Miss him. Lin hugged the quilt stain with Lin's scent and sniffed it silently close to her own small nose. As soon as the man's scent drifted within Lin's nose, the little girl's tired body was instantly refreshed. The little face was slightly flushed and her cheeks rubbed against it. That's nice. It all smells like her boyfriend. And the smell will remain with her for the rest of her life. Thinking of Lin who had made out with her earlier, Lin's little face flushed even more. Lin became her boyfriend and would be her husband in the future. There was no doubt about that. And she's going to have little ones. Thinking about it, Lin's rosy cheeks lowered and looked at her small belly and reached out to stroke it slightly. Gotta come on and take Lin down. That bad boy was so disobedient. Every time he demanded a kiss, he wouldn't let it go any further. And what because she's weak and needs to get better? She'll be almost there by the time she graduates. It's been more than 10 days since my last period, right? So now, then, the body is much better already, I guess. So it should be possible to have a baby with Lin now. Lin wasn't so sure that she wanted it very much, but the body may not work. After thinking about it, Lin made a decision. Since you don't know if there's something wrong with your body, go to the hospital today. Thinking of this, Lin began to dress, intending to get out of bed. Tata Lin walked in the direction of the room door with light steps. Just as he approached, a familiar voice came from the door. Dad, what's wrong with you? Why are you covering your neck? I'm fine. It's just that accidentally fell off the pillow and twisted my neck during last night. Yes? Of course it is. By the way, Anne, why are you covering your neck too? Did you fall asleep too? Yeah, I fell off the pillow last night too, and now my neck is a little uncomfortable. Oh, then pay attention, I'm going to my room to rest first. By the way, your mom is downstairs. She has something for you. Okay, Dad. As the words fell, Lin, who had his ears close to the doorway of the room, had his eyes rapidly rolling his eyes, revealing a worried expression. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Lin fell off the pillow? How can this be? Obviously in the morning is still good. How is it? Thinking about what Lin and her father-in-law had said, Lin suddenly thought of something. Right, she even bit Lin An's neck this morning. So, in fact, the neck that Lin covered was actually her little strawberry? Thinking of this, Lin's little face instantly turned into the appearance of a steamy girl. Tough luck for Eunuch, he didn't see it or she wouldn't have dared to go out and meet people. But her mother-in-law had instructed her to exercise moderation and be considerate of Lin. Not to go pestering Lin every day just to make herself happy. Nope, my mother-in-law is downstairs now, and it looks like Lin is down there, too. Oh no. Her and Lin An's little secret is going to be discovered by her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law was an experienced woman. Lin An's disguise surely didn't mean her mother-in-law. She decided to be caught out by Lin An's little trick at a glance. After all, she'd been recognized for her small-mindedness this morning. She didn't think Lin An's disguise was that good. She even thought that the reason why her father-in-law had just said that he had fallen off the pillow was because he had also had strawberries planted on his neck by his mother-in-law. Gee, these are really screwed up. I promised my mother-in-law just before, and it's only been a little while, and she's broken it. The more she thought about it, the worse it got. The more anxious she became, and the more she thought about it, the more she worried that her mother-in-law thought of her as a little girl full of yellow waste. What if her mother-in-law's image of her is so diminished that she won't allow her to be with Lin? No way. That's the kind of thing she wouldn't allow. She, Lin, could not leave Lin for a long time. She did not want to be separated from Lin. She had not yet had a little baby with Lin. Pop. Lin broke through the door. her big round eyes firm as a party member, and in her little white dress, she quickly descended the stairs. Lin Lin's little feet had just stepped onto the steps when she heard a voice. What happened to your neck? That eye. But don't tell me you fell off the pillow like your dad? Chapter 177, Mother and Child Chat. Actually that one I did fall asleep too. Lin awkwardly scratched his head, his eyes slightly glancing upwards, directly into his own mom's staring eyes. Floating eyes, you lied. You should have been fooling around with that girl Lin this morning. Ningxue put her fingers on Lin's shoulders and slowly sat beside him. When Ningxue's palm landed on his shoulder, Lin felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. Mom, Lin had just opened his mouth before he could finish his sentence. Ningxue smiled until she looked at him and made a sound. Well, I know Shaoan, it was that girl Lin who did it right. It's normal for young people to be impulsive, but sometimes it's not good to be too impulsive. While speaking, Ningxue held Lin's palm that was covering his neck. Lin didn't dare to resist, and could only comply with his old mom's wishes and put his palms down. The palm of his hand left his neck. Lin was more nervous, could not help but swallow saliva. The tips of his eyebrows moved slightly. The exhale in his chest also slowly exhaled. Now he was extremely worried about the mark on his neck was used by his own mother to teach him a lesson. When he first came here, his mom said that he should pay attention to his health, and he agreed quickly, and he also served him a bowl of tonic soup today. But then this morning, he had played kissy face with Lin in bed, and now the mark on his neck indicated to his old mom that he had let her words go as if they were farts. Just when Lin didn't know how to face his mom's lecture to himself, catching Lin, who had been hiding at the entrance of the room to eavesdrop, sneaked out. Lin's delicate arms were lying on the railing, her pink face slightly bulging, her lovely big eyes staring straight at Lin who was lowering her head in front of her own mother-in-law downstairs. The way Lin lowered her head made Lin's heart ache and she couldn't help but let out a fluffy sound. Hey Lin, so sad. This must have been scolded by my mother-in-law. In order to bring back Lin's old arrogance, Lin decided to make it up to Lin at night. After all, she was the one who planted the little strawberries on Lin's body. Just as Lin was thinking like this, suddenly the voices downstairs became a little louder, and all of a sudden, they reached the ears of Lin who was eavesdropping upstairs. When are you and Lin planning to get married? Ha! Lin shouted in surprise, and in the next second hastily covered her pink little mouth. The little neck scrunched back slightly. Picking himself up, he continued to listen to the conversation downstairs. Ha! Mom, isn't this something a little too early? Lin and I are still sophomores. It's not early at all, and it's very late. You know I had you when I was 19, and you're 19 now. You're old enough to talk about marriage. But, Lin was still thinking of saying something when suddenly Ningxue held Lin's palm. He stared at his palm suspiciously, and soon a set of keys appeared in his hand. Seeing her son's incomprehension, Ningxue lifted the drooping silk beside her cheeks to the back of her head and laughed. I've also learned about your and Lin's grades, and there's a huge difference between your grades. So in order for you to still be together in the future. So what? This string of keys will be the house you and Lin will live in from now on. As far as she knew, that in-laws of hers had given millions of dollars to Lin and Linen. Then it was also natural that she, as the in-laws, didn't want to disgrace Linen. Since you're paying for it, it's good that she's paying for the house and the car. Looking at the key in his hand, Lin's eyes couldn't help but turn a little red. He hadn't seen much of his parents since he was a child, and now once he came back, he got everything. Father's love, mother's love and relatives' love he got. Even if he did something wrong, his own mother didn't blame him, even gave him these. Ningxue saw the difference in his son and reached out to gently rub his head. Take it. When you and Lin go to school, Mom won't be able to be by your side as often, and will only be able to give you these material things. You should get along well with Lin, and it would be best if you give your father and I grandchildren by the time you graduate. After Ningxue's words were finished, a smile appeared on her face now. Seeing this, Lin only felt that he was about to be unable to hold back, and the tip of his nose unconsciously began to become sour. Lin exhaled softly. Mom, I will. I know. By the way, you wait to get well now you know? Make up for it first, and when your body is well exercised, it won't be too late to do some of the things couples like to do. As she said this, Ningxue's eyes slanted at the small strawberries on Lin's neck as well as under his collarbone. Hey, that girl. She looks like a good girl, but underneath, she's an even tougher demon than she is. Although I'll let you and Lin have a child while you're in college, but only if you take care of your health. Don't let your body collapse when you're done. Mom, how is this? Lin was quite helpless. He was very restrained and hadn't messed around with Lin so far. Okay. Just a certain girl is crazy. Why wouldn't I? You put it together. What do you have here, there, and here? Do you really think I'm blind? Lin chose to be silent, and he could only be silent. After all, Lin was quite cute on a normal day besides his brain being full of yellow waste, so he couldn't put the blame on Lin. Hear that? I hear you. I'll pay attention in the future. Well, go eat. Ningxue smiled and rubbed Lin's head, pointing to the kitchen. Good. The voices downstairs diminished to the crisp sound of footsteps. Lin, who heard the conversation downstairs, her pink face flushed. Phew, Lin didn't rat her out. Grandma didn't say anything about her either. Yay. Ahahaha, great. She was so good in her mother-in-law's eyes as a good, well-behaved girl. Lin's face beamed with laughter and self-congratulation. Chapter 178. You want to trick me into having a baby, don't you? Rinan. A soft, fluffy voice came from behind her. Ahem. Lin, who was eating his meal, choked and looked back, only to see that Lin stood beside him with her head lowered, and that shy look was clearly something to ask for. Just woke up? Well, I just woke up and wanted to see you, Lin said softly, moving her small feet slightly. After approaching Lin's side, Lin directly reached out and pressed his hand against Lin's neck. Lin, accompany me to the hospital. Are you sick? No. Want to see if I'm physically able to carry a baby. After saying that, Lin's little face was directly buried into Lin's shoulder. Lin hesitated a bit. Lin, why don't you accompany me to take a look? I just want to have a baby with you sooner, Lin said as he moved closer to Lin's face, his exhaled breath emitting a sweet and ethereal scent. Don't try to confuse me. People don't. They're just talking normally. Normal my ass. Boobs are close to his chest. Even his little pink mouth is so close to him. It was obvious that he was seducing him. Don't get so close to me yet, Lin. I'm eating. Upon hearing this, Lin puffed out her little mouth and glanced at Lin somewhat grudgingly. If you don't accompany me, I'll go and tell my mother-in-law that you're bullying me. When these words came out, Lin's expression changed a bit. Lin looked at Lin and was about to finish her sentence when she saw Lin's slightly hooked lips. It was obvious that this girl was holding back her laughter. Lin put down the dishes and slightly hugged Lin in a tight embrace, blowing gently on her little ear. Learning bad. Actually using my mom to pressure me. Who told you not to want to accompany me? You're my boyfriend. As your girlfriend I can't let my boyfriend accompany me? Lin revealed a pitiful expression, wanting Lin to feel sorry for her and then fulfill her. Okay, after I finish eating. Right, Lin, you haven't eaten either. Hurry up and eat. I'll accompany you to the hospital afterward. Really? Of course, I'd never lie to you. Hearing this, Lin's little face visibly drooped. What's the matter? Looking aggrieved again. I didn't bully you, did I? Lin lowered down and poked Lin's soft face. You've been lying to me the whole time, Lin muttered as she puckered her little mouth. What did I lie to you about? Lin was a bit confused, and his entire body was in a state of confusion. You tried to trick me into having a baby. Lin was even more confused. Did this still need to be cheated? The girl had come forward. Where could she run? You agreed to pick up my mouth every night, and now you say you can accompany me to the hospital. So, you've been thinking about today for a long time. You just want to trick me into making you a baby, right? Looking at the girl on her tiptoes in front of him, the corner of Lin's mouth twitched. This girl is getting her little heart out, isn't she? Dang, Lin didn't hold back one bit and knocked Lin on the head. Lin covered his head and glared at Lin. You're annoyed. You really are cheating me to give you a child. You said it earlier. I won't disagree. And now you're still hitting me. Do you know that you're domestic violence me? Lin looked at Lin's haughty little expression and only felt amused. But no, it has to be held back. Hold back. Why are you ignoring me? Lin poked Lin's chest and looked at him with a bulging face. Because you're a fool. I don't want to care about little fools. At those words, Lin pinched Lin's cheeks and smiled. You're the fool. I'm not. You are. No. Chapter 179, Lin, I want to see the rabbit. After Lin's soft words and some pestering, Lin and Lin started to the hospital in Lin Shure's car. What do you say? Am I healthy? Lin lay in Lin's arms and looked at him fondly. Lin stroked Lin's head. We won't know until we get there. Lin buried her scarlet little face and gently answered. Oh, then, in the back of her mind, she thought darkly. Healthy, right? That way, you can have little ones early. After all, she and Lin had kissed a long time ago. And if it wasn't for the fact that she was weak, she would have had a little baby by now. Thinking that he would have a little baby with Lin in the future, Lin couldn't help but smile on his tender little face. The short, cute, onion-white fingers that were interlocked with Lin's 10 fingers were also slightly clenched. After having a little baby, she can become a mother. When she becomes a mother, then she can no longer act like a child. She has to become a good wife who can help Lin, and then be a good mother. Lin rubbed his small stomach, which was still a bit bulging from the meal he had just eaten, and smiled secretly. He. Hearing this laughter, Lin sighed slightly. If Lin knew she wasn't pregnant, that smile would dissipate again. Lin didn't want Lin to have a child early now. Lin was also less than 20 years old, and they weren't even married yet. It was a bit too early to have a child at this time. What's more, Lin's body wasn't very good right now, so it wouldn't be too late to recuperate and get her body well. Then it wouldn't be too late to have it again. And it'll be Lin's period again in a few days, right? Then Lin's stomach is going to hurt again. Hey, Lin's body is really weak. This kind of thing that made Lin's smile disappear. Lin wasn't going to say it, or Lin actually knew it herself and was just fooling herself. Sasha Lin tenderly rubbed Lin's brain, sensing Lin's movements. The smile on Lin's face grew even more intense. Rinan, let's get married soon. Now, you're not even of marriageable age. What's the rush? Lin smiled faintly and caressed Lin's soft face. Her fingers lifted her hair, and the faint smell of milk drifted in. The tip of his nose caught the scent, and Lin froze. Lin, have you been drinking milk lately? Yes, I drink it every day. It's not like you don't know. Saying that, Lin raised her body and sat on Lin's lap, the arm that was hooked around Lin's neck slightly harder and closer to Lin's cheek. Blowing out a breath right at Lin. Smell me, I also still had a carton of milk when I came out. She wanted to make up for it so her little one wouldn't starve. Do you drink it every day? Lin's eyes went down and saw the slightly bulging shirt. Lin nodded. Drinking is good. Lin, you seem to have grown a little bit more. Yeah. After hearing Lin's words, Lin was so excited that he directly reached out his hand and approached his collar, wanting to lift it up for a closer look. Lin, wait. Seeing this, Lin covered Lin's hands, stopping Lin from trying to reveal his intimate apparel. Lin, what are you doing? Why don't you show me? What's wrong with me looking at my rabbit? Did you just lie to me again with what you just said? Lin lowered his voice and stared at Lin with a somewhat grudging bulging mouth. Of course not. It's just, have you forgotten who's sitting in front of you? Lin glanced at Lin Sure, who was concentrating on driving, then attached his ear and whispered softly to Lin. At those words, Lin's small eyes slanted slightly, only to see that the Lin Sure in front of her was so focused that she didn't hear her and Lin at all. Immediately after that, slightly narrowing her eyes and lying on top of Lin. Little auntie didn't hear it at all. You're intentionally diverting your attention. Don't think I don't know that what you just said about me growing up is actually just coaxing me. As the fluffy voice fell, Lin grunted and inclined his head in mock dissatisfaction. Actually, I was being honest. You did grow up a little bit. I can't. It's true. Unless you lift up and show me the bunny. When he finished speaking, Lin saw Lin's eyes with hidden anticipation. Lin's face twitched. So this girl was on this idea. Sure is a girl full of scraps. I refuse. Before Lin could finish his words, a small pink mouth filled with milky flavor made him swallow back the rest of the words. P.S. Preparing for a new book. Update word count is a little less, but keep updating, and add more during the National Day. Chapter 180, Inside the Car. Drip. Asterisk. What's with the kissing and spreading dog food while driving? Can you drive properly? Star. Oh. Lin Sure suddenly made a sound that frightened Lin directly withdrew his little mouth and looked behind him. Only Lin Sure raised her middle finger at a red sedan in front of her, and it was clear that she was upset. Looking at Lin, who was a little flustered on his tender little face in front of him, Lin lowered his head, got close to Lin's ear, and blew. Are you stupid? Shio-san. She wasn't talking about us. Feeling an itch in his ear, Lin turned around with a sharp thunk and bumped into Lin's head. Ouch. It hurts. Lin covered her head, her eyebrows drooping, and her little face bulging into a balloon in aggravation. Lin saw Lin's pouting mouth and reached out to touch Lin's forehead that was reddening from the pain. Let's not go to Lin hospital. Lin, who was enjoying Lin's touch, heard this and directly raised his head, his round black eyes staring straight at Lin. Why? Because you're so stupid, and I'm afraid that my future little baby will be as stupid and foolish as you. I'm not stupid. It's just that she doesn't want to think about anything else just because you're around. And she's not stupid. Seeing Lin pursing her delicate glossy lips, she didn't say a word. Lin sighed darkly. Just what? I'm just too lazy to use my brain because you've been with me since I was a kid. You've taken care of me since I was a kid. And I'm used to not wanting to use my brain when I have you around. Because even if she is a waste of nothing, Lin will help her and will accompany her. After all, as a child, she has been taken care of by Lin, and even at her invitation, Lin will sleep with her sleep. Lin's puffed up face turned even redder after she finished her sentence. At this moment, she thought back to being accompanied by Lin as a child, and to being knocked on the head by Lin for not obeying. After a pause, Lin Lin turned back to look at Linen with firm eyes. So, I'm not the one who's stupid. You're just lazy. Without giving Lin Lin a chance to finish his sentence, Linen pinched Lin Lin's cheek. Lin Lin, who was pouting her lips, frowned down slightly, her eyes staring at Linen with an unkind look. That asshole, bullying her again, to up like that. She can't even speak. Damn it. This stinking Linen, only know how to bully the weaker. She cannot resist at all. Well, looking at Lin Lin's lowered eyebrows and her increasingly bulging face, Linen felt amused, and suddenly the corners of his mouth that had just been hooked up directly disappeared. Ha! Lin looked down at her body. What are you doing? Aha! Lin Lin, who couldn't speak, hummed a few times with her eyes curved. Although he hadn't heard what this girl had said, he already knew what Lin Lin had said just by the little foot underneath him poking at his abdomen. Forget it, I won't mess with you anymore. I'm tired. After saying that, Linen loosened Lin Lin's slippery cheeks between his fingers. After the fingers binding his face were loosened, Lin Lin narrowed his eyes slightly to gaze at Linen. Asshole. It's not enough to bully her at home, but now she's in the little girl's car. Oomph. Just now he lied to her that he didn't want to accompany her to the hospital. The way the corners of that mouth were hooked up was clearly wanting it, right? Chapter 181 Bite You. I'll bite you to death. The thought of Linen tricking herself into playing again made Lin Lin more and more angry, so she opened her big white teeth and bit up at Lin An's arm. What is this girl doing again? Linen was startled by the pain, and when she looked down with her eyes, she saw that she had a head on her arm. Without giving Linen a chance to open his mouth, Lin Lin in the guise of a budding tiger pounced on Linen. The big bastard, with open teeth and claws and engaged in inhumane hissing. Linen never thought that he had been robbed of his speech function without noticing. This girl had learned to make a sound, pretending to bite his hand, when in fact the place she really wanted to bite wasn't her hand at all, but something else. Gee, careless. Lin Lin hooked Lin An's neck, and her delicate body followed in Lin An's movements, slowly going down, and soon Lin An's back was close to the seat cushion. Linen didn't dare to push Lin Lin away. It wouldn't be good if she got even more angry, so now she had to cater to Lin Lin and satisfy her. I just hoped that Lin Lin wouldn't be in a mini tantrum later. After all, it is an acquaintance who is driving. Front seat. Lin Sure, in the driver's seat, had a face worse than eating a can of herring. Those two guys in the back, they really don't take her seriously, do they? She had secretly warned them before, telling Lin Lin and Linen not to mess around in the car, but instead of listening, they had intensified and become even more arrogant. Gee whiz, it would have been just sitting in front of her and she could already feel the strong sour stench of love. But now, you don't even need to feel it, you can directly hear the kissing sound. These two assholes, actually messing around in her car like this, that position she and XIN have never used. Actually just like this by Linen and Lin Lin this guy too. The more Lin Sure who was driving the car thought about it, the more upset she became, the more angry she became. Now she couldn't wait to stop the car and then incarnate as a vicious sister-in-law to ruthlessly beat the ass of Lin Lin, the disobedient girl. Stealing food is fine, making noise is excessive. Thought about getting to a stoplight, so the car stopped. But although the car had stopped, the ambiguity behind it was at its height. Glancing at the mirror, Lin Sure direct deep breaths to calm down. Do not panic, the problem is not big. They show on show. Waiting to go back she will find XIN to appease her weak heart. As he was thinking, suddenly a big yellow dog rushed up. Woof. Barking a few times, he spat out his tongue and ate at the dog food on his low eyes. Wahahaha. Drip. Lin Sure glanced at the stoplight above his head and directly honked his horn, cursing angrily. Whose dog is this? Hurry up and hold it. Will you? It'll turn into a light later. The horn fell, and the big golden-haired dog stopped moving, raised its head to reveal its tongue and smiled at Lin Sure. Asterisk. What are you laughing at? Are you proud of being a dog that can only eat dog food spilled by others on the street? Asterisk hashtag at and asterisk. Lin Sure pointed at the big yellow dog eating dog food on the ground and cursed bitterly to vent her inner emotions. And at that moment, Linen and Lin Lin were startled by the noise of Lin Sure's voice and both left each other. Linen took a look at Lin Sure's appearance of pointing at the dog and cursing it, and lowered his voice to get closer to Lin Lin. Should Lin Lin stop at first? Our movement sister sure may have seen it all. And she may be in physiological stage right now. Her emotions are not too stable. Oh, Lin Lin nodded. With that, she sat upright, her small white hands resting lightly on her exposed white thighs. The pink tongue stuck out and licked the shimmering and somewhat crystallized tender red lips. We've kissed each other. Why should we be afraid to say anything? The current Lin Lin had a lot of guts at this point because he couldn't get enough. For a moment, he wanted to demand a kiss from Lin in front of his cranky little aunt. Just as soon as she thought about it, her cheeks unconsciously started to turn red. And so on. Why would Linen know when his sister-in-law's physiological period was? He didn't just know hers, and regardless of whether Linen was guessing or really knew, Lin had only one thought in his mind right now, and that was to blindly find an excuse and then pounce on Linen and proceed to continue what he had not yet accomplished just now. Are you sleepy, Lin? Linen looked at Lin who suddenly leaned on his shoulder and reached out to gently rub Lin's fine, smooth hair. Lin didn't answer Lin's words but instead puffed up her scarlet little face and asked rhetorically, You say, why do you know about little auntie's physiological period? Ha? Linen blinked and froze, not expecting Lin to say that at all. After a second's pause, Linen reached out and covered Lin's forehead. Being touched by Linen like this, Lin opened his mouth, revealing his little tiger teeth, and cried out in a milky, ferocious manner, what are you doing moving your hands? Answer my question. Linen sighed slightly, hey, this is not hot it seems that the brain is not burned stupid, but, you are really stupid Lin. After saying that, Linen cupped Lin's fleshy cheeks and came close to stare at Lin with narrowed eyes on his red little face. It's not stupid. Don't you pull away from the topic, you still haven't told me why you know. As he said that, Lin paused for a moment and glanced at Linshur, who was chattering about his output. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone, since I'm also celebrating Mid-Autumn Festival, I won't add more today, but we'll add more tomorrow haha. Chapter 182, Bite You Again. Lin's head tilted a bit in Linshur's direction, and suddenly warm breath came into his ear. Lin froze and was about to turn her head when suddenly she was grabbed at the waist. Lin stopped in shock, looking at Lin's slightly hooked lips. The itch in his waist surged directly into his entire body. Then, Lin pursed her lips and glared at Linen who had suddenly sneaked up on her. You want to do. Before the words were out of her mouth, her little ass flew straight up. Plop with a sound. Lin's delicate soft flesh of her buttocks sat directly and honestly on Lin's thighs, and Lin's reddened little face was now pressed tightly against Lin's chest. Flutter flutter flutter. The sound of Lin's heartbeat like good music made this girl, who was lying in Lin's arms and constantly emitting her own body's faint milky scent, freeze. His heart was beating so fast. Lin, is it tight now? With slightly reddened cheeks, Lin raised her head slightly at the thought and raised her eyes to look at her boyfriend. The little head just stretched out, and Lin's hooked up lips were reflected in her eyes, frightening the little girl to shrink her neck, directly lowering her eyebrows. Her white moist fingers nervously hooked on the corner of Lin's coat. Stinky Linen, why are you smiling? Don't you know she's easily shy with him? Hey, this girl is so cute when she's silly. The change in the corner of his clothing was naturally noticed by Linen, and Lin's scene of secretly looking at him was also caught in his eyes. Right now, he wanted to gently rub Lin's brain and stroke this cute girl extremely gently. Right. Lin suddenly raised his head, frightening Lin's hand that had just reached out to touch Lin to shrink back. Looking straight into Lin's big round eyes, he asked, what's wrong Lin? You haven't told me. Why do you know about your little aunt's physiological period? Did you also wash little auntie's panties? Put. Lin spoke out of turn, and Linshur, who was drinking water in front of him, directly spat out the water in his mouth, and the crystallized water wet the steering wheel. Oh no! Sister Shia was hearing Lin's filial words. Linen was a little worried that Linshur would transform into a cranky little ant and drag Lin out and beat him up, directly stretching out a finger to block Lin's small mouth. Ha! Lin frowned and glared at him. Take it away you asshole. What are you doing blocking her lips with your finger again? Is this good? It's not good at all. Abominable. Lin's words didn't go out again, and all of a sudden, her entire little face puffed up in anger, red and bulging, like a pink balloon. Linen glanced in Linshur's direction and saw that he was just silently wiping the steering wheel and leaning his head up against the stoplight, always watching the countdown. Linen breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily Linshur wasn't angry. The direction just now was obviously heard, but Shio-san didn't react much, so this was good news. Linen didn't think Linshur was angry, but at that moment, Linshur, who was wiping the water stains on the steering wheel, had veins rising slightly on the backs of his hands. A hint of anger also colored the innocent face. Hiss this dead girl. Really dare to say anything Really think she is deaf cannot hear anything? Lin has really gotten less and less likable since he's been with Linen. Not only do they show love and spread dog food every day, but now they are jealous of her. The more Linshur thought about it, the more upset she became, and stepped on the gas the moment the stoplight countdown ended. Hurry up and send this girl away. She desperately needs XIN under the covers right now to soothe. Lin opened her mouth and bit Lin's finger that was blocking her lips. Ha! You really bite. Who told you to answer my questions? Keep dodging, you asshole, and I'll get you killed. P.S. Busy. Chapter 183, speak up. Did you wash it by hand? In the end, Linen didn't get killed by Lin Lin. After all, she was weak. Don't want to care about you anymore. You're just a bad guy who loves to bully me. Lin Lin clutched his white arms, his tender little face filled with displeasure at Linen for deceiving him. The little mouth pouted, and the arrogance veered to one side. Don't want to care about me? Linen asked with a faint smile. Ignore. Who told you to wash your sister-in-law's inner shoe? Linen was startled, covering Lin Lin's tender lips and stretching out a finger to block against them. Can we not talk about this anymore? Besides, he couldn't guarantee that Lin Lin would not be rolled over, stripped of his pants and then spanked as soon as he got off the bus. Seeing Linen say this, Lin Lin was even more conclusive that Linen had really washed her sister-in-law's inner parts. What's the matter? Obviously since childhood to take care of her also never heard of Linen took care of her violent sister-in-law. Abominable. Thinking about it, Lin Lin stared straight at Linen. The little guy was upset right now and needed to be coaxed. Lin Lin held back his anger and nodded to Linen. Soon the hand gagging her was loosened. So did you wash it? Lin Lin glanced at his little aunt and muttered in a low voice. Linen thought for a moment and replied, washed it. Lin Lin sniffed and was so angry that she gritted her teeth viciously and opened her mouth. Go to hell you. Wait. Do you have anything else to weasel out of? Linen took a deep breath and spoke. Lin Lin, have you forgotten the first time Sister Sure came to her relatives? Hearing Linen say this, Lin Lin instantly widened her eyes. Oh, come to think of it, that was the time when my sister-in-law's pants were red and she said she was dying and told us to stop hating on her for taking our lollipops, breaking our toys, and not letting us bathe and sleep together. Hearing Lin Lin remember, he also smiled. Yes, it was that time. After we agreed, Sister Sure let me help her wash her clothes. At that time, I thought that Sister Sure was really dying, so I took it to the wash. The reason why he remembers is because he's treating that day as the anniversary of Lin Sure's death. Oh, so that's how it is. Hey, little auntie is a liar. She knows she's here as a relative, but she still came to cheat my 2 4-year-olds. Bad. Lying to her Rhinan to wash that kind of underwear. What a bad woman. The thought that her man had washed someone else's underwear made her heart beat fast, and her white teeth rubbed up and down hard. Bad sister-in-law. Cheating children. Shameless. Lin Lin only dared to secretly curse Lin Sure in his mind, but he didn't dare to make a sound. After being reminded by Linen, she also understood. At this time they are in their own sister-in-law car. How could offend her well? If you want to curse, beep in your mind. That. Linen, did you wash it by hand? An innocent and cute smile showed on Lin Lin's tender little face as she looked straight at Linen. Linen was in a cold sweat as he looked at Lin Lin, who kept blinking. His choice was to ignore it. Ahem. Why does it feel a bit dark outside Lin Lin's window? Is it about to rain? Is there an umbrella in the car? What if it rains when we get there and you get wet? You're weak and it would be a disaster if you got wet. Saying that, Linen glanced at Lin Lin, whose face was puffed up with anger, then took her hand and played with it. Linan's words caused Lin Lin's heart to cheer up a bit, and his displeasure dissipated a bit. Forgive you. Your hands are so small, Lin Lin. Linen stared at Lin Lin's tiny slippery hands and couldn't help but say, you're a dead man. Lin, I said. Jesus can't stop it. Lin Lin pins Linen down. Hey, two guys who don't know how to moderate. Lin Sure, who was driving, was a bit distracted by the movement behind her. Suddenly being annoyed, she saw the hospital. It's here. Hey, you guys stop screwing around, we're almost there. I'll kill you tonight. I'm wrong, okay? I'd like to rest for a few more days. No way. You're mine, and I'm the one who decides whether or not you get to rest, unless you serve me happily. Linen, with his knowledge of Lin Lin, how did he feel that there was something wrong with this serving? Chapter 184, No one is around. Start dealing with the little girl. Came to the hospital. Lin Sure sat in the car waiting for Linen and Lin Lin to leave so she could drive away to find Ning Xin. But, Lin Lin is playing a little game. Lin Lin puffed out her cheeks, her voice softly emerging from her small mouth. Linen, I want a hug. Perhaps Lin Lin's voice was sweet, or perhaps Lin Lin was pouting and spoke in a deliberately whiny manner, which Linen directly heard as Linen. I want a baby. Baby? In the car? In front of the hospital? And open the car door? How exciting should it be? Therefore, Linen rejected Lin Lin's very unhealthy request with an insistent face. Right now, it's really not possible. No way. I said I want it. Linan's refusal made Lin Lin very unhappy, and that tender lip was bitten by Lin Lin. Instantly a faint bite mark was carved on the pink lips. Asshole Linen. She just wants a hug, and she won't even give it to her? Obviously he was thinking of coaxing her when he was in the car, and now she's giving him a chance, but he doesn't appreciate it. The big dummy. Just hugging her a little bit for talking nonsense in the car was all she was going to do to turn the page on that. But, asshole Linen, yet he even gave her a hug. Is he ashamed of himself in public? Lin Lin looked around and saw that there weren't many people around at all, so this reason was ruled out. So why didn't this asshole Lin give her a hug? Lin Lin, who couldn't figure it out, was super angry, her face bulging with anger, and her eyes were obviously a little red. Seeing the situation, Lin sighed and looked embarrassed. Question: what if my little girlfriend at home is a jealous, crying, petulant, but dumb white girl with a lot of money? Lin thought about it and walked directly to Lin Lin's side. Lin. Seeing Lin come over, Lin smiled happily, blinking her eyes in Lin An's direction and swinging her limbs cheerfully. Hee come on, come and hug me. Just as Lin thought about it, Lin's but left the car mat. Lin An, I knew you would. Don't talk yet. Let's find a quieter place. Lin pressed her fingers against Lin's crystalline, watery lips and whispered softly next to her ear. Then, without waiting for Lin to answer him, Lin walked Lin towards the direction of the grove in a princess carry. Hey, young people nowadays playing is really getting more and more flowery. When Lin left, she could clearly see Lin put a few small balloons into her pockets. Lin sure shook his head in Lin and Lin An's direction and directly left. After all, this is no time to keep wasting time. Lin sure followed up with a call to Ning Xinshin. Hello, the voice of an extremely gentle imperial lady appeared on the phone. Who are you? Why do you have my family Xin cell phone? This voice was strange, she had never heard it before. It wasn't Ning Shi's or Su Chanshan's, so that meant her Xin was in danger. Lin Shi, who thought of this, was even more anxious in his heart. She was about to continue saying something into the phone when suddenly the phone sent a message that confused her. I'm Xin's mom. Who are you? Chapter 185, a battle is on the horizon. Mom, no, auntie, I'm Xin's friend. I just thought she was in danger. Sorry, On the other side, Lin's head lay peacefully in Lin An's arms. Although she didn't know what Lin was going to take her for, Lin was sure Lin wouldn't do anything bad to her. And Lin can be gentle. How can he do bad things to her? Lin thought of Lin An's goodness, and his hands that were stuck in Lin An's arms became even more compact. The smooth face rubbed slightly in Lin An's arms. Lin's soft and fluffy voice blew in lightly, and at once Lin understood that Lin was rushing him. If she didn't do as she was told, she'd have to be sad again. After thinking about it, Lin asked, Lin, you still want it? Wanted. She could use a hug and a kiss. Thinking about it, Lin's head lifted up to wave on Lin An's face. Lin's words couldn't help but make Lin swallow a mouthful of saliva and slightly wipe the drool from his face. Then he turned his head and looked around. Well, it's all foliage and there's no one around. It's a great place to deal with silly white people. Seeing no one around, Lin said decisively, come on, come? Lin was quite puzzled, his round head showing great confusion. Lin nodded his head in greeting, and then hoofed Lin onto the grass. Lin was still in a state of confusion when his back was close to the earth. After a slight pause, Lin's back was uncomfortable by the green grass, and his two arms directly hooked around Lin An's neck. The childish round face blinked red and became aggrieved, like a weak girl who had been bullied. Lin An, my back is itchy. This grass is so prickly. Come to think of it. As soon as Lin's words fell, with a thud, Lin's back left the soft grass and leaned against a tree of varying hardness. Hey, don't be nervous. I just observed. There's no one here at all. Don't worry so much. Seeing Lin's red little face, Lin reached out his hand to gently caress Lin's warm soft face. Lin An's deep gaze made Lin lose her thoughts for a short while, reveling in the pleasurable emotions of Lin An's palms caressing her face, and couldn't help but follow Lin's words with a soft, fluffy reply. Well, I'm not nervous. Who would be nervous about mere words of kissing in the grove? Lin secretly cheered and encouraged himself in his mind. Although the words were so, but blinking his mouth outside, or in this kind of grove, there's a great sense of atmosphere, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Flutter, Lin's little heart was beating erratically. Looking at Lin An's cool and handsome face that was getting closer and closer, Lin's face reddened beyond recognition. No, can't, so shy, so eager to die. Lin, whose back was pressed against a large tree, slightly pursed her pink lips and opened her mouth slightly, exhaling hot air. A momentary pink tongue was reflected in Lin An's dark eyes. Lin seemed to be in a hurry, and was thinking of refusing to come after some sophistry, but not yet. Let's just leave it at that. Dang. Lin pressed Lin's back against the big tree, no longer continuing, looking at Lin with a smile. Seeing this, Lin puffed out her mouth, a little bit disgruntled. Damn it, he was ready for a kiss himself, and this guy actually stopped. No way, she's going to initiate the offense. Lin lifted her warm red face, and turned her head sideways to directly unfold her hands, cupped Lin An's head, and her pink lips fiercely. Disliked it. That's not true. Lin Lin is so fierce. Linen was shocked and directly separated her mouth from Lin Lin's with a bow. Seeing the flustered Lin Lin drooped his eyebrows, as if he had made a mistake with a cat-eared lady, and his crystalline lips opened to say a few words. Lin An. Me. P.S. Kind of got the feeling back. Chapter 186. Oh don't ah. The midday sun was hidden by clouds. The sun was no longer so hot, but the exposed people were still sweating profusely. Lin An. I don't want. Lin Lin's eyes filled with tears. 2 tear tracks traced across her white cheeks, and her 10 fingers gently pushed against Lin An's chest. Good. Lin An stroked Lin Lin's face, which was wet with tears, and ran his thumb across Lin Lin's lips, which were glistening with a crystalline luster, and gazed at Lin Lin, who was exhaling slightly, heartily. I'm really worried. You said no one would come over here, right Lin An? As Lin Lin finished speaking, her eyes blinked. The tears that filled her eyes slid down from the corners of her eyes. A new tear trail added to her tender and rosy cheeks. It won't be. I just observed. There's no one here. Lin An continued to pacify Lin Lin, who was nervously hooking her fingers. It wasn't his intention to come here, but Lin Lin hinted at it when he was in the car, obviously wanting it badly. So, he had to fulfill it as well, didn't he? After all, whatever his little girlfriend wanted, he would give it to her. But, outside the grove there was a lot of traffic, so how could you say there was no one there? There was really no one in these woods, just her and Lin An. Both seeing that Lin Lin's face stayed flushed and she couldn't say anything to refuse. Lin An's fingers lifted Lin Lin's delicate chin and kissed her. Mouths and tongues were fighting, and Lin Lin's small hand that was originally pushing on Lin An's chest couldn't help but reduce its force. This asshole. Too good. Too skilled. It was clear that she had actually refused inwardly before, but after some exchanges, Lin Lin's hidden feelings were aroused by Lin An, and the original thoughts of not wanting to continue because of the pain were also shaken at this moment. Damn. Asshole Lin An. It made her so wrong. For the sake of not sinking into the sins of Lin An himself, Lin Lin intended to strengthen his will to. Don't. Lin Lin's eyes, blurred by tears, narrowed slightly, and pursed her lips in a soft refusal. She is not the kind of girl that Lin An hooks her finger to mess around. Lin Lin is actually very backbone, the kind that would rather die than give in. Although she said that, Lin Lin couldn't help but close her eyes. Suddenly, as soon as Lin An stopped, she directly stared wide-eyed and opened her mouth as if surprised, the saliva in her small mouth directly slipping out involuntarily. It dripped down onto Lin's clothes. Lin Lin's dull eyes were like a tiny cutie, making Lin An look amused, gazing at Lin Lin, saying, "Then, I'm leaving? No way. Actually, it's also possible." Lin Lin's face was so red that she could pinch and bleed, her voice getting smaller at the end of her words along with her mistress's mind. What? I didn't hear that? Lin An cupped Lin Lin's chin and gradually pressed closer to her. Lin An actually heard Lin Lin's words, but he wanted to tease this heartless girl. Being watched by Lin An all the time, she realized what she had said and inclined her head, her little face bulging. Nothing. Really? True. Lin Lin screamed before he could finish his sentence. Asshole. Messing around again. Soon the two that finished kissing left the place. Chapter 187. I'm going to bed. Lin Lin's mood was a little less than favorable, seemingly because she had been depressed after being scratched by Lin An. Her pink little mouth was beeping. Pouting slightly. Stinky Lin An. It's really bad. Skimming her lips, Lin Lin turned back to Lin An, who was walking towards her. The little mouth curled up even more, tilting his head to show he was angry. Lin An approached her and wrapped his arms around Lin Lin's waist, his lips breathing in Lin Lin's ear. I'm sorry Lin Lin. I was too hasty. Next time I'll be gentler. Lin Lin stared at Lin An with wide eyes. What? You want the next time? Once she's almost dead. Next time. Directly dead. What kind of person kisses on the mouth for that long? Almost couldn't breathe. Seeing that Lin Lin didn't say anything and just stared at him with narrowed eyes and drooping eyebrows, Lin An didn't even think about it and directly put his hand into his pocket and pulled out one of the things in his pocket. Then the other hand took Lin Lin's smooth palm in its grip and released something to her. What is this? Lin Lin looked at the thing in her hand and asked in confusion. There was something strange in the mold of the thing in her hand that she had never seen before. It's a hospital-bought pregnancy test. Lin Lin instantly felt that the thing in her hand was unusually important and pocketed it with a red face. The boyish scarlet face said to Lin An, Is it what I think it is? Yes, it's what you think. This is used to test for pregnancy. After hearing this, Lin Lin lowered her eyes and stared at the bulging pocket. So it was really used for pregnancy test. With this thing, does it mean that there is no need to go to the hospital? Lin Lin was quite afraid of going to the hospital, because when she was a little girl, every time she went to the hospital, she would inevitably get a needle. So this girl was extremely resistant to going to the hospital, the kind you'd rather die than obey. If it wasn't for the fact that today she had a sudden thought that she wanted to come to the hospital to see if she was healthy or not, then she would have never come to the hospital. Lin thought for a moment and asked to Linen, available this thing? And I don't know if I'm physically fit or not, right? Of course, but can know whether you are pregnant or not. Moreover, your body is weak or not, you are not clear? Now you still think of going to the hospital. You are so afraid of the doctor. Let's not go. If you really want a baby, usually eat well. You can't get pregnant without a better body. Linen said as she approached Lin's side. By the time we're close to graduation, I think it'll be pretty much the same. When Lin heard Linen say this, her childish and pretty face blinked red. I know. Even though she wasn't going to the hospital, with this pregnancy test, that meant that Linen had actually begun to waver. He also wants himself to have babies. I'm going to try to see if this thing works. After saying that, Lin was worried that when he went to use the pregnancy test, he would come out and not see Linen, and then shouted, but you have to wait for me outside. Linen touched Lin's warm and soft head. I'll stay with always Lin. I'm not going anywhere. Then Linen glanced with a somewhat odd expression at the pregnancy test Lin was holding tightly and said slowly, but, Lin, are you planning to try it in a public restroom? Lin froze, the pregnancy test in his palm almost slipping off as he asked dumbfoundedly, could it be that you? Don't you think so? Linen took Lin's soft hand and walked towards the outside of the grove. Of course not. How dirty it is out there. Let's go back. Try again at home. In that case, I will be able to stay with you now. Linen whispered in Lin's ear, seemingly saying this on purpose. As to whether it was on purpose or not, in any case, Lin thought that Linen, the bastard, was doing it on purpose. It hadn't been long since she'd raised her pants, and now she was messing with her, plainly on purpose. It's to tickle her immodest mind and then do bad things to her. Damn Linen. I didn't realize he was actually a pervert. Lin, who thought she had recognized Lin's plotting and scheming, bristled and said, Humph, I don't need you to accompany me. I can do it myself. Seeing the corners of Lin's mouth hook up, Lin added, I'm already an adult, so this little thing certainly can't be difficult for me. Oh, hey, you're being perfunctory, asshole. Humph, forget it if you don't believe me. P.S. I've been busy catching up on homework lately. Update on the 9th. Thanks. Chapter 188. Are you a wolf? Shortly after Linen and Lin left, they got into Lin Sher's car. Little auntie, drive faster, will you? Lin drummed his mouth and kept urging Lin Sher from behind the car. Do you think the road was built by our family? Just drive faster when you say so. Lin Sher angrily disliked Lin. The current Lin Sher was very upset, driving half an hour home, spending 15 minutes to take a shower, and before he could lie down for a few minutes in his room, he was called to be the driver again by these two youngsters. In hell, really think she's angry on the inside, don't you? Lin was a delicate girl, and when she was yelled at by Lin Sher like that, she panicked. Brains lowered his head and twisted it around to look at his ass, thinking to himself it won't be her getting her ass spanked by her little aunt when she gets back, will it? Now she was Lin's girlfriend. With Linen around she would more or less give herself some face, right? The buried head quietly lifted, and the large round eyes glanced in Lin Sher's direction. Seeing the side of Lin Sher's face revealing some anger, she instantly felt a bit hungover. Aha Lin Ann, you have to save me. What are you up to Lin? Linen looked in disbelief at Lin who suddenly just wrapped his arms around himself revealing his big watery eyes. Didn't you hear? Little aunt, she ferocious me. Do you think she will beat me when she goes back? Lin Pan pouted and whispered while glancing at Lin Sher, fearing that the Zhanglin demon would hear her words and directly park the car regardless and pick her up for a little anti-love poem. Don't! She can't get her ass kicked by anyone else anymore. Can only give him. Hearing this, Linen felt that Lin was silly and funny. Pinching her soft little face, he said, Hey, Lin, I think you're overthinking it. How could Sister Shio beat you up? Tell me how old Sister Shio is, and how old are you? Lin was about to speak when she suddenly slanted a glance at the front of the car and saw Lin Sher honestly driving the car, seemingly not hearing her at all. Lin let out a sigh of relief and continued, Little auntie, she's not normally big, and it's not like you don't know how big I am, so why do you need me to say it? Linen is really a pervert, not only wanting to eat her clean, but also thinking of molesting her. Humph. She won't play with Linen for the night, she's going to sleep with her mother-in-law. Linen looked helplessly at Lin, who had a serious and somewhat small grudge, and rubbed her cheeks fiercely. What was Tintin thinking? I was asking about age. Lin's words and what he said are obviously not the same topic. This stupid girl, why is she so full of crap? I don't know what age you're talking about. You asked yourself. You want to know how old your sister-in-law is, how old I am, how young I am. You don't know how young I am. Now you're pulling away from the subject of age. You're obviously being sophomoric. Lin Lin, whose eyes contained tears as she was being rubbed by Lin An's fleshy face, cried out in defiance while stretching out her 10 fingers to push against Lin An's chest, trying to get away from Lin An's rubbing. What kind of brain thinks about what kind of things? Lin Lin's brain, which is enriched by waste material, thinks about all immodesty. Lin An sort of understood Lin Lin's thinking logic. To say big, what she thought of was definitely somewhere. If she said little, she would definitely think of a cute and cuddly white rabbit. If he had said any other keywords, Lin had no doubt that strange things would have popped into his little girlfriend's head. Lin, let me tell you something very important. Lin An seriously cupped Lin Lin's face and gazed at Lin Lin, whose cheeks were gradually flushing red. Asterisk. What are you doing? Tell me. Are you horny? Lin Lin froze, dumbfounded. He looked at Lin An, and gradually his expression changed subtly. It's your sister. Lin Lin had a red face and pink lips. Then a roar. Lin Lin pounced on Lin An. Holy, wait, I was wrong. Not giving Lin An a chance to struggle, Lin Lin's chest blocked his view, and he wrapped his fragrant soft arms tightly around Lin An's neck to make the possibility of him breaking free zero. It's over. Why did he poke at the little thoughts in Lin Lin's mind? As she was thinking, suddenly Lin Lin shouted, calling me a pervert. Ha, Lin Lin, will bite you to death today. Then, wave. Lin sure, who was driving, didn't even have to think about it. A field of dog food had been spread behind her. Chapter 189, a girl who loves to lie, just deserves to be beaten. Lin sure is driving. She should have kept all of her attention on the road with so much traffic in front of her, but the movement behind her made her kind of want to turn around and peek. Slap came the crisp slap. The positions of Lin An and Lin Lin have been reversed. Good. It hurts. Lin An, don't hit me. I'm really afraid of pain. Lin Lin, who was lying on Lin An's lap, was pathetically tilting his head and begging for mercy. Ouch! Lin Lin screamed as hard as he could. Lin An wouldn't be able to soften his hand. He knew the terror of female brats well. Hiss! A little pain in the shoulder. Lin An snapped after feeling the pain in his shoulder. Lin, I'm not going to believe your bull asterisk now. Other than your mouth being a bit sweet, not a single word you say can be trusted. Don't try to fool me again. I'm not as easy to fool as you are. After saying that, Lin An raised his hand ferociously to the extreme, then slapped it down. Pop! It hurts! You asshole! Lin An ignored Lin Lin's shouts and stared straight at the aggrieved little face on his thigh. There's that trick again. The guy who would only act pitiful and be cute to gain his sympathy, and then once he didn't satisfy her, she would become a guy with a bad attitude again, because Lin Lin still wanted to kiss. After being refused by Lin An on the grounds that he couldn't breathe, Lin Lin opened his mouth and dropped it against his neck, in order to get him to let his guard down. The damn female brat actually said she wouldn't bite her dear boyfriend, but I didn't expect him to go soft with his heart, and he landed a bite mark directly on his shoulder. Damn girl, I can't believe he let the clothes on his shoulders stay wet and moist now. How much drool must this be? Damn it, no. Today, he would let Lin Lin know that deceiving him would lead to a miserable end. Slap. The slap from her boyfriend was gentle to the point of touching Lin Lin's soft spot. Oh, I was wrong. Don't hit me. I beg you, Lin An. Lin Lin's dark eyes became blurry. Pursing her pink lips, she kept twisting her body and begging for mercy in an attempt to get away from Lin An's beating. Who told you to bite me? And always lie. Can you act like an adult? Don't act like a child who is always pouting and capricious. I'm sorry, Lin An. I'm really wrong. I'll pay attention in the future. I'll be a girlfriend who treats you well. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Lin Lin bulged her mouth and drooped her head, blinking her eyes at Lin An. Was Lin Lin really just going to change? He didn't believe it. After so many years of being pampered and capricious, his head had long been filled with yellow waste, and now you're asking her to pour it out? The hell with it. But Lin An seemed to believe it, and his palm, which he had intended to fall violently, landed gently on Lin Lin's buttocks. Looking at the poor, pitiful girl, really? Really? From now on, if you tell me to go west, I'll never go east. You told me to take a shower, and I'll strip clean for you. If I had to go to bed for a nap, I'd be good and ready with your favorite little balloon, and I'd be posing for you. Without giving Lin Lin a chance to continue on. Pa! She moved a little. You! Lin Lin shyly covered her butt and glared at Lin An. See, I just move a little and you look like you're going to eat me again. You're asking me to trust you in that way. Lin Lin? Unbelievable? Unbelievable. Then I'm going to get you tonight, believe it or not, hubby. Lin An. Well, that statement, he believed. P.S. Try getting back to double shifts next month. The course was a bit tiring this month. Chapter 190, no more fooling around. The young couple didn't return to Ning Xinshin's house, but were traveling to and from Lin Lin's house. After living with Lin Lin for too long, Lin An was a little reluctant to leave the place and go live with her own parents. His parents, as well as his cousins, were affectionate and kind to Lin, as Lin naturally knew. However, Lin Lin is not accustomed to living with other people. She only wants to live with Linen in a shameless two-person world. Once there were more other people between the two of them, a feeling of resistance would grow within her. She knew that the other person was Lin An's relative yet, but there was just something within her that resisted. Inside the car, Lin An, who already didn't have much stamina in the grove, had the liberty to burn off his stamina in the car with the arrogant girl. I don't know whether it was too stuffy inside the car or he ran out of energy. Lin An was feeling tired now. Ignoring Lin Lin's pestering, he patted the little girl's butt and directly closed his eyes. Lin Lin, who was lying in Lin An's arms, moved her somewhat water-stained mouth, and rubbed her ass, which was a bit sore from being beaten by this bastard Linen. Puffing her face, she glared at Linen, who was so tired that she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Stinky Lin An was an asshole, and after spanking her ass, she fell right back to sleep herself. Don't even care about her. She's still in pain back there. Rubbing her butt, Lin Lin's mind was only thinking about how upset she was being punched, completely throwing the reason why he was getting his ass kicked out the window. Ruthless man of few words, Lin Lin reached out his sinful little hands to the flesh of Lin An's waist. Lin An was tired and wanted to sleep, but she, Lin Lin, was in full energy and didn't care that Lin An was now tired and asleep. After only a second, Lin An, who was only just about to fall asleep, popped up to his waistline. Ouch! Before Lin An could shout, Lin Lin's brain was first hit by Lin An's chest and screamed with some confusion. Lin Lin, stop. I'm so tired. Let me sleep. Lin An rubbed Lin Lin's brain broad, then his back relaxed, closed his eyes, and continued to lie flat. Lin An's head tilted to the right, and Lin Lin's small hands grabbed Lin An's shoulders and shook them. You're not allowed to sleep. What are you sleeping for? I'm the one who's been getting beat up. What do you have to sleep for? Don't sleep, move for me. Lin An was really too tired, being shaken violently by Lin Lin. Her eyes never opened a little bit, just her body swaying back and forth in obedience to Lin Lin's movements. Stinky Lin An spanked her ass like it was on fire, but she herself was thinking about sleeping comfortably. What's the difference between this kind of thing and just lifting up your pants and walking away when you're done? Seeing that Lin An didn't wake up, Lin Lin didn't even think to touch his finger downward, a pinch against Lin's ass. Aha! With a jolt, Lin An jumped straight up. Lin Lin, who was originally sitting on Lin An's lap, was shocked and tilted to the left, and hurriedly grabbed Lin An's sleeve. Pfft, with a sound, the delicate Lin Lin was pressed against the car seat by Lin An. The back of his head was a little fuzzy from the impact. Lin Lin paused before he felt the weight on the tablet. He was about to tell Lin An to get up, but seeing the tightly closed eyes on Lin An's face, Lin Lin didn't continue speaking, allowing Lin An to interlock with himself like this. Never mind, Lin An must be dead asleep right now, too lazy to be calling him. Anyway, now she's a little sleepy too yet. It didn't take long to drive and Lin sure arrived home. Lin, let's go to. Lin sure stopped the car and turned around to call out to the two guys only to find that they were embracing each other, the tips of their noses close together, and their hair mingled together, indistinguishable from each other. Hey, two lazy dogs. Chapter 191, arrive home, go to bed. It didn't take long for Lin An to wake up with Lin Sure shaking his shoulder. Just as he opened his eyes he saw Lin Sure's white fingers resting on his lips and bent over to point at the girl in Lin An's arms. Lin An understood what Lin Sure meant and nodded, holding up two fingers to indicate okay. Then the palm of his hand reached into Lin Lin's back and wrapped around her waist, while his other hand gently held Lin Lin's head, quietly lifting Lin Lin up so that her flat, uninteresting chest was pressed against his chest, while Lin Lin's head rested firmly on Lin An's shoulder. Sister Sure, goodbye. I'll take Lin Lin back, Lin An said softly to Lin Sure, looking in the direction of the room door. Aha, let's go. Lin Sure waved her hand impatiently. She, a tool person, has finally reached the end. Woohoo! It was time to go find Xin. Ah ha ha ha. Hearing this laughter, Lin An, who had taken the limp Lin Lin into his arms, stood and looked down the stairs, only to see Lin Sure happily dancing outside the car door in an unintelligible manner. In the future, it's better to tell cousin to stay away from Sister Shio. Playing with Sister Shio all the time will sooner or later bring her down. Lin An muttered secretly. Lin, give me a good hug. Not good. Lin, who had her side face pressed against Lin An's chest, cocked her head, her lips opening and closing up and down as she let out a fluffy sound. Her two small pink fists curled up in Lin An's chest, clenching up slightly. Did Lin say cuddle? Or, where's the baby? The voice was too small and muffled. Lin An didn't really hear what Lin actually said. Anyway, right now Lin would give her whatever she wanted right now. Even if Lin wanted to stick to him like a sugar man every day, Lin An would still agree. But then again, there was still a long way to go on his vacation with Lin now. Wasn't there? So what would be a good thing to do with Lin during these times? Lin who was gently holding Lin Lin as he slowly walked out towards the little girl's room, couldn't help but think inwardly, what are their shortcomings now? Lack of baby stuff. Holding the sleeping girl Lin and walking slowly on the building, suddenly by what hard object knocked into the root of the thigh. Just for a moment Lin popped up this idea. How about buying some baby products for him and Lin have to have a small child in the future? Didn't Lin yell to go to the hospital today to see himself to see if his body could get pregnant, so he'd just buy baby stuff? I don't know when Lin will have it. After all, it's a two-person thing, but there's nothing wrong with buying it in advance now. Lin, who has yet to marry Lin, is now already thinking about preparing a cozy little house for their little one. After bringing Lin to the room and opening the door, Lin arched her back slightly, holding onto Lin's soft back as well as the back of her head, and in a matter of seconds Lin's petite body was pressed against the pink bed. This girl has only done a few things today, and now she has slept through it. Hey! After removing his sight from Lin's tender and pretty face, Lin then intended to leave Lin's soft body with his hand, leaving her alone to rest. Don't go. Lin, who seemed to have sensed Lin An's movements, couldn't help but raise her arms and wave her claws full of suction cups like an octopus. Aha! We have to go, or Lin will catch us. The moment he heard Lin make a sound, Lin An's brain had already sent a message for him to leave. The palms of his hands propped up the bed without hesitation. He straightened his back and left the young girl's fragrant jade body with a fondness. Aha! Lin's small hands scrabbled around a bit, stopping her movements as her chest began to rise and fall smoothly. Hey, silly girl. Lin, who wanted to leave, saw Lin covered with a quilt, and was worried about Lin catching a cold, turned around and pulled the quilt over the little girl's breasts, bending over and gently patting Lin's breasts for a moment. Irritated, Lin's claws reached out and wrapped Lin An's arms around her in a hug. Lin An, oops, he's going to sleep with him again. Chapter 192 Night. As he was thinking, suddenly his breathing became more difficult. Aha! Not good. Lin began to inhale a large mouthful of air. The smoky grass flavor of Blue Moon laundry detergent surged within his nose in a flash. Not pungent, but very relaxing. Even want to fall back to sleep. Wait, the only clothing on Lin that seems to have used Blue Moon laundry detergent is panties? Realizing this, Lin understood at this point what exactly Lin had done to him. Unsurprisingly, that delicate girl Lin was pinning him in her arms as a pillow. No way. If he doesn't get up now he'll really fall over. Thinking of this, Lin raised his hands and pressed his open palms against Lin's soft back. The warm and slippery touch made Lin hesitate a little. And the dead girl. And undressed to sleep again, is it? It was impossible for a sleeping Lin to take off her top in a dream. So there was only one truth. The first thing Lin did when she woke up was not to wake him up, but to strip herself of her clothes one by one before burrowing into his arms. Lin even thought that the reason why he was now being used as a pillow by Lin to be pinned by his two white and tender thighs was because Lin was doing it on purpose. Didn't think too long. Lin moved to gently remove the hands holding his head as well as the two pairs of large white legs. It wasn't clear if Lin was doing it on purpose, but Lin thought that he had moved carefully and hadn't touched a spot that shouldn't have been touched. But Lin gave out reactions that made it difficult for him to be human from time to time. It's strange. Lin is asleep, right? Lin's finger poked Lin's tender face, and his cheeks underwent a small change with Lin's movement, but Lin just opened his mouth. Little head tilted. No movement. Seeing this, Lin didn't care if Lin was pretending to be asleep or faking it. Anyway, he should go take a bath now. After a busy day, his body had long been covered in sticky sweat, and then after experiencing an embrace with Lin, his body became even hotter. Sweat is also increasing. Lin took the quilt to cover Lin's bare skin and walked out the door, going to take a shower, with the soft footsteps disappearing completely. The maiden, illuminated by the bright moonlight, moved. Lin, this asshole, actually left. Lin rubbed his chest that Lin's head had been knocking into, and a sultry little look hung on his childish face. She's trying so hard to imply that she's not actually asleep and she can keep fighting again. Clothes are off. Just a little bare panties. It's so obvious that this asshole Lin still doesn't understand what he wants. Stinky Lin, going to take a bath without calling me. You don't call her, do you? Then she goes quietly. Croon. Lin's white tender feet stepped on the bed, her silky hair hanging down her waist like a black waterfall, her small hand lifting up to tease the hair in front of her collarbone. Stand up and look down. Seeing the pink nails on the rounded toes, the big toe rubbed and moved. Going straight through like this or wearing clothes? Lin puckered her cheeks and thought about it. Feeling naked like this didn't seem lazy either. A bad smile appeared on her little face, and she jumped off the bed with a pop and ran towards the door. Inside the open house, there was a girl wearing only bare panties, sneaking like a thief to the doorway of the shower room. The small white hand fell on the doorknob. This asshole Lin and actually locked it. Aoah asshole Lin and ah. It was just Lin and himself in this house, so why lock the door? Isn't this a defense against her? Is she the kind of person who needs to be guarded? Damn. P.S. What was I doing for the last few days after the break? I was writing a new book and then I wrote a load. So I'm back. Oh. Chapter 193, Take a Good Bath. Inside the shower, Lin had showered, dried himself, and put on clean clothes when he was about to go out and make some dinner for the girl who was still in bed. The cell phone sitting on a high shelf with its screen stained by water spray suddenly lit up. Lin paused, picked up her cell phone, and wiped off the water spray. Seeing that the caller was his own old mom, Lin's fingers clicked and he directly answered the phone. Said, "Hello, Mom, are you and Dad done now?" On the phone, Ningxue asked, "Little are you and Lin still playing outside right now? When are you coming back?" Lin Mom, that's sorry, Lin and I are a bit unaccustomed to living on your side, so we came back early. Originally I planned to talk to you when I was in the car, but Lin fell asleep in the car when he was too tired from playing, so I forgot to talk to you about it. Originally, he and his mom have been separated for so many years. He left without saying goodbye is really a bit sorry for their too old Lin, who had finished his words and was waiting for his own old mom to reprimand him, sighed and waited for Ningxue to continue speaking, but after waiting for a while, his mom didn't say anything to reproach, but said after a while, "Shaoan, since you live with Lin, you can't bully Lin. Lin's body is relatively weak and can't withstand being tossed around. You have to be a little more gentle." Ha! Lin heard those words and the man was dumbfounded. The daughter-in-law hasn't even been married yet, and his mom is already favoring Lin? Did you hear what I said? Ningxue's voice suddenly rose. Lin reacted, and quickly responded, "I heard you. I'll take care of Lin. Don't worry about it. I've been taking care of her for so many years. I won't dislike her." Lin bathroom and Ningxue chatting about the ground, chatting about Lin's stomach has no movement, and also chatting about Lin recent war situation how. Anyway, Lin, who had been guarding the doorway, had gotten cold, her white and naked little but rising some goosebumps at the lowered temperature. The two white, tender thighs were fighting slightly. Slovakia, it's so cold. What the hell is this asshole Lin doing? It's obvious that the sound of the water has stopped. It's chilled her to death waiting so long. Glancing at the doorway beside him, which was lit and unmoving, Lin gave up the idea of waiting for Lin. Forget it, Lin won't come out for a while. Instead of waiting all the time, then she might as well go back under the covers and wait for Lin. Anyway, Lin will come back sooner or later, right? And once Lin comes back, she'll make Lin pay back all the half hour he owes her. Thinking about this, Lin's tender little face smiled badly. Small, slightly reddened hands from the cold rubbed at her arms and her stomach chest in an attempt to warm herself up a bit, then returned inside her room. The smooth little feet had just taken a step, when suddenly the sound of soft footsteps came to his ears. Hey, Mom has become Lin control. This son of his is really picked up, right? Talked for so long on the phone, all about Lin. He's really an accident. While thinking about it, Lin walked out of the shower room with his head down. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared on the ground, and that dark shadow was obviously not Lin's, so there was only one truth. That's Lin. You're screwed. You locked me out of the shower for a whole hour. You're going to make it up to me. As soon as the soft sound came out, Lin raised his head, and suddenly his eyes went black again. Lin jumped up and clamped her thighs around Lin's waist and wrapped her hands around Lin's head, burying it in her chest. The tip of his nose touched the warm navel, and the unique scent of the young girl's body wafted continuously into Lin without stint. "What are you doing? Don't fool around. I can't see anything." Before the word "see" came out, Lin's two little feet hooked up with each other, interlocked and overlapped, tightly wrapped around Lin. And at this time, Lin no longer hugged Lin's head, but hooked his neck and leaned his head on Lin's shoulder. "Carry me back. I'm cold." Lin's commanding tone rang in Lin's ears, and Lin was suddenly jolted. Without saying anything, he hugged Lin and headed for his room, completely forgetting about trying to cook for Lin. Chapter 194. After carrying Lin into the room, Lin looked at Lin's naked jade body and reached out to pull the quilt to cover some of her exposed spots. "Seriously," he reminded, "pay attention to your body. Don't catch a cold. If I let you catch a cold, Uncle Lin and Aunt Bai will definitely not let me off the hook. You have to take care of yourself." Lin beamed and retorted, "You'll take care of me anyway. I'm not going to take care of you all the time. Wouldn't you be an invalid if I did?" Hearing Lin's words, Lin bristled. Why did I become an invalid? Don't you know anything about it, Lin?" The white and somewhat slightly cold feet stretched out, and the movement from hooking onto Lin An's waist turned into dropping her white calves onto Lin An's shoulders. Seeing this strange perspective, Lin An couldn't help but arch his back, exhale, and say, Lin, can we change the position? This is not a good location, and we can't indulge Lin's endless licentiousness any longer, or else we'll commit a crime if we don't top it. Lin didn't pay attention to Lin An's words, and the two small white feet that landed on Lin An's shoulders suddenly moved, directly interlocking with each other. They hooked their arms around Lin An's neck, their small hands reaching out to pull on Lin An's collar. At once, in Lin An's surprise, Lin and Lin An's faces were pressed together. Lin whispered softly in Lin An's ear, "When I was a child, you were the one who accompanied me to take a bath every day. You were the one who accompanied me to the toilet, and you were the one who accompanied me to sleep and eat. So that means I will turn into an invalid, and you have an unshirkable responsibility. You are responsible for me." After that, Lin was pushed backwards, as Lin's movements lay on the bed. Suddenly Lin An remembered something. The girl sitting on her collarbone asked, Lin, you don't move around first. Aren't you tired from today's? Why now? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Not afraid. Lin wasn't afraid of anything. Moreover, how old was she? How could she still be afraid of big bugs? I'm in good spirits. Lin An, you'd better care about yourself. Saying that, Lin's eyes gradually became blurry, slightly opened her small pink mouth and licked her lips. Her hands directly hugged Lin An's head tightly, her body downward, her lips close to Lin An's collarbone, and directly disliked it. After enjoying herself for a short while, Lin An detached herself from Lin's mouth and took a big breath, and shivered heartily. Holy, I almost got manhandled by Lin's terrifying strength. Lin, this girl recently skills is not generally powerful. Strength has risen greatly. Wait, Lin An suddenly called out, but Lin didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, directly puckered his mouth and inclined his head to glare at him, continuing to lower his head. How could Lin An not expect Lin to simply ignore himself? Now Lin An was pinned down by Lin and could not break free from Lin's pink lips. Damn! Lin An gave up struggling and looked at the silky crystal saliva that slipped from the corners of Lin's mouth, closing her eyes and drifting off into a world of drifting. Day 2. Coo. The sound of his stomach screaming woke up Lin, who was revealing his naked butt. Lin rubbed her small stomach and glanced at the sleeping Lin An. Seeing some slightly bulging covers, Lin was dissatisfied and beamed. That asshole, the one whose words don't match his actions. Damn, I'm so hungry now. Blame it on bad Linian. P.S. Suddenly I don't know what to write. Is it because it's been too long since I wrote this one? Chapter 195. I am really not sure what to write. Lin quietly took her own pregnancy test to the restroom. After being in the bathroom, Lin stood in front of the mirror and looked at his reflection. Clean and flawless face, full of collagen. Looking at her could not control herself a little to touch. No wonder Lin was so crazy. It was because she was so delectable. Lin thought narcissistically. Fingers had been unable to help but touch the cool mirror, and instantly retracted them, letting out a breath. Few actually didn't control it. Damn it, even she herself couldn't control herself, let alone Renee. After thinking about it, Lin had already gained some understanding of Lin An's madness back then. Fingers pinched the toothpaste, squeezing the white with a cool mint flavor out of the small mouth. When the toothpaste landed firmly on the toothbrush, Lin inadvertently blushed. Exhaling, he pursed his lips, discarding the unclean thoughts from his mind. Lin is not that kind of girl. Damn stinky Lin and get out of my head. Patting down his slightly red face, Lin looked up. His face in the mirror was still red, and his own blushing appearance made Lin's thoughts drift to last night's night. It was raining that night, and the thunder was very loud, and she was afraid to hug Lin a few times more vigorously than she ever had before. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who is sound asleep. Collect your thoughts, evil thoughts, stand down. In order for him to have some peace and quiet early in the morning, Lin decisively chose to close his eyes and not look at the toothpaste foam in his mouth, as well as the white and unimpressive rabbit reflected in the mirror. After a bit of maneuvering, the foam around Lin's mouth was wiped clean, her face still flushed in the mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lin thought for a moment. Crouch down, take out your own pregnancy test, slowly come to where it should be, the other side. Lin got up. Hey, I'm going to have to be a little more restrained with Lin from now on. Just daily kisses now, waiting until they were completely in a relationship. That kind of lust would suck, and Lin didn't want to make herself unable to do it early on. The palm of his hand fell toward a bulge and pounced directly on it. Lin is up already? That's not true, is it? That girl sleeps late. He thought that Lin would sleep through today, but who knew that Lin girl would actually get up so early? Lin An secretly shook his head as he thought of the ghostly Lin Lin at night. Go and prepare some breakfast for Lin Lin. Lin Lin's body was weak as a batch, but waking up so early in the morning, Lin An couldn't help but think that Lin Lin was perhaps starved. Thinking of this, Lin An did not delay for a moment and left the bed that was filled with Lin Lin's odor. Putting on his clothes, he decisively left the room, intending to go look for Lin Lin and see how she was doing. If Lin Lin's girl's health was really too bad, then the matter of going out with Lin Lin would be postponed for now. It was still early in the morning, but the gentle light from the window was already shining on Lin Lin's uncovered body. Hey, it's actually not there? Lin Lin sat on the toilet, resting her cheeks and shaking the pregnancy test stick that showed a single bar in the center of two short fingers. As expected, the press was not there. Lin Lin wasn't in a very good mood looking at that bar. Her pretty face bulged as if she had made some sort of determination, and she stood up, intending to go back to her room and take Lin An down. As soon as she opened the door, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Lin An said with concern, Lin Lin, are you physically alright? Looking at Lin Lin's body, Lin An yanked it into his arms and wrapped his arms around Lin Lin's waist, carefully inspecting it. There's no other odor except a faint scent. There's no smell of blood. Looks like Lin Lin didn't have her period. As Lin An was thinking about it, Lin Lin moved in Lin An. I'm fine. Chapter 196. I may not be able to have a baby pinch. When Lin Lin says she's in good health, that means she's in a bad batch of health. After all, Lin Lin was a lying girl. Lin An didn't seem to take Lin Lin's words to heart. The moment Lin Lin's big round eyes looked up and down at his waist, Lin Yan bent his waist pole and his arms bent with it, picking up this soft, boneless girl in one hand. Yikes! Lin Lin stopped in shock and hurriedly wrapped her arms around Lin An's neck. She didn't even expect Lin An to suddenly do this. Just as Lin Lin froze, Lin An said to her, you're still so light, Lin Lin. If you don't eat properly, it's harmful to your body. If it's serious, it can affect your development and fertility, and so on. Will it affect fertility? Thinking about the bar and the bathroom, Lin Lin's face turned pale as a bad thought popped into his mind. She's not going to be sterile. Don't. That's a definite no-no. Lin An, let's go to the hospital after dinner. Lin Lin's small claws clutched Lin An's clothes and couldn't wait to speak out, fearing that he really had that disease. When Lin An heard this, he was a bit puzzled. He didn't even go in when he was at the door yesterday. Why did he want to go now? After a pause, he said, why? Aren't you afraid of doctors? Or are you not feeling well? It's not discomfort. I'm genuinely worried that something is wrong with me. What's wrong? Lin An came over to Lin Lin's face, which had long since reddened beyond recognition, and stared at it carefully, trying to see something different now. But other than Lin Lin's face being a bit reddened, there was nothing else to be seen. What else could be wrong with Lin Lin? Lin An really couldn't think of. It's just that. Lin Lin, some difficult to say. Tender red cheeks hold fast, squeeze out drops of blood. White moist as jade fingertips are also nervous, slightly hook Lin An shoulder clothes. Lightly pursed pink lips leaving silk crystal like saliva. After holding her tongue for a while, Lin Lin's two small paws raked at Lin An's chest, her water-stained lips close to Lin An's earlobe, and spoke out her guesses. I've been weak since I was a child and I'm worried that I might not be able to have children. With every word, her face scrunched up a few points, and her heart, which had been suppressed by Bunny, was about to pop out in general, beating a little faster. Upon hearing this, the Rhinans were dumbfounded. Can't have children? Hearing this, Lin An was shocked and stared at Lin Lin. You bad guy. You've been looking all over the place for a long time. What are you looking at now? I'm talking to you about serious things. I may not be able to have children. Lin An's careless eyes looked at Lin Lin anxiously, and his mouth quivered with anger, as if he was going to open his mouth and take a bite out of Lin An in the next second. Lin Lin, I feel that it's because you're overthinking it, although your body is weak. It's been a long time of recuperation, okay? It's not so bad that you can't give birth to a child. Besides, technology is so advanced now. Even if you can't give birth, you can still use technology. Lin An's words caused Lin Lin, who was already a bit unhappy, to get upset. I just want to have my own. Lin An soothed. It's okay, if you're not feeling well, just say so. It's no big deal. I'll always be there for you. Don't worry, Lin Lin. After saying that, Lin An stroked Lin Lin's brain. P.S. Try more next month, if anyone's reading. Chapter 197, pick up the pace a little, busy, keep it daily. After some prayers from Lin Lin, Lin An agreed to take her to the hospital to have her body checked. The results showed that Lin Lin's body was unharmed, but since we're all here, solely she had Lin An check her body as well, and the results showed problems. The moment she saw the list, Lin Lin instantly decided that she wanted to supplement Lin An's body. After all, the list said that Lin An had to make up more or something might actually go wrong. With a month to go before the new semester, Lin Lin no longer clung to Lin An during the nighttime hours, but instead lay beside him and cuddled up to him to sleep peacefully with him. 2 weeks until school starts. The sun was shining just right, and Linen, who was used to waking up early and going to bed early, stood by the staircase railing, leaning on the railing with his arms crossed and looking down at something, only to see that a girl with an apron tied in front and a single ponytail tied at the back of her head was swinging her own ponytail towards him. Getting up? Lin laughed, looking at Lin's boyishly smiling face. Linen nodded. Well, I woke up early and was just about to go down to look for you. Loosening his crossed arms, he headed for the bottom of the stairs. Didn't wait for him to take a few steps. Pfft, with a sound, Lin jumped directly into his arms, locking her 10 fingers around his neck. Washed up? Of course, got it early. After saying that, Linen revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and smiled. Then I want to kiss. Lin beamed and forced herself closer to him. Seeing the childish face near his eyes, Linen just smiled and his head stretched out, his respective 2 lips pointing together. Boo. After Linen's fire came up and her localized body temperature began to rise. Feeling that warm skin, Lin, who still had remnants of crystals around his mouth, instantly widened his eyes and pushed away the out-of-place Linen. Abominable. Lin wants to mess around. It's not the right time. No, not yet. You have to nourish your body. Lin beamed her fleshy face and crossed her waist pole in warning. Every day early to bed and early to rise. Drink tea and make wolfberry. Eat either sea cucumber or abalone. These days are ing to suffocate. Originally, he had planned to let Lin replenish his body before that. Who knew that after a trip to the hospital, now he'd have to make up for it. It's been almost a month, so it's almost ready now, right? Linen wrapped his arm around Lin's waist and compelled in her ear. Feeling the air blowing from her ears, Lin's pretty face flushed, and her rabbit, which had gotten a little bigger, began to jump. Damn stinky Linen knows how to be bad. She couldn't be fooled by Linen. However, Linen actually seemed to have a bit of a point. But now really wasn't the time. She was having her physical period. Thinking of this, Lin's slightly reddened little face instantly became unusually desperate. No means no. Not even if you've already responded. Hearing this, Linen shrugged indifferently. Okay, forget it then. It's a shame that a cute munchkin is in your arms but you can't do anything about it. He. Noticing the sense of loss that surfaced on Lin's face, Lin opened his mouth and thought in his heart, why don't we? To follow Linen, right? But on second thought, no, Lin still had to be on the mend. Every morning the little tent wasn't very high. What did that mean? It meant that the mend was still not enough. Makes it so that Lin has to want to do bad things to her every now and then in order to do it. Well, now let's have Lin eat the abalone rice that's ready downstairs. Thinking of this, Lin smiled and wrapped her arm around Linen and said, Linen, I made your favorite dishes. Let's go eat now. At those words, Linen froze for a moment and couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat at his forehead. Don't bother. I'm tired of eating that kind of meal every day. Tired of it? Lin froze, looked at the unintentional dislike on Lin's face, and nodded. You're right. It's true that I'm a bit tired of eating the same dishes for so many days, but food is not to be wasted. And today's sea cucumber rice still needs to be eaten clean. So after you eat, is it a different dish? Right. Then I'll have the red meat. Isn't that what I love to eat? You want to steal food from me? Don't even think about it. Minor extras. Daddy Crispy's voice echoed softly through the room, but after a few seconds, no one responded. Unanswered, Crisp opened her big round eyes and looked from side to side as her round head lifted. There was not a single silhouette in all directions, and at once the tip of her 3-year-old nose became sour, and her white eyes blinked red as crystalline teardrops filled them and swirled within. Woohoo, Dad! Not in. Does Daddy not want Crispy anymore? Leave. Wad Daddy. My aunt, don't scream. I'm under your ass. Lin Crisp's chin was pressed against her collarbone as she looked down at her body. Seeing the familiar face as well as the familiar panda eyes, her nose grew more and more sour and she sniffled as her tiny body pounced on him. Poopy. Hey, Daddy's here. Crispy, don't cry. Okay? That. Poopy. Crispy wet the bed. Chapter 198. The group is gone. Time rushes. Lin got a phone call. Fingers slightly lifted from Lin's soft waist and moved to hold the cell phone that was on vibration. Fingers flicked down the green button. Hello, Mom, is there something you want to see me about? You and Lin are about to start school, right? Lin glanced at Lin, who was using his shoulder as a pillow, and continued, right, Mom, in a few days Lin and I will be going to school together. There's not much I can do to find you. It's just that your dad and I have helped you buy a house near that college. Since you and Lin will be going to school in a few days, why don't you leave now? It would be good to familiarize yourself with the new house. Of course that's what your father and I think. So what do you and Lin think about that? After listening to his old mom's words, Lin inclined his head to look at Lin's little face that was still a bit sleepy because he had just finished laboring. Seeing Lin's tender red mouth smoothly exhale, he smiled, reaching up, He ruffled the sideburns that clung to the ethereal sweat trapped on her tender face. What are you doing? I want to sleep. Lin Lin rubbed his eyes, confusion written all over his tender little face. She was sleepy now. She didn't want to do anything. She just wanted to snuggle quietly on Lin An's shoulder and sleep. After all, in order for Lin An to be able to properly replenish his kidneys, she had woken up at 6 o'clock every day to cook all sorts of great tonic dishes for Lin An. After so many days had passed, she finally felt how tired Lin An used to be when she took care of herself. Okay, go to sleep. I won't disturb you. Lin An's fingertips traced a circle on the roundness of Lin Lin's face and said gently, Lin Lin nodded her little head, and after closing her eyes, she quickly entered the state after finding a comfortable position in Lin An's arms. Looking at Lin Lin's little head that nodded, the corner of Lin An's mouth hooked. Returning his gaze, he looked at the glowing screen and continued. Mom, you've heard it all. Lin Lin is sleeping right now. It's not convenient for him to answer, but I'm fine with it. I'll talk to you guys at night when Lin Lin wakes up from his nap. Lin Lin is sleeping? You guys went crazy last night? The corner of Lin An's mouth twitched into silence. He wanted to go crazy too, but this girl in his arms could only be kissed now and not allowed to do anything else out of the ordinary now. Hey, he could also endure hunger if he hadn't ever tasted abalone and other mountainous delicacies. Of course not. Lin Lin has been trying to be a good wife and mother lately, waking up early every day, cleaning and doing chores and all that. She's exhausted by now, right? Despite Lin An's words, Lin An's old mom was still a bit skeptical. Really? Hearing this, Lin An helplessly covered his face. Hey, in the heart of the mother's image seems to have been in that night all broken. Hey mom, of course it's true. Alright, wait until Lin Lin has rested enough and you tell me. Your father and I will go and get busy first. Bye. Lin An also returned a bye before stuffing his cell phone into his pocket. His eyes turned to Lin Lin, and with a slight movement, he picked up Lin Lin's delicate body in one hand. Having just gotten up, the scent of this girl's body, which was laced with the ethereal scent of sweat, drifted unconsciously towards Lin An. At once, Lin An froze, looking down at Lin Lin's body, which was so delicate that she was at the mercy of others. Her white collarbones were densely covered with spider silk sweat from her labor, and it kept flowing downward. Gulp! Lin An couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Few can't be controlled by desire. Lin An. After taking a deep breath, the stray thoughts that had just popped up in his mind were forcefully snuffed out by him. Then, Lin An firmly walked towards the room, intending to put Lin Lin back into the room peacefully. Coming to the bedside, Lin An's eyes couldn't help but glance at Lin Lin. After standing by the bedside for a moment, he began to gently wrap his arms and legs around Lin Lin's waist so that his back was very slowly pressed against the large soft bed. Every second of the process felt like it was going by very hard for him. After all, he'd been holding it in for so long that it was hard enough for him to control himself now. Hoo-hoo! Lin Lin exhaled softly, not affected in the slightest by Lin An's movements. Looking at Lin Lin's silly sleeping face, Lin An secretly thought, Lin is already asleep. He can't take advantage of the situation. Chapter 199, She's Asleep. Summer was a season of unusually hot climate, and every time it came, Lin Lin would get hot and sweat would rise at the pores of his body. When she was a child, when it came to this time of year, she thought of taking cold baths with Lin An in the big bathtub at home, but not now. She was tired and all she wanted to do now was sleep. The most important thing, she and Lin An couldn't break the fast yet. Of course kissing and whatnot was allowed, but the distance couldn't at least become negative, right? One night passed. Lin An woke up early in the morning. Some sort of stress reaction. As soon as he opened his eyes, black hair appeared at his eyes, his nose twitched, and suddenly his nostrils felt the faint scent of a young girl's body. All of a sudden his original reaction was even worse. Hey, this girl said on the surface that she didn't want to not want it, but when it came to the evening time she still kept hugging him. That's a tough position for him to endure. After a few glances at Lin Lin's small white face, Lin An intended to get out of this awkward and rude position. So, with his hands propped up on the bed, he slowly got up. In order not to wake Lin Lin, his movements could be described as unusually light, but after pinching Lin Lin's silky smooth and evocative thighs, the white thighs that caught his eyes and the smooth touch of his hands and the scent of a young girl that kept hitting his senses, he thought of, how about doing something a little bad while Lin Lin is sleeping? But Lin Lin was asleep. Isn't it not good to do it when this girl is sleeping? Lin An's eyes sized up and down Lin Lin's small body. Coo of a dove. Lin An indisputably gulped. Ouch. It's really going to be suffocating. If only he hadn't ever eaten meat, then he wouldn't be so dry-mouthed and wanting to do something to Lin Lin. After some brainstorming, eventually reason overcame the instinct to do something bad to Lin Lin. If you hadn't fallen asleep, I would have really gone down on you. Lin An turned on his side and muttered softly as he looked at the slightly red side of Lin Lin's face. Seemingly hearing Lin An's words, Lin Lin began to moan softly. Well, after an exhalation, the short neck moved upwards, and the face was tilted so that the entire little face was complete and reflected in Lin An's eyes, and Lin Lin's thigh that was resting on Lin An moved. Noticing the difference, Lin An secretly sighed. Hey, this guy, this is a deliberate attempt to seduce him, isn't it? Glancing at the sleeping Lin Lin who was breathing next to his cheek, seeing that his chest was only heaving a bit and his eyes were closed, there was no sign of waking up. Are you sure you're not awake? Lin An was skeptical and leaned down with his lips pressed against Lin Lin's earlobe and exhaled gently. Who? Lin Lin did not make a sound, and the palm that relied on his chest did not make any movement. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The thighs moving all over him really wasn't faked. It was instinct. Ha! Lin An stared at Lin Lin's face thoughtfully, when suddenly Lin Lin underneath him slowly opened his eyes. Wake up? After Lin An paused for a moment, she spoke. Lin Lin, are you always awake? Showing a not-so-wise look, he looked at Lin An and let out a light breath. Lin An, I'm here. What's wrong? Lin An reached out and ruffled Lin Lin's sideburns, saying gently, this ninny's sleepy eyes and sleepy days are kind of cute. Lin Lin let Lin An move her, and finally couldn't help but speak when Lin An touched the back of her neck. Can Lin An get up for a moment? My legs are numb. I can't move. It's knocking me a little bit. Good. Responding, Lin An held Lin Lin's thighs to lower them from his body. Just numb thighs? Let me rub it for you then. After saying that, Lin An began to massage her at her thighs and calves. Chapter 200. Can't code a little. I can't take it anymore. After being massaged like this by Lin An, Lin Lin suffocated and directly hugged Lin An's neck and nibbled on it. Then, the sun was shining just right on the duo by the bed. This one process, Lin got nothing but a bunch of hickeys. Humph. Big bad. Lin Lin cursed as he got up to leave. Lin An saw the face like an aggrieved puppy. In order to remedy the situation he quickly reminded. Lin Lin is sorry. I won't be like this next time. Saying that, Lin An's fingers fell on Lin Lin's shoulder sling intending to soothe her. Suddenly, Lin Lin glared at him. Humph. No touching me. Haven't you touched me enough? Trying to make a mess again. Every man is like that in the morning alright. It's not like I'm a special case. Lin An said wryly. In the face of Lin An's sophistry, Lin Lin was simply unconvinced. Lin Lin's face pouted and she squinted at Lin An, her white moist palms wrapped around her arms in question. That's true enough, but a man's hands don't move around in the morning, do they? Ahem. It might just fidget with itself, and you're not enjoying it. Lin An's words had just come out of his mouth when the delicate girl within his line of sight became taller and taller, only to see that Lin Lin sat on her but in Lin An's arms, her arms wrapped around Lin An's arms, and she lowered her head and tilted her brain to get close to Lin An's collarbone. Small pink lips approached the side of Lin An's face and exhaled hot, moist breath. So, dear Lin An, do you want to enjoy yourself with Lin Lin again? His Lin Lin is really getting good at this, though, he can't take it. The scent felt in the earlobe was nothing more than Lin Lin's tentative move. If I really agreed, I would definitely be forced to drink a few more big bowls of potent tonic at night. Lin An raised his eyes slightly, and his childish face came into view. It made his heart shake and his pupils couldn't help but tighten. Only at this time Lin Lin like a chimera female brat, soft speech is like a magic voice. It seems that as long as Lin An agreed, he will be this crumb chimera female brat underfoot constantly said the word miscellaneous fish. Seeing that Lin An stayed still, Lin Lin slightly leaned down and rested his head on Lin An's shoulder while his fingertips made small circles in the indentation of Lin An's collarbone. All of a sudden Lin had a little bit of a reaction. Gulp. The knot in his throat floated and he tilted his own eyes away from this arrogant Lin Lin. Seeing this, Lin Lin added fire to Lin An's ear and said, Aha, what's wrong Lin An? Don't you want to? As soon as Crispy's words came out, Lin An had a jolt making Lin Lin blush. Sure enough nah, this asshole is still breaking the rules. You want her body, don't you? Then I'll keep you out of bed. Lin Lin was thinking about it when Lin An moved his ass which was pressed against his thigh. It's early in the morning, so let's just forget about it. I'm not the kind of person who eats color, either. Ugh, dog man, obviously. Okay. Lin Lin did not believe Lin An's words in the slightest. If you go out, I want to change my clothes. Lin Lin puffed up her face and pushed Lin An away. Why? It's not like I haven't seen. It's because you've seen it that I'm letting you out. What if you look at it and get animalistic? Then all this hard work for more than half a month will be for nothing. Lin An wanted to argue, but, the moment the words popped out, they were interrupted by Lin Lin, and was pushed back by Lin Lin. No buts. Get out, get out. I'm warning you no peeking at me changing. I'm the righteous one. Lin Lin ignored Lin An's objections and pushed Lin An, whose neck was covered with hickeys, out of the room yet. Chapter 201, Thinking about the plot. Will update normally over winter break, but now it's on hold for a while. After being pushed out of the room by Ruthless, Lin An went to the bathroom intending to take care of the hickey on her body. But no matter how hard I rubbed it, it didn't subside at all. Hey, that Lin girl says no to everything, but how come she's so good at it? After a bit of rubbing, Lin gave up, planning to go out and find Lin. Just opened the door, and the meter 5 or so girl stared straight at him with her hands in her pockets. Lin, stare. What's this for? Lin wanted to incline his head at Lin's stare, but he just made the movement of trying to twist his head. He saw Lin, who was standing in front of him, take a step towards him. The next thing Lin felt was a warmth in his palm, which was being held by Lin. Underneath him, Lin opened his mouth and looked at Lin. Accompany me out. That's it? With that fierce look in his eyes, he thought he was going to be eaten by Lin. Phew, it's okay, just going with her. Lin breathed a sigh of relief and tightened his grip on the soft hand. Smiling, he responded, yeah, accompany you anywhere. Say, where do you want to play? Go to school. School? Lin paused for a moment. What's the point of going to school? Going to play? Didn't you say before? Mother-in-law has already bought a house over our university. I have thought about it. Now we are idle, which might as well bring up the past to see it. So you're planning on early college? Yeah, Lin replied with a smile. Fine. I'm tired of staying home every day anyway, so let's go. Yeah. Lin excitedly jumped into Lin's arms, greedily inhaling Lin's unique scent as a man, and Lin's body was very soft, and the whole thing stuck to Lin's body like a marshmallow. A scent that seduced people to do bad things was desperately swirling around in Lin's nostrils. Benton time. Lin blushed, after half a month of not being a meat lover, being messed with by Lin in the morning, and now holding him like this. Hey, it's so hard. Just then, the girl who had been clinging to him spoke up. Lin, no bad thoughts in your head. I didn't. No, you did. I felt it. Hearing this, Lin reacted and lowered his head to look. Well, the evidence of the crime is so strong, it's almost clear as day. But that's what Lin was hooking him up with, alright. So he was scared less. Thinking of this, Lin glanced at Lin who was beaming with a small expression of not being allowed written on his face. Taking advantage of his surprise, he picked Lin up in a hug. After Lin let out a yay, Lin wrapped his arms around Lin's delicate and soft shoulders. His face slightly stretched out a few centimeters closer to Lin's pink lips. Laughing, he said, Lin, this is an instinctive reaction on my part. And still, in the end, it's you who caused me to. I'm thinking about bad things, so even if I've done something, you're still at fault, aren't you? Abominable. Badass Lin. Knowing she was too weak to resist, she forced her like this. Facing Lin's approach, Lin blushed and shyly tilted her face to the side. It seemed that she didn't want Lin to look at her shy appearance. If Lin saw it, he'd think he'd given in. No way. Shay, don't think that if you treat me like this, I'll go soft. I won't, Lin said with a stiff upper lip. Hearing this, Lin just smiled. Lin, this girl is so cute when she lies and talks tough. Cheeks are so red, I want to kiss them. However, if Lin merely showed this level of behavior, then it wasn't good enough. He had to hold back a bit more. High-end hunters never took the initiative. They had to let Lin take the initiative to ask for him. Worthy of my. You're not thinking about mistletoe again, are you? How could that be? How did Lin find out? Chapter 202. The little girl's ability is not small, but her temper is big. That was the end of the short vignette. There is still a small amount of time left before the school year starts, and in that short time Lin and Lin's choose to head off to college. According to their idea, it's about getting used to life as a couple a little early. Front of the door. Lin stood blandly in the direction of the doorway, and with his line of sight facing the door, there was no one else who appeared in front of him, except for a girl who happened to be about 1 meter 5 and struggled to carry her luggage. Lin, I really can't do this. It's so heavy. Come and help me. Don't. Looking at Lin's tender and tiny hands carrying a large suitcase in each hand, and at the not-so-broad shoulders carrying a large school bag, Lin nonchalantly refused to glare at his Lin. Hurry up, Lin, who was about to be unable to hold on and whose body was in a shaky condition, yelled, Hey Lin inside. This girl's strength is as petite as her body. What can she do with so many things? Lin didn't even let him look at it when he was packing up. Gee, this suitcase wouldn't be filled with personal items, would it? Thinking about this, Lin looked at the suitcase with increasingly strange eyes, and this scene was naturally detected by the little girl who had just sent out a signal for help. Lin narrowed her beautiful eyes, and a hint of fire couldn't help but bubble up in her heart. Can you guys stop looking around and come over here and help me? As soon as the delicate and tiny crispy voice came out, Lin suddenly snapped back from his contemplation with a jolt. Not that I'm talking about you, Lin. Aren't we just going to a school? Is it really necessary for you to take so many things? I think it's good to just take some essentials and just buy the extras over there. It's tiring to have a lot of stuff. Look at you now, you're exhausted. As Lin spoke, He saw Lin Lin's delicate body sway slightly, and then directly lean softly against the suitcase. Humph. It's not because you're nagging and haven't been coming to help me. Lin Lin was dissatisfied. Finishing the sentence, Meat's face bulged for a split second. Short arms interlocked against non-existent breasts. Eyes narrowed slightly as she cast an impish little look at Lin. Damn Linen. For not helping me. Well. He's changed. Hardened his guts. You don't know who's the boss of the family anymore, do you? Wait and see. Her suitcase is packed with a few boxes of medicine from her mom. This time to go to college she would like to see if Linen will still be as tough as this. Seeing the cute little fleshy face lying softly on the suitcase, Linen was trying to smile, but how those eyes looked full of resentment. Can you laugh? If he laughed, Lin would really get angry. Alright, don't be angry. I'll just mention it for you, but the suggestion I just made. Lin, do you want to adopt it? Linen looked at Lin blearily. In addition to the luggage Lin was carrying, there could be several small boxes on the floor. Hey, it's a pain in the ass if you take all this stuff. Well, okay, there is some truth in what you say, and I adopt it. Hearing this, Linen, who had been in a sad mood, instantly became enlightened. Laughing out loud. Sure enough, Lin, this girl still listens to him? His family position is still strong. P.S. Winter break is coming up. So what does that mean? It means that updates will be resumed soon. Chapter 203 Aha college life is about to begin. We have to go. Linen approached the pure black sedan with her luggage, twisting her head to urge Lin, who was inking behind her. Alright, I'll be done soon. Don't rush. It'll be quick. Lin puffed out her fleshy face, twisted her head to respond to Lin's sentence, then turned back to the person on the phone. Mom, I'm going to school today. Give me a few million to spend. By on the other end of the phone returned. Yeah, however, your mom wants to see her grandson sooner. Lin know what mom means? Lin's cheeks instantly flushed like a hot air furnace. I know, but I'm not the only one who can do this kind of thing with hard work. I still need someone to cooperate. Lin said, his head tilted aside to look at Linen who was waiting. Seeing Lin's gaze, Linen was dumbfounded. Lin, what's this girl staring at him with her red face? Lin, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Linen shouted. Che, this guy doesn't know what she means. Seeing that Lin didn't comprehend her eyes, she suddenly pouted, a little displeased in her heart. Alright, your father is looking for me. You and Xiaoen's affairs are up to you. I'll ask someone to credit your card for that money. Bye Lin. Aha bye mom, answered Lin with a smile. Immediately afterward, he turned around and faced Linen squarely. Hey, Lin, come here and hug me. My legs are numb. Okay, coming. Linen ran sharply to Lin and bent down slightly. Then he exerted himself and held the delicate girl close. Then his palm rested on the back of Lin's head, pressing it against his chest. So we're leaving now? Linen asked mildly. Nah, let's go. Lin whispered in response, her head reddening as she leaned into Lin's arms. Seeing Lin's face flushed red on both sides, Linen couldn't help but venture out. You've already done everything, and you're still blushing? Well, who asked you to be warm in your arms after saying that? Lin smiled sweetly and tightly wrapped her arms around Lin's neck, stretching out her head to warm her cheeks close to Linen. What do you want? Don't mess around. Sister Shia is still waiting. We can't waste any more time now. Resistance was written on Lin's face, his eyes looking from time to time at the woman in the driver's seat of the car whose expression was written with impatience. The words had not yet been spoken. Bo came from his cheek. Lin looked at him with a smile. Hey, don't keep doing that. Look at all the drool. Linen wiped off the water stains on his cheeks and deliberately frowned down in disgust. Hey, don't dislike me. I'm a beauty queen. This beauty queen even smells like saliva. Don't rub it anymore. Lin's eyes glared at Linen, intending to use his eyes to make Lin submit. And just as these two guys were looking at each other in all directions, a voice rang out, breaking the flirtation between their eyes. Almost got it. I've been waiting for you guys all afternoon. It's almost dark and you're still not spreading dog food there. All get in the car. Lin sure roared out. It gave the embracing duo a jolt. Linen, little auntie is so scary. Lin's eyebrows drooped, revealing a pitiful expression before taking advantage of the present to burrow into Lin's arms. Well, it does seem a bit scary. Linen subconsciously nodded his head. The words had just been uttered when suddenly Linen sensed something. Twisting his head to look back, he only saw Lin sure staring at them dead in the face. The two of you have gone a bit too far in bad-mouthing me in front of me. Hearing this, Linen and Lin looked at each other and laughed. Ha, get in the car. Don't show your love. But I promised your parents that I would take you to your destination tonight. Lin sure urged. Coming. Putting away his smile, Lin hugged Lin towards the direction of the car. Snap closed the door, sailing to the next stop. Chapter 204. Ahem, I'm going on vacation soon. Are you bookworms on vacation yet? After a short journey, Lin and Lin arrived at the university, but it was already nighttime. So Lin and Lin immediately decided to go to that long-bought house near the university to stay for the night. As for getting into college, there's no rush. Anyway, they were here a couple days early for the start of school and weren't really in a hurry to check it out. Before it was all about studying, they didn't even get a good look at the scenery within the school. Now that they are together, and since both parents are rich, academic performance is not so important anymore. The important thing is to enjoy life, isn't it? Because Lin sure was busy. They got out of Lin Shure's car, a veteran driver, midway, and then Lin and Lin got into another cab. As soon as they got into the car, Lin, whose eyes were lowered, had long since been unable to hold on, and his head tilted, landing on Lin An's shoulder. Lin An, I'm so sleepy. Lin lifted a strand of Lin's hair with one hand, while his other hand gently caressed Lin's smooth face. Sleep when you're sleepy. I'll wake you up when we get home. Feeling the warmth of Lin An's fingers caressing her face, Lin hooked the corners of her mouth, her head coming slightly closer to Lin An's neck before tilting her head. Bo. Lin's slightly narrowed eyes looked towards Lin An after her pink lips gently nudged the edge of her mouth. Seeing his own little girlfriend's little mouth stained with crystal saliva and those confused eyes, Lin An instantly became helpless. Hey, Lin the girl, do you have to kiss all day long? Lin asked for a kiss when she was in Shure's car, and now she wants it when she's sleepy? Lin looked at Lin without speaking, but the look was obvious. Come on, kiss me. After the kiss, I closed my eyes and went to sleep. Hey, Lin sighed helplessly. Although he didn't want to, his little girlfriend's request still had to be met. Not to mention, he actually kind of liked kissing Lin. With a bow sound, Lin and Lin pressed their heads together. In an instant the car was filled with the sour stench of love. The vehicle is still moving forward, and the interior remains ambiguous. Lin closed her eyes, her head nestled at Lin An's shoulder. Lin An, on the other hand, gently wrapped his arm around Lin's delicate shoulders to prevent her from falling under the vehicle's bumps. It's a short distance to home. Lin had nothing better to do than to start fiddling with his little girlfriend's fingers. Nice and short, these white knuckles, smooth and delicate, soft and short. But Aunt Bai and Uncle Lin were both tall. So how did they give birth to Lin? A cute and adorable girl? Auntie Bai is a royal lady, and Uncle Lin is a handsome uncle. If not for the fact that Lin looks like a little Auntie Bai. Otherwise, Lin would have thought that Lin was picked up by the river. Don't move me around. Lin, who had closed his eyes, suddenly raised his hand to block Lin An's movement of pinching his face. Awake? Seeing this, Lin directly let go of Lin's hand and quietly viewed Lin's sleeping face. Her fingers gently stroked Lin's slippery face and softly said, "Woken up by me?" Knowingly, Lin opened her eyes and glared at Lin with a bulging mouth. After saying that, she poked Lin An's chest with the fingertips of her pink nails. "You're so bad. I told you I was sleepy and you're still playing with my hand. The commotion is still so loud. Can I not wake up?" In the face of Lin's complaints, Lin grasped Lin's hand that was poking his chest. Alright, I'm wrong. Don't be angry, Lin. Close your eyes and sleep well. I won't play as all. Humph. Lin blankly glanced at Lin and stretched out her arms around Lin An's neck before burrowing into Lin An's embrace. With this action, all of a sudden Lin affectionately felt the young girl's fragrance skimming over his face. Even the heat from his breath was so clear. What does Lin want? Lin stared at the young girl's hair that was lightly caressing his cheek, and doubt colored his heart. Looking at Lin's scarlet cheeks, Lin intended to inquire, but Lin had already reached out and grasped Lin An's hand in his. It's too late to apologize. I'm not sleepy anymore. You were playing with my fingers earlier, weren't you? Then I'll play with yours now. After saying that, Lin began to play with the hand in his hand under Lin An's gaze. Sometimes they interlocked their fingers. Sometimes they used Lin An's hand to compare their size with their own. And they even used Lin An's hand to pose together in a loving gesture. Lin just watched Lin's every move and cooperated with all of Lin's requests. What else can you do if you don't spoil your girlfriend that you raised? Chapter 205, Cooking Noodles. Evening. Get out of the car. Lin then moved his and Lin's luggage inside the cottage. Lin, on the other hand, went to the kitchen alone, intending to make a dinner for Lin. What would be good to make? Lin looked at the eggs and some raw rice in front of him thoughtfully. How about just make an egg scramble? But the rice is raw and still needs to be cooked, and the TV said overnight rice is best when used to make scrambled eggs. It seems that scrambled rice can't be made, so what would be a good dish for Lin to stir fry now? Lin narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed at the freshly prepared dishes laid out on the stage for a while. Her afterglow suddenly glimpsed a rolled face. There was a flash of light. Reaching out a hand to hold the roll in one, His little face smiled up slightly. Aha! It'll be good for Rhinan to eat down there tonight. The other side. Inside Linen and Lin's room. Lin was taking some large and small clothes out of her suitcase and laying them out on the bed. Seeing a bodysuit belonging to Shii-chan's figure mixed in with the neatly arranged cloth-clothed clothes on the bed, the corners of Lin-an's mouth couldn't help but twitch up as he sighed. Hey, did that girl Lin steal Sister Shi's underwear? That girl is a flatbed, right? Even though he cooperated with Lin's girl every day to do some exercises to promote her body's development, Lin's flat plate seemed to be stereotyped, and he didn't see any changes at all. Still maintains a look of mediocre build. Hey, Lin brought this kind of clothes over. Is she trying to complete her physical changes at the college level? The more Linen looked at the somewhat baggy clothes on the bed, the more he felt that Lin's wish would be difficult to fulfill. However, one can never tell with such things. What if one day Lin's body suddenly develops? After thinking for a while, Linen put all of Lin's size clothes into the closet. Lin then proceeded to clean up the bed as well as lay out some necessities in the room. After getting everything right, Lin was going to leave the room to find her little girlfriend. That girl Lin said she was going to cook, and I don't know if she's cooking dark dishes, so it was better for him to take a look in the kitchen. After all, it was a matter of his physical and mental health. As soon as he thought of this, Linen started to move without stopping. Straight away, he opened the door and headed in the direction of the kitchen, and just then, the cell phone that had been resting peacefully in his pocket began to churn, buzzing. Soon the thighs clearly felt the vibrating sensation of the cell phone. Linen froze for a moment, then sharply pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. Lowering his eyes to look, the screen displayed a few familiar words. Well, it's his mom. Now that I think about it, he hadn't checked in with his mom about his whereabouts when he got here. Dropping, Linen picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Hey, Mom. I've already arrived in the afternoon. Yeah, I'm already inside the villa now. You don't have to worry about money. Lin and I don't lack money. Ha, a nanny. You two old men are going to arrange a nanny for Lin? No, Mom. She's not pregnant. Drop. Before he could explain himself to his own parents, the phone had hung up. Called back again. The two old guys at home actually turned off their phones. Holy, the nanny's all arranged. Is this intended to let him make a good baby with Lin? Hey, Lin sighed darkly, his eyes gazing in the direction of the kitchen, not knowing for a moment what to say to Lin, who was cooking in the kitchen. Linen thought as he walked in the direction of the kitchen. Chapter 206. It's not that I'm not going to do more, but I feel like it's moving too fast and there's not much to write about. Inside the kitchen, the faint aroma of vegetables permeated the room. Lin bent over slightly, the tip of his nose coming close to the dish as his right hand gently fanned over it. An entrained rich scent was inhaled into the nostrils. Smells good. It's so worthy of her. She'd been learning the dishes for weeks for Linen. Now it's finally time to get a good grip on Lin's stomach. Haha, that's going to make Rhinan like her more and more, right? Lin straightened her back, her small face raised in a happy smile, not even noticing the kitchen doorway opening slightly behind her. Snap! Lin patted her little red face, then reached out with her two little hands towards the dish in front of her. The pink fingertips were about to touch the white porcelain dish. Something soft was wrapped tightly around his waist. Aha! Lin froze slightly, and suddenly, warm breath was felt on his neck. Lin's face swished red. In the next second, she rolled her eyes right back. This guy Linen was secretly messing around behind her back again. Stinky Linen is really getting badass. Didn't I tell you? You need to make up for it and stop messing with me, otherwise you're going to be on fire. Once on fire, this asshole Linen is going to be dishonest again. She did all that hard work for Linen to replenish her body. If Linen was allowed to be so blind, then everything that had been done before would be wasted. Finishing his sentence, Lin directly turned his head, and as expected, it was Linen, the asshole, who was behind him. Seeing Linen smiling and looking at her, Lin beamed and clenched her not-so-large fist, knocking it on Lin's chest. You're such an asshole, sneaking up on me every time. Get the hell off me. Almost spilled the noodles I put down. Looking at Lin's fleshy little face, Linen only felt cute. So, instead of letting go of Lin, he had to intensify his efforts. The arm around Lin's waist suddenly exerted force and picked him up. Rhinan, what are you doing? You're not allowed to mess around. Suddenly startled by being picked up, Lin danced and knocked Linen with his arms and legs. It seemed to be worried that her boyfriend would do something out of the ordinary. Lin, don't move. It's not good if you spill the noodles. Hearing Lin's words, Lin stopped moving. Then Lin, whose cheeks were red, stared at Linen dead in the face. What do you want again? No, why? Just want to hug you, Linen replied with a smile. Lin's smile was gentle, but not so much in Lin's eyes. This guy must be trying to confuse her. Good does bad things. Lin Lin skimmed her small mouth. Che, I don't believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk. 2 fingers pinched Lin An's face. Go eat your noodles. They're all cooked now, so hurry up and eat. Eat and then go take a shower. After that we have to go to bed. We have to visit the school tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Lin's palm resting on Lin An's chest gently pushed. I don't let this guy Lin An mess around. The book said, after using the medicine to nourish the body, it will take a month or 2 to fully regulate the body. It's still 3 days away from being fully toned. The kitchen was silent for a moment. Lin Ank didn't intend to let Lin Lin off the hook for this. This ninny came to tease him every day, and from time to time, she teased wantonly. If we don't punish Lin Lin properly, it might even get worse. Let's wait 3 days for this to start. Now we have to talk to Lin Lin about what Mom explained. Why do you keep staring at people's bodies? Lin Lin was shy when she saw that Lin An had his eyes down and kept quiet. I'm sure Rin An can see that she's starting to develop. In his heart, the superficial Lin Lin was secretly pleased with Lin An's performance. Big round eyes glanced at her own, non-existent breasts. It's not very obvious yet, but sooner or later she'll catch up with her little aunt. What about little people with big dreams? Just as Lin Lin was deceiving himself in his mind, suddenly Lin Lin realized that Lin An had come close under her eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What? No kissing, I just finished eating noodles. Lin Lin, who thought Lin An was going to kiss, subconsciously skimmed over his mouth, and reached out to gag Lin. Almost let Lin An plot to succeed. Lin An held Lin Lin's hand, his head close to Lin Lin's earlobe. Stop it, I'll tell you something. What is it? Lin Lin looked at the serious Lin An and saw a bit of a different look in his eyes. Immediately reddened his cheeks. Let me get this straight. If it's about having a baby, it's not a good time yet. My parents said for me and you to abstain from sex while we're in college. What's in this girl's head? Is he the kind of guy who wants to do that all day long? Lin An helplessly held his forehead, shook his head and then stared straight at Lin Lin whose face was flushed. Talking about business. Don't interrupt. Oh, you say it. Lin Lin's small hands curled the hair around her ears and lowered her head. Lin An took a deep breath and said, my mom found you a babysitter. Hearing this, Lin Lin became anxious. A stern retort, what? Granny got a nanny? Can't. I've got my own. I don't need to find some nursemaid. Little Lin. Chapter 207, Difficult and Uninspired. Night. Inside the cozy room, Lin An and Lin Lin both went to sleep. Lin Lin snuggled her face sideways on top of the chest lying on top of Lin An's, their chests pressed together, undulating with their breathing. For some unknown reason, Lin Lin, who had already fallen asleep, had a shallow smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Day 2. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and neither of the young lovers in the room was up under the warmth of the rising sun's onslaught. That wasn't to say that neither of them woke up. Quite the contrary. Lin An opened his eyes early. Even though the sun was now shining, Lin had no intention of getting up. After all, there was a guy in his arms with his eyelids closed. Lowering his eyes to look again, he saw Lin Lin's cherry-moist little mouth also panting slightly towards the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this ninny was always clinging to him and sleeping on him, and she even made him a bunch of complimentary dishes all summer long. Numb nuts, but not allowed to touch. If he keeps holding it in like this, he's really going to go crazy. Lin An slightly moved away Lin Lin's palm that was leaning on his shoulder and raised his hand to touch Lin Lin's fine, smooth and white face. Lin Lin was already 19 years old, but both his looks and personality exuded an air of childishness. What a lack of maturity. Complete and utter childishness. Hey, why is this girl so clingy? His hands were numb and he couldn't move a bit at all. Lin An thought about trying to get Lin Lin's body off her body without waking her up. His arms raised slightly, and he wrapped one around Lin Lin's waist. When he fully felt the flesh of Lin Lin's waist, Lin An began to exert his strength, intending to move Lin Lin's delicate body off his body. Next, Lin Lin's small body moved slightly under Lin An's attack. But in this girl also do not know whether it is fake sleep or subconscious reaction. I can't believe that I've been softly making the incredible sounds that would never be found in a Toho drama. Lin An was confused. Her face bristled red. It wasn't that he was afraid of being woken up by too much movement to wake up Lin Lin, but it was in the middle of the morning. Both animals and plants are vibrant looking. Of course he does. Lin Lin's voice was very light, but it was only a few centimeters away from Lin An's ear, and the touch of gentle breathing could be clearly felt on his earlobe. That made him even more curious. Lin An, the cell phone in your pocket. Knocked me again. Lin Lin, who had opened his eyes at some point, let out a grumble. A cell phone? What cell phone? Isn't that thing still sitting on the desktop? Looking under his eyes, Lin Lin's red, slightly intoxicated little face, Lin An seemed to realize something. The 5 fingers bent up instantly, as if they were holding back something. Lin Ying muttered in her mind, this evil female brat. It's really hard to cuddle and sleep in his arms this way day after day. The knots in Lin An's throat squirmed up and down. Then he reached out one finger and gave Lin Lin a slam on the side of his head. Dang, air pain. Lin An, you're such a badass. Lin An's chestnut was quite powerful, causing the little girl in his arms to puff her face up like a meat bun in a split-second's effort. This adorable scene, however, in Lin An's eyes was just a chimera female brat exercising her charm skills. Lin An said he was not going to be hit. Move your cell phone, bumped my stomach. Wouldn't it be nice if you got up? Receiving Lin An's answer, Lin Lin pouted, her chin settling on Lin An's chest, her eyes looking upwards to meet Lin An's. Humph, I'm not going to. People, I haven't slept enough to get up now. Besides, today is the weekend. Your right to use your body is now mine. I'm going to rely on you. Lin Lin finished and puffed up her arrogant face. Then as soon as he did, he turned his pretty face aside. The black cell phone on the desktop suddenly came within Lin Lin's line of sight. Not a cell phone. What's that? You're arrogant Lin Lin. Lin saw Lin Lin staring straight at her with wide eyes and thought that Lin Lin had discovered his ulterior motive, to divert Lin Lin's attention. The next moment, Lin An's hand blade fell and, the palm of his hand directly slapped Lin Lin's half-ass. Then, while Lin Lin was immersed in the fiery slaps, he braced his palms on the bed and turned around in a single motion, forcibly switching the two of them. Still arrogant now? Lin An picked Lin Lin's smooth white chin. Lin Lin did not respond to Lin An at first. She slightly bit her pink and moist lips. Cheeks slowly tinted scarlet. She opened her lips and spoke softly. You're such an asshole. Chapter 209 Yo long time no see. After teasing his little girlfriend, Lin gets a call from her mother. The phone call wasn't so much a boo-boo as it was a request for Lin to hurry up and get the outside sitter inside their cabin. Lin An's mother spoke in a somewhat anxious tone. Frightened, Lin An didn't dare to make any excuses and immediately would clean up the mess left behind by his fight with Lin Lin. A kiss on Lin Lin's tender left cheek decisively came out of his mouth. By Lin Lin, I'll make you a delicious meal when I get home. Lin An gently waved his hand and slowly closed the door to the room. Only after the doorway was completely closed did Lin Lin, who was lying on the bed in the room filled with a lethargic odor, slowly open his eyes, glancing at the closed door of the room. Her small pink moist mouth opened slightly to whisper, "Stupid egg." The other side. Lin came downstairs, intending to go to the square and wait for the man his own mother had spoken of. And just then, a car was gradually approaching him. Seeing the solid black car in front of him getting closer and closer to him, thinking he was in the way, Lin leaned in the other direction. Lin An had just moved, when suddenly the car in front of him stopped. Lin An looked at the car in front of him in confusion. He was a little unsure. What does the owner of this car want? Acquaintances come to the door? Lin An ruled this out straight away. He didn't even think that the owners of these two cars were acquaintances with him. After all, this car is both license plate number and color-wise. It's all so new. While Lin An was wondering, the car window slowly came down. A familiar face appeared in front of Lin An. Yoan, why are you here? Zhou Yang looked at Lin An with a surprised face. He remembered that Lin An and Lin Lin didn't live in this private apartment. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Did they elope? Cut. No way. If he eloped, wouldn't Lin get his dog's legs broken? An image of Lin Lin pushing the weak-kneed Lin An, who could only sit stupidly in a wheelchair, popped into his mind. A jolt went through his body. Lin An looked at Zhou Yang and was also a bit confused. What's this guy doing here? Not expecting an answer, Lin responded. It's been a long time, Zhou Yang, but why are you here? I don't remember your house being over here. Oh, I'm here to collect the rent. Zhou Yang raised his hand and pointed at a villa in the distance. I see you're not here to collect rent, but to act like a pussy. Seeing Lin An's silence, Zhou Yang wanted to say something else. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind and knocked Zhou Yang's head. Get out of the car and get to work. I have to get home. Hearing this voice, Lin An knew without thinking that it was Zhou Yang's sister. Okay. After being taught a lesson, Zhou Yang covered his head for a moment, then opened the door and got out of the car, headed in the direction of Lin An. So what are you doing here? I don't remember your family being over here anymore. Lin Lin and I moved in together. Lin An answered truthfully. Holy, you kid, have done all the bad things already, haven't you? Zhou Yang held Lin An's shoulder with one hand, raised his other hand to make a fist and gently hammered Lin An's arm, looking at Lin An with a bad smile. Step aside, I don't with the same. Stay away from me. Lin An lifted a hand and placed it at his and Zhou Yang's shoulders. TSK, having a daughter-in-law and forgetting your brother, right? Zhou Yang shook his head while casting an unkind look at Lin An. After these words, Lin An hadn't answered. Suddenly, a car window came down. A royal face appeared in front of them. Get the hell out of here and collect the rent. Zhou Xianxian shouted at Zhou Yang. Lin An and Zhou Yang both shivered at the voice that suddenly rose. Yes. I'll go now. Zhou Yang smiled in response to the slightly frowning Zhou Xianxian. Then holding onto Lin's shoulder he walked the other way, intending to get away from here. This one in your house seems a bit fierce. Lin spat. That's true. It's not as gentle and cute as your Lin. However, my family Xian has a better body than your family. After saying that, the corner of Zhou Yang's mouth unconsciously hooked up. The smile on Lin's face disappeared, and chose to be silent. What a load of nonsense. Chapter 210. What should I write? After parting with those two siblings, Lin came to the street next to his villa. There aren't really many pedestrians here. Lin sat on a stone bench, looking left and right, didn't wait for, well, anyone. In a moment, Lin thought to himself, why didn't Mom say what the guy looked like? It can't be a case of forgetting, can it? Just as he was about to call back with the intention of making some inquiries, suddenly, a woman of about 1.7 m in a light white casual dress was approaching Lin's direction in a running stance. It immediately caught Lin's eye. Since the woman wore a hat on her head, Lin didn't get a good look at the person's face, but the slender figure was unmistakable. Is this the guy? Nope, too young. But what is she running for in the middle of the day? Is it because rich people are so idle? After seeing that the clothes on the woman were designer goods, Lin thought about it and decisively turned his head away. That can't be his goal, Lin thought to herself. Since it's a nanny, it's pretty much an auntie-level character, right? Where to find auntie? Lin stood up and looked across the street, wondering if they had gotten the wrong direction, but there was no one across the street, not to mention old auntie. Hello, could you step to the side a little? Lin spoke to the young woman standing in front of him with sunglasses in her eyes and a mask on her face, waving at it to not block his view. The woman craned her head to follow Lin's gaze, found the street across the street empty, couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Lin didn't expect the woman in front of him to suddenly speak to him, froze slightly and faded. I'm looking for someone. Whom? What kind of people are you looking for? Do you need help? No thanks. You keep running. Lin froze for a moment, but still waved his hand to refuse. How can I bother others? Besides, Lin has a good nose. Okay, you're busy. The woman lowered her voice and said softly. Lin didn't answer, just nodded. Keep looking for the guy who might be the babysitter. Time is quickly lost. Lin was getting a little impatient waiting. Whatever, even if calling Mom now might disturb her and Dad from doing their work, then he's going to fight too. Hello, Av. After picking up the phone, Lin didn't reply to his old mom first. Instead, he squinted his eyes slightly and gave his full attention to his cell phone. For once I actually didn't hear anything strange from their mom's side. Good, he didn't bother Mom and Dad. Mom, who was that babysitter aunt you were talking about? What aunt? It's just your sister. She went over there early in the morning. What? You haven't seen her? Lin was confused. The brain engages in storming thoughts. Sister. Does he have a sister? Oh, it seems like Dad did bring home a sis that day. What did she look like and what was her name again? Lin only remembers that it was his dad who told Run about it that day and met his nominal sister hastily, but he hadn't really cared about those details. After all, Lin was present at that time, and that girl is very concerned about non-relative elements. As he was thinking, Lin suddenly realized something. Wait, wasn't that his sister who just passed by? Holy, Chapter 211 Missing You. There were some trees planted on both sides of the street, looking in the direction that Su Chanshan had gone far away. The only thing in sight was green leaves fluttering in the wind, and no woman in casual clothing. Lin blinked, shook her head and picked up her cell phone, calling Lin. Well, Lin, who had his arms and legs wrapped in sheets, lazily opened his eyes that show a slit close, open, close and open again. Finally, he slowly lifted his hand to touch his cell phone next to the bedside table. Lin glanced at his cell phone, his sleepiness dissipating, and said softly, hello, Lin, aren't you out busy? Why are you calling me again? Did you miss me? The corner of Lin's mouth hooked without speaking. Hey, his little girlfriend is as clingy as ever. It had been less than half an hour in total since I left the house. Lin then threw his mind completely at him, so he naturally had to catch Lin's small mind. Lin brought a smile and said gently, well, it's missing you. Lin in the room was so excited that she jumped up from the bed, saw that her thighs were bare, and beamed, pulling the covers back on the quilt. Lin's face reddened up, a deer in the headlights, and her tone of voice became smaller. Then, tell me, how much do you want it? Lin put one hand in his pocket and raised his head to look at the cloudy sky. Well, want to hurry home and get under the covers with you, and then warm up some guy with cold feet. Then you'll have to come back soon, or the nest will be warmed by me. Lin's playful voice came from the cell phone, causing the corners of Lin's mouth to rise uncontrollably, and he nodded his head briskly. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin answered and the phone hung up, and the next moment she was tossing and turning in her bed. Woohoo, hubby is coming home. After rolling over a few times, Lin Lin stopped moving to bring the phone closer to his face, swinging her two small white legs happily. She blushed slightly and thought darkly, her future husband is coming home. What can I make for Lin? Lin Lin clicked on the memo in the phone. A page down, all kinds of health recipes. Some are made of jujube, wolfberry, pork waste and other foods such as jujube and wolfberry burger pork waste. There are also vervain burger pork waste soup. I haven't had time to make anything good for Linen lately because of the move. And there aren't enough ingredients yet. The fridge is empty and there's nothing in it. Lin Lin glanced at the time. It was only about 9 o'clock, and Linen had been out for exactly half an hour, so he wouldn't be able to return that quickly for a while. Should I go out and buy groceries? Or should I stay home and wait for Linen to come back to warm the blanket together? Lin Lin was in a tangle. The other side. Linen was a bit confused about Lin Lin's sudden hanging up. This was kind of the first time Lin Lin had hung up on him voluntarily. Well, it's a bit sudden. Linen mumbled as he put his cell phone back into his pocket and stared at the overcast clouds filling the sky. What was I about to do? What was his original motive for calling Lin Lin? Was it because he missed that girl? That's not true. Linen stood still looking up at the sky until he was awakened by raindrops caressing his head. That cheap old sister of his had come to the door, and had to be told to hurry up and tell Lin Lin to clean up the room. Otherwise, once his sister comes in and sees the mess, I don't know. I'll tell mom and dad. Linen didn't think much about it and picked up his cell phone to dial Lin Lin's number. The number you have dialed is not available at this time. Please, Linen, what's Lin Lin up to again? At this moment, Lin Lin, carrying a bag filled with money, stepped out the door with a face full of excitement. And that cell phone has been in Lin Lin's overexcited, left on the bedside next to the just-changed intimate apparel. Chapter 212. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Called a couple more times. What you get is a mechanical female voice. Hey, Lin Lin wouldn't still be sleeping, would she? Linen remembered that Lin Lin was originally a sleepy guy. After another long toss last night, it's no wonder I'm not tired. The late August wind blew through Lin. The wind wasn't warm and it was a little cool. Looking up, what had been gentle sunlight hid in the clouds, and the gloomy clouds seemed to be about to start crying. Linen withdrew his gaze and hoofed it with the intention of going home. After all, the family still had a girl to take care of. The supermarket wasn't really very far from Lin Lin and their love shack. Turn left out of the door, then go straight ahead for 100 meters or so. Pork loin, red dates, goji berries. What else is there? Lin Lin, who was about 1 meter 5, raised her fine smooth well-pinched round face and muttered with a small mouth as she walked. This little girl was covered in pink and had a somewhat childish bunny hat on her head. All in all, it looks like a cute little potato at a glance. Just as Lin Lin lowered his head and walked forward, across the street a casual-clothed Cynthia Su saw Schweinlin's love hut. Is this the house Auntie was talking about? Su Chanxian looked down, her eyes comparing up and down the photos in her phone. After seeing that there is no difference, Su Chanxian crossed the road with the intention of entering the house. What exactly is missing? Lin Lin always felt like she had forgotten something, whether it was Lin An's favorite dish or what. The unthinking Lin Lin had his small hands in his pockets. Since I can't think of one, then, ask her man. As the small meaty hand was about to reach into his pocket, Lin Lin caught a glimpse of a woman wearing a mask in his afterglow, straight ahead in the direction of her house. Nope, not necessarily to her house either. Maybe just passing through. Lin Lin had always disliked speculating about others with malice, but the next moment she saw the woman, dressed in black and white casual clothes, enter the yard of her house. What a thief! Lin Lin was a bit skeptical of life and even trembled a bit in fear, and his chest was stuffy. What to do in this situation? Lin Lin was a little hesitant to call the police. A touch of the pocket. Where did my cell phone of that size go? Touching the empty, Lin Lin wanted to pick his heart up. Seeing the masked woman go into her yard, Lin Lin didn't think much of it. It was decided to poke around the enemy and see what happened first. What if, just going into the yard and not doing the sides? Lin Lin girl was fooling herself because she was a bit afraid to face someone who suddenly just wanted to break into her house. Inside the yard, Su Chanxian took out a key from her pocket. It's a spare key given to her by Lin's mom. Just as Su Chanxian was about to insert the key into the door, she heard sharp breathing as well as footsteps behind her. She whipped her head around and froze. Only Lin Lin was holding a slate in his hand that he had found from somewhere. Clunk! Discovered! Lin Lin was so frightened that the slate fell straight to the ground, then quickly picked it up. Realizing that the person in front of her was staring at her with a deadpan stare, she suddenly smiled. You're busy, so I won't bother you. The woman with the mask was almost taller than even Linen, so if the sneak attack didn't work, how could she just get through it head-on? After all, she couldn't even beat Linen. Su Chanxian spoke out, wanting to call Lin Lin. Wait, but the timid Lin Lin heard the screams and was so frightened that he threw away the bricks he was carrying. Clunk. I'm sorry, I was just passing through. Lin Lin couldn't think of anything to run away immediately. Terrible. After running for a while, Lin Lin looked back, noticed that the guy actually chased him out and seemed to be saying something. Whatever she says, I don't give a. Lin Lin shivered and ran away desperately. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her, and Lin Lin raised her eyes to look at it, pounced right on it. Put, Lin An, we have a burglar in our house. I'm so scared. Thief? Right. After saying that, Lin Lin raised her small meaty hand and pointed behind her. As she looked over her fingertips, the familiar figure came into view. Isn't that his cheap sister? Seeing Lin An's indifference, Lin Lin became anxious, crying, Lin An, go get up let's go together quickly don't be afraid, it's okay Lin Lin, with me. Lin An placed his palm on Lin Lin's head, then gently leaned on his shoulder. Feeling the warmth of Lin An's palm, Lin Lin replied subconsciously with a slight blush, well, I'm not the one who's afraid. An oncoming Su Chanxian looked at the two embracing each other. Nothing. With a faint glance, he turned away. Hey, you can get a mouthful of dog food wherever you go. Chapter 213 Love You a Twist Love. The glass windows were slapped mercilessly by the rain. It makes a ghostly noise of snap, 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 and the inside of the house is different from the outside. It's in the fact that there is hemming and hawing outside the house while the house is quiet. It was so quiet that the only sound coming out of the kitchen was zzz. Who was that in the kitchen? Certainly not Lin An and Lin Lin. The two guys were pressed against each other inside the living room couch. Lin, I love you. Love you little twerp? Be honest with me. Lin An directly moved Lin Lin's hand on her thigh away. Can't you just say I love you and go deeper into such a dangerous position? What a spoiled little girl. So bold. Really don't know. Who's in the kitchen, right? Croon. Damn Lin An. Not letting her touch it again. Wouldn't you still be pregnant if you touched it? Will there be a little baby? How is that possible? Unless, let her touch it so she knows if it's going to be there or not. After all, Lin An has taken so many supplements. It's about time, right? But Lin doesn't say anything, making it look like she's the one who's a thrashing girl. No, he has to be seduced into doing it. She didn't want to be treated like one of those thrashing girls by Lin. Then, after being moved away from his unctuous little meaty hands by Lin An, Lin Lin shifted his battle plan, pretending to be tired. Her body slumped and fell into Lin An's chest. Ouch, I'm so tired. Rin An, hold me. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. What's Lin Lin trying to pull again? Lin An looked at the girl who was snuggled up against his head and shook his head helplessly. Okay, hugging you is fine, but don't touch, Lin An said. Yeah, Lin Lin responded sweetly. The voice fell. Lin Lin's head was snuggled right up against Lin An's chest, and had two small white hands hooked tightly around Lin An's neck. The pink lips were also extremely close to Lin An's face. Feeling the hot breath, Lin Lin exhaled. Lin An decisively chanted the meditation incantation in his mind. My Buddha is merciful. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? I endure. Lin An, who had taken so many supplements, had actually been able to perform intercourse for a long time. However, he wasn't very sure if Lin Lin could. After all, Lin Lin wasn't in very good health either. Most importantly, Lin Lin is afraid of pain. Hey, he didn't want Lin Lin to be in pain until she cried. Not at all. Moreover, Lin Lin didn't explicitly say what he was doing now. He was just hugging him. However, Lin An thought himself not to be a god and couldn't hold back all the time, even if he liked Lin Lin and was willing to put up with it. But Lin Lin's various behaviors were making him almost unable to hold back. So he asked, Lin Lin, what would you do if I did something that hurt you so much? Lin Lin froze slightly for a moment, slightly raising his little head. His dark eyes rolled a few times. Finally got an answer. Lin Lin narrowed his eyes and raised a smile that carried the characteristic smile of a female brat. In Lin An's ear, he let out an intriguing whisper. Then I will bite you coo of a dove. The knots in Lin's indisputable throat rolled up and down. Sure enough, there were times when Lin An really felt that his little girlfriend was a chimera, seducing him at all times, attempting to take him down a very penalizing path. Gee, can't give in. His will has to be firm, to stand tall like a great tree without bending his back. Seeing Lin An ignoring her, Lin Lin beamed and poked Lin An's face with two fingers. Nah. Lin An, why aren't you talking? Hey, pay some attention to me, will you? Lin An is not that he doesn't want to speak, but at this time he is in a state of self-hypnosis. Once he speaks, he is afraid that he will break his power. After all, with a fragrant and soft girl in his arms, he would quite literally be unable to resist. Lin Lin narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin An. Good, don't talk, right? Don't blame her, then, for moving her mouth. Chapter 214, You Can't Be Kissed. Inside the living room, there were two people snuggled up on the couch. At the top is Lin Lin. At the bottom is Lin An. The moment. Lying on the sofa, Lin An was not daring to move at all. Lin An glanced at Lin Lin, whose head was resting on his chest position. The physical sensation on the bosom was unusually pronounced. It made Lin feel stuffy. Lin Lin, can you get up first? No way. Lin Lin skimmed her small mouth and refused. She wanted to keep holding Lin like this, not wanting to get up at all, just lying quietly in Lin An's arms, inhaling the unique scent of Lin An's body. Lin Lin wanted to stick it to him, then Lin An had no choice but to let her go. Anyway, it's not overkill, as long as Lin Lin's little hands didn't touch anything. As for the rest, let Lin Lin do as he pleased. Him, swinging for the fences. Thinking about it, Lin An gradually closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to Lin Lin who was lying on top of him. Why isn't he talking? Lin An? Lin Lin slightly raised his head and looked at the silent Lin An. Seeing that, Lin An's eyes closed at some point. Lin Lin blinked her pretty eyes, a faint smile appearing on her tender little face. Lin, is this sleepy? That's good. Then she can do something else. To make sure that Lin was really asleep, Lin Lin pressed his ear on top of Lin An's chest. Flutter flutter. The sound of a steady heartbeat came. Heartbeats steady. Oh, it seems to be really asleep. Then, Lin Lin slightly raised her chin and moved herself in Lin An's arms. Soon, Lin Lin's face was facing Lin An's face. She could also feel it clearly at the corners of her mouth. A faint warm breath. Looking at Lin An's lips, Lin Lin narrowed his eyes and secretly smiled. Lin An, are you asleep? Lin Lin's pink lips pressed against the side of Lin An's mouth and gently called out. The breath from Lin Lin's mouth drifted to Lin An's mouth. The soft voice slowly fell, and Lin Lin did not receive a response. If you don't say anything, it'll be taken as your acquiescence, so Lin Lin added. Finish the sentence. This girl, she can't wait. Slightly opening his lips, he reached in with precision for Lin's mouth. In the next moment, Lin An snapped his eyes open. Holy, what's Lin Lin doing again? Kiss me if you want, but what's the point of sticking it in? As Lin Lin reached in, and he was carried along in the rhythm of the. For a moment, it was hard for Lin. If this continued, he might not be able to control himself and push Lin Lin down. Four thin lips overlapped each other. A few minutes passed. Lin Lin's small hand that was resting on Lin An's chest sensed that underneath the chest, the frantically beating heart. Lin Lin's eyes curved. Lin really didn't sleep. Isn't he a little excited too? After all, Lin and he didn't refuse and was catering to her. Well, with a little more effort, Lin will just build a villain with her, right? Then she can have a baby before she graduates like her mom and dad. At the thought of this, Lin Lin became excited. At this moment, Lin Lin was no longer lying on top of Lin An's body. Instead, he switched positions. Lin Lin knelt on both knees on the sofa, slightly lowering his waistline. Lifting his arm, he wiped the remaining saliva from the corner of his mouth, followed by a deep breath. Next moment, Lin Lin cupped Lin An's head with both hands and engaged in even more frantic solicitations. Chapter 215, Too fast to write. I can't stop writing. I've been watching fanfic lately, looking for inspiration, and I finally realized that I'm moving through my love lines too fast, resulting in nothing to write about. All of the interactions were meant to give the hero and heroine some progress in their relationship, and now that they're all together, what the hell am I supposed to write about? Keep writing about the interactions? No, that would be watery and boring and mushy, because they're already together and the relationship line has reached its apex, so the relationship lines of the hero and heroine are the main focus, but keeping the status quo, supplemented by the relationship lines of the other supporting characters, such as Lin Shi, Ning Xin, and Zhou's siblings. Just the moment she lowered herself, suddenly, there was a poof. She was pushed back, her back pressed against the couch. What? While she was confused, Lin An's figure appeared within her line of sight. All that could be seen was Lin An wiping the saliva next to the corner of his mouth, after exhaling a few deep breaths outward. Then he stared dead at Lin Lin, whose back was pressed against the sofa. Lin An, do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? I'll be damned if I'm going to believe it. Mouthing off. You're pretty good, Lin Lin. Lin An narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Lin, who was a bit vain, and said, Che, you know, it's good to know. Lin Lin's small face flushed and she tilted her face aside, muttered mentally, come on, punish her hard. Lin An seemed to have heard Lin Lin's heartfelt words as he stretched out his two hands. It fell straight down, not giving Lin Lin time to react, and hard pressed down on Lin Lin's two white wrists. The moment, Lin on top, Lin Lin is under. The duo repeated the previous steps. Hey! A sigh came from the kitchen. Su Qianxian, who had taken in everything outside the living room, kind of wanted to die. What the hell is she doing here? Originally, it was to escape the hot gaze of that Ning Xinxin fellow, but now, although she had left the Ning family, She felt like she had escaped from the tiger's den, but had fallen into the wolf's den again. There is only one tiger, but there are two wolves. Really, can't we just kiss in the room? Su Qianqian glanced at the sofa, which was constantly trembling. Her cheeks became slightly red. She's not here for the dog food. Enough, I say. Lin Lin angrily pushed away Linen, who was on top of her. Seeing this, Linen picked Lin Lin's chin and smiled without saying anything. And I don't know who started the war. Che Lin Lin skimmed her mouth and wiped away the watermarks around her mouth. I'm not going to mess with you. If you keep moving, my sister is going to see it. Well, to be fair, expel breath. She had actually seen it. Su Qianqian laid her hands down beside the doorframe, revealing a pair of good-looking eyes that stared in the direction of the duo of Linen and Lin Lin Lin. Unsurprisingly, she'd have to watch Linen and Lin Lin fight there every day. Ah, just thinking about it makes me want to die. What a miscalculation. She only knew that Lin Lin wasn't in good health, so she thought of coming to take care of Lin Lin. By the way, he was hiding from Ning Xinxin's passion that had nowhere to go. Who knew that Linen and Lin Lin's relationship had gotten so good that they could make out like nobody's business? Haven't they been together less than 3 months? Emotions rise a little too quickly. 2. Seeing Linen and Lin Lin on the sofa had sat down honestly, Su Qianqian realized that it was time for her to take the field. Ahem. Dinner is ready. Let me help. Chapter 216, A Little Girl with Great Desire. The moment he heard Su Qianqian's words, Lin Lin had already gotten up and ran in Su Qianqian's direction. Lin Lin didn't have anything of interest. If there is, it's only Lin An. Anyone who has a relationship with Linen, it's only natural to strike a good rapport. He. Lin Lin ran with a childlike smile and a bounce. Lin Lin had changed a lot, becoming a bit bolder and more willing to get close to people. Although it's a family member. Hey Shu, it's heavy. Lin Lin walked out with a pot of soup in his gloved hands, but it was clear that Lin Lin's expression wasn't quite right. Hey, this girl is showing off again. Don't move. Let me. Well, then I'll trouble you. Lin Lin smiled and nodded. The innocent smile was reflected in the middle of Lin An's eyes, making Lin An look a little stunned. So cute. What are you laughing at? I can barely serve it. Lin Lin beamed. I thought you said you were going to help me. Come here. So fierce. The corner of Lin An's eye twitched. Then he answered. Okay, this is coming. After dinner, all three quickly showered and went inside their respective rooms. Sure, Linen and Lin Lin were sleeping in the same room. Hey, let me see your big baby, will you? Lin Lin, who was lying beside Linen, whispered so into Lin An's ear. Good, or is it bad? Gulp. Linen was silent, not responding, just swallowing a mouthful of saliva silently. But, sister is next door. Lin An returned. Yes, it's an excuse and a pushback. Linen was worried about whether Lin Lin, a girl who was afraid of pain, had really made up her mind. What if it hurt so much in the middle of the day that I cry? It would be too birth to cover her mouth and harden things up. Not born, but a little not as good. Man's desires are infinite, just like Lin Lin did to Linen. A few days passed in succession. Linen and Lin Lin were both staying at home, and those who didn't know would have thought something had happened to them. Only Su Qianqian, who was acting as a nanny, knew that Lin Lin and Linen were making babies. Abominable. She didn't come here to listen to the cacophony. Su Qianqian had more than a few complaints in her heart, but the road was her own pick. After all, there is a ferocious old mother in the house, and Uncle Lin has the Lily sisters in his family. Compared to the above, Lin here is considered much more normal. Only, every now and then, there came a sound that made her a wonderful girl, unsettled. Dum. There was a knock on the door. Su Qianqian stopped her cooking and her eyes glanced at the door. Who could it be? As far as she knew, both Lin An's parents and Lin Lin's parents, all busy with their own things. There's no reason for it to be here. Dum. The knock on the door sounded once again, and Su Qianqian stopped her thoughts and walked in the direction of the door. Inside Linen and Lin Lin's room, the two of them, Linen and Lin Lin, lay quietly on the bed and didn't do anything else, or rather, run out of energy. Spare me, Lin Lin. No way. I don't know who's so over the top that they're not honest every morning. Lin Lin pouted and complained as her eyes glanced somewhere at Linen with an unkind look. Linen was a bit speechless. That was his natural reaction, alright. What dishonesty. However, this girl, Lin Lin, had to say that Linen did it on purpose, deliberately seducing her. Lin Lin. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. At this rate, the waist will be about to be ruined. Chapter 217 Repeat chapter. I've seen it, don't read it. A few days ago, I had thought that Lin Lin, the girl who was afraid of pain, would refuse. Whoops, she had a bit of a strange attribute. The more pain she felt, the worse the expression on her face became. Perceive this when you do. It's too late for everything. Lin An, who was in control of the initiative, was counter-controlled. People have a fear or a yearning for the unknown. Once they have been thoroughly exposed to it, some will sink into it. For example, Lin, a girl who has considerable theoretical knowledge but is slow to put it into practice. Having practiced it thoroughly, she is addicted to it like a game. It's just bitter for Lin. Lin slowly approached Lin, hooked his arms around Lin An's neck, and called out softly, "Lin An, that what's gone? When are we going out to buy it?" As he spoke, his finger pointed slightly in a direction that was the location of the trash basket full of white paper towels. Lin didn't notice Lin's superfluous movements. Now he was in sage mode. What a chimera female brat. He just completely ignored it. Well, naked with nothing on, he was tired of looking at it. The feeling is like looking at a grapefruit with its fruit coat removed. I'm tired of seeing it all. Lin lowered his head and said, "Well, buy it online, or ask Sister Chanxian to buy it." What's this asshole? Lin talking nonsense? Ask your sister to buy that kind of thing? Shame on you. Stupid. What are you trying to do to your sister? I can't believe you told her to get it. In a fit of rage, Lin sat on top of Lin, who had already hooked her neck. In this one, lips pressed close to Lin's mouth. For a moment, the exhaled breaths mingled with each other. The faint fragrance made the cement in Lin Yin's heart start to shake, but Lin's unkind look made Lin a bit unhappy. Didn't think anything of it. Don't you bite my lip. It broke a couple days ago and it's not even healed yet. Just as Lin resisted Lin's invasion, outside the door, Su Chanxian and Zhou Xianxian met awkwardly. "Excuse me, is this Lin and Lin's house?" Yeah, you guys are? We're Lin's friends, and now that school is about to start, we thought we'd ask them to go to school with us." Upon hearing this, Su Chanxian opened the door and gave a warm welcome. Welcome. Lin and Lin, they've both been staying at home for a long time. They probably haven't woken up at this hour. Why don't you guys come in and sit down first? Okay, Zhou Yang responded, pulling on Zhou Xianxian's coat and saying to him, "Come on, Xian. Aha." Entering the house, Zhou Xianxian sat on the sofa and waited. "The meal will be ready in a moment, so you two can sit down first, or you can also go and call Lin and the others." After saying that, Su Chanxian then entered the kitchen and continued working. Phew, if someone is there, those two guys, they won't be so bold, right? Su Chanxian thought secretly in her mind. It's been a few days, and the heart that was broken has gotten better all of a sudden. The two of them, Zhou Xianxian and Zhou Yang, sat side by side. There's a little awkwardness. No one spoke up to break the deadlock. Once both parties are silent, then naturally a third party will appear and break the fixed situation. Blush-inducing sounds, coming from within the room. Lin, don't do this. I won't be able to stand it. Zhou Yang was startled and couldn't help but look at the door of the room. After looking at it, a strange sound rang out. The two of them, who were sitting on the couch, looked at each other. Extremely unnatural. You look at me, I look at you. The atmosphere is all baked in here. Why don't they come too? P.S. Writing a new book. So this one is 2 times a week. For the love of electricity, slowly write to 1,000,000 words. Chapter 218, You're responsible for everything that happens to me. Lin inside the room had already loosened Lin An's clothes, and her small hands began to organize the messy clothes. All of this was caught in Lin An's eyes, and he couldn't help but shake his head a little helplessly. She was the one who messed up, the one who got addicted and the one who screamed. It's still her who's destroying evidence now. Lin, how cute. The corner of Lin An's mouth hooked slightly, and his eyes fell on Lin's white cheeks, kind of wanting to go up and give them a good squeeze, but now cannot. Lin, this girl is the most afraid of pain. Only a short time ago in the bedsheets to leave the red, that cried to death. How could one go back to bullying Lin now? After discarding her thoughts, Lin sat on the edge of the bed quietly looking at Lin's every move. She pinched the buttons in one by one. She buttoned up the buttons in front of her chest. It seemed to be a bit of a struggle. Lin's little mouth straightened up. That little beaky look. Lin only felt cute when she puffed up her face and looked down. Looking at her toes, Lin couldn't help but pull her mouth away. You don't even have one. What's there to see in that thing? After her clothes were organized, Lin sat on a small stool, her white and thin little feet slightly raised. The white stockings were pinched up by Lin and slowly put on. Next, stand up and face the mirror. Lin An. The young girl's voice drifted in, startling the mesmerized Lin who couldn't help but shake a little. You got it done? Lin, who was in front of the mirror, beamed. Is it okay to come over and help me? Help you with what? As soon as he said this, he saw Lin raise his hand and point to the back of his head, bulging his fleshy cheeks. Help me tie my hair, yeah. It's all messed up from earlier. You have to take responsibility. If he was responsible for his hair just by messing it up, wouldn't he be responsible for this girl's life if he did something even more outrageous? Lin smiled and approached Lin Lin. Okay, I'll take care of it. Coming behind Lin Lin, he pressed his chest close to Lin Lin's back, wrapped his arms around Lin Lin's waist, and whispered in this girl's ear. If I'm responsible for messing up your hair, am I responsible for messing up your heart? The answer, of course, is self-evident. Lin Lin barely thought about it as he twisted his head to look straight into Lin An's eyes, cupped Lin An's face, and laughed. Oof, of course you're responsible. You mess up people's hearts every day. You're responsible for everything I do. No falling off, I don't care. Whether it was her heart or her body, everything she had. She wanted Linen to be responsible for it. Anyway, she had followed Linen in her life. That's why she has to hurry up and make a little baby with Linen, so that Linen can never leave her. Abandon her again like you did when you were a child, right? Linen stared into Lin Lin's eyes, and before a moment passed, he smiled. Yes, I will. Then, Linen gently touched Lin Lin's face, lifted his hair and combed it. After a period of time, Linen held Lin Lin's little hand and said, "Let's go. Don't lose them. I'm not letting go. And don't even think about leaving me behind." Lin Lin tightened his grip on Lin An's hand, his shoulders sticking to Linen like a glue. Anyway, in this life, Lin Lin was born as Lin An's daughter-in-law and died. Is also Lin An's ghost wife. Trying to get rid of her? Not even the door. Inside the room. Inverse's words struck fear into the heart. Zhou Yang and Zhou Xianxian, who thought they had disturbed Linen and Lin Lin's good deed, didn't stay much longer and left directly. Cluelessness meets. That's only as fast as they can skate. Then embarrassment can't catch up with them. Zhou Yang and Zhou Xianxian had just gone out the door when Zhou Yang couldn't help but spit. Ha ha, I didn't realize that Linen Kid and Lin Lin were already together. In the past, I thought Linen was just treating Lin Lin as his sister. Every time I saw him make a move on Lin Lin, I thought he was a pervert. Sometimes I couldn't help but want to call the police to report it. It's a good thing that I held back and didn't make a move, or else I would have ruined his and Lin Lin's marriage. But I'm kinda curious. If Linen and Lin Lin are brother and sister, should I report them? Xian, do you think that brother and sister can really be together? You're asking me? Are you? I'm not close to you. How would I know? Get out. Zhou Xianxian punched Zhou Yang in the chest, then walked forward on her own. Zhou Yang helplessly covered his chest. What is the point of hitting so hard? Not to ask a thing, as to hit him so hard? After a pause, he looked down at his phone and sent a message over to Lin. School's almost over, so why don't you hang out? Get something to eat, watch a movie or something. That was his intention in coming here, but he couldn't help but hear something embarrassing, so he'd better clarify in a message. But it wasn't a fruitless return. At least they knew that Linen and Lin Lin were their neighbors, and they would find a suitable opportunity to play again next time. Chapter 219. People have become strange. It's your fault how you think about it. Before you know it, the start of the school year has come and gone. Since Linen and Lin Lin lived off campus, they weren't carrying anything in their hands, and the two were merely holding hands as they walked around the campus. At this time, the campus is no longer the usual quiet. A few more disturbances. Some rode little donkeys, heading for the school grounds, while some young couples carried each other's suitcases and walked slowly. All in all, these people looked a bit busy, while Linen and Lin Lin were a bit different in that they were idle. Lin Lin, you're not a child anymore. You don't need to hold it so tightly. Walking by the campus lake, Linen suddenly patted the back of Lin Lin's fleshy hand, and the intensity of Lin Lin's hand didn't seem to lessen as he walked from home to school. Even though Lin Lin's strength was very small, and there was softness as fragrant and soft as cotton candy, it was inevitably a bit hard to bear after a long time. Hearing Lin An's words, Lin Lin directly laughed. What if you let go and you're gone? What are you thinking? I'm not leaving. What will you do if I do? Lin Lin nodded and laughed. You also know that I can't live without you. Then I can't let go even more. Humph, this life you do not want to get rid of me. When I have a little baby, you want to go. More even no door. After saying that, Lin Lin didn't know if she was shamed by her own words, and her little face turned a shy shade of red. The hand holding Lin An's was sweaty and slippery, causing Lin Lin to have to grip it tighter, his arm swaying briskly. Feeling the tug of Lin Lin's arm, Lin An didn't say anything and quietly looked at this somewhat lively cutie. Lin Lin's innocent little face was a bit young and cute, making Lin An unable to control himself from wanting to touch it. Mr. Throat Knots, attracted by Lin Lin's rosy little face, involuntarily rolled up and down. Lin lifted her head and looked around. They were at a position where the lake was shaded by a number of willows, and it was the beginning of the school season, and there were hardly any people who came to walk around the lake. All in all, it was the perfect time to bully Lin Lin. Lin Lin, who looked a bit silly, kept swinging his arms and bouncing to lead him forward. Those white wobbly straight legs made Lin An's originally sensible heart become cloudy. Just as Lin Lin smiled and walked away, Lin An's hand suddenly exerted force and pulled Lin Lin into his arms. What are you doing? Lin Lin was startled for a moment, tilting her head and beaming as she stared dead into Lin An's eyes. Gee, he's not trying to do something bad again, is he? Lin Lin thought of this and her pretty face blushed, staring into Lin An's eyes with what seemed to be a little bit of anticipation. They've never been bolder on campus. Without waiting for Lin An to react, Lin Lin's petite palms lay on Lin An's chest, her cheeks raised and her eyes closed, and stood on her tiptoes in an attempt to get closer to Lin An. Why does this girl even close her eyes? Just like that. Looking forward to it? Lin An wanted to laugh a little, lifting her hand and pinching Lin Lin's meaty face. Lin Lin, you're so proactive. When did you become the one who only wants kisses? At those words, Lin Lin frowned. Not at all. You're the one who wanted it and I initiated it. And, it's not all because of you that I become like this. Saying this, Lin Lin looked down and broke her fingers. When I first woke up in the morning, you planted a small strawberry on my neck. When I had just finished brushing my teeth, you said you wanted me to taste imported sugar. After breakfast, you said you wanted to fill me up with milk. And when I was on the way to school, you laughed at me for being an airfield, and said that you wanted to help me expand the airport. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. If you say it again, someone will hear you. Lin An felt a bit of social death, and suddenly Lin Lin stopped talking as she crossed her arms. Humph. Lin Lin suddenly raised his hand and poked Lin An's chest with his finger. So yeah, it's your fault that I'm getting weird. Any way you want to think about it. Lin An, if you don't take responsibility, you're dead. Chapter 220, forgot to update. Soon, because of their different classes, the duo reached the moment of separation. But before Lin Lin left, she hugged Lin An. Lin Lin, who was already not very tall, lowered his own head and buried it directly into that drop below Lin An's chest. The scent of a familiar man drifted in. Lin Lin seemed like a long time without fresh air in general. To Lin An is a big mouthful of gasping. If there are other people in the grove at this time, will definitely think that Lin An is swept by the demented girl to disturb. Lin's safety process smiled dotingly and rubbed Lin Lin's silky smooth brain like petting a sticky cat. Lin Lin suddenly said, Lin An, why don't I transfer to your class? What do you think, Lin An? Lin An was naturally happy to do so, but the operation of switching classes was more or less troublesome. After all, their family never liked to display their financial strength. It's okay, Lin Lin. We'll only be separated for a few hours. We'll see each other again soon. Lin An comforted. Oh, don't. In your eyes it's hours, but in my eyes it's days, months and years. Is it that much of a stretch? Looking at Lin Lin's big eyes that were about to overflow with tears, Lin and Xin softened. Then go together? Good wow. Lin Lin's tears instantly retracted, revealing a bright smile. On the first day of school, there was no class, but one had to go and clean the dormitory. But he and Lin Lin lived outside the school, so then they didn't have that worry. But it's also just about half an hour or so before noon. After lunch, around 2 p.m., all students had to pick up their books, and after that, it was a long, rambling conversation. Hey, the homeroom teacher and counselor is also your cousin's old lady, your aunt and uncle. Tick-tock, the cell phone rings. Lin Lin narrowed her eyes, stood on her tiptoes, and glanced up at the dialed cell phone number. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar cell phone number, Lin Lin froze for a moment, her small mouth pouting. If brother dislikes sister, brother said it earlier, sister will leave on her own. I will try to cry a little less. Lin An was slightly stunned, turning his head to look at Lin Lin's bulging face. He knew that this little jealous king of Jiangnan had spilled his guts. Lin An gently rubbed Lin Lin's hair. You're just messing with your jealousy. I don't know this person. Maybe it's just an advertisement. Lin Lin graciously admitted. Well, I know, but I'm upset just because I'm upset, and I don't want to hide it. Even knowing that it was probably an advertisement, I was worried that it was some other call. If you don't believe me, touch it. Just now my heart was fluttering around and I was so nervous. Lin Lin held Lin An's hand and placed it on his chest. When I think about what if it's not an advertisement across the street, but a royal lady, or some other girl's voice, I don't have the confidence of any of them to keep you around. Speaking, Lin Lin raised her hand and tightened her grip on the clothes on her chest. Damn it, with a body like hers that has been in shape for a million years, it's just plain ugly, not attractive at all. Lin An got tired of playing with it in a few strokes. At this moment, Lin Lin was like a balloon without air. His whole body was depressed. Lin An looked at Lin Lin and reached out to pick up Lin Lin's chin, and the moment her lips curled up, Lin An moved down to kiss her. Lin Lin instantly closed his eyes to enjoy it. This guy is quite proactive, but if Lin Lin uses this trick as soon as he's in a bad mood, he'll definitely be overwhelmed in the future. The two of them parted their lips, and Lin An looked at Lin Lin's slightly mesmerized eyes and said, I just like you like this. What on earth are you getting down on yourself for? Lin Lin, I don't drink much milk, so don't lie to me. The young girl looked down at her toes, her 5 fingers closing and clutching the wide collar around her chest. When exactly will it be? With the size of a mom? She wasn't really greedy. And if it was the size of her sister-in-laws, yes, it would be fine. By Ruoi, D. Lin Sure, B+. Lin Lin, A, one of the Lin family's adorable princesses of peace. I would never lie to you. Really? Lin Lin cast a questioning little look, narrowing her eyes at Linen. Really? Then last night I answered I'd have 10. You can't go back on that. No. Even if one promised Lin Lin, can 10 children be born just by talking? Hey, not on this one, but the others. Oh, I knew it was you who lied to me. Lin Lin pointed his finger at Lin An's chest, puffing out one side of his face in displeasure. There was no way around it. This girl's body was brittle and had to be protected. Chapter 221, Obscene Earth Transmutation. The afternoon passed quickly. Linen and Lin Lin returned to their exclusive house. Lin Lin, how are you feeling today? Linen asked to Lin Lin, who was lying limply on the couch with a bag of chips in his hand. Well, it felt okay, I guess, except that you actually slipped away while you were cleaning up. That's your class's responsibility. What does that have to do with me? Linen helplessly spread his hands. Who would have guessed that with this small move of his, the girl who was originally lying leisurely actually became anxious? Lin Lin jerked his head around and stared in Lin An's direction. How it has nothing to do with you. You are the boyfriend. After graduation, you'll still be my husband. In the future, we'll still have to have a baby. We wouldn't have a relationship. Lin Lin's face was puffed up with anger, and her eyes were very sharp as she glared straight at Linen. If eyes could kill, Linen would have already died hundreds of times. Facing Lin Lin's words, Linen also still spread his hands helplessly. You were the one who said you wanted to be independent, so I left, and I respect that now. Yeah, and I also happened to have something going on at the time, so, I'm sorry. It's my own problem. I shouldn't have lost my temper. After hearing Lin An's words, the girl whose face was still puffed up was suddenly like a deflated balloon. Without a bit of temper, the whole person was soft and soft, making people look at her and couldn't help but want to bully her. Just ask, if you have a girlfriend who is fragrant and soft and just about 5 feet 6 inches tall, would you not want to go and bully her hard, whether you want to or not? In any case, Linen wanted to very much. As early as when he was very young, he wanted to bully Lin Lin, but at that time he was given a responsibility. A kind of responsibility to take care of a frail and easily pushed back maid. By the way, Lin Lin, do you need to go to the hospital for a visit? Linen, who was just about to walk towards the kitchen, stopped. Lin Lin put down the bag of chips that he hadn't taken more than a few bites of and looked over at Linen. What? Isn't my body quite healthy? Why do I need to go to the hospital? Because you did not say before you worry about the child did not eat it. Every day let me to you with some of the soil method. Now more than a month have passed. The results are very little. So I thought to go to the hospital to check it, in case it is they're out of a bit of a problem. Stupid. You're the one with the problem there. Your whole family has a problem there. Humph. Lin Lin, after smoothly throwing a cushion aside at Linen and glaring viciously at him, before heading straight for the kitchen. Let me have dinner today. What's for dinner today? You'll do it? It's not like you're trying to murder your own husband. Linen had thought of retorting, but noticing Lin Lin's expression was a bit fierce, he had to swallow the idea. Looking at his little girlfriend's back, he fell silent. Then he took the cushion that he had caught and returned it to its original position. One merely wanted Lin Lin to go to the hospital for a physical checkup. That doesn't say anything wrong, does it? Ugh, I really can't figure out women's minds. My hands are getting sore from having to perform the dirt method every day. Okay? It's impossible to use earthly methods on Lin Lin for the rest of his life, right? Linen spat while looking at his hands. Ugh, was feeling a bit of a cramp in his hand just thinking about it. Well, even if Ning wasn't going to go, he felt it was very necessary for him to go to the hospital to have it looked at. Lin Lin, who was currently cooking dark dishes in the kitchen, muttered in a low voice while frantically adding some unknown vegetables to the pot. Stupid Lin An. After saying this, Lin Lin looked at her breasts. Isn't it good to use earthly methods every day? It could also add some affection to it. And she was also visibly growing up a bit. But the guy actually resented it. See if I don't poison you. Chapter 222. How can people who like each other not notice it? When he was younger, he just wanted to be quiet and watch the girl walking with her head down in front of him. The girl who walked with her head down, always liked to look back at Linen to see if she was looking at herself. Once he realized that the boy, who liked to stare at him, was casting glances at him, then she'll feel happy. Hey, look, he's looking at himself. He seems to be going a little slow, though, so slow that you can barely see her. Linen just loved to look at Lin Lin's tiny figure. Only in this way, Linen was at ease. As long as Lin Lin was still within his sight, then he would not let Lin Lin under his eyes. Once again, have something bad happen. Suddenly, that little girl turned around, her fleshy bun face, right at Linen. The tips of his eyebrows lowered slightly, as if he was angry. What's wrong with Lin Lin? Linen was skeptical, but how could he say anything yet? Only to see that girl running towards him. Linen, you're walking so slowly, can't you just go a little faster? The young girl beamed, her eyebrows full of grievances. Why do you have to walk slowly? If this goes on, if she looks back again, then we'll not see Linen. Okay, I'll walk faster. Linen answered with a smile. This girl obviously when he was a child, but no matter what, will be soft voice and softly say to him, after big, the attitude of talking more and more strong, especially after confirming a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Lin Lin. This kind of thing became more and more obvious. Walking behind me every time, I can't even see you anymore, and walking so slow, what if you lose them? After Lin Lin finished saying this, her delicate hand reached out and took Lin An's hand in one hand. After the two palms were pasted together, Lin Lin even wriggled his 5 fingers and clasped his 10 fingers together and up. Linen froze slightly and glanced faintly at the palm that was pressed against his own. Skin to skin, transferring warmth and heat sensation. Linen laughed, lifting his other hand and placing it on Lin Lin's head, gently rubbing it and smiling softly. I won't next time. Forgive me, okay? Hearing these words, Lin Lin raised her eyes to gaze at Linen, her eyebrows arched. Humph, not good. As expected, things still went the way they did. This girl is bound to make some excessive demands again. But, who let the person in front of him, is his own sweetheart? Linen made a helpless expression. Then what should I do so that you will forgive me? Hey, I'll tell you when we get home. Home? It's only a few 100 meters away. Wouldn't it be nice to tell me now? Lin Lin waved his head. Don't. I have to get home before I can tell you. Okay, this girl is being mysterious. Okay, receiving a response. Lin Lin's grip on Linen tightened even more. The road was quiet. Neither of them said anything. Lin Lin with slightly red cheeks was playing a little game in his mind, and Linen with a bland face was still curious about what strange requests Lin Lin would make when he got home. The sun is setting. The young girl and the young man have returned home. Home has never been a warm place. That's how he used to think of it, because of Auntie White and Uncle Lin, and that's how he thinks of it now, because there is Lin Lin around. Well, we're home. Lin Lin, you should also talk about what you need to do to forgive me, otherwise I'll have a hard time sleeping all night. Lin Lin replied, his cheeks reddening as he hemmed and hawed. Humph, it seems that no one can make you sleep through the night except me. This girl's little brain couldn't be thinking of something strange, could it? Just as Linen was still in a state of confusion, Lin Lin's order was given. Dear Linen, will you go take a shower first now? Lin Lin's eyes were watery as she stared at Linen, making Lin An's heart twitch. The eyes, how to look at it is written with the word have fraud but then again, he was also curious as to what exactly Lin Lin was up to and didn't think much about it, just smiled. Alright then, I'll go take a shower first. Linen took the clothes and entered the shower room. Only then did Lin Lin move his gaze away from the closed door of the room. She first pulled out her cell phone and sent a few lines in the face of a smile before finally walking into the kitchen. Inside the shower, Lin took an honest bath. And inside the kitchen, Lin Lin, the master of dark cuisine, was already online. La 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 la. Lin Lin's cheerful singing voice was heard within the shower room. And Linen, who was washing his hair, froze as a whole. What is Lin Lin doing? Why are you so happy? Normally, Lin Lin doesn't sing much, but now, gee, it's a bit of an anomaly. Suddenly, Linen's innocent and fleshy face came to Lin Lin's mind, as well as the words Lin Lin said when he was outside the door. It seems that no one but me can keep you up at night. Is this the legendary whitewash and then get eaten and wiped clean? When did their roles change? How come he doesn't know anything about it? No way. This kind of thing, how can we let Lin Lin take the initiative? No way. He had to take the initiative to do so. Thinking about this, Linen thought about how he had to get out earlier. If this kept up, he was going to become delicious food in Lin Lin's mouth. After all, food has to be washed white before you can eat it. Inside the shower room, Linen began to become a bit anxious after Lin Lin's maneuvers. If the dominant power was controlled by Lin Lin, then he would really have to stay up all night. You'll have to go to school every day with dark circles under your eyes. It was when Linen was planning to shampoo, shower gel, and wash them together. Suddenly, the cell phone, which was set on a side chair, made a vibrating sound. Buzz buzz buzz. Aha, what's going on? Lin Lin was at home. If she had something to do she would have just opened the door and come in instead of choosing to call this way. Quickly cleanses the foam around the eye area. Then he picked up his cell phone without looking closely at the phone number. Straight away. Hello? Linen. Just now Lin Lin told me to go buy some cream but didn't tell me exactly how much I needed. Called, messaged her and she didn't answer. So can you help me ask? Hearing this voice, Linen recognized that this person was none other than his own godsister, Su Qianqian. Cream. Ha, I'll ask her about that later. Good. Getting her own satisfactory answer, Su Qianqian hung up the phone. Inside the shower room, Linen pondered as he scrubbed his body. Today? Buying cream? Does cream nourish the body? After thinking about it decisively, Dougie, unfortunately the results were negative. Then there was only one truth. That girl Lin wanted to make a cake. She couldn't be trying to make it for him, could she? It was still very much a possibility, and he figured that he had indeed been born in the last few days, but because he hadn't been in the habit of celebrating birthdays since he was a child caused him to not remember them very well. It's so hard to remember birthdays on the lunar calendar. Chapter 223, I want to make him happy more than gifts. Outside the door, Su Qianqian put down her cell phone and turned her head to the side, looking at the young girl with a smile on her face. Lin, is there anything wrong with what I just said? There's no problem with what my sister said. There's no way that wooden-head Linen could have sensed anything wrong. After saying this, Lin's eyes looked towards the bathroom, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Hey, when Linen comes out he'll give him a big surprise. Lin, Su Qianqian, who was on the side, suddenly spoke out. Aha, what's up sis? Why are you doing this? It's not Lin An's birthday, it's yours. The young girl who was tying her scarf with the intention of continuing her unfinished work stopped when she heard this. After wordlessly glancing at Su Qianqian, Lin smiled. My birthday, of course he remembers it, but as long as he says it's his birthday, then he won't prepare any surprises for me. And as much as I look forward to the surprises he prepares for me, every time he's just too busy to do anything about it. And I'm more interested in letting Rinan relax than a gift. What about him? He never takes his own birthday to heart. Get a little smoke and mirrors and he gets confused. I, for one, intend to give him a treat today. So, Sister Qianqian, I'm counting on you for that one. Su Qianqian looked at her younger sibling so-and-so, just helplessly exhaled a breath, secretly muttering in her heart, everyone has an object, why not her? Well, go out and get the cream. Right, and I'll finish. Su Qianqian gave Lin an okay and turned to leave. Looking at Su Qianqian's back, Lin crossed her arms and tilted her head, thinking, what should I do for Linen next? That guy had been taking care of him since he was a kid, and now it was his turn to take care of Linen a little bit. Okay, let's start with what Lin has done to herself. First, I'll help Linen wash her clothes, take a bath with Linen, wash Lin's feet, and then after I make the cake, I'll feed Linen myself. Lin's cheeks were red, her fingers touching her tender lips, and she narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. Hey, after all that, it's time to go to bed, right? Linen hasn't been with her lately He must be lonely, but a man's pride won't let him say it himself. So fine, then let her. Lin, come in person. After thinking of everything, Lin tied the scarf on her chest with force, carried some fruits, and entered the kitchen. When it's time to officially make the cake, cut Lin's favorite fruit first. These fruits, the next thing you have to do is to hand feed them to Lin. Make sure you wash them before you do that. Girls who love to smile generally don't have bad luck. For some time in the kitchen, Lin's face remained scarlet, her little mouth beeping as she hummed something unintelligible. The song drifted lightly into the shower. Linen stood at the doorway, slightly stunned. Is it really my birthday today? But how come I remember it seems to be Lin's? Hearing Lin's joyful song like a treasure, it screwed him out of confidence again. Did I misremember? Lin's birthday is before mine? Lin was puzzled and half-heartedly headed in the direction of the kitchen. Stand in the kitchen doorway and look in, only to see that his own girl was humming an unknown song and moving skillfully to cut the fruit on the cutting board into small pieces. Lin, who used to only cook dark dishes, would actually have this kind of style? His own little girlfriend had one more skill, and Lin was sincerely happy for her. Hey, it's hard. Lin put down the knife in his hand and flicked his wrist. Sore, very sore. After a long period of inactivity, she was exhausted by the slightest movement. If you keep this up, you won't be able to do what you want to do. Lin let out a breath and proceeded to hold the knife, casually picking up a dragon fruit from the side and placing it on the cutting board. A knife fell. Juice was splattered all over the place, but she was also panting. Really tired. Linen used to cook for me every day and was this tired, right? Taking care of this little punk of a woman is also quite tiring. Thinking about this, Lin's heart ached for Linen. I'm going to pick up the pace. After all, Linen is coming out soon too. Gripping the hilt of the blade, he was about to launch it. Lin's eyes suddenly widened as she beamed and said softly, Linen, you topped me. Ha ha, sorry. Linen put his pocket phone aside and approached Lin, extending his hands and holding each of Lin's fleshy hands. At that moment, Lin's front was pressed against Lin's back. Even though she had known that this idiot would do this when he came out, she was still a little shy. No sneaking around back there and doing bad things. Lin Lin turned his face sideways and his cheek was sent directly to Lin An's lips. Hello Lin An, you're so good at this little trick. Lin An was speechless. Lin Lin, believe me, I just want to help you. I don't believe you. You just want to kiss me. Just say so, I won't disagree. The words fell out of his mouth, and Lin froze as the two of them blinked at each other. The pair acquiesced and made a move, the young girl tilting her head slightly and the teenager bowing his head slightly. A silent moment with a bit of sweetness. Ring ring ring, both of them opened their eyes. Lin Lin gasped. I'll continue la, you answer the phone. Lin An wiped off the water stain on Lin Lin's lips. Gluttony, dang, die, don't say that. I'm not a glutton, it's just that she liked the feel of it and couldn't help but reach in. Lin Lin looked down and smacked her lips as Lin An looked at her and smiled. The two are silent, accompanied only by the bell. Ring ring ring, the other end of the phone. Su Chanshan carried a bag of items Lin Lin needed in her hand and looked down at the cell phone in her hand that didn't get a response. What's that girl? Lin Lin, doing? Too busy? Lin Lin is the only one in the family, so the workload is really a bit heavy. Su Chanshan put her cell phone away in her pocket. Get a grip and go back. Lin Lin, why? I have to be busy. You answer the phone. Don't disturb me. Lin Lin's tone was soft, as if she had been bullied many times. Weak. Lin An laughed bitterly. This girl, now she was a bit of a hostess. It's your cell phone ringing. Lin An pinched Lin Lin's fleshy face. Obviously, he could feel that the temperature on Lin Lin's face had risen quite a bit. You cut it then. I'm going to take a call. Lin Lin put down his knife and before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by Lin An. Wait a minute. What a day. What's with all the fruit and all my favorites? Well, it's not the day we first met or the day we first dated, so what exactly is it? Lin An smiled and looked at the ponytailed white-shirted girl. Just don't tell you. Slightly, you can guess for yourself. Lin Lin put down a sentence, gripped his cell phone, and ran his ass out of the kitchen. Chapter 224, Happy New Year. The boring school days passed quickly and they were greeted with a national holiday. In the past, at this time, Lin An would take advantage of his vacation efforts to go and make up for his mistakes with the ignorant girls. After all, they had empty brains and were in desperate need of knowledge to fill their empty brains. Lin Lin, on the other hand, always hugged his little black bunny rabbit doll and waited at home for Lin An to come home. Whenever Lin An came home, the first thing she did was to come to Lin An's side with an arrow step, cocking her own little nose and sniffing carefully at Lin An's clothes. If there is nothing to smell, it will be a peaceful day. But if, by any chance, it smells like something, is just a bad day. This National Day, Lin An intends to find some part-time jobs to earn some extra money again. His parents had already said they would not give him the big bucks until after he graduated. Although Lin Lin was rich, the good man didn't want to eat Lin Lin's soft food. So, you still have to get a fortune if you want to take advantage of your vacation to travel. Then the old former job, tutoring, is definitely the way to go. First day of the 4th of July, Lin An gave Lin Lin a greeting and left in a hurry. Damn you, Lin, didn't even give me a good morning kiss. Decision made, ignore Lin for an hour. Lin Lin, who didn't get a kiss, was very angry and waved her own little pink fist and kept knocking on the black bunny rabbit doll. Soon a minute passed. Lin Lin seems to have lost his temper, so he looked down at the time. How is it that only a minute has passed? Within a minute of Lin's departure, an hour had passed for her. The beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the three words, "I'm an," on the docket. Then muttered, an hour passed in my mind. That doesn't count as an hour. Good. An hour has come and gone. It's time to get rid of Lin. Just as she was about to take out her cell phone and harass Lin An, suddenly, the door to the room opened. Familiar footsteps sounded. Ha! Why is Lin back again? After thinking for a mere half a second, Lin Lin narrowed her eyes and smiled. She got it. Her Lin An obviously remembered that he forgot to give her a good morning kiss. Lin An, who had forgotten to take his cell phone and had folded back home, saw Lin Lin staring at him as soon as he entered the house, and those eyes made him look straight up. Those were eyes that were going to devour all his energy. Did you offend Lin Lin again? How could it be? His own behavior, both at school and at home, could only be described as three words to describe him. Good man. In school, he sat down there, with a straight back. Anyone who looks at it calls out, good student. At home, he does the same. Stand over there. The chassis is solid. Anyone who looks at him says he's a great guy who knows how to love his girlfriend. At this moment, he didn't quite understand what Lin Lin was laughing at, but the smile was clearly something else. Thinking for 3 seconds, he didn't come up with an answer and ventured to inquire. What's wrong, Lin Lin? Hey, aren't you forgetting something? Looking at Lin Lin's sweet smile, Lin An was a bit confused. Recently he didn't owe anything, right? Whether it was the salary he got from his part-time job or something else, he had truthfully turned it in. If he's got money in his pocket, he's in the wrong. His wallet, really, couldn't be squeezed out at all. Seeing that Linen wasn't going to do anything about it, Lin puffed up her face and gave Linen a look, then turned her face sideways, tapped her face with the tip of her finger, and raised it again. Seeing this, Linen understood mentally and lowered his head to gently peck her on the cheek. With a faint warm sensation coming from his face, Lin closed his eyes in satisfaction. Seeing that Lin stopped speaking, Linen came to his room and picked up his own cell phone, and planned to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Lin stopped Linen. Wait, what again? Parting kiss. Lin used his fingers to lightly tap on his cheeks. Lin wondered, since when is that a thing? I just ordered it. Linen had no choice but to compromise and was about to give Lin a little nudge on the cheek. At this time, Lin moved. She didn't have a chance to react with Linen. Both of her hands lifted up as she cupped Lin-An's face and disliked Lin-An's mouth. A few seconds passed before Lin let go of Linen. Lin wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth with a satisfied face and waved his hand at Linen, who was outside the situation. I wait for you to come back. Oh. Linen sighed helplessly. This girl, she always liked to take people by surprise like this. He didn't hate it, though, kind of liked it. That said, are other girls like this with their dates? Like to kiss? Never mind. Couldn't figure it out. After all, he only had Lin as his girlfriend. Lin left. Lin stared blankly at the door of Lin-An's room where he had left. You'll be back at noon? What would be a good thing to do while Lin is away? Not knowing what came to mind, Lin's small face smiled, bouncing in the direction of the room. Since Lin wasn't home, there was nothing for her to pretend. Poof! Lin jumped onto the bed. Underneath her was the quilt she had slept under together with Linen. Well, full of Lin's breath. Now she's covered in Lin's scent. She's such a happy person.